You just got slapped by your master and, feeling unsatisfied, went to the hot-tempered senior sister to seek more abuse. The senior sister didn't go easy on you either, delivering a series of rapid strikes. Touching your swollen face, you felt it was now symmetrical, but still not quite satisfying enough. So you went down the mountain to find a new target, only to find the disciples avoiding you as soon as they saw you. In a cave dwelling of the Shenyu sect, you frowned gloomily at the panel before you. Attack, speed, and defense were all at 0, no skills, no items, a shop that was still locked, and only 10 attribute points left to distribute. 3 days ago, you crossed over to this world and became an inner disciple of the Shenyu sect, with an added bonus, a set of attribute value system. After spending a full 3 days, you finally figured out the system's purpose. As long as you suffer damage, you can gain attribute points. Yesterday, you tested the waters by getting slapped by your master. The left side of your face is still swollen, but the gains were huge. That single slap directly added 10 attribute points. Where should you allocate them? In the future, if you want to add points, getting beaten up is definitely unavoidable. To save my life, I'll temporarily allocate all points to defense for now. Defense level mortal. 100 points required to advance. Currently at 10 points. You touch your face though the swelling hasn't gone down yet. You feel your skin has thickened considerably. Humming a little tune, you head toward the cave dwelling of the hot-tempered Senior Sister Sue. Senior Sister Sue was a cultivation maniac, spending all her time buried in her training. It was said that despite her young age, her strength was already approaching that of many elders. Senior Sister, your junior brother has come to see you. The door opened, revealing the face of an irritated woman, with the words annoyed practically written all over her expression. Speak quickly if you have something to say. You swallowed hard and said, Ahem, Senior Sister. You look really beautiful today. You've got good taste. Come on in. Women love compliments, and Su Yunbing felt a little happy hearing her junior brother's praise. Once inside, you looked around and couldn't help but blurt out, Senior Sister, why is your cave dwelling so bare? Like a man's? I think Senior Sister Ye's cave is much nicer than yours. Comparison between women is most taboo, especially when it's with someone as stunningly beautiful as Yi Wushuang. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze, and you felt the pressure. If your senior sister were to strike you with a palm strike without restraint, you'd probably be done for. Fortunately, Su Yunbing managed to restrain her emotions in time. Junior brother, although you're now an inner sect disciple, you were specially recruited. Your strength is still far behind that of your peers, so you need to work much harder. She forced a faint smile and handed you a cup of tea. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Sister. You should also take care of yourself. If a woman cultivates day and night without rest, her skin will age very quickly. You spoke with great sincerity. Crack. The teacup in Su Yunbing's hand shattered into pieces as she struggled to control her emotions. Junior brother, did you come today because you have something to say? Senior Sister, actually, I made a small mistake. I'm not sure if I should mention it. You cautiously look at Su Yunbing. Speak freely. Senior Sister's strength is unparalleled, and her heart is broad. She won't hold it against you. Seeing the conversation finally return to the right track, Su Yunbing breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I accidentally knocked over the rouge powder Senior Sister Yi prepared for you, you cautiously said. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped, sending a shiver down your spine as you sensed killing intent. Although the eldest senior sister had a bad temper, she was very conscious of her image. Yi Wushuang was skilled in medicine, and the rouge she made was not only beautiful but also had skincare benefits. She had to coax and pester her for a long time before finally getting her to agree to make a batch. Senior sister, could you not hit the face? A minute later, Su Yunbing carried you out with one hand and casually tossed you aside. Junior brother, it's just a box of rouge. No big deal. I forgive you. Expressionless, you slowly got up from the ground, touched the right side of your face swollen to a considerable height. Perfect. Now both sides are symmetrical. Attribute panel detected. 100 attribute points. Senior sister's beatings are still too harsh, giving me 100 attribute points at once. I still prefer master's approach, just one slap at a time, slow and steady. No question about it, all attribute points go into defense. Feel like if I don't, I'll get beaten to death later. Defense level mortal flesh. 1,000 points to advance, currently at 10 points. At the same time, a notification echoed in my mind. Skill acquired, 100% hatred. Skill description. When showing off, the target will harbor infinite hatred toward you and attack you relentlessly. The more composed you act, the harder they hit. Getting beaten carries risks. Use with caution. Seeing this skill, you gasp in shock. It may seem useless at first glance, but upon closer thought, it's actually an incredibly powerful crowd control ability. Imagine, just by pretending you can pull your opponent's hate and attack yourself like crazy, isn't that like 100% control? It's just that my own handsome face has to suffer. With the new skill in hand, Li Xiaobai decided to go to the master to try the effect. His old man has a good temper, only one slap at a time, and the hand is not very heavy. The inner disciples all have their own masters. Usually 10 or so disciples will have a master. Li Xiaobai's master is called Fong. There are 7 disciples in total except for Li Xiaobai. They are all top cultivation maniacs. The sect was very optimistic about this team, and for this reason, it had specially created a separate mountain peak for Fong Lingzi's master and disciples, which was used on weekdays for teaching and organizing the information on Gong methods. This kind of treatment could be compared to that of a true disciple, and was considered an additional benefit. Walked into the small 2-story building. The wind spirit son likes to nap on the small attic. This guy is a lazy goods, came to this world for 3 days. A day did not see him cultivate. It seems life is still too comfortable. Hey, let me give you a thrill. Master, I'm coming. Come as you are. Don't shout so loudly. Come here to want to practice properly? Wind Spirit Z's voice came out. He was currently organizing his books by the bookshelf with a bitter look. It would soon be the sect competition. He had to organize some information for a few disciples to access. He didn't touch these things much at all on weekdays, resulting in a huge workload right now. Casually, he picked up a pamphlet and threw it to Li Xiaobai. I recommend you to cultivate this mixed element scripture. Although it's basic, it's better because it's stable and not easy to go wrong. Take it back and practice it quickly. Don't disgrace me. Master, don't we cultivators have to fight against the heavens? Shouldn't we cultivate a more domineering technique? Li Xiaobai froze for a moment. Although he did not cultivate Gongfu, he still could not help but ask a question. It felt that this master's argument was not quite the same as others. Fight with heaven? Do you see that heaven cares for you? Fong Lingzi rolled his eyes and scoffed at the argument of contending for heavenly destiny. Although he felt that there was something wrong somewhere, but it didn't matter. He was here to pick a fight, not really here to cultivate. We have a system, just add some points. Cultivation is impossible to cultivate. Thinking of this, Li Xiaobai cleared his throat and prepared to unleash his skills. Master, my disciple is not a very human being, and cannot be speculated upon by common sense. Since the day I was born, I have been destined to fight against the great forces of heaven and earth. I consider myself to be a heavenly talent, with thousands of fortunes gathered in one body, and now that the master's eyes are discerning enough to ferry my disciple into the immortal sect, this genius is going to learn the strongest techniques in the world and take the path of invincibility. Chapter 2 100% Hate. As soon as the words fell, a strong wind attacked. Wind Spirit Z instantly appeared in front of Li Xiaobai, slapped his head solidly, rolled 720 degrees in place, and then landed face down on the ground. Li Xiaobai stunned. What happened? He was completely unprepared. The effect of the skill is not too powerful. Just now, if it wasn't for the timely retraction of the skill, it felt like the entire head would have been jerked away. Just you and a genius? Not a trace of aura in your body. You're afraid you're living in a dream. Fong Lingzi spat, blowing his beard and eyes. This disciple had just been initiated for a few days, but he was too unsettling. Li Xiaobai slapped his butt and left with a gray head. The operation just now made him realize the truth that although skills were good, they should not be used indiscriminately. Using it on an ordinary disciple might have a good effect, but if you used it on an expert, they could whip themselves to death in a single glance. It seems that in the future, this is still to be examined who to find as a target. This skill is not to be used on people with high cultivation for the time being. It's too scary. At this moment, the system's attribute points were 50 more. The master's slap was more ruthless than yesterday, and this head of his own had completely and utterly swollen into a pig's head. Threw all the attribute points into defense. Defense. Flesh 60-1000 can be advanced. After consuming some pills for healing, Li Xiaobai decided to go around the sect. One is to familiarize himself with the surroundings, and the other is, he has to find some suitable face-punching objects to beat himself up. A few senior brothers and sisters were too strong and beat up people without any ambiguity, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Fong Lingzi and the 7 disciples had a mountain to themselves, a benefit given by the sect leader, and the mountain they were on was called Misty Peak. There were just 7 masters and disciples in total, no handymen or servants. To reach the others you have to go down the hill and walk around. Isn't this seniorly? Did you get your ass kicked by master again? At the bottom of the mountain came a female cultivator in a green gauze skirt, looking at Li Xiaobai's appearance and smiling lightly. Li Xiaobai's eyes went straight. This was the second senior sister of Misty Peak, Yi Wushuang, who was good at healing, and was all kinds of gentle and tender on weekdays, in stark contrast to the eldest senior sister, Su Yunbing. This Yi Wushuang is a famous beauty of the Immortal Feather sect. Since they met here, if they don't operate a little bit, they are a little bit sorry for their system. I was beaten up by eldest sister, and of course master had a hand in this, so let's not talk about it. At the mention of sadness, Li Xiaobai felt a little depressed. You practiced diligently on weekdays, so how could senior sister and master chastise you? Come over here, senior sister will help you take a look. Yi Wushuang took out the silver needles and medicinal wine and prepared to treat them. Watching Yi Wushuang's movements, Li Xiaobai blurted out, "Elder sister, your fingers are so rough. It must be because you don't take care of them from frequent acupuncture on weekdays." Yi Wushuang didn't have any reaction. The corner of her mouth was still hanging with a sweet smile. Only for some reason, Li Xiaobai felt a little hairy in his heart. There shouldn't be any benefits to be gained from senior sister Yi, and with such a good temperament, she wouldn't beat herself up. But the thought was so, but the words were tainted. Senior sister the smell on your body is so strange. The other senior sisters all smell of fragrant pollen. Why does the smell on you still have a bit of a stench to it? Senior sister, although this refinement of skills is important, one must also pay attention to personal hygiene, and one must still take a bath when it's time to do so. Li Xiaobai nodded fervently, feeling that what he said made sense. It just felt as if the force of the acupuncture on the top of her head had paused. Should senior sister Yi not be angry? LOL. It's just the smell of the herbs. I just picked them and haven't deodorized them yet. Yi Wushuang giggled, listening to Li Xiaobai's pangs. Yi senior sister so gentle and lovely, big beautiful woman. He or she should not be offended. Just make good relations in the future. With his mind made up, Li Xiaobai shut up. But it's not as simple as it seems. After Yi Wushuang tied a few times on the top of his head, he withdrew the needle, carried the small medicine box, and turned around to leave without looking back. Senior brother Li, take care of yourself. Well, thank you senior sister. It always felt like senior sister wasn't comforting herself. It felt weird somewhere, but the puffiness on her face did go down quite a bit. Sifu's handiwork is spot on. She just doesn't like to bathe very much, which is not a good habit to get into. Humming happily, Li Xiaobai continued to walk down the mountain, and before he took 2 steps, a system prompt came. Attribute points plus 20. Attribute points plus 20. This prompt went off one after the other. What's going on? I wasn't attacked. Where did you get these attribute points? Looking around, the surrounding area was empty, and senior sister Yi had already gone far away. With a little panic in his heart, he carefully recalled what had just happened. Right? Yi Wushuang. Li Xiaobai snapped back to the tinge of coldness that had flooded his heart earlier. I've heard that those who know medicine can poison. It can't be that Yi Wushuang has done something, right? Recalling that exquisite face, Li Xiaobai shivered for no reason. The system prompted that the attribute points were still continuing to increase, and feeling around in alarm, he eventually found an abnormality at his ankle. A not-so-small, ebony black spot appeared on the edge of the ankle. It was really Yi Wushuang's doing. Applying needles on the head, he was able to make the toxin directly transfer to the feet. This technique was also too high. Luckily, sister was only slightly punished and didn't paralyze herself, and the system alerts lasted for a while before stopping. It's true, pretty women can't be offended. Check the properties panel. Attribute points, 100. Once again, he added all of his attributes to defense, and now that he didn't know the correspondence between defense and the strength of the cultivators in this world, it was better to play it safe. Who makes the people around them too powerful? There is no standard of reference at all for screwing up. Meanwhile, the system panel changed again. Skill acquired. Paralyzing toxin. Sustained damage detected. Paralyzing toxin upgraded. Muscle weakness. Myasthenia gravis. Everyone within 1 meter of oneself is in a state of myasthenia gravis, and the longer it lasts, the worse the symptoms of myasthenia gravis become. It should be thanks to Yi Wushuang's blessing that he was able to obtain this skill. The other party's poison had allowed him to obtain a ranged skill. Li Xiaobai was very pleased. This was his first somewhat decent attack skill. Muscle weakness and hate are 100% a perfect match. If you want to fight in the future, as long as you can resist the attacks, your opponent will get weaker and weaker, so won't you be undefeated? Bottom of the hill. Li Xiaobai walked out of the mountain gate, and the surrounding disciples couldn't help but stop in their tracks, their gazes gazing at him somewhat timidly. The murmur came. Did you see that? This man came down from Misty Peak. Saw it. Don't see much of it on a regular basis. No kidding, another strong man. 2 senior brothers. May I ask what is the meaning of this Misty Peak strongman? Little brother is new here and doesn't understand it very well yet. I go, this you don't know, I tell you this Misty Peak is a mountain created by the sect master's special care. There are only 7 inner disciples in it, but it is said that each and every disciple of this Misty Peak is a cultivation maniac, and their strength is not at all weaker than the true transmission anymore. I do know that half a year ago, Misty Peak's 4th disciple Yang Chan clashed with the 3rd elder's true disciple and directly opened the ring to seriously injure the other party. And I heard that it was a 1-move second kill. So strong. That's why, if there are any disciples coming down from this Misty Peak that you haven't seen before, then you have to be careful. You can't be sure that they are cultivation geniuses who have been in seclusion for a long time. And recently it was during the grand ceremony, Piao Peak's people came down at this time. Surely they want to explore the bottom of the true transmission. It's not unlikely that there will be some dragon fights again. At this time, let's not join in the fun so as not to get caught up in the waves. Chapter 3. 4th brother is a bit handsome. Seeing that Li Xiaobai had come down, the surrounding disciples immediately made birds and beasts scatter, obviously not wanting to make more contact. Li Xiaobai rubbed his nose, his expression slightly embarrassed. These fellow disciples seem to be extraordinarily giving Misty Peak a boost, but it is a pity that he is just a first-timer, a small chicken, and is not at all the closed-down powerhouse that they are talking about.
哟，这不是缥缈峰的弟子吗？生面孔啊！怎么临近门派大比，所以坐不住了？
A male with a feather fan in his hand parted the crowd and walked out. It's Lin Fong, the inner disciple. It's said that his brother Lin Mang is elder son's true disciple. But it's something. Seeing that a disciple recognized him, Lin Fong became even more complacent, his feathered fan lightly shaking and his face smiling, appearing to be full of faction. Li Xiaobai was dumbfounded. Sect competition? Wind Spirit didn't say that at all. There was a bad feeling in his heart. All of you listen to me. The ones from Piao Peak are a bunch of connected people who blatantly hijack resources on the basis of their good relationship with the sect leader.
这一次，大比我大哥势必冲入前十，夺取进入圣魔宗进修的资格，而后一步一步地从缥缈峰身上踩过去，让掌门看清楚这些家伙的真面目。
Lin Fong held his head high and said lightly. The field forced the air. Li Xiaobai listened to the confusion. Your brother's so good, he's in the top 10. But what does that have to do with you? Touching his head, Li Xiaobai was filled with confusion. The onlookers also froze. Yeah, what does your big brother being awesome have to do with you? I. Lin Fong was stumped for a moment. Haha, that's a good point, junior brother. There are always some small-minded people who try to talk their way out of it. Your name is Lin Fong, right? Don't beep there. If you really have the ability, let's touch it. The crowd parted again, and a young man walked out, also dressed in white, the same feather fan in his hand lightly shaking. But the posture of that fan shaking was 1,000 times more elegant than Lin Fong. Compared to this man with a face like a jade, Lin Fong was like a bumpkin. Li Xiaobai recognized this person. This was also his own senior brother, the 4th senior brother of Misty Peak, named Yang Chan. He had met him when he first started. We'll see. What are you looking at? What's there to see? What's the point of gathering around here? Don't you even need to cultivate? The crowd sneered and Lin Fong left in disgrace. Senior brother, why did you come down the mountain? Yang Chun walked over smilingly, not taking what Lin Fong said to heart in the slightest. Elder brother, I'm going down the mountain to sneak around and relax, Li Xiaobai said. Relax. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen's pair of sword eyebrows immediately stood up, his face slumped. After a person dies, there are plenty of chances to relax. All we have to do is to cultivate, from morning to night without interruption. It's going to be the sect competition soon. You can't disgrace Piao Peak. Gotta be another practice fiend. Li Xiaobai was speechless and just wanted to say something. But he found that the scenery around him was violently blurred, and when he came back to his senses, he had already been thrown into the cave. Attribute points +10. Junior brother, these spirit stones are for you. Tomorrow is the big competition. Cultivate well and don't disgrace our Piao Peak. Yang Chen's voice floated in from the distance. Yang's senior brother is really warm-hearted. It is not easy to go down the mountain once, and what the hell is it to be sent back before walking out the door? After organizing his thoughts for a while, Li Xiaobai found a few important pieces of information. Tomorrow was the sect competition, through which the sect would select 10 disciples with outstanding performance to enter the Holy Demon Sect for cultivation. The Sacred Demon Sect was a famous sect, and it was said that its headmaster was a powerful person who had experienced heavenly tribulation, so if one could enter a large sect to cultivate, the benefits would definitely be numerous. However, he was just a weak chicken, and his attribute points were all added to defense, so if he really wanted to fight, he would only get beaten up. Picking up a small bag of spirit stones on the ground, which were the most commonly used and basic cultivation materials, the moment his fingers touched the spirit stones, the system beep sounded once again. Host acquires spirit stones. System mall opens. Currency: 10 lower grade spirit stones. Li Xiaobai's face was delighted. Unexpectedly opened the mall. So the currency of the system mall is spirit stones. Tapping the panel to view the items in the mall, there was a wide variety of props, roughly divided into 4 categories: props and equipment, mounts, talismans, and pills. This does not look not know, a look shocked. Mounts are surprisingly all Maserati, Lamborghini, and armored cars and so on. Even more exaggerated is that there is even a robot Gundam model. But sweeping a glance at the price, Li Xiaobai despaired. The price of this mount is ridiculously high, easily tens of thousands of dollars, or top-quality spirit stones, extreme spirit stones. The cheapest flying broom required a huge amount of 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. It seems to be out of one's league for the time being. Small divine walking talisman, blasting talisman, and Vajra talisman. 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Refined and abandoned poison. 1 lower-grade spirit stone. Rejuvenation pill, vigorous pill. 10 lower-grade spirit stones. After scanning around, Li Xiaobai realized that he could only really afford to buy a few basic props and equipment. Not so sloppy helmet. When worn, defense is increased by a small margin. 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Bronze sword. After using it, the attack power is increased by a small margin. 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Bronze boots. When worn, speed is enhanced by a small margin. 10 lower-grade spirit stones. There's nothing to say, decisively choose the helmet. This thing is a perfect match for his skill of being punched in the face 100% of the time. After wearing it, he will never be afraid of people coming over and punching him in the face. Choose to buy. Stars flickered in front of him and coalesced into a dirty helmet, poorly sold, ragged-looking and decidedly sloppy. Patting it, the hardness was good. Wearing it on his head, Li Xiaobai felt that his physique was a lot stronger. Just as the introduction said, this helmet had an increasing effect on him. Great, no need to worry about getting punched in the face at the big game tomorrow. At the same time, the Immortal Feather Sect inside the sect's main hall. Several elders were arguing heatedly. Sect leader, this matter is absolutely not acceptable. The Holy Demon Sect's advancement slots are precious and exceptional. How can 4 of them be directly assigned to Piao Peak? I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced either. Where does the sect leader put the true disciples if he acts like this? Even if we are no longer biased, we still have to follow the rules. If you ask me, we should give Misty Peak at most 1 quota, no more. Not bad, Fong Lingzi. You Piao Peak can either directly internalize a disciple or honestly participate in the grand competition. Everyone will speak based on their strength. The many elders showed quite a bit of dissatisfaction. We were all people with disciples, and the sect leader was so biased that he wanted to directly allow the 4 disciples from Piao Peak to directly enter the Sacred Demon Sect to cultivate. This, well, I have no opinion. In fact, the head of the door is also a piece of heart. You have to understand. Fong Lingzi sighed. These elders are really old and confused. The head of the door to do so is actually in disguise to cut the Piao Peak into the training of the disciple quota. Really, if you speak on the basis of strength, I am afraid that, in addition to the newly received that kid, the rest of them can enter the top 10. AI, since this is the case, then everything will be based on the strength of the disciples, but I'll put the words in front of you. No matter what kind of result occurs at that time, you all have to accept it, but don't make trouble. The headmaster is also helpless. Good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver and lungs, but also cannot blame these elders. Piao Peak disciples the whole day. The door does not go out of the 2 doors. To understand its true strength of the people are not many. Let's just hope these elders don't regret it when the time comes. Chapter 4. The great competition begins. Early the next morning, filled with apprehension, Li Xiaobai sat on the bed and examined the system panel in front of him. Host: Li Xiaobai. Power, 0+. Speed, 0+. Defense, Flesh 170-1000 can be promoted to the next stage. Attribute points, 0. Skills, Hate 100%, Muscle weakness. Props, not so sketchy helmet. Mall, opened. Today was the day of the great competition, and he didn't know if he would be able to make it through with his own fleshly mortal realm. I hope I won't go out in the first round. How can I say that I am also a disciple of Misty Peak, so I can't be too humiliated? Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room knocked, and outside the room was the voice of senior sister Su Yun Bing. Junior brother, the grand competition is about to begin. Prepare to get ready. We'll round up the top 10 today at Misty Peak. Li Xiaobai's face was bitter as he took out his helmet and put it on. Pushing open the door, there were 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, standing neatly outside the house, looking like they had already been prepared early. Greetings to several senior brothers and sisters. Respectfully saluting. What are you wearing on your head? Why is it so ugly? Su Yun Bing was filled with disgust. Air. Li Xiaobai was embarrassed. The helmet really didn't sell well. Today, the master doesn't know where he ran off to. This senior sister is leading the team. Let's set off immediately, seize the first place in the grand competition, and head to the holy demon sect together. Whoever dares to fall off the chain, I won't be blamed for turning the tables on you. Su Yun Bing was wearing a fiery red dress with a murderous aura today. Take my flying sword. When you're out and about, you must have enough rows. Yang Chen laughed, and with a shake of his hand, he shot out a small sword, which skyrocketed against the wind and transformed into a large sword of more than 10 meters, suspended in the air, covering the sky. Li Xiaobai looked envious in his heart. The mounts within the mall seemed to have similar ones, just that he can't afford to buy them for the time being. Climbing on the immortal sword, the surrounding scenery shifted. Looking at the densely packed silhouette below, Li Xiaobai, infinite emotion in his heart. Really is the means of the immortal family. In the future, their own high and low have to get a seat. Compared to senior, it felt quite humiliating to rush around on 2 feet. Approaching the ring, Yang Chun deliberately slowed down the speed of his immortal sword, wanting to kill the disciples first. Just the way it came out, it was more forced than the elders. Looking at the elders' displeased faces, Li Xiaobai's heart jumped. This wave of operation of senior brother is simply infinite hate. You won't be targeted yourself for a while. However, it proved that it was strength that limited his imagination, as Su Yun Bing beside him leapt down from the height without waiting for the immortal sword to land. Today, the top 7 of this grand competition, we Misty Peak, have wrapped it up. The voice spread to every corner of the ring, and the disciples listened really well, and for a while they had complex expressions, from envy to disillusionment to resentment and indignation. Hee hee. Misty Peak's disciples are confident to the point that young people have boundless vigor. The vigor is indeed good, but unfortunately, this full bottle of water is not ringing, and what's shaking around can be half a bottle of water, huh? Elder Chan, I heard that your family, Fong Wuxie, recently made another breakthrough? Just a half-step Jindan. Not worth mentioning, to Elder Sun's disciples. I heard that a disciple has practiced the voodoo stick technique. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Looking at the scene under the field, the elders exchanged words, not caring about Su Yun Bing's arrogant words. However, the fact that they didn't care didn't mean that the disciples didn't care. Yang Chan and Su Yun Bing operated in such a way that they almost filled the field with the hatred of the disciples. The disciples who were originally a bit weak seemed to have instantly found a target, and the gazes they looked at the Piaomiao Peak's crowd of disciples instantly raised their fighting spirit. Li Xiaobai's heart screamed in agony, "Grandma, isn't this helping his opponent to improve his combat power?" When the disciples arrived, the sect leader floated in the air and slowly landed on the ring in the center of the room, with an immortal aura, and the style of a master was self-evident. Marred. Sect master is more pretentious than me. Yang Chen muttered in a small voice. Gentlemen, you are all the pillars of this sect. Today's grand competition, firstly, for the selection of talents, secondly, to motivate you all to forge ahead on the path of cultivation. The top 10 winners of this grand competition can obtain the qualification to enter the Holy Demon sect for further training, and the sect will incline its resources towards them. I will say the rules below. We have a total of 108 rings, divided into 11 groups. In a moment, the guys, in order to shake the number, draw the same number is considered opponents, understand? Got it. Very well. Compare and contrast. Point to point. Do not hurt your life. Start. Huge raffle boxes appeared out of thin air and began to distribute number cards to the disciples. Li Xiaobai nervously looked at the number in his hand. Group 3, Ring 17, first match. This field is a bit forward. Doesn't that mean it's going to be your turn soon? Junior brother, don't be nervous. After attending, you'll realize that this grand competition is actually very simple. Casually you can be in the top 10. Don't be too stressed. The one who spoke was the 5th senior brother, Fong, who was usually cool, but didn't expect to be so flirty as well. This number plate elder sister has done tampering. Our senior brothers and sisters are not in a group, you can rest assured. 6th senior brother Lu Jinshui said with the same cheerfulness, he is a fat man. They say that fat people have a big heart, this is really not wrong at all. Is that what we're worried about? We're worried that we won't even get past the first round. Li Xiaobai didn't want to chat with these guys who weren't on the same channel as himself, always feeling that the other party was invisibly pretending. Holding up his number plate, he found the 17th ring, which by now already had disciples in position, and the referee began to read out the precautions. Both sides clasped their fists and saluted. I am Inner Sect Disciple Chun Tao. Inner Sect ranking 271. Please instruct me. I'm Li Xiaobai, an inner disciple with no ranking. Please instruct me. Look, you guys, that guy on stage is wearing an ugly helmet. I just saw him. He's from Misty Peak. Senior brother Chun. He's from Misty Peak. Beat the hell out of him. Before anything happened on the stage, the disciples underneath erupted first, having been humiliated by Su Yunbing's earlier remarks. Misty Peak even wanted to monopolize the top 7. Not putting them disciples in their eyes in the slightest, they really couldn't swallow this bad anger. Senior brother Li, you must be the new disciple recently taken in by Misty Peak. Although pretty words are good, but unfortunately, you bumped into me. Don't worry, I won't let you lose too hard. Chun Tao laughed lightly twice, not putting Li Xiaobai in the slightest. He didn't feel any aura fluctuations from the other party, which meant that the other party hadn't started cultivating yet, and was probably just here to experience life. However, Li Xiaobai's words choked him half to death. Ranked 227? How does such a backward ranking deserve to fight me? A word of advice, senior brother. Don't make a fool of yourself. Li Xiaobai stayed loaded at all times, and only by letting his opponent get close did he have a chance to finish him off. Arrogant. Chun Tao was furious and drew the sword at his waist, dancing in the void. The stage was crisscrossed with sword light in a matter of moments. Chun Tao was using a lower-grade spiritual weapon, which his master had specially prepared for him for the big competition. Combined with his sword technique, it was able to explode with a strong power. It's the Starfield sword technique. Chun Tao actually learned this sword technique. It was left behind by the sword saint back then, and legend has it that practicing it to its fullest can split mountains and break the sea. The surrounding disciples exclaimed in shock, recognizing Chun Tao's sword technique. Li Xiaobai looked confused. He didn't know any sword techniques, but because he was too close, a sword chi had just swept onto the stage. Attribute points +2. What the hell is an attribute point +2? Is this guy's sword chi that weak? Heh. This sword technique has taken me countless hours of hard work to accomplish. You can go down now. Hoshino sword technique. Transform star. Chun Tao's figure in the arena vaporized and disappeared into the ring. Gusts of strong winds rang out, and a sword mark continued to unfold on the ring. This Chun Tao has actually reached this step. Practiced to the extreme of his stance in conjunction with the Starfield sword, he has reached true formlessness. And you guys, look at the sword marks on this step. They are highly consistent with the direction of the steps. Senior brother Chun can already control the sword at will. This realm is not much better than the human sword unity. Another disciple parsed it aside. Li Xiaobai was still full of confusion. What the heck, human sword unity, formless and invisible. Just now, Chun Tao's sword chi grazed him again. Attribute points +5. The body doesn't hurt. Is this sword energy really that powerful? Or was it that there was a hidden killing chance inside this sword chi, and he hadn't felt it? Chapter 5. Brother. Can't you see the difference in strength? Whatever. Just turn on the taunt. Hate 100%. A rat who only hides his head and shows his tail. I am a disciple of Piao Miao Peak, a cultivation wizard that is rare to be encountered once in 1,000 years. A mere sword technique, little Doyle. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Chun Tao's speed was so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up with the opponent's movements, let alone dodge them, and he could only continue to open taunts to attract the opponent's melee attacks. Hopefully the helmet will give a little more power. What nonsense. This Li Xiaobai fruit is really a Piao Miao Peak disciple. This arrogant appearance is simply carved out of the same mold. So arrogant. Senior Chun, hurry up and finish him off, so that this brat receives a severe beating from reality. The audience on the stage was also furious. This Li Xiaobai didn't even have a ranking, Yet he dared to be so presumptuous it really made people angry. Senior brother, the ability to say big words is not small, senior brother, and first beat you into a cripple. Let's see if you Piao Miao peak is still horizontal. Chun Tao's whisper came from his ears, and it could be heard that he was furious that his mockery had taken effect. Muscle weakness. Li Xiaobai's face was elated. This opportunity to catch the door must be seized. Chun Tao is by his side. As long as the delay continues, the victory will be his own. Sword chi crisscrossed the room, and sparks shot out in all directions above his head. His clothes were cut out with sword marks, and wisps of blood floated out, but fortunately, his defense was top enough that it was only a superficial wound. Attribute points +5. Attribute points +5. There's nothing to say, keep pointing your defense. Right now, the longer you resist, the better your chances of winning. Senior brother, you're weak. Li Xiaobai simply closed his eyes. He couldn't see the other party anyway, so he might as well not look at them. This action of closing his eyes can be more mocking than words. Chun Tao's veins rippled at the corners of his forehead as his sword chi swept across the ring, densely enveloping Li Xiaobai's surroundings. But soon, he sensed that something was wrong. His body's strength was rapidly draining away. His Dantian aura was still abundant, but he had a feeling that he was about to lose his strength. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, he quickly pulled away, his figure storming back to the other side of the ring. His eyes rounded as if he was facing a great enemy. The audience on the stage looked uncertain just now, or the situation was good. How to turn the corner instead of Chun Tao quickly out of the circle of battle. What's going on? Why is Chun Tao retreating? Who sees it? That commentator brother just came out to explain. Hee, don't you guys see it? This battle, senior brother Chun has already won. That Piao Miao peak disciple is vain. Facing senior brother Chen's swordsmanship is powerless. Senior brother Chun is kind-hearted and wants to tell him that there are people outside of people, and that you can't be too arrogant as a human being. After practicing for so many years, can you not even see the gap in strength in between? So that's how it is, you guys. Look at how relaxed senior brother Chun looks. It really is. Senior brother Chun is mighty. After a short period of silence, the disciples under the stage once again shouted in unison. Usually this Chun Tao's appearance. I did not expect such a good character. It is really an outstanding disciple of the young generation. However, the thoughts of the crowd under the stage Chun Tao is not in the heart to pay attention to. At this moment, he cold sweat layer by layer to the outside, calf stomach cramps, limb weakness. If he hadn't withdrawn from the battle circle in time just now, I'm afraid that he would have collapsed at this moment. Damn, this in the end, what is the evil technique? A little contact for a moment can cause him to be weak into this look, and he will be inexplicably excited. Is it poison? Sects are not shy about using poison, it's just that on weekdays we all live by the righteousness of the sect and don't care to use poison at all, and this Piao Miao peak disciple is actually so insidious. Kid, good tactics. If it wasn't for me discovering your little trick in time, there's a real possibility that I would have planted myself in your hands. Chun Tao's face was a bit grim. Li Xiaobai's face was flat, and his heart was a bit drummed. Surprisingly, the opponent retreated of his own accord and did not completely lose his resistance. Gotta find a way to get the muscle to do sustained damage, still have to turn on the taunt. Senior brother Chun, your strength is average, you're not my opponent, go down. We Piao Miao peak disciples are invincible. I don't want you to lose too ugly, that's why I haven't made a move. Could it be that senior brother can't see the difference in strength between us? Li Xiaobai put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said indifferently. When these words came out, the arena was silent for a moment. And then the crowd of disciples under the stage violently erupted in a torrent of invective. Grandma, this is too shameless. You clearly can't even touch the corner of someone's coat. Yet you dare to speak up. Yellow mouth. Senior brother Chun, hurry up and take him down. Such a person is not worth keeping your hand in. Misty Peak is full of arrogant people. Take him down. Chun Tao's face was also unable to hang on, his heart burning with anger. In his opinion, Li Xiaobai's muscle weakness was a kind of poison, relying on this kind of sidetrack to take advantage of some small advantage, and surprisingly forgetting about it. He had a bottle of antidote to poison, which he had acquired during his early travels, refined by an elixir master, and had never had the chance to use it, but today he happened to use it. With a tilt of his neck, he swallowed 2 antidote pills, which could cure the world's strange poisons, and the mundane poisons that made people weak in the area were not even a concern. Arrogant brat. Not knowing the heights of heaven? Hoshino sword technique? Transform star. Chun Tao's feet sank, forcibly mobilizing his body's aura, and his figure disappeared into the ring in a flash. The roiling sword qi instantly transformed into a giant net and slowly enveloped towards Li Xiaobai. Feeling the sword net that was constantly approaching, Li Xiaobai was elated in his heart and once again turned on his muscle power. At the same time, the attribute value of the system interface was constantly jumping. Although this Chun Tao's attack could only add 5 attribute points each time, it was better because of the fast attack speed and the large number of sword qi. In just a short while, the attribute points easily broke 100. All of them were added to the defense, and it was difficult for Chun Tao's sword qi to hurt himself anymore. Drops. Comprehend the skill. Sword qi. Drops. Sustained damage detected. Sword qi upgrade. Sword through the rainbow. Sword over the rainbow. When you draw your sword, you can use invisible sword qi to crush your opponent. At the same time, the amplitude of the attribute points jumping in the system interface was getting smaller and smaller. It was obvious that the muscle weakness had worked and Chun Tao was exhausted. Attribute points +1. Chun Tao's figure was revealed, and his body was in a state of extreme weakness. With a dangling sound, the long sword in his hand landed on the ground, and his entire body collapsed limply, prostrate on the ground. From the beginning to the end, he could not figure out what tactics Li Xiaobai had used to win over him. He was not even sure when his opponent had cast the poison technique. It was too bizarre. Senior brother Chun, I told you a long time ago that you're no match for me, and you still don't believe me. Li Xiaobai, in his old age, picked up Chun Tao and threw him out of the ring. This round, Li Xiaobai wins. The stage was silent. No one screamed and applauded. Everyone was petrified. Their mouths open in shock, their faces full of unbelief. What was happening on the field was beyond their comprehension, and if it wasn't for the fact that there was a referee watching over the grand competition ring, they would have suspected that the two people on the stage were putting on an act. This defeat was also too sudden, without a single sign. At this time, Chun Tao's eyes are godless, was carried down. The body is off the force. Not to recuperate for 3 or 5 days is not good. He. Thanks for your support. I'm Li Xiaobai from Misty Peak, and I'm speaking for myself. Li Xiaobai happily passed through the crowd, winning the first round of the competition. He felt very dignified. At least he passed the round, not counting the disgrace to Misty Peak. System interface. Defense. Flesh 3251000 can be advanced. Skill. Sword through the rainbow. Once again comprehending a skill, Li Xiaobai was in a great mood and prepared to find his big sister to rendezvous. His shoulder was suddenly tapped, and when he turned around it was actually Lin Fong, the inner disciple who had been picking a fight before. Senior brother, very arrogant. What can I teach you, senior brother? Chapter 6. The outwardly loyal sixth brother. Chun Tao is my senior brother. Lin Fong shook his feather fan lightly and said indifferently. Li Xiaobai was confused. He couldn't understand the hint and scratched his head and asked, So, your next opponent is none other than Mr. Lin. Could it be that you don't know that? Lin Fong frowned. I'm not really sure. Li Xiaobai honestly, he just finished the first match, where to know the next opponent and have the time to spend on thinking of ways to get beaten up, who will care about who the next opponent is. Lin Feng's face was as if he had eaten a fly. The other party did not even look at his opponent for the next match. He felt that he had been greatly insulted. His heart was burning with anger, and his elegance was gone. Well, truly worthy of being a Piao Miao Peak disciple, arrogant enough, my big brother Lin Mang and I will sweep through you rabble. When we meet again, I will make you kneel before me. Lin Fong was very arrogant and didn't put Li Xiaobai in his eyes at all. Li Xiaobai touched his head, feeling that the other party was a bit silly. Forget about him, he has serious business to attend to. Touching the spatial ring on his hand, Li Xiaobai smiled wryly. When he had just defeated Chun Tao, he had casually taken the opponent's saber. According to the melon eaters on the stage, this thing was a lower-grade spirit weapon and was worth a lot of money. One becomes stronger all by adding points. Without cultivation, spiritual weapons are useless to oneself, but they can be sold for a good price. The Immortal Feather sect wasn't a large sect and didn't have many resources. Even a lower-grade spirit sword would make people grab their heads. Where to sell it? Li Xiaobai searched around, had to find a densely populated and still relatively safe location to buy and sell. Thinking about it, it seemed that nothing was safer than coming around the elder brother and sister. Because of Su Yunbing's underhanded maneuvering before, the Piao Miao Peak's crowd of disciples were almost all in the first match, and the result was naturally seconds. The only person still in the ring at this moment was sixth senior brother Lu Jinshui. It's decided that it's you. Lu Jinshui's competition has only just begun. The surrounding area is already overcrowded. The name of the Piao Miao Peak disciples is still very loud. Ordinary disciples have only heard of this name on weekdays and have not seen it at this time. They all want to take a look at this Piao Miao Peak disciples means how. Li Xiaobai's eyes were glowing, and without saying a word he squeezed in with an arrow step. The disciples on this side surrounded the ring inside and out. It was a good place to sell things, and it was safe as there was a senior brother and a referee sitting in the ring. Quickly, he set up a stall in an open space and took out Chun Tao's spirit sword. Move over. Are you still struggling with your lack of strength? Are you still agonizing over improving your ranking? Don't miss it if you walk by. Today the divine sword comes out. Those who have the destiny will get it. The sect competition is coming up. Those who want to improve their sect status should hurry up. Whoever gets Excalibur gets the world. A superb sword. For only 20 lower grade spirit stones. You deserve it. Li Xiaobai took out his spirit sword and shouted at the top of his voice, and quite a few disciples in the surrounding area were immediately attracted to him. It was the first time they had ever seen something being sold at a sect competition, and it was also odd that there was only one sword on this stall. However, upon closer inspection, the sword shimmers with luster and transmits a sense of divinity, and at a glance, it is not a mundane product. This is an inferior spirit weapon. I've seen it at my senior brother's place when my senior brother traveled outside. He also later had obtained a handful of it. This kind of luster and divinity, it's definitely a spirit weapon without a doubt. Some disciples who knew what they were doing exclaimed in shock. More disciples gathered over to spectate. Most of the disciples present were outer disciples, who didn't have a master on weekdays and had fewer resources. When they heard that there were lower grade spirit swords for sale here, they all wanted to come and join in the fun. It wasn't that there weren't any lower grade spirit weapons in the sect, but they were all non-sale items that required disciples to do tasks to earn contribution points to be able to make purchases, and such resources were naturally occupied by the inner disciples. Hey, 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 this is a superb sword, absolutely genuine and childlike. Senior brother, I see that you have a heroic spirit between your eyebrows, very suitable for this sword. Li Xiaobai smilingly introduced himself to the disciples. The crowd's eyes were hot, but no one was buying. It wasn't that they didn't want it. It was just that the price of these 20 lower grade spirit stones made it somewhat unacceptable to them. Elder brother, can it be cheaper? A female cultivator made a petulant gesture with a pitiful look. Slaves can be personal maidservants for senior brother. The male disciples gulped furiously. Senior brother deserves to be senior brother. Even the normally arrogant female cultivators had gone soft. Bah! Shameless, senior brother. How about 10 lower grade spirit stones? The rest of the female cultivators strongly despised this meat-selling operation. 20 lower grade spirit stones, no counteroffer. You guys can make up for it. This is definitely a divine sword. Owning it, sweeping through the younger generation is not a dream, so take advantage of it. Li Xiaobai is old and relaxed, so many potential customers present. Still afraid of not selling? Several female cultivators were very entangled. The spirit sword they like too much, the light blue aura fluctuation is fantastic. Just this price is truly a little expensive. However, if they continue to wait, this spirit sword could not be guaranteed to be bought by someone else. And with a clench of teeth, one of the female cultivators took out a spirit stone. I'll take it. Wait. I'll take this spirit sword. The familiar voice came again. Li Xiaobai looked at the voice. It was actually Lin Fong again. It was really fate to meet each other. He had crossed several rings but still met each other. Lin Fong was also depressed at this time. Originally he saw that a large number of disciples had gathered in this area, so he wanted to come and join in the fun, but he didn't realize that it was Li Xiaobai who was causing the trouble. Moreover, the other party's good death is still selling his senior brother Chun Tao's spirit sword. If this is bought away in the future, his lineage will have no face to meet people. Senior brother, didn't you say that when we meet again, you want me to kneel at your feet? Li Xiaobai said smilingly. Lin Feng's face was embarrassed. Senior brother was joking. Senior brother wants the sword. I'll offer 30 lower grade spirit stones. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up, looked to the previous female cultivator. Meaning is very obvious, you still increase the price, not increase the price we will sell to others. The female cultivator was furious, stomped her foot and left angrily. 30 lower grade spirit stones she couldn't afford. Destined to have no chance with the spirit sword. Hee, this is the very best of the lower grade spirit weapons. Is a mere 30 lower grade spirit stones too little? I'll offer 40. Someone in the crowd spoke again. Is a big fat Li Xiaobai stunned. This talk is even since the sixth brother Lu Jinshui. I do not know what Lu Jinshui has been silent solution to the opponent and also mixed into the crowd to join in the fun. Lu Jinshui blinked his eyes. and Li Xiaobai instantly understood that this was his senior brother raising the price. I don't know what this extreme grade of the lower grade spiritual weapons means. You guys see that this sword is all natural. There is a vague flow of Tao rhythms inside. This is close to the performance of a mid-grade spirit weapon. Ordinary lower-grade flying swords aren't even a match for it. Lu Jinshui explained a bunch of things. The two sang together. The people present were bluffed. Lin Fong was also confused. How come he didn't know that his own senior brother's sword was an extreme quality? But since it's superb, that's all the more reason not to let it go. I'll offer 50 lower-grade spirit stones. I'll offer 51 pieces, that's my limit. Any more and there won't be any more. Lu Jinshui said indifferently. $55. Lin Fong gritted his teeth. This amount was almost his limit. Deal. Li Xiaobai smiled, his eyes cannot close. His own brother so raised the price directly doubled. Lu Jinping level day looks loyal and honest. Did not expect is also a belly of bad water. Hey, but I like. Handing over money with one hand. 55 lower grade spirit stones arrived in an instant. Backhandedly, he purchased an adamantine talisman worth 10 lower grade spirit stones in the mall. It was slowly placed on the stall under Lin Feng's horrified gaze. Don't miss it if you're walking by. It's the time for the sect competition. The divine talisman is out today. Those who have the destiny will get it. Lu Jinshui hemmed and hawed and came up again. This talisman is good. I'll take it. Chapter 7. Dividing the spoils. Lin Feng's face was ironic. He felt like he had wronged himself. Having just handed over 55 inferior spirit stones, in this turn of events, Li Xiaobai took out another item for auction. And why does that talk sound so familiar? Aya, senior brother. This rune of yours is extraordinary. The Taoist rhythms flowing on it. The strokes of the brush. The strokes of the dragon and snake. This is the work of a master. Lu Jinshui remained in his old ways and began to raise the price of this Vajra talisman. Elder brother has good eyesight. This is indeed a divine talisman with infinite power. If you get it, you can win first place in the great competition. Li Xiaobai also opened his mouth. You guys don't want to talk nonsense. This speech is exactly the same as the spirit sword just now. This dead fat guy is clearly the one your kid found to act as a trustee. Lin Feng's face twisted, and the feather fan he had in his hand was clenched into a ball. I'm not a trust. This rune is good or bad, everyone will know at a glance. You see the stroke trend. Vaguely there is also a golden light flashing, is definitely a lower grade spirit talisman. A few strokes, a master's style, definitely the hand of a famous artist. Seeing that Lin Fong was so supportive, Lu Jinshui smiled even more cheerfully. The onlooker disciples were all staring straight at the runes on the stall when he said so, and upon closer inspection, the talisman seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. That's right, I'm an authentic Vajra talisman. Its effect is that it can greatly enhance the defense of the physical body after using it. Before the effect dissipates, it's not a problem to harden against inferior spirit weapons. It's an extremely practical ability now. Just now, this senior brother Lin obviously wanted to keep this treasure all to himself. That's why he made it sound useless. Li Xiaobai said slowly, coldly raising the value of the Vajra talisman again. Stop it, senior brother. This rune is truly good. I'll buy it. After saying that, Lu Jinshui threw out 20 lower grade spirit stones, picked up the runes on the stall and turned around, as if he was afraid that someone would grab them from him. This operation makes Li Xiaobai a little puzzled, not to raise the price, how to directly buy away. But soon he understood. A few handsomely dressed gentlemen in the crowd immediately followed up. These people seemed to be not bad masters, and Lu Jinshui talked and laughed, and instantly mingled. Li Xiaobai face black. This Lu Jinshui clearly wants the middleman to earn the price difference. After some operation just now, I'm afraid that he will be able to sell at 4 or 5 times the price once he changed hands. Mud. Senior brother's heart is so black. There is so much to learn about the pit that you should just keep to yourself and do your own small business. With a flip of his wrist, he once again took out a few adamantine talismans and asked smilingly, Senior brothers and sisters, here are a few more adamantine talismans, only selling for 20 lower grade spirit stones. You see? Half an hour later, Li Xiaobai beautifully closed the stall. This wave of ground stall economy directly increased the income of 300 lower grade spirit stones. If not afraid of attracting the attention of people who have a heart, he really want to earn a one-time pot full of pots and pans. Senior brother, you've earned quite a lot this time, haven't you? Lu Jinshui appeared out of nowhere with a sinister smile. No matter, senior brother, this is a serious business for me. Basically just capital preservation, no profit. Li Xiaobai spoke seriously. Lu Jinshui did not believe a word. Do not pretend? You can honestly do business? Pit people when you laugh more than anyone happy. Senior brother's favor fee is not the time to end. Senior brother doesn't want much, just the kind of runes just now. Give senior brother a few more and senior brother can tell you a secret for free. Li Xiaobai thought for a moment and drew out 5 Vajra talismans and handed them to Lu Jinshui.
嘿嘿嘿，刚刚那位叫林峰的，就是你下一场的对手吧？他的弹中穴有暗疾，接下来的比赛，只要你在他的弹中穴轻轻一按，他就会疼到生活不能自理。
Elder brother can only help you so far. Make the best of it. Lu Jinshui went away beautifully. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed. A stone fell to the ground in his heart. The opponent in the next match had such an obvious break. Didn't it mean that he could easily defeat the opponent? The second contest was about to begin, and the contest was a round-by-round permutation, and it was necessary to wait until all the winners appeared before proceeding to the next round. Li Xiaobai slowly walked up to the 17th ring, remembering that he had newly obtained a skill of sword chi, and just in case, he smoothly took a long sword from the weapon rack, which was free for the participants to use, and was just an ordinary iron sword. The surrounding disciples had complex expressions. He had won the last match in an unknown manner, and the melon eaters didn't understand it at all. Lin Fong was sitting in the center of the ring at that moment, full of pies, and he had arrived at the ring early. Ever since he met Li Xiaobai, he had felt that everything was not going well. He had suffered dumb losses several times in a row, and had been pitted with a lot of spirit stones, so today he had to get his face back in this ring, and cripple the other party in order to vent his heart's hatred. Senior brother. You can make senior brother wait. Lin Fong laughed coldly. In his eyes, Li Xiaobai was already a dead man. He had communicated with Chan Tao that Li Xiaobai didn't know how to cultivate at all. He didn't even have any cultivation, and he was able to win all thanks to a mysterious poison that was able to make people weak. Therefore, before he came he specially asked for a water spirit bead from his master, which was able to avoid the world's strange poisons. Even if there was a grade of poison, it was also able to protect against it. With this bead in place, there was no need to fear the other party's poison. Is senior brother so eager to be defeated by me? We're all in the same sect, and senior brother really doesn't want senior brother to lose too badly. Li Xiaobai instantly entered the state. As long as the fight starts, it must be loaded. The hatred is pulled full, in order to continue the next operation. The crowd of eaters on stage once again exploded. This scene is all too familiar. This guy starts taunting as soon as he gets on stage. It's so hateful. Go senior brother Lin. Senior brother Lin defeated this arrogant brat. Give him a little lesson. This Piao Miao Peak disciple is too arrogant. Elder brother Lin. The crowd of melon eaters were furious, hating the fact that they could not personally go into the arena to finish off Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai heart is also some drums. He is really afraid of the following audience rushed up to beat him. Even he himself feel that he is quite shameless. But it can't be helped, it's all about winning. At that moment, once again, he carried his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. You mortals don't understand the ambition of a great swan, my goal, the stars and the sea. The top 10 of the district grand competition is within reach. A wave of hatred directly pulled full. Lin Feng's eyes reddened on the spot, and with a draw of the sword on his waist, he rushed towards Li Xiaobai. Silver snake dance. The field was suddenly filled with sword chi. Lin Feng also used a sword, and unlike Chen Tao, his sword technique was tricky. Silk silver light exploded and stabbed straight at Li Xiaobai's head. The quality of the helmet proved to be anything but ordinary, and the system produced a fine product. No matter how weird and sinister the angle of Lin Feng's attack was, it was all for nothing if he couldn't break the defense. Attribute points +5. Attribute points +5. Looking at the values jumping in the attribute panel, Li Xiaobai had a bottom in his heart. It seemed that this Lin Feng's strength wasn't too far off from Chun Tao. Hey, that would be a good thing to do. Chapter 8 One Finger defeats Lin Feng. This Lin Feng's moves were full of special effects, but they were just thunderous and could not break through his defense. A rare opportunity to increase the value of attributes. Li Xiaobai would not waste it, and at that moment, he was not in a hurry to open the muscle power, ready to strengthen a wave of defense first. Senior brother, I'm from Piao Miao Peak. I have 100 ways to get you off the stage. And you, there's nothing you can do about it. Li Xiaobai looked indifferent, allowing the sword light to slash at his body. No matter how angry Lin Feng was, he finally realized that something was wrong. The other party was simply fearless of his attacks, and even used his physical body to resist the attack of the spirit sword. However, he still did not sense a single fluctuation of spiritual energy from Li Xiaobai. Fabulous treasure. This must be a fabulous treasure. Your master is really willing to shed blood in order for you to win the competition. Look at the strength of this defense. How can it be a mid-grade defensive spirit weapon? But elder brother is going to tell you one thing today. If the gap in strength is too great, even if you have a spirit weapon, it's useless. After saying that, Lin Fong shook the long sword in his hand, and dozens of sword lights instantly appeared around his body, stabbing straight towards Lin Fong. This is the royal sword technique. Senior brother Lin actually practiced this sword technique. A total of 13 sword lights. Senior brother Lin's swordsmanship has reached the top. The disciples under the stage applauded, all attracted by the magnificent sword light special effects. It wasn't just the disciples. The elders also nodded slightly, recognizing Lin Feng's swordsmanship. This son is not bad. The sword sentry technique has already been practiced to the 3rd layer. As long as he goes further, he will be able to use his sword through the air. Truly not bad. Already quite the style of my immortal feather sect. That disciple on the opposite side is from Piao Miao Peak, right? I don't know what kind of magic treasure is used to protect his body, but I'm afraid he'll have to be planted in the face of the royal sword technique. Oh, young people don't think about improving their strength, always with the help of external objects. It's better to suffer a loss today than to go out later and be killed by others to take the treasure. Nice! The elder's heated discussion was inaudible to Li Xiaobai, who at this moment was staring intently at the attribute value panel in front of him. Defense. Flesh 6001000 can be advanced. Sustained sword damage detected. Sword through the rainbow upgraded. Sword breaks the sky. Sword breaks the sky. When drawing the sword energy sweeps across the sky and kills people in an invisible way. Li Xiaobai's heart rejoiced. He did not expect that this wave not only increased the defense, but also let the skill be upgraded. This sword chi skill has been upgraded 2 levels in a row. It is considered to be the highest level skill he has at the moment. But this is not the time to use it. As the ancient saying goes, don't use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. Good steel has to be left on the blade so that the chances of victory will be a lot better down the road. Stretching out one hand, he poked Lin Feng's donjong point violently against the sword's awnings. Li Xiaobai kept in mind his senior brother's words that his opponent's donjong point had a dark disease, and one poke would end the match. As expected, this finger didn't have much force, but Lin Feng's attack did come to a screeching halt, and with a clanging sound, the long sword came out of his hand. The face was grimacing as he prostrated himself in the ring in great pain. How did you know I had a wound here? You're despicable, referee. I'm not convinced. Lin Feng's dark disease was very serious. At the moment he couldn't stand up at all, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. The referee did not hesitate and immediately announced the result. If it was on the battlefield, at this moment you would already be a dead man. The fact that your opponent found a breakthrough is due to your lack of cultivation. This round, Li Xiaobai wins. There was silence in the room, and for once the guys got a good look. Unlike last time, this time Li Xiaobai didn't seem to have used that kind of poison, but defeating his opponent with just one finger was too appalling. Could it be that they had misunderstood, and that this Li Xiaobai was really an expert? The elders were also a bit stunned. This Li Xiaobai is actually able to see through his opponent's dark disease? Do you think it is possible this Li Xiaobai all over the body without half of the cultivation, simply never cultivated? I'm afraid it is the wind spirit son of that old man gave him a body protection treasure beforehand and pointed out a few words to him. This old thing is so cunning. Could it be that he still wants a disciple with no cultivation to enter the holy demon sect to further his training? If he really goes, then our immortal feather sect will lose face. Watch. How can you walk to the top 10 of the grand competition with foreign objects? In the middle of the field, Li Xiaobai moved nimbly to collect Lin Feng's long sword, which looked even stronger than Chen Tao's one, and would definitely be able to fetch a big price. The disciples on the stage looked mute as they watched Li Xiaobai load the equipment on Lin Feng's body into his spatial ring without a thought, before spilling out and leaving. Stop! In the crowd, someone shouted angrily. This was a burly man, all tendon flesh, full of fury, vicious and incomparable. Beside him stood a young man who was as gentle as jade. How dare you? How dare you injure my brother? Don't you know how to write the word death? Hearing this, it became clear to Li Xiaobai in his heart that this person was Lin Feng's elder brother, Lin Mang. He had defeated his younger brother, and now he was actively looking for him. I just poked him lightly. How was I to know he would fall to the ground? Li Xiaobai looked innocent. Lin Mang instantly became furious and raised his hand. slamming his fist on Li Xiaobai's shoulder. Attribute points +10. Lin Mang is still good. Stop. The Immortal Feathers sect prohibits private fights. If you commit any further offense, you will be disqualified from the competition. An elder spoke out to stop it, although he also disliked Li Xiaobai. The rules could not be broken. You'd better pray that you lose in the next match, or I'll be sure to waste you when we meet in the ring. Lin Mang slammed his sleeve and left angrily. The handsome man beside him smiled warmly. You are Li Xiaobai, right? Really is a teenage genius? Lin Mang is just a momentary impulse. You do not want to take it to heart. This bottle of healing pills you and accept. A small meaning, but also please do not refuse. My name is Fong Wuxie. I'm a true disciple of the Grand Elder, and I'm looking forward to meeting you in the ring. Stretching out his hand, especially with such a gentle senior brother, the hint of displeasure in Li Xiaobai's heart was gone in an instant. You're too kind. Thank you for your kindness. I'm also looking forward to being on the same stage as my senior brother. Li Xiaobai joyfully received the healing elixir. This thing he cannot use to give, but willing to pay money to buy must be a large number of people. Hee. Then senior brother will leave you alone for the time being. So prepare well for the next competition. Fong Wuxie smiled and left. Li Xiaobai's heart is soothing. What a good senior brother. Treat people gently, meet and also send gifts. Really good. In the future there is an opportunity to be sure to make friends. Only he didn't see the cold smile that hooked up at the corner of his mouth the moment Fong Wuxie turned around. Chapter 9. What a great job. For Li Xiaobai's performance, Fong Wuxie was already firmly in his mind. He was very sure that the other party definitely didn't have any semblance of cultivation, but it was such a person with no cultivation who was able to obtain victory repeatedly and didn't fear his opponent's attacks at all. There was only one explanation. There was a heavy treasure in this guy's body. A treasure that was sufficient to prevent lower cultivators from attacking. Knowing that in 2 consecutive matches Li Xiaobai's opponents were using lower-grade spirit swords. However, after close contact, he was the one who realized that Li Xiaobai was not injured at all, which meant that the treasure on his body had to be at least a mid-grade spirit weapon level, or even a top-grade spirit weapon. Such a treasure is enough to cause thoughts of killing for treasure. However, before that, it is still necessary to find someone to check Li Xiaobai's bottom, if it is really a disciple without any background, to the point that it can directly operate a wave. Outside the ring, Li Xiaobai beautifully hugged Fong Wuxie's elixir and began to search for his 6th senior brother. He realized that 6th senior brother was truly a marketing genius. As long as he was around, the prices of the spirit swords and pills he sold could definitely multiply several times. At this moment, Lu Jinshui was still by the ring. He was lined up relatively late in this round and it wasn't his turn to go to the ring. 6th brother? Getting rich? Li Xiaobai came up and said mysteriously. What line of work to get rich in? Hearing the word fortune, Lu Jinshui's eyes glittered with gold, and he knew that the opportunity for middlemen to make a difference in price had come again. Senior brother here just got a divine sword and a bottle of divine medicine. Definitely good goods. Li Xiaobai pulled the cork off the bottle and sneakily gave Lu Jinshui a look. Well, the top-grade rejuvenation pill, the holy medicine for healing injuries, it is indeed good goods. But unfortunately, the disciples here are not rich in their hands, so I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to sell them. Lu Jinshui has a number in his heart, but his mouth rubbed his teeth straight, with a slightly difficult look. Li Xiaobai's face darkened. He understood what the 6th senior brother was thinking. Senior brother? Small business? How about splitting the bill 3 to 7, 4 or 6? Deal! Li Xiaobai left Lu Jinshui's side as if nothing had happened and set up a stall in the open space next to the ring. Because many disciples had been eliminated in the first round, the disciples in this round were much sparser, but those who were able to remain were elites, most of whom were potential customers with financial means. With good marketing, you will be able to put their money in your pocket. Today's sect competition coincides with the appearance of the divine sword. It's a double blessing. Walking by don't do it, divine swords, divine medicines have everything. Divine medicines can be bought in whole bottles or separately. 30 lower grade spirit stones. You can't lose by buying, you can't be fooled by buying. Definitely a real treasure. Clearing his throat, Li Xiaobai began to yell. Still the same operation, the same place, the same advertising slogan, facing the same group of people. Many of the disciples in the crowd recognized Li Xiaobai. They were present at a previous ground stall, and at this time, when they took a look at the scene, they immediately understood that there was a lively scene again, and they all came over. How do I sell this sword? Someone in the crowd asked. Starting at 30 lower grade spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. Li Xiaobai is old and calm. Inferior spirit sword. Not afraid that no one will buy it. This sword looks familiar. It feels very similar to the one of the Lin brothers. It looks pretty similar to me too. The shape and pattern of the sword is practically identical. Someone recognized the original owner of the sword and was very surprised. This Lin Fong and Lin Mang were both inner disciples. Although Lin Feng's strength is only medium, but Lin Mang is a difficult and ruthless character. Usually this brother and sister are arrogant and domineering. The disciples in the door also dared to be angry and dare not say anything. And now there is someone who dares to sell their swords. I am afraid that today there is a good show to see. There were quite a few disciples who wanted to flatter the Lin brothers. And at this moment, they quietly left the crowd and went to report to Lin Mang. Senior brother, how do you sell this divine medicine? Lu Jinshui cheerfully walked over. He knew that someone had gone to tip off Lin Mang and was in no hurry to market the spirit sword first. Senior brother, you know pills. This is indeed a bottle of divine medicine. Li Xiaobai laughed heartily. 2 lower-grade spirit stones for 1 elixir, 30 in total. Give me the first one. Lu Jinshui was quick to throw out 2 lower-grade spirit stones. Taking the elixir, he swallowed it in 1 gulp. In a split second, the aura fluctuation shook. The dantian was filled with haze. The strong cultivation pressed down on the surrounding disciples. Lu Jinshui was red-faced and laughed. Indeed, it's a good elixir. 1 goes down and actually makes me break through directly, senior brother. I'll pay double the price for this elixir of yours. I'll take all of it. Li Xiaobai smiled broadly. His heart admired. This senior brother was in the end a senior brother. His acting skills were seamless. The rest of the disciples also came back to their senses at this time and immediately boiled over. This elixir was an absolute gem. Just now this fat senior brother so strong cultivation take 1 are able to directly break through. They eat a few shall not directly break through the foundation stage, achievement of Jindan. Senior brother, you're being unkind. You've already eaten 1. Let senior brother take over the rest. Senior brother, give me 1. I'm willing to pay double the price. Don't listen to him. I'll triple the price. Give me 2. Li Xiaobai smiled from ear to ear, but still reminded, the highest bidder wins. In addition, this elixir is best taken home and slowly refined to achieve the best effect. In the distance, on the high platform, the elders were filled with black lines. Fong Lingzi, look at the good disciples you've taught. They don't practice proper cultivation and specialize in recruiting in the sect. That's right, this is the second time. This kid is really eloquent. The lower-grade spirit sword is said by him to be a divine sword. The ordinary spring recovery pill is hard to be said to be a holy medicine for healing wounds. It's really condescending to be a disciple. The fat man over there, old man, remember, is also from your family. Right? Really do a handful of good trusts. Great. Ha! The elders sneered. Fong Lingzi's face was a little embarrassed. These guys must make things happen every time they come down the mountain. They really don't let people worry. Ahem, what's that? The old man has an occasional feeling. So he'll go back to Piaomiao Peak to realize the great Tao first. The scene was so awkward that Wind Spirit chose to run away. Elders talk Li Xiaobai do not know. At this time he received money, received soft. After Lu Jinshui's performance, this elixir had completely caught fire, and in just a minute's time, the elixir had been speculated to a sky-high price of 10 lower-grade spirit stones each. It sold out almost instantly. This wave directly 300 spirit stones into the account. Ordinary healing elixir hard to be sold to the price of the second-grade elixir. Senior brother is really their own lucky star. Tapping the lower-grade spirit sword in front of him, he signaled Lu Jinshui to continue. The other party gestured a sign of a little peace and quiet. Li Xiaobai was a little puzzled, feeling that his senior brother was waiting for something. It was at that moment that the familiar growl came again. How dare you? How dare you privately auction off my brother's lower-grade spirit sword? Have you asked me, Lin Mang? Chapter 10. Tang Nang Yipin. Lin Mang was furious. He hadn't thought that Li Xiaobai would be so bold as to openly buy and sell Lin Feng's inferior spirit sword. He simply didn't put him, Lin Mang, in his eyes. Cultivators value face the most, although this spirit sword is not a divine weapon, but also cannot let outsiders to buy it. Quickly return my brother's sword, or I'll smash your stall. Seeing the person, Lu Jinshui and Li Xiaobai are both bright eyes. The main man has come. It seems that today's deal is stable. Senior brother Lin, you're looking at it wrong. It's a supreme divine sword. It's not your brother's, and just now this senior brother has already paid a high price to buy it away. So if senior brother Lin wants it, he can take the bidding mode. Li Xiaobai's business is very sophisticated, and he directly threw the burden to Lu Jinshui. Lin Mang wanted to make a move to fight for it, but the corner of his eye glanced at elder son, who was silently watching the place from afar, and no trouble was allowed during the big competition. So he didn't dare to be too reckless at that moment. and could only spend money to eliminate the disaster. 50 lower-grade spirit stones, lower-grade spirit swords are all at this price, don't go too far. No, just now this senior brother is the one who bid 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Li Xiaobai said seriously, this is the spirit stone that is sent to the door, not pitched for nothing. Not bad, although this is only a lower-grade spirit sword, but in terms of workmanship, in terms of color can be not inferior to the middle-grade spirit sword. No wonder that today senior brother will have to compete with you, 55 lower-grade spirit stones. Lu Jinshui looked exuberant. I'll give you $60. Lin Mang's teeth clenched as he swore in his heart that next time he met these two in the ring, he would definitely waste them. Deal. Seeing the good in the world, Li Xiaobai quickly took Lin Mang's money bag and threw the spirit sword in his hand to Lin Mang. Hee, you'd better pray that you don't meet me in the ring, otherwise, I'll definitely make your life worse than death. Lin Mang put down his harsh words, kicked over a few of the surrounding children to vent his anger, and left. Li Xiaobai didn't put too much stock in such harsh words. It wasn't the first time he had heard that Lin Mang's attack could only add 10 points of defense to the system, so he was clearly not a match for himself. Right now it was still most important to earn spirit stones. Reversing his wrist, he once again took out a bunch of pills and runes, neatly arranging them on the stall. Hey guys and gals, it's a discount sale. 1 hour later at the entrance of Misty Peak, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui sneakily got together and started dividing the loot. Elder brother, this is your share. Thank you for today. Li Xiaobai took out a money bag and handed it to Lu Jinshui. Well said, this is all what senior brother should do. It's just that you're not honest, senior brother. After selling out so many pills and talismans, it's not too generous to just share such a small amount with senior brother? Lu Jinshui said smilingly. Elder brother, let's split the bill 46. The portion that we split is the portion that you helped me sell. The spirit swords and pills were sold by you, but the talismans and pills at the back were sold by elder brother himself, and they don't have half a penny to do with elder brother, so elder brother can't be a scoundrel. Li Xiaobai said dryly. And senior brother, your competition is about to start, so go. Lu Jinshui looked at the bag of money in his hand and was filled with chagrin. He was pitched by his junior brother. Li Xiaobai jogged back to his cave. The sixth senior brother, this person is very cunning. Cannot give him the opportunity to do more entanglement. In the cave, Li Xiaobai blocked the door to prevent his sixth senior brother from coming over to make trouble. Today he can be said to have truly earned a lot of money. Excluding the part that was distributed to Lu Jinshui, the total before and after was more than 1,000 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. In just 1 hour, it felt good to change from a poor little white man to a big moneymaker. At the same time, a system beep came. Drops. Unlocking achievement. Day in and day out. Reward. Soup can be 1 item. Soup energy 1st grade. Divine level bathing technique. After soaking it can increase attribute points by a small margin. Note. Only pools constructed by the host himself can have this effect. This is a good thing. I can't believe that soaking in a bath can raise attribute points. Sure enough, when the system produces something, it's a good thing. Taking an inventory of the mall items, mounts were not to be considered for the time being. They were too expensive and not a necessity at the moment. There was a gold silk soft armor among the props in the mall, priced at 500 lower-grade spirit stones. It was a defensive medium-grade spirit weapon, styled as a small vest that was worn inside. It was very light and thin, not hindering movement, and it suited him well. After choosing and choosing, Li Xiaobai picked this golden soft armor, plus a dozen bottles of discarded pills. The discarded pills were all failures that contained toxins that could increase defense when eaten, and this classless poison was the most suitable for systematic cultivation. After dressing up, Li Xiaobai wanted to try the effect of Tang Nang Ipin. If he could become stronger just by taking a bath, he wouldn't be beaten up in the future, and he would just take a bath every day. There is a ring on Misty Peak, deserted for a long time, originally used for Misty Peak disciples to compete in sparring, but their own senior brothers and sisters seem to be not interested in sparring. Every day is to stay in the cave to cultivate, and over time, this ring has become a decoration. This open space is best used for a bathhouse, and the materials needed to build the pool are available in the system mall. A spirit stone could buy a large push of building materials, and with one's current financial resources, building a bathhouse would not be a problem. The structure of the bathhouse was very simple. It was just to surround the ring perimeter with stones and just fill it with water. It was just a little tricky to fill it with hot water if you wanted to take a hot bath. Li Xiaobai's action is fast. Exchange out of the bricks will ring around the perimeter of the height of about 1 meter. This height is almost, after all, just an experiment. If it is good to use, then slowly build a more luxurious later. Fill the storage ring with all the water in the simplified version of the bathhouse, and then couldn't wait to jump in. The moment his body touched the water, the value of the system panel in front of him began to jump. Attribute points +1. Attribute points +1. It really has an effect, and it doesn't need to be soaked in. As long as the body touches the water, it is able to increase the attribute points. Li Xiaobai is very excited. He has found a way to become stronger. This attribute points are pulsating every minute and every second. If he soaks for a day, he is able to increase thousands of attribute points. Continuing to soak for a while added hundreds of attribute points, all of which were added to defense. Defense, thick skin and flesh 7001000 can be advanced. Found a piece of wood, carved on it soup can a product. Li Xiaobai a few words, inserted in the bathhouse near. From now on, when nothing to come to take a dip, absolutely acidic. Back inside the cave. Li Xiaobai sorted out the information for the next 2 matches. The opponents were of average level, not famous in the sect. There was no pressure. After the reinforcement of the defense, ordinary disciples could not hit themselves anymore. Li Xiaobai's heart for the top 10 places of further training is also beginning to have some small ideas. If possible, of course, it is the best to go out to see the great mountains and rivers of the world of immortal cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door came. Li Xiaobai's heart tightened. It couldn't be that the 6th senior brother had found his way over. Chapter 11. You can take the money, but you can't do the work. The man at the door seemed quite sure that there was someone in the house and spoke directly. Senior brother Li, I am outer sect disciple Yang, and I would like to come and talk to senior brother about something. The one who spoke was a woman. Li Xiaobai's spirit was revitalized. A girl took the initiative to come to Misty Peak to look for herself. Could it be that she was attracted by her dusty temperament? Senior sister, please come in. What is the reason for coming to see senior brother? Will be outside the door of the female disciple welcomed into the house. Li Xiaobai said with a smile. This woman looks good. The body is also good. A little beauty mole in the center of the eyebrow looks dignified and elegant. Senior brother, I'm here to talk to you about a deal. The female disciple looked at Li Xiaobai with some caution. According to the intelligence, this Li Xiaobai should not be a womanizer. Go ahead. I know that with senior brother's skill, the next 2 matches are not that difficult. It's just that for this 5th match, I hope that senior brother can lose the match, and if senior brother agrees, I can give a price that will satisfy senior brother. The female disciple said that this was a task given to her by a true master, and as long as she completed it successfully, she would be able to obtain a foundation establishment pill and become a foundation establishment stage cultivator in one fell swoop. Li Xiaobai pondered in his heart. The 5th match was a competition to enter the top 10 of the final. It seemed that this was someone who was afraid that he had taken away the top 10 spots and wanted to spend money to get through. But this spirit stone that was delivered to the door, it would be a waste not to earn it. A price that satisfies me? It depends on your sincerity. How much can you offer? Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up and asked tentatively. 50 lower grade spirit stones. The female disciple said. $50 and you want to buy me out? You've got a small frame, not enough. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. He had thousands of spirit stones in his pocket, so naturally he couldn't look at such a small amount. Elder brother, I know that you have no cultivation at all, and that you were able to pass the competition all because of your poison and defensive magic treasure to win, although the elders are turning a blind eye, but if I make a big deal out of this, elder brother, you don't even have the qualifications to go to the ring. What's more, 50 spirit stones is an ordinary disciple's salary for the majority of the year. It's quite a lot. The female disciple was still smiling. She held the other party's handle in her hands and was not worried in the slightest that Li Xiaobai would refuse. What is the relationship between my opponent in the 3rd game and you? Did he send you? Li Xiaobai frowned. The transaction was not pleasant. This has nothing to do with senior brother. Senior brother only needs to do as he is told. The female disciple said. The sword you wear around your waist is not bad. Looking at the shape, it's a divine sword. Senior brother wants it, then it's for senior brother. Is that one hanging around your neck called a jade pendant? If senior brother likes it, it will be given to senior brother altogether. Those are some pretty chic earrings you've got there. Gave it to a senior brother. Those aren't ordinary shoes on your feet, are they? One for the master. A few minutes later, the female disciple cried and left with her bare feet. Some small jewelry plus 50 lower grade spirit stones to hand. Ants are also meat even if they are small. The reasoning of accumulating less into more is still very clear to Li Xiaobai. The valuable items in the mall are still waiting for him to be unlocked, and must not let go of any opportunity to earn spirit stones. After sending the female disciple away, Li Xiaobai's face sank. This female disciple had actually blackmailed himself. He had to teach her a painful lesson. Spirit stones can be taken, but things can't be done. In one gulp, he swallowed all the remaining discarded elixirs, and the system panel continued to jump. Attribute points +1. Defense. Bronze 0, 5000. A layer of faint bronze lines spread out on the surface of his body, and Li Xiaobai only felt hot and indescribably refreshed. Defense has advanced again. Those guys can't hit me anymore. The next 2 bouts were not difficult, and the opponents were lucky to have survived the first 2 bouts as they did not meet any masters. With a flurry of taunts plus muscle weakness, Li Xiaobai easily won, increasing his attribute points by 100 again. Their own copper skin and iron bone defense, now these disciples hit themselves and tickle almost. I'm afraid that is a few senior brothers and sisters to come, but also cannot be hit. The third competition soon began. The number of remaining disciples is getting more and more sparse. The speed of this competition is also much faster. 3 or 4 rounds a day are very normal. The third opponent was a true disciple, Hao Jian. It was unimaginable that true disciples needed to play a fake match as well. Li Xiaobai went to the ring in a murderous rage. This time he was going to crush his opponent to vent his anger. True disciple Hao Jian received the master's high level of skill. Hao Jian's face was calm and pampered, very much in the style of an expert. Before going on stage, that female disciple had already told him that things had been negotiated, and that Li Xiaobai would deliberately lose the competition this time, and that his top 10 in the grand competition was secure. Weaklings don't deserve to know the name of this genius. Li Xiaobai entered the scene for a second and directly pulled the hatred full. Misty peek. Li Xiaobai, don't make personal attacks. The referee couldn't look away and directly reported for Li Xiaobai. So it's a disciple of Misty peek. No wonder. Hao Jian frowned, instinctively feeling that things were going a little wrong. But the mouthpiece was still there. It's just that this Li Xiaobai's name has never been heard of before. Li Xiaobai understands that this is the other party's self-strength and status, and wants to talk a wave before the fight. But that's right up his own alley. How do you pull hate without talking out of your ass? Defeat Chun Tao with 1 glance. 1 finger defeats Lin Fong. A sentence that makes Lin Mang obediently offer up spirit stones. This is my genius cultivator, Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai had his hands behind his back, with the same bland face and the same pampering, as if he was just recounting a trivial and insignificant matter. Senior brother Hao, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is using underhanded means to gain victory. That's right. He's just relying on the fact that he has a magic treasure to protect him. Senior Hao, teach him a hard lesson. It's so infuriating. This guy must be severely punished. The disciples under the stage were boiling with waves of voices. They had all seen Li Xiaobai's bizarre methods and did not believe that the other party had real talent. Fong Wuxia also hid among the disciples through the previous few contests. He had been thoroughly convinced that Li Xiaobai definitely had a magic treasure to protect his body, and the grade was not low. As long as he could get his hands on this treasure, his position as the eldest senior brother would be secure, and it was not impossible to take over as the head of the sect in the future. Beating the likes of Chun Tao Lin Fong is not surprising. Without standing at my height, how can you understand the view I see? Li Xiaobai shook his head and sighed, his aggravation infinite. Senior brother is really eloquent. Senior brother can't say anything about you. It's better to see the truth underhand. Hao Jian's face was a bit gloomy, as if he had sensed something, and with a draw of his waist-long sword, he fiercely stabbed at Li Xiaobai, wanting to test something. He was using a medium-grade spirit sword. Even if the opponent had a magic treasure to protect him, it was impossible for him to block it. The sword chi was internalized, and before the tip of the sword arrived, the strong wind had already pierced Li Xiaobai's sleeve. Attribute points +20. Skin feels a little itchy. The strength was okay, stronger than Lin Mang, but not yet his own opponent. Li Xiaobai instantly made a judgment and turned on the muscle weakness. Hao Jian trembled. His body retreated violently, and he was paralyzed, sweating like a pig. Just now, he felt his body was a burst of weakness for no reason. If not withdrawn early, I'm afraid that directly lost the game. Damn, this guy gets paid to do nothing. No wonder the disciples on the stage said that this guy was sinister, receiving his own spirit stones but going back on his word. It was really abominable. And this poison actually made his body soft in an instant, and he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. It was really bizarre. You use poison. Spitting out a few words with difficulty, Hao Jian took several antidotes. In his heart, he was shocked and angry. He had just exchanged hands and was actually in such a mess by this unknown guy. The other party's poison was too weird. His cultivation of the 10th layer of the foundation establishment stage could not even block it. It was too humiliating. A few rejuvenation pills went down. Hao Jian felt his body recovered quite a bit, and his gaze became sinister. Since the other party did not play by the rules, it could not be blamed on him. Immediately, he arched his hand and bowed to the elders in the distance. Li Xiaobai's underhanded tactics against the enemy during the competition really undermines the prestige of my immortal feather sect. Please be clear with the elders. Chapter 12. No more pretending, I'll show my cards. Hao Jian knew that he couldn't block Li Xiaobai's poison, so he could only come up with this plan. As long as the elder prohibited Li Xiaobai from using underhanded tactics, he would be able to turn the tables. No matter what, this holy demon sect advancement qualification, he was determined to win. The disciples under the stage were also furious at this time. The ring competition tested strength and cultivation. How could they use poison again and again? That's right. Li Xiaobai must be banned from using such underhanded tactics again. We want a fair fight. Please, elders, be clear. On the high platform, the elders looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. They were waiting for such a moment to suppress the Piao Miao Peak disciples. The Grand Elder got up. Sect leader can't protect them this time. These scions, they've gone too far, he said, flying to the ring. The grand competition of the ring is focused on testing the cultivation of the disciples and checking for flaws, not so that you have to win the competition, Li Xiaobai. You are not allowed to use that kind of poison that makes people weak. Winning by this kind of thing doesn't mean anything at all. The Grand Elder spoke righteously and gained the unanimous support of the disciples. Got it. Li Xiaobai's face was helpless. He was unexpectedly banned from using muscle power, but it couldn't be helped. He had already caused public anger among the disciples. Slowly, he drew out the sword at his waist, which was given to him by the female disciple earlier, and it was just an ordinary long sword. Originally, I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people. I didn't expect to get questions in return. No more pretending, I'm a sword cultivator, showdown. Jumping clowns. Don't know what they're talking about. Hao Jian has accumulated a full of anger urgently need to vent. In his opinion, without the poison, Li Xiaobai is nothing. Clear wind sword. The sword energy turned into a gust of clear wind to chop down towards Li Xiaobai. The clear wind sword is invisible and phaseless, hard to distinguish with the naked eye. The moment it strikes is a killing move. The disciples under the stage cannot help but shut up their breath. The Grand Elder was also frowning, ready to step in and save the day at the critical moment. Sword breaks the sky. Li Xiaobai casually pulled out the sword on his waist. In an instant, the field set off a sky of light and shadow. The air came from the metal friction sound that pierced the eardrums. The ring cracked inch by inch. The Qing Fong sword was engulfed by the sword qi in a split second, aiming straight at Hao Jian. Hao Jian was stunned. Such a sword qi. 10 of him couldn't block it. His brain went blank. The medium-grade spirit sword in his hand was stirred to pieces in an instant, and his body broke open with several sword marks. The Grand Elder's face changed drastically. With such power, even he had to take it seriously. Flying to block the attack of the roiling sword qi, he struck a palm in the air to knock Hao Jian, whose gaze was a bit dull, down to the stage. If I didn't make a move just now, Hao Jian would already be dead. This round, Li Xiaobai wins. The Grand Elder hid his blood-stained hands into his sleeves as waves of shock rose within him. He couldn't see Li Xiaobai's cultivation at all, but that sword qi just now couldn't be faked. A disciple who had just been initiated was able to make this level of swordsmanship. Could it be that this Li Xiaobai was really a supreme genius? The disciples under the stage were also dumbfounded. Who had said that Li Xiaobai had no cultivation at all? Who was it who said that Li Xiaobai could win all because of his magic weapon? This fact is already in front of us. Anything can be faked, but just that sword qi cannot be faked. Li Xiaobai's hand is just an ordinary long sword, not even a spiritual weapon, which shows that the other party is relying on the cultivation to conjure up the sword qi that covers the sky. Such strength is simply unfathomable. The disciples silently labeled Li Xiaobai as pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. You girl have this strength early take out serious cultivation do not use, but like to use underhanded tricks, this is what operation. Sure enough, there are no sane people at Misty Peak. In the crowd, Fong Wuxie's eyes flashed with essence. The treasures on Li Xiaobai's body once again refreshed his knowledge. There were such strange treasures in the world. They had to be gotten. Li Xiaobai was calm. A skill that had been upgraded twice in a row was certainly very powerful. Defeating a true disciple was not surprising. Hee, senior brother, I'm sorry. Arching his hand towards the hollow-eyed and dull Hao Jian, Li Xiaobai left in style. After this battle, I'm afraid that the disciples of the entire sect will know that there is such a person as him, Li Xiaobai of Misty Peak. Going forward, one's own title had another one, One sword defeat true disciple Hao Jian. With this victory, entering the top 10 of the sect competition, the qualification to travel to the Holy Demon sect to further his studies was secure. Humming a little song, Li Xiaobai was a little fluttery. In just a few days' time, he had turned from an ordinary person into a super expert. Such speed would be a genius anywhere, right? Kid, stop. Where did you get this cultivation? Behind him came the voice of Fong Lingzi, whose back was followed by several senior brothers and sisters, all of whom had watched Li Xiaobai's performance just now. Fong Lingzi knew Li Xiaobai too well. Could he not know if others did not? Since entering Misty Peak, his little disciple hadn't practiced for a day, and he had given him a copy of the Kung Fu 2 days ago with no intention of practicing it. So how did he suddenly turn into a sword Dao expert? The power of that sword Qi just now even scorned him for 3 times. Could it be that he couldn't even defeat this newly accepted little disciple? Epiphany. Master, do you know about epiphany? The ancients became Buddhas with a single thought, and now Li Xiaobai has become a patriarch with a single thought. Li Xiaobai had some drums in his heart. After all, he hadn't practiced, and his bottom line was a bit lacking. Farting clansman. Fong Lingzi opened his mouth to curse. Behind him, Yang Chun interrupted Fong Lingzi. Who cares? Everyone has their own opportunities. What are you sour about, you bad old man? That's right. Today junior-senior brother managed to enter the top 10 of the grand competition. It's a matter worth celebrating. There's no need to say. Let's go for a small barbecue tonight, Lu Jinshui said. Master, you should be happy that your apprentice has gotten ahead. Su Yunbing laughed, and once he pulled Li Xiaobai towards the top of the mountain. In Piaomiao Peak, it's normal for a master to be unable to defeat an apprentice. And today, Junior Master has struck a great blow without falling on my Piaomiao Peak's reputation. Tonight's a celebration. Let's all get high. The celebration is at the top of the mountain, where Lu Jinshui loves to roast wild game. When they saw that the ring had been transformed into a bathhouse, the crowd looked a little strange. I didn't realize that Junior Brother was actually good at this. Open air. Something. It's got personality. I like it. Hearing the murmurings of several people, Li Xiaobai was also a little embarrassed. This group of senior brothers were too irreverent. A bathhouse was able to float around. Ahem, several senior brothers, this bathhouse is used for cultivation. As long as a person soaks in, their cultivation will be able to rise by a small margin. Li Xiaobai explained. Upon hearing this, several people were a bit surprised that there could still be such a pool in the world. Junior brother, don't joke. Senior sister is proficient in pharmacology, but she didn't feel anything unusual about this pool. Yi Wushuang took 2 steps forward and probed the temperature of the water. In an instant, she felt a sense of coolness sweeping through her body. Her spiritual platform instantly became permeable, and some of the cultivation difficulties that she had accumulated on weekdays did not break through, so she could not help but immerse herself in it. Su Yunbing felt a little strange and similarly reached out to probe the water, her expression instantly becoming wonderful. What's wrong with you guys? This pool really works? A few of the rest of the group were curious and touched the water in the pool. Junior brother, you're not generous, having such a good craft and still hiding it. Don't say anything. Tonight the brothers will sleep in this pool, and the King of Heaven will not leave even if he comes. Lu Jinshui didn't care about his image at all and didn't take off his clothes, soaking into the pool as soon as he rolled over. The rest of the few people followed closely behind. Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang also dove headfirst into the pool and lay down comfortably. Looking at Li Xiaobai was dumbfounded. This water is a bit cold. Lao Si, warm it up. Gotta go. Chapter 13. Bathing at home is too one-sided. At the same time, inside the immortal feather sect, angry roars came from all the caves. Grandma. This elixir is of no use at all. Thousand Killer Li Xiaobai, it's obviously an ordinary rejuvenation pill, but he cheated me out of 10 lower-grade spirit stones. 10 lower-grade spirit stones is all I have. I'm counting on this breakthrough. That Li Xiaobai is really something. Don't say anything, from today onwards. I will not share the same fate as Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai will die. The disciples were exceptionally angry. They had listened to Li Xiaobai's advice and chose to return to their cave to slowly refine the elixir to achieve the best results. But they did not realize that it was just an ordinary rejuvenation elixir to restore their body's injuries and aura. Is the most common floor stall goods. Weekdays this kind of elixir is the price of cabbage. Simply do not need to use the spirit stone to buy. Give a few pieces of broken silver can be bought. This time was actually cheated away from a full 10 pieces of lower grade spirit stone, or spent on such a waste elixir. This should never be tolerated and the person in question must be approached for a statement. At the summit of Misty Peak, the 7 brothers and sisters were comfortably soaking in a bath, unaware of the clamor below the mountain. Li Xiaobai didn't know that he was already on the blacklist of many disciples, and at the moment was earnestly gnawing on the chicken leg in his hand. This is 6th brother's handiwork. No words. It's great. Senior brother, this pool is still a bit small. In the future, when you go to the Holy Demon sect, senior sister will build you a big one, and you'll just be responsible for making this kind of pool water. Su Yunbing said just after soaking for a while. She felt that the aura in her body had grown a tiny bit. This benefit was wonderful. A few of the others felt the same way. Indeed, it's just that the temperature of this water is not too delicate. Do you see how much more comfortable it is when 4th senior brother heats it up like this? Lu Jinshui said with a smile. Yang Chen's gong method is the most rigid and yang. It is most suitable for warming up the water. Yang Chen was a bit depressed at this time. He felt like he was being used as a laborer. Junior brother, what is this bath water of yours made of? And why doesn't senior sister smell any herbs? Yi Wushuang asked. This kind of water was too divine. Not a single sign of strangeness. Well, I can't tell you. Li Xiaobai heatedly laughed. The system produced. Naturally, there is no need to take the conventional route. It's really about a way of bathing. Just getting clean is too one-sided. 3rd senior brother Lin Yin said. Elder brother has a knack for taking baths? Ling Fong was surprised. Usually the 3rd senior brother's movements were more mysterious, often traveling outside, and it was rare to see him. Bathing isn't about removing dirt. It's about the human condition. If you want this bath to have depth, then that aura has to take hold first. Speak less and be more vocal. Speak less to develop an aura, and be more vocal to express what's on your mind. In a word, if you take a hard bath, your persona stands firm. The words shocked Li Xiaobai on this mysterious 3rd brother impressed. Ordinary bath surprisingly able to chat out the sense of life, this half-dead expression with the attitude of the flirty words, the aura of this piece of pinch dead. 3rd senior brother was out traveling some time ago. Wasn't he? Did something big happen in the outside world? Yi Wushuang didn't want to talk about this topic. She felt awkward. The divine beast forest is not peaceful. The demonic beasts are moving around, and it looks like a beast tide is coming soon. Lin Yin said. What's a beast wave? Li Xiaobai keenly captured the keywords. He hadn't been out of the sect yet. Perhaps the outside environment was more suitable for the system to accumulate attribute points. It's just that the demonic beasts have gone on a collective rampage. The beast tide will affect the surrounding towns and sects. This time the demonic beasts are rioting. It's not clear what the real reason is for now. Once the beast tide really breaks out, perhaps we will be immediately deployed to the vicinity of the Divine Beast mountain range. Lin Yin explained slightly. If that's the case, it would be great. My hands have been itching like crazy lately, and I don't even have a decent opponent in the sect. When it came to the demonic beast riot, Su Yunbing was very excited. She was a violent maniac and didn't miss any opportunity to fight. It doesn't have much to do with us. If something really goes wrong, the sacred demon sect will take care of it, and will at most be playing second fiddle. Lu Jinshui does not care. The demon beast riot is a big event. As a famous sect, the holy demon sect will definitely send experts to clean up. The rest of the small sects will just fight the fish that missed the net. Li Xiaobai quietly listened to the conversation of the several senior brothers and sisters, silently recording the key information. Among the demonic beasts there are strong and weak strengths. The demonic beasts in the periphery of the Divine Beast mountain range are of average strength, equivalent to a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, and the powerful demonic beasts are in the depths of the mountain range where the Jindan stage and even the Yuanying stage may exist. The Jindan stage should not be able to beat his copper skin and iron bones. Demonic beasts attacked more fiercely than humans and were able to add more attribute values. The more he heard, the more surprised Li Xiaobai was in his heart. He was in a world called the Immortal Spirit Continent, and this piece of land under his feet was called the North Domain, in the remote area of the northern part of the continent. A projectile land, very desolate. Within this piece of area, only the Holy Demon sect and the Tianwu sect are 2 big sects. The rest of the big and small sects are all affiliated. These 2 families on the surface friendship, private secret struggle constantly. Both want to annex each other, a dominant. As for the internal situation of the Holy Demon sect, one would have to wait to obtain the qualification to enter the sect and head to the sect to cultivate before one could know. But no matter what, the big sects were a better platform, and only by entering them could one have the opportunity to contact the wider world. After chatting for a while, the few people stopped talking and all of them went into serious cultivation mode, starting to maximize the benefits of the bath. Li Xiaobai was helpless. His senior brothers and sisters were too diligent, and he was a little embarrassed. The soak was always short-lived, and I don't know how long it lasted, but the light of day dawned. Li Xiaobai checked the system panel. Attribute points, 1100. No argument, full point defense. Defense. Copper skin and iron bones, 1100 5000 can be advanced. Just soaking for one night actually rose 1000 attribute points. Sure enough, this system is very good, very humanized. At the same time, the remaining few people woke up leisurely. This bathhouse is good. It's comparable to the spiritual springs in the outside world. Yes, the cultivation speed is more than twice as fast as before, it's really good. I'll be practicing here from now on. Junior brother, change this bath water tonight. Senior sister still needs to take a bath. As the competition was about to begin, the crowd used their cultivation to steam dry their clothes and began to walk down the mountain one after another. Getting closer, the clamor from the bottom of the mountain also finally came up, and after hearing the cacophony of the disciples outside the mountain gate, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui's faces both changed. The potion thing wore off. The sufferer comes to the door. Chapter 14. Public enemy Li Xiaobai. The rest of the few people also heard the noises from the mountain and their faces became brilliant. Senior brother, why don't you go down first? Lu Jinshui said. Senior brother, you're older than me and a senior brother. You should be the one to go down first. Li Xiaobai said. Don't ink. Isn't it just pitting two spirit stones? What's the big deal? Yang Chan had an arrogant attitude and walked out of the mountain gate first, starting to drive away the disciples who were causing trouble nearby. You guys, look. Goddamn, Li Xiaobai is even the same disciple as that dead fatso. Damn it. That dead fatso is also from Misty Peak. So it's a trust, we've been screwed. There has to be an explanation for this. Let's go to the ring and find the elders to argue. No fear of him running away. When these disciples saw that the rightful owner had revealed himself, they were furious and followed Li Xiaobai, wanting to seek justice. Li Xiaobai heart panic. Look like people are rushing to him. I'm afraid that today this matter cannot be good. There was definitely no more spirit stones to ask for, but there was one to ask for a life. The ring. The sect leader and a dozen elders had already arrived and were ready to lecture. The competition had reached this juncture, and the quota of disciples going to the Holy Demon sect to further their training had all been determined. The next bout would just be a friendly competition, not competing for anything. What's going on over there? Besides the ones from Misty Peak, what else could be going on, suing all the way to me? I've also heard innocent talk about it. This Li Xiaobai actually cheated his fellow disciples. It's really hateful. Don't say it, that several hundred pieces of lower-grade spirit stone door scent is considered to be the compensation given for Li Xiaobai. Today is an important day, you guys don't want to be short and catty. The sect master said with a serious face. The elders' hearts were slandering, saying nice words. Didn't the sect send mean to deduct from their salaries? This Piao Miao Peak has caused a problem and still have to wipe their asses. Wind spirit son of that old man also do not know where to go. The gaze that looked at Li Xiaobai became even more unkind, really wanting to beat this kid up. Seeing the crowd of disciples on the stage arrive, the headmaster raised his hand to signal the disciples to be at ease. This seat is already aware of the dispute between you and Li Xiaobai. All disciples who have been cheated can go to the salary hall afterward to receive compensation of 20 lower-grade spirit stones each. Hearing the sect leader say this, the disciples also quieted down. The most they could do was to be pitched more than 10 pieces of spirit stones. Now the sect leader gave 20 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones with a single mouth. Counting it down was still that they had earned it, only that this mouth of bad gas was held in their stomachs and couldn't get out. The heart doesn't hurt. Li Xiaobai also breathed a sigh of relief. With the sect leader taking care of the aftermath, he could rest assured. Excellent disciples will be able to promptly check their deficiencies and strengthen themselves through this competition. I want you all to. After the sect leader and the elders said some chicken soup on the stage, they handed the ring over to the next 10 people involved in the competition. Su Yunbing was quite high profile. Piao Miao Peak, occupy the top 10 of the grand competition? Any opinions? Wrapped up. Yang Chen echoed. Opinions. I have a problem with Li Xiaobai. You can lose the grand competition. Li Xiaobai must die. Hand over Li Xiaobai, we want a duel with him. The surrounding disciples did not buy it at all, and even if the sect leader expressed his willingness to give compensation, they were not willing to let Li Xiaobai off easily. Those who had seen Li Xiaobai's true strength were only a small portion of the population, and most of them were still stuck with the impression that he liked to make false claims. Li Xiaobai, what do you say? The elders had smiles in their eyes. Finally, they could watch Li Xiaobai make a fool of himself for once. The Grand Elder wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. There are some things that they will feel more when they experience them firsthand. This Li Xiaobai is a model of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. That kind of sword chi couldn't even be completely defended against him, and these disciples going up would be just giving away food. Looking at the boiling disciples, Li Xiaobai expressed his helplessness. It looked like his defeat of true disciple, Hao Jian hadn't spread yet. I'm fine with that, they want a challenge, so let's do it together. Li Xiaobai gets into position and walks slowly to the ring. The disciples once again exploded. What arrogance, actually wanting to fight a group of them alone, simply bullying people too much. Li Xiaobai, you are too arrogant. The first match is between you and me. I said that I will make your life worse than death when we meet again. Lin Meng flew onto the ring and said in a chilling tone. His goal today was to waste Li Xiaobai. In my eyes, true disciples are no different from outer disciples. So you all go together. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone here is trash. Li Xiaobai had his hands behind his back and his face was indifferent. The emotions of the disciples under the stage were instantly triggered, their anger blazing as dozens of them jumped onto the ring at the same time. Senior brother Lin. Nothing else. This guy is too infuriating. Today high and low will have to bleed him out. That's right, senior brother Lin. This isn't something you do alone. Today Li Xiaobai will die. Lin Meng's face was mocking. Senior brother Li, it's not easy to be able to mix like you. Elder brother, raise your hand. Make your move. Li Xiaobai raised his eyebrows. His face was full of a look of owed beatings. The hatred was pulled full. The disciples were outraged and attacked Li Xiaobai in unison. The stage was colorful for a while. Ice and fire double sky. Great fireball spell. Ling Yun's sword technique. The sword of warding off evil. Mighty waves of spiritual force swept across the field. Feeling the overwhelming attacks, Li Xiaobai's heart was ecstatic. A large wave of attribute points are about to arrive. Attribute points +1. Attribute points +5. Attribute points +10. Attribute points +30. The disciples' attacks were very powerful, and almost instantly 100 attribute points arrived. But where did this +30 attribute points come from? Li Xiaobai was puzzled. The +10 attribute points were Lin Feng's. The rest of the disciples definitely didn't have more than Lin Feng's strength. Could it be that there was someone else who had taken a shot at him where he couldn't see? But even adding 30 attribute points wouldn't break his defense. In one breath, he added all of his attribute points to defense and continued to meet the venomous beatings that came his way. Under the stage, several senior brothers and sisters are full of astonishment. They did not expect Li Xiaobai actually so fierce. Frontal attack by so many people froze is not a thing. It seems that this junior brother does have some strange encounters, Lu Jinshui exclaimed. In the distance. In the crowd, Fong Wuxie's face had to be even more surprised. Just now he took advantage of the crowd's lack of attention and quietly shot out a poison needle, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to seriously injure Li Xiaobai. However, it was never expected that the poisonous needles didn't even break the opponent's skin and were directly crumbled. It must be a magic treasure. The other party is using a magic treasure to protect their body. Fong Wuxie's eyes became even more fervent, hating that he couldn't immediately kill Li Xiaobai with his hands and seize the treasure. Hee, it doesn't matter, you're going to head to the sacred demon sect after all. Dying in the middle of nowhere isn't surprising. Chapter 15. Two women competing. The people in the arena had different thoughts, but to say that the most surprised were the many disciples in the ring. They fought for half a day, their hands were sore, but this Li Xiaobai was like a nobody, still smiling. Defense. Copper skin and iron bones 2300 5000 can be advanced. Not bad, not bad, these disciples are very powerful, directly increasing their defense by 1000 points. The system panel values jumped less and less frequently, and the disciple on the stage had some sore hands and was tired of fighting. It was Lin Meng who had a grimace on his face and scarlet eyes, still relentlessly attacking from all angles in an attempt to break through the opponent's defense. He smiled, raised his hand and held Lin Meng's sword. The sword chi came to a screeching halt. His fingers gently exerted force and pinched the sword to smithereens. Lin Meng's eyes fell out in shock. The flesh is harder than a lower-grade spirit sword. What kind of operation is this? Originally thought that the other party was a small character that could be taken at will, but I didn't expect to actually kick the iron plate, and I'm afraid that this time I'll have to plant it. Sword breaks the sky. As soon as Li Xiaobai drew the sword at his waist, sword chi spread across the stage. The ring cracked, and dozens of long swords were reduced to pieces. Numerous disciples were swept away, and Lin Mang was no exception. This can't be right. How could you possibly have this power? Referee. I'm not convinced. Li Xiaobai definitely cheated. Lin Mang's face was flushed, shocked and angry. How could the other party possess such strength? Didn't he say that he was just a sneaky person? Shut up. So many of you surrounded someone else and were still killed in seconds. What face do you have to face your master? All of you go back to the furnace and start over from laying the foundation. The sect master was furious. The performance of the disciples in the sect was indeed disappointing. The most critical thing was that just now, Li Xiaobai's move had damaged dozens of longswords again, including many spiritual weapons, which was another expense to compensate. The elders exchanged words. No one thought that this Li Xiaobai who had been fighting and joking around had such a strong strength, losing dozens of disciples with a single sword, including the true disciple Lin Mang, which was really a slap in the face. Defeating all the disciples present with one sword. This is my genius cultivator Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai hadn't gotten out of his state yet, and the field was forced to be filled with gas. Well said. The Piaomiao Peak disciples applauded and applauded. This battle could be said to have greatly brought honor to Piaomiao Peak. Li Xiaobai instantly awake, a smoke trot back to the stage. This stage is still not the same. The stage has rules, how they can pretend to be. The stage is not the same. If you pretend to be too much, will be cut to death. The competition continues. The next one, to reiterate, friendship comes first. You're all excellent disciples of the Immortal Feather sect. Winning or losing isn't important. What's important is being able to realize something from it. The sect master signaled for the grand competition to continue. Those just now were all small interludes, and the next was the disciple cutting in the rules and regulations. Second match, Misty Peak Su Yunbing versus Misty Peak Yi Wushuang. The referee announced the start of the bout. 7 of the first 10 are Piaomiao Peak disciples, and it is normal for fellow disciples to be assigned to a group. The disciples under the stage were all looking at the 2 people on the stage with wide eyes. Su Yunbing was dressed in a fiery red attire today, looking valiant, and Yi Wushuang was still dressed in a long light green dress, a bit of indifference to the world. This Piaomiao Peak disciple basically killed their opponents in seconds when they encountered them, unable to see the depth of their strength at all. Now Misty Peak versus Misty Peak was bound to be a dragon fight. Neither of the 2 women on the stage moved first. Senior sister. The last time we fought was 3 years ago, right? Su Yunbing crossed her eyebrows and was murderous. Yes, in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed, and elder sister's crow's feet have added a few more lines. Yi Wushuang hid her face and laughed lightly, looking at the male disciples on the stage as they drooled for a while. Su Yunbing immediately blew up, to say that the womanly flavor she really does not have at all, compared to the gentle and tender Yi Wushuang, is far away. Even though she considered herself to be more powerful than her opponent, she always lost somewhere on her own, and it was a bad feeling. Sister is eloquent. Senior sister will teach you what etiquette means today. The red aura in the field flashed. Su Yunbing instantly appeared behind Yi Wushuang. Both palms fiercely slapped down. Before the palm arrived, the fist pressure came first. The ring was cracked by inches by the wind pressure, and debris flew horizontally. Yi Wushuang moved lightly with lotus steps, dodging away at an idle pace. A layer of faint green smoke enveloped the entire ring. This was her gongfu, the Billion Sutra, the dual cultivation of medicine and poison, killing people invisibly with her hands and feet. Elders quickly drive away the disciples under the stage. The poison on this stage is not ordinary poison. Ordinary disciples are afraid that if they are contaminated with a trace of it, they will either die or be injured. The crowd retreated and dispersed, avoiding the green smoke for fear of being affected by it, and after a few moments, only the 7 people from Misty Peak, plus the Xian Yu sect's eldest senior brother, Fong Wuxie, were left in front of the ring. A wisp of green smoke grazed Li Xiaobai. Attribute points plus 100. Hiss. Just being rubbed by the smoke actually directly increased 100 attribute points. The second elder sister usually looks peaceful and calm, actually so ruthless when she moves. However, Li Xiaobai didn't feel the slightest discomfort in his body and even wanted to inhale more. It seems that even if the senior sister seriously strikes out, she is not weak, and when her defense advances again, I'm afraid that the senior brothers and sisters will not be able to beat themselves up at all. Quietly, he took a deep breath, trying to inhale 2 more puffs of green smoke. This scene happened to be seen by Fong Wuxie on the side. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose as he realized that the more he got to know Li Xiaobai, the more secrets were exposed in his body. From some of the minutiae, it can be seen that the treasure on the other side is definitely not simple. In the end, what is it? Actually, poisonous fog can be prevented down. No, Li Xiaobai was actively inhaling the poisonous mist. Could it be that this absorption of poisonous mist could still be beneficial to the body? Fong Wuxia also quietly inhaled 2 mouthfuls. 5 viscera and 6 bowels immediately transmitted a violent burning feeling, hurriedly running aura to recover from the injury. The heart for Li Xiaobai hands of the treasure more and more expectant. At this time, Li Xiaobai had already swept away the poisonous mist around him. Defense. Copper skin and iron bones 3,000-5,000 can be advanced. There are still 2,000 short of being able to advance. Li Xiaobai's heart is surging. Senior sister's attack is too powerful. Sucking a mouthful increases 100 attribute points. I really want to keep sucking. On stage, the two women's exchanges have reached a white-hot trend. Strong pressure swept the entire field. Yi Wushuang body agile, every time to be able to escape at the critical moment. Su Yunbing walks the path of 1 force to 10, without any fancy movements, raised his fist and smashed. The ring was destroyed beyond recognition. The two of them almost took 1 step at a time to a deep pit, and a few rounds of exchanges down the ring was almost flattened. Looking at the duo that kept exchanging blows on the stage, Li Xiaobai was a bit puzzled and secretly poked Lu Jinshui beside him. Senior brother. The two senior sisters are fighting quite well, but why don't they even amplify their moves? Hee. The two senior sisters are truly sparring. The Tao rhythm is internalized, abandoning the secret techniques of Gongfu and confronting with the purest cultivation. This is testing their shortcomings and checking for flaws. Senior brother. Learn well. Chapter 16 Lifelike Spiritual Treasure. Li Xiaobai does not know how to cultivate, in addition to the cracks on the ground, cannot see what is strange in the moves of the two people, can only be dry eyes. The poisonous mist in the ring dissipated completely and utterly, and there weren't even any basic feats of special effects in the moves, and the rest of the disciples were looking at it with their heads full of fog. Their levels were too low to see the connotations in such an operation, but the disciples with higher strengths had their eyes wide open one by one, lest they miss every detail. The elders were also grim, watching the battle in the field carefully. Such strength could already be on par with them, even if their cultivation was a little bit worse. Their fighting sense and understanding of the technique was no less. Misty peak. They really are all geniuses. The two on the stage have no distractions, for the marvelous sound below is deaf to only the opponent in the eyes. Su Yunbing is also shocked. Did not think that this second senior sister direct cultivation unknowingly also reached such a point. Solely by ordinary means for a moment really cannot take her. But the great competition should be over by this stage. Su Yunbing's eyes condensed, a cold aura exploded in his eyes. His wrist flipped, and a huge hammer appeared in his hand. The hammer was ridiculously large, the head alone was less than 3 meters wide, and the handle was even longer than it should be, with wild totem branding covering its body, stimulating the brains of the people who were eating it. It was hard to imagine that that slender and petite-looking body could explode with the power to wield a giant hammer. Senior sister, to be able to hold out under senior sister for such a long time, you're not bad, you can go down now. After saying that, his hand was fierce, the light flowed, the giant hammer turned into a trail of shadows and smashed towards Yi Wushuang. The head of the hammer appeared in a dark light, revealing a rare and exotic beast, and the sound of sonic booms was faintly heard in the air. Yi Wushuang's face changed. The might carried on the hammer made her sweat. Dark green smoke gathered. Her body's gong methods worked crazily, wanting to block this hammer. Eft! The head of the hammer broke through the gongfu without any resistance and struck Yi Wushuang's chest. The breath in his body was in chaos. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, and his entire body flew backwards. Su Yunbing slammed the hammer down on the ground and let out a long breath of relief, defeating Yi Wushuang. She felt much more comfortable in her heart, and her mind was much more balanced. Feeling the buzzing and trembling on the ground, Li Xiaobai couldn't help but gulp his saliva. Senior sister is really scary, so big hammer can be swung. Looking at the huge hammer with exaggerated shape on the stage, Fong Wuxia beside him changed his face dramatically and blurted out, "This is an intrinsic spiritual treasure." "What is an intrinsic spiritual treasure?" Li Xiaobai asked. "It's a magic treasure that is carefully cultivated with one's own essence blood. An existence that can possess an innate spirit treasure is invincible at the same level without fail. This Su Yunbing has even gone this far. Her cultivation is less said to be at the 6th level of Jindan." Fong Wuxia was really shocked, knowing that he himself was only at the 3rd level of Jindan now. It was ridiculous that he had always thought that he was the leader of the Immortal Feather sect. In front of Su Yunbing, he was nothing. "It's been a long time since we've sparred. Senior sister has actually gone this far. Looks like she's quite a bit ahead of the rest of us. Lu Jinshui murmured. Third senior brother. If it's you against eldest sister, what are the chances of winning? Yang Chen frowned and asked. The vigor Su Yunbing displayed was too strong. Don't talk foolishly. You and I know the ability of eldest sister only too well. If she utilizes her feats and martial arts, we are not a match for her. Lin Yin's face was bland. He wasn't surprised at such an outcome. Yang Chun seemed to have recalled certain bad memories and stopped speaking. Will second senior sister be all right? Li Xiaobai asked. The blood stains on the stage have not dried yet. Looking shocking. Don't worry. This is just a small injury for senior sister Yi. A little bit of running the gongfu will recover. Lu Jinshui said. Second match, Su Yunbing wins. The referee was also stunned. The aftermath of that hammer just now made him feel the threat of death, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. The disciples under the stage were all shocked. The totem brand on that hammer, the powerful sense of oppression it emitted, deeply shook in everyone's heart. The Misty Peak disciples were as terrifying as they were. Su Yunbing laughed out loud and walked off the stage, leisurely carrying the hammer with a smug look on his face. Senior sister, your kung fu is not good enough. Go back and practice more. Hee hee. Senior sister's lesson is right. Yi Wushuang's face had recovered quite a bit. It was just a bit pale and could not be seen as if he had suffered a serious injury. Li Xiaobai's heart was even more amazed. Originally thought that the first senior sister was perverted. Did not think that this second senior sister was even more perverted. So heavy injuries could be recovered in the blink of an eye. It's just unbelievable. Game 3, Misty Peak Lin Yin versus Misty Peak Ling Fong. The match must continue, the referee said with a trembling voice, and then hurriedly left the ring. The Piao Peak's disciples exchanged hands. He didn't dare to stand too close to the front. Come on up, fifth brother. Lin Yin was relaxed, his body swaying as he got into the ring. Ling Fong appeared a bit nervous and was more silent than usual. Fifth senior brother, it's fine. There's no shame in losing to third senior brother. Lu Jinshui patted Ling Feng's shoulder and comforted him. Yeah, third senior brother kills all the time and is full of killing intent. So if you lose, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Yang Chun also said with a big grin. Ling Fong nodded his head, and his figure shifted, instantly appearing in the ring. Li Xiaobai stared at the duo on stage with wide eyes. Why did he feel that Ling Fong was afraid of Lin Yin? Could something have happened before? On the stage, Ling Fong arched his hand. Please be merciful, senior brother. It should. Lin Yin carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Then senior brother is offended. Ling Fong pushed both his palms flat, and a fiery red light shot up into the sky, and a scorching hot aura came over him. The ring was instantly incinerated in pitch black, with a hidden tendency to melt. Blazing sun palm. Unlike the fight between the senior sisters, Ling Fong came up with a big hand, and the ring was wrapped in overwhelming flames, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Li Xiaobai was still up to his old tricks, carefully sucking up the nearby flames, once again increasing hundreds of attribute points. Pretty good. It could be seen that the fierce battle in the field was very intense. The temperature in the air was rising, and many disciples were already sweating. The flames on the ring transformed from a fiery red to a purple-black color. The temperature was more than 10 times higher, and the center position of the ring was directly burned through. It was inconceivable that Lin Yin was able to strike against such an environment. A few moments later, the ground trembled violently, and the flames in the field gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of the two men. Lin Yin slipped Ling Fong in a single hand and threw him to the stage quite casually. Ling Fong coughed out blood. His body was covered in a layer of frost and convulsed. Yi Wushuang rushed forward to treat him. Misty Peak. Lin Yin wins. The referee spat out a few words with difficulty. The crowd was petrified. No one knew what was happening on the stage. Originally, the flames that filled the sky were enough to make people's hearts tremble, but it turned out instead that Ling Fong was crushed in an instant. What kind of operation was this? Elder sister, did you see it clearly? Lu Jinshui asked Su Yunbing. One move, defeating Ling Fong. Senior brother Lin Yin's cultivation is not far from mine, and he's just short of condensing his innate spirit treasure. Su Yunbing took a deep breath and slowly said, Hiss! Third senior brother has come this far too? Chapter 17 The Tough Misty Peak. An essence spiritual treasure could be said to be the standard equipment of a high-level cultivator. Strength to reach Jindan can begin to condense. Just because ordinary cultivators just entered Jindan, the spiritual energy in the body is not very strong. Containment is a bit troublesome. That's why most people chose to start harboring their innate spiritual treasures at the 6th level of the Jindan stage. But judging from Su Yunbing's performance, it was obvious that she didn't harbor it at the 6th level of the Jindan stage, and I'm afraid that she started harboring it right after she entered the Jindan. That kind of gumption is really strong. Under the stage, Ling Fong was a bit disoriented. He lost in one move. The gap between him and his third senior brother was surprisingly so big. Senior brother, relax. Victory and defeat is a common thing in the military. In the future, if you add training, then win back is it? Su Yunbing said with a big grin. Yes, senior brother. You were initiated later than Lin Yin. A momentary success or failure is nothing. Yi Wushuang also comforted. Lin Yin slowly stepped down from the stage, silent, not saying a word, still with that half-dead look. You're a little stronger than before. You're considered to be a large-sized mole. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's eyes lit up, as if he had received recognition, and he instantly regained his spirit. Li Xiaobai felt that Ling Feng was a bit abnormal. The sisters did not see him get better with their kind words, but instead, the third senior brother humiliated him but was able to revitalize his spirit. It could not be a masochist, right? Many thanks for the teachings of senior brother. I understand. Ling Feng returned to that cool look. Feng Wuxie had been staring at the remnants of frost on its hands. His expression was very ugly. Just now, although he couldn't see the scene inside the field, he was able to sense what was happening inside. This Lin Yin's technique should be a Yin Cold Qi, a Yin Cold Qi that was strong to the extreme. Whether it was Lin Yin or Ling Feng, this cultivation was higher than his own. Is Misty Peak really that amazing? Game 4, Misty Peak Yang Chun versus True Disciple Chun Ping. The referee announced that the match would continue. My turn. Yang Chun was excited and leapt into the ring. Senior brother Yang. Chun Ping's gaze was a bit evasive. 3 years ago, he was bloodily abused by Yang Chun in this very ring. Now he was more and more unable to see through the other party's cultivation, and was a bit too cowardly to fight with him. Senior brother Chun. Don't be polite. Do it. Let senior brother see if you've grown a little after 3 years. Yang Chen's attitude was exceptionally arrogant, not putting Chun Ping in his eyes at all. Chun Ping's face was a bit untenable. A draw of his waist-long sword, stabbing at Yang Chun. Spirit snake sword technique. His body transformed into a bright silver light, constantly roaming in the field, searching for a break in Yang Chen's body. Yang Chun did not set up any means of protection at all. The entire person's empty door was wide open as he stood in front of Chun Ping, seemingly deliberately provoking the other party to launch an attack. A swarm of demons. Chun Ping's figure exploded, silver light flashed on the stage, and dozens of residual shadows appeared, dragging his long sword to stab towards Yang Chun from all directions. The disciples under the stage held their breath. There was only one true body among the many doppelgangers, and recognizing the wrong one would be a devastating blow. They thought to themselves that if they were on the stage, they would never be able to defend against this move, and would surely be defeated in an instant. Haven't seen you for a long time. You're still doing the same old thing. Although there are more detachments, but what's the use of that? Yang Chen laughed out loud. The arm twisted strangely at an unbelievable angle, easily pinching the tip of the sword that was stabbing the back of his neck from behind. The 2 fingers flicked, and the long sword crumbled to pieces. Turning back, he imprinted a palm on Chun Ping's chest, and blood spurted wildly from Chun Ping's mouth as he planted himself on the ground, unconscious. Defeating a true disciple in 2 moves, crushing a spirit sword with his flesh, Yang Chun did all of this as if he was doing it casually, easily, and the scene was extremely shocking. The many disciples realized that they had gotten one thing wrong. They had always thought that Piaomiao Peak was a backdoor open kitchen. That was why its disciples were a cut above the strength of ordinary inner disciples. But today's glimpse is not so at all, not through the back door to become stronger, but because the strength of itself is too strong, so the master of the door is licensed to open the back door to set up another mountain. Misty Peak. Yang Chun wins. The referee shoulders Chun Ping off. The 4th match was Lu Jinshui versus Winless Evil. Fong Wuxie smiled politely and walked up to greet a few people. Junior brother Bai, congratulations. You've also managed to enter the top 10 and obtain the qualification for further training. So don't slack off on your cultivation. Senior brother Lu, please. I'm looking forward to fighting the Piaomiao Peak disciples. Lu Jinshui's eyes dribbled, sighed, and waved his hand. Referee, I admit defeat. Everyone is already in the top 10. What's the point of comparing? Let's finish the fight early and call it a day. Fatty Lu's words were shocking, and when these words came out, Fong Wuxie froze, and the rest of the crowd of disciples froze as well. There's no need to continue the competition once you've entered the top 10 to obtain the qualification for further training? What kind of logic is that? Where's your drive? In the distance, the elders were even more furious. What does this asshole kid take the big competition for? Is this a fight that he can fight whenever he wants to and whenever he wants to? Forget it. People have directly conceded defeat. There's no rule in this grand competition that says the participating disciples are not allowed to concede defeat. It's infuriating. The headmaster is also helpless. Misty likes to make a bit of a mess, but he can also see that this fat man really has no fighting spirit at all. I am afraid that being able to participate in the big competition is only to seize the advanced training quota, and when the quota is in his hands, he will not fight even if the King of Heaven comes. What a typical no-win situation. The referee froze at his words. Are you sure? Okay. Well then, Piao Peak disciple Lu Jinshui voluntarily concedes defeat, and true disciple Fong Wuxie wins. Today's grand competition ends here. Tomorrow the top 3 of the grand competition will be decided. Please, all disciples, when you go back, reflect well on your shortcomings and promptly check your shortcomings, so as not to let down this rare opportunity. The sect leader said a few words indifferently before leaving with the elders. The disciples were also in a heated discussion. What they saw and heard today was too shocking. The same immortal feather sect disciples, why are they so good? To this day they are aware that there is actually such a high-strength disciple in this same sect, which is really surprising. Fong Wuxie came to Li Xiaobai's side and laughed. Congratulations to all the Piao Peak masters and brothers. In the future, if we all go to the Holy Demon sect together, please support each other more and help each other out. Should be. In the future, when we enter the Holy Demon sect, everyone will be more close and more intimate. Li Xiaobai also greeted him with a smile. He was different from his elder brothers and sisters. He was a weakling who didn't need to cultivate, he still needed to make friends, and this Fong Wuxie gave him a good feeling. It was very much like the feeling of a little brother next door. And the fact that he was able to sell so many pills before was also all thanks to the blessings of others. Yeah, we should get around more sometime. Fong Wuxie meant to say something. Li Xiaobai didn't hear it and was still smiling. Yeah. By the way, senior brother, do you like taking baths? Chapter 18 Demon Beast Riot. The scene was bizarre. Fong Wuxie was trying to find ways to take out Li Xiaobai to kill and seize the treasure, while Li Xiaobai was full of thoughts on how to get on good terms with his senior brother and pull the strings. For a moment, Fong Wuxie was a bit uncomfortable instead. Cough. This senior brother will do it some other time. Senior brother, I still have to dive into my cultivation and prepare for tomorrow's competition, so I'll take my leave first. Take care, senior brother. Looking at Fong Wuxie's faraway back, Li Xiaobai smiled. What a good senior brother, ah. Temperament gentle, treat people kindly. The slightest as a true disciple frame are not. On the contrary, Lin Mang how Gen stream, which is the same true pass, which do people gap how so big. Oh, it's just as well he's not coming. I still think that pool is too small. Lu Jinshui for the wind without evil behavior is very opinionated. This kind of person is clearly a smiling tiger. How come this little brother cannot see it? Come on. Let's go on to the bathhouse. From now on, that bathhouse will be our home. On the top of the mountain, a group of 7 teachers and brothers neatly soaked in the pool, shivering in comfort. Senior brother, what exactly is this water made of? In such a short period of time you actually made another pool. Yi Wushuang couldn't stop thinking about the substances contained in the water. She was studying medicine, and this magical water had a natural attraction for him. Unspeakable. Li Xiaobai shook his head. He also felt that the water was getting more comfortable the more he soaked in it. Whatever material it is, in the future, if you want to take a bath, you can look for Little Master. Little Master can still run away. Yang Chun said in a daze. It was just a pool of very ordinary water, but it was so pleasing to the mind and body that a few people were drowsy from soaking. A sudden roar came. You few little brats. I was looking for you half a day at the bottom of the mountain, but you're hiding here to enjoy yourselves. Who made this bathhouse? Is this something a cultivated person should do? At some point, Fong Lingzi searched up the hillside, and with a single guess, he guessed that a few disciples must be hiding here. Master, keep it down, we're practicing here. If you don't believe me, Master, you come in for a bubble too? Su Yunbing was very dissatisfied with Fong Lingzi's shout. She was almost able to fall asleep and was hard woken up by this howl. being stirred up by Fong Lingzi like this. The rest of the few people were all sleepy with mournful expressions. All give Lao Fu come out and stand still, one by one is simply unseemly. Could it be that, after going to the holy demon sect, you and the others are also prepared to be so lazy? You represent the face of the immortal feather sect. Do not let your hearts slacken. Fong Lingzi blew his beard and eyes out, his face full of anger. Several people in the pool water reluctantly stood up, using their cultivation to steam dry their clothes and stand in a line. Li Xiaobai, why are your clothes still wet? Fong Lingzi frowned. Master, disciple doesn't know how to get dry. Li Xiaobai said. Steam drying clothes with your cultivation like your senior brothers and sisters. Aren't you a genius? Do you need the old man to teach you personally about this little matter? Master, disciple has only comprehended the method of rapidly becoming stronger, not the method of rapidly vaporizing clothes. Li Xiaobai opened his eyes and said nonsense. Angry wind spirit sun is another burst of blowing beard and eyes. Reach out a flick, the wind swept through, wet clothes instantly clean and fresh up. Attribute points plus 10. Mezzo, the old man came over to look for you today, and it's not because he has nothing to do after eating his fill. Recently there's a big event happening in the outside world. I don't know if you and the others are aware of it? Wind Spirit Z calmed down and said slowly he was in business. Is it a demonic beast riot? Third senior brother Lin Yin asked. Not bad. It's the demonic beasts rioting. The demonic beasts within the Divine Beast Mountain Range have been showing signs of rioting for the past 2 months. And today they are finally rioting. A messenger from the Zhanyuan Kingdom has come to the sect to inform them of this matter. And at this very moment the sect leader is agreeing on a countermeasure with a few of the elders. Fong Lingzi nodded his head. Finally, there was a more reliable disciple. Then what are you doing here with us if you're not going to agree on a countermeasure, master? Yang Chun was puzzled. Fong Lingzi's forehead corners were veins popping, repeatedly admonishing himself that these were his precious disciples. He couldn't beat them, he couldn't scold them, and he wasn't necessarily able to beat them either. I naturally came here with some instructions. This incident is of great importance. I will go to the other villages and towns first. Tomorrow the sect leader will notify you to head to Zhenyuan country to clear out the demonic beasts. The cause of the riot, I guess it's likely that there's a treasure out there. Otherwise these demonic beasts wouldn't be so excited and manic. This time you guys are heading to the Divine Beast Mountain Range. In addition to killing demonic beasts, you also have to look for some treasures. There are many heavenly materials in the mountain range. Whether you can get them or not depends on your luck. You guys should pay attention. When you go out, you must be careful of being killed for treasure, not to mention not meddling in other people's business. Xiaobai is the youngest senior brother. You guys bring him more. That's all there is to say. Prepare yourselves well, and do not be careless, for the teacher goes. Fong Lingzi turned around and disappeared into thin air. Li Xiaobai pondered how to cope with this demonic beast riot, but he saw a few elder brothers and sisters dazed and confused soaking into the bathhouse again, and couldn't help but be quite speechless in his heart. The heart of elder brothers and sisters is really big. Once again, several people sat in rows and soaked in the pool. Senior brother and sister. Is the demonic beast riot that master just said dangerous? Li Xiaobai couldn't help but ask. It's not dangerous. The nooks and crannies of the Divine Beast Mountain Range are at most Jindan great perfection demonic beasts. Whether there's a Yuaning stage or not is a toss-up. If we go in there, it's just a messy kill. Lin said indifferently. He had traveled for many years. He knew a lot about these things. Maybe the Divine Beast Mountain Range was a dangerous place in the eyes of others, but in his eyes it was nothing. Listen to your third senior brother. He's seen a lot of things. If he says there's no problem, then it's basically no problem. Su Yunbing said lightly. She was not worried about the trip to the Divine Beast Mountain Range. She firmly believed that she was unrivaled at the same level. That's right. When the time comes, we masters and brothers will sweep across the Divine Beast Mountain Range and grab whatever treasures we can. Lu Jinshui was energized at the mention of the baby. He was the most enthusiastic about treasures, and a treasure that could trigger a riot of demonic beasts was surely not that bad. So what kind of place is the Zhenyuan Kingdom? Zhenyuan country. Well, a country that feels good about itself. The people in it seem to have an innate sense of superiority, and every time I go there, I get a belly full of fire. Yang Chen said. Indeed, I don't want to get ding-dong involved with them. These people, they don't have any self-awareness at all. Lu Jinshui was quite agreeable. It's just a bunch of nerds, reading stupid books, so they look at everyone like little cuties. Ling Fong said indifferently. We are going to the Divine Beast Mountain Range this time. We are just passing through Zhenyuan country. We won't cross paths too much. Yi Wushuang frowned. They have to pout for me even if their tails are up. Su Yunbing was murderous. Li Xiaobai always felt that several senior brothers and sisters wherever they go can make a liang with others. This person has not yet arrived. The hatred first to pull full, follow the senior brothers and sisters to go too difficult. At the same time, inside the sect's main hall, the elders once again argued. Absolutely impossible. What good can come from the Zhanyuan kingdom taking the initiative to find them? It's most likely just that they need small and medium-sized sects to serve as cannon fodder for them. Chapter 19 The Self-Assured State Master. But this demonic beast riot. There must be heavy treasures coming out. Are we just going to sit there? No matter what, I'm just not happy about it. You and I both know the Zhanyuan kingdom's ways very well. I'm afraid they've already formed an alliance with the great sects, and our role will be nothing more than cannon fodder. The elders were bickering, the demonic beasts were rioting, and most of the elders were unwilling to go to the aid of the Zhanyuan kingdom. It all boiled down to the fact that Zhenyuanguo's people were so poorly connected. Not only were they arrogant, but they were also selfish and self-centered in everything, resulting in no one wanting to hang out with them at all. Although this Zhanyuan country is of extremely poor character, its strength is not bad, although there are no Yuaning stage-old monsters, but there are as many as 100 Jindan stage powerhouses. This time the other party has personally sent a state master to their door. It is likely that they have discovered something and want a batch of cannon fodder to scout the way for them. We shouldn't pass up this opportunity. The Grand Elder said he can be said to have a good idea about these things. The Zhenyuan kingdom has been pitting the small sects not once or twice, but this also shows that this time there is indeed a treasure out of the world. It is an opportunity. Hearing this, the elders were also quiet. They had to consider the benefits involved. I've already made up my mind on this matter, so Elder Sun will lead the team, and in addition to the top 10 disciples of that grand competition, he will bring a few more inner disciples along to go out to experience and grow their knowledge. The Grand Elder is right. This time it's by no means as simple as a rescue. The demonic beasts must have their root cause for storming out. Find it, and if there's a chance, we can get a piece of the pie as well. The headmaster clapped his hands and said. He couldn't look at Zhenyuan Kingdom's character either. It's just that this time the matter was important, and Zhenyuan Kingdom, as the kingdom closest to the Divine Beast Mountain range, the rest of the various forces would more or less send their people to be stationed there. If the Immortal Feather sect didn't show anything, it would inevitably fall on deaf ears. And for once, he really wanted to see if he could cash in on the event. Just as well then. Hee with that group of asshole kids from Misty Peak around, are we still afraid that the people underneath us will be bullied by the Zhenyuan Kingdom? That's true. No wonder we can grab this treasure. Since we've negotiated, let's go and meet that Zhenyuan Kingdom emissary. Don't make them wait too long. Early the next morning, Li Xiaobai opened his eyes. He woke up with a start. He realized that he was still soaking in the pool. Beside him there were a few elder brothers and sisters. It seems that now everyone is used to sleeping in the pool. View the system panel in front of you. Defense. Copper skin and iron bones 4,000-5,000 can be advanced. After soaking up the night, the attribute points once again increased by 1,000, all of which were added to defense. It feels great. It's this kind of operation where you get stronger just by taking a bath. That's the perk of being a traveler. This system really suits you. According to Fong Lingzi, the sect leader would announce the trip to Zhenyuan country today, and Li Xiaobai was still very much looking forward to suppressing the demonic beast. Going out with fewer eyes watching, one can be more bold in acquiring attribute points. Redeeming a few bottles of discarded elixirs, he swallowed them in a single gulp, and his attribute points continued to rise. Li Xiaobai rolled over and stood up. Senior brother and sister, it's time to depart. Happy soaking time is always short. Today's task is the big competition, plus listen to the head of the sect lecture. A few people leisurely climbed up, found that the sky is bright without saying dragged Li Xiaobai to run down the mountain. Today, the sect leader would talk about the Demon Beast Mountain range, which was a big deal, and they didn't dare to slack off. Beside the ring, the sect leader and all the elders were already waiting here, and the Piaomiao Peak disciples arrived late and mixed into the crowd. Seeing that the disciples had all arrived, the sect leader's face was serious as he began to talk about the matter concerning the Divine Beast Mountain range. Everyone, recently a major event has occurred in our northern region. I believe that well-informed disciples have already received news that a demonic beast rampage has occurred in the Divine Beast Mountain range. A number of nearby kingdoms and villages have been severely infested by demonic beasts, and our neighboring country, Zhenyuan, sent a messenger yesterday to explain the matter. The Immortal Feather sect, in order to consolidate the friendly relations between the two families, has decided that Elder Sun will lead the top 10 in the grand competition, and the top 20 ranked disciples in the inner sect to the Divine Beast Mountain Range to kill the demonic beasts. This one beside me is the state master of the Zhen Yuan Kingdom, Li Snake Gold. The sect master made a grand introduction, which was considered to give this Li Snake Gold enough face. But the other party did not give the sect master the slightest face. With a light grunt and a worship of the duster in his hand, he wobbled forward 2 steps, pie in the face. Li Xiaobai's face was strange on the stage. Li Snake Spirit? Anyone else with that name? It is true that there is nothing strange in the world, and today I have seen a long time. Li Snake Gold is a slim middle-aged man. Withered face, deep eye sockets, serious lack of vitality. A look is preferring wine and color, excessive indulgence of the generation, full of wine bags. This condescending demeanor alone had already caused countless disciples to be disgusted. Elder brother and sister were right. The people of this Zhen Yuan country really do have a high opinion of themselves and a sense of superiority. Having a request from the Immortal Feather sect actually acted so condescending, it was really arrogant to the extreme. I am the state master of the Zhen Yuan Kingdom, Li Snake Gold. You may call me Lord Li. My cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Jindan stage. Speaking of which, you disciples who haven't been out of the house have to thank me. Originally I was just informing you. How could your sect leader's hospitality be too much to resist? This time I will take you through the real world of cultivation, so that you flowers in the greenhouse can see the blood as well. Li Snake Gold held his head high and proud. It was just that the sharp, thin voice was harsh and uncomfortable to listen to. The faces of the crowd were gloomy. This Zhen Yuan Kingdom state master was acting in such a manner, obviously not placing the Immortal Feather sect in their eyes, and the anger in their hearts was burning. Su Yunbing on the side couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to curse, but Yi Wushuang was quick to cover her mouth. Senior sister, now is within the sect. We should not have too much friction. Wait until we go outside. Let's let him know who is the flower in the greenhouse. Yi Wushuang's eyes flickered with coldness, and it was obvious that he was also extremely unhappy. Hey, not bad. I'm afraid this guy is used to being a bully. He hasn't figured out the situation yet. When we go out, let him bleed directly. Lu Jinshui also hemmed and hawed. Li Xiaobai looked at Li Snake Gold, who was still gushing on the stage, and in his heart, he mourned for the other party for 3 minutes. I'm afraid this guy doesn't realize that the next few hours of his life have already been set up in plain sight. For the reaction of the disciples, Li Snake Gold did not have the slightest self-consciousness. Still immersed in self-improvement mode, mouth like a river gushing. Speaking about theories that were head and shoulders high, the angry sect leader and a group of elders behind him turned green in the face. No matter what, they were also a sect. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Even in front of a large sect, they had never been so disgraced. This mere state master of the Zhen Yuan Kingdom was now acting as if he was a superior, dictating to their disciples. State master. The demonic beasts are rioting and need to be suppressed soon. This time, I still have to trouble the state master to bring these untalented disciples of mine to Zhen Yuan Kingdom to see the world before. Chapter 20. The bathhouse must be taken away. Oh, I have my own plans in mind. Your Immortal Feather Sect's disciples all look like they've never seen the world. I'm also afraid that they'll encounter something untoward when they're out and about, so I'll take a precaution in advance. The speech was interrupted, and the state master was visibly upset. Don't worry, state master. We've already instructed these things. Life and death have their own destinies. This is all they have to go through. This time, it's a great deal of trouble for the state master. The sect master clasped his fists and saluted, smiling. Well, don't worry, which disciples are accompanying me to Zhen Yuan country? Those whose strength is too poor don't need to go. Li Snake Gold said slowly, his eyes darting around, and with a glance, he saw a few people from Misty Peak. Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang could both be beauties and had dusty temperaments. Li Snake Gold's small eyes flashed with excitement as he pointed at the Piaomiao Peak crowd. That disciple over there is good. I'll take it. This statement was met with a moment of silence for him. This national master, a colorful face revealed, not the slightest concealment, actually want to play the idea of the 2 sisters of Piaomiao Peak. This road is destined to be peaceful. The palmist beside him was also in a cold sweat. He was afraid that these few people from Piaomiao Peak would immediately slaughter this state master as soon as they came out of the mountain gate. His intuition told him that the people from Piaomiao Peak could definitely do this kind of thing. I am grateful for the state master's love. Then the youngest daughter will respectfully follow you, and we, the 7 brothers and sisters of the division, will accompany you. Su Yunbing uncharacteristically smiled like a flower. Looking at Li Snake Gold, his saliva wildly swallowed. In his mind, he was already fantasizing about the scene with this sister flower in Zhen Yuan Kingdom. In his opinion, this group of disciples are all uninvolved in the world, and he will be able to make them obediently submit by slightly using some means. There was no missing the mark when it came to what Zhen Yuanguo wanted. It was just that he didn't see the strange cold glint in the eyes of the people at Misty Peak. Li Xiaobai feels a bit scared. This gang of senior brothers and sisters lawless. If given out, this national teacher is likely to live for more than 5 seconds. The sect leader and the elders also had the same idea, although everyone wanted to teach the state master a lesson, but after all, he was a cultivator of a large country. If he got killed, there would be a lot of trouble. Cough cough, what should be said is almost so much. You and so go back to pack up 1 hour after the Mountain Gate collection. This action will have the great elder of the Holy Magic Clan to lead. The top 10 disciples of the grand competition will then directly follow it back to the Holy Magic Clan. No need to continue the competition again. This time, we must uphold the attitude of friendship and make every effort to help Zhen Yuan Kingdom purge the demonic beasts. The sect leader couldn't help but instruct a few words once again. Got it. Misty Peak crowd has a surprisingly good attitude, contrary to the norm. What the headmaster says, that is what. But the more this is the case, the palm is more worried. But at the moment is not good to say something. Can only let Li Snake Gold seek their own luck. You want to play with fire, we cannot stop. The disciples under the stage dispersed, went back to start the preparation work. They really do not want to stay for a second. This Li Snake Gold makes people feel sick. The greasy appearance with the horny eyes is a real turn-off. Li Xiaobai had always been puzzled in his heart. This Li Snake Gold didn't look very strong. So why did he have such an arrogant and domineering attitude? Could it be that Zhen Yuan Kingdom is powerful? Quietly come aside to Lu Jinshui's side. This fat man feels that he knows a lot of things. Sixth senior brother. Do you know why that state master is so arrogant? It doesn't feel like he's very strong. Li Xiaobai asked. Hey, that can be a long story which involves a lot of historical issues. The origin of this Zhen Yuan country actually have to start from a person. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a person in our immortal spirit continent who broke through the realm of the feathering stage and ascended to the upper realm. This person's name was Zhen Yuan Daxian, and he was born in a country called the Great Yuan Country, which was renamed as the Zhen Yuan Country after his ascension to the upper realm. Because this Zhen Yuan Daxian initially took the path of Confucianism to Hoyin Zheng Qi to prove the way, so the bookishness is full of life. This Zhen Yuanguo's people's cultivation is not very good. Bookishness to learn the style. Look at anyone is like a high and mighty look. And it's said that their Zhen Yuan Kingdom is associated with some forces in the central state, although they're keeping their mouths shut about this matter. But it's easy to see, after all, they have hundreds of Jindan stage cultivators, and everyone knows that. That's exactly why people give them face. Lu Jinshui explained. Li Xiaobai knew in his heart that this was a country that had produced immortals and was related to the forces of the central state, which was why he was arrogant. Sure enough, this world is still relying on strength to speak, but this Zhen Yuanguo hundreds of Jindan stage was even said to be useless by the senior brother, which feels more arrogant than Li Snake Gold. But this Li Snake Gold has angered sister. He's dead, sister's temperament. Won't care what some of the people behind them are. Raise the hammer and just do it. Li Xiaobai thought deeply that his senior sister's behavior was too strange. It was obvious that she was trying to make things happen. Just like what he thought, I'm afraid that a few people would already be pulling all the hate before they even reached Zhen Yuan country. Back inside the cave, Li Xiaobai quickly checked his system panel. He was about to go out to fight against the demonic beasts, and was finally holding on to see if there was anything that he could use. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, Copper and Iron 4200 5000. Skills, Hate 100%, Muscle Weakness, Sword Breaks the Sky. Props, Not So Sloppy Helmet, Soft Gold Armor. Attribute points, 0. Mall, opened. After browsing around in the mall, Li Xiaobai was very clear about his own positioning. He himself did not have any offensive power, and if he wanted to defeat his opponents, he would have to rely on skills and props. Acquiring skills depends on chance, and the only thing you can control is mall props. After shopping around in the mall, although the lower-grade spirit stones in one's hand were more than 1,000, they were just a drop in the bucket compared to the price tag in the mall, and could not be purchased at will yet. After selecting for a while, Li Xiaobai identified a few good items. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Use the talisman to instantly move thousands of miles away, with the teleportation location randomized. Price 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Flying broom. A flying type of mount, riding on a flying broom can travel the world. Requires a spirit stone to provide energy. A piece of lower-grade spirit stone can be used for 1 hour. Price 1,000 lower grade spirit stones. Golden body talisman. It can withstand a blow from a yuaning stage cultivator after use. Price 1,000 lower grade spirit stones. These were all life-preserving artifacts, and they happen to be priced at their entire current worth. Make a note of these for now and wait until you need them to make a purchase. It was also at this moment that the sound of several senior brothers and sisters arguing came from outside the house. This bathhouse must be taken away. Chapter 21. The sex-crazed master of the state. Li Xiaobai's face darkened, feeling that this senior brother and sister were in a stalemate over the bathhouse. Sure enough, these guys are ever so out of touch. Elder sister, this is really not necessary. Junior brother is not still there. Want to take a bath? Directly find him on it. Lu Jinshui laughed bitterly. His senior sister is 1,000 times better, but her brain is a bit axial. No, when we go out, there are quite a lot of accidents. Maybe we just arrived at the place we have to put into the battle. How can little master have time to build a bath for us? Just in case, we must bring it with us. Su Yunbing was adamant. She wanted to use her great divine power to directly put away the entire simplified version of the bathhouse. The ground rumbled, the cobwebs were dense, and the occasional breath that leaked out at first glance chopped off all the surrounding trees, frightening Li Xiaobai and waving his hands. Senior sister, this really isn't necessary. The water for soaking is stored here in senior brother. We only need to build a cistern when we get to the place. We don't need to be so troublesome. The bathhouse is from the system. There is no need to prepare something, just need to find a site to make a simple cistern. Hearing this, Su Yunbing's face eased up quite a bit. All right, then we'll listen to junior brother. In front of the mountain gate, many disciples were already ready. Li Xiaobai and the others arrived late, but the face of the state master did not have the slightest look of displeasure. On the contrary, upon seeing Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang, they were filled with smiles and enthusiasm. Elder son of the criminal law hall led the way and stood at the front of the group, his mouth chanting something to Li Snake Gold. This trip he felt a lot of pressure because he was 100% sure that these few people from Piaomiao Peak would definitely not let go of Li Snake Gold, not only Piaomiao Peak, but even the eyes of this immortal feather sect's eldest senior brother, Fong Wuxia, were feeling a little off. I'm afraid things are going in the direction he feared most. This group of disciples are all masters who refuse to suffer, and if Li Snake Gold were to die, he couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. One can only listen to God. Behind Li Snake Gold was docked a huge ship, wooden structure, ancient and simple, the bow carved with dragons and phoenixes, and the ship's body vaguely flowed with divine patterns. The bow of the ship was engraved with the two big characters Zhen Yuan, which appeared to be of extraordinary grandeur. This is the first time that Li Xiaobai has seen this kind of shape, and it is possible to drive a boat on land. Elder brother, what's this boat for? Can you sail a boat on the ground too? Li Xiaobai stabbed Lu Jinshui beside him. Senior brother, this thing is called a warship, a plaything of rich people, a flying type of seating device. You can pilot it to soar in the sky. It's just that the fuel is spirit stones. It's a money burner. Lu Jinshui explained. Li Xiaobai's heart suddenly realized that this national master's compulsion was quite high, actually driving such a rustic sitting device. You disciples, I'm afraid you haven't seen such a high-level magic treasure in your life. I'll tell you. This is called a warship. It's the treasure of my Zhan Yuan kingdom. You and the others are truly blessed today to have the opportunity to ride on this high-level sitting magic treasure. This warship can fly to the sky and hide in the ground. It can travel thousands of miles in a day. It is the treasure of my Zhan Yuan kingdom. Similar things you can see more when you get to the place. Come up first. Li Snake Gold's colorful gaze swept around Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang a few times, not knowing what he was playing. One after another, the crowd boarded the boat, which was very large and even had rooms inside with all the furniture that should be there, and was very luxurious. Hey, the two female disciples from Misty Peak can enter the room to rest, and the rest of you can stay on the ship for the time being. Li Snake Gold thought he was a gentleman and made a pleased gesture. Yi Wushuang hid a light smile and walked slowly into the room with Su Yunbing. Master Li, what are you? Now that it had come to this, how could Elder Son still not see what this Li Snake Gold was trying to do? Elder Son, just do your part. I'm just looking at the two female disciples of Piaomiao Peak who are delicate and tender, fearing their overworked bodies, so I want to take care of them for a moment or two. Please also mind your immortal feather sect disciples' mouths. And don't talk nonsense when you arrive at Zhan Yuan country. Li Snake Gold said faintly, snorted coldly, and turned around to enter the interior of the cabin as well. After it left, the Piaomiao Peak several people could no longer hold back the laughter in their hearts and laughed out loud. Fong Wuxia's face was also relieved. Now everyone can know that the state master is dead. Li Snake Gold turned on the boat's engine, and the hull hummed and rumbled as the air shook. The air current stirred, and the ship slowly floated up, slowly accelerating forward, going a straight distance with little obstruction in the air. Li Xiaobai lying on the side of the ship, looking at the outside world, envious in his heart. This rich man's life is good. Even flying is so cardboard. I don't know if there is a similar flying sitting device in the mall in the future. When there are spirit stones, I want to organize a set of myself. The disciples of the Immortal Feather sect, most of whom were riding a boat for the first time, looked very surprised, and all of them were banging on the deck, wanting to explore the construction of the boat. The two of them, Lin Mang and Hao Jian, exchanged words at the corner, their faces clouded, their gazes drifting to Li Xiaobai in the distance from time to time. It was obvious that the duo had premeditated. Are the two of you discussing strategies to deal with Li Xiaobai? Fong Wuxie sat down with a smile on his face. Senior brother, this is a grudge between me and Li Xiaobai that must be brought to an end. Please don't interfere. Lin Mang said in a deep voice. He had to take this breath. Hee. There's no harm. You guys want to deal with Li Xiaobai? I can help you. Lin Mang and Hao Jian were both stunned. On the surface, this Fong Wuxie didn't seem to have too many interactions with Li Xiaobai. How could he think of dealing with Li Xiaobai? Elder brother, what are you doing? You don't need to know the reason. All you need to know is that Li Xiaobai's strength has already surpassed yours. And if you want to move him, you need to borrow momentum. How do I borrow momentum? Lin Mang was confused. His brain was relatively simple. Entering the Divine Beast Mountain Range is the best time for us to strike. There are many demonic beasts in the Divine Beast Mountain Range. It's normal for 1 or 2 disciples to die. Striking there is foolproof. As long as you guys can listen to me and act accordingly, I'll make sure to let you guys out of your anger. As for now, you'd better keep your tails between your legs and not show your faces. Fong Wuxie's expression was indifferent. With the two idiots by his side, he didn't need to do it himself, and he could even block the knife for himself when necessary, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Mang and the two of them looked at each other and nodded. We all had a common enemy and could work together for a while. It was also at this moment that Li Snake Gold came out and once again found Elder Sun and instructed him a few words before smilingly walking towards the room where Su Yunbing was. Elder Sun had a difficult face, constantly explaining something to Li Snake Gold, but the other party could not listen to anything. And finally the face of the bored, harsh Elder Sun had no choice but to stop. It looked like he was uneasy about someone coming to disturb his good deed, not knowing that what really awaited him would be a nightmare. Li Snake Gold was in such a good mood at the moment that he was walking a little bit. Seriously, originally he is really do not look up to the disciples in this Immortal Feather sect. In his view here is a small door, small faction. The head of the door is only Jindan stage of the realm of the Great Circle, and the big faction compared to the difference between the far. But it did not occur to me that a phoenix would emerge from this pheasant's nest, and that he would be able to run into such 2 great beauties like flowers and jade. God really did not treat him poorly. The thought that the 2 women were about to turn the clouds with him and cry, the heart could not stop a wave of swinging. A push on the door of the room in front of him. Hey, little beauty, I'm coming. Chapter 22, Master of the State, Let's Be Friends. After fiddling with the boat for a while, Li Xiaobai lost interest in the boat. This thing looks pretty awesome, but it's too big of a target to run away from if there's an enemy attack. Junior brother, do you guess how many seconds that state master can last in there? Yang Chun stared at the cabin with a mocking face. Let's hope he can be a 5-second real man. Lu Jinshui hemmed and hawed. This master of the country is also considered to be a superb, arrogant and unselfish to such an extent. It is also appropriate to be flayed alive and strung on a skewer. Between the words, Li Snake Gold had already pushed open the door of the room and walked in, and smoothly also brought the door and locked it. This is a lantern in the hut. Looking for sure. Li Xiaobai shook his head and sighed. This really cannot be helped. People rush to find death. Cannot stop. Elder Sun was also lying on the bow of the boat to watch the scenery at this time, leaving it to its own devices, and the conversation just now had made him furious and blue. What famous family? If not for the fact that this Zhen Yuan country and the central state have some relations, they would have sent each other to the west. Inside the room, Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang's faces were chilly. They didn't expect this Li Snake Gold to really dare to come in. Looking at the 2 dainty beauties sitting at the end of the bed, Li Snake Gold only felt the flames running straight upwards at his belly. Oh, you 2 girls? Are you satisfied with the room? Li Snake Gold forced down the excitement in his heart. trying to act with poise. Very satisfied, Yi Wushuang laughed lightly. That's good. We're about to enter the Zhan Yuan country. You guys can talk to me if you need anything. If you're bullied, I'll help you out. You should know that I am a strong person of the third layer of Jindan. Your elder son has only just barely reached this realm, and in the entire Immortal Feather sect, only the sect leader is able to fight against me for a moment or two. Oh, then thank you, State Master. To be honest, I still have a soft spot for you sisters if... Lee Snake Gold obediently sat on the bed as well, his mouth full, his hand unconsciously wrapped around Yi Wushuang's waist. After noticing that the other party did not resist, Lee Snake Gold's smile grew even wider and his movements became even more daring. Wanted to wander a bit. Just as quickly, he sensed that something was wrong. The fine, boneless, comfortable feel was fading away, replaced by stiffness, as stiff as a stubborn stone. Looking down, the big hand that was wrapped around Yi Wushuang's waist had completely changed to dark green at some point. Ah! Pig-killing howls echoed throughout the cabin. What's this? How dare you victimize me? Do you know who I am? No one has ever dared to treat my Zhan Yuan Kingdom's people like this. Hurry up and hand over the antidote and I can spare you once. Lee Snake Gold's face was grim, and his eyes revealed fear and anxiety. The dark green toxin was spreading rapidly along their palms and up their arms, and in just a short while, the entire arm had turned green. As his body gradually lost consciousness, Lee Snake Gold became even more alarmed and wanted to call out to Elder Sun. Damn. So greedy and scared of death. And so much nonsense. How to come out to work? Su Yunbing has long endured impatience. A slap directly pumped over. Lee Snake Gold directly flying across the ground. Smashed on the ground. Full of teeth all knocked out. A large mouth coughing blood. How is this possible? How can a mere immortal spirit sect disciple possess this kind of cultivation? Only at this time did he realize that these two were not ordinary female disciples, and their cultivation was much higher than his. I'm afraid he doesn't want to let him get out alive. A mere Zhan Yuan kingdom. And you still want to mess with your aunt's head? Su Yunbing's face was disdainful. He pinched Lee Snake Gold's jaw, and with a click, the jaw was removed. His mouth couldn't move. Lee Snake Gold couldn't speak. He could only babble and yelp incessantly, appearing terrified. Lee Snake Gold. Right, State Master. Right? Don't be in a hurry. Our sisters will give you a full set of services. Yi Wushuang was still full of smiles. The poison in you won't kill you, it will just make you unconscious, but you're still very much conscious. What's the point of wasting words with him, senior sister? What poison do you have to pour directly into his mouth? Count him lucky if he lives, and pull back if he dies. Su Yunbing blocked the door of the room to prevent Lee Snake Gold from escaping. Lee Snake Gold's pant leg is indisputably wet. There is a fishy smell coming from the air. This guy actually scared to pee. Master of the state, didn't you say you have a soft spot for our sisters? Drink it and we'll be good friends. Yi Wushuang took out a small bottle and pinched Lee Snake Gold's mouth and violently poured it down. The criminal heaven sect will not let you go. Lee Snake Gold's pupils contracted and his eyes gradually dulled. On deck, the disciples were fully focused on sensing the movements in the house. Less than 5 seconds after Lee Snake Gold went in, the screams pierced the sky, but now the room was suddenly eerily quiet, and it felt like something even more horrible was about to happen. Elder Sun at this time is also some regret should not gamble at that time if stopped Lee Snake Gold, although it will be scolded by others, but at least it can also save his life. It's too late to say anything now. That state master, he should be dead, right? A disciple couldn't help but ask. That goes without saying. Dead through and through, probably splitting up the bodies right now. Yang Chun laughed out loud. Being able to punish the state master was very painful in his heart. The door is open. It's out, it's out. A few moments later, the door of the cabin room opened, and to everyone's surprise, Lee Snake Gold walked out intact, followed by Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang. What's going on here? The disciples were a bit puzzled. That miserable scream before was not a fake. How come these three walked out together in peace? Li Xiaobai was also puzzled, but more than that, he felt that there was something wrong with the state master right now, but he couldn't say exactly what was wrong. Seeing Lee Snake Gold walk out intact, Elder Sun could be said to have breathed a long sigh of relief. No matter what, it was good that this person was still alive. But then his brow furrowed as he keenly sensed that something was wrong with the current Lee Snake Gold. Ahem, State Master. This disciple of mine hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Elder Sun asked tentatively. Hee hee, how could it be? This disciple of yours is outstanding nah. I really want to have a long talk with them for a night and let my ideals fly. Upon hearing Elder Sun's question, Lee Snake Jean seemed to have regained some of his vigor, only that there was a hint of dullness in his gaze. Seeing this appearance of the other party, at that moment, Elder Sun's heart was half-cooled. He was more than familiar with this situation. This was puppetry, forcibly erasing the other party's mind by special means, turning the other party completely into an obedient puppet. Although they will behave as normal on weekdays, they will become very fanatical when involved in something related to their masters. If this was discovered, I'm afraid that it would rise to a diplomatic issue between the Immortal Feather Sect and the Zhen Yuan Kingdom. It wouldn't be too much to say that it was the Immortal Feather Sect that wanted to steal the secrets of the Zhen Yuan Kingdom in a serious manner. Grandma, it's better to kill each other. Chapter 23. The Puppet Master. No need to say, this must be Yi Wushuang's tactics. A bowl of Meng Pa soup down. Guaranteed that the state master will forget everything. Li Xiaobai is also aware of the symptoms of this master of the country. The world is no wonder. This master of the country at first glance is the generation of bad character. Can have today is also considered to do a good thing. Just based on his colorful face. I guess the other party has a lot of beauty hidden in their home. Apart from a few people, most still didn't see anything unusual about the state master. They all felt that he was no different from usual. They were just a bit surprised that he was able to walk out of the room in one piece. The ship grew quiet. In the distance, there were a few rumbles from time to time. It was also the forces from all sides that were piloting the warships, and judging from the direction, everyone's destination was the Zhen Yuan Kingdom. Each ship had the unique symbols of the major powers. Li Xiaobai didn't recognize them and could only watch with bated breath. Not only could these warships fly, there were also several gun ports on the edges of their hulls which were used for attacking. Compared to the other warships, on the contrary, the ship he was traveling in seemed a bit low-end. On the warship beside him, the middle-aged man noticed Li Xiaobai's line of sight, nodded slightly, and smiled. Are a few of you also heading to the Divine Beast Mountain Range to clear the demonic beasts? Yes, my generation of cultivators. When they see injustice on the road, they pull out their swords to help each other. It's all part of the job, Li Xiaobai said. Indeed, a heroic young man with ambition. I'm Lei Wu of the Cloud Sky Sect. I wonder what young brother calls himself? The middle-aged man's eyebrows are heroic, and he looks like a decent person, the kind who can't rub sand in his eyes. I'm Li Xiaobai from Misty Peak. Li Xiaobai was straightforward. Elder Sun pressed him down and hurriedly explained, we are disciples of the Immortal Feather Sect, and this time we are leading the team to let the disciples gain some insights on the one hand, and on the other hand, we also want to make some modest contribution. This Cloud Sky Sect is a medium-sized sect. The level is not much higher than Xianyu Sect. Lei Wu is one of the famous Iron Blood Elders. He doesn't dare to let Li Xiaobai talk nonsense. In that case, I'll see you in the Zhen Yuan Kingdom. Lei Wu arched his hand as the ship accelerated and disappeared. Elder, how do other people's ships go so fast? Can't we speed up? Li Xiaobai asked. It's good to have a warship, don't make so many demands. We'll arrive at the Zhen Yuan country in a little while. Don't make any trouble in front of the big sects. We have to keep a low profile. Hey, got it. Li Xiaobai nodded his head and looked around, but found that several senior brothers and sisters had all disappeared. Walking into the room in the cabin, he was immediately stunned. The room in the cabin had been transformed into a pool at some point, and several senior brothers were soaking in it. Junior brother come over and soak together This water is brought down from the mountain by senior sister. Same efficacy. Su Yunbing moved the bathhouse out after all. No, senior brothers and sisters take their time to soak it in. Li Xiaobai's face was odd as he casually closed the door of the room and retreated. It seemed that, without realizing it, he had transformed his elder brothers and sisters from cultivation fanatics into a tired and lazy person who only knew how to take a bath all day long. But it seems like he didn't do anything himself. It was all the brothers' own ideas. Well, definitely not on its own. The Zhen Yuan Kingdom and the Immortal Feather Sect were neighbors, not far from each other, and the warships quickly arrived at the place. Li Snake Gold maneuvered the warship to land slowly, and Li Xiaobai saw that the bottom was already densely parked with warships, dazzling people. It seemed that the number of people and forces heading to the Zhen Yuan country was far more than he had imagined. There were people on the ground who were specialized in reception, and after docking the boat, Li Snake Gold took the lead in disembarking, and it could be seen that this state master status in Zhen Yuan Kingdom was still quite high. After a few words of conversation, a special person came over to take care of the contact, bringing the Immortal Feather Sect disciples to enter Zhen Yuan country first and stay there. The matter of the crusade against the demonic beasts still needed the representatives of each sect to attend the meeting together and decide after discussion. Compared to before, Li Snake Gold was already no different from a normal person, and the hint of stiffness was gone. At Yi Wushuang's authorization, this state master followed a few attendants and left. "Gentlemen, please follow me." The attendants were calm and did not see the slightest hint of panic caused by the demonic beast riot. The demonic beasts storming out hasn't spread to Zhenyuan country yet, right? Li Xiaobai asked. All the way here, he felt that this side was very calm, not like it had been ravaged. "This is natural. My Zhenyuan kingdom is guarded by the divine power of Zhenyuan Immortal. How could it be infested by a mere demonic beast? It's just that some of the outermost villages are attacked by demonic beasts from time to time," the attendants said. The condescending attitude of these attendants was the same as that great master, truly worthy of being from the same kingdom. Li Xiaobai wanted to set up another conversation, but it was obvious that people didn't want to pay attention to him. After bringing the crowd to a hall, the attendant left. This hall was surprisingly large, almost catching up to a soccer field, and the disciples of all the major powers were gathered here, all talking about the matters of the divine beast mountain range this time. Elder Sun left after instructing a few words. He needed to go and participate in the meeting to understand some details of the operation. "Everyone, let's go occupy a place. Try not to cause friction with the neighboring disciples. Entering the divine beast mountain range earlier to seek opportunities is what we should do." Fong Wuxie led the group and found an open space for the Immortal Feather Sect disciples to rest. "There can be a F-King chance in this hole of a place." Lin Yin muttered a few words. Li Xiaobai helpless, his own senior brother is too strong. This divine beast mountain range in the eyes of many disciples that is absolutely dangerous place. But the senior brother is not the slightest in the eyes, this gap is too big. However, he still very much agreed with Fong Wuxie's words. Li Xiaobai felt that compared to his senior brothers and sisters, Fong Wuxie was a normal senior brother with a mild temper, high strength, and still standing in the perspective of ordinary people for the sake of his disciples in every way. The Immortal Feather Sect set up camp in the hall. "Waiter, serve some tea. I'm dying of thirst," Lu Jinshui said with a big grin. Soon the waiter in charge of hospitality came over to take notes. "What forces are you disciples of?" "The Immortal Feather Sect." Fong Wuxie reported the name of the Immortal Feather Sect. The waiter shook his head, collected his pen and paper, and prepared to leave. "What do you mean by that?" Fong Wuxie frowned. Even though the Immortal Feather Sect wasn't a big sect, it wasn't so bad that it had been left out in the cold to this extent. "Small sects don't need to register and don't provide tea," the waiter said indifferently. "We have come to exterminate the demonic beasts after your state master. And this is the Zhenyuan Kingdom's way of treating guests?" Fong Wuxie was annoyed. As the senior brother of the Immortal Feather Sect, the sect suffered humiliation. He felt very humiliated. And he really didn't understand what made this Zhenyuan Gua so arrogant and domineering. He came in too much of a hurry and hadn't had a good chat with his own master yet. If they did not regard the small sects in their eyes, why did they send messengers to make the notification? Could it be that there are some hidden secrets? Master of the state? As long as one's strength reaches the Jindan stage, they can all be appointed as state masters. There are countless state masters in our Zhenyuan kingdom. I wonder which one you are referring to? The attendant was a bit playful. Chapter 24. Who's arrogant? Li Snake Gold, Li State Master. Fong Wuxie's face completely sank, and there were already quite a few sect disciples around who began to watch the action. "Over there, stop screaming. We are all invited by the various state masters of the Zhenyuan kingdom, and here, state masters are worthless." Some disciples laughed out loud, as if they found the sight amusing. "Oh, looks like another bunch of unseen hicks. It's good to let them grow up." Fong Wuxie was choked speechless as the squire sneered and turned to leave. "Isn't it that guy who ruined your arm and now it's back on? Our Immortal Feather Sect talks about things. When is it the turn of trash like you to clamor here?" Yang Chun couldn't look on and pointed at a disciple who was jumping happily and asked. Although the Immortal Feather Sect is a small sect, but there are many disciples who will go out to travel, Misty Peak did not report the name of the Immortal Feather Sect when they were causing trouble outside, so they were hidden in the crowd of disciples and were not recognized. At this moment, Yang Chun spoke and immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, many of whom recognized several old acquaintances. "It's you. So you're from this clan." The disciple who was named was shocked and angry 2 years ago when he was out bullying men and women. One of his arms was broken by Yang Chun. "You guys, look at a few over there," The treasure we fought over last time was placed by a few of them in a game of pitfalls to kill their opponents. That's them. I'd recognize that dead fat guy in ashes. Damn. So these guys are disciples of a small sect. At first I thought I had met a famous family. It's really a narrow road with no backstage. I'd like to see what you guys can fight me with this time. The atmosphere in the arena immediately became tense, and many sect disciples stood up, wanting to seek the bad luck of the Piao Miao Peak crowd. It was just that they had forgotten that everyone was accompanied by their elders, but now that the elders had all gone to attend the meeting, the ones who stayed behind were the younger generation of disciples. You want to fight me? Su Yunbing raised both eyebrows slightly, her aura fluctuations bulging as she looked at the crowd with a smile or not. Feeling the terrifying spiritual pressure coming from Su Yunbing's body, the neighboring disciples all turned white. The highest cultivation among them was only barely able to enter Jindan. Facing the monster from Misty Peak was still a long way off. Such a pressure was enough to rival the elders of some medium powers. Quite a few disciples of the big forces looked at the Piao Miao Peak crowd a few more times. It was extraordinary that the disciples of this small sect could actually possess such a majestic foundation and such a deep cultivation. A few of you, we are here to help the Zhen Yuan kingdom tide over the difficulties together. It's better to save our strength for fighting demonic beasts. Give me, Zhang Rui, face. How about we each take a step back and put aside our old grudges? In the crowd, a white-robed man stood up and said. The same majestic aura fluctuations erupted, hardening Su Yunbing's might. He was a true disciple of the heavenly martial sect, with a half-step Yuaning stage cultivation. He was considered outstanding among the younger generation. The person from the heavenly martial sect spoke, and the surrounding disciples stopped speaking. This face had to be given. Since the ice has been cleared, the attendant over there, why don't you hurry up and put the immortal feather sect's name on the list? Tianwu sect true disciple Zhang Rui doesn't even give face? Another black-robed man said in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. He was a true disciple of the sacred demon sect, and he was the only one in the arena who dared to pick up on the heavenly martial sect's words. The holy demon sect and the Tianwu sect were constantly fighting in secret, and as long as it was something that could make the Tianwu sect suffer, the holy demon sect spared no effort. Come here. Yang Chun named the waiter who had just left and asked him to come back again with an extremely arrogant attitude. How nice to be like this earlier. This world relies on strength to speak. Your Zhen Yuan kingdom doesn't even have a single transitional succession stage powerhouse, and you don't know what you're being arrogant about. Lu Jinshui also cursed. In his opinion, this Jinyuan country's Jindan period although more, but the strength is really quite general, mostly stay in the beginning of Jindan period. High level of cultivators are afraid that there are only a few people bluffing other people encounter know how to do so. As for the Yuaning stage, it's a treasure that won't come out easily. The moment these words came out, this Zhen Yuan kingdom servant's face changed. Even Zhang Rui was a bit stunned, not expecting the immortal feather sect to be so faceless, not having the slightest awareness of being a small sect. It was the black-robed man from before who laughed out loud and was very appreciative of the attitude of the Piao Miao Peak crowd. Well said. I've long since grown disenchanted with this genuine kingdom's ways, and only certain hypocrites would be in its company. Li Xiaobai's heart trembled with fear. All present seemed to be the disciples of large sects and medium forces. His own senior brother and sister even offended them all over, and listened to the meaning of the people. This beam is a big knot. In the future into the divine beast mountain range, he will not be besieged. It seemed that after that, he couldn't move with his senior brothers and sisters anymore, and if he was discovered, he would be easily targeted. The waiter from before reluctantly walked over and started serving tea and pouring water. Fong Wuxia's expression was bland. No matter what, this face was earned. But he hadn't really thought that Misty Peak had actually offended so many sect disciples. It seemed that the immortal feather sect would have to draw a line with them when they acted, lest they suffer a siege. At the same time, the elders and seniors of all the sects were also returning. Elder Sun looked a little nervous, obviously knowing something hidden. Gathering the disciples in a corner, he instructed with a serious expression, "Listen up. This event has a great deal at stake. I'm afraid that something big will happen in this divine beast mountain range. As an elder of a faction, I was mobilized to the other side for support this time, and I have to act separately from you guys. After you enter the mountain range, you can just kill the demonic beasts in the periphery, and you can't go deeper into the interior. It's not for you guys to meddle in there. Don't be alone, try to travel in a group, and also, be careful of the Tianwu sect's people. Don't listen to their orders, that's all I have to say, you mustn't be over-ambitious." Elder Sun admonished, especially looking at the Piao Miao Peak's disciples, and said, The exchange between several big brothers during the meeting scared him to death, not thinking that what triggered the demonic beast's riot was actually that kind of treasure. This was a fight between Yuaning bigwigs, and these small forces of theirs were cannon fodder. Intervening in it was certain death. Dare I ask, Elder, what exactly is in that divine beast mountain range? Fong Wuxia asked, and this was what everyone was most concerned about. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing for you guys. Just be honest and hunt demonic beasts in the periphery and earn some demonic beast materials. Elder Sun kept his mouth shut and stopped paying attention to the disciples' questions. Li Xiaobai pondered in his heart, it seems that the treasures inside this mountain range must be worth a lot of money, or else the bigwigs wouldn't have made a move to carry out the looting. One's current defense was only copper skin and iron bones, and when one advanced to the next stage, one might be able to enter the inner area to see what kind of treasure had triggered the demonic beasts to storm out. And there are a few life-preserving artifacts in the mall, so safety shouldn't be a problem. The elders of each family were communicating with their disciples about the state of affairs, and it was clear that the elders had their own plans to go it alone. Soon, a crane-haired old man stood out. Gentlemen, I'll take the lead in this operation. Let's set off for the Divine Beast Mountain Range immediately. Chapter 25, Who is the Yellow Bird? This crane-haired old man was an expert of the heavenly martial sect. His essence was as harsh as a sharp blade being sheathed, and an ordinary disciple would feel his eyes stinging just by looking at him. The strength is unfathomable. The operation was indeed led by him, and the rest of the people in the scene were fine with it, except for the gray-robed old man from the Holy Demon sect who was a bit upset. This is a rescue token, one for each sect. If you are in danger, call for help at the first opportunity and a nearby team will rush over. The Immortal Feather Sect's distress token was handed over to Fong Wuxia. On top of that, Elder Sun also gave the top 10 disciples of the grand competition the disciple tokens of the Sacred Demon Sect. This was given by the old man of the Holy Demon Sect during the meeting just now. With this token you can go directly to the Holy Demon Sect. The token was black in color with 3 big words of the Holy Demon Sect printed on the front, and words such as Advancement Disciple on the back, so it was obvious that this token was specially made, and was not considered to be a true disciple of the Holy Demon Sect. It's not early. Let's set off immediately. The Divine Beast Mountain Range is exceptionally dangerous. Jindan stage demonic beasts are everywhere, and the Yuaning stage isn't unheard of, so everyone must be doubly careful. The white-clothed old man led the disciples under his door to leave first. A bunch of hypocrites, hypocritical on the surface, but still not wanting to let small and medium-sized sects explore the path as cannon fodder? I know that there are quite a few people present who want to climb the big tree of the Heavenly Martial Sect, but don't blame me for not reminding you that cooperating with the Heavenly Martial Sect is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, so be careful of dying without a corpse. The gray-clothed old man snorted coldly and similarly led the group away. The remaining sect forces looked at each other in dismay, and also quickly followed, although the words of the Holy Demon Sect's old man were a bit scary. But there were still a large number of people who wanted to take this opportunity to get close to the Tianwu sect. Although the Sacred Demon Sect was on par with the Heavenly Martial Sect, its requirements for recruiting disciples were too harsh, so much so that the sect was sparse in numbers. With 1,000 disciples going to take the entrance examination, it would be considered good if dozens of them could pass. On the other hand, the requirements of the Tianwu sect to recruit disciples can be much looser, but the inner door can be examined outside the door, and then not good enough to be a handyman. In short, as long as you can mix into the famous sect, even if it is a servant disciple is also superior, and it is not guaranteed that in the door by the master of the right eye from now on to soar is not allowed to say. It was rare to have such a chance to get up close and personal with the Heavenly Martial Sect's experts, so of course the major forces were going to take advantage of it. Junior brother, in a moment, go with senior sister to play in the depths of the mountain range? Su Yunbing said. No, Elder Sun said for me to stay honestly in the periphery, so I won't go and join in the fun. Li Xiaobai shrunk his neck and waved his hand jokingly. These people have just directly pulled a wave of hatred full, which if you follow them, I'm afraid that not 2 steps will have the fear of life. They are still focused on saving attribute points first. That would be a pity. Just now Li Snake Gold has sent a message that there are treasures in the depths of the mountain range. If you get it, you will benefit infinitely. Yi Wushuang said. Little brother's meager Taoist skills won't go along for the ride. The Divine Beast Range. This was one of the several large mountain ranges in the northern domain where demonic beasts gathered, and it was said that there were great demonic beasts of the Yuaning stage inside, but no one had ever seen them. On weekdays, the disciples of all the major sects and forces like to use this place as a training ground, killing demonic beasts, sharpening their bodies, and obtaining demonic beast materials that can also be exchanged for spirit stones, which is a win-win situation. Li Xiaobai followed the team into the mountain range. The number of demonic beasts in the periphery is not large. The strength is also very general, more meat. The disciples are very self-conscious to form a group of 3 or 5 people began to spread out to hunt. Looking at the surrounding groups of cultivators, Li Xiaobai was a little confused. Before also did not see these people relationship is how all of a sudden on the team. When they turned back again, the Misty Peak brothers and sisters had already disappeared. They had left silently the moment they entered the mountain range. I am afraid that they had entered the inner area to grab the treasure. On the side, Fong Wuxie's trio looked at Li Xiaobai's single figure, and a gust of coldness flowed from their eyes. After waiting for such a long time, the opportunity is finally here. This territory is a common thing to kill and seize treasures. Even if Li Xiaobai's body is found afterwards, at most, it will be a few words of remembrance. No one will waste time on a dead person. Come on, let's follow. In the jungle, Li Xiaobai looked around for demonic beasts, walked for half a day. Demonic beast corpses see a lot, but just did not see live. These disciples of the sect started too quickly. After poking around the demonic beast's corpse for a while, the valuable items were taken. Continue forward a bit. Attribute points +1. Attribute points +1. Here we go. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He had finally been attacked. Only this increased attribute points were too rare. There were still no demonic beasts seen nearby. Only a hazy layer of poisonous mist miasma shrouded around him, and his body was taking continuous damage. Before he could take a few steps, the ground rumbled and trembled. Smoke and dust rolled in front of them. A large group of demonic beasts violently rushed in the direction of Li Xiaobai, and there were 2 silhouettes at the head. Senior brother, save us. Li Xiaobai fixed his eyes and saw that it was actually Lin Mang and Hao Jian. These 2 people entered the forest in less than a few minutes and actually ran into so many demonic beasts. Really good luck. Quickly, he stepped forward to meet the duo. Don't panic, senior brother. Junior brother has come to help you. Hey. Thanks a lot, senior brother. Lin Mang's eyes flashed with coldness. His figure sank violently. A sweeping leg kicked Li Xiaobai's center of gravity unsteadily. At the same time, Hao Jian shook his palms. Strong spiritual power burst out and pushed Li Xiaobai towards the army of demonic beasts that were rushing behind him. Li Xiaobai cursed in his heart. He just entered the mountain range in a few minutes, but he was actually pitched by his own family. Senior brother, when you go out, you still need to be more mindful nah. Senior brother will give you a lesson today. It's just a pity that you won't have the chance to imprint ha. Hao Jian was in a soothing mood as he watched the army of demonic beasts stop in their tracks and engulf Li Xiaobai. These are all Foundation Establishment stage demonic beasts, of which there are 2 that have just entered Jindan, and when they are trapped in them, it is the gods that can't save them even if they come. This breath in his heart was finally out. The demonic beasts were naturally lured by them. This was a ploy by several people. Fong Wuxie promised to give each of the 2 people a realm-breaking dan, which could help the 2 people to break through the Jindan stage quickly, and the condition was that the 2 people would make a move to lead a large number of demonic beasts towards Li Xiaobai. The demonic beasts were huddled together in a ball, writhing continuously, apparently gnawing on Li Xiaobai's body. Oh, you guys did a good job. This is for you. Fong Wuxie stepped out of the gloom with a big smile. He handed the 2 of them a small box, not thinking that it would actually be so simple to clean up Li Xiaobai. There was a series of backhanders prepared, but now it seems they won't be used. Many thanks. I was able to finish off Li Xiaobai thanks to eldest brother's plan. At this time heaven knows, and I know, and absolutely no one else knows. Lin Mang smiled and took the box, just opened it. Immediately shocked to sweat, dozens of poisonous needles shot out explosively, targeting directly at the 2. His pupils contracted rapidly as Lin Mang forcefully dodged the poison needle. Hao Jian didn't react as dozens of poison needles shot into his body in unison. Splitting palm. Fong Wuxie reversed his technique and struck out with a palm in the air. Lin Mang's chest immediately dented and he coughed out blood. Once he grabbed the wrists of the 2 of them, he exerted force in his hands and threw them directly into the army of demonic beasts. No! Wind without evil. You shall not die. Chapter 26 9 Revolutions of the Indestructible Golden Body. Want to take favors from me? Do you guys think it's possible? For this matter, it is still sufficient for me alone to know, and you will keep this secret for me forever. Fong Wuxie laughed lightly twice, unimpressed by Lin Mang's curses. Lin Mang wanted to say something else, but unfortunately, his lips squirmed a few times before he was torn in half by a brown bear. Fong Wuxie once again concealed his figure, wanting to wait until the demonic beasts left before going up to touch the corpse. Same time, Li Xiaobai looked soothed as he was buried in a pile of demonic beasts. The strength of these demonic beasts was generally below the Jindan stage, and they couldn't hurt themselves yet, but they just didn't think that Lin Mang and Hao Jian were actually such underhanded villains. He had gone to help with good intentions, and these two actually backhandedly pushed themselves into the demonic beast colony. Don't let me run into you guys again, or I will definitely tie you up and feed you to the demonic beasts. Li Xiaobai was in a depressed mood. The brown bear was gnawing at its own head. Its right and left hands were being torn by two tigers, and several large boars were launching themselves at the calves. There were also countless small demonic beasts that were constantly tearing at various parts of the body. The system panel attribute values jumped rapidly. Attribute points plus 10. Attribute points plus 30. Attribute points plus 50. All-point defense. Defense. 9 turns of the unbreakable golden body. First turn 0 10,000 can be advanced. I go 9 revolutions indestructible golden body. This name is going to the sky. It feels like the compulsion is more than 1 notch higher than before. It seems like it's going to take off. Li Xiaobai was very excited. The defense power advanced. The mysterious ancient totem on the surface of his body appeared, covered with a layer of light gold. Looking at the shape, it was very much like some kind of godly beast, just that he didn't recognize it. The eyes were also covered with a layer of light golden light. Only this light was still relatively weak and could not be seen without a closer look. For the current look of himself, Li Xiaobai was quite satisfied, looking very manly. At the same time, 2 miserable howling voices came. A round head rolled down to Li Xiaobai's feet, and upon closer inspection, it was actually Lin Mang's head. It looked like, even with themselves as bait, these 2 guys still failed to escape the demonic beasts and were eaten by them. It's kind of what goes around comes around. Stretching his waist, these demonic beasts on his body had completely bitten themselves. Before there would still be a slight sense of pain, but after the defense advanced, it could be said that there was no feeling at all. Drops. Detected that the host is under sustained attack from a brown bear. Comprehending the skill. Bear paw impact. Bear paw impact. A slap that will displace mountains and seas. Drops. Detected that the host is under sustained attack from the boar. Comprehending the skill. Counter wound. Counter wound. Passive skill that bounces back a certain amount of damage. Drops. Detected that the host is under sustained attack from the spotted lantern tiger. Comprehending the skill. Tear bite. Tear bite. Gnaw with increased vigor. Capable of chewing very hard items. Drops. Detected that the host is under sustained attack from the mammoth. Comprehending the skill. Super abs. Super abs. Passive skill. Doubles defense when seriously tensing muscles. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed in his heart to be able to comprehend a skill by receiving a sustained attack. Then this divine beast forest could be called his paradise. Gotta get more different demonic beasts to tear themselves apart. Not only can you accumulate attribute points, but you can also acquire more skills. It's really cool, so it's true that going out to practice is the most correct choice. The defense had already been promoted to the 9 revolutions indestructible golden body. It was time to operate a wave deeper into the divine beast mountain range. Dragging the demonic beast that was still persistently gnawing on his body, Li Xiaobai slowly walked towards the depths of the forest. What he didn't know was that in the darkness, a person whole watched him, and the entire process of the demonic beast's nibbling was watched by it. Sure enough, Li Xiaobai wasn't that easy to kill. It's me who was simple-minded. I shouldn't have killed these 2 idiots so early. Fong Wuxie muttered. He didn't think that Li Xiaobai's baby was actually so powerful that this large group of demonic beasts couldn't even bite him. However, the more he had to get his hands on it, and looking at the other party, he seemed to not care that the demonic beasts would cause damage to that treasure, which was even more telling. A mere Jindan stage demonic beast was not enough to injure Li Xiaobai's magic treasure, so the magic treasure in his hands must be at least at the Yuaning stage power level. Earlier, he had guessed that this was a mid-grade spirit weapon, but now it seemed that poverty had limited his imagination. Lightly tapping his feet, Fong Wuxie followed silently. He wanted to find another opportunity to finish off Li Xiaobai. Between the jungles, Li Xiaobai hummed a small song as he began a new round of searching for demonic beasts. It was the first time he had entered this kind of dangerous land, and he had no idea where there were more demonic beasts, so he could only look for them haphazardly and scurry around. Fong Wuxie behind him was having a headache, It was clear that he could approach the demonic beast territory many times, but Li Xiaobai preferred not to take the usual path, and every time he brushed shoulders with the demonic beasts. The result was that the deeper he went now, the deeper he went, but he never encountered any danger. Fong Wuxie's heart was beating some drums. If he went this deep, if a demonic beast rushed out in a while, he might not be able to block it. He was only a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Jindan stage, and he might be able to cross the ranks with a full outburst, but the demonic beasts in this jungle all appeared in groups. Still have to find a chance to do away with Li Xiaobai as soon as possible. It was at this moment that the sound of talking came vaguely. Hey little sister, hand over the linglong grass, and sister can let you off the hook. Yeah, well, you don't want to toast it. No, this herb was discovered by my sacred demon sect. You can't take it away. Someone talking? Li Xiaobai also heard the quarrel, and his eyes lit up as he hurriedly walked towards the direction the sound came from. He is a newbie here, he can't even find the demonic beasts. If he can find someone to team up, he might be able to take a lot less detours. However, when he ran, the commotion was great, and the group of demonic beasts brought in from the periphery followed in hot pursuit. The ground rumbled and trembled, the demonic beasts roared, and for a moment the dust flew. Between the jungles, 5 young men and women were surrounding a little girl, who was about 12 or 13 years old, very childish, and had a death grip on an elixir in her arms that wouldn't let go. Feeling the vibrations coming from their feet, several young men and women's complexions changed drastically. Oh no! This is a swarm of demonic beasts. How can there be a large number of demonic beasts rushing towards us? I don't know, we didn't do anything. Hurry up and run. This group of demonic beasts is not something we can deal with. This lingering grass. Bring her along. If the sacred demon sect learns that we're ignoring their disciples, we won't be able to take the heat. Several young men and women looked flustered and took out their respective magic treasures in preparation to escape. But it was at that moment that the roar of anger came from the thick rolling smoke. Damn! You idiots are scaring them. How am I supposed to find someone to team up with like this? Get the hell out of here, all of you. Chapter 27 Little Lowly Chu Xiao Xiao. Li Xiaobai was now angry that the large number of demonic beasts chasing behind him almost scared away the cultivators in front of him. Turning to the group of demonic beasts is a burst of punches and kicks, but unfortunately, without using skills cannot hit the demonic beasts at all. With skills, the source of their own attribute points will be broken. He was still counting on these demonic beasts to help him upgrade. Several young men and women were in a cold sweat. What kind of cultivation was this? Actually letting the demonic beast bite on them like a person who was fine? This kind of strength, this kind of strange hobby, is definitely an expert without a doubt. Could it be a former great power? Seeing this, the little girl on the side was not afraid and took advantage of the fact that several people were not paying attention, and ran towards the direction where Li Xiaobai was, hugging Li Xiaobai's thighs and not letting go of his hands. Big brother, save me. They're trying to rob my elixir. I'm from the sacred demon sect. The headmaster Oyezi is my master. Big brother, if you help me do away with them, my master's uncle will give you benefits. This little girl is quirky and witty. Li Xiaobai carefully surveyed the elixir in her hand for a while and shook his head in disappointment. He did not need to cultivate. This kind of elixir that increased his cultivation was useless to him. Noticing Li Xiaobai's expression, the little lowly's heart was relieved. It seemed that she had made the right bet. The big brother could not see her linglong grass and would not snatch it from her. His eyes turned to the few disciples in front of him. Li Xiaobai was hesitant. How does this little lowly look like she is unreliable? If he wants to find the demonic beasts quickly, he might also have to rely on these older disciples. The young men and women stared blankly at the ferocious beasts that were constantly tearing and gnawing on Li Xiaobai's body, their calves and stomachs turning, cold sweat pouring out. Senior knows it's wrong. Senior shouldn't bully the small with the big and snatch this little girl's elixir. Senior will leave now. A youth at the head of the group arched his hand in greeting against the pressure. Wait, no one's going anywhere. Seeing a few people wanting to leave, Li Xiaobai was a bit anxious. It was not easy to meet a group of people. How could he let go so easily? What can I tell you, elder? The youth's heart was tense to the extreme, and he was already calculating how to escape. He still had a few blasting talismans in his spatial ring, so he didn't know if they would work. The rest of the few people also looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. No instruction. The road is lonely. Can I take a companion? Li Xiaobai changed his face in a second and said with a smile. This? Several people were stunned. They did not expect this senior to make such a request. Yes. It's naturally excellent that Senior doesn't mind us and is willing to explore this divine beast mountain range together. Late generation Ouyang Fong. I haven't yet asked for Senior's honorable name. The youth appeared respectful. My name is Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai felt very novel, himself this little white one, how to become a senior. Big brother. You can't join them, wow. They just tried to snatch the spirit medicine I dug out so hard just now. As soon as little Lori heard that she had to team up with these people, she immediately wowed and wailed, 100 times more reluctant. Ouyang Feng's face was embarrassed. No one had expected that in just less than a minute. The relationship between a few people had changed from enemies to companions. You don't want to go with them? Li Xiaobai asked. Yeah, they're not nice. Lori saw hope. Then you'd be better off walking alone. I came from that way and didn't see any demonic beasts on my way here. Li Xiaobai very kindly peeled the little lowly aside while indicating the direction he came from and said. Lori froze. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect to get this answer in return. What's going on? Why isn't Biggie following the rules? Hadn't the big man come specially to save her? She's so cute. How could Biggie bear to let her go alone? Could it be that the big man doesn't like little Lolitas? Well, it must be. After a short period of celestial warfare, the little lowly immediately stepped forward quickly and hugged Li Xiaobai's thigh again. In her opinion, only following the big man was safe, and she might even be able to make a small fortune. Big brother, when I think about it, these people aren't that bad. They just want to rob the elixir. They didn't move to kill anyone, they're still pretty good. The crowd was all a bit speechless. This little lowly flipped her face faster than a book. For a while she didn't know what to say. What's your name? And the sacred demon sect's headmaster is your master? Li Xiaobai asked. He was still very curious about the holy demon sect. My name is Chu Xiaoxiao. I'm the personal disciple of the sacred demon sect's sect master. And out of the several disciples, the sect master treats me the best. Chu Xiaoxiao was arrogant. Then why are you such a rookie? Li Xiaobai was wondering how a true disciple of the holy demon sect could be bullied by these guys who didn't even look like they were Jindan yet. This statement was followed by another wave of embarrassment. There's no way around it, whatever the big guy says is right, so let's be despised. There's no shame in it. That is to want to take peace as a noble, if I am out, non-death or injury. Chu Xiaoxiao spoke some bottom of the air. Li Xiaobai shrugged. Undeniable. Ouyang Fong took over the conversation in time. Senior, which way are we going now? Hearing Ouyang Fong say this, Li Xiaobai remembered that he was here to find a demonic beast. Whichever side has more demonic beasts, let's go there. Then these. On you, elder. Ouyang Fong pointed at the fierce tiger that was constantly gnawing on Li Xiaobai's shoulder and said. The evil tiger seemed to have sensed Ouyang Feng's intentions and bared its teeth at him, scaring the other party into retreating. This is okay. Just let it hang. Patting the tiger's head, Li Xiaobai said smilingly. The team set off bizarrely. The young men and women walked in front. Li Xiaobai followed slowly at the back. The front few people walked shakily, taking one step and turning back 3 times, fearing that the demonic beasts on Li Xiaobai had rushed towards them. Ka-ching! A crisp sound came from the shoulder as the tiger's teeth crumbled to pieces and his head fell to the ground in a bloody mess. At the same time, the porcupine that kept crashing behind him also collapsed at the same moment, which was the effect of his own passive skill anti-injury. Although these demonic beasts had been tearing themselves apart, they themselves were constantly taking damage, and now that the damage had reached a critical point, they couldn't support themselves and were shocked to death by their own backlash. Biggie, let me help you. The little lowly Chu Xiaoxiao was quick on her feet and pulled out a dagger from nowhere, and made a scratch at the demonic beasts on the ground, taking out a large pile of demonic beast materials. The rest of the few people also wanted to go up and get a piece of the pie, but the big brother was still there. They didn't dare to make a move, they just had to be greedy and watch. This person with a background is different, with the back of the holy demon sect as a big mountain. Even the senior's demonic beast material dared to take it. Sure enough, this is still a world that depends on strength. Hee, big brother. These are only foundation establishment stage, Jindan stage demonic beast materials. Your old man's magical power is boundless. Surely you can't look at them. Why don't you just give them to me? Saying that, Chu Xiaoxiao wanted to stuff the demonic beast materials into her clothing pocket. Wait! Chapter 28. Once the anti-trauma is on, no one will love it. Li Xiaobai's quick eyes and hands put all the materials into his spatial ring. These were real money that could be exchanged for spirit stones, but they couldn't just be given to the little lowly. Big brother, I don't think you can use this material, Chu Xiaoxiao said in a pitiful manner. I have a great use for it, Li Xiaobai said indifferently, taking out a demonic beast inner elixir in his hand and swallowing it. The inner Dan entered the body. A heat wave surged in the dantian. The ferocious beast aura swept in all directions, and a thunderous blasting sound effect came from the stomach, which made the crowd shiver. Li Xiaobai's face was flushed and filled with a soothing look. A deep, cloudy breath was exhaled. Yes. Attribute points plus 200. The effect is good. I have long heard people say that the energy in the inner Dan of this demonic beast is incomparably violent, and ordinary people who take it will surely die, and today I see that the energy in this is indeed wildly explosive. But while he was comfortable, the rest of the group was dumbfounded. Be able to condense the inner Dan of the demonic beasts are the existence of the Jindan period. This kind of demonic beasts usually they met that is to turn their heads and run. Today there are actually ruthless people swallow demonic beasts inner Dan. This has to be what kind of self-confidence and what kind of strength Li Xiaobai didn't know that in the eyes of the young men and women. He was already a 10,000-year-old demon that was comparable to an ancient beast. Li Ruojun's face was as white as a sheet of paper in fear, almost incontinence. She was the only girl in the 5-member squad. Her heart's ability to withstand the worst, seeing such a ferocious scene, almost can't walk the road. Li Xiaobai burped, not yet finished, and took out all the remaining demonic beast inner pills and swallowed them. Gulu gulu. The blasting sound within the dantian was constant. Thunderous sounds rolled out, and a strong demonic beast aura raged, startling the little loli to the point that she was wowed. Big brother, you're too fierce. You even dare to eat the inner Dan of demonic beasts raw. You're much stronger than those fresh meat in our sect. You're the most raw person I've ever seen. There's no one. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes were glowing, and she was unusually adoring of Li Xiaobai. Senior is truly extraordinary. Such cultivation is difficult for my generation of cultivators to look up to. Ouyang Feng's face was filled with bitterness. This level of disparity was enough for him to spend his entire life chasing after it. Oh, it's all routine. It's not worth mentioning. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, signaling the crowd to continue forward. The ferocious beasts had all been shaken to death, and fresh blood had to be found as soon as possible to fill the gap in the source of attribute points. The location where the crowd was now was already the inner perimeter of the Divine Beast mountain range, and the demonic beasts that appeared here were at the lowest level of the Foundation establishment stage, and the Jindan stage demonic beasts were all over the place. Ouyang Fong led the crowd to a swamp. Senior, this is the Cloud Mist Swamp, which is inhabited by a Jindan stage heaven-swallowing python. It should be very much to your liking. Choosing this area, Ouyang Fong also had a selfish motive. There were quite a few spirit medicines in this swamp, which had been nourished by the demonic beast's breath all year round, and had matured a long time ago. Unfortunately, their strength was low. Trying to get these medicinal herbs was like taking food from a tiger's mouth. If they were able to decapitate the python, they would be able to pick some of them. Even if they only took 10%, it would still be a considerable harvest. Jindan stage, not bad. Li Xiaobai's eyes were glowing. The Jindan stage meant that there was an inner elixir to be taken. Another wave of attribute points could be added. Go big brother! Little Lori cheered and cheered behind her. Li Xiaobai face black. This guy's mouth is full of gas. But the body is very honest, hiding far away, obviously afraid of being affected, so timid how to come out to mix. Stretching his muscles, there was nothing to say, and he went straight into the swamp. As soon as he touched the swamp, the attribute value panel started jumping up. This swamp was poisonous. Attribute points +1. Attribute points +1. Drops. Detected persistent toxic damage to the host. Skill upgrade, muscle weakness. Muscle weakness. When using it, use yourself as the center and fall into a state of muscle weakness within a 2-meter radius. The longer it lasts, the deeper the symptoms become. This bubble of poison actually upgraded the muscle weakness, but the name didn't change much, and the range of use was increased to a range of 2 meters, so it wasn't so constricting to use it going forward. The swamp was surprisingly quiet. There were no terrifying roars coming from it. There was just an eerie tranquility. Li Xiaobai knew that this was the calm before the storm. Snakes are all very venomous. Perhaps at this moment is looking for an opportunity to attack in order to kill in one blow. As expected, there was a sudden coldness at his feet, and it felt like he was being licked by something. Attribute points +30. Hiss! What kind of tongue is this? A lick can add so many attribute points. This is much stronger than those demonic beasts before. At that moment, Li Xiaobai didn't want to wait any longer and bent down. His hands couldn't stop salvaging in the swamp, wanting to bring up the heaven-swallowing python. Ouyang Fong and others were scared back and forth. This provocative behavior is collectively known as looking for death. a moment to swallow the sky python anger they cannot withstand, or first back away from a little better. Roar! When Li Xiaobai stirred up the situation like this, the heaven-swallowing python that was lurking at the bottom of the swamp became furious, and it felt that it had been severely provoked. The roar was deafening and resounded through the heavens and earth. A strong and terrifying pressure swept across the entire field in an instant. It was said that the snake carried a trace of dragon's bloodline, and this was not wrong at all. The swamp exploded and the heaven-swallowing python rose to the sky, grinning and biting down towards Li Xiaobai. This giant python in front of him was surprisingly large, tens of meters in length to say the least, and the scales on its body flickered with an icy light like armor. But the look is only a Jindan stage cultivation. Even if it's bluffing, it's impossible to beat yourself. Attribute points plus 100. As this bite went down, Li Xiaobai was unharmed, but it was the python's teeth that were chipped and splashed with venom, and his attribute points once again skyrocketed in a wave. With a turn of his body, the python swiftly climbed onto Li Xiaobai's waist. This was the snake's talent, strangulation. The snake's body tightened more and more, and Li Xiaobai was strangled to the point where his veins rippled. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. The attribute points increased crazily. This strangulation was sustained damage. It was obvious that the python had used its full strength. Li Xiaobai was in pain and happy. The attribute points provided by this python were too rich. He really wished that it could keep strangling himself. It was just a pity that counter-injury was a passive skill that was being activated all the time. No one is loved once the backlash is on. The greater the force of the python, the stronger the damage will be. Soon, the scales on its body surface crumbled in chunks, and wisps of blood drifted out. Roar! The python hissed frantically. Its intelligence was not high. Once it wrapped around its opponent, it would not let go, and because of this it took great damage. The growling continued for a while before the sound came to an abrupt end. The strong binding sensation violently disappeared. Li Xiaobai only felt his body loosen up, and the heaven-swallowing python collapsed straight into the swamp, lifeless. It was shaken by its own force. Hey! It's a shame to come across a rare one that's used while it lasts. Chapter 29 In Susu of the Holy Devil Sect. Hiding in the distance of the crowd finally know why this senior to look for demonic beasts. If they guessed well, this senior is definitely some special hobbies, otherwise it will not act so. Just now, when that heaven-swallowing python was strangled, they clearly saw that senior actually revealed a look of enjoyment. This was the secret of the previous generation of great powers. It absolutely had to be kept secret, or else it would probably usher in the disaster of killing. A few people quickly reached a consensus, selectively forgetting what they had just seen and heard. Once the heaven-swallowing python died, the swamp was once again calm. Li Xiaobai looked at the system panel in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose, and he couldn't stop smiling. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense 9 turns of Indestructible Golden Body. First turn 2000-10,000 can be advanced. Attribute points 7,000. All-point defense. Defense 9 turns of Indestructible Golden Body. First turn 9,000-10,000 can be advanced. This wave of the heaven-swallowing python directly provided himself with more than 7,000 attribute points. Worthy of being a Jindan stage demonic beast, it was really powerful. The little loli behind her was very sensible and rushed forward, raising her dagger to make a scratch, removing all the valuable parts of the heaven-swallowing python's body. Hands were presented with a pleasing look. Senior, there are still quite a few rare spirit medicines in this swamp. Why don't we pick them together as well? Fong on the side was afraid that the little loli would grab the lead again and rushed forward to say, "Then dig it all up," Li Xiaobai said. A few people very nimbly began to salvage the medicinal herbs in the swamp, where they were almost all fully matured spirit medicines. A random plant would be able to make their aura skyrocket. It was just a pity that the big brother was watching. They didn't dare to take it for themselves. Soon, dozens of rare herbs were placed in front of Li Xiaobai. Looking at the spiritual herbs in front of him that were flowing with light, Li Xiaobai frowned. Although he didn't know the art of herbs and alchemy, these herbs in front of him were obviously all beneficial to the human body, and they didn't provide him with attribute points. It was of the type that looked good, but afterward it could be exchanged for spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, and without looking at the hopeful looks of several people, he put all these medicinal herbs into his spatial ring. Elder! This? Fong cried and mourned. Originally followed the predecessor, also thought to be able to share a bowl of soup. But now it seems that it is not the case. This predecessor is a bit stingy, wild goose over the Lord. Money is something outside of the body, it is not something you can live with or die with. And I'm doing this for your own good. These spirit medicines placed in your place will only cause disputes and fearless sacrifices. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I'm willing to bear the root cause of this pain alone. Li Xiaobai carried his hands behind his back and said indifferently, unknowingly, the problem of pretending was back. Ouyang Wind is considered to see the understanding, feelings of the senior is only high cultivation, not the slightest consciousness as a senior high people, the robbing of a thing will not let go. Looks like they won't get a piece of the action. Big brother, you're too strong. We'll follow you from now on. Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes shone with golden light. In her eyes, Li Xiaobai was just like a moving humanoid treasure trove. Keep going. Li Xiaobai laughed out loud and led the crowd onward. The harvest from this trip was huge, and his defense grew by leaps and bounds, so even if he encountered the Yuaning stage, he might not be without the power to fight. The crowd walked deeper, the demonic beasts did not see much, the human cultivator's body is more, the more inward walk the more corpses. Obviously here is the occurrence of some kind of very tragic struggle. Li Xiaobai saw quite a few familiar faces in the pile of corpses, all of which were the inner disciples of the immortal feather sect. Most of them were cut off at the waist and looked as if they had suffered the tearing of some wild beast. It was quiet among the jungle. This time Ouyang Fong seemed to have made some sort of good luck. No matter how he led the way, he never encountered any demonic beasts. Ouyang Fong looked very puzzled. He was very sure that he was walking in the territory of the demon race. Demonic beasts for the territory of the sovereignty of the consciousness is very strong. According to reason, there are human beings stepped on their territory. These demonic beasts should not say anything to pounce up to kill some right. What the hell is so quiet? It's 100% abnormal. Chu Xiaoxiao. A surprised shout came violently from the darkness at his side, frightening Li Xiaobai. The one who spoke was a female cultivator, with a white battle dress, holding a long sword in her hand, valiantly, and several people followed behind her. A small-eyed, flat-headed young man appeared wary, staring at Li Xiaobai and the others with a deadly stare. Su-san. When the little lowly saw the visitor, her face was unusually happy, and she immediately pounced over. Sister Susu, the world outside is so scary. Xiao Xiao had a hard time digging up a linglong grass and was almost snatched away. Luckily she ran into a big brother, or else my sister won't be able to see Xiao Xiao anymore. Chu Xiaoxiao's tears were rolling in her eyes in a pitiful manner. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator named Susu's eyebrows immediately stood up. Who dares to rob my sister? Sister will help you destroy him. It's all right, Sister Susu, now that I'm covered by a big brother. No one dares to rob me of my elixir, Chu Xiaoxiao said. In Susu looked Li Xiaobai up and down. She was also a true disciple of the sacred demon sect. This action originally did not bring Chu Xiaoxiao with her, but the little girl insisted on following up. As a result, after a wave of demonic beasts the crowd got separated. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao intact at this moment, she was naturally elated, and her gaze towards Li Xiaobai softened. Thanks for your help, Your Excellency. I mean Susu of the sacred demon sect. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Sister Su. Big brother doesn't need your help. Big brother is very strong. Chu Xiaoxiao said wryly. She was curious to know who was stronger compared to her peerless sister and the big brother. In Susu was very polite, at the same time her eyes were filled with doubt, because no matter how one looked at it, Li Xiaobai was a person with no cultivation. But why did Chu Xiaoxiao address him as big brother? Could it be that the other party's strength was far higher than his own, so he was unable to perceive it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was an expert who had touched the threshold of the Yuaning stage, just one step away from stepping into that realm, the best of the younger generation. How could someone's cultivation far exceed his own? My name is Li Xiaobai. I'm a casual cultivator. I don't know what happened here. Why is it that all the way here, there are all the corpses of cultivators? Li Xiaobai asked. He was going to make things happen in the mountain range, so of course he had to hide his identity. This is a long story, so let's talk about it as we walk. In Susu was very enthusiastic. She could see that this sister of her own family was completely and utterly glued to Li Xiaobai, and at that moment, she also directly invited and explored the Divine Beast mountain range together. Susu, it's not convenient for outsiders to know about this. Just give him some payment. What if he gets in the way of the plan by working with us? A discordant voice came over. Chapter 30 Dragon Snake Fruit. The speaker was a flat-headed youth with eyes like snakes, a face that made people uncomfortable. That's right, senior sister. Don't forget our mission. Not just any small-minded person can join us. Several other young cultivators also said, clearly disdainful of Li Xiaobai. What are you talking about? Biggie is my savior. Big Brother's power is boundless. All of you together can't beat one of his little thumbs. The little lowly Chu Xiaoxiao was not happy when she heard this. Brother Li being able to escort Xiaoxiao is already a favor. Our plans for this trip are arduous, and being able to have an expert join us will do us all the good and none of the harm. In Susu frowned. She felt that her own senior brothers were a bit unaware of their manners. But the flat-headed youth wanted to say something else, but In Susu stopped him with a wave of her hand. I have already made up my mind on this matter, so there is no need to say more. Li Xiaobai felt that the scene was a little weird. This flat-headed youth was inexplicably hostile to himself. Could it be that he had accidentally offended him somewhere? Then Ouyang Fong and the others were very sensible and wanted to leave. Together, Li Xiaobai said casually, after all, we have known each other for a while. It is always a little bad to separate like this. When these words came out, all the people present froze. They did not expect this Li Xiaobai to actually be unable to read the atmosphere. In Susu was also stunned. She felt that Li Xiaobai was very special and acted completely unlike a cultivator. It's not that I'm afraid that more people will participate and compete with them for the treasure. It's just that this is the inner perimeter of the mountain range. It's very dangerous, and it's not good if it causes a few fellow travelers to meet with an untimely death. These people were only at the foundation stage of cultivation. How could they be allowed to participate together? However, Chu Xiaoxiao didn't care about this. For her, what the big brother said was what he said. And at that moment, she also nodded her head frequently and took charge, signaling Ouyang Fong and the others to follow. In Susu and the others had no choice but to nod in agreement. Mr. Li, the demonic beasts here have already been decimated by the Tianwu sect's people. As for the corpses, well, these were all done by the people from the Tianwu sect. Those people used the small and medium-sized sect's men and women to scout ahead, and forcibly opened up a path into the core area of the Divine Beast Mountain Range. We're also here to search for the remaining genius geomancers in the inner perimeter. In Susu recounted what the Heavenly Martial Sect had done, and Li Xiaobai was shocked. This Heavenly Martial Sect was actually so ruthless, pushing all the forces that wanted to attach themselves into the fire pit. The cruelty of their methods was outrageous. What's in the mountains? A mature dragon snake fruit tree. The dragon snake fruit is a heavenly treasure. Eating one will not only be able to reshape the foundation, but the power and strength of the physical body will even be able to rise dramatically. In Susu explained. What does a dragon snake fruit look like? The body becomes a fiery red color, like a flame, and is very recognizable, usually with 9 fruits in one plant. Then are we going deeper into the mountain range to look for that dragon snake fruit now? Li Xiaobai's eyes were dribbling around. His heart was on fire. If he could get the dragon snake fruit, he was afraid that his defense would increase by a large margin. A fruit that could strengthen the physical body was too good for him. Hee, what are you thinking? The dragon snake fruit is a treasure that the big brothers are fighting over. We are not qualified to meddle in it. But this time, with our holy demon sect's grand elder making a move, this dragon snake fruit will definitely fall into the hands of my holy demon sect. The flat-headed youth scoffed. He didn't believe that Li Xiaobai was any kind of big brother at all. At most he had compelled Chu Xiaoxiao with sweet words. Hey, little Li, how do you talk to the big man? The big man can run you over with one finger, so why shouldn't you be able to fight for something? Big brother, let's go find the dragon snake fruit. I'll support you. The little lowly wanted to please the big man and get along with him, and spoke without any mercy, infuriating the flat-headed man's face. The flat-headed youth's face became even more gloomy. Xiao, stop. The inner perimeter is treacherous. Many of the Jindan stage demonic beasts are not even necessarily a match for me. We have to be careful with every move we make, In Susu said. She similarly did not think that Li Xiaobai would be an expert. Chu Xiaoxiao had always been stubborn, and it was normal for there to be some moisture in his words. And doing things in threes, maybe it's clingy now. When she gets tired of it, she won't continue to pester Li Xiaobai. That's right. This Divine Beast Mountain Range is very dangerous. We still have to be careful. Li Xiaobai thought deeply. He was the one who searched for suitable demonic beasts one step at a time and slowly raised his defense. Everything should be done in a prudent manner. Ouyang Fong and the others looked strange. Are you sure this Divine Beast Mountain Range is dangerous? When you ate the inner pills of the demonic beasts, you didn't even blink. Why do you think you're scarier than the demonic beasts? When the big brother spoke, Chu Xiaoxiao also quieted down. In Susu's face was astonished. This little girl actually became well-behaved just because of a sentence from someone else. It's a bit abnormal. Brother Li, this time we found a treasure site in the periphery. That area has a lush spiritual chi. Obviously there are heavenly treasures about to come out. Our goal is to take the treasure site. As for the core area of the mountain range, it's not something we can get involved in. In Susu said. I see. I wonder where that treasure land is located? Li Xiaobai asked. In the northeastern direction. We'll have to pass through a few demonic beast territories. So be sure to keep your spirits up. In Susu said. It's natural. What none of the crowd had noticed was the man hanging far out in the jungle behind them. The essence in Fong Wuxie's eyes exploded, and he heard a few unimaginable secrets. It's actually the dragon snake fruit. The treasure in this mountain range is actually the dragon snake fruit, which is one of the exotic fruits of heaven and earth. It's really heaven's help. If I can obtain a fruit, my foundation can be 100 times stronger than it is right now, so why worry about not being able to become an expert of the Yuaning stage at that time? But this Li Xiaobai is also really lucky. He actually hooked up with the little demoness of the sacred demon sect, and even gained In Susu's favor, so it will be hard to move him now. But I've already gotten the news, so I can go ahead and head to the mountain range to find out where the other treasures are. Even though the experts of all the major sects are gathered here, I may not be without a chance. With a turn of his body, Fong Wuxie disappeared into thin air. There were no words on the road, and the party was very silent. Li Xiaobai felt that the disciples of the holy demon sect were not friendly. Other than In Susu and Lori, how come the rest of the disciples were hostile to him? I don't think we did anything. Ouyang Feng and others are even more difficult. They are here to play sauce, inexplicably taken away by the big brother. The heart can be described as a batch of panic. A few of you, the front is an area where demonic beasts are active, even though all the demonic beasts in this area have been cleared by the heavenly martial sect. There's no guarantee that there won't be any fish that slip through the net, so we have to be cautious in everything. In Susu reminded. Chapter 31 Taiyan Women Ambush. Li Xiaobai couldn't see anything unusual around him. It's still in the middle of the jungle, it's still very desolate, and it's still very quiet. However, a few people from the holy demon sect are like enemies. Some cannot understand the operation of this group of high-end players. Sure enough, it still suffered from the lack of cultivation. Li Xiaobai sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about all this. Who made it so that he didn't need to cultivate? Big brother, do you think there are demonic beasts in this forest? Chu Xiaoxia asked, following Li Xiaobai around. She wasn't nervous at all. It's so quiet here, I don't think so. Li Xiaobai wasn't so sure. Be quiet. If you don't understand, don't talk. The flat-headed youth was annoyed, and pressed his voice and roared. If he disturbed the demonic beast, it would be another bitter battle. Li Xiaobai immediately shut up, or these people have experience, not only judged the presence of demonic beasts among the jungle, but also stopped the behavior of disturbing the demonic beasts, really professional. A few people groped among the jungle for a while, and In Susu suddenly looked relieved. There are no demonic beasts present here. They should have been killed off by the Sky Martial Sex people. Che, Big Brother said long ago that there are no demonic beasts here, and you guys still don't believe me. The little lowly looked angry. That's just his luck. Xiao Xiao. Don't be fooled by this guy. The flat-headed youth said. How do you talk to your senior sister, little Li Zi? You should use honorifics when talking to elders. I'm a true disciple of the sect master. I'm several generations above you, and you're even calling me by my first name. Where's the law of etiquette? Chu Xiaoxiao crossed her waist and said angrily. Let's rest here for a moment. In Susu interrupted the crowd. It wasn't good to walk too fast. There was still a distance to the location of the treasure land. Get in shape first, and only then will you have the strength to go. Senior sister In, drink some water. The remaining few holy demon sect disciples immediately came forward and served In Susu tea and water. It's not necessary. In Susu ignored the disciples' attentiveness and instead walked towards Li Xiaobai. Mr. Li, may I ask where the master comes from? Unschooled. Li Xiaobai understood as soon as he heard it. This is to probe his bottom. Dare I ask what the cultivation level is? And why I don't feel the slightest fluctuation of aura on your son? To become a patriarch with a single thought. There are few geniuses in the world, and I am one of them. Li Xiaobai sat upright, his eyes watching his nose watching his mouth, and his mouth watching his heart, without the slightest intention of blushing. Then may I ask if your excellency was also invited by the Zhenyuan kingdom to enter the divine beast mountain range? It's not an invitation. The Zhenyuan kingdom was struck by a disaster and was very frightened. So they sent a country's teacher to ask for my help, and I came here because my heart was set on the people's lives. In Susu was speechless. staring straight at Li Xiaobai. Her intuition told her that Li Xiaobai was definitely not simple. Li Xiaobai is also expressionless with its eyes. The heart is a little apprehensive. These people will not come out of a period of suspicion that they are a burden, want to get rid of it. After a moment of stalemate, In Susu lost the battle. She still did not sense the aura fluctuation in the other party's body, which was intriguing. Could it be that they were really experts? In the distance, the flat-headed youth watched Li Xiaobai and In Susu talking happily. His heart was even more burning with anger. The rest of the sacred demon sect disciples were also becoming more and more dissatisfied with Li Xiaobai. Senior Sister In was a fairy in the sky, an existence that did not eat earthly fire. How could she mix with this kind of wild cultivator and flatly lose her value? Sister Susu, there's an elixir here. The voice of the little lowly Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly came. This little girl had run away at some point. In Susu was shocked in her heart. The Divine Beast Mountain Range was not like home. Running around here was going to be a big deal. Dash, come back. It's dangerous. Big Brother has already said that there are no demonic beasts infesting this place. What danger can there be? The little lowly was unimpressed, and her treasure-hungry nature exploded as she began to dig up the elixir on the surface of the ground. But it was also at this moment that several sword lights on the ground rushed up into the sky, aiming straight at the little lowly who was concentrating on digging up the elixir. Xiao Xiao, watch out! In Susu was shocked and immediately rushed over. Someone had actually ambushed her at this place and she hadn't realized it yet. This was a serious blunder. But it was too late. It was obvious that those people had already ambushed the place for a long time. Ha ha ha! Look what I caught today. The holy demon sect's precious disciple. What a heavenly help! A white-robed man at the head of the group laughed out loud and lifted Chu Xiaoxiao up. This was the jewel of the sacred demon sect's sectmaster, and now he had been captured alive by himself. Recently, the heavenly martial sect and the sacred demon sect were competing for the quota to the central state, and now that this Chu Xiaoxiao was in hand, it would be much easier to compete for it. It's you! In Susu's almond eyes were rounded, and she was very annoyed. Li Xiaobai also recognized the other party, having met him once inside the Jinyuan Kingdom's hall. The other party was a true disciple of the Tianwu sect, and seemed to be called Zhang Rui. At that time, the true disciple of the holy demon sect even disliked him a few times, and Li Xiaobai was quite impressed. I just didn't expect that the disciples of this famous sect would actually behave like this. It's a bit disgusting, nah. Tianwu sects, let go of me if you're sensible. Let me tell you, I'm covered by a big brother. Let go of Auntie immediately and I'll spare you from death. The little lowly kept struggling. In Susu was annoyed in her heart. The Tianwu sect members were actually so self-deprecating and practiced this insidious thing. It was really disgraceful. Surname Li, it was you who caused Xiao Xiao to be captured. If you hadn't coaxed Xiao Xiao, she wouldn't have been caught in the enemy's ambush. A hint of teasing flashed in the eyes of the flat-headed youth, grasping every opportunity to satirize Li Xiaobai. He didn't care about Chu Xiaoxiao's death or life. He only wanted to make In Susu change her mind about Li Xiaobai. Not bad. You caused Senior Sister Chu to be captured. What is your crime? The rest of the disciples also chimed in. All stop arguing, Zhang Rui. You're a true disciple of the Tianwu sect. If you act like this, aren't you afraid that the sacred demon sect will settle the scores after the fall? In Susu frowned. As long as you're all dead, who else is going to sue? Zhang Rui's eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat playfully. In Susu was shocked, the other party was emboldened. Could it be that he had some kind of dependence? Or was it that this Zhang Rui had already made a breakthrough and his cultivation surpassed his own? This was impossible, the Yuanshin couldn't just be condensed. In a moment, I'll pester Zhang Rui. You guys take the opportunity to save Xiaoxia, and then escape immediately, understand? Understood. The flat-headed youth looked solemn. He also knew that this time he had encountered hard stubble. The Tianwu sect was actually heartless and wanted to kill all of them. After going back, he must report to the master. Li Xiaobai also wanted to participate in the rescue, but unfortunately, the holy demon sect's crowd didn't pay any attention to him, and after briefly assigning the tasks, several sword lights vanished and shot violently and explosively towards Zhang Rui. Ouyang Fong and the others looked odd. They were puzzled. The senior was so powerful, why couldn't the people of the holy demon sect see it? Several white-clothed youths similarly swung their long swords in their hands, their sword lights crisscrossing across the room as they met In Susu and the others. Waves of air rolled over the field, and none of the disciples present to exchange blows were below Jindan's stage cultivation. Quite a lot of flying sand and stones grazed Li Xiaobai. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. Chapter 32. What a Big Brother. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body, first turn 9,210,000 can be advanced. 800 attribute points short of being able to advance to the next stage. Li Xiaobai heart some small excitement, really outside experience to quickly become stronger. This is only out of the wandering for 2 days. The defense is like a rocket, like rubbing up. Slightly moving 2 steps forward. The battle in the field was scorching. Waves of air churned and aura fluctuations shook. The attribute value panel value keeps jumping. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. Drops. Detected that the host has been continuously attacked by sword chi. Skill upgrade. 9 revolutions of indestructible sword intent first revolutions. 9 revolutions of indestructible sword intent first turn. A sword cultivator's lifelong pursuit. Incorporating his own will into his sword, he can use his sword intent to crush his opponents when he draws his sword. In the middle of the field, the fighting between the 2 sides has reached a white-hot level. In Susu felt that something wasn't right. The other party wasn't as powerful as he had imagined. Although his strength was a thread higher than his own, he obviously wasn't at the point of being able to kill himself. And where did the other side get their confidence from? Could it be that there's something else? Haha. The disciples of the Holy Demon Sect do have 2 skills. It's just a pity that all of you will have to die here today. Zhang Rui struck a palm in the air and drew himself away from the battle circle, flipping his wrist and taking out a bead as bright red as blood. Blood spirit beads. In Susu shouted out of breath, and the rest of the few people's faces changed drastically. Blood spirit bead is an evil magic treasure. To cruel means of blood sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people can be refined. When used is incomparably more powerful, equivalent to the Yuaning stage cultivator's blow. Looking at the size of the other party's blood spirit bead, I'm afraid that they have blood sacrificed thousands of lives. Zhang Rui, you're a righteous sect in vain, but you actually use such underhanded tactics. If your fellow disciples learn of this, even the heavenly martial sect won't be able to protect you. The flat-headed youth was horrified in his eyes. Once the blood spirit pearls came out, they were afraid that they would really have to die here. Mr. Zhang said a long time ago that with all of you dead, naturally no one will rat on you. Zhang Rui was calm, and the blood spirit pearl was in his hands with a strong bottom. Round them up. Don't let any of them escape. Kill them for me. With a wave of their big hands, several Tianwu sect disciples rushed towards the direction where Li Xiaobai and the others were. They were prepared to start chopping down the weakest chick to save time. The Great Chiba Hand. Falling Flower Sword Technique. Starry Fingers. A variety of moves and feats swept by. Li Xiaobai was painless, and his attribute points rose in another wave. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body second turn 0 20,000 can be advanced. Finally it was upgraded. Li Xiaobai's face was elated. It looks like the attribute points needed will increase by 10,000 for every turn. He still has a long way to go. Tianwu sect disciples at this time, their face changed greatly. They just was all out. The other party is not even left a wound. Such strength appalling. Not good. There are experts here. Retreat. Several people retreated violently and quickly returned to Zhang Rui's body. Senior brother. There are experts on the opposite side. The situation has changed. Zhang Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. He also saw how extraordinary Li Xiaobai was, using his physical body to resist the full force of a Jindan stage cultivator's strike without any injuries. It was indeed extraordinary. In Susu several people also retreated back to Li Xiaobai's side, their faces full of shock. What Lori said was true, and it turns out this one is really big. Senior, we have offended a lot before, so please disregard the previous suspicion and help the juniors. In Susu arched her hand and bowed, looking at Li Xiaobai with even more complicated eyes. The flat-headed youth was a bit coward and didn't dare to go forward, and he was the most energetic in counting down Li Xiaobai before. Small question. The beads on that guy's hand are awesome? Li Xiaobai instantly entered the state, encountering the enemy and pulling hatred first. This is already an instinctive reaction. That's the blood spirit bead, refined through the blood sacrifice of thousands of people. It's an evil magic treasure with incomparable power. How strong? It's equivalent to a blow from a Yuaning stage powerhouse. Sloppy. Li Xiaobai was calm and composed as he slowly walked towards Zhang Rui, calculating in his mind how many attribute points he would be able to increase if he swallowed the blood spirit pearl. Now that the defense has advanced again, blocking the attacks of the Yuaning stage should not be a problem. I hope that this bead can give a little more power. If Mr. Zhang's guess is correct, Your Excellency should be a body-refining cultivator, wanting to emulate the ancient gods and become a saint with your physical body. Zhang Rui said indifferently. If you recognize it, then kneel and roll. Li Xiaobai carried his hands behind his back, forcing his qi. Arrogant enough, but you and other body-refining cultivators only emphasize the physical body, while this blood-spirit bead of mine is just the right one to target the spiritual sea of consciousness. So if you don't want to become demented, Your Excellency should just leave. I am a man of unearthly talent, with 10,000 qi blessings added to my body, and a mere evil demon is not enough to be a problem. Li Xiaobai spared no effort in pretending and pulling hatred. Sharp-tongued, remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate, had wanted to let you off the hook. But since you're so unaware of retreat, it's good to be buried with them. Zhang Rui's eyes were fierce as he violently operated his gongfu, catalyzing the blood-spirit bead and throwing it towards Li Xiaobai and the others. Most of the body-refining cultivators had masters, and these Dharma veins were not willing to be easily offended even by Zhang Rui. But the other party insisted on meddling in his own business, and he did not mind giving the other party a ride. The blood-spirit bead floated in the air, blood-colored light surged out, and a scarlet thick aura enveloped the crowd with a bloody smell. Zhang Rui and several cultivators simultaneously activated the blood-spirit bead, and the sky was filled with wind and clouds, with baleful qi rolling around in gusts of gloomy wind. Li Xiaobai frowned straight away. The smell of this bead was too unpleasant, but the attribute points to have been jumping. It was obvious that this blood gas was poisonous. Behind them, In Susu and the others were a bit overwhelmed the moment they came into contact with the blood-colored aura. They were only at the Jindan stage of cultivation, and could not withstand the power of the beads. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. Feeling the state of his body, there wasn't much of a problem, and the attacks of the Yuaning stage were just like that. At that moment, he no longer hesitated and walked straight towards the blood-spirit bead. In Zhang Rui's horrified eyes, Li Xiaobai slowly stretched out a hand and plucked the blood-spirit bead before opening his mouth wide and swallowing it in one gulp. As the blood-spirit bead went down, the red light on the surface of his body fluttered about. The strong aura rushed through his body uncontrollably, and his blood churned. Li Xiaobai stifled a grunt. Luckily, with multiple passive skills that strengthened the physical body, the bead didn't make too many waves. After allowing the raging blood qi to rush through his body for a while, the blood-spirit bead was completely transformed into attribute points. Attribute points plus 1,100. Attribute points plus 1,000. Attribute points 12,000. All-point defense. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body. Second turn 12,000 20,000 can be advanced. Hey. Thanks for the hospitality. Chapter 33 Swallowing the blood-spirit pearl raw. Li Xiaobai touched his stomach and burped, and all the people present were petrified. You actually ate it. Swallowing the blood-spirit pearl in the raw, what kind of operation is this? Zhang Rui was scared to death. This blood-spirit bead is a cult master gift, but also in front of his face refining, spending thousands of lives is refined. He couldn't be more clear about how powerful it was. Even a mid-grade spiritual treasure couldn't compare to the power of this one blood-spirit bead. Once the blood gas is released, even the Yuaning stage experts are not willing to shake its front. This Li Xiaobai actually directly beats to swallow down, but also nothing at all. How is this possible? Well, it's a little fishy and the texture isn't great, but the portion is generous. Li Xiaobai recalled the feeling he had just had and commented seriously. A single blood-spirit bead could provide over 10,000 contribution points. If there were a few more of them, wouldn't one still have to go to heaven? Do you have any more of these beads? The crowd was once again petrified. In Susu stared blankly at what was happening in front of her. This man was too powerful. She somewhat regretted not discovering the other party's true colors earlier. An expert of this level, if he could befriend, it would be beneficial to the sect without any harm. But the good thing was that there was still this little girl Chu Xiaoxiao on his side. As long as she kept sticking to Li Xiaobai, he would always be able to find a way to bring the two sides closer together. The flat-headed youth's eyes flashed with an eerie light, not knowing what he was thinking. Ouyang Fong and the others were relieved. The seniors had stepped in. This wave was stable. Big brother 6666. Biggie finished these guys off. The little lowly Chu Xiaoxiao cheered vigorously as Li Xiaobai's performance made her feel excited. It was as if it was herself who had eaten the blood-spirit pearl. This little girl is in my hands. Please stand still. I'm a true disciple of the Tianwu sect. If you're willing to let us go, you'll be thanked in the future. Zhang Rui's face was a little pale. The Chu Xiaoxiao in his hand was the only leverage he had left. Oh, no problem, I won't move, you guys go, Li Xiaobai said indifferently. At the same time, his fingers quietly rested on the hilt of his sword. Zhang Rui's pupils contracted. The other party was going to kill. Throwing the little loli in his hand violently towards Li Xiaobai, and then counting his feet in succession, his figure quickly disappeared in place. Can't run away. Grabbing Lori with one hand, he drew the long sword at his waist. 9 revolutions of indestructible sword intent. Willpower melted into the sword. The air resounded with the sound of metal clinking, and golden pressure swept across the entire field. Immortal. A huge golden giant sword projection emerged in the void, pointing remotely at the several people who were frantically fleeing. Li Xiaobai felt his consciousness stretching thousands of miles away, piercing straight into the brow of the heavenly martial sect disciple. A few wisps of breeze, a few Tianwu sect disciples on the spot, eyes stagnant up. Is far away. Zhang Rui's entire left arm was chopped off, without saying a word, to disappear. It turns out that the sword intent is this feeling. Li Xiaobai's heart understood. The sword intent is formless and faceless, and it can chop people's divine sense as well as their physical body. No wonder so many people chose to train with swords. This thing is really strong. Biggie 666. I knew Biggie would save me. You're too strong, big brother. I want to be your little brother. The little loli looked at the slowly dissipating sword intent in the air, her eyes filled with little stars. Li Xiaobai's toughness broke her perception. Just now that hand, it felt even stronger than her own master. In Susu and the others were also completely dumbfounded. Not to mention that their fleshly bodies were strong and incomparable. Even their sword intent was so exquisite. Which senior high-ranking person was this? There seemed to be no exalted hand they knew of that matched this former senior. Could it be that a certain unearthly old monster was playing with the red dust? Oh, it's just routine. Li Xiaobai also did not expect sword intent to be so powerful, but think about it, after all, it is a skill that has been upgraded several levels in a row. The power can be imagined. It's just a shame to let that Zhang Rui get away. Although he had chopped off one of the opponent's hands, this kind of injury would be able to be restored to its original state with the use of some secret magic elixirs. Walking up to a few Tianwu sect disciples, he waved his hand, and several of them had numb faces and dull eyes. The sword intent just now stabbed them straight in the center of their eyebrows. The sea of consciousness had been completely destroyed by the sword intent, and these people had already turned into demented fools without any intelligence. How are you guys feeling? Returning to In Susu's several people, Li Xiaobai asked. I told you big brother would save me. Chu Xiaoxiao was excited. Many thanks to senior for helping out. Before it was my daughter who had the eyes to recognize a real person. Please don't blame senior. In Susu was paralyzed and weak, struggling to get up to perform a big bow of thanks. The rest of the few people also thanked them profusely. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a big brother mixed in with the team, they were afraid that they would really be planted this time. There is no need to do so. Cutting down demons and eliminating devils are all part of my generation of cultivators. Li Xiaobai said smilingly. This kind of starry-eyed feeling is really quite good. In Susu was still about to say something else when a small token at her waist suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This is the token given by the Tianwu sect's experts before the trip to ask for help. Using this token, the cultivators who are in the vicinity will be able to receive the message and rush over in time to provide support. Someone is in trouble. The location is in the northeast. It seems to be the piece of treasure land that my daughter mentioned before. In Susu said. It looks like there are fierce dangers in the treasure land. Li Xiaobai first frowned, and then his expression was relieved. It was good that there was a danger, and a danger meant that there were attribute points that could be visited. You and the others will rest here, and I will go to the treasure land to carry out the rescue. Biggie, I'm coming with you. Lori immediately came up. Xiao, stop it. Senior is going to do some serious business. He can't take you. In Susu crossed her eyes. Chu Xiao hugged Li Xiaobai's thigh to death and said nothing. She determined in her heart that as long as she followed the big brother, she would definitely be able to eat meat and drink wine in a big bowl. Not bad. The interior of the mountain range is exceptionally treacherous. I can't continue to bring you along. Moreover, your senior brothers and sisters are incapacitated at the moment and need someone to look after them here. What should they do if they are in danger if you just walk away? Li Xiaobai frowned and said, this way, the little loli besides digging the inner pills of the demonic beasts, It seems that it didn't play any role. Having to save her from danger was better than exploring the mountain range on your own. With his current defense, it was enough to walk across the mountain range. Chu Xiaoxiao see the situation is not good to say anything more, cannot to their own senior brothers and sisters in danger in spite of it. I understand, big brother. I'll protect senior brother and sister. Then you will wait here for help. After saying that, Li Xiaobai walked in the direction of the distress signal and left. The people of the Holy Demon sect were only temporarily experiencing symptoms of weakness, and after taking the pills and meditating for a while, they would be able to recover as before, so Li Xiaobai was not worried about In Susu and the others encountering any dangers again. Same time, in the middle of the jungle, a small river suddenly erupted with golden light, accompanied by a rumbling thunderous sound that rose up to the sky. The nearby disciples all had their spirits lifted and their faces were greedy. There's a foreign treasure out there. Chapter 34 Large-Scale Murder and Treasure Seizure Scene. The figures flashed between the jungles, quickly running towards the direction where the golden light was. Looking at the flickering silhouettes around him, Li Xiaobai was envious in his heart. This ability to fly anywhere, anytime was too practical. Unlike himself, he still had to run slowly on two legs, and he couldn't run as fast as an ordinary person. It was good that the treasure land was not far away from him, and the demonic beasts along the way had been purged early on. Wobbling and running to the edge of the jungle, in front of them was a small river. This golden light was bursting out from the bottom of the river. The river water was very muddy. It was hard to see what exactly was below. There were already countless cultivators waiting in the surrounding area. At the fringe of the river, a fat man was sitting on the ground and crying loudly, and several corpses were placed in front of him, looking very miserable. When the crowd saw this, they didn't dare to fight for the treasures in the river for a while. Li Xiaobai instantly recognized the fat man in front of him as his sixth senior brother, Lu Jinshui. This fat man is acting again. I don't know where to get a few lines from the corpse of the cultivator began to cry miserably, tears dripping down, looking really like that. Fellow Taoist, please feel sorry for your loss. I wonder what happened to you here? A cultivator asked. There was a treasure coming out of that river. We entered it to explore, and we encountered a demonic beast. In the heat of the moment, a few big brothers sent me to the shore, but they themselves never woke up. Lu Jinshui, emotional, said, once again weeping. Surrounding the female cultivators for the sidelong glance, the heart of some intolerance, often living in the clan of the Yu cheat. This kind of blood is thicker than water affection. They have been a long time have not been touched. Fellow Taoist, please be merciful. We are willing to help you take out the treasure. Please also inform us of the details of that demonic beast. This talkative cultivator is also wilting bad damage, obviously want to rob the treasure, lack of bias to make a look of righteousness. But this was indeed the concern of many cultivators. What exactly is the realm of this demonic beast under the water? If it is, the Jindan stage can still touch it and harden a wave. Below this is a 1,000-year-old dragon turtle, not strong, just Jindan stage and slow to move. It's just that it's able to spit out poisonous liquids, and it's only when my several big brothers were caught off guard that they were struck. Lu Jinshui said. So that's how it is. Don't worry, senior brother, with so many of us here, we will definitely help you take out the treasure, kill the demonic beasts, and avenge a few good men. This hitchhiking cultivator made a big deal out of it and appeared to be full of bravado. The rest of the cultivators had a bottom line in their hearts: Jindan stage dragon turtles with strong defenses, slow movements, and the ability to release venom. Although it had a certain degree of aggressiveness, it wasn't too tricky, so as long as you were careful underwater, you could still obtain the treasure. Well, thanks a lot, fellow Taoist. You must help me fetch the treasure up. That's what my big brother traded his life for. Lu Jinshui cried out. Got it. A trace of impatience flashed in the eyes of the talkative cultivator. Having gotten the exact information about the underwater, Lu Jinshui was no longer useful to him. The rest of the people looking at Lu Jinshui, a look of dementia is also in the eyes of the contemptuous color. This fat man actually still naive to think that the big guys really give him a hand. It looks like it's still a little too young to be in the world. Li Xiaobai hid in the distance, quietly watching everything in front of him. He could see that the previous distress signal was sent out by 6th senior brother Lu Jinshui. He deliberately gathered the crowd here and acted to cry miserably, so he obviously had something up his sleeve. Hey, if senior brother is messing things up, it's only natural that senior brother wants a piece of the action. The surrounding cultivators gathered in groups and began to discuss the countermeasures to fight for the treasure. These cultivators, not a few of whom were at the Jindan stage, had their own small groups, and for them, the most dangerous thing to fight for the treasure was not the underwater demonic beasts, but these other cultivators in the neighborhood. Things like killing and taking treasures were commonplace in the immortal cultivation world. To be able to get the treasure is one thing, to be able to take the treasure away smoothly is another thing. In order to prevent being caught by the mantis, they must come up with a foolproof plan. For a while, the cultivators were at a standstill with each other, and no one took the lead in entering the river to fish for the treasure. Lu Jinshui didn't know when he had quietly left the river and hid in the jungle. Li Xiaobai hurriedly followed, hanging far behind Lu Jinshui, watching the other party's every move. Intuition told himself that this fat man definitely had something big up his sleeve. Sure, the monks were at loggerheads. Gentlemen, it's not a good idea for everyone to be on guard against each other here. Why don't we all go underwater together, and we'll see who can get the treasure? The cultivator who had struck up a conversation with Lu Jinshui earlier spoke. I agree. Let's see what the treasure is first. I'm fine with that. All right, since the group is fine with it, I'll count to 3 and the group will go into the water together. The cultivator who had struck up a conversation continued. 1, 2, 3. There was no movement. No one in the crowd moved, and everyone laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it seems that our generation of cultivators have a tacit understanding, but it's not a solution to always wait so dryly. Let's do it this way. In order to eliminate everyone's doubts, Yu Mao will be the first to take the lead and go into the water. The talkative cultivator laughed and leapt into the underwater. The rest of the cultivators' faces changed as if they had realized something. No good. This guy is deliberately guiding us, stabilizing us on the shore to gain a head start for him to seize the treasure underwater. Quickly follow. This river stretches thin and long. If he takes the treasure and escapes from under the water, the duck in his hand will fly away. Damn. I thought I was sinister enough, but I didn't realize that this Yu was even more sinister than me. That's a deep set. That's a lot of fun. At that moment, the rest of the cultivators also stopped hesitating and plunged headlong into the river. There was only one dragon turtle under this water, so as long as we were careful with it, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Only no one noticed that the originator of this incident had silently disappeared, nor would it have occurred to them that the fat man might not be telling the truth. Money mesmerized the eyes of the cultivators, and in this state of tension, everyone had no time to care too much. There was only one thought in his mind: find the treasure. Get it. Take it. Sure. A fat man came out from among the jungle with a grin on his face and laughed as he watched the waves churning on the water. Oh, these brainiacs. They give a set and go for it. What a relief. I'll take your spirit weapons and pills. A dozen or so Jindan stage experts in the family. It's exciting to think about it. A large wave of income was about to arrive. Lu Jinshui was flushed and looked a little excited. But then his face froze as a familiar voice came from behind him. Elder brother, you're quite good at this. The setup is pretty deep. Chapter 35. 6 Senior brothers make a scam. Those who wish will take the bait. Senior brother. What wind blew you here? Seeing Li Xiaobai behind him, Lu Jinshui was very embarrassed. It was not easy to pit someone for once, and it seems that he even pitched his little brother. Hee, naturally. It was senior brother's distress signal that beckoned senior brother here. Li Xiaobai said smilingly. When did senior brother arrive? Why didn't he greet senior brother in advance? Lu Jinshui asked. Elder brother is busy with his noble affairs. Elder brother is afraid of disturbing elder brother's good deeds. He purposely saw it from the beginning to the end. I have to say, elder brother's talent is rare in the world. Li Xiaobai sighed in admiration. 6 Senior brother is really a talent. This kind of detrimental trick can be thought out. Elder brother has praised me too much. There are many wonders and monsters in this world, but unfortunately, they are all in forbidden areas and dangerous places. Out of reach, elder brother is helping them to fulfill their dream of finding a treasure. Lu Jinshui was energized. Elder brother has a big heart, and elder brother also wants to do his bit for the dreams of mankind. Li Xiaobai looked at Lu Jinshui with bated breath. How much of a modest contribution does senior brother want to make? 5 by 5. 2-8. Sanji. Deal. Li Xiaobai's face darkened. Martyr, said less. It was true that it was still senior brother who had the best skills, and there was still a lot for himself to learn. Following Lu Jinshui to the river's edge, the surface of the water at this time had thousands of waves, and it was obvious that a fierce engagement was being staged under the water. Elder brother. Is there really a treasure underwater? There's only a vertigo formation placed by senior brother down there, and the so-called golden light is all just a trick. Wonderful. At the same time, the underwater world. Here has long been a fight, into the underwater. The crowd are not found the so-called demonic beast dragon turtle, but a glance at the bottom of the water to see a golden formation. This formation's light flowed with a golden glow, and the visions that penetrated the water were emitted by it. At the center of the formation, a treasure chest was placed, and it was obvious that this was the treasure. The cultivator who had talked to the fat man before was flushed and breathing heavily. He was the first to go down to the bottom of the water. The treasure was right in front of him, within reach. The treasure chest attracted his eyes as if by magic, and his hand unconsciously reached out. The moment it touched the treasure chest, a puff came. The sky swirled before his eyes, and he saw a headless body slowly limp to the ground that was his own. Underwater, the many cultivators confirmed two things. One was that the demonic beast dragon turtle wasn't underwater, and the other was that the formation around the treasure chest wasn't dangerous and wouldn't attack those who entered the formation, which meant that anyone could enter it to obtain the treasure chest. The dragon turtle thing was put aside for now. What the crowd had to do now was not to fight for the treasure chest, but to prevent someone from getting it first. And so the underwater battle began. With the treasure close at hand, everyone was killing Red-Eye, wanting to live to the end to retrieve the treasure chest. But the more they did, the more people died. Jindan stage cultivators stormed out, killing madly, not distinguishing between enemy and self. All kinds of gongfu moves, a brain-forward bombardment. Soon the floating corpses under the water were everywhere, and the blood dyed the whole piece of water into a bright red color. A few minutes later, underwater there are only a dozen Jindan stage experts left alive, and all are seriously injured. This kind of life-threatening fight to kill the enemy, 1,000 self-loss of 800. But it was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. The golden formation under the water violently trembled, and a layer of yellowish halo spread out from it. The water was clouded with a pale golden vapor. What is it? The remaining experts perceived the ripples somewhat strangely. They did not feel any threat from the ripples of this formation. It should just be a vision of the formation. It doesn't have any offensive power. No, why do I feel a little dizzy? You feel that way too? Mother I've been having dizzy spells since early morning, and I'm not the only one who's feeling sick. No, it's this formation that's up to no good. It's a hypnosis-type formation. Damn it, we've been tricked. It's that fat ass just now, it must be him. No need to ask. This baby is a fake too. Hurry up and get ashore. The people were alert and wanted to swim upwards, but unfortunately the more they swam, the heavier their bodies felt, as if they were filled with lead. The more you try, the faster you sink instead. In no time at all, the remaining 10 or so Jindan stage experts collapsed into the underwater world with misty eyes. In the haze, they saw two figures slowly approaching, one fat and one thin. Senior brother, your hand is really high. Senior brother admires it. Just that this method hurts the peace of heaven. So many people died under the water. There won't be anyone to settle the score with us afterward, right? Li Xiaobai's heart jumped as he looked at the underwater scene. I have heard that people die underwater is not sinking, but head down, feet up, upside down, over floating. Today I see it really is so. It's weirdly creepy to look at. What's the point? These guys were killed by their own greed. If they weren't so bent on the treasure, how could they have fallen for such a simple trap? Don't worry, senior brother. This kind of business, senior brother, is very skillful. There won't be any problems. Lu Jinshui said cheerfully and began to touch the corpse underwater. That treasure box is simply empty. Shanfan, someone opened to see. This trap does not break. But these cultivators have to be smart. Kill each other a bit is really stupid to the extreme. Li Xiaobai rushed to follow and carried out body touching one by one. It had to be said that the disciples of this clan who were able to enter the inner circle all had a lot of oil and water to be salvaged. The spirit stones alone had touched no less than thousands of them. There was no shortage of medium-grade spirit stones among them. Spiritual weapons and pills were even more numerous. It was a pity that he hadn't found a higher-level spirit treasure. If he could get one like the one in eldest sister's hands, it would be very cool. Has fallen into a deep coma. Jindan stage cultivators are fat meat. A household goods all in the space ring. Quickly collected its ring. Lu Jinshui did not have the intention of killing and exterminating. In his words, he only pits people's babies, not their lives.
Rejoins the shore.
The two laid out all of their underwater haul and prepared to start dividing the spoils. Senior brother, you're not being honest. I clearly saw you touch 11 people's corpses. How come there's only this much? Senior brother, you didn't tell the truth either. That Jindan stage cultivator's ring was almost all touched by you alone. How come the things laid out are less than senior brother? Hee hee. Senior brother was confused for a moment. Senior brother is not to blame. Senior brother also accidentally let slip a few rings. Please look at them. After a short inventory, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui both had a look of surprise in their eyes. The harvest was much more than they had imagined. More than 110 plants of spiritual medicine. More than 300 bottles of pills. More than 70 inner pills of demonic beasts. 21 bags of lower-grade spirit stones and 5 medium-grade spirit weapons. Elder brother, getting rich? Elder brother, get rich. Chapter 36. One more job. 37 split. Li Xiaobai instantly turned into a little tycoon. Spiritual pills, spiritual weapons, and elixirs piled up mountains of earth in the spatial ring. And when these things were exchanged for spiritual stones after going out, they could properly break 10,000. You will then be able to enjoy the luxuries in your own mall. Beautifully pocketing all the resources, Li Xiaobai patted his butt and prepared to leave. Senior, want to make a fortune? Senior brother, cross me. Li Xiaobai's eyes were glowing. There was meat to eat when he followed his senior brother. There are still quite a few sect disciples in the inner circle. We can do another job. This time you and I will cooperate with each other and try to get them all. No problem. After packing up, Li Xiaobai quickly followed Lu Jinshui's footsteps and went upstream along the river. Senior brother, how do you cultivate on weekdays? Why is your speed so slow? Lu Jinshui looked at the sweaty Li Xiaobai behind him and felt a little strange. Senior brother only has a more powerful physical body. Other aspects are no different from ordinary people. Li Xiaobai was helpless, the system was just this bad, the attribute values were added to the defense, and the speed did not take off at all. So that's how it is. There's no harm in that, senior brother will take you flying. Lu Jinshui took a ride on Li Xiaobai's shoulder, and the two of them instantly disappeared in place. On top of a mountain, this place was originally the residence of a golden-winged rock bird. But for some unknown reason, this rock bird wasn't in its own territory. This location was very conspicuous and was perfect for pitting a wave of cultivators. Senior brother, manifesting a miracle in this location will only fulfill a dream of treasure hunting for more cultivators. Lu Jinshui sighed. Senior brother is determined to fulfill the dreams of cultivators in the world, and I believe that they will one day be able to comprehend senior brother's good intentions. Li Xiaobai said, if everyone was as enlightened as senior brother, there would be a lot less killing in the world. Senior brother's heart for the world's people is truly a model for cultivators of my generation. Lu Jinshui took out a small array disc and placed it on the top of the mountain, continuously pinching and reciting incantations in his hands. The light on the array disc flowed and the lines glowed greatly, forming a huge purple totem that looked like a tree. Lu Jinshui continuously injected spiritual energy into the array disc, and purple light broke through the sky as a purple withered tree totem that stood on top of the sky manifested with great impact. The totem glow was so strong that anyone who saw it could tell that there was definitely a treasure here. Well, great job. After placing a treasure chest at the center of the formation, Lu Jinshui let out a long sigh of relief. Senior brother has offended a bit too many people. This time more than half of the cultivators in the inner circle will be attracted over. I'm afraid that senior brother will be recognized when he steps out, so it's going to have to be you, senior brother, who will have to put on a show. Lu Jinshui said. 6-4. 5x5. Deal. Li Xiaobai heart beautiful to half of the resources, decisively to become a big money Lu Jinshui's face was bitter. Junior apprentice brother was too good at seeing the wood for the trees. After handing Li Xiaobai a token for help, Lu Jinshui disappeared into the jungle. After observing the surroundings, Li Xiaobai felt that the routine that his senior brother had performed by the river earlier was no longer applicable. This treasure chest is at the top of the mountain. As long as you come up to see, plainly less mysterious, or the same old words may not be able to bluff the many cultivators. After thinking about it, he pulled out 10 or so demonic beast inner pills from his spatial ring and joined them in the formation. Used a distress token to signal for help. And then Li Xiaobai found an open space at the fringe of the formation and lay down flat, slowly closing his eyes. In the dark, hiding between the jungle, Lu Jinshui saw this operation. The heart could not help but give a thumbs up. Grandma. The youngest brother is better than the blue. This hand operation, then he is superior. The mountain wind was blowing. The top of the mountain was peaceful, and only the huge purple shadow was announcing the extraordinary nature of this place to people. In about half an hour, a few figures emerged from the top of the mountain in a fine rustle. and it was obvious that these people were very cautious. Not willing to easily wade into the top of the mountain, all aspects of reconnaissance, to confirm that there is no danger at the top of the mountain, before it is slowly walked up. If Li Xiaobai were to open up at this moment, he would realize that these in front of him were all acquaintances. The two people at the head were clearly Zhang Rui, the true disciple of the Tianwu sect who had an arm chopped off earlier, and the black-robed youth of the Holy Demon sect who had a previous encounter. Its body was also followed by a number of cultivators, disciples of the sect. Zhang Rui had originally planned to leave the mountain range and not get into the muddy waters. But I didn't expect to not walk out 2 steps. A nearby mountain was a vision. The huge purple dead wood is obviously a vision of a heavy treasure out of the world manifestation. This made his mind come alive again, and he felt that the heavens had indeed favored him after all. The black-robed youth, on the other hand, only discovered the abnormality here when he received a call for help. Heavy treasures come out of the world. Those who can do it will be the ones who can do it. I'm a true disciple of the Tianwu sect, so I'd like to ask a few of you to give me face and make it easier. My Tianwu sect will be grateful in the future. Zhang Rui said indifferently. The heavenly martial sect and my holy demon sect have been friends for generations. I, to heavenly enemy, am willing to give you this face. No one else is allowed to move. The black running man said smilingly, gesturing a pleased gesture towards Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui's face was a bit strange, Xiang Tian enemy, and he had never been very close. Why was he so nice today? However, when he saw the dozen or so demonic beast inner pills in the formation, as well as Li Xiaobai, who was lying flat in front of the formation, his pupils contracted violently. There's something odd about this formation. Having just come in a hurry, he hadn't carefully observed the surroundings, and hadn't thought that Li Xiaobai was actually here as well, and even more so, he hadn't thought that even such a powerful cultivator as Li Xiaobai had been struck. Mother almost got punked. This sacred demon sect's people were really wilting and damaging, making it difficult for him to get off the stage. Zhang, someone is actually here for the rescue. This can get the treasure to the secondary importance. The key is to save people. Zhang Rui smilingly walked towards Li Xiaobai's corpse. Slightly crouching down, he began to check the injuries on Li Xiaobai's body. I didn't expect that such a strong cultivation of senior would fall under this formation. What a pity. Senior, don't worry. Senior will properly succeed into your legacy. You cut off one of Senior's arms. Senior, take away your space ring. It's not too much, right? Elder's family belongings will flourish in the hands of the younger generation. Zhang Rui muttered and removed the spatial ring in Li Xiaobai's hand without a trace. The moment he saw Li Xiaobai's corpse, he had already given up the idea of taking the treasure in the formation. Li Xiaobai's powerful strength was firmly imprinted in his mind. He naturally didn't stand a chance against a formation that was difficult to resist even with such a cultivation level. Just what he didn't notice was that the finger from which Li Xiaobai's ring was removed jumped a little without trace. Chapter 37, The Hinayana Sect, Yun Mengqing. Li Xiaobai was annoyed in his heart, not expecting to run into an old acquaintance in such a place. What's more, he didn't expect this Zhang Rui to be as shameless as ever, and even secretly took away his spatial ring. Be sure to shell each other in a while. Let him know that he knows the evils of society. After collecting Li Xiaobai's spatial ring, Zhang Rui retreated back into the crowd, with no intention of continuing to explore the treasure. The black-robed man gave him a very contemptuous look. A true disciple of the heavenly martial sect, but to do something so humiliating. I really don't know how your family's elders taught you on a regular basis. Zhang Rui's face was green for a while, but he didn't say anything else. He wanted to see what was so subtle about this formation. Why don't I detect the slightest aura of danger in this formation? I also feel as if this formation is just in vain. But you guys take a closer look, the dozen or so demonic beast inner pills in the middle of that formation, and the cultivator who sent out a distress signal before he died. This is clearly a dangerous piece of land. That's true. I'm afraid that this formation has killed numerous Jindan stage demonic beasts. It's not something we can unravel. Rich and famous, maybe we'll get lucky. The many disciples also began to chatter and discuss. When a foreign treasure came out, it was impossible to say that there was no danger, and years of experience in immortal cultivation had taught them that no treasure could be obtained easily. Not to mention treasures. Even picking a spirit herb on the side of a mountain could encounter unimaginable dangers. Therefore, the more calmly this mountaintop behaved, the more disturbed the crowd became instead. There is definitely a problem with this formation, but the big guys still happen to not be able to perceive exactly what the problem is, and for a while they were at a loss. Is there any fellow Taoist who understands formations? Let's jointly comprehend this formation. If we can crack it successfully, no matter what kind of treasure it is, we'll share 30% of it with him. Xiang Tian enemy said. I'll do it. In the crowd, a white-clothed female cultivator walked out. It's Yun Mengqing of the Hinayana sect. I heard that she was brought back from the western desert in her early years and was born with a Buddhist inheritance. Indeed, it is said that this woman is dedicated to cultivation and has long since severed her mortal thoughts. And at today's sight, it really is so. With her out of the way, it should work. Xiang Tian enemy was astonished in his eyes. He didn't expect that even the fairies of the lesser vehicle sect were involved in this operation. However, Yun Mengqing was carrying the inheritance of Hinayana Buddhism and had been reading books since she was young, so she was proficient in all kinds of knowledge, so she might be able to see the key in this formation. Thank you, Fairy Yun. No harm done. Yun Mengqing said indifferently, walking slowly towards the formation. After first checking Li Xiaobai's injuries, she couldn't help but frown. She didn't observe a single trace of injury from Li Xiaobai. The other party was as if he was asleep. Could it be a mental injury? Yun Mengqing knew that the most sinister attack in the world was not against the physical body, but rather it cut straight through the Yuanshin. If the sea of consciousness is annihilated, it is always in vain for one's mana to be profound. Looks like it's time to be careful. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, his hands continuously evolved formations in the void, wanting to reverse the nature of the formation in front of him. A faint trace of the great Tao manifested in the void, constantly intertwining, and under the flow of Tao rhythms, everyone was shocked. This Yun Mengqing is also only the cultivation of the Jindan stage of the Great Circle. For the heaven and earth natural comprehension to be able to reach this step is really not simple, has begun to have invincible qualifications. The array pattern in the void caused Yun Mengqing's Dantian to resonate, and the sound of the great Tao Brahma resounded like the murmuring whispers of a god or a Buddha. This formation has some tricks up its sleeve. Yun Mengqing let out a light laugh. A haze of light appeared within the Dantian, and in the void, a golden Buddha silhouette manifested, holding a scripture scroll in his hand, with deep eyes that seemed to be murmuring. Being in this piece of heaven and earth, many cultivators feel that their spiritual platforms are clear, and their comprehension of their own techniques has increased, and the realm barrier that has been shackled for a long time has even shown signs of loosening. The heart was even more appalled, but it was just the Dantian evolving a vision, but it was able to drive the surrounding people to break through together. Was this cultivator with the inheritance really so terrifying? Li Xiaobai was also a little nervous in his heart as the attribute points in front of him kept jumping. Attribute points plus 10. Attribute points plus 10. This woman called Yun Mengqing's voice created quite loud. This running gong method is also full of special effects. It will not really be able to see the essence of this formation. In that case, one would have to become a public enemy. But now that it's come to this, we can only pretend that it's hard, and we only hope that Senior Brother's formation won't be a roadkill. Things are going much better than expected. Even after Yun Mengza had evolved in the void for a long time, he was still frowning in a tricky manner. She repeatedly deduced dozens of times, but the result was different every time, as if the formation in front of her was a living thing, changing every moment. No wonder the many cultivators thought that this formation had no power at all. No wonder this formation killed so many Jindan stage demonic beasts, and no wonder this unknown cultivator died so strangely. Such a formation, which she had also never seen in her life, was too surprising. Standing up, he casually picked up a stone and threw it into the formation, and nothing happened. Another spirit stone was taken out and thrown in, and still nothing happened. How? Toward the Sky enemy asked. This formation is a bit of a thing, but I have gained insight into the fact that the formation changes every moment. Whether it turns into a killing formation or a non-threatening one is random. As of right now, this formation is not offensive in any way, and can be entered and exited at will. Yun Mengqing said. Li Xiaobai's face twitched a bit. This woman said kinda like that. I really don't know whether to say that she is a piggyback or a divine helper. In that case, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out the treasure chest. The distribution will come afterward. Xiang Tian enemy said and couldn't wait to rush out. It was also at this moment that the white figure flashed past, rushing straight towards the treasure chest in the formation, and it was none other than Zhang Rui who had been waiting for a long time. Toward the Sky enemy eyes flashed a trace of banter. He just pretended to want to lead the line up to test the formation. I did not expect that this Zhang Rui really give face. Even if you get the treasure chest, what can you do? This is located at the top of the mountain, behind the cliff. Want to go down the mountain, there is only one way to go, then still have to honestly hand over the treasure chest. However, not many people were able to understand the situation, and most of the cultivators' eyes immediately turned red when they saw that Zhang Rui had copied the treasure chest in his hands ahead of the others and had not been attacked by the formation. One after another, they operated their gong methods and rushed towards its location, wanting to seize the treasure chest. There were more and more cultivators rushing forward, and as the crowd fought for each other, there was no choice but to join the battle with a handful of elites such as Xiang Tian enemy. There was only one way down the mountain, there was no chance of being blocked, and whoever was able to capture the treasure chest would be able to successfully possess it. Waves of air rolled over the top of the mountain and the rocks shattered. The multicolored feats charged against each other. Just who did not notice that lying on the edge of the formation of the body, do not know when, is already disappeared. Chapter 38. Laughing like crazy. Between the trees, Lu Jinshui had already laughed and jerked. He was genuinely surprised that the group's brainstorming ability was so powerful. Especially that small multiplication sect of Yun Mengqing, but also sit on the ground in the void deduction formation special effects to people bluffed to flabbergasted, the result is so unlucky conclusion. This is just an ordinary special effects formation, hidden in which the vertigo formation, attached to the mountains and rivers and plants, the mountain wind blowing, rocks and vegetation every moment is moving, this formation will of course also change with it. Such a simple and clear question, that Yun Mengqing hardened himself with advanced techniques to deduce it from all levels, he was really about to go crazy with laughter. A disciple with an inheritance was truly as terrifying as it was. Li Xiaobai took advantage of the crowd's inattention and silently hid in the jungle with the same odd expression. Senior. I almost thought it was going to wear off. Senior brother. It was Miss Yun Mangza of the Hinayana sect who helped us out. We must remember her kindness. Hey, Miss Yun is really a great person. Li Xiaobai couldn't help himself. He still remembered Yun Mengqing's recitation even now. In the middle of the field, the crowd of cultivators once again fought furiously, and the familiar scenes continued to play out. Almost all of those gathered here were the elites of the major sects, and after a short exchange of blows, there were quite a few injured ones, but no one was out of the game. It was much stronger than the previous batch of sect disciples. Toward the sky enemy, are you guys sure you want to rob me? Zhang Rui's face was gloomy. He only had one hand. His strength was more or less affected, and he was somewhat unable to defeat his opponent. Hee. Baby, whoever can. Isn't that what you said yourself? Xiang Tian enemy sneered. Yun Mengqing of the lesser vehicle sect had a tendency to join forces with him, and everyone's intention was obvious, to send Zhang Rui of the Tianwu sect out of the game first, and then continue to compete for the treasure chest afterward. Well, this revenge Tianwu sect will mark it down, and Miss Yun, I didn't expect that the lesser vehicle sect would be so close to the Holy Devil sect as well, so it seems that the cooperation between the two families will have to be planned for another time. Zhang Rui's forehead corners bulged with veins, very angry. My little multiplication sect doesn't attach itself to anyone and does things based on its heart. Yun Mengqing said indifferently. Very well. The treasure chest belongs to you. Fight it out amongst yourselves. Mr. Zhang won't be accompanying you. With a flip of his hand, Zhang Rui returned the treasure chest back to the center of the formation, and the many cultivators once again stormed out, pouncing on the treasure chest. However, Xiang Tianyi and Yun Mengqing still had no intention of letting the other party go. Their figures swayed, forcing Zhang Rui's pace to a hard stop, and lifting their hands to attack fiercely. The aura fluctuation vibrated between his hands and feet, shocking Zhang Rui's blood and qi, frequently retreating. What do you guys mean by this? The treasure chest was given to you. Why are you chasing after me? Zhang Rui was shocked and angry. The treasure chest is not as valuable as you. Killing you and weakening the strength of the Tianwu sect is more painful than robbing the treasure chest. Xiang Tian enemy laughed out loud. Not bad. In order to maintain the friendship between the lesser vehicle sect and the heavenly martial sect, please also ask senior brother to die here. Yun Mengqing's Dantian golden light flourished, and a Buddha's shadow appeared behind him. His hands transformed into pieces of scriptures, sending Zhang Rui flying backwards. With a sweetness in his throat, Zhang Rui prostrated himself on the ground and coughed up blood. The heavenly martial sect will not let you go. Zhang Rui's eyes were filled with resentment. He still had the magic weapon to save his life. Just using it would probably put himself in it as well. It was also at this moment that all of them felt a wave of dizziness for no reason, and the spirit power that was running wildly in their bodies unexpectedly calmed down slowly. The strength of the physical body was continuing to wane, and the brain was becoming foggy. At some point, A circle of pale yellow light spread out from the formation where the treasure chest was located, enveloping the crowd. No good. It's the vertigo formation. Yun Mengqing's face changed and she flew away, wanting to break away from it, and the rest of the cultivators, seeing this, were likewise forcibly transferring their bodies' gong methods, wanting to rush out of the array's shrouded range. Get back there! A thunderous roar came from the sky, a strong pressure descended from the sky, and the ground cracked inch by inch. Lu Jinshui's eyes rounded, raised his fist and smashed it. The violent aura fluctuation broke out of his body. His cultivation at the 6th level of Jindan stage was exposed, and he knocked the crowd back into the center of the formation. Although his cultivation was not as good as several heavenly pride, under the effect of the vertigo formation, the crowd was already a bit weak and could not block Lu Jinshui's attack. How is this possible? How can such an expert exist? He is a disciple of which school? How can the Jindan stage have such power? At the center of the formation, Xiang Tian enemy desperately opened his eyes wide, wanting to see the appearance of the visitor, but unfortunately, his brain was getting more and more confused, and one side of his eyes was blurred. Just vaguely, I heard the title of senior brother and sister. Where did this genius come from? It was too powerful. This time it was them who planted it. Li Xiaobai's heart surged as he looked at the many cultivators on the ground. Senior brother is mighty. I really didn't expect that senior brother has such a domineering side. He, senior brother. As the saying goes, when it's time to strike, hesitate and you will lose. Be decisive and it's for nothing. Lu Jinshui stroked his bare chin, his face full of smugness. Apparently, saving the day at the last minute with his own power had given him some small flutter. However, this also gave himself a wake-up call. Always walking by the river, there is always the time of wet shoes. For example, this time, if you rely on the effect of the spirit vertigo formation alone, I'm afraid that you can't really handle these cultivators. Looks like we'll have to be more careful in the future. Senior brother's power is boundless. Senior brother admires it. Li Xiaobai quickly began to collect the spatial rings of the many cultivators. The primary target was Zhang Rui. This guy even took away his space ring. Li Xiaobai swore that he must take all the valuable things on his body. By the way, not even a hair left for him. In Zhang Rui's body carefully searched once, can take away all the things to take away, even pants did not leave a piece for him. Senior brother. What enmity? What grudge? He just slipped my space ring. Robbed the hell out of him. Lu Jinshui also hand movement is unceasing. Very skillful and sophisticated touch away the crowd ring. Not only the ring, some disciples wore shoes and clothes that were all magic treasures, and they were all packed away. Upon touching Yun Meng's and Xiang Tian enemy's spatial rings, his breath hitched. Lu Jinshui's hands trembled with excitement and his face flushed. Grandma! This one is rich. Rushing back to look at Li Xiaobai, he smoothly hid a few treasures into his spatial ring. But he couldn't let his youngest senior brother find out. Same time, Li Xiaobai examined Zhang Rui's spatial ring, and just as he passed over it, his heart trembled violently, his eyes widened roundly, and he breathed in sharply. This ring held heaps of spirit stones, pills, and spirit medicines that were even more numerous. The most important thing was that there were also several blood spirit beads inside, the size of which was only larger than the one Zhang Rui had used before. Mother this time it's developed. This is a huge wave of attribute points. As long as I eat it, my defense will be advanced again. Without a trace, the valuable treasure in Zhang Rui's ring was secretly taken away. This treasure could not be taken away by his senior brother. Unconsciously, he looked back at Lu Jinshui. The two of them looked at each other in all directions, both full of annoyance and sighs. Senior brother, this is all garbage. Senior brother, this is full of losers. Chapter 39. God damn it, I'm at war with you. AI, a disciple of a prestigious sect, but all he carries on his body is some Shibei goods. Lu Jinshui's face was full of disdain as he shook his head and sighed. What a world of trouble. Li Xiaobai did the same in a sad and compassionate manner. Elder brother, are you packed? Pack it up. A point. Split it. Lu Jinshui arrived on Li Xiaobai's shoulder. The two disappeared in place again. At the scene of the crime, to share the spoils is always a little vain. For something so grand, of course you have to find a place where no one else is operating. Inside the perimeter, somewhere in the jungle, Li Xiaobai and Lu Jinshui laid out all of their respective harvests. The ground was filled with a dazzling array of rare medicinal herbs, bejeweled, and spirit stones were even piled up. Elder brother, is that all there is? Shitty, it's all Sibyl's. Li Xiaobai's face darkened as he knew that he had been punked by his senior brother. To say that this fatty could honestly hand over all his treasures, that was something that Li Xiaobai wouldn't believe even if he was beaten to death. The fact that Lu Jinshui was able to put out so many rare items without even blinking his eyes meant that he was hiding even more valuable treasures. It's a pity that Value Money got fast-talking himself when he was searching for the ring and agreed with Lu Jinshui's statement about Shibei goods. Wanting something of value is now out of the question. Split it, then. Li Xiaobai sighed as the two of them split the items in half. Although there weren't too many high-grade goods, it was still enough to call it a huge amount of money. Mentally calculating his savings, Li Xiaobai was surprised to find that the existing lower-grade spirit stones on hand alone amounted to more than 10,000 pieces. If you sell your spiritual weapons, medicinal herbs, and all these messy things, you'll become a big spender. Wouldn't the luxury goods in the mall be at your disposal by then? The corner of Li Xiaobai's mouth couldn't stop rising at the thought of that pulling ride. Lamborghini? Gundam. It's every man's dream. Senior brother, will we be discovered if we do this? Li Xiaobai asked. This is a matter of losing head, although the collection of money is now very cool. But wait until after the people come to the door to calculate the total account. Absolutely 10 heads are not enough to cut the others. What are you afraid of? We all waited until the vertigo formation took effect before we went in. No one will see our faces, don't worry. And most of this cultivators are people who want face. The space ring being taken away can only be blamed on their own incompetence in learning the art. No one else can blame them, and they will never openly shout and kill us. Lu Jinshui is not the slightest bit surprised. He has done this kind of business no less than 10 times, very skillful. Li Xiaobai's face darkened. Explicitly will not shout to fight and kill. This means that in private will be chased and cut chant. Sure enough, elder brother is still unreliable. Senior brother, do you specialize in the physical body? Lu Jinshui pinched Li Xiaobai's muscles and suddenly asked. Yes, I cultivate my body's defense. Li Xiaobai froze for a moment and answered truthfully, not quite understanding what senior brother meant. How strong of an attack can it take? The Yuaning stage is not a problem. Blow hard you. Lu Jinshui didn't believe it 100 times. Li Xiaobai immediately took out a demonic beast inner Dan from his spatial ring and directly swallowed it. The thunder hidden rolled and smoke rose from his body surface. A moment later, Li Xiaobai burped and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Lu Jinshui looked dumbfounded. Grandma, how did you cultivate? It's only been less than a month since you were initiated. How did you become so strong? Lu Jinshui heart-shocked. How fragile inside the body is a person know? Since this little master brother was able to swallow the demonic beast inner Dan raw, let the violent aura in the body of the Dantian rampage, this degree of flesh, I'm afraid that the Yuaning stage really cannot hit bad. Senior brother, your flesh body is really talented in stealing chickens and dogs. Do you want to do a big job? Lu Jinshui said mysteriously. Please teach me, senior brother. Li Xiaobai knew that the opportunity to make money had come again. Does senior brother know the fundamental reason why all these great sects are gathered here? The dragon snake fruit in the depths of the mountain range? Li Xiaobai thought of the words Insusu had said earlier. Senior brother is well informed. He actually knows about the matter of the dragon snake fruit. It's not bad. The cause of the demonic beast's riot this time was triggered by the maturity of a dragon snake fruit tree. The major forces came, ostensibly to purge the demonic beasts and suppress the unrest, but in reality, they wanted to get a piece of the pie in the depths of the mountain range. Lu Jinshui said with some difference, the dragon snake fruit is a hidden secret. I didn't expect Li Xiaobai to actually know about it. Could it be that senior brother also wants a piece of the pie? Not bad. The second senior sister had manipulated that state master to be informed of the approximate range of the dragon snake fruit before entering the mountain range. At this moment, many sect experts are purging the demonic beasts, and the speed of entering the core area of the mountain range isn't fast, so we can completely take a step ahead and take out the dragon snake fruit in front of the other sections. Elder brother found it? Good. I'm the only one who knows where it is at the moment. The vicinity of the dragon snake fruit should be unusually treacherous, right? Li Xiaobai said dryly. Isn't this with you, senior brother? Lu Jinshui smiled heatedly. 73? 6-4 it is, and save one for a few of the senior brothers and sisters as well. Deal. Let's go. At the same time, deep within the Divine Beast Mountain range by the river, the many cultivators caught in the vertigo formation woke up leisurely. After fluttering underwater for a few moments, it came ashore as best it could. Grandma, we've been punked by that dead fatso. That treasure must have been taken by him. But if he has the ability to get the treasure, why is he trying to trap us in the water? That goes without saying. It must be for us to take the lead in triggering the formation so that he can pick up the advantage on the side. No. Have you noticed anything missing from yourselves? The space ring on my hand is gone. Mine's gone too. Could it have landed underwater? Impossible. The ring is solid. Unless someone has removed it, it can't come off naturally. It's that goddamned dead fatso. He pitched us into the water just to take away our rings. Somewhere on a mountaintop, the same scenario plays out again. After the vertigo formation disappeared, everyone woke up. The first thing was to check their own injuries, and after realizing that there were no major injuries, their hearts breathed a long sigh of relief. But then, they realized something was wrong. The hand was empty, the space ring gone. God damn it. Someone took my space ring. Mine's gone too. The mixed armor I'm wearing has actually been stripped. It's a mid-grade spiritual weapon. This is my life. The crowd of cultivators howled miserably. Xiang Tian enemy touched his finger and similarly his face changed. His ring was actually gone as well. Not only his, even Yun Mengqing of the Lesser Vehicle sect had the same stunned expression. She found that not only her ring was stolen, even a piece of soft armor she was wearing close to her body was also stripped off, and for a moment she was bashful and flushed red. But the worst in the field was Zhang Rui. He was stripped clean all over, not to mention his space ring, even his pants were taken away, so it could be said that he was truly embracing nature. In the end, which God damned. I Zhang Rui and you are incompatible. Chapter 40. There's someone in the killing formation. The originator of all this rage in the outside world can't be heard. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was following Lu Jinshui as he wandered around the edge of a jungle. In front of him was a wasteland, to be precise, a bare patch of land on which stood a grotesque tree. The tree was oddly shaped, with Z-shaped branches and a fiery red body. There were no leaves on the tree, just 9 silver-colored fruits that hung straight from the branches. The tree itself was not dangerous, except that a killing formation was placed underneath it, and the blood-colored light surged, and one could smell a bloody aura from a long distance away. Inside, metal thrummed and the sharp sound pierced one's eardrums. There must have been no shortage of deaths in this formation. Li Xiaobai's goosebumps fell to the ground. This is the dragon snake fruit? Not bad. There are a total of 9 fruits on that tree. As long as you eat one of them, not only can you strengthen your foundation and make the path of cultivation smoother in the future, but you can also make your physical body strengthen by leaps and bounds. It's simply a perfect match for your cultivation with your senior brother. Lu Jinshui said cheerfully. Then how are we going to enter the formation and get the fruit? Elder brother never said that the purpose of our trip was to obtain the fruit. So what does senior mean by? Senior brother, you specialize in the physical body, so you should be able to navigate through formations at will, right? Could it be that senior brother is trying to, senior brother? Or you know me best, dragon snake fruit or something meaningless. To do. Let's do a big one. Lu Jinshui hemmed and hawed. Wonderful. Same time, the core area of the Divine Beast mountain range. A few old men cleared the surrounding demonic beasts as much as they could with their great magical powers. Uncle Fong, the experts from the Tianwu sect have already taken the lead and left for the core area of the mountain range. An expert from the Sacred Demon sect reported to the gray-robed old man. These guys, they must have colluded with the people of the Zhan Yuan kingdom a long time ago. I'm afraid that they already know the exact location of the dragon snake fruit. Let's not look for it blindly. Let's just follow them directly. The gray-clothed old man's face was gloomy. We had agreed to clear the demonic beasts first and then enter the core of the mountain range together afterwards. Now this heavenly martial sect is actually not abiding by the rules. It's really hateful. A few people's figures shifted and quickly disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. The same scenario took place in various sections deep in the dense forest. The experts and seniors of all the major sects rushed to the core area of the mountain range at almost the same time. The dragon snake fruit was a heavenly treasure. It was for everyone who saw it, and it must not be allowed to be swallowed up solely by the Tianwu sect and the Zhenyuan kingdom. But just at that moment, the small tokens in their hands all flickered with light. Is this a distress signal? This location is in the core. Damn. Someone has already traveled ahead of us. But it looks like this person has run into some serious trouble. Hey, I'm afraid the location of this distress signal is near the dragon snake fruit tree. Let's directly follow the signal. The crowd's figures exploded, swiftly weaving through the jungle. A little over half an hour later, the in the middle of a wasteland. The elders and experts of all the major sects were all gathered here, looking at each other. The faces of the two experts from the Heavenly Martial Sect and the Zhen Yuan Kingdom were written with colors of disbelief and anger. They didn't expect that even though they were one step ahead, they were still being caught up by the large army. What they didn't expect was that someone had actually arrived at the location of the dragonsnake fruit tree long ago, and even sent out a distress signal, attracting numerous cultivators to come. Damn it, who the hell is doing this? Chun Kuan, you guys took advantage of the time when everyone was clearing out the demonic beasts to sneak into the core area with people from the Zhen Yuan Kingdom. Do you have to give everyone a statement? Uncle Fong said indifferently. Hee, you guys are mistaken. Our two families just happened to come together, chasing demonic beasts all the way to this place. If you don't believe me, you guys just look. The white-clothed old man from the Heavenly Martial Sect pointed at the several demonic beast corpses on the ground and said indifferently. These demonic beasts should be a few nearby demonic beast kings, one of which had a cultivation level that had clearly reached the Yuaning stage, obviously attracted by the dragon snake fruit tree. Not bad. We originally just wanted to kill demonic beasts. Who knows that we found the dragon snake fruit tree by mistake instead? Life sometimes is so magical. The Zhen Yuan Kingdom's expert explained. The crowd naturally didn't believe 100 times more in these words of the two, but the most important thing right now was to get the dragon snake fruit in their hands as soon as possible. That was the ultimate goal of the group's trip. This Yuaning stage demonic beast inner pills, old me will take it. No comments? Uncle Fong said indifferently. Wind, uncle, feel free. Chun Kuan was unimpressed. Then how about we discuss the distribution of the dragon snake fruit now? The remaining experts asked. This is all an afterthought. Before that, how to crack the formation is the key. Hee, my little multiplying sect still has some knowledge about formations. You guys see this formation in... Why is there a person in here? Could it be that the old body is blind? The old crone from the small multiplication sect rubbed her eyes, her face full of shock. Holy, there's a figure. I didn't even notice it just now. Grandma. This is too weird. The rest of the people also did not react until this moment, that in the middle of that iron blood formation, there was even a human figure standing, motionless and creepy. This should be the cultivator who just asked for help. Rashly intruding into the formation. He should be dead through and through. Chun Kuan frowned. He always felt that something was wrong somewhere. Forget about him for now, let's continue to study the formation. This formation is a Gung-Jin formation, the main killing and destroying. The sound of metal friction in it is produced by this Gung-Jin chi. On the surface, this is just a wisp of light golden smoke, but each of these breath have the power of 10,000 pounds, can be said to be full of power, and this array of blood gas rolling, obviously died a lot of living beings, living things blood sacrifice array. I'm afraid that the power doubled. The old crone of the lesser vehicle sect spoke of this formation. What the crowd didn't know was that within the formation at this moment, a youth was watching them with a face of enjoyment. Li Xiaobai was so relieved that he wanted to sing a song immediately. The power of this formation was just too on point, the strong Gung-Jin chi constantly cutting into his flesh. The attribute value in front of him was jumping crazily. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. Drops. Detected that the host has sustained damage from the Gung-Jin chi. Skill upgrade. The second turn of the 9 turns of indestructible sword intent. Drops. Detected. Skill upgrade. 9 turns of indestructible sword intent third turn. Dropping. Skill upgrade detected. Super abs. Super abs. When I'm serious about tensing my abs, even the great Lorax can't beat me. Attribute points. 20,000. All point defense. Defense. The third turn of the 9 turns of the indestructible golden body. 2,000 30,000. Hey! This formation is really a natural blessing. Chapter 41 starting the show. Thanks to Sixth Brother's idea, the sustained damage of this formation was more powerful than any demonic beast attack. The attribute points were growing every moment, and Li Xiaobai had an urge to live here in the future, but these were just thoughts. At this time, Lu Jinshui, who had already mixed into the crowd without saying a word, was going to start showing his operation. The Hinayana sect was said to have some involvement with a certain power in the Western Desert, which was a place where the Buddhist sect resided, and the Buddhist teachings were profound and extraordinary. This small multiplication sect was a force separated from one of the sects, and although it only got a small portion of the inheritance, it was enough to gain a firm foothold in the northern region. Even if it wasn't a famous sect, its insights and heritage were not to be underestimated. Everyone was listening attentively to the crone's analysis of the formation in front of them. The old crone said the crowd was very agreeable. This formation is not good at first glance. The blood-intense masculine chi flowed in it. The killing aura is visible. With only the cultivation of the god transformation stage and Yuaning stage present, I'm afraid that it would be a bit difficult to forcefully break in, so I still need to sit down and use my brain. Seniors, our goal is to pick the dragon snake fruit, and my juniors have a way to be able to let the dragon snake fruit come out on its own without breaking the formation. Just as the crowd was pondering, a naive and honest voice broke the silence. This is a fat man with a loyal, honest-looking face. Oh? Tell me what you have to say. The gray-robed old man from the Holy Demon sect, Uncle Fong, asked. I don't know if a few seniors have noticed that the silhouette in this formation is not dead, and its body is naked, so my seniors guess that this is not a cultivator. The loyal and honest fat man said. Hiss! The figure is really moving. Indeed, it was my old self who was negligent before. Although this silhouette is standing still, it is not completely static. This is a living thing. To be able to casually walk through the formation and not take the dragon snake fruit, could it be? Does that mean? All of the people present were top experts from all the major sects, and combined with Fatty's words, they instantly thought of a certain possibility. This is a heavy treasure. Legend has it that when an extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth comes out, it can have a chance to incarnate into human form, and if you get it, you can be used endlessly. Not bad. Rumor has it that 3 years ago, the head of the Spirit Sword sect was the one who obtained an elixir that allowed him to take shape in a secret realm, and from then on, he went on to the peak of his life. This dragon snake fruit tree actually has a fruit that takes on a human form. This is the most precious treasure of heaven and earth. I'm afraid it can't be viewed with common sense. It's... At the back of the crowd, a few more exclamations came from the back of the crowd, directly illuminating the speculations in the hearts of the crowd. It was the remaining few senior brothers and sisters of Misty Peak, who had also rushed over after receiving the call for help. At a glance, he saw Lu Jinshui, who was pretending to be in the middle of the formation, as well as junior brother, who was in the center of the formation. Although there hadn't been much communication before, they knew Lu Jinshui too well, and naturally surmised that the two were afraid that they wanted to join forces to pit this group of bigwigs against each other. Seeing a few familiar figures in the crowd, Li Xiaobai's heart calmed down quite a bit. Mixing and hiding a few of his own people amongst the many bigwigs still brought him a lot of security. Hee. It seems that all of you are thinking the same thing as Mr. Fong, that the number of this dragon snake fruit is not 9, but 10. This dragon snake fruit itself is an exotic fruit of heaven and earth, and now that one of the fruits has even taken on a human form, I'm afraid that its rank will have to be raised by another 10%. Uncle Fong said cheerfully. So what, if you can't break the formation? All these are just mirrors, visible and untouchable. Tianwu Sek Chun Kuan snorted coldly. He could already foresee how fierce the competition would be after that. A fruit that could transform into a form, not to mention them, even if they were transformation stage, even if they were transition stage powerhouses taking it, they would be able to benefit infinitely. I'm afraid we'll have to fight for our lives today. Hey seniors, don't be in a hurry. As my senior said just now, we can let this dragon snake fruit come out on its own. Lu Jinshui said again. Then tell me, little friend, what is the marvelous method? The more Uncle Fong looked at this fat man, the more he found it agreeable, loyal and honest, and also very meticulous. This fruit has taken on a human form, indicating that it has opened its spirit, but at this time this dragon snake fruit spirit should not be high. We can completely trade to let this transformed dragon snake fruit take the initiative to pick the fruit and send it out. Lu Jinshui's eyes flashed with a weird light, and his face remained an honest look. Deal? What little friend means is that we exchange our resources for the dragon snake fruit. The wind uncle's heart stirred. This was not a bad idea. The dragon snake fruit that was able to transform into a form, this was a true heavenly treasure. No matter how many resources were spent in exchange, it was worth it. If this matter could really be resolved through trading, on the contrary, it was themselves and others who had earned it. Not bad. My juniors are bold and willing to give it a try for all of you seniors. Lu Jinshui face firm. Powerful words. Listening to the crowd is frequently nodded. Wind uncle mouth overflowed with a smile. This son is good, bold and careful, dare to admonish, but also everywhere for the senior considerations. Think really thoughtful. The remaining experts of the various factions were also looking at Lu Jinshui with kind eyes, and their expressions were full of praise. Not bad, not bad. I haven't yet asked little friend's name. What sect is your teacher from? Uncle Fong laughed. Just a loose cultivator. Not worth mentioning. Lu Jinshui was humble. This time, I have to thank you. This is the token of my sacred demon sect. In the future, if there is a need, you can go up to the sacred demon sect and reside there. Uncle Fong threw out a token. Hee, this is the token of my heavenly martial sect. And the old man is also eager to invite young friend to sit in my humble abode. Chun Kuan was not willing to show weakness, and with a shake of his hand, he similarly threw out a token. This is the token of my Hinayana sect. With this token you can go to my sect's library for half a day, although it's not as good as the big sects. But my sect's heritage is deep and there are countless collections, so it's considered to be a reward for my little friend. The old crone was also unwilling to show weakness and threw out a token. Thank you for the love of the several seniors. The late generation is terrified. Lu Jinshui heart are happy crazy. Grandma, do not know this group of seniors and high people to find out the truth of the matter. Will be a look. Really look forward to but the face still had a naive expression on it, making a fearful face. The crowd was pleased with his attitude. Behind them, several people from Piaomiao Peak had odd expressions. This group of big brothers were afraid that they were not here to be funny, and they were helping to count the money after being pitched. It was really too hard to hold in the laughter, and my cheeks were swollen and red. In the formation, Li Xiaobai had been the one paying close attention to Lu Jinshui's movements, and he had watched every word and action of the crowd. When he saw Lu Jinshui on the front and back, he knew that it was time for his performance. At this moment, Lu Jinshui carefully came to the edge of the formation. Taking out a medium-grade spirit stone, he beckoned towards Li Xiaobai. Brother Fruity, I'll treat you to a medium-grade spirit stone, a mere mid-grade spirit stone, and you dare to bring it to make a fool of yourself? That top-grade spirit stone? Present it. Chapter 42 Eating Shirlayu. Lu Jinshui's movements were very exaggerated as he threw the spirit stones in his hands into the formation. Not bad. A top-grade spirit stone. Li Xiaobai beautifully pocketed the spirit stone. Fruit brothers, are those dragon snake fruits behind you for sale? Not for sale. 10 top-grade spirit stones? Think about what? $100? You're dreaming. How about 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? Deal. Lu Jinshui pretended to pull out a space ring and handed it to Li Xiaobai. Senior brother, pay attention to the fire. Although these people are stupid and have a lot of money, but pitting them too much will cause a backlash. Hee. Don't worry, senior brother. Senior brother has his measure. Li Xiaobai returned to the dragon snake fruit tree and picked all the fruits in a single brain. When he turned around, he was accidentally tripped by something under his feet. Looking down, it was a shard which was crystal clear and contained a scarlet-red light inside. Growing under the dragon snake fruit tree, it was definitely not a mortal product. Bend down and pick it up. The fragment turned into a flash of light and disappeared into Li Xiaobai's brow. At the same time, the attribute value panel mobilized again. Attribute points plus 10,000. Hiss! What was this, actually increasing the attribute value by 10,000 points at once? Li Xiaobai's face was shocked. It was just a small piece of debris, which actually contained this level of power, and also took the initiative to not enter his body. There will not be any problems. A haphazard fumble around the body revealed nothing special. Li Xiaobai didn't know how to cultivate and couldn't look inside to check what was going on inside his body. But as far as he could see, this fragment should be a good thing. If you see another shard in the future, you can't let it go. Woof woof. Just as Li Xiaobai was about to turn around and leave, a few barks came from behind him. Still in the same spot where he had just tripped, there was actually a small pit underneath the debris, and in the pit lay a small white ragged dog the size of a paw. The little ragged dog was snow white and fluffy, struggling to keep its two big black eyes open, feeling like it had just been born. After the debris disappeared, it seemed to be looking a little agitated, and began to punch and kick its way through the small pit, sniffing the surrounding scents indiscriminately. Seemingly attracted by the smell of Li Xiaobai's body, striding his short legs, he ran to its side and dug into his clothes one by one. Who are you? Li Xiaobai asked as he pulled the little broken dog out of his pants leg. Woof woof woof. The little ragged dog was still fighting its way towards Li Xiaobai's pants leg, as if there was something there that attracted it. Why are you here? Woof woof woof. What was that shard just now? Woof woof woof. Can you talk like a human being? Woof woof woof. Li Xiaobai is speechless. Don't they all say that psychic demonic beasts are able to speak? How come his own this one is a little bit not the same? But this little ragged dog lives with that mysterious fragment. It's obviously a treasure too. Let's collect them together first. Thinking in his heart, tucking the little broken dog into his chest and wrapping it up in his clothes, Li Xiaobai walked towards Lu Jinshui with one of the dragon snake fruits that he had just picked. This dragon snake fruit looked small in size, and the portion was indeed very large, like a small lead ball. Raising a dragon snake fruit high in the air, he handed it to Lu Jinshui openly and honestly in front of the many bigwigs, while secretly and quietly handing over the remaining 5 fruits as well. This is for the Piao Miao Peak brothers and sisters, 1 for each. Thanks a lot, fruity brothers. Oh, well. The 2 of them are trading openly and honestly, and the contending senior big brother is naturally seeing clearly. I didn't expect that this dragon snake fruit has actually bred such wisdom, and even knows how to bargain, and I'm afraid that the value of this fruit is still above their imagination. However, this also proved that it was indeed feasible to trade for the dragon snake fruit. Seniors have successfully obtained a fruit that cost the price of 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Please distribute the remaining fruits among seniors on your own. Seniors will take their leave now. Lu Jinshui took the fruit in his hand and bowed towards the many sect elders. And then his feet tapped, and his body exploded under the flash, quickly disappeared far away. Looks like this kid isn't really stupid. Hee. Where would the ones who can mix to the Jindan stage have little cuties? But for this person to reach the 6th level of the Jindan stage at such a young age, he is indeed extraordinary na. It's a pity that old man's token. After Lu Jinshui left, among many sects, there were immediately people secretly trailing to follow him, obviously wanting to catch up with Lu Jinshui and kill to seize the treasure. This is a common occurrence in the immortal cultivation world, where the piker is not guilty of harboring a false accusation. The bigwigs knew that the simple fat man would not survive, I'm afraid. Together with them, there were also the Piao Miao Peak crowd. Although these sects were all elite experts as well, they shouldn't be able to deal with the Piao Miao Peak senior brothers and sisters yet. Li Xiaobai took a deep breath. The next is his stage alone. His hand unconsciously stroked at his chest. The little broken dog was very honest, did not make any noise or disturbance. Ahem, little friend. I wonder if I could come up and talk? Chun Kuan of the Heavenly Martial Sect couldn't help himself and took the lead to walk up and ask. For the dragon snake fruit, he was very desperate. With this one fruit in his belly, it was very likely that he would break through the realm on this, and he had to get his hands on it. Who are you to come in here yourself if you want to talk? Li Xiaobai raised his eyebrows and said faintly. He didn't have half a good feeling about the Tianwu sect. Chun Kuan was furious, but since he still needed the other party's help, he could only temporarily hold back his anger. How about the old man wants to make a deal with little friend? Go ahead. The old man is willing to offer 1,000 top-grade spirit stones for one of the dragon snake fruits behind young friend. Old piker, you want to buy my brother? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai was furious, and he was cursing at Chun Kuan. Fong Bo and others at the back laughed loudly. To be able to see the Tianwu sect suffer defeat, they were eager to do so, for a moment to the point where they were not in a hurry to come forward to talk. They all wanted to see how much more this Chun Kuan could make a fool of himself. Chun Kuan was confused. This opening was a bit wrong. His approach is almost the same as the fat guy just now. How come his attitude is so far apart? Shouldn't the other party welcome him with a smile and say yes with joy? How come it's totally different with him? Could it be that the money isn't there? Well, that must be it. This fruit of the incarnation is more greedy. How about 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus 50 lower-grade spirit medicines? Chun Kuan wore a smile on his face. A cold aura flashed in his eyes. No one in this world dared to earn his money, and no one could earn his money. How much of this transformation fruit was now collected? And in the end, it would all be spit out with interest. But the next second, he couldn't stop laughing. Are you picking a fight between me and my brother? With that kind of money, you want to learn how to play the infernal game? Eat sure you. Chapter 43. I am the dragon snake fruit. I speak for myself. Li Xiaobai went into mouth high mode. Now he is the master, and the master should show the master's spirit. If they acted cautiously, they would instead make these human elves suspicious. As a matter of fact, the more Li Xiaobai showed that he had no heart, the less doubts he had in the hearts of the people. I've been in the immortal cultivation world for hundreds of years, so I can easily coax a small doll that has just been born with a spirit. Oh, Brother Fruity, don't be angry. This old thing doesn't know how to speak, so don't get upset with him. Uncle Wind walked up and said smilingly. Chun Kuan's face was a shade of green and red, so gloomy that it was about to drip. However, it was a critical period right now, and he didn't want to fall off the wagon, so he could only endure in silence. You're very good at talking, old man. Do you want to buy the dragon snake fruit too? Li Xiaobai asked with a smile, a world away from Fong's attitude. Not bad. I wonder how much can I offer for it? Uncle Wind asked tentatively. How many do you have? 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus 50 medium-grade spirit medicines. Uncle Fong offered an increased price, a little better than Chen Kuan's. These are my brothers. Li Xiaobai burst out. And then what? Gotta add money. Li Xiaobai was stern and introspective, his eyes staring straight at Uncle Fong. So it was the money that wasn't there. Well, those are minor issues. The Wind uncle breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the heart cursed the mother, grandmother. The original is a greedy master, almost really thought to stage a play of hand and foot love. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones and 100 medium-grade spirit medicines. Deal. Li Xiaobai reached out and took the Wind uncle's space ring and put it on his finger, but did not give the fruit immediately. I have 7 other brothers, and as an older brother, I want my own brother to have a good home. This old man has already booked one of my brothers. Do any of you still want to take my brother? Ignoring Fong Bo's shocked look, Li Xiaobai began to yell. Fong Bo's face changed. He instinctively sensed that something was wrong. He handed over the resources but didn't get the fruits. There shouldn't be any fraud in this, right? On the side of Chen Kuan's face is also some playful up. Fortunately, he did not give the resources in advance. Look at this situation, even if the payment, the goods to less than or to say it. Brother Fruity, my old self would like to reserve one as well. But old me doesn't have that many spirit medicine spirit stones. Can I barter for goods? The old crone from the small multiplication sect also came over. What do you have in store for us? I have a copper mirror that can illuminate the hearts of heaven and earth. This mirror was built by the apprentice grandson of the old man of Tianji in central China. No matter what face, as long as it is illuminated by it, there is nowhere to hide, and it is very extraordinary. The old crone was old and clearly confident in the mirror. Unfortunately, she had overestimated herself. What Li Xiaobai needed was an item that could increase his defense. This thing was not useful to him in the slightest. Quite casually, he threw the bronze mirror back. It's dross, it's garbage, and it won't replace my brother. The old woman's breath stuttered, not expecting this Li Xiaobai to be so insensitive. It looked like this unlucky thing only recognized spirit stones and spirit medicine. Such a precious copper mirror is actually hard to be said to be garbage. It is clearly your own low, but also blame other people's copper mirror. How does she know that Li Xiaobai has everything he wants in his mall, and all he lacks is spirit stones? Old me will offer 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus 100 medium-grade spirit medicines. You've got a small frame, so little money to pay off the beggars. Li Xiaobai's face was disdainful, and the angry crone almost stormed out. She had given the exact same price as Fong Bo, and now she was actually despised. However, after such a mess, the crowd also understood that every time this Li Xiaobai offered a much higher price than the previous one. Grandma, it was obviously just a dragon snake fruit, but it was actually so greedy. I don't know who I learned it from. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus 100 top-grade spirit medicines. Deal. Wait. The old woman was ready to hand over the resources to Li Xiaobai when Uncle Fong stopped her movement. I've given a huge amount of resources in my party, but I didn't get the fruit. I'm afraid there's something fishy in it. Brother Fruit, I wonder if I can take out the fruit that Mr. Wind bought just now? Wind uncle asked smilingly. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll confirm the buyer first and give you the fruit in one go afterward. My hallowed dragon snake fruit. Can I still renege on my debt? Li Xiaobai's face was unhappy. Mr. Wind doesn't mean this. It's just that the fruitful brothers are late in handing over the dragon snake fruit. We are always relieved in our hearts. Uncle Wind said. What assuredly, the party that does not understand the old man, and this old crone, our quotes even frown does not bring a wrinkle, but it is you, has been there beep 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 beep. I'm afraid your uneasiness is a lie, and your desire to monopolize all my brothers is the real thing. The moment these words came out, Uncle Feng's face changed. It's a topic that involves the interests of the crowd, and it's not easy to pick up on. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're just trying to stink up my reputation, so I can't make a sale, and then I can only sell to you. Li Xiaobai was completely in his element and aggressive. When these words came out, not only was Uncle Fong, but the faces of the remaining few bigwigs also turned odd. Although this holy demon sect treated people quite well on weekdays, and the relationship with a few families was not stiff, but those who were able to mix at this level did not have a soft heart. They all knew that this kind of operation that Li Xiaobai was talking about, The people from the holy demon sect could definitely do it. At that moment, the old crone did not hesitate anymore and directly handed the ring in her hand to Li Xiaobai. Fruity brother, old me, cloud dreamer, reserve a spot, please remember old me. Well, don't worry and stand aside, I'll contact you afterward. Li Xiaobai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. The remaining experts immediately stepped forward and submitted their spatial rings to Li Xiaobai, fearing that they would be slow in their offer. 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, 200 top-grade elixirs, 5 pounds of basalt. How about 3 Tianshan snow lotus? I have another batch of skyhorns. What started out as a trade slowly had a tendency to evolve into a bidding war. Tianwu sect's Chun Kuan also joined the bidding once more. The crowd's thoughts were actually very consistent, that is, it was impossible to actually trade with Li Xiaobai. The resources were merely temporarily stored in the other party's body. When the fruit arrived, then think of a trick to trick him out, and at that time the crowd would directly divide this humanoid fruit, and the resources that had been handed over would eventually return to their own hands. What Li Xiaobai didn't know was that behind the crowd, a white-clothed young man was coldly watching all of this. Chapter 44, the somewhat naive God realization stage. Big Brother. Fong Wuxie had also followed the distress signal and rushed here, originally wanting to see if there was a chance to get a piece of the pie, but upon seeing Li Xiaobai's figure, he immediately realized what was going on. It was a setup. Li Xiaobai was utilizing his treasures to travel randomly through the formation as a way to make deals with the many bigwigs. And it worked. When he thought of Li Xiaobai's bulging space ring, Fong Wuxie's heart was on fire. We must think of a trick to finish him off. In that case, not only that supreme treasure, but even this entire resource will be mine. However, there was no chance at the moment, and when he went out on his way to the holy demon sect, there would be plenty of time to get the other party killed. This trip to the mountain range was very rewarding. Cultivating to the great circle of Jindan stage was not a problem at all, and if he was lucky, touching the threshold of Yuaning stage was possible. Fong Wuxie's eyes gulped with a cold aura, and with a turn of his body, he disappeared into the jungle. In front of the formation, Li Xiaobai was beaming as he accepted the spatial rings handed to him by the crowd. This group of big men were very uptight. Not only did they give enough markups, but they didn't drag their feet at all and directly handed over their space rings. Li Xiaobai thought to himself that if he had to make himself take out so many resources, it would be better to kill him with a single cut. Big Brother deserves to be Big Brother. This vigor, this calmness is not comparable to oneself. After putting all 8 space rings away and taking an inventory, Li Xiaobai's heart was about to jump out of his chest with excitement. The top-grade spirit stones broke 10,000, the middle-grade spirit stones broke 10,000, the lower-grade spirit stones were countless, the spirit medicines were in the thousands, and there were all sorts of dazzling beads and treasures, all of which were white flowers and real money. This wave is developed. I did not expect the pit to be so profitable. The spirit stone came too fast. Li Xiaobai had a sense of unreality. In a trance, he saw the Mount Godzilla in the mall beckoning to him. Joyfully, he pocketed the spatial ring. And then he turned around and sat down under the dragon snake fruit tree in the center of the formation, no longer paying attention to the crowd. Brother Fruity, what do you mean by that? We have already offered our resources. Is it time to trade? Uncle Fong asked. From the moment he paid for the spirit stones, he felt that there was something wrong with this. Trade what? Li Xiaobai scratched the back of his head, his face full of puzzlement. The faces of the people present all changed when these words came out. The most feared thing finally happened. The guy in front of me reneged on the bill after eating it all. We have already handed over the heavenly treasures to you. Could it be that the fruitful brothers want to go back on their word? Chun Kuan said in a deep voice. Not bad. Brother Fruity, don't joke around. Let's make a good deal. Yeah. The reason why the crowd was relieved to hand over the ring was actually because Li Xiaobai could only stay in the formation. As long as the formation was cracked, both the fruit and the ring had to be returned intact, so they were not worried at all. Hee. Don't think that I don't know your intentions. You clearly want to borrow these resources to coax both my brother and I out, and then kill them all in one fell swoop, right? My dragon snake fruit is condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. I can see through these little thoughts of yours with a single glance. Li Xiaobai's face was blank, not the least bit fake. Now that their own pockets are bulging, they have so many spirit stones that they can't spend them all, and the life-preserving artifacts in the mall can be unlocked at any time, so they're not at all false to these so-called bigwigs. A casual 1,000-mile teleportation talisman would allow one to immediately disappear without a trace. Oh, Brother Fruit, words can't be said like that. We are all very contractual. As long as you deal with us seriously, after getting the fruit, we will leave immediately and never linger. How about it? Uncle Wind continued. What's the point of talking so much to this guy? This guy obviously wants to empty his gloves. Typical of taking money and not doing anything. Let's directly break through this formation and see what else he has to be arrogant about. Chun Kuan was not that patient and gathered the crowd to try to forcefully break the formation. Then you break the formation. Don't beep there if you're really capable. Let's meet in the killing formation. Li Xiaobai compared a middle finger in disdain. Angry Chun Kuan a burst of blowing his beard and eyes. He is the head of a sect. When was he so humiliated? You guys get out of the way. I'll meet this dragon snake fruit. Chun Kuan fiercely rushed up to the sky, the haze in his dantian. His aura was like a rainbow. The strength of the god transformation stage was exposed. He wanted to go head-to-head with the formation to try the depths. Bone transforming sheep palm. Both hands instantly transformed into two white bone, withered claws with a ghostly aura on them, grabbing at the formation around Li Xiaobai. The sky all of a sudden dimmed. Li Xiaobai indistinctly heard the ears came from the miserable howling and wailing. The heart is a little weak. In front of this old man's gong method moves full of special effects, very bluff, it will not really be able to break the array. With no bottom in his heart, he secretly exchanged a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman in the mall. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Ancient rune. Can be used to teleport 1,000 miles in an instant. Teleportation location is random. Price 1,000 lower grade spirit stones. The price was a little expensive, but for the current Li Xiaobai it was just a drop in the bucket. Zip, zip, zip. Clanging sounds of this genus stirring pierced the sky. A pair of huge withered bone palms dead against the top of the formation. The silk breath leaked out at first, vaguely having the tendency to break in. The formation seemed to have sensed that it had been provoked, and the Gung Jin Qi gathered in large quantities and quickly counterattacked. The golden light was brilliant, and the Gung Gold Qi flew up and down in the formation, twisting and crushing the two giant white bone hands. Chun Kuan stifled a grunt, his face slightly flushed, his figure retreated violently. The Gung Jin Qi was even stronger than he had imagined. It was worthy of being a killing Qi. Didn't you say you were going to meet the Fruit Brothers? Why did you retreat back in one shot? Uncle Fong looked at Chun Kuan with a smirk. His words were full of mockery. You're good, you're on. Chun Kuan rolled his eyes and silently applied his energy to regulate his breathing. This formation was very difficult to deal with. Just being rubbed by the Gung Jin Qi made the qi and blood in his body roll over. Even the power of the 6th level of the transformation stage couldn't completely block the attack of the formation. Fong Bo shook his head. This formation could not be broken by brute force, at least not at the god transformation stage. If he wanted to break the formation, he would still have to look at the skills of the lesser vehicle sect. Inside the formation, Li Xiaobai's two eyes were glowing. This killing formation was indeed powerful. Even the experts of the god transformation stage were unable to break it. It was worthy of being a formation that could increase one's defense. Since the other party couldn't break the formation, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. This formation was able to increase a large number of attribute points, and staying for one more second would be able to increase his attribute points for one more second. Attribute points, 30,000. All point defense. Defense, 4th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body. 40,000 can be advanced. Detected that the host has been continuously attacked by the Gung Jin Qi. Skill upgrade. The 4th turn of the 9 turns of Indestructible Sword Intent. Chapter 45. The formation is broken. Defense and skills advanced at the same time, and the mysterious pale golden totem manifested once again. A large golden totem contracted in the void, forming a huge face that was slowly branded on top of Li Xiaobai's physical body, filling it with divine light. The golden light on the surface of his body flourished, and Li Xiaobai only felt that every pore on his body was greedily gulping air. Felt like the flesh had become tough. With this kind of physical strength, the Yuaning stage should already be unable to fight. Pinched his skin nice and hard. Sure enough, a real man is a hard man. On the outskirts of the formation, the experts of the major sects were all shocked to see Li Xiaobai's appearance at this moment. They had never seen such a totem before. It seemed to be a human face, but it was too shallow to see very well. Moreover, a fruit that had already taken human form suddenly blossomed and bathed in divine light. What this meant, even a person who hadn't cultivated could tell that this dragon snake fruit had made a breakthrough. A heavenly material breakthrough. This was a chance that came once in 100 years. I'm afraid that its original grade will have to be pulled up one more height. This time, Even the most calm wind uncle is not calm anymore. Greed showed in his eyes. There was no way. This kind of fruit was too rare. It had to be controlled by the sacred demon sect. If the sacred demon sect couldn't get it, then no one else could get it either. Just for a moment, Fong Bo had already made up his mind that if he couldn't get the dragon snake fruit that had transformed into a form, he would have to destroy him even at the risk of destroying all of his magic treasures. This level of fruit was already not something that the Yuaning stage of the transformation god stage could meddle with. Even if a transitional succession stage powerhouse came, I'm afraid that they would still kill red-eyed. Never allowing other sects to seize the transformed dragon snake fruit was the unanimous thought of all the bigwigs present. In just a moment, the wind changed. Li Xiaobai suddenly realized that these big brothers in front of him were somehow suddenly united, and it felt like he was going to be targeted. Is little friend really refusing to hand over the dragon snake fruit? Wind Uncle still asked with a smile, only that there was a hidden cold aura flashing through his eyes. This is my brother. We mixed rivers and lakes is a word of righteousness. No righteousness will die. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Chun Kuan's nose was almost out of breath. Righteousness, mother what the hell do you have to do with the word righteousness? Righteousness, 2 words you know how to write? Why didn't you think of the word righteousness when you were cheating? The rest of the crowd also had a bad look on their faces. They all understood that this transformation dragon snake fruit was clearly trying to trap them. They had already torn their faces off, so there was nothing for them to pretend. Old Me has a formation-breaking talisman that can break all the formations in the world, although this Gungjin Chi is strong, but it's still not a problem to briefly break it open for a few breaths of time. The crone from the small multiplication sect said slowly. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and break the formation. I want to kill this guy handily. There was a dangerous glint in Chun Kuan's eyes. Li Xiaobai's heart was a little tight, although his defense was very strong. But this Chun Kuan's appearance at this time was really scary. But you can't lose the air in your mouth. Oh, scared baby. You break the formation. You come in and kill me handily. Dragon snake fruit. Put my words down here today. If you don't kill me handily today, you won't be able to leave this valley. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that a few of the people in the room, they're all trash. I want 2 dragon snake fruits. You guys can distribute the rest among yourselves. If you agree, I will immediately break this formation. The crone was furious and made a direct offer. The fruit of assimilation is too arrogant and needs to be properly coached. Deal. No problem. Hurry up and break the formation. Okay. You and the others step aside. I'll make a contribution. The old woman slowly stepped forward and took out a formation disc from her bosom. This array disc was pitch black all over, and there seemed to be a few beads rotating inside the body. This array disc is likewise made by the disciple grandson of the old man Tianji. There are a total of 2 array discs. The child array disc I have already put into that spatial ring at the time of the transaction, and only need to catalyze the mother disc, and under the cooperation of the 2 inside and outside, it can penetrate this killing array through a channel. The old crone sneered sorrowfully, really thinking that she had no defense at all. From the moment Uncle Win stopped her, she had kept an extra eye out, and now it was really coming into line. Li Xiaobai was also shocked at what he heard, actually being penetrated by the enemy. Reaching out and fumbling with a few rings, he tried to throw the sub-array disc out, but unfortunately it was already too late. A small array disc as black as ink violently emerged from a spatial ring and floated in the air slowly glowing. Shenkuan formation, rise, yin yang transportation. The old woman's hands strangled and recited incantations, and the 2 array discs were fiercely and closely linked together, and a flood of chaotic breath erupted, as if it had the momentum of 1,000 pounds, and rigidly blocked the Gungjin Chi that was constantly strangling. Li Xiaobai only felt a tightness in his chest, and the aura emanating from the array disc made the chi and blood in his body unstable. The magic treasure activated by a god transformation stage expert was naturally not mortal. The array disc erupted with destructive starlight, and inside the pitch-black array disc, it was as if there were star buckets flowing. This array disc seemed to be a microcosm of the universe, which was truly somewhat extraordinary. Li Xiaobai marveled in his heart. This old crone's tactics were brilliant. It seems that one's set is still not deep enough, and one's counter-set awareness is not strong enough. In the future, when I have time, I'll have to learn more from 6th brother. Little Zhou Tian Micro Dust Forbidden Technique. The Great Perpetual Battle. Drive me, the old woman bellowed, and the 2 array discs intersected, their starbursts blossoming, forcing a hard stop to the constant flow of Gungjin energy in the surrounding area and opening up a passageway. 3 breaths of time. Hurry up and do it. Don't fight in the formation. Get him out. Go around the back. Watch out for the Gungjin Chi. Take position. Skyrocket. Bone transforming sheep palm. Pure yang sword formation. Li Xiaobai didn't expect that this formation had really been broken by the crowd, but this Yuaning stage and transformation stage attack didn't seem to be that difficult to accept. Perhaps it was the many experts who coveted the body of this dragon snake fruit of theirs, so they purposely stayed their hand. The body hardened against Chen Kuen's move of bone transforming sheep palm, and the parts that were caught rapidly rotted and the muscles shriveled. But soon, the mysterious diagrams on the body surface glowed, and the injured parts were restored as before. This was the effect of the indestructible golden body, and physical injuries were able to be recovered as long as they weren't killed in a second by a single move. Attribute points plus 1,000. Hiss! A god transformation stage powerhouse, terrifying as it was, but one's defense had also grown greatly, and one was able to block such attacks. The system is very powerful. Good boy! The district dragon snake fruit has some skills. For a dragon snake fruit, you're pretty good. Cut the crap and get him out. We only have 3 breaths. Fong Bo frowned and interrupted Chen Kuen's mouthpiece without hesitation. This guy always liked to invisibly pretend to be a bully, and he didn't look at what occasion it was now. The figure shifted and instantly appeared behind Li Xiaobai. You! Li Xiaobai only felt the scenery in front of his eyes blossom, and before he could react, he had already appeared hundreds of meters away. Turning back again, the bigwigs blocked the road, all with sardonic smiles on their faces. Little thing, weren't you arrogant just now? Another horizontal one for the old man? Chapter 46. The rightful owner has arrived. Chen Kuen laughed sorrowfully, his face full of unkindness. Oh, weaklings! Li Xiaobai once again gave a middle finger to show his disdain. Through the contact just now, it had become clear in his mind that this 9 turns golden body should correspond to the 9th level of the Yuaning stage. Although there was still a group of god transformation stage experts mixed in with these bigwigs, the full point of defense should be able to fight off 1 or 2 of their own. The 4th turn of one's 9-turn golden body was equivalent to the 4th level of the Yuaning stage, but with all of one's defense points, one's defense should be a great deal higher than that of a Yuaning stage 4th level cultivator. And with their status as a transformed dragon snake fruit, these people wouldn't put down a killer to destroy themselves unless they had to. It's safe to take a wave. Come and hit me. Li Xiaobai hooked his finger at the crowd and said indifferently. Don't stop me. This guy is provoking the old man. The old man is going to fight him one-on-one. None of you are allowed to intervene. Chen Kuen's face was hideous as he shook his palms and violently rushed towards Li Xiaobai. Hee. The old piker is still as good at acting as ever. Uncle Wind slapped several times in the void, knocking Chen Kuen down. What do you mean by that? Chen Kuen's face was cloudy and full of anger. Don't pretend. What kind of person you are isn't clear to everyone. I didn't even see you get angry when your son was killed. The play is not bad. You are trying to use a single fight as a reason to monopolize all the dragon snake fruits by yourself, right? I tell you, don't even think about it. Uncle Wind skimmed his lips and said faintly. At those words, Chen Kuen's face violently calmed down and even revealed a faint smile. I've never had the thought of taking it all for myself, but I just want to control this fruit first, and after that we'll talk about it in the long run. This dragon snake fruit will be distributed as before. No one will take more. Good. Whoever takes more will have their claws chopped off. 2 dragon snake fruits for my old self. That's what I said before. Looking at the many bigwigs' ability to change their faces in a second, Li Xiaobai admired in his heart. Worthy of being a great immortal cultivator, his acting skills were online, and if it wasn't for Fong Bo pointing it out, he wouldn't have been able to notice that this Chen Kuen's anger was actually feigned. The hearts of these people were deep, and those who could mix to the Yuaning stage and the God transformation stage were not oil-saving lamps. Li Xiaobai decided to pull another wave of hatred, increase the attribute points and run away. After all, the opposite side of the number of people, his own 9 turns of the golden body is only the 4th turn, hard resistance is prone to problems. But it was also at this moment that wind and clouds surged in the sky, and a fury so dense that it was visible to the naked eye rolled in from the distance. A silhouette appeared, wearing a bucket hat on his head and a straw raincoat. He appeared in front of the crowd in an instant. The strong wind blew, scraping Li Xiaobai's face raw. Attribute points plus 100. Hiss! Which one of the big boys is this? It feels even more exaggerated than a god realization stage expert. Just blowing a gust of wind can cause damage to people. What kind of strength is this? Li Xiaobai is a little weak, just the transformation of the divine stage is a little difficult to deal with, The mysterious man in front of the straw raincoat and bucket hat is obviously not on the same level as the transformation of the divine stage, and it feels like it's time to run away. Who moved my formation? The demoiselle's voice was hoarse, and seemed to be talking to himself, or inquiring. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This formation was actually deliberately laid out by the demoiselle man, which was very intriguing, which meant that the dragon snake fruit in the mountain range was simply something that had a master. Now the situation couldn't be more obvious. The original owner had found out that the formation had been broken and had come to the door. Elder. It's that old lady who forcefully broke your formation. She also wants to take away the dragon snake fruit tree inside. Please stop her. Li Xiaobai took over the conversation and pointed to the old crone of the small multiplying sect in front of him. The old woman's face changed greatly. The strength of this visitor was so high that it was far above her, and she could not see the depth at all. Offending a former senior for no reason is a big no-no. Elder, don't listen to this transformation fruit's nonsense. This transformation fruit has taken all the dragon snake fruits, and it has also cheated us out of our spirit stones and spirit medicines. The old me just wants to seek justice. Transformation fruit? The demoiselle was a bit puzzled. It's this kid. He's a dragon snake fruit in disguise. Senior doesn't know? The old woman asked cautiously. In vain you guys are still in the cultivation of the transformation stage. An age have lived to a dog. This is clearly a person. Where did the transformation fruit come from? Furthermore, this dragon snake fruit was planted by this seat. What does it look like? Could it be that this seat doesn't have a number in mind? But the party. The old crone was full of incredulity and wanted to say something else. A bunch of rice buckets, still wanting to covet this seat's dragon snake fruit. Truly ridiculous. If you were born under this seat's door, you would have been sent to the Western paradise long ago. The demoiselle man sneered and walked straight to the front of the formation to start checking it out. Once this statement was made, the rest of the experts were even more shocked and angry. They were tricked by a human kid. It is impossible for the demoiselle to lie to them. There is no such thing as a transformation fruit. It is all pretended by this kid. Utilizing an unknown method, he was able to move freely in the formation, pretending to be a transformed dragon snake fruit, and also cheating them out of their resources. After figuring out the key to this, all of them were red in the face. Half angry, half ashamed. It's funny that they thought Li Xiaobai wasn't spiritually intelligent and wanted to coax him a bit, not realizing that in the end, it was they themselves who were coaxed instead. The eyes stared at Li Xiaobai in death, hating that he could not cut him into 1,000 pieces. Good boy, indeed very skillful, actually able to fool us, but you don't want to go back alive. Chun Kuin's face was gloomy. Not bad, kid, you're dead. If I say I'll let your whole family die, I'll make sure my whole family dies. What's the point of talking to him so much? Even we dare to pit our spirit stones. Do him. The bigwigs screamed, each one of them on fire, and if they weren't in the way of the demoiselle man's presence here, they would have already made their move. Li Xiaobai swallowed his saliva. Things are wearing out. This dragon snake fruit tree actually has an owner. I have not heard of it before. Damn it. I've been punked again by the sixth brother. In his mind, he kept zapping Lu Jinshui, and in his hand, he had already touched a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman without a trace, so that as long as the situation was not right, he would immediately run away. This demoiselle man has a mysterious origin, and his cultivation is even more unfathomable. If he gets angry, I'm afraid that even if he has a system, it will be difficult to resist. Not to mention the fact that there was a group of Yuaning stage and God transformation stage bigwigs watching from the sidelines. At this moment, the demoiselle man was constantly groping in the formation, seemingly searching for something. After sensing carefully for a moment, his face changed greatly. This is the yin-yang transportation technique. Who touched my shard? Who does Tai Chi? The demoiselle man hissed, his powerful aura going wild, and the fury chi in the field tumbled once again. The gung jin chi that enveloped the dragon snake fruit tree shattered inch by inch, and the formation fell apart in an instant, shocking the crowd. Li Xiaobai's heart fluttered. So it turned out that the fruit and the fragments were placed by the demoiselle. Only the other side didn't mention the existence of the little ragged dog. Could it be that the little ragged dog ran in there by itself? Elder, just now. Only this kid has been moving freely in the formation, so I'll help you collect him. Good boy, you dare to take the treasures of your predecessor. I will definitely put you in the right place today. My generation of cultivators. Hate the generation of cockroaches and dogs. Senior, don't be angry. I'll help you get your treasure back. Kid, take your life. Chapter 47. The Demoiselle Man. Feeling the mountainous aura in front of him, Li Xiaobai's face changed greatly. This was the full force of many Yuaning and spirit transformation stage cultivators, and with their own defense at hand it was a bit up in the air. The bigwigs all rushed over as if they were fighting for their lives. Li Xiaobai held his head with both hands and crouched in place. Super abs. The muscles of his body are tense, and he opens the skill to double his defense. The behavior of this group of big men was very wrong. 1 second they were groveling to the demoiselle, how come they started to attack violently on the back foot? This is a very abnormal state, just like the previous Chun Kuan. However, the situation was critical, and before Li Xiaobai could think too much, the attacks of the many big brothers arrived. 9 dragons in the sky. Pure Yang sword technique. Sword-shattering star river. Yin Yang transportation. The strength of the God transformation stage powerhouse erupted in a big way. A strong pressure descended, sword chi streaked across the void, and even manifested dozens of sun-shadowing Yuanshan shadows, which seemed to want to fight to the death with Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai only felt his breath stagnate as waves of air tumbled through the air. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to take this wave of attacks and immediately run away with the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman after accumulating a wave of attribute points. According to this fighting method, he would probably be killed. The attack arrives in the blink of an eye, and the feats are full of special effects. Sword light, ghost claws, blade chi, and starbursts instantly enveloped Li Xiaobai. Numerous big men opened their teeth and claws and rushed to Li Xiaobai's proximity. Li Xiaobai had to watch the system panel in front of him closely. As long as the attribute points arrived, he would immediately use the talisman to walk away. However, the expected stormy attack did not come, and the cadre of bigwigs brushed against Li Xiaobai before darting away at an even faster speed. The so-called offense was almost a sticky one, and the dozen or so figures in the field transformed into streams of light that flashed by and disappeared into the distance in an instant, leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Xiaobai still crouching on the ground in a daze. The system panel jumps. Attribute points plus 10. Attribute points plus 10. Hiss, what's going on? How come there's only so many attributes, and was that funding explosion special effect just now a fake? Frozenly looking back at the silhouette that had disappeared without a trace in the distance, Li Xiaobai wanted to cry. Damn, still suffered the loss of being uneducated, and got screwed again by this group of treacherous people. Li Xiaobai was not until this moment that he came to his senses. Just now these big brothers looks full of anger. Was it not the acting skills that the Wind Uncle had mentioned before? The pressure that the demoiselle man gave to the crowd was too much, it was unfathomably powerful, and this group of big men, in the name of helping the demoiselle man to capture himself, used himself as a shield to cover his ears, but in reality, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to directly bail out. Not even wanting to give away the precious resources, these big brothers are really decisive. What a taciturnity. It's just that with the bigwigs gone, the field can be left to itself. Hee senior. They took away your fruits and fragments, go after them. Li Xiaobai smiled nervously. Someone will clean them up by themselves. Not one of them can escape. It's you. You have the smell of the dragon snake fruit on you, as well as the scent of the shard. Hand it over. The demoiselle said sorrowfully. Elder is really perceptive, late generation to get the fruits and fragments, but at that time they all made deals with those big brothers, and the fruits are all on them. Li Xiaobai said in a serious manner. Then wait. My men will get them back and confront them face to face then. I don't care who took my things, because everyone involved in this today must die. The demoiselle man said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Li Xiaobai heart thumped. This demoiselle seems to be a bit of a thing. Even the transformation of the divine stage is not say anything directly disappear, their own inability to enemy or go for the best strategy. I think I, Zhang Rui, am an honest person, and I will never do that thing of stealing chickens and dogs. If I, Zhang Rui, take this thing away, I will be struck by heaven and thunder. Even if those bigots come back, I dare to confront them in person. Even if I die, I, Zhang Rui, will leave my innocence on earth. Powerful and righteous statement. Anyway, the demoiselle doesn't know who he is, so whose name is it not to use? Take Zhang Rui's name to swear, that is no better. Their own 1,000 miles of teleportation talisman slipped away. This demoiselle will only go to investigate Zhang Rui, not their own. When you are in the world, you use a small number to save your life. It seems that after following 6th senior brother for the past few days, one's brain has also become more active. Oh, to be quite talkative, Zhang Rui. Right, I hope that in a while you can still be so tough. The demoiselle man sneered and laughed. The weeds covered his face and Li Xiaobai could not see his face. Just as Li Xiaobai quietly pulled out the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman and prepared to teleport, the demoiselle man rose violently, his eyes bursting with essence, scanning the surroundings with great vigilance. What man? Come out! Li Xiaobai was taken aback. There were other people existing in this neighborhood? 1, 2, 3, 6. There are 6 of them, 4 men and 2 women. Come out. Don't force this seat to make a move, the demoiselle man said indifferently, the other party's cultivation he hadn't put in his eyes, appearing arrogant. Li Xiaobai instantly understood who these 6 people in the dark were. Just by this number of people one could tell that they were several of his own senior brothers and sisters. It seems that Lu Jinshui and the others left and then quietly took a detour to rush back. Still do not rest assured of their own safety. Really, in times of trouble, Piao Miao Peak brothers and sisters are still quite good to themselves. Grandma. It's been discovered. Little master. The wind is tight. Rip who? A roar came from between the jungles as Lu Jinshui violently rushed out, heading straight for Li Xiaobai's location. At the moment, he had a silver helmet and silver armor all around him, and a machete in his hand, which looked comical with his round body. Get in position. Get in position. Be careful to spread out your stations. Lu Jinshui's mouth recited words, constantly using words to interfere with the demoiselle's judgment. At the same time the hand movement is not stopping, a machete up and down, a silver blade after another splits to the demoiselle. But it was obvious that he had still underestimated the demoiselle's strength. In the face of the sky-covering blade, the demoiselle man was not even willing to look at the right eye, and casually stretched out a few fingers, clamped a number of blade awnings, and crushed them with force, transforming them into dots of starlight. Junior brother, hurry up and run. Lu Jinshui's face changed. The one in his hand was a treasure at the level of a spiritual treasure, and the blade-ons emitted were not willing to be resisted even by the big brothers. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. No wonder all those god transformation stage powers ran away before. With this strength, it should undoubtedly be at the transitional succession stage. Senior brother, you guys go first. I have my own way to escape. Li Xiaobai's face is a little anxious. He has a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, but a few senior brothers and sisters do not have it. Now if you walk away, a few senior brothers can be equivalent to send a person's head. I have to think of a way to give a few more 1,000-mile teleportation talismans to senior brother as well. In front of this seat, and still want to leave? The demoiselle man carried his hands behind his back and slowly turned around, his eyes gulping divine aura. Just by gazing at him, Lu Jinshui felt his body's qi explode, and even the gongfu he was running was hardened and forced to stop. The face could not help but be horrified. Actually bumped into this level of expert here. I'm afraid that today is either death or injury. You count as a ball. There was a fluctuation in the void, and a ridiculously large golden giant hammer appeared out of nowhere, slamming down towards the demoiselle. A strong pressure swept across the entire field, forcibly dragging the demoiselle into the battle circle. This is Big Sister Su Yunbing's hammer. Li Xiaobai's face was delighted, and he took the opportunity to sneakily stuff a bunch of 1,000-mile teleportation talismans to Lu Jinshui. Senior brother, 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Just use it and instantly appear 1,000 miles away. Hurry up! Chapter 48 Two Dogs is awesome. Senior brother, you actually still have this kind of good stuff. If you had told us earlier, we wouldn't have had to go through the trouble of coming to your rescue. Lu Jinshui's eyes were glowing. Even at the critical moment, the nature of the wealth fan is still exposed. Senior brother, hurry up and find a chance to distribute the talismans to a few other senior brothers and sisters. I'll go and carry a wave of attacks from the demoiselle man. Well, senior brother, be careful. After seeing the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, Lu Jinshui changed his face for a second, and the determination on his face once again turned into a lewd smile as he quickly drilled into the dense forest. In the middle of the field, Su Yunbing and Yi Wushuang were teaming up to pummel the demoiselle man. These two had the highest and strongest cultivation amongst the many brothers and sisters. Their strength was unfathomable, however. They were still unable to cause half a bit of damage to the demoiselle man. In the void, the giant hammer danced densely, and the mysterious giant beast totem branded on it manifested once again, crazily smashing into the demoiselle man. Yi Wushuang's gong method was fully opened. Behind him a green Yuanshin virtual shadow rose up from the ground. All kinds of poisonous techniques were coming out, and an area under the demoiselle man's feet was turned into a barren land in no time at all. Hee hee, 2 little dolls. Kung Fu practice is good. At such an age they have already touched the Yuaning stage realm. Truly a juvenile genius. What sect are you from? And who are the disciples under you? The demoiselle asked. None of your business. Su Yunbing raised his hammer and smashed it, not wanting to beep more with the other party at all. At the same time, wisps of smoke followed the demoiselle man's mouth that kept opening and closing to bore inward violently. Yi Wushuang saw the opportunity and tried to put the poison into the other party's body with a brain. Demoiselle popular not, he has never been treated like this, has always been, people are respectful of him, speak even the atmosphere do not dare to gasp. Today was actually a few juniors chasing and beating. If it wasn't for the consideration of the forces behind the other party, he would have sent these people in front of him to the west. Mixed sky solution. The dark light skyrocketed, and a layer of gray aura permeated the demoiselle man's body, violently sweeping the two women across the room. This is an evil cultivator, practicing the power of the bloodbath. This person should be a cultivator from the Central State Evil Sect. Third senior brother Lin Yin, who was hidden in the shadows, exclaimed violently, recognizing the gongfu around his body. HM? You do have some skills, to be able to discern this seat's technique. Good eye. The demoiselle man's eyebrows raised slightly, somewhat surprised, not expecting to run into such a group of geniuses in this poor countryside. Originally, he was only temporarily resting in this mountain range to harbor the dragon snake fruit tree, but he didn't expect that the fruit would be plucked by someone just a little while after he left. This is still secondary to the fact that the most critical pieces are surprisingly missing as well. This is the most let him anger, this fragment relationship is very big. If let the master know this matter, never have a chance of his life, must be retrieved. The palm of his hand was held remotely against the void. Invisible fluctuations spread. Su Yunbing's movements were violently stagnant, and he was confined in the void, unable to move. The demoiselle is going to strike. Senior sister, don't panic. Junior brother is here to help you. Fourth senior brother Yang Chan broke out of the ground, and a square sky painting halberd transformed into a golden dragon, stabbing straight towards the demoiselle man's brow. Oh, it's been a long time waiting for you. The demoiselle man's eyes were slightly condensed, stretching out two fingers, gently clamped the square sky painting halberd. The golden dragon's shadow shattered, and no matter how Yang Chan exerted his strength, it did not move at all. Third senior brother, do it. Ling Fong also rushed out from the ground, holding a dagger straight stabbing the demoiselle man's back undershirt. At this moment, the demoiselle man with one hand confined Su Yunbing, one hand clamped down on Yang Chan. It is a good time to sneak attack. At the same time, the distant Lin Yin transformed into a cloud of gray smoke and violently rushed towards the demoiselle man's location. To stand hard against the seat's pressure and still be able to calmly strike and set up an attack is truly extraordinary. Look at this aura. The northern domain should not be able to cultivate one that recognizes this seat's kung fu sect. You guys came from the Central State? The more the demoiselle man fought, the more he was shocked. Not that the strength of a few people threatened him, but such fearlessness was not something that could be cultivated by an ordinary sect. Although these 6 people in front of him had varying strengths, they all had a hidden, invincible potential coalesced in their bodies. This was not something that ordinary sect disciples could do. Only by fighting in all directions for years, gaining victories, and believing firmly in the heart that there was no enemy for me, could they be able to condense this kind of invincible potential at the same level. This feeling, even in the Central State, was a rare genius. I'm friends with the Nalan family of the Central State, and my relationship with the rest of the families is also very good. Can a few of you announce yourselves? It would not be good if the water washes over the Dragon King's temple. The demoiselle man still wanted to trap the other party's words. Unfortunately, the few people from Misty Peak didn't listen to him at all, launching a fierce attack one after another. Be careful to spread out your stations. He's letting go. Eldest sister, leave that area just now. Vanish, vanish. Find the break again. Second senior sister, poison technique follow. Slow down his movements. Seeing such a scene, the demoiselle man's face completely sank. A mere Jean Dan Yuanning's cultivation. How dare you take such liberties in front of this seat? Since you are unwilling to report yourselves, then this honorable man will simply do it and behead all of you, and I think that the sect behind you won't be able to find out about this honorable man for a while. The demoiselle man completely lost his patience, and a dark as ink ghost fog surged around him once again. The sky was suddenly cloudy, dark clouds rolled over. A large area of haze enveloped the ground, and the surface of the ground set off a gust of black fury, ghostly. The day turned into night in an instant, and the mournful sound of ghosts and wolves came to his ears. In the void, the chi exploded. Just for a moment, all the people present felt their bodies sweat, before they made a move, the other parties might force people to gasp for air. This is an evil technique. As long as it is tainted with a trace of it, the evil poison will invade the body and destroy one's foundation. Lin Yin once again spoke out to remind him, and it was obvious that he knew the evil cultivator well. Good insight. Looking at your technique, you should be considered half an evil cultivator. It's just a pity that you chose the wrong opponent. The demoiselle man Jiejie laughed strangely, no longer ready to stay his hand. There were still many things waiting for him to deal with. He wanted to kill everyone here in one breath. The primary target was senior sister Su Yunbing. The woman's hammer was troublesome, and vaguely restrained against it, faintly, but ultimately unpleasant. Pointing a finger in the air, a wisp of black smoke cut through the air and stabbed at Su Yunbing's brow. Su Yunbing's face changed. Her body was unable to move the slightest bit, as if she was fixed. She couldn't block the power of this move. Sister! Li Xiaobai wanted to rush forward to fend off this wave of attack. But it was at this moment that the little broken dog in his arms went violently berserk. The body flashed with dazzling golden light and lunged at Su Yunbing's hammer in the air. And at the same time, the beast totem on the giant hammer awakened once again. Roar! The roar of the beast resounded through the heavens and earth. And in the void, a beast whose appearance could not be seen slowly paced. The two eyes glittering with scarlet light stared deathly at the black smoke in front of them, and gently flicked it, and the black smoke instantly collapsed. Two dogs is awesome. Chapter 49, The Pitiful Senior Brother and Sister. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed in his heart. At this critical moment, the little broken dog actually helped block the demoiselle man's attack. Although he didn't know what principle it was, it looked like this little broken dog was somewhat related to the totem on senior sister's hammer, and was actually able to integrate into the hammer to block the attacks of the transitional sinking stage cultivators. It's really extraordinary. The huge beast in the void roared at the demoiselle man for a while before dissipating into star points. There was a slight fluctuation in the void, and the little broken dog silently returned to Li Xiaobai's chest once again, touching the furry mass on his chest. Amazing, amazing. Casually picked up a broken dog actually have such strength. In the future cannot dare to call you small broken dog. Turn back to find a good day. Give you a domineering name. Li Xiaobai muttered with both eyes glowing. This trip to the mountains was a real bonus. It's an ancient beast, the Kirin species. You are disciples of the Fire Forest Cave? The demoiselle man's tone was surprised. A cultivation of Yuaning stage would be able to manifest the ancient totem. This kind of natural talent, placed in the central state, is also the best. And just now, if not mistaken, that is definitely a Qilin. This world-running Gongfu can call out the Qilin divine beast. In addition to the Fire Cloud Cave, cannot think of the second family. The demoiselle felt a little tricky. The forces of the central state he didn't want to offend. He was on a mission and was not in a position to get involved in too many things. However, the people from Misty Peak clearly had no intention of stopping there, and after a brief moment of stupefaction, they quickly recovered. Once again, the six of them pummeled the demoiselle man in unison. Yang Chun shook the square sky painting halberd in his hand. The pale dragon broke through the air, winding towards the demoiselle man's body. The giant hammer in Su Yunbing's hand emitted golden light. The strong pressure made the ground explode inch by inch. Yi Wushuang kept pinching in his hands, and the ground transformed into a block of dark green poisonous domain, holding the demoiselle man's movements. It's just that, so what if it's a disciple of the Fire Cloud Cave? As long as we cut off the roots, who can know that this matter was done by this seat? This seat has already given you many chances. Since you are persistent, then die. Looking at the offense of the few people in front of him, the demoiselle man's heart was fierce, and his eyes snapped up. Wrist reversal, a formation flag appeared in the hands of Up, small flag body dark red. Just appeared, the presence of the crowd pressure steeply increased, action demeanor are a little bad. This is the Een Soul Streamer, accompanying this seat for many years and blood sacrificing countless living beings. It is considered lucky for you to be able to die under this seat's innate spiritual treasure. After saying that, the demoiselle man shook the small flag and frantically urged his gong method, his body's aura shaking. The small blood-colored flag surged against the wind, transforming into a blood-colored monstrous wave that violently rolled towards the crowd present. Senior brother and sister, don't panic. Junior brother is here to help you block this wave of attacks. Seeing the huge waves lapping and declaring as if they were a torrent, Li Xiaobai immediately rushed forward with great strides, wanting to defend against the attack of the small bloody flag. However, several people did not stop the intention, is still holding up their respective treasures' crazy operation techniques to attack the monstrous blood-colored waves. The field of murderous air, soared light, transported light echoed, a variety of special effects techniques dazzling people. Li Xiaobai was so close that he couldn't see the direction of the huge wave anymore. Are you all ready, brothers and sisters? Su Yunbing danced his giant hammer and shouted angrily. Ready. The big move is in place. Turn it up any time. Very well, the evil cultivator on the opposite side, listen up. Our master and brother still have one last move. You can see whether you can kill us or not. Junior brother, prepare. In today's battle, we are bound to teach this fellow a painful lesson. Su Yunbing let out a clear gulp as her body blossomed with a brilliant light, appearing domineering. Hee. Jumping clowns. Don't know what to say. Could it be that you think you can really escape from under this seat? The demoiselle man laughed coldly, not taking Su Yunbing's words to heart at all. Senior brother and sister don't have to be like this, Li Xiaobai was puzzled in his heart. It felt like his own senior brother and sister were in a very wrong state today, Why are you rushing forward as if you've been beaten with chicken blood? Isn't this rushing to give away your head? And what about the pile of 1,000-mile teleportation talismans that he had just given to Lu Jinshui? Didn't you want him to take it to the rest of the senior brothers and sisters? How come even the sixth brother is charging upwards with red eyes? Could it be that the demoiselle man had used some kind of means so the many elder brothers and sisters were controlled? Well, most likely so. The more Li Xiaobai thought about it, the more he felt this was the case. And at that moment, his words also changed, his body swayed, and once again rushed towards the monstrous blood-colored waves. Senior brother and sister. Junior brother is not talented and has come to help you. The rich smell of blood came to the face. Close to Li Xiaobai is to realize that the pressure of the front against the enemy is so great. Brothers and sisters, let this ignorant evil cultivator see the true skill of us. Do it. 1,000-mile teleportation charm. Bye you. Junior brother will go first. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. The 6 people from Misty Peak simultaneously pinched the talisman in their hands. The talisman burned, and several people's bodies instantly disappeared into the huge waves. Only a dumbfounded Li Xiaobai was left standing in place. Feeling like this scene, déjà vu, looking at the blood-colored giant wave that crashed down in front of him with a thunderous momentum, Li Xiaobai felt somewhat tearless. Got himself screwed again. Things have come to this point, how can Li Xiaobai not understand what has happened? This group of senior brothers and sisters and the previous gang of big brothers, just like the thunder and rain, are instantly run away, leaving him alone in the original place. And it felt so humiliating to fall into one pit twice in quick succession. This cultivation of his own was still not up to par, and he had failed to see through people's acting skills twice in a row. But there's no time for introspection at the moment. The blood-colored waves in front of him instantly drowned Li Xiaobai. Invading the sea of blood, Li Xiaobai only felt that both his body and mind had been subjected to great torture. The flesh was constantly being eroded by the blood and water. Wisps of green smoke rose up, and Li Xiaobai felt a strong burning pain coming from him. At the same time, the ears echoed with mournful, miserable howls. This was an attack on the spiritual level, and the ones who let out the miserable howls were the 10 million undead who had once died within this small bloody flag. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. The pain that was eating away at his heart and rotting his bones swept through his entire body, and in just a few short breaths of time, Li Xiaobai's circumference abated. A layer of flesh and blood was corroded away. The white bones were exposed and glowed with a light golden color. Plus defense. Add defense to all of them. Li Xiaobai cried out in his heart, pain and happiness. This blood pool gave himself double attribute points, a double attack of physical body plus spirit. It was really high to the core. However, this transition period in the end is still a great senior. The blood pool is not something that the current self can resist. Hold on for a little while longer and then you have to withdraw. Where are the people? Where are all the people? Why are you the only one left? What kind of talisman was that just now, to be able to move instantly? You post-breeds are truly newborns. You are simply defying the power of this seat. Even if I dig 3 feet into the ground, I, Lu Mang, will find you and cut you into pieces. Blood, Fury, Soul Searching Technique. Tell us about your favorite character. Chapter 50, Zhang Rui. I'll remember you. The demoiselle man became extremely angry, and the small cultivator that he originally thought he could kill with his hands actually disappeared in an instant. The duck in the hand flew away, making him feel that his majesty had been provoked. Worse still, if the forces behind this group of geniuses learned of what he had done, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to take it lying down. It has to be decimated. The demoiselle man's eyes surged with murderous intent, and a thick bloody odor rose to the sky as gusts of bloody light spread, enveloping the divine beast mountain range. Hee. This is the 1,000-mile soul search secret art. Within 1,000 miles, no matter where a person is, this seat can instantly find out their location. This seat doesn't believe that a few juniors in the district can still be 1,000 li away in an instant? The demoiselle man Jejia coldly laughed, seriously sensing the situation within the mountain range deeply. Li Xiaobai's face was odd. This demoiselle man didn't know whether he was confident or stupid, actually took the initiative to explain his bottom card. But hearing him explain it so well was reassuring in its own way. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman was indeed 1,000 miles in an instant, and one was giving a bunch of talismans, enough for a few people to instantly move thousands of miles. Elder brother and sister were already outside the demoiselle's scouting range at the moment. As expected, after the demoiselle man carefully perceived for a moment, he was immediately shocked and furious. Within the divine beast mountain range, he did not sense the aura of the 6 people from the party. How is this possible? Appearing outside the divine beast mountain range in an instant? What kind of secret technique is this? Kid, that just now, what kind of talisman is that? The demoiselle man's face grimaced as he growled angrily. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. 1,000 miles in an instant, just 1 point stronger than your laborious soul-searching technique. Li Xiaobai said indifferently, stalling for time with as many mouthfuls as possible. The benefits of competing with an expert were too great, and in just such a short while, the blood pool had once again brought himself a massive amount of attribute points. Very well, the shard and the fruit I will take from your corpse, and now you may die. The demoiselle's patience was all gone, and he shook his hand. The small bloody flag turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Enveloping Li Xiaobai, monstrous blood qi filled the air, and a bloody skeleton climbed up from the formation flag, holding a sword, spear, sword and halberd in its hand, and lunged towards Li Xiaobai with teeth and claws. Li Xiaobai's gaze was slightly condensed. Visually, this wave of skeleton soldiers could not be blocked by himself. It was time to run away. Reversing his wrist, a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman appeared in his hand. 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. 1,000 miles in a flash? You deserve it. Bye you. Let's go. Blood demon Yuanhua Heavenly Father. Set me. The talisman in his hand blazed and turned into a streak of ashes, and the expected instantaneous movement did not appear. At the same time, a gigantic blood-colored divine devil appeared in the void. The god devil's face was hideous and horrifying, both eyes as big as bronze bells, blood qi rolling on the surface of his body, and behind him, dozens of tentacles were twitching crazily, bloodthirsty and crazy. Li Xiaobai was shocked in his heart. The talisman did not work. The other party had fixed the void with a supreme great divine power, and the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman did not work. The art of a mere talisman, little Doyle. Could it be that you think this seat will make the same mistake? This blood fiend Yuanhua Tianzun is the manifestation of this seat's Yuan Shun. Not to mention this tiny side of space and time, or even the entire divine beast mountain range. This seat can also fix 1 or 2 of them. The demoiselle man laughed loudly. His heart was very happy. The blood-colored god statue behind it trembled, and a dark red blood-colored tentacle violently stabbed out, piercing through Li Xiaobai's chest almost instantly. Li Xiaobai's face was stunned as he stared blankly at the bloody hole in his chest. The system panel jumps. Attribute points plus 5,000. Drops. Detecting that the host has sustained damage from the blood demon Yuan Shun. His status is extremely declining. Please get out of harm's way as soon as possible. Status. Blood demon erosion severe. Hiss. The strike of a transitional apparitional stage powerhouse was so terrifying that it easily broke through the defense of the 9 turns indestructible golden body. Li Xiaobai was horrified in his heart. It was the first time he had sensed that his life was being threatened. The flesh and blood in his body was being continuously eroded by the blood demon, and his vitality was rapidly dissipating and weakening. Frantically search the mall for life-preserving artifacts. See if there's anything that's going to help you out. The mall was full of items. Li Xiaobai searched haphazardly and decisively found a treasure. Grandma, it's you. Ancient heavenly talisman. After using it, it can shatter the void, instantly travel 10,000 miles, freely manipulate the time of teleportation, and ignore fixation spells. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Note, the longer the time of teleportation, the farther the distance of teleportation, and teleportation location is completely random. Although the instantaneous transfer is good, do not be greedy. With a ruthless heart, he clenched his teeth and bought the ancient Tong Tian talisman. I, Zhang Rui, will remember today's revenge for now. You girl can't be arrogant for long. I, Zhang Rui, am a heavenly talent in time. I will definitely be able to surpass you, and then it will be your time to die. Flipping his wrist, the ancient heavenly talisman was powerful. The golden light shone brightly, the void cracked inch by inch, and it hardened and broke through the blood demon Yuanhuan Heavenly Father's bonds. The talisman turned into a star point and merged into Li Xiaobai's body, and Li Xiaobai transformed into a streak of light and instantly disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? Blood demon Yuanhua Heavenly Father. Blood demon Yuanhua True Solution. Fix this space-time for me. Set me up. An angry hissing sound came from the blood demon Yuan Shun as it surged against the wind, and dozens of blood-colored tentacles violently struck at the direction where Li Xiaobai had disappeared. Blood chi churned. The ground exploded. Dust flew up, and a horrifying ferrying stage pressure crazily swept across the entire Divine Beast mountain range. In a moment, both the demonic beasts and the human cultivators fell to the ground and fell unconscious at almost the same time. After venting in place, the demoiselle man's face calmed down just for the other party's talisman. It is definitely a disciple of a large sect after a famous family. No matter what, there is also a strange encounter. The good thing is that this time it's not like there are no clues at all. Zhang Rui right. This seat remembers you. No matter which family's disciple you are, this seat will whip you into shape. The demoiselle man's eyes flashed with madness. At the same time, several recluse lights fell in the sky. My lord, we have apprehended 3 Yuaning stage cultivators. The rest of them have some skills and have escaped. Please punish me, my lord. Several black-robed men did not have the slightest bit of emotion in their voices. The demoiselle man gazed at the 3 Yuaning stage cultivators on the ground, the very same cultivators who had escaped earlier. My lord, if you have any questions, my juniors will definitely know everything. Please let my juniors off the hook. The 3 Yuaning stage cultivators met the eyes of the demoiselle man with chills all over their bodies and kowtowed as if they were pouring garlic. Their cultivation was not high, and the old monsters of the god transformation stage who escaped together silently pitched them on the way, causing the 3 to be very tragically caught by the black-robed man. Oh, there is no need to do so. This seat does not want to ask anything. This seat wants to know something. Never do it yourself to explore. The demoiselle man's palm gently rested on the head of a Yuaning stage cultivator. Blood Demon Soul Search. Chapter 51 Situ Yenyu. The blood chi surged again, and the eyes of the Yuaning stage cultivator whose head was pinched became violently dull. Wisps of blood chi invaded its brain, and the demoiselle's eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully sensed what was going on. A moment later, the blood chi dissipated. The demoiselle man withdrew his hand, and the Yuaning stage cultivator's face became demented. Not bad, to know quite a few interesting things. It seems that the fruit and fragments were really taken away by that kid. But it's a pity that we haven't found what this seat wants to know the most. Next, then. My lord, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. My little one can say anything. I only beg your lordship to let me go. The 2 remaining Yuaning stage cultivators were shaking like chaff as they could see what kind of evil technique the other party was using. This is the soul-searching technique in the cultivation world is a forbidden technique for no other reason. This soul-searching technique, once used, can obtain the memory of the subject of the soul search, but the soul-searching person's consciousness will also be annihilated in an instant, turning into a walking corpse with no intelligence. With their mouths constantly pleading, even their pant legs shaking slightly wet, these 2 were actually scared to pee. Hee. Interesting. Then tell me, do you know a young man called Zhang Rui? I know, my lord, I know. One of them raised his hand enthusiastically, full of excitement. Great, that's you then. The demoiselle man instantly appeared in front of him, and his palm violently imprinted at his heavenly gate. And soon, the Yuaning stage cultivator's face gradually became demented. Not bad, Zhang Rui is actually just a disciple of a small sect in the northern domain. Then in that case, the other 6 disciples are actually just living in this poor countryside as well. Tianwu sect is it? It seems to have some ties with Jinyuan Kingdom. Maybe it also has some ties with the central state. Let's give them some face for now. You and the others immediately find the Tianwu sect. Find out the young man named Zhang Rui. and look for a chance to get him out. This seed is going to get back the treasure that belongs to me. Understood. Several black-robed men answered in unison, flew and instantly disappeared without a trace. There was only one last Yuaning stage cultivator left. Lord spare your life Lord Small is the holy demon sect's elder, in charge of the sect's inner door matters of all sizes. There are any dispatches Small can go do. This Yuaning stage cultivator was weeping in pain. Oh, what's your name? Back to your excellency, Junior Yuan Fong. This seat has an item that was lost in the northern region, which is suspected to have been taken away by someone from the heavenly martial sect. Yuan Fong, what do you think? I will certainly bow and scrape to retrieve the treasure for your lordship. Very well. There is only one thing this seat needs you to do well. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the middle of an unknown valley, Li Xiaobai was paralyzed on the ground, dying. The system panel in front of him was pulsing continuously. Status: endangered. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. Drops: detected host acquiring skill. Blood Demon Yuanshen. Drops: detected that the host has been continuously eroded by the Blood Demon Yuanshen. Skill upgrade: Blood Demon Yuan Transformation Heavenly Father. Blood Demon Yuan Wa Tian Zun. Can summon a genjutsu to attack. A Blood Demon genjutsu with strong corrosive properties, able to draw power from the enemy's body into his own body through his tentacles. Note: smoking is harmful to health. This wave acquired super powerful skills that not only increased a huge amount of attribute points, but also got the Demoiselle's genjutsu. However, Li Xiaobai was not happy at all at this moment, because the vitality in his body was still continuously draining away. The ancient Tongtian talisman had spent almost all of his top-grade spirit stones, and at this moment, he could no longer afford the 9 transformation golden pill, immortal renewal pill, and other divine medicines in the mall. 40,000 attribute points. All-point defense. Host: Li Xiaobai. Attribute points: 0. Defense: 9 revolutions of the indestructible golden body. 5th revolutions. 0. 50,000 advanceable. Skill: 9 turns of indestructible sword intent. 4th turn: muscle weakness. Mall: opened. Status: Blood Demon Erosion. Severe. Adding all the attribute points to defense, the status column finally shifted from endangered to severe. The flow of vitality in his body didn't feel so drastic anymore. The exposed bones on the surface of his body were slowly covered with a faint film of blood, and as the 9 revolutions indestructible golden body powered up, the muscle tissues began to slowly repair themselves. After moving his body a little, the drilling pain came, and his body's wounds tore again. Li Xiaobai was honest and just lay on the ground quietly, silently waiting for his flesh to recover. Damn, this one played out. But good thing we were smart enough to leave Zhang Rui's name behind. Even if that demoiselle man wants to find trouble with me, the first thing he'll do is to seek the bad luck of Zhang Rui of the heavenly martial sect, and it's best if the two families fight again so that they can't care about me. Still too overestimated myself in the end, even after using the ancient Tongtian talisman. I was still rubbed by the demoiselle man's blood demon Yuanshen. Otherwise it wouldn't have been as miserable as it is now. Air Dogsy. Find 2 people to come here and use them as bait to attract demonic beasts and help me recover. Consciousness slowly blurred. Li Xiaobai cooperatively closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He knew that it was the body's need to mobilize energy to repair its injuries. When he woke up again, he should be able to recover as good as new, and he hoped that the second dog would understand what he meant. Woof woof woof. There was a bulge in his chest, and a small furry white dog burrowed out, sniffing around Li Xiaobai for a while, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. Finally something seemed to come to mind and flew off the handle. A few miles away, on the official road, a carriage is traveling slowly. Miss, is the harvest from this trip okay? The old cart driver laughed. Thanks to Uncle Wong's concern, Yenyu has found a true yang grass this time, so she can break through to the 9th level of the Qi practicing stage. Inside the carriage, a woman said with a faint smile, AI really envious of you can cultivate the child. If Uncle Wong earlier cultivate 10 years, maybe also become a master. Uncle Wong lamented that he was really old and couldn't even practice anymore. Carrying these young cultivators on daily trips was his greatest joy, and the woman in the carriage was called Situ Yenyu, one of his favorite young people. The looks were outstanding, and they behaved appropriately and politely, very different from a lot of condescending young cultivators. Woof woof woof. In the bushes beside the official road, a white puppy suddenly sprang out, barking furiously at the carriage. Where did that dog come from? Hurry to the side and get out of the way. Uncle Wong waved his horse whip to intimidate. Nay, the little ragged dog was unmoved, still barking furiously. Uncle Wong, what happened? Girl, there's a puppy blocking the way on the official road. I'm going to chase it away. Uncle Wong, wait. Let Smokey take a look. Inside the carriage, the young woman in white drilled out. The little ragged dog, without saying a word, rushed forward and even tore with a bite is a tug. This is a spirit beast. Chapter 52 Li Xiaobai Smite. Girl, what do you mean by spirit beast? Uncle Wong didn't understand. Uncle Wong, look. This puppy obviously has something to find us. It's already turned on its spirit. It can understand everything we say. Situ Yenyu laughed, and in her heart, she liked the little broken dog a lot. Such an adorable and psychic puppy is a girl killer. Then what is it looking for us for? Uncle Wong poked the little broken dog. Woof, woof, woof. Do you want us to follow you? Situ Yenyu asked with a light smile. Woof, woof, woof. The little broken dog was excited that the other party understood what it meant and tugged even harder on Situ Yenyu. Uncle Wong, why don't we delay and follow it to have a look? Situ Yenyu said. Good thing too. Uncle Wong, I've never seen a psychic puppy in my life. To be able to understand human language, it's really something. Woof, woof, woof. The little ragged dog stood up humanly, carrying his paws in a sign of disdain, looking straight ahead at the old man and the young man in front of him. Come on, follow it. Situ Yenyu felt that she had picked up a treasure today. Such a humanized demonic beast was rare. The remaining few clans in the city also had spirit beasts in captivity, but they could only understand the most basic commands and were not very obedient, far from this little broken dog in front of them. If only I could convince this puppy to be my own exclusive spirit animal. Uncle Wong drove the carriage, got down from the official road, and followed the little broken dog all the way through the dense forest. Girl, this forest is very dangerous. It is said that there are often demonic beasts. Uncle Wong, you go back. I'll just follow the puppy. I'm a cultivator. I'll be fine. Situ Yenyu clenched her lips and stared at the little broken dog. She didn't want to give up such a rare opportunity. Hee, what is the silly girl talking about? Is Uncle Wong the one who left you in the forest of demonic beasts and didn't care? Uncle Wong is just worried about your safety. The wagon traveled briskly, going deeper and deeper. Between the jungles, the hissing of the demonic beasts could already be heard from time to time, and from time to time, there were gusts of wind blowing through the forest, which was mixed with the smell of blood, which was the pressure of the demonic beasts that erupted when they roared. Woof, woof, woof. The little ragged dog suddenly stopped in the distance and barked at the wagon. Situ Yenyu face a happy, to the place. Down the carriage carefully observed the surrounding environment. This is a valley. From time to time there is a mountain wind blowing through. The air is very fresh. She had never been so deep into a mountain jungle before. In the past, they would at most search for herbs within a few miles from the official road. But this time, I am afraid that they are at least 100 miles away from the official road. What kind of demonic beasts are out there is not uncommon. Just hope to get through this trip safely. Girl, this place is not safe. Hurry up and finish your business. This place is too comfortable to stay in, but any comfortable area must be suitable for habitation. This piece must be inhabited by demonic beasts. Uncle Wong was a little nervous, and he had followed in a brainstorm and barged in. At this moment, he had some regrets in his heart. It didn't matter if he died here. If he caused Situ Yenyu to die here as well, then he would regret it for most of his life. If I had known, I should have come in alone. But the little ragged dog didn't care what they had in mind, and with a long leap, jumped into the valley, barking at the two again. The duo hurried to follow. Already here, it was always a good idea to see what the little ragged dog needed. Walking closer, they were only able to realize that there was a person lying quietly in the middle of this valley. A young man. Girl, this is Uncle Wong. This should be a cultivator. I'm afraid this puppy is here for us to save this cultivator. Situ Yenyu's face was a little tangled. At the same time, her heart was lost. So the little broken dog already had an owner. Miss, I'm afraid it's not good for us to interfere in this matter between cultivators. Uncle Wong, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Let's go down and take a look first. Hey, good thing too. The two of them descended the slope to the bottom of the valley and walked towards Li Xiaobai. In just a moment, both of them were so shocked that their hairs stood on end. At this time, Li Xiaobai, the The skin around his body had not completely grown out, the muscle tissue inside his body was still jutting and writhing, and the bloody hole in his chest was even more shocking, looking exceptionally appalling. This man is already dead, right? His chest is pierced, Uncle Wong exclaimed. Situ Yenyu felt her stomach flip as the sight in front of her made her feel very uncomfortable. Forcibly resisting the urge to vomit, Situ Yenyu asked towards the little broken dog. You want us to take him? Woof woof woof. The little ragged dog dragged Li Xiaobai and swayed towards the carriage. The meaning of this could not be more obvious. Miss, think twice. I'm afraid I'll suffer disaster if I take this man with me, Uncle Wong said. Li Xiaobai's appearance gave him a sense of fear. Situ Yenyu was also very entangled. The man in front of him was obviously being pursued by his enemies. If he saved himself, he was afraid that something would happen. However, it was just between thoughts. Several roars rushed to the sky, and several huge demonic beasts appeared above the valley, roaring at the two men and a dog below. The invisible odor of blood filled the valley. Situ Yenyu's face turned white. What should have come had come. Puppy dog, do you have a way to drive away demonic beasts? Situ Yenyu asked. Woof woof woof. The little broken dog slithered back into Li Xiaobai's chest. The hearts of the two men sank to the bottom. Although this dog was psychic, it was obviously not strong. Look at the might of this demonic beast above. I'm afraid that all of them are at the foundation stage, Jindan stage strength. I'm afraid that today I'm bound to die. Uncle Wong, I'll go attract their attention in a moment. You take the opportunity to drive the carriage and escape. Situ Yenyu's face was filled with determination. Uncle Wong is already over 100 years old. You still have great years ahead of you. So just cultivate well in the future and take revenge for Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong's face instead calmed down. In the face of the crisis, he felt enlightened. With this old life, guarding the fresh blood, it is not a beautiful story. Uncle Wong, Smokey has the cultivation to maneuver around them a bit. Just listen to me this time. Woof woof woof. Just as the two of them were at loggerheads, the barking of the puppy came again, sounding a bit anxious, as if it was sending some kind of message to the two of them. Are you trying to get us closer? Situ Yenyu could see the little broken dog's meaning. Woof woof woof. The two came to Li Xiaobai's corpse near, forced to endure the discomfort in their hearts, squatted down. Being surrounded by several large demonic beasts, honestly, the chances of them being able to survive were zero, so they could only trust the little broken dog for once. The few demonic beasts above the valley finally couldn't hold back and strongly pounced down. Roar spread throughout the valley. Strong breath swept the whole field. Two people hugged the turtle shrink together, eyes tightly closed. The heart has been desperate. This level of demonic beast attack, even if it is the foundation establishment stage experts to come also have to rest. But it was at this moment that a low, hoarse voice suddenly came to his ears. Blood Demon Yuanhua Heavenly Father. Chapter 53. Even a small dog can be a pit. In the void, the blood-colored aura skyrocketed, and a blood-colored god devil stood atop the sky. With 3 heads and 6 arms behind them, dozens of blood-colored tentacles exploded in unison, stabbing into the several demonic beasts that swooped down. The demonic beast's corpse was picked in midair, quickly withering and drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a skeleton that drifted away with the wind. At the same time, Li Xiaobai's physical body rapidly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The large hole in his chest healed in the blink of an eye, and the living individual once again regained his vitality. It's a pity that it's just a few foundation establishment stage demonic beasts that don't even have inner pills. Li Xiaobai slowly climbed up from the ground, his voice hoarse, as the blood demon Yuan Shen absorbed the energy from the demonic beast's body, accelerating the recovery of his physical body. The system panel in front of you jumped. Attribute points, 1000. Status: Blood Demon Erosion Severe. It seems that the only way to mitigate the state is to advance. Li Xiaobai muttered. Good job, actually understood what I meant and found 2 decoys to attract the demonic beasts. Really good. Rubbing the furry mass on his chest, he hadn't wasted his time in bringing out the little raggedy dog. It would still come in handy in a pinch. Drops. Unlocking the achievement, Fancy Death Champion. Reward: 1 big heavy truck. Heavy large truck. Can transport 30 tons of goods, copper skin and iron armor. Exceptionally strong. Consumes 1 medium-grade spirit stone per kilometer. Note: older drivers also have risks on the road. Civilized driving to eliminate roadkill from me. Hiss. Li Xiaobai's heart fluttered. This was the second time he had unlocked the achievement, and this time, he actually directly rewarded a heavy truck. To know that this heavy large truck in the mall mounts but need to spend a full 3,000 pieces of upper-grade spirit stone. Now the system actually gave himself free this wave, worth it. Duke! Situ Yenyu was trembling all over, facing Li Xiaobai, or rather facing the scarlet god demon behind him. She had a kind of gut-wrenching coldness that came from her origin. This feeling was 1,000 times stronger than the encounter with the demonic beast just now, and she felt that this senior in front of her was the true great evil. And through the words of the other party, she understood that all of this was the setup of this young man in front of her. The little broken dog attracted her over, and then she attracted many demonic beasts over, and then finally this young cultivator used the demonic power to drain the demonic beasts to recover from his own injuries. This wave is a little too showy. Thank you both for your help. If it wasn't for your arrival, that group of demonic beasts wouldn't have dared to come close, and it would have been impossible for my flesh to recover so quickly. Li Xiaobai clasped his fists and saluted, suddenly feeling exhaustion surging through his heart once more, sweeping through his entire body, and there was no change in the status column. The blood demon erosion was still eating away the vitality of the body every moment. The body was in a state of deactivation, and it would take a bit of time if he wanted the situation to improve. With his feet soft, Li Xiaobai once again lay back down, both eyes closed, and fainted. The blood-colored god-devil silhouette dissipated, the pressure dissipated, and Sita Yenyu felt her heart loosen up, and the control of her body was back in her hands. Woof, woof, woof. Little broken dog stepped forward and pulled Situ Yenyu again. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Bring Li Xiaobai and everyone leave together. Uncle Wang. Take it with you. If we didn't have senior this time, we'd all have to die here. Maybe this is your chance. Uncle Wang was very dry, picking Li Xiaobai up by the waist and stuffing him into the carriage with the combined efforts of Situ Yenyu. The little broken dog jumped into it as well. Uncle Wang shook the reins in his hand, and the carriage left in a cloud of dust. Inside the carriage, Situ Yenyu was very curious as she held the little broken dog in her arms. She was finally able to have each other for a short time, and it was also a wish that was fulfilled. Where are you guys from? Woof, woof, woof. This male is so young from his appearance. His age is similar to mine, but he is able to possess such strength. I really want him to give me some guidance. Gongzi's cultivation is so strong. I'm afraid I wouldn't even dare to think about it in my lifetime if I could seriously injure him to such a character. A look of yearning emerged in Situ Yenyu's eyes. Looking out the window, she noticed that wherever the carriage passed, the demonic beasts retreated crazily, with an appearance of being extremely scornful of the carriage. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must be because he had just saved this male. Even if he fell into a coma, lying quietly in the carriage was able to play a deterrent effect on the demonic beasts. How strong the cultivation itself should be. Hearing Situ Yenyu's self-talk, a look of disdain passed through little broken dog's eyes. The reason why Li Xiaobai was able to shock the demonic beasts was not because of how strong his own cultivation was, but because the blood demon erosion power of a transitional succession stage expert was still left in his body. At the first leak of this aura, the surrounding demonic beasts naturally fled in anticipation. You're such a funny little dog. Could it be that, in your eyes, that person who seriously injured his excellency is nothing? Situ Yenyu snorted and tried to tease the little broken dog. The little broken dog man stood up. The disdain in his eyes was even more intense, stretching out a paw to gesture. That means, I am the only one in heaven and on earth. Then why did you still go into Gongzi's arms when you encountered a demonic beast just now? Woof, woof, woof. The little broken dog failed to pretend to be a pussy, and for a moment, he was so angry that he turned around and no longer paid attention to Situ Yenyu. Nothing to say on the road. With Li Xiaobai as a deterrent, the demonic beasts didn't dare to approach, and Uncle Wang safely drove the carriage into the city. A huge stone gate at the entrance of the city had 3 big words Ancient Moon City written on the topmost part. There are barriers on both sides. Uncle Wang is obviously very familiar with this place. A slight nod of the head to say hello is released. The city was buzzing with people. Uncle Wang was well-liked, and everywhere he went, people knew him and greeted him warmly. Yo, old Wang, you went to pick up Smokey girl again? Hey, old Wang is just nice. Almost as nice as half of Smokey's dad. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, you guys don't flirt with the old king. The carriage turned a corner and drove into a small alley, and the city was clearly stratified as well. The big families and the rich lived in the busy areas in the center of the town, while the commoners, the ordinary people, lived on the edges of the town. This Situ Yenyu was obviously a member of the slum area, living in a very remote location, and vaguely smelling of corruption. Grandpa, I'm back. Situ Yenyu greeted and carried Li Xiaobai into the courtyard with Uncle Wang. What's going on here? Who is this man and why is he so badly injured? Smokey, did you get into some kind of trouble out there? The white-haired old man rushed in with a hobbling gait holding his walking stick, and at a glance, he saw the frail Li Xiaobai. Grandpa, it's not like that. I'll explain it to you later. Yes, old master, I'm telling you, this young man is extraordinary. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that Smoky Rain and I would have been buried in the belly of a demonic beast. Uncle Wang explained, signaling the old man to carry the man into the house first. Hearing that his granddaughter did not get into big trouble outside, the old man's expression was obviously relieved. Not good, the outside world is too dangerous. If there is anything, not their grandparents and grandchildren can resist. Well, let's move this young man to the old man's house first. Chapter 54. The eyes should be stern and the nose should be straight. Li Xiaobai was lying on the bed. He had been at the old man's bedside for 2 days. In the past 2 days, for the information of the city, as well as the basic situation of this family, Li Xiaobai's heart are roughly heart. There is no way, before in the Divine Beast mountain range was pitched too miserable, obviously should be their own earned, but every time there is a divine twist, out of the house must grow a few more eyes, otherwise it really cannot mix. The female cultivator who saved herself was called Situ Yenyu, and her cultivation was visually estimated to be no more than the foundation establishment stage, belonging to a relatively weak cultivator. This family has only 2 grandparents and grandchildren, life is leisurely, the old man's name is Situ Empty, early years is also a cultivator, now the cultivation is at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage, every day on the practice of Situ Yenyu to point out. Only its cultivation was equally weak-kneed. I just don't know how the cultivation of the other cultivators in this city is. If it's a novice village, there is no need to take too much care of it. Oh, Gongzi, the old man came to wipe you again, also do not know Gongzi is how to cultivate. Young actually have this kind of cultivation, if you can come to your senses, really want you to point out the smoke and rain. I've already asked the city's bone setter to look at your son's injuries. The bone setter will be here in a while, and we all hope that your son will wake up soon. Situ Kong gently wiped Li Xiaobai's face with a wet towel before leaving with the water. As a matter of fact, Li Xiaobai had already come to his senses, only that his body had not yet regained consciousness and was unable to move. Luckily, a kind sister saved herself and transported herself inside a city, and now that demoiselle must be frantically searching the surroundings. Being in the middle of nowhere always makes people feel unsettled in their hearts. It's better to sleep in a house, people just need to have a building with walls like this front and back to feel safe. Examine the panel of attribute values in front of you. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense, 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 5th turn. 6,000, 50,000 advanceable. Attribute points, 0. Skills, hate 100%, muscle powerless, 9 revolutions of indestructible sword intent 4th revision, blood demon Yuanhua Tianzuan, super abs, maul, opened. Status, blood demon erosion severe. The state was still without any improvement, the blood demon erosion was severe, and the vitality in his body was no longer passing away all the time. It was a good thing that the speed of the flow of vitality was equal to the recovery ability of the 9 turns indestructible golden body. The body is barely holding together now. After recovering for a while, you should be able to move freely. Checked his item bar. This one unlocks the achievement for quite a few goodies. Props. Not so sloppy helmet, 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, heavy-duty big truck, heavy large truck, can transport 30 tons of goods, copper skin and iron armor. Exceptionally strong, consumes 1 medium-grade spirit stone per kilometer. Note, older drivers also have risks on the road, civilized driving to eliminate roadkill from me. It's a ride or an off-road style ride, and from the presentation it's excellent for both travel and defense. Looking for a chance to try out the power of the new mounts. Continued to sweep through the mall. The top-grade spirit stones in one's hand were almost gone, leaving only lower-grade and middle-grade spirit stones, and the high-end products one could purchase were very limited. But at the moment, he didn't need any high-end products. What he needed most at the moment was a face that could change its appearance at any time. Now the outside world that demoiselle people must be sparing no effort to find themselves, perhaps even painted portraits, have to find a prop that can change the appearance of a disguise. After searching for a long time, at the corner of the mall, Li Xiaobai found a desired item. Human skin mask. When worn, It can change one's appearance and temperament. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Note: human skin masks can be used repeatedly. Looks and temperament can only be reset once a day. Small change in character. Please use with caution. Good. That's you. Click on the purchase. A human face that does not belong to him immediately appeared on his face. This human skin and his own mind, Li Xiaobai can manipulate the human face at will. It's not just a face pinch. Hey, since we're pinching faces, of course it's going to be a big handsome guy. Although the original Li Xiaobai's looks were not bad, he was only in the ranks of the durable, but not yet at the height of the handsome. Now that you have the opportunity, it's only natural that you'd want to make the most of it. The eyes should be stern, the nose should be straight, in short, how to get handsome. As for the temperament piece, take the route of the third elder brother. I heard that the kind of handsome man who possesses a half-dead melancholic temperament value is not only a girl killer, but also unlimitedly pulls the hatred of his male compatriots. 2 for the price of 1. It was then that the door opened with a creak. Situ Kong and Situ Yenyu led the bone setter in. After looking clearly at Li Xiaobai's appearance at this time, the grandparents and grandchildren were shocked. Just a few moments to see, this male actually changed his face. No comment. I'm afraid I've woken up and am trying to hide my identity. Dr. M.O., this teenager is the patient I was talking about. Please have Dr. M.O. give a closer look. Situ Kong was polite. Humph. And get your silver money ready. The price of my visit is very expensive. Dr. M.O. coldly grunted, his conspiratorial accent a little uncomfortable to listen to. Oh, the old man is all set. Situ Yenyu looked indignant and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Situ Kong. High-class alchemy master is the grandpa for the low-class. This kind of Longzhong doctor is the grandpa for no other reason, because people can cure your injury, you have to give them offer and serve them well. Well, wait for me to see. Dr. M.O. sat down beside Li Xiaobai and carefully scrutinized his face. Yo, his face is white and his brain is full of beads of sweat. This is a symptom of body weakness, but seeing as this little brother is also a cultivator, I think he is poisoned. Let me see what kind of poison it is. With a stretch of his fingers, Dr. M.O. gently rested on Li Xiaobai's wrist. Well, this poison, this is evil demonic poison entering the body. This was injured by a former powerhouse who had cultivated the Yuan Shen, and this person actually managed to survive. In just an instant, Da Fu Mo's face changed drastically. To be able to cultivate a Yuan Shen requires a minimum cultivation of the Yuan Ying stage. Can and Yuaning period of great power to fight will not have mundane generation. This young man is afraid that only the surface of young, in fact, is a 1,000-years-old monster, which involves a lot. Not he, a small Langzhong, can participate in the. Panicked, he gathered his things, grabbed his little medicine chest and ran out the door. Ouch! This little old man can't control it. Both of you don't worry. The old man's mouth is absolutely tight. I know the rules. Not a word will be said outside. If there is a violation, the sky will be struck by thunder. After saying that, Dr. M.O. ran away without looking back. Situ Kong froze, and Situ Yenyu held her tongue. This somewhat domineering Dr. M.O. was actually scared off by the injuries within the Gongzi's body. Is your son awake? Situ Yenyu asked. Awake. And would the gentleman like something? I want to be quiet. Chapter 55 Nicholas Two Dog. Situ Yenyu and Situ Kong exited the room. Li Xiaobai sat up from the bed and touched the human skin mask on his face. The touch was quite real. The body has been able to move slightly, just still weak. It couldn't be helped though. As long as the blood demon-infested state in his body didn't completely get better, he would always look sickly. Gotta find a way to enhance attribute points quickly. Taking a beating is the quickest method, but with his current state, the attribute points he can gain from looking for weak cultivators are a drop in the bucket, and looking for a strong person to spar is purely looking for death. And the blood demon erosion hasn't been fully resolved yet, so Li Xiaobai doesn't want to regenerate the trouble. Come to think of it, only the Tang Nang Ipin bathhouse could solve his current pressing problem. Gotta get a bath to soak in. Rubbing the furry mass at his chest. Do you have a name, brother dog? Woof woof woof. The little broken dog burrowed out from within the clothes on Li Xiaobai's chest, somewhat puzzled. I'll start one for you? Woof woof woof. Then from now on you'll be called Nicholas Two Dogs. How's that? Isn't that wild and cool? Woof woof woof. The little broken dog man stood up and gestured his fingers in a unique gesture, disdainful of the name given by Li Xiaobai. However, Li Xiaobai obviously didn't understand this wave of its operation. Very well, since you think so too, that will be your name from now on, Two Doggy. Li Xiaobai patted the small broken dog's back and felt that this puppy was quite understanding. Ignoring the disgruntled look on the little broken dog's face, Li Xiaobai got up and prepared to go out for a spin. He had to find a suitable place to build a bath to soak in. But it was at that moment that the sound of a heated argument came from outside the house. Wang dog, just die. Situ Yenyu. Even if I die here today and get buried alive, I won't marry the Xia family. That's right, my granddaughter is gifted and intelligent. Her cultivation speed is extremely fast. In time she will definitely be a phoenix among men. How can she tolerate your scourge? Hee, old thing. Where do you think your precious granddaughter's cultivation came from? Outside the house, an unfamiliar man's frivolous voice came in. Li Xiaobai's feet lurched, wanting to see the situation first. But the little ragged dog couldn't stand it anymore, and without thinking, he stabbed and slipped right through the doorway. Situ Yenyu's family was obviously being bullied, and the person who bullied her was even called dog, so this could not be tolerated. It didn't like the name, but Li Xiaobai had already forced it on it. Since you can't fight it, you have to accept it. In this world, only one two-dogger can exist. Outside the house, in the courtyard, a few youths blocked Situ Yenyu and Situ Kong in a corner, their faces somewhat grim. The party's conversation was unpleasant. What do you all mean by those words just now? My granddaughter's cultivation is naturally the result of her hard work. Situ Kong looked a little angry. You guys are overestimating yourselves. If it wasn't for my young master's manipulation from this, how could a little girl from the slums obtain a technique that is sufficient to cultivate to the Jindan stage? Don't blame me, Wang dog, for not reminding you that my young master's ability to take a liking to Smoky Sister is a favor to your face. So don't do it until you're forced to do it. The youth at the head said sorrowfully, not putting the Situ family in his eyes at all. Several people behind him were also looking at what was happening in the courtyard with teasing eyes. In this city, only those with power have the right to speak. They, without a doubt, are the powerful ones. You are threatening and shameless. Situ Yenyu's face was full of irritation and indignation. Not bad, it's just a threat. What can you do to me? My young master has already given you time to think. Today, you must return to the Xia family with me. You know, those who want to marry into the Xia family to reach heaven in one step. In this ancient moon city, there are not 1,000 but also 800, don't be ungrateful. Wang dog had a winning face and was arrogant. Woof woof woof. The barking sound came from the dog. The little ragged dog couldn't stand to watch, and directly scurried out, biting at Wang dog furiously. This person not only renamed with it, but actually also dared to be so arrogant. The little broken dog's mind was made up. Between it and this Wang dog today, one must die. Where are the wild dogs from? Get out of the way! Wang dog suffered pain and became furious, kicking the little broken dog out. Woof woof woof. The little broken dog was furious, forcibly suppressing the impulse to rush up and tear the other party, and instead barked vigorously at the room, wanting Li Xiaobai to help it take revenge. There's someone else in the house. Wang dog's heart was startled, and the remaining few people also had a wary look on their faces. This Situ family has always been just the grandparents and grandchildren. There has never been an outsider, and today there is a person hiding in this house, and they haven't realized it yet. Nobody. Situ Yenyu was a bit flustered and blocked Wang dog. But then, with a creak, the door opened. Broad daylight, clear sky, you guys actually molested a good lady. As a righteous person, I really can't stand to watch. Li Xiaobai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Men, you're actually hiding a man in your house. No wonder you refused to agree to my young master's request. So you're still hiding a little white boy. So be it. Let me dogzy kill your thoughts today. Wang dog screamed in shock, a draw of the long sword on his waist, eyes showing ferocious light. What are you still waiting for? Give me on. Kill this little white boy. Kid, you've got some guts. Daring to steal a woman from my son. A few people laughed and violently rushed towards Li Xiaobai. My lord, beware. Situ Yenyu couldn't help but voice out a reminder, but then thought of something and shut her mouth. These lackeys were just the Xia family's foundation establishment stage fighters. They couldn't possibly be the Duke's opponents. This is a nutrient delivered to the door. I don't like to kill people. Let's suck half of it for one person. Blood fiend Yuan Hua Tian Zun. Li Xiaobai laughed, and a blood-red shadow immediately emerged behind him, and the rooted tentacles pierced into the bodies of the fighters, and began to crazily suck the energy from their bodies. These energies were not only aura but also physical strength, blood chi, and pumping them up could add quite a few attribute points. Attribute points plus 50. Attribute points plus 50. All point defense. Defense. 9 revolutions of the unbreakable golden body, 5th revision 7,000 50,000. However, because the cultivation of these fighters was too low, they couldn't add too many attribute points, and after smacking a few people half to death, the blood-colored shadow dissipated, and a few people landed on the ground, falling into a deep coma. Li Xiaobai waved his hand. Bear paw impact. This was a skill that he had acquired in the Divine Beast mountain range. The effect was average, but it was enough to deal with a few doglegs. Invisible fluctuations impacted. The ground cracked inch by inch, and a few rowdy doglegs were blown away. My lord, this won't be a problem, will it? Chapter 56 Your Excellency. I'll take a bath with you. Li Xiaobai's performance was too strong. Situ Kong was afraid of the other party's retaliation. They were just an ordinary family. They couldn't fight the big families. Grandpa, the prince is helping us. Situ Yenyu frowned, feeling that her own grandfather was too cautious. Not bad, my generation of cultivators, righteousness, the road to see a roar. When the time to take action, you wait to rest assured. I will help you solve the trouble. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. From the moment he put on the mask, he was taking the half-dead route like his third senior brother. Wang Erdog was thrown out, and Erdog looked excited, jumping into Li Xiaobai's arms and burrowing into his chest. Situ Yenyu's heart jumped, her cheeks slightly reddened. She felt that the Li Xiaobai with the mask was even more handsome than before, and there was also an additional charm on his body that infinitely attracted women. This straight nose, hawk-like eyes, handsome appearance plus this half-dead melancholy temperament. Strong, handsome, and temperamental. Such a man is perfect. Ahem. Situ Kong coughed twice from the sidelines. Situ Yenyu's thoughts were interrupted, and she instantly gathered her mind, realizing that she had lost her temper. I haven't yet asked for the gentleman's honorable name? Situ Yenyu asked. My name is Yi Liangchen, and I have to thank the girl for her righteousness in saving me. Li Xiaobai said with a smile, people floating in the world, life preservation with a small number. Especially in this unfamiliar territory, why not just change your look from the inside out and start over? So it's Mr. Liangchen. My daughter Situ Yenyu is polite. This is my grandfather, Situ Kong. Situ Yenyu smiled like a flower, and the more she looked at Li Xiaobai, the more agreeable she felt. Ahem. The old man is courteous. Thanks to Mr. Liangchen for his help. Situ Kong cupped his fists and saluted. Li Xiaobai's cultivation was unfathomable. He similarly did not dare to offend. Oh, it's just a show of hands. May I ask if there are any abandoned houses in this courtyard? Li Xiaobai surveyed the surroundings. The place where this grandparents and grandchildren lived was not small. There were quite a few empty rooms, very suitable for a bathhouse. There's a firewood room. Inyu, go and pack it out for Mr. Liangchen. Situ Kong led Situ Yenyu to open a dusty room. This house looks to be in disrepair. At least 2 or 3 years no one has come in. Cobwebs, a push door, dust rustling down. Situ Yenyu found a broom from the corner, wanting to clean up a bit. Li Xiaobai hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. The two of you don't have to do that. I'll just clean it up. How's this for a good time? Oh, the smallest of things. Just kidding, so much dust. If manual cleaning will only be more dirty, they have mall props to help. Pressure does not need such primitive means of cleaning. Vacuum cleaner. Everything can be sucked. The more spirit stones injected and the higher the grade, the stronger the power of the vacuum cleaner. 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Note: the vacuum cleaner needs to be cleaned frequently. Purchase. This thing can be cleaned much faster than manual hands, and the only bad thing about the prop is that it's fueled by spirit stones. It's pretty burned up to use. Signaling the two to back off, Li Xiaobai invested a lower-grade spirit stone, wanting to try the effect first. Turn on the vacuum cleaner. At once, all the dusty furnishings in the house flocked to the vacuum cleaner. No matter what items, as long as they were close to the vacuum cleaner, they would become smaller and they were taken into it. The storage port of this vacuum cleaner is equivalent to a huge space ring, containing a vast space inside, in which all the inhaled items are stored. The house became neat and tidy almost instantly. Li Xiaobai laughed and once again invested 2 lower-grade spirit stones. The suction power became even stronger, and almost instantly, all the furniture and furnishings in the house all flew straight over, and were then taken in by the vacuum cleaner. A few breaths later, the house became spotless. Not only was the dust gone, not even a small teacup remained. Looking at the empty house, Situ empty someone a cry. Mother, this cleanup is also too clean. At least you leave the bed also good. Ah. Situ Yenyu was also stunned. Is this the means of a mighty one? Raising one's hands and throwing one's feet is a great magical ability. It's too powerful. Oh, it's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. Li Xiaobai waved his hand and went inside the empty room and began to work on the preparation for the construction of the bathhouse, spending a lower-grade spirit stone to exchange a bunch of building materials in the mall. Because the site was restricted, this time it was still a matter of building a simple version of a bathhouse and just fencing off the perimeter. Situ Yenyu and Situ Kong stared at the scene inside the room with astonished faces, rather puzzled. The prince built a pool? Why is that? This is a product of soup energy. It is the art of bathing, soaking the body in a pool. Not only will it protect the skin and nourish the face, even the cultivation will increase by a small margin. Cultivating in this bathhouse is an extraordinary benefit. Would Miss Smoky Rain like to try it as well? Li Xiaobai said with a smile. Taking a bath with a beautiful woman was certainly the most soothing.
No.
Don't have to. Situ Yenyu's pretty face turned red at the words, and with a twist of her body, she flew out. It was Situ Kong who heard that this bathhouse could actually have the effect of enhancing cultivation. His eyes were filled with curiosity and his eyes were a bit obscene.
嘿嘿嘿，若是良辰公子不嫌弃的话，老头子愿意和良辰公子一起泡泡。
A little over half an hour later. Hiss! This pool is truly magical. Immersed in it, the old man's cultivation that had stagnated for years actually grew. It's unbelievable. Situ Kong's face was flushed, his eyes full of excitement and thrill. Any cultivator who had no hope for cultivation would suddenly be given an opportunity to advance, and would be overwhelmed with excitement. It's just that the object of this difficult love should have been the beautiful and attractive Situ Yenyu, not a bad old man. Looking at the cheering Situ empty, Li Xiaobai some love lost. I did not expect this old man really licked his face to bubble in, and a stay is a small half an hour. There is a tendency to sleep here tonight. It's really weird to take a bath with an old, flowery grandfather. That's not the kind of lustful encounter one has in mind. Attribute points plus 10. Attribute points, 2,000. Add defense to all of them. Defense, 9 turns of indestructible golden body. 5th turn, 9,000 50,000 can be advanced. Status, blood demon erosion severe. The simple version of the bathhouse was still too low end. The speed at which this thing increased attribute points was too slow, and I'm afraid it would take quite a few days if I wanted to gather enough attribute points to advance my defense. One must remove the negative status in the shortest possible time. Still need to find a really suitable site for a decent bathhouse. Old master, take your time to soak. I'll go out and look around. And by the way, I'll get a bath for your granddaughter as well. Well, the vacant room on the west side is perfect. Toss it lightly. Smokey's not very well built. Chapter 57. The only person in the world who can hurt Liang Chun is Liang Chun himself. This bad old man really, I don't know what he's fooling around with all day. Is a promising young man like us the kind of person who is good at that? We just want to help Miss Smoky Rain raise her cultivation. But the world always misunderstands me. Really, being too handsome is a sin. In the courtyard, Li Xiaobai touched his human skin mask, his heart filled with helplessness. The house on the west side of the yard was a grocery house filled with all sorts of miscellaneous items. Still investing 2 lower-grade spirit stones, the entire room was transformed into a simple version of a bathhouse. Miss Smoky Rain. This bathhouse has a miraculous effect. Cultivating in it will enable you to get twice the result with half the effort. Li Xiaobai said with a smile. Well, thank you, sir. Situ Yenyu's voice was as tiny as a mosquito. Something like taking a bath was still a very embarrassing thing to do in this not-so-enlightened world. Well, you and take your time to cultivate. I'm gonna go around outside. Li Xiaobai smiled and walked out of the room, heading towards the street. Having been here for so many days, I hadn't seen the city properly and gotten to know it. Then again, it does require a higher-end bathhouse, and the thing about the Yuning Yipin bathhouse is that the more high-end and foreign the place, the more powerful the benefits of soaking in it. The effect of a bathhouse like the one built on the fly at Stewart's house is the next best thing. Li Xiaobai wanted to buy a store. He didn't lack spirit stones. The people on the road were in a hurry, basically all plainly dressed ordinary people. Occasionally there were family sons and daughters traveling on tall horses, and the pedestrians all retreated. All of you get in the spirit. Go to Situ family and uncover that brat. Dare to steal a woman from this young master. This young master will make his life worse than death. The crowd sparked a commotion. The horses' hooves hissed, and Li Xiaobai caught a glimpse of Wang Ergu, who had been knocked out by himself earlier. The 2 dogs in his arms were obviously stirring as well. For Wang Erdog it was a fresh memory. You bunch of rice buckets. You were knocked out without even seeing what moves the other party was making. What a disgrace to the Xia family. In the future, if you make this kind of low-level mistake again, all of you will roll up and get out of this young master's house. In the crowd, a young eunuch riding on a white steed was filled with anger, and several dog legs around him were yelling and shouting. This male gentleman has a pair of snake eyes, deep sockets, and a serious lack of essence, and it seems that he is always in and out of the place where he is looking for flowers and willows, and he is not a good commodity. Situ Yenyu was actually targeted by this kind of person. It's a curse, not a blessing. One of the sharp-eyed doglegs saw Li Xiaobai and exclaimed. The male immediately looked over, and with a shake of the reins, the horse rushed to Li Xiaobai's proximity. The hooves of the horse hissed, the white stallion's eyes were like a falcon's, and his nostrils spewed out 2 long streams of hot white smoke, startling the surrounding crowd into immediately retreating. Looking at the gentry looking down on him above his head, Li Xiaobai was upset for no reason. This was the setting that the human skin mask brought him. Human skin masks can change personality in small ways. The current Li Xiaobai is the image of a half-dead melancholic prince who cannot be provoked. My lord, he's the one who injured us. My lord, you must do it for the little one. Sir, this kid even snatched a woman from you. I'll waste him for you. The Italian crowd of dog legs shouted and staggered for half a day, but no one froze and went forward to make a move. Shut up, all of you. The Xia family's male son couldn't bear it and roared towards the gang of doglegs. These doglegs are pig-like teammates. The original windy and pretentious appearance was ruined by his men, which made him lose face. The crowd quieted. You're that little white boy Smokey met recently? What's your name? My name is Yi Liangchen. Were you the one who injured my men? The Xia family's male son asked. For some reason, he had an inexplicable urge to beat up the other party from the first moment he saw Li Xiaobai. It must be because the other guy injured his own men. Well, never because of jealousy. Good, I did. Li Xiaobai nodded slowly. Know who I am? I don't know. I am the 3rd young master of the Xia family, Xia Lu. So? Li Xiaobai's face was a little odd. These days there are all kinds of extremes, and there are still people who call themselves nasty. It's really inscrutable. So, you don't need to explain anything. Just bear this young man's wrath honestly. Men, take them away from me. At Xia Lu's command, the cadre of thugs behind him immediately surged up, and all shot out in unison to drag Li Xiaobai into the alley next to him. Mr. Xia, what is this? The patrols in the city were helpless. They couldn't control the affairs of the big families, but when they bumped into them, they always had to ask for a statement. Otherwise, it would be negligence of duty. This was something that the Xia family's male son was obviously very aware of as well. Don't worry, Brother Lu, we just want to talk to this brother. Nothing else, you guys patrol well. After saying that, Xia Lu pulled out a bag of spirit stones and secretly handed it to the patrol leader. There are rules in the city that prohibit private fights, so explicitly you still have to give enough face to the patrol, or at least give a statement for them to deliver. The patrol leader weighed the spirit stone and immediately smiled. If that's the case, then my brothers will continue their patrol. You guys talk nicely, and don't provoke any trouble. Hey, got it. The lapdogs pushed and shoved Li Xiaobai and ripped him into a side alley. The surrounding people shook their heads helplessly. This is the way of the world of the powerful, the big families, can really do whatever they want. Cut off his hands and feet. A hint of teasing flashed in Xia Lu's eyes. He wanted to see how long Li Xiaobai could pretend. Yes. A few thugs sharpened their knives and fixed Li Xiaobai's arm firmly. Their movements were very skillful. Obviously not the first time they had done it. How about this? If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness now, maybe this young master is in a good mood and will let you off the hook. Xia Lu laughed out loud. You're from out of town, and believe it or not, I've got 100 ways to get you on your knees begging for forgiveness. And you, nothing to do about it. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Cut me. A nameless rage surged in Xia Lu's chest, and he personally manipulated the knife, ruthlessly slashing at Li Xiaobai's wrist. A cruel smile hung at the corner of his mouth. The remaining few people also moved at the same time, their curved swords raised in their hands, stabbing at Li Xiaobai's limbs. But then they froze. Ka-ching! Crisp sounds came, sparks shot out in all directions, and the knives in the hands of several people instantly crumbled into several pieces. Xia Lu was horrified in his eyes. His knife didn't even manage to leave a scratch on the other party's flesh. Attribute points +3. Attribute points +10. If you guys can really cut off Liang Chen's hands and feet, Liang Chun would be grateful instead. But it's just a pity that the only person in this world who can hurt Liang Chun is just Liang Chun himself. Chapter 58, Creating the Tang Nang Ipin Bathhouse. Li Xiaobai looked indifferent. Attribute points +1. Attribute points +1. Attribute points +10. That's a little low on damage. These guys in front of them were just a bunch of rookies. The Xia family's male brother, Xia Lu, was estimated to have only foundation stage cultivation, and the rest of the few fighters were not even at the foundation stage, and they couldn't even hurt their own skin. It looks like the cultivation of this family's children isn't good either. Felt like entering a newbie village. Who the hell are you? Xia Lu's face changed greatly. Originally thought that the other party was just a piece of fish on the chopping board. But looking at this situation now, I'm afraid that the status of the two sides should be swapped. My name is Yi Liangqin. Sitiyenyu is not someone you can mess with, understand? Li Xiaobai raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently. After putting on the human skin mask, one's temperament changed drastically, and there was a small change in one's personality, all due to the ability of the human skin mask. It was good that he had set his temperament after his third senior brother, and this posture was not easy to suffer in the outside world. You are threatening me. Don't think that just because you have a bit of cultivation that you can be horizontal. My Xia family is a great family of ancient Moon City for hundreds of years. It's not something you can offend. Xia Lu, fear and anger, the original should be in the hands of the woman, actually followed other men, ran away. And this man is more handsome than him, more temperament than him, but also more powerful than him. He can be said to be the complete defeat. Ryakan doesn't like to talk nonsense. If you think you have the strength to play with me, Liangqin doesn't mind playing along. Li Xiaobai had his hands behind his back and was filled with a disdainful look. You wait. Xia Lu ran away with a cadre of dog legs gray, not even coming to take away the white horse in a hurry. Li Xiaobai heart cannot help but smile. This mask is really good. Put on the human skin mask. Even the mind feels is a lot more transparent. Previously will not notice the details, now their hearts all know. It is simply a hanging artifact. In the future no longer need to worry about being pitched. The only shortcoming is that this human skin mask is a little arrogant. Feeling Yi Liangqin talk all the time is not pulling hatred. I did not expect to use the third brother's character as a template, actually will be so tart. But it's still pretty cool, hee. Roll over and mount your horse. It's a shame to still have such a nice horse here. Hey horse, your master doesn't want you anymore. I'll take you out for a ride. Streets. The people were all astonished when they saw that it was instead Xia Lu and the others who ran out in the dust. At the sight of Li Xiaobai riding out happily on a white steed, he was even more astonished in his heart. Grandma, it's been a hell of a day. Did you see that? See, I didn't expect this arrogant Xia family to have such a day. I'm afraid that this gentleman is not a master to be messed with. Hey, I don't care about that. Anyway, seeing the Xia family's male son suffer defeat makes my heart ache. It's just a blast. Who says it isn't? Li Xiaobai roamed the streets on his horse. It seemed that the people within the city didn't have much goodwill towards the big families. There were quite a lot of roadside vendors, restaurants, tea houses, and stores selling spirit weapons and props. But Li Xiaobai hadn't really seen a bathhouse. It seems that the world knows nothing about the culture of bathing. A small tea store next to a restaurant is labeled, Shop for Sale and Transfer. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he found it. The tea store is located next to the restaurant in a good location with guaranteed foot traffic. Boss, are you selling the store? Li Xiaobai led his horse into the courtyard in front of the tea store. Not bad. I am preparing to sell the tea stores. Do you want to buy it? Slim middle-aged man ran out in a hurry. He had a problem with this store lot. The restaurant has a full range of tea and wine. There will be no one to come to his tea store to drink tea. For a long time, the money did not earn a penny, but on the contrary, to take a lot of inside, such a costly business naturally cannot continue to do. This tea house has a good location. Make an offer, Li Xiaobai said. 500 lower-grade spirit stones. The middle-aged man's eyes dribbled around. Can feel that this lot is good. Must be a novice undoubtedly. Can blackmail a little. Expensive, $50. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Your Excellency is not joking. This tea store is located next to the Guanyu building. This Guanyu building is one of the top big restaurants in this city, with thousands of customers every day. Opening a tea store next to it is a surefire deal. I also had to give up the tea store as a last resort because of some things in my old family. The shopkeeper's face was hard to see, and his eyes were full of sincerity. What kind of customers can there be when you open a tea store next to a restaurant? Is the shopkeeper not joking? You're clearly selling the store because all the business has been taken by the restaurants and you can't keep it open. Don't try to swindle me. 60 lower grade spirit stones can't be more. Li Xiaobai had a mask and instantly analyzed that this boss was punking people. The shopkeeper's heart was also surprised, actually met a know-how. 60 pieces is really a bit less. I won't lie to you, one price, 200 lower grade spirit stones. $70. $150 can't go any lower. $80. $100. If your excellency agrees, I will immediately present the land deed. Deal. The shopkeeper wanted to cry without tears. When he took down this store, it was to spend 100 lower grade spirit stones. He didn't expect to leave without earning a penny more. Looks like he's not cut out for business. Better change careers early. The store was half the size of the interior, not great, but it could build a large bathhouse. Remove the vacuum cleaner and vacuum all the furniture and fixtures in the house, leaving only an empty room. Li Xiaobai began to work on remodeling the layout of this house. This was the first time he had built a real bathhouse. The building material separates the bathhouse from the center and divides it into two bathhouses for men and women, leaving only a door in the middle, so that the first thing you enter is the men's bathhouse, and then you push open the door and enter into which is the women's bathhouse. It shouldn't be a big deal for a male monk to be seen naked. Well, that's it. It might even promote the marital happiness index of male and female cultivators in the city. On both sides of the bathhouse, set up a front desk. You can sell some tea, snacks, and so on. A first-scale bathhouse is so built. Submerge your body in water. A panel of attribute values jumps in front of you. Attribute points plus 30. Attribute points plus 30. The effect is okay, although this bathhouse is still simple, but compared to the Situ family, can be too good. In the future, let Situ Yenyu to be responsible for the women's bathhouse hospitality. Situ Yenyu was quite pretty and should be able to attract quite a few male cultivators. Well, it's happily decided. Chapter 59. The old man wants to be with his excellency at night. Gave the bathhouse a redecoration. Afterwards, he exchanged a plaque in the mall, engraved with the words, Tang Nung E Pin, hanging in front of the tea store. A separate notice is attached. The store is about to open, special promotional activities. The first customer to consume 10 times in this store can get a free BMW Divine Colt. Don't miss it if you walk by. Store manager, Yi Liangchen. Employee, superb beauty, Situ Yenyu. Welcome. That's pretty much it. There are perks, gimmicks, and definitely money to be made. Packing up, he went back to Stuart's house first, letting the news of the soup's ability to be one piece fly through the streets for a while. At the same time, the Xia family. In a parlor room, Natsuru was crying out in pain as he told a youth something. Big brother. You have to do it for me? That surnamed Yi is really too arrogant. Not only did he injure my men, he also snatched my woman and humiliated me in public. So hateful. What is his name and where does his family live? The youth said faintly. His name is Yi Liangchen. He's now living with that woman Situ Yenyu. Big brother, you have to make a decision for me. Xia Lu said miserably. Look at this little bit of talent you have. A foreigner who actually bullied you. What a waste. The family is coming to visit in the next few days. I'll go talk to them and make that Yi Liangchen disappear. The woman that my Xia family's son has his eye on. No one can snatch her away. The youth said casually. Guests. Could it be the ones outside the city? Xia Lu's face was delighted. This matter is not for you to know. Be careful of being chastised by father, you, and don't worry. No matter what background that Yi Liangchen has, he is already a dead man. Hey. Thanks, big brother. Situ's house. Li Xiaobai felt a hot steam coming from his face as soon as he entered the door. An hour or two had already passed, and this grandfather and grandson were actually still soaking, so it was true that this soaking culture was very attractive to people. Still, bathing at home is too one-sided, so I'll take them to a big bathhouse later. Miss Smoky Rain, old master, I'm back. Yo, Mr. Liangchen. There are 2 hours gone. Old man Mrs. Ah. The temperature of the water in this bathhouse is not as comfortable as before. Do you have a way to heat it up? Li Xiaobai did not expect that the first one to pounce over was actually this flowery old grandfather. Looking at Situ Kong's eager and expectant little eyes, and then looking at his flushed old face, as well as the droplets of water dripping from his skin when he had just gotten out of the bath, Li Xiaobai instantly feel unlovable. Shouldn't it be the smoke and rain girl take the lead to pounce over? How to become this dry old man? And there was a hint of ambiguity in this old man's eyes, which caused a vicious chill to rise in the bottom of one's heart. Mr. Yo aka. Situ Yenyu was also fully dressed and came out from the room, her pretty face slightly red, breaking the weird atmosphere. Li Xiaobai felt that he saw hope again. Sure enough, this is the normal opening. Well, Is the bath still a comfortable soak?
良辰公子，这泡澡之术太神奇了，老夫停滞10数载的修为，居然隐约间有了突破的迹象。如果可以的话，小老儿想一直和公子一起泡澡，嘿嘿嘿。
Situ Kong smiled wryly, and Li Xiaobai felt that this old man had changed and become a bit of a loose cannon. This old man isn't having a dragon's yang, is he? Not bad. My cultivation level is also making a breakthrough in a hidden way. Dare I ask the gentleman if this water for bathing is made from spiritual medicine? Situ Yenyu was also filled with the color of surprise. This time the excavated spiritual herbs could not even be used, and her cultivation was vaguely trending to break through to the 9th level of the qi practicing stage. Sort of, it's just that your cultivation seems to be too weak, so much so that Liang Chen can't sense your progress at all. This technique should be able to help you. Take it and cultivate it for now. Li Xiaobai flipped his wrist and took out a copy of the Mixed Element Sutra, which Fong Lingzi had taken to himself when he was at Misty Peak, but unfortunately, he had not even flipped through it. After all, with the system in place, cultivation was impossible. This is precious. Situ Kong came up and was instantly excited beyond words. The gongfu recorded on this mixed yuan scripture was many times more superior than the gongfu that their grandparents and grandchildren were practicing. Sir, this is too expensive, Smokey can't have it. Situ Yenyu was ruthless and handed the gongfu back. There is no need to do so, this is just an ordinary gongfu. Strength restricts your imagination. Just practice it for now, and change it for a better one later. Li Xiaobai said indifferently, feeling a bit tongue-tied. I love no one when the mask is on, and since putting it on, I've been popping out some amazing things from time to time. In addition, I have built a new large bathhouse next to the Moonwatch Tower if possible. I hope that the two of you can help me take care of it together, and you can also enter it to cultivate on weekdays. Hey, I'm all for it with both hands. Smokey thanked the gentleman. In the middle of the city, in front of the Moonview building, an old caller was thrown out. No money and still want to come to dawdle for food and drink? We're in business, not to do good deeds. If you dare to come to our restaurant again, immediately have someone ball you up and throw you out. The touting boy was very disdainful. This old barker always likes to drill into the restaurant to dine, pulling down the grade of their restaurant. If you don't give me food, then don't give me food. Why are you so mean? The old barker rubbed his ass, his eyes drawn to the store off to the side. He remembered that this place was still a tea house in the morning, so how did it change all of a sudden? Come closer. Soup can be one piece? A bathhouse. And men and women. And the great beauty Situ Yenyu and the BMW Divine Cult? This is the BMW Divine Cult. Isn't it? TSK. It's truly majestic. The old caller sked around the white horse that was tethered to one side.
好家伙，整的还挺齐全，就是这了，一会儿就来这蹭蹭，看看是个什么层次的美女，嘿嘿嘿。
Maybe we'll even get to see a picture of a beauty in the bath. The old barker hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely twice, turned around, and whisked his sleeves away. When Li Xiaobai brought Sita Yenyu and the two of them into Tang Nangipin, the two of them were really shocked. It was too luxurious inside. Big pool, big counter, hot and steamy, with all the amenities that should be there, even tea and snacks ready to go. As expected, the action efficiency of the mighty is high. Just going out and wandering around for a while, the BMW, the house is all there. After dipping in the pool for a while, the two were surprised to find that the efficiency of cultivation was actually faster than at home. All right, Miss Yenyu is in charge of the female bathhouse, Elder Situ is in charge of the male bathhouse, and I'm in charge of collecting the money, so it's happily decided. Get to work. Gongzi. Can the old man stay with you at night? I can lie still. He. Chapter 60. This bath can break through realms. The soup's up is open for business, but business is slow at the moment. The customers were all pulled away from the restaurant on the side, and no one had come into the store to experience it yet. Situ Yenyu very consciously guarded the counter of the women's bathhouse, ready to open for business, to Situ empty. This old man pressed no self-consciousness. Actually, once again, self-concerned soaked up. Soaking comfortably actually hummed a little song. Why don't you go in for a dip too? Li Xiaobai ignored the little raggedy dog's resistance and threw it into the pool. Woof woof woof. After a burst of haphazard fluttering, the little broken dog's eyes stared and quieted down. It felt the power in its body was growing silkily. The efficacy of this pool was actually so terrifying. After a short period of stupefaction, the little broken dog looked relieved and full of enjoyment. Huh. When did this place become like this? Wasn't it a tea store before? What does soup can one piece mean? The bathhouse is still open? There were a few teenagers probing and peering in. Welcome to the store. The store will provide you with the most sincere service. Li Xiaobai greeted him and said with a smile, "What kind of a store are you guys? It's just indecent to open a store for something as private as taking a bath." One of the young man who looks quite gentle frowned. In front of this is obviously a public bathhouse. Could it be that you want all the people to soak in it? This is unseemly. This is not true. This bath is a kind of culture. Want to soak comfortably, then you have to master the temperature of it, which is a big deal. This bubble bath relates to a person's pursuit. If you just want to wash your body clean, then there is no need to come to the bathhouse. If you really want to comfortably soak, you have to feel the doorway of this. Oh, there's an article here? The teenagers were a little curious. This is natural. In the home bath is too one-sided. In the bathhouse soak in the human world, where you are able to meet all kinds of people and all kinds of things. We all soak in a pool together. Frankly, this distance can be into the sense. When the feelings are in place, all aspects of this are taken care of. Don't you think that's true? And this bathhouse of mine, but it has the effect of assisting in cultivation. Cultivating for an hour in it can be more effective than using a spirit stone. Li Xiaobai laughed. And the price? After hearing that it could aid in cultivation, a few people had some hearts. They had never really seen a similar store before and didn't know its effects and price point. Please look on the wall. Li Xiaobai pointed to a few large lines on the wall. Men's bathhouse. 10 lower grade spirit stones, half an hour. Chartered accommodation. 100 lower grade spirit stones. Women's bathhouse. 8 lower grade spirit stones, half an hour. Chartered accommodation. 80 lower grade spirit stones. What price is this? So expensive. Brother. Next door to the Moonwatch house wouldn't dare to make such an offer. You're robbing money. No more washing. No more washing. Let's go. Several teenagers made a move to leave. Ahem. Smokey. Come out and entertain the guests. Li Xiaobai's old spirit, the mind of a teenager is best understood. The door to the women's bathhouse opened and Situ Yenyu walked out. White dress, white skirt, beautiful clear eyes, skin like sheep's fat. As soon as they saw Situ Yenyu, several people were all dumbfounded. This woman was also too beautiful, like an exiled fairy. Even if she was wearing rough linen clothes, she couldn't block her elegance. How many hours would you like to wash, gentlemen? Half a. Oh no, an hour. Yes, inside please. Situ Yenyu smiled lightly at the corner of her mouth, looking at the several teenagers blushing, the corners of their mouths dripping saliva indisputably. Hey, okay. Thanks a lot, girl. A few people soulful into the pool water. Even the clothes are not unlocked, but Li Xiaobai is lazy. Until these people found the benefits of the pool water, will rush to the bath. A few breaths later, there were a few gasps from the pool water. Oh my god. I actually broke through. I've reached the 7th level of the Qi practicing stage. Me too. My bottleneck has loosened up. I'm going to break through the barrier of the 6th level of the Qi practicing stage now. What kind of bathhouse is this? It's too magical. Just soaking in it actually increases our cultivation. I can save the boundary-breaking pill that the old ancestor gave me this time. After all, beauty could not resist the temptation of cultivation enhancement. And after noticing the surge of aura in their bodies, the several teenagers all perked up. That boss really hadn't lied to them. This bathhouse really did have the effect of enhancing cultivation. It was worth spending 20 lower-grade spirit stones to buy a cultivation realm boost. Looking at the several people in the pool who were full of happiness, Li Xiaobai smiled faintly. Several teenagers had been captured by the small store. Become the richest man in the world. Starting right now. There was still quite a lot of traffic on the streets, and not long after, a few more cultivators, both male and female, came. After seeing the banner in front of the door, I walked into the bathhouse with some curiosity. And then, with a glance, he saw several people soaking in the pool. Boss, this is quite a special bathhouse you have. Come on, Sister 13. There's nothing to see here. Look again, your brother. Little sister thinks this place is still pretty nice. The voice of the female cultivator who spoke was gentle and soft. Leah was a little uncomfortable. This 13th sister is usually all kinds of hot temper. Today this is what happened? At this point, 13 sisters could no longer walk, and she saw Li Xiaobai sitting at the counter. Her handsome features, melancholic temperament, and half-dead smile made her heart about to melt. How could there be such a man in the world? And why did she not meet him until this moment? Let's go in and get some bubbles. 13 sisters' sight could not leave Li Xiaobai for a moment, and the rest of the few people had no choice but to follow along. Boss, bubble bath arrangements. The 13 sisters were soft and tender, but Li Xiaobai did not raise his head. Smoky rain. Come out and entertain. There are female cultivators. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Okay. Situ Yenyu pushed the door out once again, and several male cultivators immediately had their eyes glazed over with a piggish look, their eyes greedy, lingering over the tantalizing curves. How many hours of soaking for a few? Packed for the night. Several people said in unison. He, Sister 13. Upon closer inspection, my brother thinks you're right. This place is still very good and worth experiencing. A few people were not bad money masters, very quickly paid the spirit stones and drilled into the bathhouse to soak. It was clear, however, that these people were still very traditional in their thinking and were also immersed in the pool with only their shoes off and no clothes. A few worlds later, several shrieks came again, interspersed with a sharp, piercing soprano voice. Foundation Establishment Stage Grand Circle. I've broken through the Foundation Establishment Stage Grand Circle. This bathhouse has the power to break through cultivation. Hurry up and have Big Brother and the others come over as well. Who is the owner? It's a chance. Chapter 61, The Old Barker. A few young cultivators looked astonished and were so excited that they nearly lost their minds. Who would have thought that a bathhouse that one came into just because of a whim could actually cause one to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage? Leah's eyes got a little moist. He was the only child in his family, and the Lee family members were one of the big families in the city. It was just a pity that he didn't follow into the talent of cultivation. A month ago, the family had spent a huge amount of money to buy him a large number of Foundation Establishment pills, plus realm-breaking pills, but still nothing, not the slightest progress. Originally, the family was about to be disappointed in him, but he didn't expect the darkness of the clouds. A small bathhouse was able to allow him to break through the realm and become a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator of the Great Circle, and was just a step away from Jindan. Not only that, he even felt that his cultivation from now on had become smoother, the meridians in his body had widened quite a bit, and he was able to introduce even more spiritual qi. It's amazing. Leah stood up from the pool and clasped his fists in a big salute. Thank you for the favor of a bath. Leah will never forget it. And in the future, if the boss has any use for me, I will definitely go through fire and water. Good talk. Just take care of the small store business in the future. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, not caring. He had been in a similar situation for too long. The entrance of the small store was again attracted in a number of tourists one after another, the same routine as before. The male ones were all taken care of by Situ Yenyu, and the female ones were all taken care of by Li Xiaobai, and both of them had a face value that was bursting at the seams, making them infinitely attractive to both male and female cultivators. Soon, the many cultivators delivered their spirit stones between their hearts and minds, and were sent into the bathhouse in a hefty giggle. The result was naturally self-evident. After discovering that soaking in a bath could enhance one's cultivation, the entire bathhouse was abuzz with excitement on everyone's face. Some of them are even dancing, and they are very satisfied with Tang Nang Ipin in their hearts. Boss, what kind of material did you use to make this water? It's actually so amazing. Yeah, boss. I can buy your water, make an offer. I'm the steward of the Wang family. I can talk to you directly on behalf of the family for this kind of business. Boss, The cultivators keenly sensed that it was the bath water that made them break through and upgrade, and they all hit on it. Someone had already taken advantage of the crowd's inattention to secretly collect a jar of water and put it into a spatial ring. But then, Li Xiaobai's words stunned them. It's not the bath water, this bathing is a technique, it's more of an art. You guys into the immersion is not only the water, it's the quality culture that has been passed down for thousands of years. It's natural to be able to break through the realm. As for the bath water, whether you want to drink it or take it back and study it slowly, feel free. Can you really take it back? Well, feel free. The water was infused with my heart. That's why it has this miraculous effect. It's not that it contains heavenly treasures, it's just ordinary water. Li Xiaobai made up his mind. Anyway, no one except himself knows what this water is all about. We don't understand the system, it just works. All the rest is just clouds. Hearing Li Xiaobai say this, the first reaction of most of the cultivators was to hurriedly collect a spoonful of water and go back to slowly study and research. What Li Xiaobai said was too esoteric, and they still preferred to trust their own judgment. Quietness returned to the bathhouse. Everyone grabbed this rare opportunity and scrambled to cultivate, and the cultivators who had originally planned to go back first to inform their friends and relatives had also given up on the idea for the time being. There was no other reason, The spirit stones had all been paid, so they couldn't be wasted. And the bathhouse was indeed too small, converted from a tea store, and could only accommodate a few dozen people at most. If they left at this moment and other later cultivators took their places, it would not be worth it. Not only now, tomorrow also have to rush over early to occupy the position, no need to say not only have to be packaged accommodation but also packaged during the day. This is the unanimous idea in the minds of all the cultivators present. Not only can you accelerate your cultivation, but there are also beautiful women and handsome men to feed your eyes. This place is genuinely good. Li Xiaobai had also built 2 small pools for himself and Sita Yenyu at his leisure, which could only accommodate 1 person, and were placed at the back of the bar. You can take a dip when there are no customers, cultivate and make money without delay. Attribute points plus 30. Attribute points plus 30. This isn't fast, but it's not bad. Defense. 9 revolutions of the unbreakable golden body. 5th revision 9,000 50,000. According to this speed, even soaking for a few days should be able to break through to the next stage, when their own blood demon erosion state should also be able to get effective relief. It was at that moment that a man once again walked in through the door. It was an old barker, with a head full of dirt coloring his white hair into black, dirty, carrying a big sack, with shoeless feet full of silt and dirt. As soon as he entered, a rushing, pungent odor filled the room. Holy! How did this old screamer get in here? Boss! Hurry up and get him out of here. This is seriously affecting our cultivation. What is this smell? It's awful. That's right. I can't even sink my chi into the dantian. Get him out of here. Most of the people in the bathhouse were family sons, dukes, and a handful of casual cultivators, and they all frowned straight away at the sight of such an old barker foolishly running in. They needed to stabilize their minds in order to cultivate, but the sour smell of this drum rotting made it impossible for them to concentrate. All of them were very annoyed in their hearts. All comers are welcome. As long as they can afford to pay, rich or poor, I'm more than happy to welcome them. Li Xiaobai said indifferently, not the slightest bit impressed by the old caller's honorable appearance. How many hours of soaking, Gramps? Hehehe. Let's start with an hour. It's been a long time since I've had a bath. It can take a while to get clean. The old barker pulled out his ears and a bunch of sludge fell out. What, boss? You actually let this old thing wash with us? This is absolutely impossible. How can such a person be equal to me in soaking in a bathhouse? Boss, I'll pay double the price for you to get him out. That's good. The Wang family, would never take a bath with a barker. Hearing that Li Xiaobai actually had the intention of letting the old barker come in to spend money, all of them were a little annoyed. They were all people with faces and ID cards. Letting the old barker take a bath with them would be insulting them, which was absolutely intolerable. Shut up, all of you. Liangchen doesn't like to talk nonsense. As long as you can afford to pay, you're a big man. Hehehehe. Nice lad. Insightful, right and wrong, and that's a real nice face to get. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai was shocked in his heart. This old man in front of him was not simple. He even saw through his human skin mask. Chapter 62. The old barker is not simple. 1 hour, 20 lower grade spirit stones. No credit. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Even if you are seen through, so what, you have to pay as much as you should. This is the rule. The king of heaven comes and has to pay. The old barker was a bit stunned. He didn't expect the other party to not look surprised in the slightest. This had aroused his interest. The old caller doesn't have so much money on him for the time being. Could he take something else as a substitute? That depends on what level you can come up with, Li Xiaobai said. This old man was not simple. Maybe it was a hidden boss that was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. This kind of maneuver had been played quite a few times by himself and Sixth Brother and was very familiar with it. It's better to be cautious when dealing with these types of people until you figure out what the other person is up to. The old barker has a jug of good wine here. I can give you a sip, but you have to let the old barker stay here for a day. How's that? Nonsense. Wanting to stay all day with a sip of wine is just delusional. That's right. Do you damn well know how many spirit stones it costs to stay here for a day? Boss, this is one to make trouble. Blow him out. Appraisal over. Upon hearing the old barker's words, the cultivators in the pool immediately exploded and started bombarding the old barker. Let's see your bar first if it's too bad. But you won't get in this door, Li Xiaobai said. Hey, no problem, you're covered. The old barker rubbed his nose and pulled out a dirty gourd from his waist pocket, which was pitch black and stained with chunks of silt and large chunks of unidentified liquid, making it look a bit disgusting. Remove the cork from the mouth of the gourd and a silky fragrance escapes. The sour odor in the room faded quite a bit by the scent of this wine. Attribute points plus 20. Attribute points plus 20. Detecting that the host is continually infested with the scent of alcohol, acquiring the skill, drunken aura, intoxicating aroma. It is capable of releasing the smell of alcohol, and those who smell it have their bodies plunged into a state of muscular weakness, and the longer they stay in the aroma of alcohol, the worse the symptoms of drunkenness become. Hiss! What kind of wine is this? Just by smelling the aroma it increased the attribute points. This would be great if he took a sip. Good strong wine. This old barker is definitely a master of his craft. Li Xiaobai instantly made a judgment in his mind. How's it going? Is the old barker's wine boss happy? The old caller stared blearily at Li Xiaobai. Deal! Li Xiaobai immediately agreed, reaching out to take the dirty wine gourd and slowly pouring it into his mouth. The wine just went down, the dantian immediately exploded. Li Xiaobai only felt the blood churning all over his body. The qi and blood rushed straight to the back of his head. His brain was dizzy, and his eyes went straight to black. Nearly fell to the ground. Attribute points plus 2,000. Attribute points plus 2,000. Attribute points 50,000. Drops. Detecting that the host has been continuously assaulted by the scent of alcohol. Skill upgrade. Drunken 8 immortals. Drunken 8 immortals. Raise your hands and throw your feet. Can make the enemy drunk and paralyzed. The longer it lasts, the more powerful the drunkenness. Hiss! It's amazing how potent this wine is. Drinking a mouthful of it even hardened the increase of 50,000 attribute points. This is a heavenly treasure. Li Xiaobai only felt his body was warm, his essence was overflowing, and his spirit was much higher. All-point defense. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body. 6th turn, 9,000 60,000 can be advanced. Attribute points 0. Status. Blood Demon Erosion General. There was a change in the status bar. Li Xiaobai's heart was happy. His body was much lighter. Sure enough, as long as the defense was advanced, the status of this blood demon erosion would be reduced layer by layer. Seeing that Li Xiaobai actually poured down a mouthful of wine unharmed, the old caller's eyes also flashed with amazement. Although this wine is good, it is not something that ordinary people can afford to consume. This boss, he's not easy either. Taking advantage of the old caller's inattention, Li Xiaobai wanted to continue pouring a few more mouthfuls of wine. If a wave of drinking to get high, this might be able to get a step in the 9 revolutions of the Indestructible Golden Bodies editions. Hold it. It's the old man's treasure, only 1 sip. The old caller's eyes were quick, and he quickly snatched the gourd back. He originally thought that Li Xiaobai could only drink a few drops at most, but he didn't think that he actually got a real sip. Go in, you can only stay for 1 day, and come out halfway through to default to the end of your soak. Li Xiaobai smacked his lips and said faintly, "This way, old man." Situ Yenyu walked over and invited the old caller into the bathhouse with a smile on her face. The girl child is so iconic looking. The old caller had the same piggish look, his 2 eyes constantly roaming over Situ Yenyu's body, looking obscene. No way. This old thing really wants to come in and wash together? I'm afraid this bathhouse will turn into a stinking gutter when he comes in. I'm going to take the water home to practice, and the boss doesn't forbid it anyway. Me too. This old screamer is disgusting. The cultivators in the pool all scattered when they saw the old barker coming, collecting a lot of water from the pool and preparing to take it home to slowly cultivate. After a few short breaths, the bathhouse was basically empty, with only 3 people left: Liya, the Li family's son, Elder Situkong, and the old barker. Cultivators want to go. Li Xiaobai also do not stop. Anyway, the spirit stone has been in place. Is to go is to stay, all by voluntary. Liya and Situkong were not people who disliked the poor and rich, and were not repulsed by the appearance of the old barker. Cozy. For the crowd's reaction to the old caller did not think that, and went ahead and soaked into the pool. The water did not reach the neck. The face is enjoying the look. Li Xiaobai observed the reaction of the old beggar. This old beggar soaked in and was full of soothing applications, and didn't seem to care about the pool water's increase in cultivation. It's definitely a master of playing pig in a poke. Master, if you let me have 1 more sip of wine, I can upgrade you to the first monthly VIP member of the store. And if you let me have 2 sips, I'll give you a free super VIP package. How about that? Li Xiaobai said with a smirk, unable to stop his eyes from glancing at the old barker's gourd. No more, no more. The bubble bath thing is enough for 1 time, just get clean, the old caller said while starting to rub mud. See, Li Xiaobai is a burst of chills. This expert how also evil taste. Old master, soaking in the bath is a state of mind. Talking about a comfort, just washing clean is too one-sided. You should discover more beauty in the bathhouse. Such as, for example, the world behind that door. As long as you become a super VIP member, you will be able to see the picture of a beauty bathing in this pool every day. Hiss, that's true. The old barker is poorly read. So don't lie to me. Chapter 63 You're making me drink foot washing water? The old barker's eyes were wide open, and both of his eyes were bursting with essence, with a look of choosing someone to eat, which was a bit creepy to look at. Just now Situ Yenyu's appearance he has seen that is very satisfied, to really be able to see the beauty out of the bath picture every day, even if it contributes a mouthful or two of wine, it is also worth it. Li Xiaobai secretly spat in his heart. Old colorful batch, old immodest. The mention of a beautiful woman makes your eyes light up. Are all the former high achievers so spontaneous? Naturally it's true, Liang Chun never talks nonsense. When he says there's a beauty bathing picture, then there's definitely a beauty bathing picture. Li Xiaobai said seriously. I don't have a problem with looking at anything else, but my Smokey is not allowed to look. Elder Sidukong instantly tensed up. He suddenly realized that there were several old colorful people in the bathhouse all of a sudden. His granddaughter was in danger. Deal, but you have to do a super VIP experience for the old barking flower boy first. If it's really as you said, this wine old barking flower boy hands down. The old barker squinted his eyes and hemmed and hawed with a strange smile. No problem. From this moment on, you are the first monthly VIP of this store. Trial period, 1 month. Li Xiaobai said casually, first stabilize the other party. As long as this old caller is still in the store, there is no fear of not getting wine. The old barker went on rubbing his feet, and the pool full of water turned a dark green color, and I don't know what kind of stains were all over him. Li Ya on the side of the face of some suspicion, before the old collar full of dirt cover, cannot see what, but by the water so clean how to feel look so familiar it always felt like I'd seen it somewhere before, but I just couldn't remember for a moment. Li Xiaobai frowned. This look would not attract customers. Purchased a bag of air purifier in the mall right then and there. Air purifier. After use, it purifies the air, empties the mind, and can increase the rate of enlightenment for a short period of time. 10 lower grade spirit stones. Note. Purify the mind, purify the filth, purify the air, purify yourself. It's just some gadget in the mall, but it seems to work some wonders when used in this world. Tossing a small bag of air purifier into the house, the acrid odor of decay disappeared, and the water in the pool became crystal clear in a flash. There was a faint scent of tea in the air. Boss! This is… Li Ya's face was horrified. This small powder in the air had actually made his understanding of the Gong Fu moves more penetrating. It was simply unbelievable. This boss must be a high roller. The old caller also had an astonished look on his face as he muttered. This stuff is comparable to enlightenment tea leaves, but it's still more comfortable to soak in a bath. It's amazing how well this stuff works. Li Xiaobai is a little surprised the props produced by the system, even if it is just a bag of powder mold, has the effect of improving enlightenment. It is really extraordinary. Smokey, why don't you go to the women's bathhouse and spread a bag too? Once again, he exchanged a bag of air purifier and gave it to Situ Yenyu. With this item, the customer attraction rate could be greatly enhanced. Unsurprisingly, after just a few minutes, a large group of customers poured in. They were attracted by the smell of the air purifier, and the crowd found that the closer they got to the bathhouse, the clearer their minds became, and the many problems they couldn't figure out were all solved. What kind of store is this? It's so amazing. Hey. The small store soup can be a product inside, please. At the same time, all the big clans in ancient Moon City. Wang clan, the Wang clan's youngest son, Wang Ning, immediately hoofed it to where his family was after coming out of the soup Nang Yipin. The water in the bathhouse was too magical. If he could really decipher the formula of it, why worry that his Wang family would not prosper? At that moment, he immediately found Wang Ba, the head of the Wang family. Father, my child has found a treasure. Wang Ning took out the water and told his father in detail about the soup can one piece, and Wang Ba understood the beginning and end of the matter, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Just by taking a bath, it was surprising that he could enhance his cultivation. If his Wang family could have a place like this, why would he worry that the family would not prosper? Who else knows at this point? That bathhouse is open right next to the Moonwatch Tower, and several great clans should already know about it. And you show me the water. Wang Ba took the water, carefully scrutinized, looked at half a day, hard not to see what the name. Taste it, it's bitter, fishy and sour. It's a foot wash. Sinful beast, you dare to make this seat drink your foot washing water. Come die for me. The same thing was staged in all the big clans of the ancient Moon City. The disciples of the clans had presented the water they had taken from the bathhouse to the senior members of the clan. Hearing that the Tang Nang Epine bathhouse actually possessed such a miraculous effect, the executives were all very excited, and each one of them began to carefully study the mysteries of the water. The truth, however, was that nothing was found, and it was just plain old water no matter which way you analyzed it. Wait, you guys carefully perceive this water. Does it contain a hint of a special odor? Not bad. The odor is a bit pungent, most likely the smell of some kind of herb. Many of the executives began to savor the flavor. His brow furrowed slightly, and at first taste, the flavor was average, but upon closer inspection, there was a hint of sweaty bitterness mixed in, and a bit of indefinable corruption. There's something about this water. Based on the flavor and texture, this would be a foot wash? Grandma, are you bent on making your old man happy? Trying to make me drink your foot washing? This water is grossly useless and smells like feet. Damn, what kind of sin did I create in my past life to give birth to such an unlucky thing like you? 10 years of cultivation, practicing all the way to the dogs, using foot washing water as a holy medicine for cultivation. What's going on in your head? When you get out, don't say I'm your master. Get lost. In the great clans of Guyu City, curses were heard all over the place. The family heads, the elders, all of them had pig liver-colored faces, as if they had eaten a fly. Drinking the disciples' foot-washing water, and carefully tasting the taste of it and analyzing it. If this matter spreads out, they won't be able to mix in this city. It's so humiliating. The disciples were also puzzled as to why the water was fine in the bathhouse and didn't work when they brought it out. Could it be that what the boss said was all true, that this bath water was really just ordinary water, and that what was really worth paying attention to was not the water but something else? Nope. Need to make another trip to Tunan Ichiban to figure out what's going on here. The many family disciples had a tacit understanding and ran towards the location of the Soup Energy One Piece with great vigor. But soon, they were surprised to find that at this moment, the bathhouse was already surrounded by a crowd. Don't push. Don't push. I was here first. Don't cut in line, bro. I'm waiting to get in the shower. Brother, you've got it wrong. I don't have any spirit stones. If I don't go in, I'll just dabble outside. Me too. Let's just rub it in. We won't steal it from you. Chapter 64. You only need to remember. My name is Yi Liangchen. The smell of the air purifier drew all the people in the neighborhood. Cultivation is a person's lifeblood, is a person's foundation. Suddenly found in this bathhouse around the cultivation actually can half the effort. People naturally want to come to find out. However, most of the people present were ordinary people who couldn't take out such a huge amount of money as 10 lower-grade spirit stones and didn't have the vigor to go in for a bath. After all, the cost of this bath was too high. So just feeling the effects of the air purifier on your patio is satisfying. It's called rubbing it in. Brother, don't cut in line, wait honestly in the back. Someone in the group said faintly. I'm Wang Ning of the Wang clan. Is it possible that I have to line up as well? A few dukes looked dissatisfied. Well, why don't you try and see if you can get in? The atmosphere in the crowd became tense for a moment. I've come to seek a chance, and whoever dares to cut off my chance, I'll die in front of his house for him. Not bad. I'm just half a step away from the Jindan stage. Whoever stops me from breaking through the realm is my life and death enemy. Today, if you want to enter this soup can be a product, all to the old man according to the rules, or else, we group to go to the door of your families to die a death. The group in the team was furious, and there was not the slightest bit of falsehood about these family sons and daughters. This bathhouse is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Even if you are born to die outside of the city and enter all kinds of dangerous places, you don't see the effect of taking a dip in the bathhouse. This chance they were aiming for, no one could interfere. It was only until this moment that the males realized that quite a few of the team were the sons of the city's great families, all of whom were honestly waiting outside the door, earnestly absorbing the God-condensing substance in the air. At that moment, there was no more fuss. Inside the Soup Energy One Piece, in the pool, every cultivator's face was filled with happy smiles. The bath boosted cultivation, the air purifier boosted enlightenment. Practicing in this environment, even a pig would be able to become enlightened. The bathhouse was filled with awe, and everyone looked like they were excited to the top. seizing every opportunity to practice. It's just a shame that most people start out just tentatively buying an hour of soaking time, and when that time is up, they have to go out to be picked up by the people coming in behind them. Boss, can you just renew it? I can pay double. Boss, I can do it too. Boss, as long as you let me renew my membership, it's not a bad idea for my daughter to accompany you in all your baths. Boss. The monks were so enamored with the bathhouse that when they went out, they didn't know when they would be able to come in again. No, everything is by the rules. There are so many people waiting in the back. Li Xiaobai said indifferently, greeted Situ Yenyu, and began to drive people away. This rush, the entire men's bathhouse suddenly quieted down. Situ Yenyu with the next-door women's bathhouse female cultivators quickly walked out. The crowd is to realize that the original next door really have a lot of girls in the bath. And every female cultivator was flushed. The temperature of the bathhouse coupled with the excitement of accelerated cultivation made them unable to help themselves and linger. That flushed face, that glowing skin, those fond eyes, and the water droplets dripping from the pink neck made the male cultivators present blush and gulp furiously. Grandma, this is the welfare link. Not only can you enhance your cultivation, but you can also catch a glimpse of a beautiful woman taking a bath. Such a good place is really hard to find. The cultivators outside the house also realized this and all of them boiled over. Did you guys see that? That was the Ouyang family's eldest miss just now, wasn't it? She's actually taking a bath here too. Yes, that's my goddess. To be able to see the goddess take a bath. I have no regrets in this life. Two brothers, your pattern is small. If you can take a bath with the goddesses and cultivate together, that wouldn't be a good story. Noticing the many wolf friends around them, the female cultivators all lowered their heads and left quickly with red faces. They were going to go back to the clan to report this matter, and then ask for more spirit stones to round up the bathhouse. Come on, next batch. Li Xiaobai smiled as he looked at the many customers. Today Tang Nangapin opened its doors for the big day, and the business was so hot that he didn't dare to imagine. However, this bathhouse was indeed a bit small. So many people outside the house couldn't get in, and although business was booming, the amount of spirit stones that could be earned was very limited. Going forward, we still have to figure out what to do, preferably start a chain. Let the bathhouse of Tang Nangipin dominate the entire Guyu city. Get out of the way, all of you. Good boy. I said how I couldn't find you people in Situ's house. So it turned out that you hid here. My big brother is here today. You are blessed by the greatest God. You will not be able to escape. A familiar voice came from outside the house. Li Xiaobai frowned straight away when he heard it. That Xia family's male son came to the door again. Xia Lu this time to find big brother Xia Chuan to help, want to find Li Xiaobai a snow. Did not expect the Situ family is already empty. Back to the road, half of the middle of the store was attracted. Come in to take a look, actually have an unexpected harvest. The surrounding crowd obviously all knew the Xia brothers as well, and had backed off. This was a local bully, relying on his family's power, often acting recklessly within the city. They didn't dare to touch their brows. The Xia family had close dealings with some of the forces in other cities, and even some of the old great families were not willing to be easily offended. Ryakan doesn't like you, you can go. Li Xiaobai frowned. This Xia Lu is here to cause trouble and affect his fortune. This is a stumbling block on his path to wealth. Absolutely cannot be tolerated. In front of them, in addition to a Xia Lu, there is also a slightly older male, imposing, good-looking, that is, this is not a good thing to do, actually help Xia Lu such a person to find a scene. Your Yi Liangchen? Natsukawa's feathered fan was lightly shaken, and he was full of faction. Not bad. My name is Yi Liangchen. Do you know who I am? I don't know. Natsukawa. The male was very proud of himself, and the awestruck looks from the people around him got the best of him. And then what? Li Xiaobai was unsure. Could it be that the other party thought they could scare themselves by reporting their name? You don't recognize me? Natsukawa looked a little surprised. Liangchen doesn't need to know anyone. You only need to know that my name is Yi Liangchen. Li Xiaobai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Have the guts, within the ancient moon city, even if the rest of the several great clans have to give my Xia family 3 thin faces, you're still the first one who dares to talk to this young master like this. Xia Chuan's face was gloomy. There was actually someone in the city who was even more arrogant than him. In his eyes, Li Xiaobai was already a dead man. Surname Yi, if you break your own arm now and kneel in front of my big brother, perhaps my big brother will let you go as a fart once he's happy. Xia Lu was very proud. His own big brother made a move. He could already meet the scene of Dao Li Xiaobai kneeling in front of him. Hee. Ryakan loves to strike out at those who think they have outstanding strength. If you think you have the strength to play with me, Liangchen doesn't mind playing along. Chapter 65 Liangchen doesn't mind playing with you guys. The moment these words came out, all the people present sharply all sucked in a breath of cool air. This was too overbearing. The owner of the bathhouse was actually so domineering that he disliked the Xia family's male son without the slightest bit of weakness. Xia Chuan's nose is going to be askew. In the ancient Moon City, there has never been anyone who dares to fight with him in the mouth. But he can't talk about others. Grandma, who the hell is the bully? You're very talkative. I'll cut your tongue out in a minute and hope you're still so calm. The anger in Xia Chuan's eyes was burning. His aura surged around him, and his Jindan stage cultivation was exposed. With a shake of both palms, his figure instantly appeared in front of Li Xiaobai's near front. Black smoke surrounded him, and a pitch-black palm print struck Li Xiaobai's chest. Execution seal. Mr. Liangchen. Sita Yenyu was very nervous. Xia Chuan was a true Jindan stage expert in her eyes. This realm was something that she needed to pursue for the rest of her life. She wasn't sure if the injured Li Xiaobai would be able to receive this palm peacefully. But it turned out to be strength that limited her imagination. The clothes on his chest were burned in an instant, but the flesh inside was unharmed. Natsukawa's face changed. His attack was surprisingly ineffective, and he backhandedly drew out the sword at his waist. The cold light flashed and the sword chi flowed. It was extraordinary. The sword of warding off evil. The pitch-black sword chi pierced straight towards Li Xiaobai's brow at 0 distance. The sword chi came into contact with the flesh. Attribute points plus 300. Still pretty weak. Ka Qing. The passive skill of counter-injury was activated, and Xia Chuan's sword shuddered violently, and was instantly crumbled into powder, along with its tiger's mouth being shaken into a bloody mess. How is this possible? Xia Chuan's face was horrified. His Jindan stage cultivation actually couldn't hurt the other party in the slightest. The most crucial thing was that his medium-grade spirit weapon was actually shattered by the other party's physical body. What kind of strength was this? Liangchen has long said that in this world, the only one who can hurt Liangchen is Liangchen himself. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Attribute points, 400. After his defense had been raised to the 6th turn of the 9 turns indestructible golden body, he didn't care about these tiny attribute points at all anymore. The further one went, the more terrifying the attribute points needed, the more diverse the means of increasing attribute points naturally had to be. Relying solely on the cultivator's attacks to inflict damage to obtain attribute points would be too one-sided. Who the hell are you? Are you sent by the rest of the several families to oppose my Xia family? The strength of the opponent was so strong that Xia Chuan was astonished. He instantly thought of a recent sale the Xia family was negotiating, and it was rumored that the remaining families had the intention of messing up from it. Liangchen doesn't like to talk nonsense. You just need to remember that my name is Yi Liangchen. Li Xiaobai said. Very well. My Xia family will remember you. Today's revenge will be avenged another day. Xia Chuan's face was a bit grim. In just a few minutes, Li Xiaobai had made a fool of him. Not bad. Surnamed Yi. My Xia family is not something you can afford to offend. I will kill you within 3 days. Xia Lu also clamored. There's no harm in it. You can call everyone you know. Liangchen doesn't mind playing with you guys. And if I win, please get the hell out of the little store. Of course, if you stop, Liangchen will be grateful on his day. Li Xiaobai said indifferently, from the cultivation of these family disciples, the strength of the family of the ancient Moon City should not be strong. Hold up is the cultivation of the Yuaning stage. As long as not encountered Demoiselle Man, that kind of strength, basically no big problem. It's okay to make waves. Not bad. Hurry up and get lost. The face of the Xia family has been disgraced by you. Leah walked out of the house, said faintly, the Li family is also considered a large family, although it is not as wide as the Xia family's connections, but it is not false to the other side. You have made a note of what happened today. The Xia brothers' faces turned green with anger, but they were no match and could only leave in disgrace. Well, the little store continues to operate, and those who wish to take a dip, pay the fee and proceed to the bathhouse on your own. Li Xiaobai's old and pampered expression instantly captured the hearts of the female cultivators present. Handsome, strong, will make money, and a set of pride, such a man, it is really hard to find a lantern. The team again orderly into the soup can product. The Li family son Lia's time is also up. He only bought an hour of time, some reluctance, but also want to further dilly-dally. Brother Yi, I'm afraid there will be big trouble coming your way in the future. This Xia family is considered to be one of the biggest few families in the ancient Moon City. It is said that they have very close dealings with several other cities. No one dares to offend them in the ancient Moon City, even that annual quota of disciples going to the sacred demon sect to further their studies. This year the Xia family is taking up 3 of them. Leah shook her head and sighed. Traveling to the sacred demon sect to further your training? Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Brother Yi should know about the existence of the sacred demon sect, right? That's one of the top big sects in the northern domain, and quite a few nearby sects and cities would select talents to go there for higher level cultivation. Each clan in the city elected 1 young disciple from each clan to go to the holy demon sect. But this year, the Xia clan elected 3 disciples at once, forcibly occupying the Song clan's and Shou clan slots, and everyone dared to speak out in anger. The Xia family is not to be messed with, Leah said. Li Xiaobai remembers that there seems to be such a thing, occasionally heard people mention it on the street, but he was in a hurry to build a bathhouse to recover from his injuries, so he threw it out of his mind. Then it seems that one should have a boat ticket to return to the holy demon sect, and when the time comes, just follow the large group. At this moment, a few of our own senior brothers and sisters should have already arrived at the holy demon sect, right? With their cultivation speed, maybe when we meet again, all of them will be a party of great powers. Brother Yi, what do you think of this person under me? Leah suddenly said cheerfully. Brother Li is very good, without the pettiness of a hothouse flower, worth befriending, Li Xiaobai said. Then I wonder if Brother Yi could be accommodating and let me in for another bubble? Brother Li, pro brothers are clear about their accounts. You've already spent all your spirit stones, so it's better to go out early and line up. I'm the one who revealed the major information in the party. I'm sorry, but I was a little confused in the party and didn't hear anything. There was a peacefulness within the Tang Nang Yipin, and there was a constant flow of cultivators coming and going. However, more cultivators were taking some of the bath water with them on their way out. Even though Li Xiaobai had explained that water was just ordinary water, most people had been unconvinced and wanted to figure out how it worked. Quite a few people snapped away a small brick in addition to the water. After all, the entire bathhouse was constructed of nothing but water and stone bricks. As long as the mysteries were analyzed, their strength would be able to soar in the future. For these, Li Xiaobai is not the slightest bit worried. Whether it is building materials or pool water, are not what heavenly treasures. Soup can be a product in effect of the first condition is that this bathhouse must be built by their own personal. This one alone eliminates the possibility of being imitated. Just what he didn't know was that at this moment, a conspiracy against Tang Ningapin was quietly unfolding. The Xia family. Who is that bathhouse owner that he has no fear of my Xia family? And why is a bathhouse doing so much business? The Xia family head asked with a thoughtful expression on his face. Lord Father, that boss's name is Yi Liangchen, he is arrogant as hell, and said that he wants Child to find all the ones he knows to accompany him to have some fun. And as for that bathhouse, Child has already sent people forward to poke around. Chapter 66. Brother, your muscles are so developed. Inside the high hall of the Xia family, several people, father and son, were deliberating. The person Xia Chuan had sent out to spy on the news had returned, bringing back some water and stone bricks. Xia Zhouchuan, the head of the Xia family, carefully examined the water quality and the bricks, and even invited the elders of the clan to jointly appraise them. The final conclusion was that it was just a pile of ordinary materials, with no heavenly treasures mixed in. Why is this? Could it be that an ordinary bathhouse could really attract so many people? Xia Zhouchuan was a bit puzzled. The children of the families in the city didn't look like playthings, so how could so many people be addicted to them? I'm afraid it's just because the bathhouse is novel, and when the juniors lose interest in it, it's time to close down. The elders said. I didn't expect that a place to take a bath could actually attract so many people. But the scale of his bathhouse is still too small. We can totally rub it in and build a large-scale bathhouse. Circle a wave of spirit stones, wouldn't that be great? Not bad. It's a good time to get rich, we deserve to rub it in. The elders agreed, no one could ever have too much of this thing called spirit stones. As for that boss, you don't have to worry about it. I'll let the ones who are guests in the clan take care of it. In addition, the oldest 2 will soon return from Zhanyuan country after completing his studies. So you guys take it easy lately and try to cause as little trouble as possible, knowing that the holy demon sect's advancement quota is not so easy to keep. Xia Zhouchuan said indifferently. My child understands. Thank you, Father Sama. Well, go on down to. Early the next morning, Li Xiaobai leisurely opened his eyes. The bathhouse was still overcrowded, and instead of decreasing, the line outside the house had become longer. There is a vague tendency to line up across the street. Attribute points, 10,000. 1 day plus 1 night, not a bad battle. All points defense. Defense. 6th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 19,000 60,000. Status. Blood Demon Erosion General. One only needed to wait a few more days for the defense to advance, and the effects of the Blood Demon Erosion would be completely gone by then. Now the cultivators in the pool, basically all of them are handling the package for overnight service. In order to pull in more repeat customers, Li Xiaobai has not introduced the package for the day and month for the time being. After all, we are currently in the stage of pulling guests, repeat customers more, and then open a branch will have more people to come to the venue. Boss, don't you have a place to store your clothes? Yeah. It's awkward to hold in your hand, a cultivator asked, and many of the men in the pool who were more confident in their own bodies had already entered the bath state completely, placing their clothes aside and showing off their finely fitted and sturdy muscles, wanting to use this to attract the girls in the next-door women's bathhouse. It was almost time, everyone's packages were coming to an end, and in a few moments the female monks next door would be coming out, and this was their chance. The rest of the male cultivators, most of them still couldn't wipe their faces. The most crucial thing was that they had neglected the tempering of their physical bodies on weekdays, and didn't have sturdy muscles and sexy abs, and didn't dare to show them in front of the goddesses, and appeared to have some inferiority complexes. Looking at the pool of a group of the chicken blood-like cultivators, Li Xiaobai shook his head and lost his smile. A bathhouse actually let these cultivators love sinus. Oh, not yet. It will be set up later, Li Xiaobai said. There's a lot to learn about this bath, and the fact that you used to take off your clothes and be honest with yourselves shows that you have wisdom. So come back often in the future, and you'll realize more things. Boss speak? Could it be that this bathhouse is not a place that offers cultivation? The cultivators were puzzled. Naturally not, a bathhouse is a bath, and it would be too one-sided to use it just for cultivation. The water in this pool is clear, but you are very wary of each other. To put on clothes is to put on masks, and disguises to take off clothes is to remove the burdens and guards from your shoulders. People are honest with each other and get along with each other in the most relaxed manner, and this feeling is naturally in place. A real man. You can feel what kind of man he is by submerging his body in water. A bath is the best way to communicate. If a person is ruthless enough, he must be regardless of the temperature of the water, sitting to the bottom at once. If it is an indecisive person, he will slapdashly try the temperature of the water first while slowly immersed in the water. That's why it's important to look at people and soak them first. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with one soak. And if there is, then soak them twice. Li Xiaobai said. Hiss. Listening to the king is better than reading 10 years of books. I didn't expect the boss to have such insight. I've learned. The boss is so strong. I guess it's because of the frequent baths, right? Not bad. The boss resisted the attack of Jindan stage without any injury. He is definitely an extraordinary expert. Maybe people taking a bath are sensing the nature of heaven and earth. The monks sweated, not realizing that the pool was so deep. Just simply interpreting a bath as washing clean and accelerating cultivation was indeed one-sided on their part. Well, the packages for overnight stays are over and it's time for the next batch. Li Xiaobai watched the point and started to drive people away. The male cultivators dawdled and wobbled as they climbed out of the pool, as if they could grind their time waiting for something. Li Xiaobai naturally knew what they were thinking and smiled as he waited on the side. The more beauty these cultivators found inside the bathhouse, the stronger their sense of belonging to the bathhouse became, and the more they could not leave it in the future. Squeak! The door to the women's bathhouse opened. Situ Yenyu slowly walked out with many female cultivators, a lotus flower dainty and colorful, watching the male cultivators blush. The dozen or so cultivators who were ready to show off their bodies immediately stepped forward and began to pose furiously. Their muscles bulging high, looking heroic, their masculinity revealed. The female cultivators lowered their heads, their eyes unconsciously drifting towards where the male cultivators were, their mouths hanging with inexplicable smiles and their eyes swirling. Seeing this, the male cultivators worked even harder. Elder brother, you're doing well with those biceps. Hey, senior brother, your thigh quadriceps are quite developed. Not bad. The wind god leg technique hasn't been practiced in vain. However, senior brother still appreciates senior brother's abdominal muscles more. Like a piece of steel plate? Dare I ask if senior brother has a secret? How dare you? Senior brother's back muscles are the real mass wall separation. It's too shocking to look at. Senior brother still needs to learn more from you. Elder brother is wrong. This wave of Operation Li Xiaobai Si is dumbfounded. This gang of monks is also too shameless, actually business blow each other up. But look at this appearance, these female cultivators also eat this set. It's still too innocent. Such a simple setup to get looped in. Vaguely, the excited discussions of the female cultivators outside the door reached Li Xiaobai's ears. Sister Yun, did you see that? Those men were so handsome just now. If you ask me, the male cultivator in the center is the most handsome. Those abs are simply awesome. Che, there's nothing more handsome than the third from the left. That body is perfect. I'm coming back tonight. Sisters, lay low and look good. Chapter 67 Encountering Evil Cultivators Again. The numerous cultivators at the entrance had both eyes filled with excitement. Both men and women, at the moment, seemed to have found the goal of their soaking pursuits. It turns out that it is so simple to take a bath and show off your body to be able to let the goddesses in your heart have a kiss. In just an instant, the male cultivators were all flushed with excitement and made up their minds that after they returned, they would definitely be practicing a body-refining technique. These days, you can't say you're a real man without a few lumps on your stomach. The female cultivator had the same thought in her mind, since she would definitely be seen by the male cultivator when she went out of the bathhouse, who wouldn't want to appear in a perfect image. Quite a few female cultivators are not traceable. Look at their slightly thick calves. This cannot be, go back, must be strong and healthy, thin down the legs. Unconsciously, a body-refining fever was about to set off in the ancient moon city. But their little minds Li Xiaobai couldn't care less. Inside the Soup Energy first grade, Li Xiaobai was counting the spirit stones with a smile on his face. The bathhouse was too profitable. In just 1 or 2 days, the income had already broken 1,000 fast lower-grade spirit stones. $200 were distributed and handed to Situ Yenyu. Follow me. I won't treat you badly. Work hard. I think highly of you. Thank you, Mr. Liangchen. Situ Yenyu was overjoyed. She knew that the small store's turnover for a day was hundreds or thousands of spirit stones. But she had never thought that she could actually share some of them, and her heart was a little touched. Ahem, Gongzi, the old man's salary you see if you want to. Elder Situ Kong came over and kept rubbing his fingers together in a frantic hint. Old master, you have been soaking here for 2 days. Do you think this expense should be settled? Said Li Xiaobai with a smile. Ahem, the old man hasn't had his bath yet. Soak again. Situ empty resentfully climbed back into the pool. Laying down beside the old caller, chatting without a word. Boss, soak for 2 hours. 3 black-robed men walked in the doorway, masked and unrecognizable. Li Xiaobai frowned slightly as the 3 approached. He had an instinctive resistance and seemed to have some unexplained distaste for the few people he had never met before. What's going on here? You've never had a problem with money yourself. Those who come are grandfathers, they must be entertained. A few of you inside please. Li Xiaobai collected the spirit stones and smiled as he invited a few people inside. The 3 black-robed men didn't say a word and walked over to the corner of the pool and flopped in. Water splashed everywhere. The surrounding soaking cultivators were all shocked in their hearts. According to the boss, these 3 people were definitely the right kind of ruthless people. Li Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly, soaking a sit in the end, and not a word. I'm afraid that more points than a ruthless person is a wolf fire. The 3 black-robed men felt the water in the pool for a moment and sat up violently, all of them shocked in their hearts. This pool was surprisingly able to enhance their cultivation. Just by dipping for a while, they actually felt that the aura in their bodies had grown a tiny bit. It was too unbelievable. But soon, the black-robed man suppressed his emotions. They had come with a mission, and everything was prioritized by the mission. Boss, is there any good wine and food? The brothers are hungry, not bad for spirit stones. The black-robed man at the head said. Okay, wait a minute. Li Xiaobai quickly presented the wine and food on a tray and brought it to the front of the several black-robed men. Boss, who is it? Let's have some together. The black-robed man invited naturally, throwing out a few lower-grade spirit stones in his hand. These people really weren't poor masters. At that moment, Li Xiaobai also fetched a set of bowls and chopsticks and ate and drank with a few people. I'm a Zwan. Where is Zwan? Several people said they hadn't heard of it. It's just a little place called the Zwan district. The people in it are quite welcoming. It's rather poor and not worth mentioning. The boss has good cultivation, so I guess he's been in and out of dangerous places a lot. Generally average. Why does this pool possess the efficacy to enhance cultivation? I wonder if the boss can tell us a thing or two. We can bid for the formula and never spread it out. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. You're not the first to say so. This water is nothing special, it's just ordinary water. And it can give cultivators a boost in their cultivation because of the love I've injected into it. That's why it has this effect. The store does not prohibit customers from taking the water out. If you don't believe me, a few of you can take the water out and study it slowly. Li Xiaobai said cheerfully that the bathhouse was unique and could not be copied. So it is. A few people nodded slightly and ate slowly. Li Xiaobai wanted to say something else, but suddenly his heart was startled, and the system panel values in front of him began to jump. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. Hiss, there's poison in this meal. Li Xiaobai's heart instantly understood. No wonder he always felt that he looked at these three people a little bit bad. So the other party was rushing towards himself. Taking advantage of his inattention, he secretly poisoned the meal and wanted to kill himself. So he was really insidious and poisonous. No need to ask. This must be sent by the Xia family's son. The poison is still almost interesting though. Attribute points, 1000. Plus defense. Defense. 6th turn of the 9 turns of the undying golden body, 20,000, 60,000. Why are you guys just eating and not eating the food? Come and eat the food. Don't be polite. It's all what you ordered, don't waste it. Li Xiaobai smilingly chucked the several plates of dishes in his hand into the bowls of several black-robed men. In an instant, the black-robed man's face turned green, but the mission was not won, and he had to continue pretending, so he had no choice but to eat the dish cleanly. Does the boss drink? The black-robed man asked. Drink. The black-robed man poured the wine. Li Xiaobai's eyes were firmly fixed on the movements of his hands, but he couldn't find anything. A few bowls of wine went down, it was nothing strong. Not even a strong drink. Attribute points plus 200. Attribute points plus 200. Here we go again. Li Xiaobai's heart was clear. The other party was definitely instructed to come and kill people. He did not see how the other party poisoned himself at all. He did have 2 skills. Drops. Detecting that the host has been continuously attacked by the power of Blood Demon Erosion. Acquiring the skill Blood Demon Metamorphosis True Solution. Blood Demon Yuanhua True Solution. Able to explode the blood chi of the Blood Demon Yuanshen, the power soars in a short period of time. It can affect space and time and mess with people's minds. After using it, the Blood Demon Yuanshen falls into a period of weakness for a short period of time. Hiss. The power of Blood Demon Erosion. Li Xiaobai was shocked in his heart. The black-robed man used the same poison technique as the demoiselle man, only the power difference was not 1.5 stars, and it was definitely the demoiselle man's henchman, undoubtedly 0. Was this the revenge of the Xia family, or had he already been discovered by the demoiselle? Li Xiaobai's head was a bit confused. He had to try it out. A few of you have a good capacity for alcohol among the people Liang Chan knows. Other than Zhang Rui of the Heavenly Martial Sect, you guys are the most capable of drinking. Chapter 68, The Not-So-Smart Evil Cultivator. Zhang Rui was the name he had left for the demoiselle that day. The other party must be doing their best to track down this person right now, and if these black-robed men were the demoiselle's men, they must know this name. As expected, the movements of the hands of the several black-robed men visibly lurched when they heard this name. The boss knows Zhang Rui? The black-robed man at the head sounded slightly agitated. Not bad. I've seen it a few times. Zhang Rui's strength is good. But unfortunately his character is too bad to be a friend. Li Xiaobai shook his head and sighed, and a few black-robed men with surprised eyes glanced at each other. Tea please, boss. The black-robed man at the head once again handed over a bowl of tea. Li Xiaobai drank it all in one go, and the attribute points of the system panel Blood Demon Erosion stopped jumping. It was a bowl of antidote to poison. Li Xiaobai secretly laughed in his heart. This group of evil cultivators are also stupid and cute. Sending poison and antidote, the brain is not very good look. Boss, can you tell us about this Zhang Rui? The brothers are also looking for him. Truth be told, he owes us a lot of resources. We've been looking for him to pay off his debt. The black-robed man once again handed over a bowl of tea, still with the antidote. Finding Zhang Rui is a big task. Whoever can find that properly can be added to the title. The achievement of a party of great power is not impossible. These black-robed men were only at the Jindan stage of strength, and originally they just wanted to feel the fish, not expecting to find Zhang Rui. But now it was different. They had actually stumbled upon someone who knew Zhang Rui. The three instantly realized that this was their chance. If they grabbed it, I'm afraid that they would have no worries about food and clothing for most of their lives in the future. At that moment, they also did not dare to be slow. Bowl after bowl of antidote tea handed over. They were really afraid of accidentally poisoning Li Xiaobai to death. Compared to the Xia family's insignificant personal grudges, to find Zhang Rui is the top priority. This Zhang Rui is a true disciple of the Heavenly Martial Sect. His strength is extraordinary. I heard that when the Divine Beast Mountain Range rioted recently, he went to join in the fun and got a lot of good stuff. Only this person's character is too bad. Always like to pit and kill opponents and seize each other's space rings. This is not a good habit. I have advised him many times, but this person is obsessed with money and can't listen to advice. How many of you have a grudge against him? The black-robed man was instantly overjoyed as Li Xiaobai spoke with reason. Good strength recently appeared in the Divine Beast mountain range, still called Zhongrui, no doubt properly that Lord is looking for. Hey, can't talk about great hatred. Our space ring was taken away by it. There are relics left in it when the father of the family passed away. It is necessary to get it back. A few people were even more enthusiastic, pulling Li Xiaobai and started chatting about everything. Through conversation, Li Xiaobai judged that these three people were 100% the disciples of the Demoiselle Man, and the other party was searching for Zhang Rui with all their might. The three black-robed men should be evil cultivators from outside the city, with some connection to the Xia family, and were regarded as sitting guests by the Xia family. The black-robed man at the head was called Zuoda, and the remaining two black-robed men were called Zuaer and Zuasan, which were the three brothers. Originally came to kill themselves, just did not expect casually a name, not only let their intention to kill all, but also with their own good friends. Sure enough, this path of immortal cultivation, the water is very deep. Even if they are teammates in the enemy's house, as long as they are operated properly, they can become their own brothers. AI, more friends, more roads. Also, meeting is fate. I will help you find Zhang Rui. He's too bouncy, and it would be good for a few of you to educate him. Li Xiaobai's eyes were deep and infinite, as if he was nostalgic for his former best friend. I'm sorry, Zhang Rui. We don't have anyone else to pit against but you. So please resist all. There's no talk of education, we're just trying to get back what's ours, Zuoda said smilingly. For a moment, the bathhouse was, once again, full of harmony. The rest of the cultivators also settled down when they saw this. The boss was right. There was nothing that a soaking bath couldn't solve. After just soaking for a while and chatting, a few of the black-robed men transformed from murderous anger to a kind face. Soaking was amazing. The old barker listened carefully throughout, the divine aura in his eyes as he heard something of great interest. I didn't expect that after dozens of years, the heavenly martial sect would still have such talent, with the demeanor of the old man back then. The old caller mumbled something and passed out comfortably. The few evil cultivators chatted for a while longer and began to enter the mode of serious cultivation. This time they had reaped a great harvest. Not only had they discovered such a marvelous bathhouse, but they had also harvested intelligence news about Zhang Rui. Li Xiaobai returned to the counter and gazed at the system panel in front of him. Drops. Detected the host unlocking the achievement. A family of cultivators in the world. Reward. 1 elixir of justice, 1 elixir of mischief. Elixir of justice. After taking it, one's heart is bent on doing good. The value of justice is bursting. One's head is full of thoughts of doing good, and one's body is uncomfortable if one doesn't do good for a day. Elixir of mischief. After taking it, you will be bent on mischief, your evil value will explode, your head will be full of thoughts of messing things up, and you will feel uncomfortable if you don't mess things up for a day. Note: there is no restriction on the taking of the elixir. It can be taken by all living beings in the world. This elixir is a bit interesting, a righteous elixir and an evil elixir. This thing definitely can't be taken by itself. It will have to find a suitable candidate later. Eyes unconsciously glanced to the side of the second dog who was swimming in the pool. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. This little broken dog is mysterious, although usually silly, but the battle in the Divine Beast mountain range manifested the extraordinary strength. If you give it a justice elixir, in the future maybe it will die to follow himself. The little broken dog seemed to have sensed something and trembled, his eyes staring at Li Xiaobai with a wary face. It had a bad feeling about it. Come here for a minute, 2 dogs, and I'll give you a tasty treat. Li Xiaobai shook the pill in his hand and said with a smile. Woof woof woof. The little broken dog blew up. It had stayed under Li Xiaobai for a few days just because the smell of the shard attracted it, but Li Xiaobai seemed to have taken it as a pet and named it randomly, and now he was trying to trick it into taking pills of unknown origin, so it was bound to be no good. Nicholas 2 dogs is no pushover. This casual elixir looks like a Shibei product. It has a better collection here ready to share with Li Xiaobai. Woof woof woof. Rolling over and getting off the ground, the little ragged dog shook the water droplets on its body, showing contempt in its eyes, and barked a few times at Li Xiaobai. That meant the pill was nothing good, it had something better, signaling the other to follow it. You want me to go out with you? Woof woof woof. I'm making money here. Don't make a mess. Woof woof woof. There's a baby? Chapter 69 Nicholas 2 Dog. Somehow, Li Xiaobai felt that he could understand the meaning conveyed by the barking dog. Could it be that he had, without realizing it, opened the second chakra and learned to speak dog? Woof woof woof. Okay. Liangchen will accompany you on your journey. This little ragged dog is no ordinary dog, and can't even look at a righteous elixir. The treasure it spoke of would surely not be mortal. Li Xiaobai instructed a few words towards Situ Yenyu. The store was temporarily handed over to her to look after, and then followed the little broken dog and disappeared outside the door in a puff of smoke. Inside the store, in the bathhouse, a group of cultivators were all astonished. All of them were subdued by this operation of Li Xiaobai. Is it possible for two species to converse so fluently? Is this the culture of soaking? The dog in the party was also soaking in the pool. It must have been because of that he was able to communicate with the boss without any obstacles. Thinking of this, the monks began to soak more intently. The boss honestly did not deceive them. Soaking was truly the best way to communicate in the world. Streets. The little ragged dog kept sniffing and sniffing ahead, seemingly searching for something. Is there really a treasure? Woof woof woof. More precious than this potion of mine? Woof woof woof. Where did this baby come from on these streets? Woof woof woof. The little broken dog's eyes flashed with a cunning light. Li Xiaobai was able to understand the dog's language naturally because of its ability. Although he was unable to mouth human words for the time being, it was still a trivial task to make humans understand what he meant. Li Xiaobai would believe it and followed the little broken dog into a small alley with 7 turns. The alley was empty, not a soul in sight, and the little ragged dog went to the end and jumped, looking excited, signaling Li Xiaobai to dig up the dirt on the ground. Li Xiaobai moved closer to feel what seemed to be a pungent odor coming from the air. He himself did not know how to cultivate and could not distinguish between herbs, but this was clearly not a mortal item even if it was buried under the ground, and the odor it gave off could be conveyed to the ground. This is it. Woof woof woof. Step aside and wait for me to dig through it, Li Xiaobai said, not noticing the teasing look that flowed from the little broken dog on the side. A fully automatic Luoyang shovel was exchanged in the system mall. Fully automated Luoyang shovel. It can automate shoveling, consuming 1 lower grade spirit stone per minute. The higher the power, the higher the grade of spirit stone consumed. 30 medium grade spirit stones. Note: an inch is as long as it is strong. Taking out the Luoyang shovel and putting in a lower grade spirit stone, the head of the shovel began to rapidly turn up, and the ground was suddenly filled with broken soil and smoke. So that's how the spatula works, and it does come in handy. A small, dark pit revealed itself, unable to see what was inside, just about the size of an arm that could pass through it. The little ragged dog lunged over, seemingly wanting to snatch the treasure, and Li Xiaobai grubbed it aside with a slap. The baby is mine. Don't grab it. I'll give you a divine elixir later. Looking at the little broken dog's slightly anxious appearance, Li Xiaobai was even more convinced in his heart that this was definitely a treasure. Reach into the hole and start fishing for the treasure. Hee hee, you're very good. It's not in vain that I brought you out of the divine beast mountain range. Li Xiaobai hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely. His fingers touched something, and his face rejoiced as he found it. Reaching out to touch it, the thing was soft and kind of wet, and a pinch dented it right into a patch. What is this thing? It doesn't look like a spiritual weapon or a spiritual medicine. Can't read it. Drawing his hand back, he carefully surveyed the goo on his fingers, yellowish, sticky and wet. Asked under the nose, a rich and pungent fishy odor came. Smoked Li Xiaobai straight rolled his eyes. Is this show? Woof woof woof. The little ragged dog grinned a silly grin and turned on a dime to run wildly outward, taking the road. Blood demon metamorphosis true solution. Set it for me. Li Xiaobai burst into a rage. He was brushed off by a dog, and after going through all the trouble and spending 30 pieces of inferior spirit stones, he actually just fished out such a thing. No comment. Dog meat tonight. The blood-colored breath instantly swept through the entire alley. The little broken dog's movements stiffened in an instant, and it fell straight to the ground, the look of fear flickering in its eyes. It saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood and countless white bones in the mist of blood. Come back, Li Xiaobai said with a sullen face. Woof woof woof. The little broken dog was honest. The power of the blood demon Yuan Xin made it a little frightened. Tell me, how do you fix it? Eat it, if you can eat it, we are still good friends, Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Woof woof. Excited, without saying a word, the little ragged dog ran to the hole and eliminated the unidentified object inside in 3 tries. Looking at it beautifully licked his tongue. Li Xiaobai heart for no reason a burst of evil cold. Grandmother. Really is a dog cannot change to eat? Forget it. Business is business. Open your mouth. The little broken dog opened its mouth and Li Xiaobai threw the elixir in his hand into its mouth. This is the justice pill. If you eat it, you will become very righteous. Carefully observing the changes in the little broken dog, the little broken dog turned around in place twice, and did not seem to feel anything, only to open his mouth. This person and the dog were all shocked. Mother this stupid lack of kid actually forced Lord Air Dogsy to eat Xiang. Oh no, it's Xianjin. This revenge Lord Air Dogsy took note of it. He will be avenged in the future. At these words, the alley was silent. I can talk? Was that Lord Two Dogs talking just now? The little broken dog looked shocked. Hey, you tell me. Li Xiaobai happily looked at the second dog. This elixir was really extraordinary. It was able to make the second dog spit out human words. He, kid. Don't always count on the minutiae. Your family's Lord Two Dogs is destined to soar. And being able to come into contact with Lord Two Dogs' immortal treasures ahead of time is considered a blessing for you. This time the matter is over. Don't worry. Lord Two Dogs never reopens old scores. Well, you're right about everything. It is indeed a blessing for me. Li Xiaobai cleaned the body clothes, still happy. This broken dog does not know. Unknowingly, it has been arranged clearly. After taking the elixir of justice, you will have to do good things in the future, and you won't have a chance to cheat people. Li Xiaobai's appearance was very abnormal. The little broken dog was a little suspicious and wanted to say something more, but the words changed when they came out of his mouth. Woof, who's so uncivic-minded as to dig a hole in the ground. Lord Two Dogs to fill it in. The elixir soon began to take effect, and the second dog got down to the side of the hole and began to frantically fill it with dirt. Shock was written all over his face. Kid, what kind of elixir did you give me, and why does Lord Two Dogs have an inexplicable urge to do good? Chapter 70 Opening of the Xia family's first grade. The second dog realized that things were a bit wrong, and his heart was inexplicably bursting with a sense of justice, which is not its style. The justice elixir, it will keep you doing good. Woof! Don't you dare screw Lord Two Dogs. Two Dogs, it's a wonderful and dangerous world out there. And there are a lot of people in this world who need help. And you are the only dog who can help them, because you are justice personified. That's right. Lord Two Dogs is the embodiment of justice. Lord Two Dogs will do good. The second dog was hot and spitting, and couldn't wait to rush out. At the same time, the noisy yelling on the street reached Li Xiaobai's ears. Xia family, a big bathhouse, officially opened. The first day of the whole half price. Absolutely comfortable. Walk by don't miss. The first rank of the Xia family? Why does that name sound so familiar? Li Xiaobai followed the sound and looked. A huge store opened on the street. The size of the store is almost catching up with the restaurant, and it is also a small two-story building, not knowing how many times bigger than his own Tang Nanyi Pin. The Xia family's first-class bathhouse, just opened, was bursting with popularity, and many cultivators flocked into it to pay their fees for the experience. Through the Ichiban experience, basically everyone in town already knows about the wonders of soaking. Although the several great clans had yet to unlock the secrets in the bathhouse, things like being able to increase one's cultivation level were already there for all to see. This Xia family actually opened a bathhouse. Could it be that they've gotten their hands on the boss's formula? Maybe it's the other way around, using other tactics too. But looking at the scale, the boss can't compare it to the Xia family. This building is able to accommodate thousands of people at a time, to say the least. No argument. I'm chartering a room here tonight. Hey, me too. Maybe the efficacy of the Xia clan's bath is stronger than that of the soup. Can one piece to come. Walk up. The cultivators were very excited and rushed into the stores of the Xia family's first grade, during which Li Xiaobai also saw quite a few old acquaintances. Even Li Ye, the son of the Li family, was running away to experience it. Li Xiaobai coldly laughed in his heart. Actually appeared imitators. The Xia family is also some shameless, actually rubbing his own heat, wanting to circle fast money. But it's not going to be that easy. He didn't believe that the Xia family would be able to come up with a pool that could enhance a cultivator's cultivation. And even if they were able to do so, it would cost countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And the skills provided by the system don't cost anything at all. As long as the bathhouse is built by your own hands, you are able to have this effect. We'll see which of the two is better after tonight. Back at the Tunnen Ichiban, the house looks a little sluggish. Two dogs ran out to do good things, may not be when to come back according to the broken dog's urine. go out to do good things to be beaten to death is more likely. Store guests at this time has gone out. They have received the Summer Family a product today opening discount promotion news. The Summer Family is a large family. Financial strength and strength are not soup can be a product opening compared to. Luxurious decoration, foreign-style bathhouse. Immediately attracted countless fans. The monks were very self-conscious and ran off to enjoy the high-end life services. At this moment, in the store, other than Situ's grandchildren, only the old caller and a few female cultivators were left. Mr. Liangchen, the guests are... Situ Yenyu looked anxious. The cultivators who had been soaking peacefully actually ran out in a flash. I'm afraid that today's turnover will shrink by half. I already know. A Xia family first-class bathhouse has opened next door, and the cultivators are all being diverted there. So what are we going to do? Go out and get a guest? There is no need to go to that trouble. After tonight, the guests will automatically return, go and cultivate in the pool, and come back to the store tomorrow. In addition, coordinate how many customers are still in the store, and directly give them a monthly VIP membership, and in the month to come, the small store leaves a place for them to come and soak at any time, free of charge. Okay, I understand. Situ Yenyu went down to prepare. Unimpressed by the guests' exodus, Li Xiaobai smiled and walked to the pool, ready to relax and unwind. After the cultivators had realized that the Xia family's bathhouse wasn't of much use other than soaking, they still had to obediently return to his Soup Energy one-piece small store. Only then, it won't be so easy to get in. Casually modify the price points on the wall. Men's bathhouse. 1 medium-grade spirit stone per half hour. Chartered accommodation. 8 middle-grade spirit stones. Female bathhouse. 1 medium-grade spirit stone per hour. Chartered accommodation. 6 medium-grade spirit stones. This piece of middle-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. The price has doubled dozens of times more. I'm afraid that those cultivators who left today are going to regret it in their intestines. Boss, this is a good operation. The price has doubled dozens of times. I'm afraid that those cultivators will only be even more frantic to enter the bubble bath. You couldn't have deliberately waited for this moment to raise the price, right? The old caller said lazily. At this time he washed himself inside and out. If he did not wear the tattered clothes, it still looks like some immortal appearance. Oh, routine operation is just not worth mentioning. To the old man, how did not go to that newly opened Xia family one product? Li Xiaobai asked smilingly. That goes without saying. What kind of relationship did the old barker have with the owner? How could he abandon it just because a new store opened up in the city? Hee hee. The old man is doing this because he doesn't have any spirit stones in his pockets. Right? Hey, see through not to say break it. The old Hollister France but very top boss you. The Summer family a product to follow the trend to rub hot spots cannot hold too long, or soup can be a product has a future. The old man's vision is good. Soup can one piece in the future is going to be a continent-wide chain existence. Li Xiaobai was so proud that he could already envision that day, when Tang Nang Yipin became the strongest chain store. Everywhere on the immortal spirit continent, the shadow of Tang Nang Yipin could be found, and the cultivators of the entire continent took pleasure in soaking in the bath every day, paying countless spirit stones daily. It was really counting spirit stones until his hands went limp. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. On the side of the old man Situkong he strange smile. Just 2 days in the world, he has already fought with the old caller. Older people tend to have more in common with each other, such as when a beauty is out of the bath, older people never care about the face. Soak your body in the pool all relaxed. Attribute points, 2000. All points defense. Defense, 6th turn of the 9 turns of the indestructible golden body. 22,000, 60,000. Status, blood demon erosion general. At the same time, in the Xia family's first grade, numerous cultivators entered the pool with great anticipation, which at first glance was made of heavy gold, inlaid with gold rims and silk, not only rich and expensive, but also comfortable. It was just that there seemed to be something wrong with the water in this pool. Why didn't they feel any increase in aura after soaking in? Could it be that the soak wasn't long enough for the pool to take effect? Chapter 71 Who is the King of the Bubble Bath? The Xia family's first-class bathhouse was personally created by Xia Zhouchuan, the head of the Xia family. After discovering the market for bubble baths, he joined with several elders of the clan to immediately begin work on preparing for the circle of money. With the influence of the Xia family, a bathhouse was remodeled in the shortest possible time, the Xia family one-piece. The outside is covered with damask and satin, and the inside is covered with gold silk and jade, so it can be said that it is rich and magnificent to the extreme. coupled with the fact that today is just open half-price promotional activities, every half hour just need to pay 25 lower-grade spirit stone can instantly attracted a huge number of cultivators into the interior. The interior of the bathhouse is divided into men's and women's bathhouses, and the layout is highly consistent with that of Tun and Ichiban, except that it is many times larger in terms of space. The cultivators felt cordial and still had a familiar smell. Only when they sank their bodies into the pool, they had a blank expression. The imagined state where the aura in the body flowed on its own didn't come out. Everything was the same as usual, just soaking in the pool, the body was warm and comfortable. But what's the point? It's not like they're really here to take a bath. A bathhouse that can't help with cultivation is soulless. Brother, why do I feel that this pool water is no different from ordinary water? Can you cultivate it? No, this pool water isn't the same as Tang Nang E pins. It doesn't help with cultivation. I have no feeling either, we shouldn't be pitted. A plain bathhouse has charged me 25 spirit stones? Definitely being punked. Grandma. This Xia family is simply heartless. Could it be that they think that they can charge huge amounts of money by decorating the bathhouse in a flashy way? No, I'm not taking a dip. Return the spirit stones to me. 2. The monks, sensing that something was wrong with the pool, immediately flipped out and wanted their money back. The steward of the Xia family, to understand the cause of the heart, was shocked. Their side actually did not inquire about the opening of the business. This matter is not good. Gentlemen, wait a moment, this time it is our dereliction of duty. Your soaking time extension all extends for half an hour. The formula for the seasoning to increase cultivation will be carried out immediately for placement. Please wait a little. After the steward pacified the crowd, he immediately went to Xia Zhouchuan's room to report on the matter. This is a major intelligence news error. Soup can be a product of the pool water is actually able to effectively enhance the cultivation. But that day when the inspection, this water is clearly not any characteristics, just ordinary water. Quickly go and bring the elder here, and also, find those 2 rebellious sons as well. Xia Zhouchuan was angry, but right now was not the time for accountability. Thousands of cultivators were still waiting in the bathhouse, and a practical way must be given to get through today. 1 minute later, several people were gathered in the house. 2 rebellious sons. They didn't inquire about anything. The reason why that Tang Nung E Pin's bathhouse is so hot is because their bathhouse possesses the efficacy of aiding cultivation. Everyone hurry up and think of a countermeasure. This first wave of guests today must be stabilized. Otherwise, losing money is small. Losing reputation is big. The big family, reputation is above everything. If people are less fearful of them, the authority of this big family will invariably cut a lot. How about putting in some cultivation materials? Although it's more costly, at least it can stabilize these cultivators. An elder said that as long as the first wave of guests were stabilized, there would still be a chance later. No, our bathhouse is too large. If we put in materials for all of it, it will be a huge drain on resources, and we will only lose more money then. This method can only be a last resort. Lose money if you can, and think of something else. You 2 rebellious sons. Hurry up and think of something. Xia Zhouchuan's tiger's eyes rounded as he angrily rebuked. An aura of solemnity filled the room, and Xia Lu and Xia Chuan were shocked into a cold sweat. The 2 of them were also confused. What the hell? Yi Liangshan's bathhouse could assist in cultivation. This was something they hadn't heard of. Lord Father, this matter is really unknown to us. That pool water was indeed gotten from the surname Yi. Who would have thought that it had a cultivation effect? As far as my child knows, Yi Liangshan doesn't care about cultivators taking his water source. Perhaps we can take out the water from the Tangnang first grade for our own use. Perhaps we can temporarily compensate for not being able to cultivate. Natsukawa said. The butler will take care of this matter. Arrange for good people, and make sure to get all the water from the Yuninipin family. Understood. My subordinate will do it. The rest of you, come with me at once to pacify the guests, and be sure to stabilize them. Soup can be within a pint. Li Xiaobai is lazily soaking in the bath, and the old barker is very extraordinary, basically can talk about anything, and has a wide range of knowledge. It's just that whenever he tries to find out his identity and strength, this old man always likes to brag about it, and his cowhide is going up to the sky. The doorway came in a few people. The head is a hair-white old man, looks and colorful, hands and feet between the extraordinary temperament. A look is from the world of the big family out. Coming up here is opening the door. Boss, can you sell this pool water recipe? Spirit stones at will. Price is not a problem. The white-haired old man laughed. The soup can 1 piece is only for soaking, not for any other business. Plus, who would sell the capital of their fortune? Li Xiaobai cast a sidelong glance at the old man and said indifferently. Then can this pool of water be sold to us? The old man was still all smiles. To soak in my place for half an hour is a middle-grade spirit stone. You can't afford it. Li Xiaobai pointed to the price on the wall. This is a bit expensive, right? The Xia family next door's first grade is only 25 lower grade spirit stones. The old uncle was stunned, came in hasty, really did not notice the price on the wall, half an hour to ask for a piece of middle grade spirit stone. This store is even more black than the Xia family first grade. Then go next door to Xia's house. I don't welcome poor people here. Li Xiaobai looked languid, and the old man was choking on it. How can you talk to Elder Chun? Do you know who Elder Chun is? Believe it or not, I'll rip your mouth off. Several followers were not happy and wanted to teach Li Xiaobai a lesson. In their opinion, there is nothing that the Xia family wants that they can't get. This boss in front of them should respectfully present the formula with both hands. A few of you are welcome to come to Tang Nang Yipin, but what you guys said today, Liangshan dislikes. If you're here for trouble, Ryakan doesn't mind playing with you. Li Xiaobai's face sank. He was already able to guess where this group of people came from. Shut up, all of you, and step aside for no talking. A few followers wanted to say something else, but they were stopped by Elder Chun. This boss is different from the average person and cannot be treated with common sense. Right now, solving the burning problem of the Xia family's first product was the top priority. Not the time to care about these details. Boss Yi, the subordinates are unintelligent. I'll apologize to you on their behalf. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. I'll buy the water in this pool. How about it? Deal. Chapter 72 Losing Money. 100 medium-grade spirit stones bought away a pool of foot-washing water. Li Xiaobai was going crazy with joy in his heart. This old man is a real talent. I don't know what he thinks. Needless to ask, this must be sent by the Xia family. I'm afraid that the problem of the other party's bathhouse not being able to cultivate had already been discovered by the cultivators. That's why the gang was in a hurry to come to Tang Nang Yipin to buy away the soaking bath water. Chun Bo took out a storage bag and collected as much of the water in the pool as he could, and after slightly clasping his fists, he left with a few followers. Li Xiaobai hemmed and hawed, flipping his wrist. The water in his space ring poured out, and the pool was once again filled. This is as much water as you want from the moat outside the city. Woof, boy, your Lord Two Dogs is back. Tired of your Lord Two Dogs. It's not easy to do a good deed. Outside the door, the little ragged dog waddled in and rolled over to soak into the pool. This dog can talk? Elder Situ empty-faced surprised, with the little ragged dog know for a period of time, but really did not find that the other party can talk. The old barker was also staring at the little ragged dog with some playfulness. Woof, you're the dog. Your whole family is a dog. Your Lord Nicholas Two Dogs is a supreme being. Hearing Sichikong's words, the second dog immediately exploded. The crowd was speechless. What good have you done? Li Xiaobai asked. The IQ of this broken dog is worrying. Next door to the Xia family, a lot of people throw away unwanted clothes. It's just a waste. Lord Air Dog gave all those clothes to the poor. The second dog was so proud of itself that it felt it had done a heavenly good deed, helping hundreds of poor people at one time, and running back and forth dozens of times, which wore it out. But that succession of voices of thanks was a great satisfaction to its righteous heart. This is indeed a great thing. Li Xiaobai's face was odd. Shajiapin was a bathhouse. I'm afraid that Erdogzi had taken all those customers' clothes. This was good. By the time the cultivators realized that they were about to live a life without clothes, they would definitely raise a ruckus, and would then be able to cause no small amount of trouble for the Xia family. This justice is a good potion, very powerful. Robbing from the rich and giving to the poor, very strong. It's a righteous dog. The two old men are also a thumbs up to praise in succession. The two dogs are very flattered. Vanity is greatly satisfied. Second dog, within the city, there is a clear class division, and the families only think about their own interests but never look at the bigger picture, causing the poor in the city to become poorer and poorer, the rich to become richer and richer, and the conflicts to become more and more drastic. Don't you think we should do something? Li Xiaobai turned on the lulling mode. The righteous two dogs couldn't hold back once he heard it. That's right. As the messengers of justice, we have to do something. Kid, you tell me, how? We're going to use the Soup Energy One-Piece bathhouse to create a city of harmony and commonwealth. I'll be responsible for making Soup Energy One Piece bigger and stronger. And you'll be in charge of messing things up and suppressing the competition. Two dogs. This city needs you. Don't worry. It's done. Lord Two Dogs is going to make the people's lives better. The heart of justice would not allow it to continue wasting time in the bathhouse any longer, and after a short rest, the second dog scurried out once more. At the same time, several figures once again walked in outside the door. "Boss, is the bathhouse recipe for sale?" These people Li Xiaobai had never seen before, but the moment he opened his mouth it was a familiar flavor. "Not for sale. And can this pool of water be sold? I'm going to go cheap on this half-hourly price of 1 medium-grade spirit stone and count you 120 medium-grade spirit stones." "Sang." The visitor was decisive, without the slightest hesitation, cleanly delivered the spirit stones, collected the water in the bathhouse, and departed. Li Xiaobai flipped his wrist and the pool was once again filled. It's really going to be fun. The ordinary 2 pools of water were actually sold at a price of 200 medium-grade spirit stones. This Xia family was also stupid enough. "Boss? Getting rich? Master, get rich." Li Xiaobai also did not take a bath, sitting and waiting for the Xia family to come to the door to buy water again. He had already figured out the other party's routine. The Xia family's one product was too large. A pool of water could not satisfy the other party's needs. The other party would definitely send different people to come and buy a few more times, until the Xia family's one product was filled up. As expected, a few minutes later, a few more people entered the store and asked for water. Li Xiaobai was naturally full of welcome, and after some bargaining, the price of 150 medium-grade spirit stones was sold. Throughout the afternoon plus dusk, Tang Nangipin came in dozens of waves of people, all of whom came to buy water, totaling a spirit stone intake of more than 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Situ Yenyu received the spirit stone with trembling fingers. This kind of huge sum of money, she dared not even think about it in her life. This stuff is more profitable than running a bathhouse. Basic operation, not worth a tan. You grandparents and grandchildren will be paid 100 medium-grade spirit stones each. Same time, inside the Xia family's first grade, Xia Zhouchuan leisurely sat on the eunuch's chair and sipped tea. His own incompetent son is finally reliable for a time. The soup can be a product of the water to buy over their own use, enough to appease this wave of guests. This water can temporarily last a few days, enough to crack the secrets of the Xia family. In a couple of days, when the half-price event ends and the price is doubled, Xia Jiaipin will definitely be a cash cow for the day. Xia Zhouchuan was immersed in a beautiful dream when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "It's no good, family master. That soup energy one piece sold us just ordinary river water. It doesn't help with cultivation at all. And the guests are all in an uproar." "What did you say?" At this point, the bathhouse had been full of curses for a long time. The steward swore to assure him that this water was definitely the same water as the soup energy first grade, and could help with cultivation. But after waiting for a long time, the pressure was not useful at all. Not only that, the middle cultivator also smelled a sour smell of feet from the water. "This will not be tolerated. Mother this Xia family is so not a thing, fooling us with foot-soaking water. This water is clearly the same foot-washing water you used. It's simply an insult to us cultivators. Even if we return the spirit stones today, we won't buy it. We must be given a statement." "Not bad. A statement must be given. Could it be that just because the Xia family is a big family they can bully people at will?" "Bro, no comment. This is a proper shady store. Smash it. I'm the son of the Li family. Leah. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Smash it for me. I'm the Sun family's eldest miss, Sun Xia. Give this miss to smash this black store. I am the young master of the Wang family." Chaos reigned within the Xia clan's first grade, with a few sons of the great families leading the charge to cause trouble, inciting other cultivators to demolish this black store. All came out from the family. When did they receive this kind of anger? Even if the other party was the Xia family, it was impossible to be kind today. Chapter 73. Where are the fairies' clothes? Xia Zhouchuan had one head and 4 big ones, and the rest of the family elders also had gloomy faces. They've been screwed by the owner of Tunan Ichiban. Who would have thought that what the other party was selling was just plain water, which could not provide for cultivation at all? "Uncle Chun, quickly bring someone back to the family to transport the primordial spirit herbs over. No matter what, the family's reputation can't be damaged. Let's just last through tonight first." "Yes." In the bathhouse, a group of family elders rushed to the hall to calm the crowd once again. "Gentlemen, the situation that has arisen is also something we didn't anticipate. In order to make up for it, everyone's soaking time has been adjusted to a chartered stay. Our butler has already traveled to the family to transport the elixir, and in a quarter of an hour, it will be put into the bathhouse. I still ask you all to trust the Xia family for once. Xia Zhouchuan's sincerity was sufficient, and the clamor within the bathhouse gradually subsided, 25 lower-grade spirit stones, in exchange for a large amount of Xia family cultivation resources, counting but they had earned it. The immortal cultivation world was ultimately still a circle where strength and interests were paramount. Since the Xia family was willing to give a huge amount of compensation, they were also willing to wait, and since they could charter a room anyway, what was the harm in waiting? The Xia family is a prestigious family, but this is just a means that is not to be complimented. Could it be that the family head thinks that by taking away his daughter's personal clothing, he will be able to keep his daughter here? A clear, cold voice floated out from within the women's bathhouse. This voice, Wang family Miss Wang Ruoxian. Isn't Fairy Wang furthering her training in the Hinayana sect? Why did she come back? I didn't realize that Fairy Wang was also present in this bathhouse. Indeed, taking a bath is the best way to communicate. The boss honestly didn't deceive me. Xia Zhouchuan was shocked in his heart. He recognized this voice. He didn't expect the Wang family's young lady to also come. With the backing of the Shaojin sect, this was definitely a master that couldn't be offended. What does Fairy Wang mean by this? The small store doesn't have the habit of taking away customers' clothes. However, the clothes of more than half of the cultivators present have all disappeared. So what explanation can you offer? The cool voice came again. Meanwhile, the entire women's bathhouse was plunged into screams of terror. Who moved my clothes? The intimate apparel has been taken, and I have no face to show for it. Xia family, you guys are so despicable. This time when we go back, my Lu family will definitely draw a line with you. Knowing this, the cultivators were reacting to the fact that, indeed, their clothes had disappeared. The floor was empty, not even a sock. Xia Zhouchuan was also confused. This bathhouse had actually had a clothes thief come in and had taken over half of the cultivators' clothes along. God damn it! Who did this? Xia family master. My daughter doesn't care about any spiritual medicine. She just wants her clothes back. Don't worry, Fairy Wang. I'll send someone to find it. Oh no, to buy it. Inside the soup energy one piece, the second dog scurried back once more. Woof, boy, there's a big fish. What big fish? The Xia family is transporting elixirs to the Xia family's first grade. A total of 10 carloads. This kind of resource should be shared out, so that the common people can also get a taste of the light. There is such a thing. Li Xiaobai's eyes were glowing. This was the perfect time to get rich. 10 carts of resources. I'm afraid that they could be exchanged for sky-high spirit stones. The Summer family is really giving it up. There's no way around it, it has to be manipulated. Smokey watched the door. I'm going out for a bit. The little broken dog knows the surrounding terrain very well and takes all the shortest routes. A little over half an hour later, a carriage appeared in view which was a circle larger than the ordinary ones, and each carriage was pulled by 2 horses. The front and back were guarded by 2 teams. What? Can you grab it? 2-Dog asked. Routine operation, drunken bastard. With skill in place, there was no need to show himself at all, and the rich aroma of alcohol wafted out, filling the streets with the smell of spirits in no time at all. The smell of wine wafted, and wherever it was, the living beings were intoxicated. Whether they were human beings, horses, or other living beings, all of them were paralyzed, their brains were blank, and they fell to the ground in a daze. Kid is good. Hurry down and collect the spirit medicine. The second dog was excited, his head was hot, and he rushed out, trying to woolgather. Unfortunately, he didn't run 2 steps, but just the same, he planted himself on the ground, not saving the dog. Hey, it's all mine. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiaobai put all 10 carts of spirit herbs into his spatial ring, and judging from the quality, they should be lower-grade spirit herbs. Sell it down the road, and it's a fortune. Drawing his sword, the street swords were strewn across the street, and a few big words appeared on the ground. Nicholas 2-Dogs, teach you to be a man. It's perfect to grab a wave and go, no witnesses. Li Xiaobai is cool, but the next product can blow up. The herb is Xia Zhouchuan stabilized guests of the final means, but did not expect half of the middle was cut off. The many cultivators waited for a long time, but never saw any sign of the herbs, and the person in charge never appeared again. It was finally clear that they were being punked. Say no more. First go and bring some clothes for the fairies, and when you go back, immediately report today's matter to the head of the family, and I'll take this revenge first. Not bad. I can't stand this bad breath after being punked for no reason. Xia family's first grade. Inside the family head's room, the top brass gathered. There's no need to put in any more materials. The Xia family's first grade will suspend their cultivation from tomorrow, and on the side of the remaining few families, I'll go and step in to explain. Go and find out. What is the origin of Nicholas' two dogs? If you dare to rob my Xia family's elixir, you must pay the price. Xia Zhouchuan's heart was shaken with anger. This series of strikes by the Xia family's first-grade practice had caused the Xia family to have a considerable loss, whether it was the expenses of buying water at the Tangneng first grade, or the resources being robbed, which could be a big deal, as well as the renovation costs of the Xia family first grade, before and after calculating the loss of more than 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Even for the deeply entrenched Xia family, it's a lot of money to spend. The most crucial thing was that someone had silently snatched the Xia family's supplies within the city. It was by no means something that an ordinary cultivator could do. Behind this, I'm afraid that there were the shadows of several big families. Could it be a demonstration to him? Then this Xia family one product? Natsukawa asked tentatively. Rebellious son. It's all because of your news that my Xia family has lost face. If you weren't my own, you'd already be in pieces at this moment. Xia Zhouchuan was furious, and the tables and chairs in the room were reduced to pieces in an instant. The Xia family's male son didn't dare to breathe a single breath. Xia Yiping is out of business. Tomorrow I'll personally go to Tongning Yiping and meet that boss to find out what kind of god he is. Also, Lao Air is coming back, so you and the others should be well entertained. Early the next morning, a large number of cultivators had gathered at the entrance of the soup pond Yiping. After the Xia clan Yiping had made such a mess, the whole city knew about the magical nature of this bathhouse, the soup can Yiping. The store was not to be trifled with, as it could raise its cultivation level just by taking a bath, and even the Xia clan was unable to carry out an imitation of it. Only when the cultivators saw the new prices on the wall, they were all dumbfounded. Half an hour requires a middle-grade spirit stone. Is the boss crazy? Boss, you don't run a dark store too, do you? Chapter 74 Gathering of Family Heads. A small business at an absolutely fair price. It's just a shame that you all walked out yesterday. I was originally going to give my loyal customers a free month of VIP membership, but I didn't realize that in the end only a few of you would enjoy the privilege. Too bad. Li Xiaobai shook his head and sighed, raising his eyebrows in his heart. Yesterday I was something you didn't care about. Today I'm something you can't reach. The operation of taking a bath to enhance one's cultivation was something only one could do, and this business was already monopolized by oneself. With the heat of the Xia Family One Product event, the soup can be a product of the name has been hit, as long as the opening of a branch in the future the proper day into the money. The thing about heat is that it's really anyone's guess. 1 second it's being rubbed out, and in the blink of an eye it's rubbing people out. It's really subtle. Monthly VIP membership. There's really someone in there taking a bath. What good luck, actually being handled as a monthly VIP. If you continuously soak for a month, your cultivation can rise several steps in a row. The crowd stirred, looking at the few people in the bathhouse full of enjoyment. The cultivators felt remorse in their hearts. How could they not resist the temptation to abandon the boss? The boss must have been angry and used this way to express his dissatisfaction. The price of a mid-grade spirit stone was indeed a bit expensive for a casual cultivator, but family descendants were still able to spend it. Medium-grade spirit stones were a more important cultivation resource now, and it was much more cost-effective to exchange it for access to the bathhouse. With little hesitation, the family disciples were quick to pay their fees and start soaking. Still familiar faces, still familiar flavors. The rest of the cultivators saw this. They also gritted their teeth and paid the spirit stones to enter. There were only so many positions. If they were late, there would be no more. Furthermore, whether it was a spirit stone or a bath, it was used for cultivation. There was nothing to be distressed about. The Xia family head has arrived. The crowd automatically parted and a middle-aged man in white walked into the store. The man's face was cold and well-defined, with a domineering air between his eyebrows and feet. Xia family head Li Xiaobai is still the first time to see, although he has never met, but this dispute is a succession of disputes. The Wang family head has arrived. The Li family head has arrived. The Zhang family head has arrived. There were a few more yells and the crowd consciously retreated to the side. Today was a good day. All the great masters gathered here, obviously also wanting to have a peek at the secrets of the Soup Energy One Piece. I'm afraid we're in for a treat. My name is the Xia family head. Xia Zhouchuan, courteous. Half an hour. 1 medium-grade spirit stone. Small business. No credit. Li Xiaobai's face looked odd. Down to the 9 springs? These days, there are all kinds of extreme names. It's too much to die fast enough. I have to charge for that too? Xia Zhouchuan's face was surprised. Which store in the city didn't want to hug his thighs? This boss actually wanted to collect his spirit stones. You don't have any spirit stones and you still want to come and take a bath? Don't delay my business. There are people lined up behind you. Li Xiaobai's face was disdainful. He didn't have a good face for the Xia family. That's right. The old thing is still so shameless at his age. Still want to take a bully bath? Don't come out to hang around without spirit stones. I heard that the Xia family also got a bathhouse to circle the block. But unfortunately, they even lost their pants. What a disgrace. If I were you, I would have found an unoccupied place to kill myself long ago. The group of family lords behind him sneered, showing no mercy. Everyone is a deeply rooted family in the city, and there is constant open and secret fighting, although the Xia family has a wide range of paths. But it will not be too false. These family heads had known about the soup can One Piece a few days earlier, only that they had ignored it at the time after identifying it and being convinced that the bathhouse was just ordinary water with nothing special about it. But I didn't expect the Xia family to actually come up with a Xia family first class, wanting to follow the example of others opening bathhouses to generate money. It was not until that moment that the many family heads came to realize that this soup can One Piece did indeed have the efficacy of enhancing a cultivator's cultivation. They all wanted to see what this boss who was able to make the Xia family suffer was capable of. A mere medium-grade spirit stone is nothing more than a fence for building a thatched toilet in my Xia family. Xia Zhouchuan chilled his face and threw out a few medium-grade spirit stones, rapping the whole day. If you can blow so well, why don't you go to heaven? Li Xiaobai muttered a few words and put away the spirit stones. The rest of the few family heads were also wrapped up for the whole day, and they were going to take this opportunity to study the soaking water. This was the first time they had come into contact with bathing, and several family heads were at the Jindan stage Great Circle realm, and as soon as they were immersed in the water, they felt that the Jindan in their dantian was showing signs of loosening. The bottleneck that had been plaguing them all along actually had a hidden sign of a breakthrough. The aura in his body was flowing wildly and growing, shocking the family heads with their eyes wide open and full of incredulity. So what the juniors said is true, this pool, it really has the effect of enhancing cultivation. And it's so remarkably effective that even I, for one, am able to feel such a strong increase. Great opportunity. Greedily breathing in the steaming hot air from the pool, the house lords thoroughly entered the cultivation state. A newcomer is a newcomer and looks like he's never seen the world before. The old caller bristled. This group of cultivators completely treated the bathhouse as a place of cultivation, and did not understand where the fun of taking a bath lay, wasting such a good resource. Woof! Kid! You actually laid your hands on Lord Two Dogs. Surely you want to monopolize it. The second dog woke up and cursed as soon as he opened his mouth. Li Xiaobai covered it with a hand. Now that the family lords in the city are gathered, I am afraid that I will not be able to eat if these small actions are shaken out. This is called reasonable investment. Soup can a product bigger and stronger, in order to have the right to speak, in order to help more people to solve the employment problem. Two Dogs, you did a great job before. Come on, the city looks out for you. Woof! Lord Two Dogs is the embodiment of justice. Those powerful people are in Lord Two Dogs' hands. After a bit of fooling around, the second dog's heart of justice was mobilized once again, and with a stab, he scurried straight out of the house. Li Xiaobai sighed, this elixir is really powerful. The second dog is now really a day without doing good, uncomfortable. As long as a little guidance, it can give it a bluff. In the pool, the family lords were awakened by the noise of the second dog and broke away from their cultivation, their faces full of incredulity. It is definitely a heavenly treasure that can help the cultivation of the Jindan stage Great Circle. But why did they just not feel the slightest fluctuation of aura from this water? Whichever way you look at it, it's just plain old foot washing. Taking a spoonful and savoring it, the familiar taste filled the entire mouth, and the house lords' faces turned bitter, stopping their death-defying behavior. Why did the boss remember to open a bathhouse in the city? Wouldn't it be better to just open a store that trades in cultivation materials? The water in this pool, if it is sold, it can make a big profit, right? A householder asked tentatively. Well, a bath is just a bath. Using it as a means of cultivation is too one-sided. The culture inside is profound. You will slowly penetrate it. Chapter 75 Opening a Chain Store. The boss is looking on the bright side. It's a blessing to have such a beautiful waitress. The Wang family head wanted to get close. To tell the truth, Liang Chan, who is face-blind, can't tell who's pretty and who's not. Liang Chan chose Smokey as a waitress not because she's pretty, because Liang Chan doesn't know if she's pretty at all. Li Xiaobai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Inside the bathhouse, the forced air was spread out, and the heads of the various families were a bit baffled. Why was this conversation picked up so out of tune? This boss doesn't follow the rules. Has the boss ever thought of expanding the scale of operation? The current Tang Nang Yi pin is too small. It's hard to meet the needs of the cultivators in the city. The Li family head continued to ask. The ultimate goal of their visit was to get their hands on the Soup Energy first-grade formula. Their own children had accurately described the wonders of this bathhouse, and they themselves had felt it, if they could take this resource into their own hands. Whether it's amassing wealth or raising family pillars, it's a handful. I want to. Do a few family heads want to invest? Li Xiaobai said smilingly. I believe that Boss Yi has heard about the hotness of my Xia family's epine. Why don't Boss Yi merge the bathhouse into my Xia family's epine? And in the future, when the Xia family's epine makes a profit, and Boss Yi will split the account 37%. How about that? Xia Zhouchuan said bluntly. The Xia family One Piece has gone out of business. And you still want to rub my soup? Can One Piece the wrong way? Li Xiaobai's face looked odd, and his words exasperated Xia Zhouchuan half to death. Soup can a product no formula, can enhance the cultivation all rely on me this a wholeheartedly for the people's service heart. This bathhouse water is just ordinary water, you guys if you fancy what big can take away is. If you are sincere in your cooperation, just invest in the store for me directly. Li Xiaobai said, this is the big truth, really talk about the recipe, that is, it must be made by their own hands. Boss Yi is joking, this soup can be a product is the blessing of the cultivator, is able to benefit the city full of cultivators in the location. For the sake of the people, it is right to contribute. Xia Zhouchuan said. Not bad, this is for the benefit of the people of the whole city. It's not something for Boss Yi alone. It's more prudent to leave it to us to take care of together. Yes, we're running this business together, and with this proceeds split 30 to 70, Boss Yi is enough to make a big profit. The heads of the family were talking and persuading. Li Xiaobai is very speechless. This group of people clearly want to snatch the secret formula of Tang Nang Yipin, but they also want to stand on the high ground, under the banner of benefiting the people to make themselves obediently hand over the formula. So insidious. Didn't you hear Boss Yi say no? Take a bath honestly. Hurry up and get out afterward. Don't get yourself into trouble. In the corner of the pool, a few black-robed men said faintly. It is the three evil cultivators. These three people have been staying with Li Xiaobai, since knowing that Li Xiaobai knows that Zhang Rui. A few people are all changed, good words to serve, even the Xia family is not much to take care of. Mr. Left, you guys. Xia Zhouchuan was surprised, not expecting to run into an old acquaintance. Boss Yi is our brother. Bullying him is bullying us. You guys look after yourselves. That's right, you guys get the hell out of here. No sincerity at all. Full of, the old barker can't even look away. The old barker also cursed. You are. Xia Zhouchuan was so distracted that he didn't dare to look at the old caller more than once. He was really subdued. The old caller's appearance reminded him of someone. Someone who should never have been in the world in the first place. I am what I am. A different kind of firework. And you and others must not use your power to oppress others. Naturally, Mr. Xia has no intention of bullying others. Xia Zhouchuan secretly pulled the sleeves of the remaining few family heads, signaling not to make a move. Although the remaining few were puzzled, they also understood that Xia Zhouchuan was not a person without a target, and tacitly handed over their words to each other. A few of you, how's the consideration going? Li Xiaobai asked. We are willing to invest and help Boss Yi dish out the store. How about splitting the proceeds of the operation 50-50? 1-9, you're just providing the venue. That's too little. It costs us resources to dish out the store. 4 or 6. 2 Ohachi. I'm running the store. You guys aren't doing anything. Sanji, there's no going back. Deal. At that moment, several family heads began to give orders to quickly raise people and acquire a large number of stores in the city, preparing to transform them into bathhouses. Li Xiaobai was surprised in his heart. Once the branch opened, the wealth came rolling in, and the time to get rich was coming. It always felt a little strange to be soaking in a bath with one's own offspring when the housemasters had left. Li Xiaobai followed the family heads and quickly sifted through the city, and all those that were suitable to be transformed into bathhouses were plopped down. The system exchanged resources and quickly set up the site. A luxurious bathhouse was built in a matter of moments, looking at the householders dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen someone put so much water and bricks in a spatial ring. But they still hadn't discovered any secrets of the water source. In a day's time, dozens of additional Tang Nang Yipin stores had popped up in the city, and all kinds of publicity slogans were popping up, attracting the vast number of cultivators and people. Under Li Xiaobai's authorization, The bathhouse was additionally divided into a slum area. Ordinary people were allowed to soak in the bath for half an hour a day for free, and if they wanted more time, they could exchange it by playing a hand in the bathhouse. This is considered a benefit to the general public, and by the time the new store opens, its hotness is imaginable. In the evening, the little ragged dog returned, looking a little alarmed. "Boy, take a quick look. Is Lord Two Dogs injured? What did you do out there?" Li Xiaobai purchased a pill to recover his injuries and threw it to the second dog. Lord Two Dogs came across a bandit den and fought them for hundreds of rounds, losing. The second dog stood up as a man, his hands behind his back, and said faintly, "Li Xiaobai is full of black lines. Just now you were not this expression." What did the group look like? All wearing black robes, can't see clearly. But when they struck, Lord Air Dogsy saw the blood-colored breath. It should be an evil cultivator without a doubt. "Where did you meet?" "Outside the city, in a small forest, holding a portrait in his hand, seemingly looking for someone. Not a good person at first glance." Li Xiaobai pondered in his heart, this evil cultivator should be looking for himself. The demoiselle man's influence is very great. In order to avoid extraneous problems, he still has to take shelter in the city. In a couple of days, the family disciples would jointly go to the Holy Demon sect to further their training, and at that time they would follow them along, and then bring those 3 foolish evil cultivators along, so that they would not be easily targeted by the evil cultivators outside the city. Check the system panel. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body. 6th turn 23,000 60,000 can be advanced. There were still 4 dragon snake fruits within the spatial ring, all of which were swallowed. Attribute points plus 5,000. Attribute points 20,000. All point defense. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body. 6th turn 43,000 60,000 can be advanced. It was only 1 step away from advancement, and the state of blood demon infestation would soon be eliminated. Leah walked over and said with a smile, "Boss Yi, the young talents in the city will organize a party tomorrow. Do you want to go and sit together?" Just now, Smoky Sister has agreed. Chapter 76, The Mysterious Old Barker. At the same time, inside the Xia family's lobby, several great lords were gathered, and they had a stomach full of questions to ask. "Xia family head, what was the purpose of blocking us just now? A few evil cultivators in the district are not worth it, right?" The Wang family head frowned. "Yes, even if that evil cultivator outside the city is protecting the Soup Energy One Piece, but Guyu City is ultimately our territory. Can he still snatch it away?" The remaining few people also agreed. "I think you guys are really confused with your cultivation. Don't you guys think that the old man inside the bathhouse just now looks a bit familiar?" Xia Jiuchuan kept the huge portrait on the wall behind him. "Take a closer look. Don't you guys think he looks familiar?" This Xia family master is trying to say, "Old man Tianwu? How is this possible? Old man Tianwu disappeared 30 years ago. Furthermore, how could such a great power come to a small place like Guyu City?" Seeing the portrait on the wall and combining it with Xia Jiuchuan's words, several people instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The huge portrait on the wall they all recognized, or rather, every one of their families had this portrait hanging on the wall, which had risen to the level of spirituality in the northern region, but all the famous families would definitely hang the portrait of Elder Tianwu for peace. How could such an extraordinary expert appear in the small ancient moon city? This can't be possible, right? Old man Tianwu is an existence capable of ascension. How could he come to a nook and cranny like ours? Master Xia, you should be paranoid. There are too many look-alikes in the world. Homeowners don't believe in such things. Xia Jiuchuan frowned. Just now he was watching the real thing, that the old man soaking in the bath is simply the same as the person in the portrait. He is worshipping this Tianwu old man every day. It's impossible to look at the wrong one. Mr. Xia is also not saying that he is the Tianwu old man of that year. Maybe it is his descendant, or maybe there is a blood relationship. After all, removing the hair and beard, he and the Tianwu old man on the portrait look too much alike. In any case, I will immediately report to the clan's old ancestor. No matter if it's true or false, there's always a need to know. Naturally. What geniuses are at this party? Li Xiaobai agreed without even thinking about it. A gathering of geniuses within the city. This was a typical large-scale scene of pretending to hit his face. How can such an occasion be without him, Li Xiaobai? He was only 20,000 attribute points away from defense advancement, and he had to seize every opportunity to raise his defense. Speaking of geniuses, apart from some of the family disciples in the city, the second son of the Xia family, Xia Jian, and the eldest miss of the Wang family, Wang Ruoxian, belonged to them. This Xia Jian is the one with the best natural talent in the Xia family, and has been sent to the Zhenyuan country for training since he was a child, and I recently heard that he will be coming back to go to the Sacred Demon sect with us to further his training. There's also that Wang Ruoxian. It said that he had previously been carrying out his cultivation in the Lesser Vehicle sect, and his cultivation level has left behind a large chunk of cultivators of the same rank, and this time, he's also preparing to head to the Sacred Demon sect to further his cultivation. Leah explained, speaking with awe and envy. These two were the two most outstanding people in ancient Moon City. Their cultivation was properly at the high level of Jindan stage, and it was impossible to say that they had already touched the threshold of Yuaning stage. Xia Jian, cheap? Why are all the names of this Xia family so strange? Li Xiaobai was quite speechless in his heart, but he was looking forward to the party to some extent, whether it was Zhenyuan Gua or Shaoqian sect. He had been in contact with them. He just didn't know if there was anyone from Zhenyuan Gua among the people he had punked in the Divine Beast Mountain range. Also, one more thing. Leah sneaked a sidelong glance at the old barker and brought Li Xiaobai to the door with a somewhat hesitant expression. I don't know if Boss Yi knows that old barker? Recognize? Doesn't he come every day? Li Xiaobai said. I don't mean that. Boss Yi is not bad in strength. I think he has traveled a lot. Don't you think that this old barker is very much like a person? Like who? Li Xiaobai's spirit was lifted. He had long suspected that the old barker was an expert. Old man Tianwu from over 100 years ago. I've long felt that he looks familiar. Before he was unkempt and didn't feel anything. Now that he's cleaned up, the more I look at him, the more I look like him in this northern region. As long as it's a big clan, almost every family hangs the portrait of the old man of Tianwu. I'm afraid that Boss Yi has invited a great god to come over. 100 years ago, the northern domain Tianwu sect had produced an unparalleled talent, the name of the martial arts madman, from the northern domain to the western desert, from the western desert to the East China Sea, from the East China Sea pushed across the central China state, the immortal spirit continent, this human force suppression of an era, more than a decade, the young generation no one is its opponent. Can be called the world of wizards, just later disappeared for a long time. Some people say that it is its seeking breakthrough closed. Some people say that it is wiped out by the great and powerful, a variety of sayings, many different opinions. Until 30 years ago, a certain heavy treasure appeared in the central state. Experts from all sides gathered and fought, and the crazy martial arts maniac who had been indulging for nearly 70 years suddenly appeared out of nowhere, thwarted the group of heroes, seized this heavy treasure, and thereafter, completely disappeared from people's horizons. No one knows its whereabouts anymore. Li Xiaobai's face was astonished. The old barker actually had this kind of origin, Tianwu elder, pushing the young generation of experts across the entire continent. Raising his eyes at this time, the old caller clasped his feet with one hand, digging his nose with the other, and was laughing foolishly. Why does it feel so unreliable? Can this thing be a top continental powerhouse? I don't think it's like, to say that this old holler has some ability, I admit, but to say that he is the master of the transcontinental push, this is too exaggerated. This unlucky thing has a face of dementia. Where is it like splitting the mountains to fill the sea of the mighty warrior? You can't tell the face from the face. Looks are indeed too similar anyway. Pay more attention to it in the future, in case if it's true. Let him point out a few words, cultivation will properly skyrocket. Leah was a little excited and wanted to go for a knee slapper right away. Li Xiaobai shrugged. It didn't matter. He didn't need guidance, much less cultivation. To say that the only thing he needed guidance on was how to pretend to be more natural and smooth, and how to be bloodily abused by various masters. Beyond that, it's all just clouds. Woof. There is actually a hidden supreme expert within this bathhouse. The second dog came out of nowhere and said mysteriously, "Oh, may I also ask the name of this expert?" Leah asked. He knew that the two dogs were extraordinary, spitting out human words, definitely a demonic beast with a bloodline, and their achievements would be unlimited in the future. Woof, it is your family Nicholas Two Dogs Lord. Two Dogs Lord fist beat the Western Mountain Tiger, kicked the Four Seas Swimming Dragon, is the supreme. Across the world no one can match. In the future follow the Two Dogs Lord mixing, to ensure you a bright future. Li Xiaobai was filled with black lines. Wipe the hala from the corners of your mouth before saying that. Chapter 77 Tang Nung E Pin officially launched. As usual, Two Dog is out of tune. Even after taking the Justice Elixir, it can't change its nature. Kid, please don't be dog-eyed. Lord Two Dog's cultivation has skyrocketed recently and doesn't want to see eye to eye with you. The second dog looked smug. It's not like you've been practicing lately. How did you become stronger? Li Xiaobai asked. Lord Two Dog's bloodline has awakened, and lately every good deed done. The power in his body grows by 1 point, and the day has finally arrived. The second dog was excited. He was now a dog with a decent cultivation level. Li Xiaobai understood in his heart, this is the reason for the justice elixir. Doing good deeds can actually increase cultivation the system produces. It is really magical. So what kind of breed are you anyway? Woof. Lord Two Dogs is a supreme being. What is your current cultivation level? Supreme cultivation. Come on, asking is also in vain. Li Xiaobai knows that I'm afraid that the second dog himself is also confused. This guy is currently just a mouth-strong king, although previously showed extraordinary, but most of the time it is still an unreliable image. Li felt that everyone around Li Xiaobai was full of mystery. Even Li Xiaobai himself was mysterious. No one knows where he came from or the secret of the soup can One Piece. However, this did not prevent him from befriending Li Xiaobai. Other than that, those who were able to make a bathhouse like Tang Nangapin were definitely not ordinary people. In the middle of the city, all branches of Yuning Yipin opened at the same time. Cultivators all over the city surged and rushed to the bathhouse. The name of this bathhouse had long been known, and almost everyone in the city knew that soaking in the bath could enhance their cultivation. The operation and management of the bathhouses is controlled by the owners of each house. Male and female cultivators gathered. They had already made sufficient preparations, these days practicing hard on body refining techniques. The curves that should be there, the muscles that should be there were all given out. This mega soak is not only for cultivation, but also for attracting the opposite sex. The faces of all the great lords were astonished. They had also come to take a bath, and between cultivation and face they decisively chose cultivation. It just didn't occur to me that the disciples within the family, who were usually pampered one by one, would actually take the initiative to start refining their bodies. And I'm afraid I didn't put in a lot of hard work, judging by the body and muscles. I really didn't think that Boss Ye's Soup Energy One Piece could actually serve an educational purpose. These disciples, on weekdays I try to get them to forge their bodies without seeing any results. I didn't expect that they would actually be willing to take the initiative to put in the effort to practice now. Who says it isn't? The body is the foundation, and it's a headache for me to get them to pay attention to their roots on a regular basis. This bathhouse is good, it kind of helps us solve a piece of our heart disease, but then again, these disciples exercise really well. Hey! That little fatty from the Wong family has actually developed 8-pack abs now. That's appalling progress. Miss Zhang is not bad either. Her originally sickly body now exudes a wild flavor. Regarding the performance of the disciples, the house masters were pleased. No matter what the motivation was, these youngsters were always enlightened. Inside the bathhouse, the atmosphere was one of harmony, with male and female cultivators inadvertently showing off their bodies and attracting each other, and the elders of the family were doubly pleased with the peaceful scene. And with everyone being honest and open in the pool, relationships were drawn closer almost instantly. I'll go, you guys, look. The house masters actually have such a toned body. Yes, usually my elders have wide robes and can't see much at all. I didn't expect to have such strong muscles. Originally I thought that my family head was a fatty. It seems that I was overthinking it, and indeed, body refining is the right choice. Even the family lords insist on refining their bodies. There must be a use for it. Follow the family lords and you won't go wrong. Seeing the elders of the clans soaking into the pool, the disciples discussed intensely. The whispers reached the ears of several family heads, and at that moment, they also puffed out their chests. Their muscles slightly tensed to appear even more contoured. Master Xia, you've practiced your abs well. Less than 10 years of work, right? Hee hee. The Wong family master has praised you fallaciously. Your back muscles have been working for less than 20 years. It's really enviable. To talk about muscles, this Zhang family head's body is the enviable one. This armored muscle, even a lower-grade spirit weapon can't pierce into it, right? Not worth the sun. Inside the soup can One Piece, it looked a little spare. There were too many stores opened in the city, and they were all very luxurious, and in contrast, this initially small store, on the contrary, did not do as much business as before. Those who could come here, other than a few old friends, were mostly cultivators who were more curious about Li Xiaobai and wanted to come and have a glimpse of the boss. Wang Ruoxian and Xia Jian also came. These two were the hot topic of conversation in the city, with young talents speculating on their true strength. Smoky rain. Take the ferry for a bath. No need, I'll be fine here. A clear and cold voice came from Wang Ruoxian. Her lotus steps moved gently, and she sank into the bathhouse. The hearts of the male disciples present were swirling. Fairy Wang was the first beauty in the city that deserved it. Especially the piece of icy temperament. No one could compare to it. Such a great beauty was actually going to soak in the same pool as them, and good things were falling from the sky. Your Yi Liangchen, The one who injured my big brother and third brother? The feather fan in Xia Jian's hand lightly shook, and the hem of his coat bloomed on the surface of the water, and he looked very elegant as he was immersed in the pool. My name is Yi Liangqin. Liangqin was only beaten up and didn't take the initiative to hurt anyone. It's just that because the difference in strength was so disparate, it was your brother who was injured instead. Li Xiaobai said. What's the point of talking so much? The Xia family just owes a beating. The second dog spat out his tongue with a look of disgust. Tomorrow is the gathering of the young talents in the city, and I, Xia, hope that Boss Yi can attend as well. Xia Jian's eyes were a bit cloudy. This is natural. Where there is a good star there will be a sparkle, and where the good star is not there, it can't be called a gathering of young talents. Li Xiaobai said with a smiling forehead. Boss Yi can speak well, and my daughter is very curious about Boss Ye's strength. Wang Ruoxian's beautiful eyes cleared, her vermilion lips slightly opened, and she faintly said, Crowned by the ages. Li Xiaobai said indifferently, cultivating for only 2 or 3 months, he had gone from a weak chicken to an existence that received a blow from a ferrying stage cultivator without dying. Looking at the northern region, no one could come out of his own right or left. These two in front of him seemed to have a good cultivation level, and in the future they might turn into a source of attribute points for themselves, so let's pull a wave of hatred first. Lord Second Doggy is also a supreme being. Second Doggy similarly stood up in person. Wang Ruoxian's eyes were indifferent, not eating earthly fire. Yi Boss's joking can be the crown of the ancient and modern. None of them are able to break the space barriers, ascension to the upper realm of the existence of the great powers, although the strength of the Yi Boss is good, but also need to understand that there is a sky beyond the sky. There is a spiritual spring in the Zhanyuan country. When immersed in it, the spiritual qi surges and can help one break through several minor realms in a single day. Today's Boss Ye's bathhouse daughter has learned from it, so I'll leave you here. Boss Yi, I'll see you at the party. Chapter 78 Young Talent. Early the next morning, in the ancient Moon City, cheers rose and fell, but almost all of the cultivators who had chartered the soaking baths had made a breakthrough. There were not a few of them who had broken through the great realm. Even the several family heads felt like they were one step closer to the Yuaning stage. After all, the more luxurious the bathhouse was, the better the soak would be, and staying in that kind of rich environment, it would be hard not to upgrade. Within the Soup Energy One Piece, Li Xiaobai once again gained thousands of attribute points, all of which were added to defense. Defense. The 6th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 46,000-60,000 can be advanced. Situ Yenyu had also successfully advanced to the Foundation Establishment stage, and her aura was more than a step stronger compared to when they first met. Boss Yi, the party is about to start. Let's get going. Depart. Woof. Lord Two Dogs is leaving too. Cave Heavenly Bliss. This was a piece of treasure land unearthed by the Xia family, which was used for the planting and cultivation of spiritual medicines on weekdays, with a rich spiritual qi and pleasant scenery. Many of the city's family sons and young talents were already gathered here. This kind of party was almost every year, but this year was unusual. This year, this ancient Moon City's double masters gathered together, with Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian sitting on the scene. The grade of this party was instantly a lot higher. Everyone wanted to hear what the duo had seen in the outside world and open their eyes. In a small city like ancient Moon City, the chances of being able to interact with the disciples of large sects were naturally few and far between. When Li Xiaobai's few people arrived, the field was already overcrowded. This time, Fairy Wang and the second son of the Xia family have all returned. Tell me, who is more powerful of these two? Naturally, it's the Xia family's son. Mr. Xia spends a lot of time in the Zhenyuan country, where it's an existence where the Jindan stage is all over the place and the Yuaning stage is as numerous as a dog, and to be able to carry out cultivation there, you can't even think of it as not being strong. That's not necessarily true. I heard that the Wang family fairy has received the true teachings of the Little Multiplication sect, so it's not possible to say that she still has some connection with the Western Desert. But if you ask me, it's still Boss Yi of Tangnang Epine who's the most powerful. Several big lords have gone soft, and this bathhouse is considered to be a benefit to the party. Yeah, I only soaked for a day and actually went up a small realm. It's really amazing. Along the way, the cultivators were all talking about the several focal points in the city recently, and their words were filled with yearning. Li Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders and casually found a seat, and Erdog Zi also nimbly took the seat next to him. At this sitting, the voices of the cultivators whispering came to an abrupt end, looking at Li Xiaobai with odd expressions, and the atmosphere suddenly fell strangely silent. Li Xiaobai puzzled, is he so big a face? Boss Yi, is this location ours? Li reminded in a low voice from the side. There's more to say here? Li Xiaobai frowned, He picked just a corner seat and didn't steal the limelight from the host. So why couldn't he sit? This is the challenge seat. The conference has a competition and sparring session. The person sitting in this seat can be challenged at will and must take it. Leah looks a little anxious. You girl first get up, okay? This is a hot seat. The last person who dared to sit here had grass on his grave 3 feet high. So that's how it is. No harm done. Ryakan likes to be challenged. Li Xiaobai's eyes were glowing. This seat is simply built for himself. As long as he sits here, even if he doesn't pretend to be a pussy, he will be surrounded by people and there is no escaping the attribute points. Not bad. Lord Two Dogs' cultivation is heavenly. The district challenge seat is nothing. Listen up, people below. This is Lord Airdogsy's right-hand man. You can only be qualified to challenge your family's Lord Airdogsy if you defeat him. The second dog stood up as a human, carrying his claws on his back and looking out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from cracking open, and the saliva dripped from his mouth. It's a dog. Mother. This dog speaks human. This is a spirit beast, isn't it? But unfortunately it's just too arrogant and ugly looking. These eyebrows are like eras. And drooling, it's disgusting to look at. The cultivators automatically ignored the second dog's words and instead tasted its character. Woof! Your Lord Two Dogs is a supreme being. The second dog exploded. Boss Yi, sure you want to sit here? Wang Ruoxian asked indifferently. Yeah. Tired of walking, sit down. It seems that Boss Yi did not take his daughter's words to heart. This truth that there are people outside of people needs more enlightenment. Boss Yi had better come down obediently. This seat is not for you to sit in, you will be killed. Xia Lu snorted. Don't say so much. The last time someone sat here was several years ago. It's been a long time since we've seen such a spectacle. Boss Yi wants to challenge the young talents of the city. We're begging for it. Xia Jian said slowly, ordering the maids to start serving tea and pastries. A white-clothed, lightly made-up maid was still serving tea and pouring wine, and the atmosphere in the arena gradually eased. Leopold Sitayenyu quietly withdrew to the back of the crowd. The challenger's seat can't be touched. Maybe at some point someone will rise up and blast away. It's better to stay away. A waiter fetched pen, ink, paper and inkstone, lit the incense burner, and wisps of green smoke drifted out, appearing to be very meaningful. This incense burner is burning inside the tranquilizing incense. Inhaled into the nose, the qi is fixed and the spirit is peaceful. The spiritual platform is clear. Mr. Xia has returned from Zhenyuan Kingdom this time, so I think he is also proficient in the Confucian vastness. Why don't you paint a picture to help? Wang Ruoxian said. That's exactly what I want to do. It's just that it's a bit boring for me to paint alone. So why don't we all use today's gathering as the theme and paint together? How about it? Good. To express one's thoughts with pen and ink, to render ink methods with a vast and righteous spirit. I have long heard that Zhenyuan Kingdom has proven its way with Confucianism, and today I have the blessing of seeing it. The monks nodded. It was an honor for them to be able to paint with the twin masters. Give Boss Yi a pair of ink jewels as well. Woof! Your Lord Two Dogs wants a pair too. Li Xiaobai was speechless in his heart. Where would he paint? The other party was clearly trying to use the name of painting to humiliate himself. And this Two Dogs, just like to make trouble. Can you hold the pencil with your dog's paw? Then we will begin with half an hour as the deadline, and after half an hour, all of you will taste it together. Xia Jian said smilingly, a little pondering in the mind. Lift the pen, grinding, dipping water, hook line, the pen walk snake, the action of clouds and water in one go. The surrounding monks look at the breathtaking. They are still thinking about the composition. People have already begun to hand painting. Although it is difficult to see the specific content, but on the basis of this penmanship trend, there has been everyone's style. Grandma. This guy draws so smoothly without thinking at all. It can't be that he thought about what he was going to draw before, right? The second dog cursed. It asked for an inkpot, but after holding it for half a day, it didn't even hold a hair. Xia Lu erected. This is the downward stroke of the pen. My family practiced hard every day on weekdays. What do you know about this broken dog? Chapter 79. A stroke messes up the spring and autumn. Woof, boy. How to talk to your Lord Two Dogs. Whose dog is this? And don't care. Babbling without looking at the occasion. Xia Chuan also said indifferently. Don't make any noise during the painting. Wang Ruoxian frowned slightly. Creation required inspiration and essence. It was not to be disturbed. The crowd calmed their anger and began to focus on the painting. Looking at the surrounding cultivators' frowns, holding their breaths and pens, Li Xiaobai and her Dogzi stared wide-eyed at the pen and paper in their hands, not knowing what to draw. Dogzi, is there a line of painting in your bloodline inheritance? Li Xiaobai lowered his voice and said, a supreme being like Lord Two Dogs, whose life's energies are focused on benefiting mankind. How can he spend his time on such playthings? Dogzi rolled his eyes in disdain. Li Xiaobai is speechless. Then you girl just pretended what big half garlic, but also specially want to come to a pair of ink treasure. It's your own face you'll lose later. A vision sprang up on Xia Jian's seat on the side. A circle of white light flickered, and a large picture scroll unfolded in the void. On the void, a straw room, a candlestick, a candle, emitting an ancient and deep aura. A young man dressed in white held a scripture scroll, his brows furrowed, seemingly chanting something, and after a long time, he put down the scripture scroll in his hand and sighed. A vision, rumored to be triggered only when the mind reaches a certain realm. This is the first time I've arrived. This is the deviation chart. This vision is a corner of the life of Zhen Yuan back then. Early rumors have it that Zhen Yuan had misgivings about the records of the scriptures, and did not dare to agree with the saint's words, and walked out of a path that went against Confucianism, and the Xia family's son was actually able to understand such a mood, which is really a heavenly talent. It's a pity that it's only a corner of the departure diagram. I'm afraid that if I can comprehend the complete departure diagram, it will be a blessing for my northern domain. Xia Jian's hands did not stop moving, sketching with one stroke, and the vision above his head gradually blurred, transforming into an ancient breath that merged into his body, pushing his essence to the peak in an instant. A stroke of ink marks turned into traces of the great Tao inscribed in the void. Even without using their cultivation, many of the cultivators present still felt their chests gasping for air. Worthy of obtaining the inheritance of the Zhen Yuan country cultivator. This age is already a great power, the future is unlimited. Not waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, there was another burst of brilliance in the void, and a white-clothed woman crouched on her desk. In front of her was a star-studded chess game, except that there were no pieces on the board, but rather living creatures of various shapes and sizes. This is the vision of the Hinayana sect. Starry-eyed, using all things in heaven and earth as a chess game. How bold must this be? I didn't expect the Wang family fairy to have similarly comprehended the visions. Such natural talent is considered a demon. Cultivators are a little crazy. The vision out is not considered to be painting, but the competition of their respective state of mind mood, the vision show, can most intuitively feel the other side of the heart cultivation. For the onlookers, this is a silent preaching. It would be beneficial to learn something from it. Li Xiaobai's heart was in the dark, completely unable to understand the operation of this group of people. Painting is painting. What do you want to do with all this fancy stuff? Make a vision out of it to help you paint, or what? Half an hour of time in the blink of an eye, Li Xiaobai stopped his pen and looked to the side of the small broken dog. Full of a dog-crawling landscape painting, a few lines crooked, the picture looked miserable. Mr. Xia is not talented, so I'll make an offering. Xia Jian shook the scroll in his hand, and a picture of a pilgrimage was presented to the people. The man in white in the center of the picture holds a scripture scroll in his hand, surrounded by 10,000 people coming to the court. Although he is a scholar, he has the power to look down on the world's living beings. The strong will went through the paper and pointed straight at the crowd. With the party as the theme, painting is a pilgrimage, the summer sword has a self-referential saint suspicion, some arrogance, but also have the capital. The party's vision of the crowd is to see, do not feel what is wrong. Mr. Xia's intention is high and easy. We are obsessed with the form of the appearance, but the Xia family son is direct and straightforward to the core of this gathering articulated. We gather here, seeking is to see, is the eye, Mr. Xia to readers as a spiritual guide, is really fit, admirable. Not bad, this painting in the will has been detached from the paper. If the heart cultivation is not enough people, it is not possible to be given on the heart and soul. This painting and the former Zhen Yuan Daxian's a chaotic spring and autumn has a different and the same wonderful ah. Some of the Xia family's supporters were the first to comment, directly praising Xia Jian to the heavens. It is rumored that Zhen Yuan Daxian can mess up the spring and autumn with one stroke of his pen, can fill the ocean with a drop of ink, and has a strong will in his Taoist heart, so he can kill people with his eyes alone. Li Xiaobai listened to is dumbfounded. People clearly just want to pretend to wave. Just this review of people is also talent. Hard to find out the philosophy of life from the picture of this force gas vertical and horizontal. Then look at the rest of the cultivators. All are in deep thought, and even more frequent nodding, surprisingly, is also quite praise of this speech. Mr. Xia's painting, the brushwork is deep. The technique is skillful. My daughter admires it. I dare to ask Mr. Xia to taste it. Wang Ruoxian also shook the scroll in her hand, Wisps of mist filled the air, and the scent of birds and flowers could be vaguely heard in the scroll. It was a realistic painting. On its complete and perfect reproduction of the more than 100 people present at the party one by one, whether it is clothing and costumes, posture and posture, are a perfect fit, even the two dogs are drawn in. Such keen insight was horrifying, and the rarest thing was that in just half an hour's time, he was able to observe the divinity of everyone present. Worthy of being a disciple of the Hinayana sect. The Wong family fairy, terrifying as it is. Such insight, worthy of a woman who can comprehend the starry night. It looks like a painting, but it's actually showing cultivation to us. The crowd exclaimed again, and Wang Ruoxian hid her face and laughed softly. Much ado about nothing. It's not worth a tan. I wonder if Boss Ye's masterpiece is ready? Xia Lu asked in a conspiratorial manner. Just now he was able to see clearly. Li Xiaobai's appearance of scratching his ears and cheeks clearly knows nothing about the way of painting. Woof, you weaklings. Hurry up and come to admire your Lord Two Dogs' unparalleled masterpiece. As soon as the second dog spread his drawing paper, a simplified version of a chicken and dog jumping picture was presented to the crowd, the twisted lines looking a bit childish. I didn't expect Boss Ye's family's dog to have such a character, and it's considered rare for a spirit animal to paint. The small multiplication sect has a heaven-swallowing python, the cultivation of the Yuaning stage, the spiritual wisdom is wide open, can also spit out human speech, only it has always been rebellious, for the human heart has an aversion to, and the Boss Ye's dog compared to the degree of well-behavior to a lot of inferior. Woof, you're the dog. Your whole family is a dog. And your family's Lord Two Dogs is a supreme being. The second dog was full of mischief, and although he could not tell what breed he was, he would never admit that he was a dog. It was a matter of dignity. Li Xiaobai covered its mouth. This broken dog is too humiliating, and talking sounds pretty bad. All right, Liangchen has a feeling today the sword goes off the edge to make a good painting, just don't know in the seat whether there is a real young talent know how to appreciate. Chapter 80, a shocking masterpiece. Li Xiaobai shook the scroll in his hand and presented it to the crowd with a big grin. This is. The surrounding cultivators were speechless. The white paper on the scroll was all blackened with ink. Only a dot was left out right in the center. Where did you get the confidence to call this thing a painting? Boss Yi, could it be that he is amusing us? This casual scribbling is not considered a painting. Xia Jian said indifferently, a hint of a teasing look flickering in his eyes. It seems that Boss Yi is not well versed in painting, to the point that we are being abrupt. Wang Ruoxian glanced at the painting with no interest at all. I thought that the two of you, who are supposed to be young talents and aspirants, should have different views, but I didn't expect that it's a general opinion with the people of the world. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. This painting is the image of all living beings. We are gathered here to look for the dawn in the darkness, to look for the lamp in the mist. In this northern region, the Holy Demon sect and the Tianwu sect are the most respected, but the only ones who can truly bear the lamp are the Holy Demon sect. A point in the darkness, like the brightest star in the universe, very much in line with the Holy Demon sect's positioning as a lone star in this tumultuous and chaotic world. Li Xiaobai spoke eloquently. Listening to the crowd was dumbfounded. They did not expect a child's level is still inferior to the painting, but actually can be said to be so profound philosophical connotation. Couldn't help but applaud. Li Xiaobai's face was bland. Through those doglegs of the parties bragging about Xia Jian, he had already understood that this way of painting does not lie in how well you paint, but how well you can brag. As long as you can speak the deep kernel, you are just as loaded as the rest of the world. The art of painting is not only aesthetic, but also psychological. Woof. Why didn't the kid communicate with Lord Two Dogs in advance, causing Lord Two Dogs to make a fool of himself? The second Dogsy cursed from the side, his face full of mischief. Is there ever a time when you're not embarrassed? Woof. Boss Yi has a thorough view of the sacred demon sect. Xia Jian said indifferently, and that strong words made him a little bit of an egghead. It's just a strong argument. If you can't draw, you can't draw, so what's the point of being so cryptic? Xia Lu had a resentment in his chest, a great opportunity to target, and he just missed it. Look at the other people's paintings. Wang Ruoxian said. In her heart, she was even more contemptuous of Li Xiaobai. This is a nice picture of a spring residence in the rich mountains, with birds and flowers and some mood. This picture of a scholar seeking instruction is also good, and the stories within the schoolhouse have a Confucian flavor. This child and mother's filial piety picture is also good. Yeah, look at. One by one, the rest of the cultivators unfolded their own scrolls and commented on each other, quickly throwing Li Xiaobai to the back of their minds. Although the soup energy One Piece had benefited them greatly, the boss's performance was not as outstanding as they had imagined it to be. After the critique of the centerpiece's painting was completed, the rest of the crowd was just going through the motions, slightly blowing off some steam before the crowd's words turned. Recently, there are quite a lot of things happening in the city. The most red-hot one is Boss Ye's Tang Ning Yip. I heard that quite a number of cultivators have broken through their cultivation overnight. The effect is extraordinary. I've heard that several of the great lords were unable to claim the recipe for the bathhouse. Does Boss Yi have a master's legacy for this art of soaking? Liang Chun doesn't have a teacher's legacy. It's all based on a hard-working heart for the welfare of living beings. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Boss Yi has the heart of the world. I admire you. In the future, with this bathhouse, even if we don't have a chance to be in the Holy Demon sect, the road ahead of us will be more open. At the mention of the soup energy One Piece, the cultivators' hearts rejoiced. Wang Ruoxian raised his eyebrows slightly and said lightly, Soup energy first grade is indeed miraculous, but unfortunately it is not as good as the Spirit Spring. I tried it yesterday and the results were not ideal. That's because you went to the wrong store. If you go to the deluxe version of the soup can be a product, I guarantee that you will be so comfortable to take off. Li Xiaobai muttered in his heart, this woman just has too much of a sense of superiority, looking at everyone with a superior appearance. This trip to the sacred demon sect isn't as simple as just furthering one's training. Xia Jian said indifferently. May I hear it? Have you heard of secret realms? Throughout the ages, many amazingly talented and powerful people have left behind a lot of secret realms. We are going to the Holy Demon Sect, firstly, to improve our cultivation, and secondly, it is because a secret realm in the northern domain is about to be opened, and all of the major clans will be selecting talents to go to the secret realm. Among the northern domain, there are only a handful of sects that are qualified to select talents to travel to the central state, and the Holy Demon Sect is one of them. A hint of smugness flashed in Xia Jian's eyes. For this spot, he was determined to win. Hiss, from time to time over the years, I've been able to hear of the Wine Sword Immortal's legacy coming out. Could it be that this time the secret realm was also left by Senior Wine Sword Immortal? Wine Sword Immortal's name is very loud. That is also hundreds of years ago ascension to the upper realm of the mighty. Rumor has it that Wine Sword Immortal to the enemy only a sword. Kill the enemy must drink before, the more wine to drink, the sword's power is more powerful. Becoming famous for hundreds of years, no one has ever been able to walk through a sword in his hands, and is the faith in the hearts of many sword cultivators. It was also a great power that had left behind the most secret realms in the immortal spirit continent. Listening to my Zhen Yuanguo's master, this time the secret realm is the disciple of Zhen Yuan de Xian in the past years, left by Bei Qin Fong. This Bei Qin Fong has got the true transmission of Confucianism, all of the vast and righteousness. The secret realm left by him is a blessing for me and other Confucian scholars. Bei Qin Fong is a low-profile person, and only those who practice the way of Confucianism will know about it. Rumor has it that Bei Qin Fong once broke into the Western Desert alone, and the old Buddha of the Western Desert argued with the Buddha 3 days and 3 nights without using a trace of cultivation, but the entire Western Desert into a barren land, and from then on to become the Confucianism and Taoism in the hearts of the readers to the saints. Mr. Xia has the help of the Zhen Yuan Kingdom and has obtained a place for further training in the Sacred Demon Sect. There will be a place for you on the trip to the secret realm. My daughter would like to congratulate Mr. Xia first. Wang Ruoxian hid her face and laughed lightly, and Xia Jian was very flattered. Liang Chan once met a Jindan stage Zhen Yuan Kingdom master. How is his status in Zhen Yuan Kingdom? Li Xiaobai asked. This was an issue he was more concerned about. After all, when he had directly made someone state master into a puppet in Zhen Yuan country, if he was found out, I'm afraid it would not be easy to explain. In Zhen Yuan Kingdom, anyone above the Jindan stage can become a state master and enjoy a salary. In my Zhen Yuan Kingdom, Jindan cultivators are everywhere. It's nothing at all. What about Yuaning stage cultivators? 2 digits. What about the transitional stage? Boss Yi seems to be a bit too concerned about the strength of the Zhen Yuan Kingdom. The Zhen Yuan Kingdom has left behind a Confucian inheritance and has a strong heritage that is not something you and I can imagine. Xia Jian said faintly. Li Xiaobai's heart breathed a sigh of relief. The Jindan stage didn't have much status in Jinyuan country, so the chances of being discovered should be very small. It's Ryakan who's being abrupt. Is Boss Yi sure he doesn't want to leave this position? Xia Jian asked coldly. Well, it's quite comfortable to sit in. Good. Today Boss Yi sits in the challenge seat. Mr. Xia is curious about Boss Yi. Please do not hesitate to teach him. Chapter 81. Mr. Xia, you really are a weakling. Xia Jian did not do more polite, directly launched the challenge. Originally he wanted to swindle Li Xiaobai to sit in this position, so that he could take revenge for his own brother. I didn't expect Li Xiaobai to be so cooperative. He was not one of these ordinary family children, staying in Zhenyuan country for many years to cultivate. His cultivation had already touched the Jindan stage Great Circle realm, a realm that was no less than the family head. Moreover, he had been practicing outside for many years, and there were not a few life and death battles, so it could be said that it was hard to meet an opponent in this realm. Good point, make a move. Li Xiaobai instinctively turned on the provocation, wildly pulling hatred, and his body sat peacefully on the chair, not moving a muscle. What does Boss Yi mean by this? Xia Jian frowned. Mr. Xia, feel free to make a move. If Liang Chun leaves this seat, it will be counted as my loss. Li Xiaobai said smilingly. Woof. This is Lord Two Doggy's beater. If you defeat him, you will be qualified to fight with your family's Lord Two Doggy. The second Dogsy man stood up and said indifferently with both paws on his back. Grandma. This is too arrogant. Second brother. Waste his cultivation. Xia Lu was the first to blow up. This man and dog were too angry. It's just claptrap, Boss Yi, after today. I hope you can recognize yourself and know that there are people outside of this world. Wang Ruoxian looked indifferent. In her opinion, Xia Jian's victory was inevitable. Then Mr. Xia will be respectful. Xia Jian's expression was chilly, his wrist reversed, and a huge brush appeared in his hand. Murphy's Law, a gentleman's honesty, and the world is the same. A brush crisscrossed the void, ancient runes flowed, and the 8 true words manifested, bringing all the people's anger towards Li Xiaobai and crashing down. This is a Confucian tactic. The readers use the ink treasure in their hands as a magic weapon, and use the talent in their bodies as a means of attack, and use the righteousness to suppress everything. This is a Confucian tactic, an ink attack, suppressing everything by virtue of one's comprehension of the Confucian classics. Mr. Xia should be at the Jindan stage of cultivation. It's not much better than the family head. I didn't expect to be able to burst out with such might. This Zhenyuan kingdom, it's worthy of being a kingdom with a legacy. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for Boss Yi. The suppression of the readers is the most difficult to deal with. Yeah, a little too much. Attribute points plus 200. Attribute points plus 200. The power was okay, it didn't go beyond the Jindan stage. Li Xiaobai stared at the system panel in front of him and tapped all the attribute points for defense. Xia Jian hand movement is not stopping, constantly in the void in the writing what, Li Xiaobai only feel a tight body, the void in the several big words with the force of 10,000 pounds bombarded down. The gravel cracked under his feet, the ground was densely cobwebbed, and the strong sense of oppression looked a bit appalling. However, it wasn't of any use, in front of the 9 turns indestructible golden body. These 8 words of truth only made one's body feel heavier. Mr. Xia is not frank. Li Xiaobai smiled and continued to taunt. Hear that, boy, you don't have a straight heart. A gentleman is at peace with himself, but a villain is always at peace with himself, and that's what you are talking about. The second dog saw the situation immediately active, full of talk. Li Xiaobai can resist the other side of the attack. It can rest assured and boldly pretend a wave. Xia Jian's face changed. Li Xiaobai was fearless of his 8 true words. Even the broken dog beside him had a mocking look on his face. The brush in his hand changed, no longer writing true words, but sketching a landscape picture in the air. A long river appeared out of thin air, the river rushing and surging. This is a corner of the mountain and river diagram. It's a national treasure of the Zhenyuan kingdom, left by the Zhenyuan immortal in his early years, and the Xia family's son has actually seen it and even comprehended a corner of it. It's said that the powers of the central state that deal with the Zhenyuan kingdom have been maintaining friendly relations because of this mountain and river map. When the mountain and river diagram comes out, it can suppress everything. The Xia family's son is truly a wizard. My ancient moon city is going to rise. The rushing river water descended from the sky, waves rolling, with thunderous sounds falling down, pouring straight at Li Xiaobai with a thunderous momentum. This special effect looked quite bluffing, different from all those Jindan stage cultivators he had seen before. The river water fell. Li Xiaobai only felt that his body was fixed, as if it was filled with lead. Attribute points plus 300. Attribute points plus 300. Although this effect is powerful, the power is still average. Even with the inheritance in place, the Jindan stage is the Jindan stage. Mr. Xia's moves were flat, and Liang Chen's heart had no ripples and even wanted to laugh. Li Xiaobai laughed. This can't be right. Xia Jian's face changed greatly. Just now he used the power of inheritance, showing a corner of the view of the mountain and river map. The general cultivator, if he touched the monstrous river, will be directly impacted. Even the dregs are not left. This Li Xiaobai actually unharmed. But then his face was flushed, his chest was stuffy, and his body turned over. He was even injured. What is going on? Xia Jian was shocked and angry in his eyes. Boss Yi, you're clearly already seriously injured. Don't hold on any longer. Lie down obediently and Mr. Xia will immediately send someone to treat Boss Yi. Don't try to be strong, or your injuries will worsen and damage the foundation of the Great Tao. At these words, the neighboring cultivators released. It turned out to be a strong hold, almost scared to death, and urged, yes, Boss Yi. Don't hold on strongly. Compared to life, face is nothing. And since Mr. Xia is so heavenly, there's no shame in losing to him. Yeah. Li Xiaobai scratched his head, a little stunned. This Xia Jian's self-perception was a little too good. Liangqin is just trying to get 2 moves out of Mr. Xia first. Could it be that was Mr. Xia's full strength just now? Does Mr. Xia hit his face? Your attack was useless. Instead of being injured, Lord Two Dogs even wanted to laugh. Dogzi was excited. Wang Ruoxian looked strange. Li Xiaobai's appearance did not look like he was pretending. The other party was really unharmed. Just now, Xia Jian's attack could be said to have used all his strength. If it were her to come, it would be impossible for her to receive it unharmed. This bathhouse owner, at such a young age, even possessed such cultivation. Wang Ruoxian felt that she had to look at this man anew. Xia Jian's eyes were a bit dumbfounded. The other party was not pretending. His 8 truths did not even leave a tiny bit of injury to the other party. Instead, he himself was traumatized quite a bit. This is impossible. Among my peers, how could anyone surpass me? I'm at the half-step consummation level of the Jindan stage. Even if it's a disciple of a large sect, it's only similar to me. Who the hell are you? My name is Yi Liangqin. And Liangqin loves to take on those who think they have outstanding abilities. To be perfect is to be perfect, and to be unsuccessful is to be unsuccessful. What is there to say about half-steps to perfection? Mr. Xia, don't give yourself a pass, you're really weak. In this world, the only person who can hurt Liangqin is Liangqin himself. Li Xiaobai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Xia Jian's attack was not bad. A set down, adding 2,000 attribute points to the system. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body. 6 turn 48,000 60,000 can be advanced. The moment these words came out, the entire room was petrified. Before this, no one would have thought that today's competition cut would have such a result. Summer Sword means all out, surprisingly cannot hurt it a bit. This is what strength? Chapter 82. Accidentally dropping a valuable item. The owner of Tang Nang Yipin is actually as terrifying as this. Boss Yi has deep pockets. It's my daughter's eyes that are clumsy. Let's call it a day for this competition. Wang Ruoxian slowly stood up and said faintly, does Fairy Wang not want to challenge Liangqin? Li Xiaobai asked. Although Boss Ye's strength is good, he is not yet the daughter's opponent. Although body-refining cultivators are rare, they are not unavailable. This world, after all, still relies on cultivation. Many of the disciples of the great sects have already stepped into the realm of the Yuaning stage, so a momentary success or failure can't mean anything. After entering the Holy Demon sect, our strength will skyrocket. Bossy still needs to improve himself more. It's pointless to show off a moment of tongue. Wang Ruoxian was still in a lofty manner and did not place Li Xiaobai in her eyes. She sensed that Li Xiaobai did not have spiritual energy, indicating that the other party was specializing in the physical body. Such a person's progress in the short term was indeed divine, but at a later stage, he would appear to be lackluster. She had the lesser multiplication sect behind her and the holy demon sect as her backing. Her cultivation was progressing at a rapid pace, so there was no need to split the difference with the other party. Not bad. Surnamed Yi, you have no half cultivation all over your body. Only your physical body is a bit strong. When my second brother steps into the Yuaning stage, he can kill you with his hand. Xia Lu's voice was stern. Today, his Xia family could be said to have lost face. I didn't expect even the genius Xia Jian to lose, or to lose so miserably. You want to kill Ryakan? Believe it or not, Ryakan has 100 ways to let you die. And you, there's nothing you can do about it. Li Xiaobai felt that this wave was a loss. It should have been swarmed by the crowd, but it ended prematurely, a bit hasty. Let's stop here today. Tomorrow is the day of traveling. We all support each other. More support is the right thing to do, Mr. Xia. Go back to rest first. Wang Ruoxian interrupted the crowd. There was nothing more to see when the party had developed to this point. She was not going to allow the crowd to shift the focus from her to Li Xiaobai. In that case, then Liang Qin will also take his leave first. With an arch of his hand, Li Xiaobai turned around and a pitch-black token permeated with an ancient aura fell out. The front of this black token was clearly engraved with the words Sacred Demon Sect, and the crowd of cultivators' breaths stuttered as they stared at the small token on the ground with wide, unbelievable eyes. This is the token of the Holy Demon Sect. Boss Yi is a disciple of the Holy Devil Sect. Numerous cultivators felt it was a slap in the face, especially the three brothers of the Xia family. They thought they were proud of the Holy Demon Sect's qualification for entering the sect. People had long ago got it, and had been watching them laugh. Ridiculous, they still treat people as little cute. Only at this moment did they realize that they themselves were the real fools. Oops, accidentally tuned out the valuables. Sorry for scaring you guys. Li Xiaobai arched his hand in greeting and picked up the Holy Demon Sect token. Woof. Boy, you're so careless. This look will blow them away. The second dog grinned. Full of bad jokes, this kind of face-slapping operation felt great to it. Boss Yi is a disciple of the Holy Demon Sect. Wang Ruoxian was a bit stunned. Advancement disciple. I got it a long time ago, I just haven't been there. Li Xiaobai waved his hand and said indifferently. Why don't you go? The Sacred Demon Sect is also nothing more than a landing point for Liang Chen. Liang Chen's goal is a sea of stars. Woof. Lord Two Dog's strength is unrivaled in the ancient world. How can the district clan accommodate me? Wang Ruoxian was speechless. She had been teaching people the truth that there was a sky beyond the sky, and every time she cited examples of her clan, she wanted to suppress Li Xiaobai, but she didn't realize that people were famous for being masters of their own clan, and they had been watching them laugh. It turns out that Boss Yi is also an advanced disciple. In that case, we are still in the same sect. My daughter has some friends in the Holy Demon Sect and is able to have 3 thin faces. At that time, I'll go to say hello and the Holy Demon Sect won't be overly difficult for us. Wang Ruoxian reverted to his unperturbed attitude. There was still a big difference between an advanced disciple and a sect disciple. Her mind was much more balanced, she had some connections in the Holy Devil Sect, and she was able to quickly gain a firm foothold. Good. So very good. Good. Then Liang Chen will go and make preparations first. That's a funny guy. Would it kill him not to have a superiority complex? The second dog snorted and followed Li Xiaobai and left. Wang Ruoxian's face was expressionless as his figure turned and disappeared. The cultivators looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that the boss of Tang Nangapin was actually such a deep-rooted, body-refining cultivator. It was really a long time to see the world. No words on the road. Inside the Yukonin Ichiban, the crowd soaked in the pool. Leah looked very excited. Boss Yi, you're actually so powerful, a real person. It's just a routine operation. It's not worth it. Mr. Liangqin is very strong. Situ Yenyu's eyes are full of little stars. But unfortunately, Li Xiaobai will be heading to the Holy Demon Sect tomorrow, while she can only stay in the ancient Moon City, and the gap will only get wider in the future, right? Woof. Lord Two Dogs is strong too. Two Doggy was disgruntled. Yes, and the two dogs are strong too. Situ Yenyu said. She was the only little follower of the second dog. Tomorrow Liangqin will be heading to the Holy Demon Sect. All the bathhouses within this Guyu city will all be handed over to Smoky Rain to take care of. I will go and greet those family heads. Li Xiaobai said. How can this be? Smoky Rain is just a waitress and has a low cultivation level. She can't afford to take on such a heavy responsibility. Situ Yenyu is a little flustered. She wants nothing. Cannot suppress the scene. Cultivation is not a problem. As long as there is a bathhouse in place, sooner or later you are going to catch up. This Tang Nangapin will be handed over to you to take care of first. In the future I will come back again. During this period of time, don't slack off. Smoky understands. Situ Yenyu's heart was beating wildly as she felt Li Xiaobai's trust. What did the old man say? Li Xiaobai looked at the drowsy old caller, really wanting to take this old guy with him, so that in the future he could really walk sideways. Soak it up. That wine. The monthly VIP hasn't even been experienced in place yet. What's the rush? The old barker stubbed his toe and said faintly. Well, it looks like we won't be able to get that kind of wine anytime soon, and we'll have to figure out a way to get the rest of the attribute points on our own. The 3 black-robed men in the corner of the bathhouse are a little bit unable to sit still. If Li Xiaobai is to walk away, Zhang Rui's clues can be broken. They are still pointing to this promotion and wealth, rising up in droves. Brother Liang Chan, there are quite a lot of demons and monsters on this road. We are willing to escort them, Zuoda said. Of course, it's just that those family heads aren't light bulbs, And with Liang Chun gone like this, there's no guarantee that they won't have some petty thoughts. Li Xiaobai said. This is a good idea, our brother's face. They wouldn't dare not to give it. I'll go and tell them that Tang Nang Apin will always be boss Yes. Hey, thanks a lot, guys. Chapter 83 Heavy Duty Trucks. The ancient Moon City is well organized in matters of all sizes. This place was also considered a stronghold for himself. Ancient Moon City was under the jurisdiction of the Zhan Yuan Kingdom, and in the future, if he wanted to enter the Zhan Yuan Kingdom, he could find his way here. As for the several big families, Li Xiaobai wasn't worried. The disciples of all the families were traveling to the holy demon sect with himself. In other words, these people were his own hostages, and if the family heads dared to hit on the idea of the Sup Nang Ipin, he would just tie up these family disciples himself. I'm sure they'll be able to talk it out. View the system panel. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body. 6th turn 48,000 60,000 can be advanced. Attribute points, 0. Skills. Muscle weakness, 100% hatred. Super abs, drunkenness, blood demon metamorphosis of heaven. Maul, opened. Status. Blood demon erosion general. Waiting until the road, he would find another opportunity to raise his attribute points, striving to completely restore his body to normal before arriving at the holy demon sect. That said, it seemed that the true disciple of the holy demon sect, Xiang Tianyi, had also been robbed by himself and his 6th senior brother. But Xiang Tianyi's spatial ring was in the hands of his 6th senior brother, and since he was wearing a human skin mask, he shouldn't be able to check on his own head. With the 3 unlucky people of Zhuode by his side, the evil cultivators outside the city are not enough to worry about. This trip looks like it's going to go well. Master, do you know about old man Tianwu? Li Xiaobai mysteriously came to the old caller's side and asked. Naturally, I know that Elder Tianwu is a once-in-a-century wizard, an existence that fights all over the world. The old barker said. Is this man alive today? Then who knows, such an expert, crowning the ancient world, is not something you and I can speculate on. Woof! Lord Erdogsy is also an expert who crowns the ancient and modern world, whereas old man Tianwu, Erdogsy wants to fight with him. The second dog has no eyesight, so interruption, the topic cannot go on. Li Xiaobai felt that this old caller must be extraordinary. It is not allowed to say that Li Yu's speculation is correct. He really picked up the treasure. Early the next morning, after a night of soaking, the attribute points increased by 2,000 again. Only 10,000 attribute points away from boosting your defense. After bidding farewell to Master Situ and Old Barker, Li Xiaobai took Airdog Z straight to the city gates. A large number of cultivators had gathered at this place early in the morning. Other than the 30 or so disciples who were heading to the holy demon sect, the rest had come to see them off and watch the fun, and a few of the family heads were also present. I don't know what Zhude said to them last night, and when they saw Li Xiaobai at this time, their faces were a little bit not so good, and they didn't even want to greet them. Mr. Xia, the road is treacherous. How about companionship? Wang Ruoxian sat on top of the compass, floating in the air and laughing lightly. Fairy's invitation. How would Mr. Xia dare to refuse? Big brother and third brother, come up, let's travel together. Xia Jian laughed and threw out a scroll that skyrocketed against the wind, and the 3 of them rode on it, transforming into a streak of light that followed Wang Ruoxian as they departed. The rest of the cultivators are full of envy looking at the sky-flying duo. This big sect disciples is good. Casually thrown out the magic treasure have flying effect. Unlike them, can only use the cultivation to catch up. Boy, don't you have a mount or something? It's embarrassing to walk like that. Erdogsy asked with a sidelong glance at Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai thought about it and felt that it was time to use the heavy-duty big truck. This reward has not been used once, and driving a big truck in the other world has a different flavor. With a flip of the wrist, a giant truck that exuded an ironic aura appeared in front of the crowd. This truck is less than 3 meters wide, more than 10 meters in length, 3 meters in height, is a really big heavy-duty truck. Surrounded by iron-wrapped, steel plate, guardrail, seems solid as gold. The styling alone is dominating. The only beautiful thing was that the spirit stones consumed by this thing were massive. Heavy-duty truck. Can transport 30 tons of cargo, copper skin and iron armor. Exceptionally strong. Consumes 1 medium-grade spirit stone per kilometer. Note, older drivers also have risks on the road. Civilized driving to eliminate roadkill from me. The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Such a stylized seat they had never seen in their lives. It was too domineering, and from a long way away they could feel the murderous aura emanating from it. If you were to be given a collision by this big guy, shattering your bones would be light, it's too scary. Woof. Boy, you're actually hiding this good stuff. Boss Yi, this is... The Xia family head couldn't help but ask. This is Liang Chen's special ride. A heavy-duty truck, and you and other disciples can also come up and ride along. They can all come up? This is natural. I just still hope that the family head will not forget what Swada and the others said last night. This is natural. The canine son will take much trouble from Boss Yi. The head of the Li family was 120% willing. He had heard all about last night's party, and he couldn't wait for Leah to find a backer. At that moment, he directly expressed his loyalty. This Tang Nangi pin belongs to Boss Yi. No one can take it away, and in the future, Mr. Li will fully cooperate with Miss Smoke and Rain to take care of the store. Wang is also. Same here. My little daughter would like to trouble Boss Yi more. Why don't you and the others hurry over and meet Boss Yi, and be obedient on the way? Don't fool around and don't cause trouble, understand? Disciple knows. The crowd of cultivators were exceptionally excited. For Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian's ride, they were incredibly hot. This magic treasure ride was a treasure for cultivators. They didn't expect that Boss Yi would actually be willing to take them. And this ride of Boss Ye's was much more dominant than the previous duos. What flying swords, what magic treasures, compared to this big truck. They are all weak. Sure enough, big trucks are a man's romance. Come on up. The cargo hold at the back of the truck was enough to accommodate the 30 disciples, and it was still open air, so you could enjoy the scenery along the road. Hey, thanks Boss Yi. One by one, all the cultivators rolled over and got on the big truck. Sitting on both sides, the 3 evil cultivators also went up. This kind of stylized seat are seen once, the heart is very curious. Woof, kid. That seat belongs to Lord Two Dogs. The second dog scurried nimbly through the window and into the passenger seat, which it had instantly favored. The seats are made of fur and are very fluffy and extremely comfortable. Li Xiaobai pulled the door and sat on the main driver's seat, invested several medium-grade spirit stones, started to launch up, stepped on the gas pedal. The ground trembled, and the truck roared out furiously. The many family executives were even more horrified. This kind of mount, this kind of might, was even more terrifying than a demonic beast. What exactly is this Boss Ye's status? To actually have such a treasure? This trip, it's a blessing for our disciples to be able to hitch a ride with him. Not bad. Safety is guaranteed, and following Boss Yi, you shouldn't be bullied in the Holy Devil sect. It's just a pity that Tang Nangi Pin. All of our disciples are in the hands of Boss Yi. I'm afraid that's what he's looking at, so he'll be able to leave without worrying about it. Chapter 84 Pudong Rooster. Looking at the back of the bus as it rode away, Xia Zhouchuan's face was gloomy. Of the several family heads, he was the one who wanted to annex Tang Nangi Pin the most, and since his heir did not go all the way with Li Xiaobai, he scoffed at Swada's threat. Nay, now that the remaining few family heads were on Li Xiaobai's side, Tang Nangi Pin could not be moved for the time being. In the distance, on the official road, rumbling thunder pierced the sky, the earth trembled violently, and the neighboring beasts scattered in all directions like startled birds. Trucks on the crowd flushed, look uplifted. In the past, to see demonic beasts they only escaped the part, when as now this eyebrow, big trucks open, the living beings to avoid, it is really too comfortable. The ground is dusty and thunderous. This is a real man's ride. Boss Yi, a man of God. Woof, kid. That's a nice mount you've got there. Give one to Lord Two Dogs too. The second dog was lying on the passenger side, staring blearily at Li Xiaobai's maneuvers. Aren't you a mount yourself? Li Xiaobai glanced at it and said indifferently. Woof, boy. You look down on your two-dog lord. Air Dogsy was furious and pounced over and started to snatch the steering wheel from Li Xiaobai's hands. The body of the car suddenly shook left and right. This is a large heavy truck, the length of 10 or so meters. This shaking under the whole car directly drifted up. The tires came from the sharp and piercing sound. The cultivators on the car almost did not be thrown out. What's the matter? But the mount is angry? I'm afraid we came up and offended it, Senior Mount. I have no intention of offending. I apologize to you. Please calm your anger, Elder Sitter. The cultivators were shocked. They couldn't afford the wrath of this roaring beast, and hurriedly prostrated themselves in the cabin, apologizing uncontrollably. They hadn't seen the truck before and only thought it was some sort of demonic beast mount. Spread out. You Thai dog. You almost got me in a traffic accident. Li Xiaobai's face was annoyed, and with a tug on her dogsy, he wanted to throw him out of the car. Woof, if you don't give Lord Two Dogs a ride. Lord Two Dogs won't let go. The two paws of the two dogs were nailed to the steering wheel, allowing Li Xiaobai to pull and tug, not moving at all. A man and a dog's stalemate, wildly beating the steering wheel, the body tilt directly from the official highway across out, rushed into the side of the small forest. The trucks crashed across the road, and the boulders and old trees along the road shattered in response to the smoke and dust. The crowd of cultivators in the cabin were even more shocked and speechless, gripping the fence by their hands in death. This mount was definitely furious. Even a tree that big could directly crash through it. How strong it had to be. Scatter your hands. Scatter your hands? I'll give it. Can't I give it? You scatter first. Li Xiaobai has no way to drag the two dogs. The body is not controlled. Can only be agreed. Woof, I told you earlier, Lord Two Dogs is not a nuisance. The requirements are not high. Similar to this car will be fine. The second dog tilted his head and said, both paws still gripping the steering wheel with a death grip. The meaning was obvious. If you don't give it to me, I won't let go. Speechless, Li Xiaobai quickly browsed through them all. The two dogs, even after eating the righteous elixir, still cannot change the problem of wilting and bad damage. This loser thing absolutely cannot give it a good move. Just give a cheap ride to casually pass off. Jumping around, Li found a suitable seat. Pudong Rooster. It looks like a small grass chicken, but it is indeed a chicken with an immortal phoenix bloodline, can be resurrected 1 hour after death. The more times it dies, the stronger it is, and it can become bigger for a short period of time by swallowing down a spirit stone. 1,000 lower grade spirit stones. Current number of deaths. 0. Note. No Pudong Rooster is innocent in this world. Good. That's you. The Pudong Rooster was considered to be the cheapest mount in the mall, only requiring 1,000 lower grade spirit stones, and it was still a living creature that didn't need to be opened with spirit stones, which was energy efficient. Second doggy, I do have a very good mount here. I didn't suffer a lot in order to get it in the first place. Since you want it today, I'll gift it to you, and I hope you'll treat it well in the future. Li Xiaobai flipped his wrist and took out the Pudong Rooster. The Pudong Rooster is only the size of a palm, with a fiery red body, a golden beak and a pair of small, beady eyes. With a slight sideways glance, he brushed his feathers and came out with a majestic and proud appearance. Woof! Isn't this just a chicken? This counts as a mount, boy. Don't you fool your family's second dog, Lord? The second dog, a little suspicious, raked the Pudong Rooster with his paw, causing a rooster to crow. You don't underestimate it. This is the Pudong Rooster, carrying the immortal phoenix bloodline, with the ability to resurrect. After it eats the spirit stone, it can become bigger to become a mount. Very small to carry around on weekdays, very convenient. And on top of that, it also has the home function of automatic feeding and automatic pathfinding, making it a very intelligent mount. So strong. Lord Two Dogs doesn't believe it. Boy, give a spirit stone to inspect the goods. The second dog's mouth said he didn't believe it, but his body did honestly peel the Pudong Rooster into his arms and press it silky with his claws. If you want spirit stones, go earn them yourself. I don't have any here. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. It looked like Air Dogzi had been bluffed by himself. From the introduction, this chicken was indeed good, with an immortal phoenix bloodline and the ability to come back from the dead indefinitely. But these were all superficial, and who knows how many times one would have to let this chicken die before it could become an expert chicken. As of now, this chicken doesn't have any use other than squawking. It might be able to bluff after it gets bigger, but it's still a waste chicken. Air Dogzi's eyes flashed with a strange light. His eyes stared straight at the chicken in front of him, and the corners of his mouth indisputably left behind a harangue. Phoenix bloodline can also be resurrected from the dead. The first thing that came to its mind was to stew this chicken. Anyway, the Pudong Rooster can be resurrected. Drinking some phoenix blood is no big deal. Feeling threatened, the Pudong Rooster fluttered its wings and bounced wildly on the passenger side. Li Xiaobai could see what was in Erdogzi's mind. Erdogzi. This chicken just has a phoenix bloodline. Not Phoenix Ben Phoenix. It's useless to eat it. Don't move your head. Woof. How could Lord Two Dogs eat his own mount? You're prejudiced against Lord Two Dogs. The second dog stretched out his claws and once again pinned the Pudong Rooster down. Li Xiaobai thought for a moment and took out an elixir from his spatial ring. This was an evil elixir. After consuming it, the evil value would explode. It was just the right time to use this chicken to suppress Erdogzi. Pinch the chicken's head and throw the elixir into its mouth. Woof. Boy. What precious elixir did you give it? Lord Two Dogs wants it too. It's the same one you were given to eat in the first place. Cluck. Mother-er. This Thai dog has a demented look and drips her rumps, tarnishing my noble and holy feathers. The Pudong rooster fluttered his wings a few times and then froze. Cluck! I can talk? Chapter 85. My Lord Ji Wu Rong. It's the effect of that elixir just now. This silly fellow actually has this kind of good goods. One can consider turning him into this honored one's small treasury. Why would my father say what's in his heart? And what was that elixir just now? The Pudong rooster was flabbergasted. Woof! Goddamned broken chicken got. How dare you call yourself this honored one in front of your house? Lord Two Dogs. Second dog Z exploded. Li Xiaobai is a little puzzled, evil elixir down. Pudong rooster does not seem to have any abnormal performance, and when the two dogs cannot wait to go to the good deed is very different. Cackling. This undying phoenix G emotionless. How dare you? A broken dog, clamor in front of this father. Not knowing how the word death is written? The Pudong rooster looked haughty and arrogant, not putting two dogs in his eyes at all. Woof, this seat Nicholas Two Dogs Lord is also the champion of the ancient and modern super strong. A broken chicken got, also dare in front of your family Two Dogs Lord wanton. The second dog immediately exploded. A chicken actually more arrogant than it. This cannot be tolerated. Ji Wuxing. Is that your name? Li Xiaobai felt very novel that a mount produced by the system actually had its own name. Call me Lord Ji. Ji Wuqian glanced lightly at Li Xiaobai and lowered his head to concentrate on combing his feathers. Woof, kid. This broken chicken has to be too arrogant. Stew it. The second dog grinned, his face full of unkindness. Little chicken, what else do you remember? Li Xiaobai ignored Air Dogzy and continued to ask. Call me Lord Ji. Since my birth, I have not tasted a single defeat. I have fought with the great sun, fought the three-legged golden crow, and beheaded the gods and Buddhas of the heavens. And now I look down on life and death, and I deeply hide my achievements and fame, and I just want to be a quiet, immortal phoenix. Ji Wuxing held his head high and said indifferently. Li Xiaobai was speechless. This chicken also looked unreliable. Could it be that, after eating the good and evil elixir, they would all become unreliable? Woof, you broken chicken gotta be full of. Lord Two Dogs is knowledgeable and can conclude that you're just a weak chicken. Don't talk nonsense here. A mount should have the self-consciousness of a mount. Hurry up and get bigger so that Lord Two Dogs can ride it. Cluck. Broken dog. O's education. Ji Wuxing's two eyes were on fire, and he pecked down towards the second dog. Woof. Don't you dare peck Lord Two Dogs. The second dog was furious, pounced on, and Ji emotionless wrestled together. And for a moment the passenger seat was full of chickens and dogs. These two are half a catty in strength and belong to the vegetable chicken pecking each other. Li Xiaobai shook his head and turned on the car music in his hand. Quickly use the nunchucks. Ha ha ha. Quickly use the nunchucks. The music played, and the whole compartment echoed with the blood-tingling song. A chicken and a dog fought even more happily. Chicken hair and dog hair flew all over the sky, and the sound of chickens crowing and barking was constant. On the carriage, all the cultivators are even more excited. This music has never heard before. The tune of the lyrics are very strange, against the common sense, but it is good to listen to. Let a person passionate. Boss Yi, truly a man of God. Woof. There aren't many in this world who can fight this seat to a draw, and for a chicken, you're not bad. The second dog panted. Cluck. Your honor's martial arts is so high that I have never seen it in my life. You are qualified to be my opponent. Ji Wuxia lowered its head and smoothed its messy feathers, its small chest rising and falling violently. It was a bit off its feet after a fight. Sit tight and don't jostle. Li Xiaobai concentrated on driving, looking out the window. This forest is when he was brought out by Situ Yenyu, that piece of forest. The truck has driven very deep. Turn around and return to the pipeline is a bit time-consuming, so just directly from the forest through. A straight line between 2 points is the shortest, and it saves some time, too. Roar. Air Dogzy and Ji Wu Air quieted down as the roars of the beasts around them came over. Boss Yi, you're going the wrong way. This area is a place frequented by demonic beasts. You should return to the official road as soon as possible. Yes, Boss Yi. It's just too dangerous to go like this. I've seen a few demonic beasts in the distance. No, that tiger in front of us is pouncing. The cultivators looked panicked and kept calling for Li Xiaobai. The rear compartment of the truck was open air. Everyone was exposed. If a demonic beast caught up, I'm afraid they would become food in their bellies. Don't worry about it. It's just a mere demonic beast. There's no need to fear anything. Li Xiaobai said lightly. The front of the roadblock he naturally saw. Heavy trucks are not just a name. This guy wants to mantis blocking the car, only a dead end. Hit the steering wheel, put it in gear, hit the gas, and the big truck roared to life. The The blocker is not afraid in the least, the windshield is transparent, it has seen Li Xiaobai through the glass. The tiger silently calculated the distance in its mind, and then its feet snapped and lunged in the air. It intended to break through the windshield, drill into the driver's seat, and eat Li Xiaobai. Unfortunately, the wish is beautiful, the reality is very cruel. The windshield is a bulletproof reinforced tempered glass, not to mention a demonic beast. Even if it is a magic weapon, spirit weapon, it cannot be broken. The tiger snapped and hit the windshield, blood blooming as his body instantly went limp and rolled to the side of the road. Attribute points plus 100. Hiss. The mount actually counted its own attribute points when it crashed into someone. There was such a good thing? Li Xiaobai's eyes were glowing. His hands hit the steering wheel. The gas pedal stepped on the bottom, and the truck roared out. The body of the car sits and bends right and left. Where there is an obstacle where to drive, the front of the car was hit with a thud. The smoke rolled in the forest. The surrounding demonic beasts looked at the wind and fled. This kind of big guy, it is not something that they can deal with. The car people are scared. A wave of bumps. The heart is in the throat. Do not know Li Xiaobai with the car and what problems, too fierce. But fortunately, the truck is very hard, under a collision nothing at all, and still all the way to the wild ride. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 50. The system panel in front of his eyes kept jumping. Li Xiaobai was very excited. He had found another path to upgrade. The mount was hurt and counted as his own attribute points, which was much more comfortable than personally going into battle himself. In that case, it's not a bad idea to become a roadkill. The truck took the shortest route and surged along, soon bursting through the forest and rejoining the official road. Woof. Scared the hell out of Dad. Boy, how do you drive? Don't you watch the road? The second dog was shocked and annoyed. Ji Wuxing was also scared to the point of fluttering. Just now that fierce tiger directly pounced up, but it scared it half to death. Can't you see I'm going the shortest distance? Li Xiaobai said indifferently. The value on the dial was slowly returning to zero. The spirit stones invested were not enough. Sure enough, this thing really burns money. Pulling the car slowly to the side of the official road, he took out the spirit stones and prepared to refuel. It was also at this moment that a few familiar cries came over. I am a disciple of the Xia family of Guyu City. The family head and your chief have always been friends. Please make it easier. Chapter 86. Evil Cultivator outside the city. When he raised his eyes, there were several black-robed men ahead of him blocking the road. The three Xia family brothers as well as Wang Ruoxian were all stopped at this time, and a few of them appeared to be very careful, not daring to make too much of a fuss. The man in black was holding the portrait in his hand and was talking to Xia Jian about something. Woof, kid. Those guys are the evil cultivators who fought 300 rounds with Lord Two Dogs before. They are coming for you. Hurry up and do away with them. As soon as the second dog saw the evil cultivator, it immediately perked up, and a righteous heart fluttered wildly, hating that it could not immediately pounce on it. But it had self-awareness and restrained itself in time. On the side, Ji Wuxing also came into the spirit. LOL. Kid. These guys are looking for you. Hurry up and go up and fight. Let's see what happens first. Li Xiaobai opened the car door and rolled over to get out of the car. The rest of the cultivators also saw a few people in the distance at this time and got out of the car. Boss Yi, what happened up ahead? Isn't that Mr. Xia and Fairy Wang? Those black-robed people are evil cultivators, right? Evil cultivators blocking the road. Big trouble. The crowd looked a little flustered. The one thing they were most afraid of meeting in a piece was an evil cultivator. Miley family has some friendship with the evil cultivators outside the city. I'll go and talk about it. They should give face. Leah said. No harm done. Let's see what happens first. Li Xiaobai said. At the same time, Xia Lu in the front seemed to have discovered something, and once he pointed in the direction where Li Xiaobai was, the rest of the evil cultivators came over at once. These evil cultivators and Zhuo de several people are all in the same clothes, and at a glance they are affiliated with a unified organization. Don't worry, Boss Yi. These adults are my superiors. I'll just go talk to them. Zhuo de greeted him with a smile. Zhuo de pays his respects to Protector Lu. Zhuo de, what are you doing here? The black-robed man at the head of the group frowned. There were was 3 brothers in the personnel deployment list for this piece. Protector. Our brothers have discovered a major clue about Zhang Rui. Tell me about it? My subordinate has discovered Zhang Rui's acquaintance within the ancient Moon City and is preparing to follow him to the sacred demon sect. Where are the people? Protector Lu's eyes lit up as he led several people straight to Li Xiaobai. The pressure exerted by the sky is getting bigger and bigger. If there are still no clues in the past few days, I am afraid that the one will directly blood sacrifice a few people. You know Zhang Rui? The numerous cultivators were scared out of their wits as Protector Lu walked over to Li Xiaobai and asked, "Are you?" Li Xiaobai wanted to set up a conversation to see how far the other party had checked. "You don't need to know. Tell me the location of Zhang Rui," Protector Lu said. "I'm not sure about that. The last time I saw him was the Divine Beast Mountain Range. I haven't been in contact for a long time. It'll take some time to find him. You guys are also his debtors?" Li Xiaobai asked. "Good. He owes enough to be broken into pieces. I'm heading to the Holy Demon sect this time, so I might be able to run into him. Why don't we go together?" Li Xiaobai said, feeling that he could continue to swindle a wave of evil cultivators as fighters. "How dare you, this is Protector Lu, a Yuaning stage powerhouse. How can he go with you and the others?" Boss Yi hurriedly tell Protector Lu the whereabouts of that Zhang Rui. Don't play it safe. Xia Jian frowned from the side. This evil cultivator could not be offended. Protector Lu's brows stretched out. The feeling of someone blowing him off was very pleasing to him. On the side, an evil cultivator seemed to have discovered something and whispered a few words in Protector Lu's ear. And Protector Lu's complexion changed drastically as he flipped his wrist, and a soul recruiting streamer appeared out of thin air as if he was facing a great enemy. "Assholes, this person, Zhang Rui, is hiding among you. This can't be possible, my lord. These people's subordinates know their roots. There is absolutely no such person as Zhang Rui." Zuida was puzzled. Foolish. Being fooled and still not realizing it. Get off to the side and watch. Protector Lu didn't want to say more and slapped the three left big brothers away, and several evil cultivators instantly dispersed and surrounded the crowd in the center. "Protector Lu, what are you?" Wang Ruoxian was a bit confused. This evil cultivator flipped out when he said he would, and became too fast. "I'm sorry, Fairy Wang. The cultivator we've been chasing is hiding amongst you, and it has the scent we've been tracking on its body. No one can leave until we find him. I'm going to count to 3. If Zhang Rui doesn't come out, I'll kill everyone present." Protector Lu was shrouded in black mist and had a ghostly aura. Several evil cultivators worked together to perform their divine abilities, and the evil aura of the soul-invoking streamer leaked out at first, and the pitch-black fury wandered around, forming a black barrier that firmly trapped the crowd in the middle of it. The field was filled with a ghastly wind, ghosts crying and wailing, and vaguely some tiny bones could be seen in the fury. Obviously, there were not a few cultivators who had died under this soul invoker. Cultivators' cold hairs stand up, the inner panic of a batch of cultivators Yuaning stage. This is the level of their various tribes of ancestors. If it is to open the killing ring, the presence of all the people in no way survived the possibility. "Protector Lu, several of us have been talking to you just now and there is no abnormality, so we should be able to rule it out." Xia Jian's head was filled with cold sweat, and in his heart, he cursed the cultivator named Zhang Rui. "Not bad. You few families have some friendship with us, step aside." "Thank you, Protector Lu." The Xia brothers and Miss Wang quickly stepped aside, breathing a sigh of relief in their hearts. The remaining cultivators were anxious and revealed their identities and said that both the Xia and Wang families knew them and could prove it. "Lord Lu, spare my life. I am a member of the Yang family. I even wet the bed with Mr. Summer when I was a kid." In order to save their lives, they also cannot care about face what to say. From childhood wear crotch pants until these days in the greenhouse pick up girls all to shake out. Unfortunately, the Xia brothers and Wang Ruoxian had no intention of helping them. "I'm sorry everyone, although Mr. Xia has seen you quite a few times. But we are not familiar with each other. It's hard to testify. Everyone rest assured. Wait until that Zhang Rui is found out by Lord Lu. Naturally return your freedom." Xia Jian said smilingly, and sneers flashed in Xia Lu and Xia Chuan's eyes. "My little daughter has been staying within the small multiplication sect and doesn't know you, so it's better to wait a little longer. I believe that Lord Lu will return justice to you." Wang Ruoxian's expression was bland, and her cool voice caused the crowd to despair. "Shameless. My clan has been friends with your two families for generations. How can you do this? That is, before the trip, your and other family elders clearly instructed everyone to support each other. Thanks to that, I've been treating you as the ancient moon twins, as the goal I've been pursuing. Villain. Shameless. Xia Jian, you are a scholar in vain. The Confucian heritage is disgraced in your hands." The cultivators were furious, and at the moment of death, they were filled with anger and let it out, both angry and desperate. It was not until today that they had realized that the two who had been behaving perfectly all along were actually this ugly. "All shut up, since this person Zhang Rui is unwilling to come out. This seat has no choice but to use some means. You guys don't blame me. If you want to blame me, go blame Zhang Rui. What was taken from my lord, I will retrieve from your corpse. Chapter 87 Heavy-Duty Big Truck Invincible. At Protector Lu's command, the remaining few evil cultivators immediately made their move. The people only felt the pressure increase as they operated their gong methods and urged the soul-invoking streamer. And all of a sudden, the sky was dark, the ghosts and gods were roaring, and in the black baneful chi, there was a vague flickering of red-ons. The Yuaning stage's Weya caused the ground under the crowd's feet to crack inch by inch. This is evil magic, and there are two types of this fury. One that grinds one's flesh and one that beheads one's spirit. This red mango specializes in cutting the spirit. The other party wants to leave the body intact, so that they can search for the so-called treasure. Boss Yi, is Zhang Rui here or not? Give us a word. Yes, we can't give up all our lives for him alone. The cultivators looked towards Li Xiaobai, who had become their backbone among the people present. Which is what Zhang Rui, you all grew up together. Outsiders don't understand, you still don't know clearly. This is clearly a setup they made together, wanting to trap and kill us. Don't sit around and wait for death. You and the others get in the car quickly. Liang Chun will lead you to break out. Li Xiaobai opened his eyes and urged the crowd to hurry up and get into the car. The heavy-duty big truck could completely break through the prison of baneful chi. The rest of the cultivators were stunned when they heard this, right? The group of them grew up living in Guyu City. They can be said to know their roots, which has what Zhang Rui. Now the Xia and Wang families are clearly seeing death. It is obvious that they are pitting them. Grandma. The situation was so tense that I was almost bluffed. Yeah. If it wasn't for Boss Ye's reminder, I wouldn't have thought of this layer. These two are usually human-like. I didn't expect them to be this kind of people. I was wrong about them. If I don't die today, I will definitely ask for an explanation in front of the family lords when I turn around. In comparison, it's still Boss Yi who is a man of nature, who sees true love in times of trouble, and compared to Boss Yi, those two are far worse. The crowd quickly rolled onto their vehicles and crept inside, curling up as much as they could to keep themselves from being exposed. They've all seen the defense of a big truck before, so maybe they can actually fight this fury for a while. Li Xiaobai threw Airdog Z and Ji Wu emotion into the passenger seat while dodging into the driver's seat, putting in dozens of medium-grade spirit stones. This time he didn't have to worry about running out of gas in the middle of the journey. Woof, kid. If you hadn't stopped Lord Two Dogs, that arrogant guy would already be a dead man. The second dog slowed down and barked at the evil cultivator. Cluck. Not bad. Just now this honored one was about to make a move. But since your kid wants to do it himself, this honored one won't grab it from you. Fight well. Don't lose this honored one's face. Ji Wuxing took 2 steps in place to ease his legs, which had stiffened due to nervousness, and said in a faint manner with his head held high. Li Xiaobai was speechless. What time is it? Still pretending. Outside the fury cage, several evil cultivators operated their spells and maneuvered their soul invocations to close in on the crowd, chopping off people's divine sense without harming their physical bodies in the slightest, belonging to fine work. A gust of cloudy wind gusted, and the land for miles around was turned into a barren wasteland. Do it! Protector Lu waved his hand, and several evil cultivators immediately proceeded to obliterate. The fury cage began to shrink its circle, and red blood chi churned and surged into the encircling circle, beginning to obliterate the sanity of the crowd. Excitement flickered in Protector Lu's eyes as he looked at a fragment in his hand that was glowing faintly, which was bestowed from above to sense the scent of the fragment that had been taken by Zhang Rui. At this point, the shard was glowing brightly, indicating that the other shard that was taken was among these people. Kill all these people, obtain the fragment, promotion and wealth is today. If the Lord is happy, casually reward a gongfa can be developed, breakthrough Yuaning stage, cultivation to the fairy robbery stage is not impossible. The Xia brothers are all teasing with their eyes. This Li Xiaobai made them unable to get off the stage before. But at this time he is poor and helpless and died here. It is simply a great pleasure. I really want to quickly see the other party's desperate look before they die. Wang Ruoxian's face is calm and ancient. Today these people are dead. How strong is the Yuaning stage cultivator? But she has seen it. Maybe this time you should know that there are people out there. It's just a shame that it's already too late. There are some people in this world who can't be offended. Is Zhang Rui really hiding among those family children? It shouldn't be. These people we all know. There can't be Zhang Rui. We don't understand, and we're afraid to ask. The 3 left big brothers were still confused, staring blankly at the movements within the fury in front of them. Inside the truck, Li Xiaobai saw the blood-colored aura that came to his face. This is the power of blood demon erosion. If the cultivators in the carriages are stained with a trace of it, they will surely die. They have to get an amulet to protect the crowd. Small golden body talisman. Can withstand the full force of a Yuaning stage cultivator's blow. 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Note: runes expire when broken. That willow protector was the cultivation of the Yuaning stage. A small golden body talisman should be enough to be on the safe side. Li Xiaobai purchased 2 runes. Raising his hand and sticking it inside the car, the heavy-duty truck was instantly shrouded in a layer of golden light, and the people inside the car were wrapped in the golden aura, and the Fury was isolated from the outside, unable to break through in. Blood-colored breath churned up ahead, enveloping the truck and making it completely impossible to see the road ahead through the windshield. Can only rely on memory, jerked the steering wheel, a foot of throttle directly to the bottom. The engine roars, the ground gusts of tremors. The heavy-duty truck rushed towards the direction of the Lu protector. The surrounding baneful chi directly dissipated out of thin air and disappeared under this rush. What's this, baby? Protector Lu's face changed, shocked in his heart. He raised his hand and beckoned the soul streamer to hang in front of him, and with both hands and made a sword trick, he pointed towards the truck that was speeding towards him. 1,000 souls leader! A large amount of black mist surged out from the soul-inviting streamer, transforming into a heavenly lifting hand that greeted the big truck, and wherever the black giant hand passed by, the ground collapsed and the debris turned into pieces. These are absorbed human resentment convergence. Has the power of corrosion. The mind is not firm generation. A touch will die. To actually possess this kind of treasure, worthy of being a character capable of taking shards, my lord still underestimated you. It's just a pity that even with the help of a divine weapon, you yourself are ultimately just a cultivator with low cultivation. Today, Mr. Lu will let you know what is called a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Li Xiaobai face odd. This evil cultivator's brain does not seem to be very good. So standing and letting himself hit is not rushing to send head? With this big truck of his, not to mention the Yuaning stage, it felt like even if the ferrying stage came, he could just run over it. Putting it in gear and furiously stepping on the gas, it raced out, colliding hard with the beck and call. Click! The soul recruiter snapped in response. The giant black hand shattered, and black mist erupted. Eft! Protector Lu's chest was directly dented by the truck, and blood soared wildly from his mouth as he planted himself on the ground. This can't be right. Protector Lu was horrified, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to think more. The steel behemoth in front of him slightly retreated a meter, and then once again let out a thunderous roar. Smoke and dust rose up in all directions and crushed towards Protector Lu. Chapter 88 Boss Yi, a man of God. Blood Demon Yuan Shen. Protector Lu forced down the injuries in his body and frantically activated his gong method. A blood-red figure rising from the top of the sky. His hands clasped together as he greeted the rushing and roaring iron-armored behemoth. Protector Lu was shocked in his heart. The soul-invoking streamer was his original spiritual treasure, and it also possessed the spiritual power of the remaining several evil cultivators. But even so, it was still shattered by a single move. What kind of strength was this? Quickly, you and others quickly help me and stop this person, Protector Lu urged. This iron-armored mount was unheard of to him, and his strength was far above his. The remaining few evil cultivators reacted from their shock and quickly began to channel their aura into the blood demon Yuan Shen. The blood-colored silhouette soared and slowly solidified, and the roiling blood chi transformed into a giant claw that grasped at the large heavy truck. An ear-piercing metallic friction sound came from the air. The void trembled violently, and the pressure of the Yuaning stage was revealed. Battle 8. Protector Lu's 2 fists transformed into blood-colored stone grinders and slammed the heavy truck in front of him, wanting to topple the big guy. Attribute points plus 800. Attribute points plus 1,000. For the resistance of the evil cultivator, Li Xiaobai expressed his disdain. This increase in attribute points was far worse than those Yuaning stage in the Divine Beast Mountain range that day. If you step on the gas, you'll be crippled just the same when the Golden Immortal comes. The small golden body talisman protects the crowd from the intrusion. Li Xiaobai directly hangs the second gear. The consumption of the spirit stone explodes twice, and the impact of the truck doubles. The blood-colored giant claws were smashed into pieces the moment they touched the truck. The blood-colored Yuan Shen was not a match, and after a short stalemate of one breath, it dissipated into a wisp of green smoke. The life spirit treasure and Yuan Shen were destroyed one after another. Protector Lu's blood sprayed wildly. His eyes were scarlet, and a blood-colored talisman appeared, wanting to escape. Blood Demon Metamorphosis True Solution. With such an opportunity, Li Xiaobai naturally would not let go, and the same blood-colored demon god silhouette that stood on top of the sky manifested, and the surrounding space was imprisoned in an instant. The blood-colored talisman in Protector Lu's hand failed and turned into a flame that burned out. How? This is the Blood Demon Yuan Transformation True Solution. Who on earth are you? Quickly help me stop him and contact Lord Lu. Willow Protector Flaws want to crack. Alarmed. Blood Demon Yuanhua True Solution is a real evil cultivator means, even he has not fully mastered, this Zhang Rui is actually who, not that just a Jindan stage brat. The heavy large truck exuded an icy aura of irony, without the slightest pause, and flatly crushed past Protector Lu's body. The Blood Demon Yuan Shin Void disappeared, and the bloody wheels rolled and went on their way, once again rushing towards the remaining few evil cultivators. The black smoke rushed away, and the baneful aura swept haphazardly in all directions. The few people in the surrounding area scattered and fled in all directions. Xia Lu and Xia Chuan's actions were delayed for a second, and when they were stained by the black mist, their bodies instantly turned into pitch black and fell apart. Ah, Ergo help me. Fairy Wang Jia save me. Erdi. Miserable screams rang out. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian were so scared that their faces were as white as paper. Where could they care about anything else? They watched the two brothers of the Xia family being dissolved and corroded by the fury qi in front of them. Not even a single skeleton was left behind. Big brother, third brother, I will avenge you. Xia Jian bit through the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of blood jetted out. The scroll manifested a vision, carrying Xia Jian flying away. Wang Ruoxian also did not dare to stay here. A shake of the immortal sword in his hand. The same is the air shuttle. Li Xiaobai's truck is too evil. If he stays any longer, I'm afraid it will be a death. But the rest of the few evil cultivators cannot be so good. Life, heavy truck, a floating sweep. A few people are crashed into a mess of broken meat, hanging limbs and arms on the wheels, a blood and flesh, unusually hideous and horrible. The three left big people had been completely pissed off by the sight in front of them, and their feet went limp and collapsed on the ground. Boss Yi, we brothers are all good people. Obey the law and beg to be spared. Li Xiaobai got out of the car and took out a small shard from the crushed and inhumanly shaped Protector Lu after a bit of fumbling. The moment it came into contact with the fragment, it turned into a flash of light and disappeared into Li Xiaobai's body, and at the same time the system panel jumped. Attribute points plus 10,000. As expected, Li Xiaobai's heart was flabbergasted. This fragment was exactly the same as what he had gotten in the Divine Beast Mountain range that day, able to directly increase 10,000 attribute points. Definitely a treasure. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense. 7th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 3,070,000 can be advanced. Attribute points 0. Maul opened. Unlock the achievement Troublemaker. Current progress 208. Receive a reward upon completion. With his defense finally advanced and the negative effects of blood demon erosion completely lifted, Li Xiaobai felt relaxed. And it also unlocked an achievement which was opened after one's party acquired the shard, and it should be related to this shard, and one had acquired a total of 2 shards so far. There are still 106 fragments waiting to be discovered. Li Xiaobao breathed heavily. 1 fragment is 10,000 attribute points. Now there are actually as many as 100 pieces. If all of them are found, the defense will explode in minutes. That? Yi boss. Watching Li Xiaobai fall into a daze, Suda warily asked, I did not expect that this bathhouse boss is actually a fierce man. A glance does not fit the Yuaning stage cultivator to slaughter. The strength is unfathomable. Ah, brothers Zhua, still looking for Zhang Rui? Don't look for it, don't look for it. We brothers will turn around and go back to the mountains and forests, and we will definitely forget all about today's matter. Suda swore. Well, the 3 of you are not bad. Leave a contact. Li Xiaobai slowed down and said, he is not a person who kills indiscriminately. These 3 evil cultivators are stupid and cute. It is not possible to say that there is still a place to use them in the future. This is a voice transmission token with a voice transmission array engraved inside, so you can talk to us after activating it. Voice transmission tokens are commonly used communication tools in the immortal cultivation world. As long as the designated voice transmission object is engraved in the token in advance, it can be manipulated over a long distance, which is very convenient. Well, you can go now, and if anything happens, Ryakan will contact you. Don't worry, Boss Yi. We will definitely go through fire and water. The 3 people of Zuida were like being amnestied, nimbly took out a talisman, and with a turn of streaming light, they instantly disappeared in the same place. The ghastly wind dissipated, the ghostly howls in his ears stopped, the scene quieted down, and the many cultivators in the carriage quietly poked out half their heads and looked around in all directions. In just a moment, everyone's faces went white and they slumped over the edge of the wagon, unable to stop vomiting outward. The ground has completely turned red, broken bones, skin and bags spread all over the ground, but also a lot with the wheels stirred together, sticky blood dripping downwards, pungent bloody odor to make their stomach a-flipping. Boss Yi is a man of God. Chapter 89 Arrival at the Sect. Hee. A mere Yuaning stage. Not enough to fear. Trust Liang Chun. Liang Chun will take you all flying. Li Xiaobai took an inventory and stripped off all the items of value from the evil cultivator and put them away. The wealth he had accumulated was already massive. It was just a matter of going to convert it into spirit stones. Casually picking up a remnant sword, he used his sword chi to write a few large characters on the ground. The murderer is also Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui loves to take on those who think they have outstanding strength. If you guys think you have the strength to play with Zhang Rui doesn't mind playing with you. It's the same old story. People drift in the world, use a trumpet to save their lives. The heavenly basket, Zhang Rui to take the blame. No way, who let himself know this one enemy? Sorry bro, you have to live well so we can wave longer. Boss Yi actually has such strength, sure enough. Those who can be recruited into the sacred demon sect to become advanced disciples are no mere mortals. Yes, and Boss Yi is sentimental and righteous. Even with such strength he didn't think of leaving alone. He shook the evil cultivator hard for us. A true hero too. In comparison, that Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian are simply villainous behavior, thanks to the fact that I wanted to kneel and lick a wave in the first place, truly selfish and self-serving villains. But once that Xia Lu and Xia Chuan are dead, how are we going to explain to the Xia family in the future? Account for, the two of them died that was deserved, if you ask me. It's a real pity that Xia Jian and Miss Wang clan didn't die. When we meet the Xia clan's family head in the future, it's us who should be asking for an explanation. The crowd of cultivators stabilized their minds and calmed their excitement. That series of operations just now had really made them feel a bit irritated. Li Xiaobai laughed. Gentlemen, we and other ancient Moon City cultivators should be united, sharing the same blessings and difficulties. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Boss Yi. From now on, I'll follow Boss Yi. The cultivators were grateful. This was a life-saving favor. Although they were playboys, they knew that this was a great favor. Thanks a lot guys, let's go. Li Xiaobai pulled open the door, rolled over and got on the car, and with a kick of the gas, the heavy-duty truck went away. On the co-pilot seat, Air Dog Z and Jiwu Air also calmed down at this time. The might of the big truck made them also tremble with fear, and this icy iron blood fury made them chill all over. Originally thought it was just a transportation tool, but did not think that it was still a killing machine. Kid, your performance just now was good. You have about one layer of Lord Two Dog's power. You didn't disgrace Lord Two Dogs. The second dog stretched out a paw and patted Li Xiaobai's shoulder, grinning. Not bad indeed, barely as good as one of my father's phoenix feathers. For a human, you're pretty good. Jiwu Air also nodded and said indifferently. Li Xiaobai is angry. These two goods are not a bit of use, but also a little bit of mouth recluse powerful, proper mouth strong king. Hands pounded on the steering wheel and after a few lefts and rights, a chicken and a dog were honest. At the same time, in front of the Holy Demon Sect's mountain gate, hundreds of male and female cultivators were waiting here and talking. Look, that's Fairy Qin Lan from Little Bamboo Peak. She's actually here too. Truly beautiful. That body temperament, goddess. I've heard that Fairy Qin has been spotted by a certain genius from the Central State and has entered the Central State to cultivate. I didn't expect that she would gather here. Isn't that maniac Northwest Fish 3 whips over there? Rumor has it that this person is good at whip art. Once a whip broke a big river, and even more so, he has a place on the list. I didn't expect that the last batch of us advanced disciples to arrive would still have the chance to see so many teenage prides. A trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She was not happy at all to be praised by these trashy goods. Miss, these lowly people dare to talk about you. It really defiles your ears. Maidservant will go and teach them a lesson. The maidservant at her side had an angry look on her face, and once she drew the sword at her waist, she was about to go forward. Forget it, coarse person. Why need to have a general understanding with him? Don't lose your stature for nothing. Qin Lan stopped the maidservant's movements. Miss is right. It's the slave girl who was in a hurry. Brother Fish, What do you think of this mountain gate quiz? Qin Lan tilted her head, looking at the man who was resting his eyes to the side and laughed. With so many people present, this was the only one who could get into her eyes, the strongest person on the list. With your eyes. A hideous scar on the man's face twitched and he said in a raw voice, clearly not wanting to talk to the other man. Brother Fish, this time you're also here for that quota, right? If you and I join forces, we'll definitely be able to earn a place. Qin Lan's eyes flickered as she said with a smile like a flower. Are you worthy? The man snorted, touched the whip at his waist, and turned away, never opening his eyes to the other man since. Qin Lan's eyes were clouded over. This fish 3 whips is also too arrogant, miss. You are the Tao couple of a true disciple of the interdictional heavenly sect in Central State. He actually doesn't even open his eyes to look at you. He really doesn't know what to do. A hint of murderous anger flared in the servant girl's eyes. Rumor has it that the fish 3 whips previously went to a trip to the western desert, came back and never opened his eyes again. Some people say that he is the old monk to get the inheritance, in the practice of great magical powers, and some people say that he is to provoke should not provoke the people. Both eyes were abolished. This person has always been arrogant, not respecting heaven and earth, not worshipping his teacher. Originally I wanted to give him a chance, but now it seems that if he can't be used for me, he can only be destroyed. Li Xiaobai drove peacefully. The road was very calm. In addition to occasionally popping out a few uninterested demonic beasts to challenge the big truck. And then there was no more trouble. It was only the second dog on the side that dog-eyed the steering wheel, always trying to paw at it twice. Although it was given a Pudong rooster, the possibility of turning it into a mount was, as of now, 0. The truck traveled smoothly all the way through the official road, the mountain range, and arrived in front of the Holy Devil Sect's mountain gate. A number of people have already gathered here at this moment. The rumbling sound instantly attracted the gazes of many cultivators at the bottom of the cliff. In just a moment, more than half of the disciples all turned white. The large truck's shape was too hideous and gruesome. The blood stains on the tires were still wet, and there were a few arms hanging from the edges of the body, as if they had come out of hell, and the crowd's stomachs were turning as they watched. Which genius is this that is so terrifying? Gentlemen, we're at the place. Li Xiaobai pulled open the car door and signaled the crowd to get off. In front of this Holy Devil Sect, said the mountain gate, but there is no door, there is just a glimpse of the cliff in the middle of the Holy Devil Sect. 3 golden words, on which the rhyme of the Tao flows. There is a Chenquin inside. The people in the car were also a bit baffled by this scene, not understanding how this was going to enter the Holy Demon Sect. This is the Holy Demon Sect. It's really atmospheric. Worthy of being a great sect. This mountain is surrounded by immortal mist, as well as the several large characters on the cliff. At a glance, it is not something mundane. Indeed, but there's no sect gate here besides a cliff, so how do we get in? Also, why are all those disciples looking at us? Leah looked around. Boss Yi, I'll go snoop around. Chapter 90. Fellow Taoist, come to the root of Huazi. Leah recognized some of the disciples in the crowd and went up to strike up a conversation at the moment. Li Xiaobai greeted the crowd and continued to wait in the car. Looking at this current situation, the mountain gate should not be open yet, and the disciples were still in waiting. However, he didn't see a few people from Piaomiao Peak in the crowd, so he thought that they had already entered the sacred demon sect. A man came up beside him and didn't say a word, just stood there. The man's eyes were closed and a thin scar on his face made him look fierce. A short shirt, looking competent. The whip hanging from his waist was stained with dark red patches, which should be formed from years of blood staining. Li Xiaobai thought about it and exchanged a pack of cigarettes from the mall. Huazi. Smoke a cigarette, Sayu Jian. I'm the most immortal among the fresh meat. 1 goes down, refreshing. 10 lower grade spirit stones. Note: smoking is bad for your health. Fellow Taoist, smoking Huazi? Li Xiaobai didn't know what to say to this man with a fierce face, felt out a cigarette and handed it over. The man looked a little surprised, his nose twitching slightly. What's a Huazu? Huazi is a specialty of my hometown. All the real men in my area smoke this. Try. The man's words were brief. Li Xiaobai sent the cigarette into the man's mouth and took out a match to light it, and the man couldn't help but inhale it fiercely, his nostrils ejecting 2 thick white aromas. It's tobacco made of sandalwood. The man savored it, his ancient face showing a hint of surprise. Pure sandalwood isn't something anyone can get their hands on, and it's been casually made into such a trinket. 1 sip of it cleared the spiritual platform and made the mind clear, as if it was cleansing the marrow, a feeling that made one want to stop. Unconsciously, he took a few sharp puffs again, and the cigarette bottomed out in a flash, the corner of the man's mouth shuddering as it touched the burning tip. He exhaled his cigarette and took a few deep breaths, as if he was reminiscing about what he had just tasted. One more. Once again lighting a cigarette for the man, Li Xiaobai asked smilingly, "My name is Yi Liangchen. Dare I ask your name?" "Northwest Fish 3 Whips." The man took a small sip and said lightly, "So it's fellow Taoist fish. Fellow Taoist Yi doesn't recognize me?" The man asked. You famous?" Li Xiaobai scratched his head, not knowing how to answer. The man in front of him felt a bit abnormal. "Not exactly famous. I've just killed a few small curries. The first whip of the Northwest, the northern domain wizard, only wandering into the western desert, rolling over 3,000 miles in one night, destroying more than 10 sects, and openly refusing many great powers to show their goodwill, are all just vanity." Fish 3 Whip said. Li Xiaobai was speechless and labeled the other party a narcissist in his heart. "It's all just vanity and you've got a long list of names. Woof. The kid is very capable of pretending. Open your eyes and see." Lord Two Dogs expresses his displeasure. The second dog got out of the passenger seat at some point, and it was the last person to see someone pretending in front of it. "Cluck, kid, do you know what a circle is? As the saying goes, the value of the people around you determines your value. You're a mere human. At best you're hanging out with a few Yuaning stage transition stage humans, whereas this honored one has had a phoenix with him since he was born. Playmates are all ancient divine beasts, and the opponent is the three-legged golden crow. When this honored one was teasing the earth, the Dala golden immortals had not yet come into existence, and compared to this honored one, what you are saying is, indeed, just a vanity. Mr. Fish doesn't have the habit of talking to chickens and dogs." Fish 3 Whips said indifferently. Second dog Z was furious at the words and made a gesture to charge up. Ji Wuqi also had a bad look on his face. Li Xiaobai grabbed the neck and returned a chicken and a dog back into the passenger seat. "Ahem. Why does Brother Fish keep his eyes closed? If I open my eyes, the mountains and rivers will break for me." Well, it felt like the old man was a little out of his mind, so it was better to leave him alone. At the same time, Leah had also poked around and returned to the crowd with news about the Holy Demon Sect's advancement. "Boss Yi, I just asked a few of my friends, and I didn't realize that this advanced disciple who wants to enter the Holy Demon Sect's mountain gate has to go through layers and layers of tests. It's said that every year, there are thousands of advanced disciples who want to enter the Holy Demon Sect to cultivate. But in the end, only 200 disciples will be left. The competition can be brutal. This test is divided into 3 parts. The first test is this high mountain in front of us. The Holy Demon Sect doesn't have a mountain gate. If you want to enter it, you need to find a way to go up on your own. We are the last batch of advancement disciples to come here, and this test for advancement disciples started half a month ago." Leah briefly reported her findings, curiously sizing up the 3 whips of fish on the side. "So it is." The crowd suddenly realized this into the mountain door is the first test. This cliff is as high as 1,000 feet. Standing in the clouds, want to go up? I'm afraid that you need deep strength and body skills, and then you need a magic treasure to do. This was a bit difficult for the people of ancient Moon City. In small places they were dirt poor, but in front of large factions they were dwarfed. "Do you guys think you can go up?" Li Xiaobai asked. "Can't," the crowd said in unison. "With a wave of my father's arm, I'll raise my hand up 90,000 miles. It's just a small hill. It's not enough to be feared." Ji Wuxie disdainfully surveyed the cliff in front of him. Li Xiaobai automatically ignored Ji's emotionless statement and pondered over the countermeasures in his mind. If possible, it would be best not to waste spirit stones in such a place. There was a sudden commotion in the crowd in front of the cliff. A beam of recluse light descended from the sky, and a gray-clothed old man stepped out from it. Li Xiaobai's heart jumped. This old man recognized himself. Wasn't this the Wind Uncle who was within the Divine Beast Mountain range that day? I heard that it was the great elder of the Holy Demon Sect, and the mutual pit wave that day was quite impressive. "Gentlemen, I, Fong Qingyang, the Grand Elder of the Holy Demon Sect, is in charge of this advancement disciple test. You are the last batch of disciples to enter the Holy Demon Sect, but only a small portion of you will be able to stay in the end. The old man can tell you very clearly that there were a total of more than 2,300 disciples participating in the test in front of you, and in the end, only 150 or so of you managed to pass the test. The quiz is brutal, the competition is fierce, and I hope that you will live within your means. The test is divided into 3 layers. The first layer passes through the sword array, testing your cultivation and stance. The second layer tests your heart and willpower, and the third layer tests your cultivation, all of which can be passed before you can further your training within the Sacred Demon Sect. But all of this is based on you being able to cross this cliff without any problems. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. The examination will now begin for one day, and the old man will be waiting for you at the end. After saying that, Fong Qingyang turned around and disappeared into the sky as a recluse. The disciples immediately began to climb the cliff. There was only one day left. Climbing up as early as possible was the way to go. In the distance, Qin Lan's eyes flickered as she saw Fish Three Whips, who was stirring with Li Xiaobai and the others, and a ripple rose in her beautiful eyes. He was able to come together with the Fish Three Whips, so he thought that he was not a precarious person. At that moment, with a smile on his face, he walked towards Li Xiaobai. My name is Qin Lan. What is your name? Chapter 91 Three Whips of Northwest Fish. Qin Lan surveyed the heavy truck behind Li Xiaobai, looking at the bloodied appearance. There was no doubt that he was also a ruthless man. My name is Yi Liangchen. Li Xiaobai was also in a good mood when he saw that the goddess that the cultivators were talking about actually took the initiative to look for herself. It seemed that she had infinite charms. So it's Brother Yi. It's still Qin Lan's first time coming to the Holy Demon sect. He's a bit scared of being a stranger. Why don't you and I travel together? How about it? It's not easy to get up this cliff. Does Miss Qin have any good ideas? Looking at the cultivator struggling on the cliff, a hint of playfulness flashed in her eyes, and she took out a piece of silk with her jade hand, gently tossing it, transforming it into 100 feet of silk, which floated away with the wind. My young lady is the Tao couple of a true disciple of the interdictional heavenly sect in Central State, so her means and vision are naturally not something that ordinary people can compare to. Teaming up with my lady is enough to sweep this piece. You should be grateful. A side handmaiden said contemptuously. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. This fairy Qin looks like an expert. Following her might be able to lie down and win all the way. It's always more comfortable to have a big brother to take you flying than to spend spirit stones on exchanging props by yourself. Then thank you, fairy Qin. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go up. Li Xiaobai greeted the crowd and hurriedly leaped onto the silk. The opportunity for the big brother to take us flying is really too rare. Fish brother together? Fairy Qin took us flying. Fish Three Whips' mouth corner grinned out a smirk, but did not move, a look of watching a good show. Qin Lan and her maidservant were stunned. What was wrong with the man in front of her? How could he so casually greet a group of losers on her magic treasure? Stop, my lady's magic treasure. How can it be ridden by such lowly people? The maidservant drew the long sword at her waist and drove away the crowd without mercy. Her sword light sweeping across the room, not caring about the lives of these people at all. Li Xiaobai's face changed as he reached out and crushed the sword awnings. Attribute points plus 200. Didn't we say we're joining forces? These are all Liangchen's partners. Why can't we go together? Li Xiaobai frowned. What my lady values is you. Not this bunch of trash behind you, understand? The maidservant looked arrogant, and was equally full of displeasure. Boss Yi, you and Fairy Qin should go. I'll figure out how to get there myself later. Yes, Boss Yi. This is your chance. Do not miss it. Don't worry, Boss Yi, we also have some skills. We will definitely be able to go up. The cultivators of Guyu City said that Boss Yi had treated them well, and they didn't want to be a drag. Just by you guys, what can you do if you go up there? Go back honestly, don't be a stirrer here. The maidservant looked arrogant and spoke even more viciously. Woof. If Lord Two Dogs is a stirrer, then aren't you guys sure? Cluck. Dog. Don't get angry with sure. Sure is not good to eat. A chicken and a dog popped out of the car window again at some point, and they were bound to show up whenever someone was pretending. So Fairy Qin wanted to be alone with Liang Chen. It's just a pity that Liang Chen never abandons his teammates. These are Liang Chen's companions. Together they have come here through all the hardships and dangers, swearing that together they will take root in the Holy Demon sect. How can Liang Chen abandon them for his own selfish desires? Is that still considered a human being? Li Xiaobai's wording was impassioned, and the blood of the many cultivators in the back boiled as he listened. Boss Yi is actually so sentimental and righteous. A true man of God. Qin Lan and the maidservants' faces turned green as they listened. Wasn't this just pointing out that they were selfish and heartless people? Your Excellency Yi is sentimental and righteous. Qin Lan admires him. Since this is the case, Qin Lan will not delay everyone's time and will leave first. After saying that, Qin Lan's lotus step lightly moved, leaped onto the silk. The silk red aura flourished. A wave turned over and rode the wind. A roll of damask tumbled across the sky, a scene that seemed both beautiful and overbearing. Qin Lan was like a monarch, with an indifferent expression, carrying his hands on his back as he drifted away. In an instant, he was transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. Duke Yi. One day you'll realize what a great opportunity you've missed today. The maidservant beside her looked sulky, and with a move of the immortal sword in her hand, she followed closely behind, turning into a flash of light and disappearing into the sky. The cultivators below looked envious. Fairy Qin Lan. Truly a fairy descending to earth. Yeah! Many of the cultivators who have some means are also showing their abilities, riding on the magic treasure to follow them and leave together. Li Xiaobai looked at the two disappeared in the sky. A burst of emotion, a pity. This big brother is a little delicate, so big satin. A person sitting on it truly a bit of a waste. Boss Yi, you're a real man. Yes. I even targeted you before in ancient Moon City. Boss Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Boss Ye's heart is higher than a mountain and broader than the sea. It's us who have dragged Boss Yi down. Yeah. The cultivators were grateful. They were so grateful to Li Xiaobai. First he saved their lives in the face of the evil cultivator, and now he refused Fairy Qin's invitation for them. They really didn't know how to repay them. In the future, if I am successful in my cultivation, I must travel with Boss Yi in all directions. Oh, you don't have to be polite. Get in the car. Time is running out. Let's leave right away and cross this cliff. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, signaling that none of this was a matter. With a yank on the door and a seat in the driver's seat, the monks rushed to follow and rolled into the carriage. "Ha, brother fish, are you coming along?" At some point, the fish three whips sat in the passenger seat without saying a word, and the two dogs and Ji Wui were forced under the seat by it, daring to be angry. These two goods are both soft and fearful of the Lord. Encountering a ruthless person immediately wimped out. Well, another Huazi. Fish three whips said indifferently. Li Xiaobai was speechless. This person is a bit of a problem. All the time exudes an invisible pretentious aura, more than himself. Drawing out a wazoo, he stuffed it into the mouth of the fish's three whips, and again took out a match and lit it. The driver's seat was suddenly filled with smoke. The fish three whips leaned comfortably on the passenger seat and gulped down the clouds. In just a little less than half an hour, he felt that he could not get away from Huazi. Brother Yi, how does this Huazi do it? Hey! Unspeakable, unspeakable. Li Xiaobai started the engine and twisted the steering wheel, and the truck snapped with the roaring roar of a giant beast. The earth trembled violently, and quite a few cultivators who were climbing the cliffs were so frightened that they didn't fall down directly. Cultivation of high cultivators can do flying eaves and walls. Lightfoot can be scampered high. Cultivation of low cultivators can only honestly climb up. With one foot on the gas, the truck sprinted toward the cliff in front of it. The faces of the many cultivators sitting inside the carriage changed in an instant. The truck had been in a state of acceleration, with no intention of stopping at all. Boss Yi, you shouldn't be thinking of. It's going to crash, hold on. Chapter 92. Reckless. The cultivators inside the wagon stared at the approaching cliffs in front of them with terrified faces. It's obvious the car won't stop. It's going to keep crashing through. It's hitting a rock with an egg. Boss Yi is too messed up. Don't talk. Shut up and hold on tight. It's about to crash. Don't bite your tongue. Get down, get down. Inside the wagon, the crowd was in disarray, eyes closed tightly, gripping the fence by their hands in death, not daring to look ahead. Woof, kid. You don't want to crash into it, do you? The second dog saw the condition of the road ahead from the passenger side and immediately exploded. Jiwoo Air was also so shocked that his hair stood on end. No way. No way. You're not really going to crash into it, are you? I'd like to go down there. Please bother Brother Yi to open the door. Fish three whips said faintly, his hand unconsciously grasping the handle on the side. Small problem. Just a small hill. Not enough to fear. Li Xiaobai stepped on the gas to the end, pounded the steering wheel, and the truck crashed straight toward the cliff. The earth-shattering thunder stormed. The front end of the car in a split second did not enter the interior of the cliff. The entire mountain trembled violently. The many cultivators on it who were still climbing carefully were immediately scared of the heart and guts. Their hands unconsciously loosened up, and they fell down from above. Heavy truck trend does not decrease, constantly forward, just a few breaths of time. The entire body is completely into the mountain body, a deep dark tunnel molding. Outside, the cultivators were dumbfounded as they looked at this huge hole at the bottom of the cliff. They had never dreamed that this test could actually pass like this. What kind of mount is that? It's also too fierce, and what kind of ruthless person is that driving the mount? This is simply reckless. People are trying to find ways to cross the cliff. This ruthless brother actually wants to directly punch a hole from the bottom of the cliff and cross over. This brain circuit is not something that ordinary people can come up with. However, Li Xiaobai's opening of the way had saved the remaining cultivators a lot of effort, and the bold cultivators decided to take a chance and followed the wide-open hole at the bottom of the cliff. Theoretically, as long as Li Xiaobai was able to penetrate through the entire mountain, they would be able to follow behind and go out together, so that they would be able to get through the test in front of the mountain gate without any trouble. This mountain won't suddenly collapse, will it? I'll admit it, even if it collapses. I've come to the Holy Demon Sect as an advanced disciple 3 times already. If I don't succeed this time, I really don't have the face to see my father and mother in Jiangdong. Not bad. Take a shot. Bike to motorcycle. That ruthless brother looks reliable. I trust him. Without further ado, time is short. Let's go. The rest of the cultivators were ruthless and followed them in. It was still too difficult to go over this mountain with their own strength. Might as well put their hopes on the body of the ruthless brother. This ruthless brother's mount, as well as its form of style, at a glance is a big brother. 100% can pass the test of the kind. Have him in the front of the open too. The crowd over the odds are great. Inside the cliffs. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was driving a little on top of his game, and directly took out one of the few remaining top-grade spirit stones and stuffed it into the mailbox of the big truck. Smoke and dust rose from the ground, debris burst out, the truck accelerated madly regardless of the forward charge in front of the hard front end. The rock was easily pierced, hardly encountered any resistance. The truck galloped all the way. The crowd in the wagon was emboldened as the truck went deeper into the interior of the mountain range. On the one hand, they have to be careful in front of the constantly crushed and splashed rocks. On the other hand, they are afraid of the sudden collapse of the mountain above them. The whole process is fearful. Lying in the carriage is not dare to breathe a breath. Woof boy! Let Lord Two Dogs operate. Protected by the windshield. This cliff cannot create a little impact. The 2 dogs from the beginning of fear slowly turned to excitement. They found out that it was really cool to drive a big truck all the way across the mountains. Paws unconsciously raked up the steering wheel, trying to fight for the right to drive. On the side, Ji Wuxing also came over, curiously surveying the gas pedal that Li Xiaobai kept furiously stepping on under his feet. His eyes flickering with essence, not knowing what he was thinking about. Go, go, go! Step aside and play with your Pudong rooster. Li Xiaobai repelled the second dog. Woof! This crap chicken is useless. It's not even considered a qualified mount. Lord Two Dogs demands a return for a wild and cool mount. Cluck! You have to call me Lord Ji. Ji Wuxing's 2 eyes were on fire, and he pecked at the second dog for a while, and the car was again in a flurry of chickens and dogs. Fish 3 whips 2 ears do not hear the things around them. All they want to do is to smoke huazi. A small mouthful of sip, the look of extreme comfort. The atmosphere in the car seems to be very weird. The compartment is dull and depressing fear. The front of the car is a strange, so that none of them got in the way of Li Xiaobai driving. The large truck surged forward, crashing through layer upon layer of mountains and rocks, and the impact of the truck that had invested in top-quality spirit stones was unimaginably strong. The values on the system panel kept jumping. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. The increase was quite powerful. The mountain stone was not very hard, and to be able to provide such attribute points was already superb. What breed is this mount of Brother Yez? Fish 3 Whips asked. Unique. May I have a name? Big, heavy trucks. There are quite a few cultivators following behind us. They should be here to pick up the slack. Doesn't Brother Yi care? Liang Chun loves to help others in his life, and it's an honor for Liang Chun to be able to lead many cultivators and get through the difficult times together. Li Xiaobai said. Woof, not bad. This is doing good deeds without leaving a name. Boy, you have a righteous heart. 2 Dogs is willing to help you. The second dog came up again, picking at the steering wheel, trying to fight for access. Cluck! A bunch of low-level cultivators also want to take advantage of the situation. This honored one thought that he should immediately blast down this mountain and bury all these guys who want to pick up the pieces here. Ji Wuxing looked a bit agitated. The evil value in its body stirred stupidly. My generation of cultivators, walking the rivers and lakes, talking about a word of righteousness, hanging out outside, without righteousness will die. Li Xiaobai lit a huazi for himself as well and said indifferently. Woof boy! Give Lord Two Dogs a wazoo. Cluck! Give my father one too. The 2 men, 1 chicken and 1 doggy, lit a cigarette at the same time, and inside the driver's seat, once again, they gulped down the smoke. The truck's speed was increasing, the quality of the stone wall in front of it plummeted. and the attribute points gained became even more scarce. Attribute points plus 50. Attribute points plus 30. It was clear that the truck was halfway through its journey, past the hardest rock formations and gradually making its way to the edge. A few faint rays of light seemed to filter in from the darkness, and the big truck was about to break out from inside the cliff. It's going out. So close your eyes. Don't let the light get in your eyes. Chapter 93. Follow the ruthless brother. The truck broke through the rocky confines of the mountain without any hindrance. The eyes were bright. Li Xiaobai was stabbed to open his eyes and exchanged a pair of sunglasses from the mall to put on. Sunglasses can block strong light sources and protect your eyesight. 1 lower grade spirit stone. Woof, boy. What's this? Lord 2 dogs 2. Cluck. 1 for my father. A chicken and a dog were instantly attracted to the handsome look of the sunglasses. Speechless, Li Xiaobai once again took out 2 pairs of small sunglasses and threw them to Erdog and Ji Wuqiang. Everything in the view in the sunglasses is gray, and looking at items becomes so clear that Erdog and Ji Wui love it and keep looking left and right with the sunglasses. The truck rushed into a clearing, and the cultivators who had set out in advance were already waiting here by now. Seeing the big truck directly from the mountain body rushed out, all were shocked off a floor jaws, back and forth. The big truck was so hideously shaped that the blood left on it hadn't even been cleaned off, and a strong smell of blood greeted it. What kind of operation is this? Digging a hole right through the mountain? Is this something a human being could do? The wind uncle waiting on the side was also stunned. Killing him would not have thought that someone would actually use this method to get through the test. Moreover, he did not expect that the signboard of the holy demon sect that had stood for hundreds of years would be dug a big hole out by someone today. Moreover, in that huge cave, a steady stream of disciples were arriving at the moment. It was obvious that Li Xiaobai had beaten a shortcut, and all the rest had followed. Over there, what are you doing? Fong Qingyang's eyes spewed fire as he dodged to the near front of the big truck and questioned. Li Xiaobai braked, turned off the engine, and pulled open the car door. Liangchun is passing the test in front of the mountain gate. Who are you? My name is Yi Liangchun. Who told you to make holes within the cliffs? This is the facade of our sacred demon sect. Elder Fong, the rules say that you just have to come from the cliffside. It doesn't say that you have to fly over. Liangchun just wants to be more grounded. Li Xiaobai said. And what about them? Because of you, the test of the cliff is a sham. The disciples who should have been eliminated all came over. How do you explain that? Fong Qingyang suppressed his anger and asked drily. It has nothing to do with Liangchun. If it wasn't for the fact that these cultivators walked out of the hole Liangchun punched through with their own efforts, they wouldn't have passed the test. Li Xiaobai said. Aye. Fong Qingyang's blood pressure soared straight up. His eyes were glowing with anger. If not for the fact that the other party was a talented person, he really wanted to slap the girl to death. Back there. Hurry up and get over here. The hole is open for you. Why are you dawdling? Fong Qingyang's face was not good. Originally he wanted to weed out the unqualified disciples at the entrance of the mountain, but now not a single cultivator had been eliminated. All of them came in along with the cave entrance. It seems that the later tests would have to be stepped up. At this moment, the rear cultivators entered the open space one after another, their faces brimming with excitement and joy. Surprisingly, it did come over. Brother Vicious is too strong. One person is carrying all of us. Say no more. I'll follow Brother Vicious in the later levels. Brother Ruthless. Take a bow from little brother. The many cultivators waved their hands and bowed to Li Xiaobai, very grateful. If it wasn't for the other party, they would have been eliminated at this moment. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, his expression bland. Seeing this, Fong Qingyang's fire grew even more intense, forcibly resisting the urge to storm out. He walked to the edge of the cliff and stretched out his hand to hold it remotely, pulling all of the inner cultivators out. And then his hand pinched a seal, extracting the rocks beside the road to fill the gap in the mountain. The rubble was jagged, and a piece of rock poured into the hole. It was barely plugged, but there were obvious signs of filling and it looked a little ugly. Count yourselves lucky to pass. The next step is to pass the sword formation. This is not something that can be passed by playing smart. You and the others take care of yourselves. Fong Qingyang snorted coldly and turned around to disappear in the crowd's line of sight. As soon as Fong Qingyang left, the many surrounding cultivators immediately gathered around and thanked Li Xiaobai profusely. Qin Lan's beautiful eyes flashed with streams of light. Just now she was also shocked. Such a way to pass the barrier is not really thought of by ordinary people. Miss, this Yi Liangchen is also too chaotic. It's a good thing that Miss didn't join him. Otherwise, she would definitely be targeted by the sect. The maidservant said, Anu, you're wrong. The sacred demon sect is different from other sects. It appreciates disciples with character more. And Yi Liangshan's style of acting like this is conversely to their liking. Qin Lan said indifferently, It's a pity that Auntie didn't come. Auntie also has a lot of character. His performance is quite eye-catching. But there is some suspicion of claptrap, and compared to your aunt, it's far worse. At the same time, somewhere on a mountain peak, a few old men laughed out loud and stared at the test situation below as Fong Qingyang was filled with displeasure. Mother another ING talent. Fong Qingyang muttered a few words as he drank a bowl of tea. This is still the only disciple who can make the old man remember since those 6 loose cultivators some days ago, with personality. The white-clothed old man on the side said, Not bad, there are ideas, dare to think and fight, the creativity is too good. It's just a bit costly for the mountain gate. The old man with his eyes closed said, signaling Fong Qingyang to bring him a cup of tea. Fong Qingyang hurriedly made tea. Elder Ouyang, this kid is even more over the top than those 6 loose cultivators. Those 6 people just collected spirit stones to help the cultivators pass the test. But they didn't do any damage, this kid is good, he directly made the cliff become open. Mentioning those 6 cultivators some time ago. Fong Qingyang gritted his teeth even more. How in the world could there be someone as shameless as that? He even borrowed the name of the test to openly enrich himself, or under his nose, making it so that in the end, he had to add a hurdle to eliminate the unsuitable disciples. Speaking of which, this Li Xiaobai and those 6 people were really acting in a different way. Open mouth is open mouth, when did my holy demon sect become petty? As long as it's a genius, not to mention 1 cliff, even if it's 10, I'll move it to demolish it for him. Old man Ouyang thinks highly of this disciple? The white-clothed old man was a bit surprised. This is natural, the clan's selection of talents will definitely have a share of him. Wait until the time of the entrance competition, and take a good look at this son's means. And you little wind, the clan disciples are practicing desperately, but you are slacking off. I heard that a while ago in the middle of the Divine Beast Mountain Range. A few of you were tricked by a group of juniors, and disgraced the holy demon sect. Turn around and write a check about the recent cultivation problems. The old man in red, who had been faking sleep, pursed his tea and said faintly. Fong Qingyang cold sweat straight to the outside. You are the supreme elder, what you say is what it is. I know this late in life. Under the cliff, Li Xiaobai is a little fluttery. This kind of starry-eyed feeling is really quite good. A wave of his hand. District knife array is just a snap of the fingers in the smoke. Follow behind Liangchen. Liangchen, take fly all of you. Chapter 94, the sword formation can be sold for a good price. Understood, Brother Vicious. Don't worry, Brother Vicious. We will definitely follow behind and never cause trouble for Brother Vicious. Yeah. The monks ran to the back of the truck full of joy, and ignoring the pungent and disgusting smell of blood, greeted the crowd on the wagon with smiles. The crowd in the car was a little embarrassed, not knowing what was going on, and they were being treated like bigots. The rest of the cultivators with deep cultivation snorted, Jumping clowns, just claptrap. If there's a lot of garbage, it's just a pile of garbage. So what's the point of gathering it together? With a faint smile, Qin Lan shook the silk in his hands and rose up in the air. Gentlemen, Qin Lan will take the first step. Take care, fairy. On the side, inside the truck, Li Xiaobai rejoined the driver's seat, feeling that the burden on his body is very heavy. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and now he is shouldering the hope of the whole village, and he wants to take everyone out of the sea of suffering together. It's times like these that call for some music. Music! A roar on the road. A roar when it's time to strike. The wind and fire to break into the 9 states, music to walk to. Li Xiaobai kicked the gas, the truck once again wildly soared out, rushed out toward the road ahead. This level is to cross the knife array. Li Xiaobai is not at all false. What knife array can penetrate the truck's defense? In front of the iron-armored behemoths, they were all younger brothers. The car's music was loud, and for a moment, the whole valley was filled with the sound of a swinging song. At the back of the car, the cultivators followed closely behind, their blood boiling in their bodies. Brother Ruthless was not only willing to bring them along to cross the knife formation, but also sang to give them a strong voice. People are really nice. We must succeed in breaking through the blade formation and not fail Brother Vicious. Ahead is the knife forest, and this is where the knife formation is located. The reason why it was called a sword formation was actually because within this forest, hundreds of sword-type lower-grade spiritual weapons had been accumulated, and within the dense forest, as long as a living being entered, they would encounter a siege of sword auras. If you get a trace of it, a foundation stage cultivator will be seriously injured, and a Jindan stage cultivator will not be any better. If you wanted to get through it safely, other than getting through it with a high level of cultivation, there was only one way to go: body techniques. The distance spacing between the spirit weapons was not dense. As long as the stance was in place, getting through the knife formation safely would not be a problem. Woof, boy! Let Lord Two Dogs drive. The second dog said anything to operate a hand this time. Li Xiaobai's appearance in the limelight makes it all kinds of envy and jealousy. LOL. Let my honor do it this time. Ji Wuxing fluttered his wings and came up. Another wazoo. Fish 3 whips said faintly. Li Xiaobai had a headache. Hua Zi could no longer satisfy the hearts of Air Dog Zi and Ji Wuxing, who wanted to cause trouble. Flipping his wrist, he threw a packet of Hua Zi to Fish San Whip. Brother Fish, smoke slowly. Don't choke. Good to say. Fish 3 whips silently pumped Hua Zi. No longer say anything. You two use this. Li Xiaobai threw the vacuum cleaner that the system had produced earlier to a chicken and a dog. Woof. What is this? The second dog was confused. LOL. It's called a vacuum cleaner. You don't even know this, what a bumpkin. Ji Wuqi disdained. The same system produced most of the props in the mall it recognized. Woof. What a broken chicken. How dare you look down on Lord Two Dogs? This vacuum cleaner is of great use. Let's do this later. Li Xiaobai briefly recounted the purpose of the vacuum cleaner, and in the cockpit, a chicken and a dog had 2 eyes. The knife array is a vicious weapon in the eyes of other people, but in their own eyes that is wealth. If the knife array in the bag, 100% can be sold for a good price. Anyway, that old man Fong only said to get through the knife formation, but did not say that we have to go through the body shuttle. We have our own way. At the same time, somewhere on a high mountain, a few old men fixed their eyes on the cultivators below with interest. This girl child is not bad. Look at this figure and footwork. It has the shadow of Little Bamboo Peak. It's just a pity that he married into the interdictor sect of the Central State. The water in the Central State is deep. I'm afraid that this time he came to the Sacred Demon sect just for that quota. Not bad. Old Interceptor's face has to be given. Count her in when the time comes. Hey! I'm more concerned about how that kid is going to get past the sword formation. It's not going to be all the way reckless again, is it? Little wind do a little protection. The lower grade spirit weapons aren't worth a few dollars, but there are many of them. If they are all damaged, it's a bit of a hassle to repair them. Understood. I've increased the difficulty of the knife forest and put a few mid-grade spirit weapons in it. I believe that this time that kid won't get through it easily. Inside the knife grove, a dozen or so cultivators who held themselves to be of high cultivation had already entered it first. Qin Lan and his maid rode ahead of him, not putting the blade formation in their eyes at all, and directly flew in with their magical treasures. The surrounding swords and spirit weapons were provoked, buzzing loudly. The light of the swords and the shadows of the swords swept across the 4 directions in an instant, and the strong aura fluctuations swept across the entire forest. Countless swords and blades streaked across, forcefully slashing down towards Qin Lan's direction. Tao leader, Thousand Knights, sacred law. Qin Lan casually pointed a finger at the spreading sword chi. The damask under his feet instantly transformed into a wave of river water, sweeping towards the sword light and sword shadow. The sword blade light shattered and collapsed in an inch in an instant. This sword formation is only good for trapping cultivators with low cultivation levels. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and his figure flickered slightly, disappearing between the trees. The maidservant beside her contemptuously scanned the slowly moving crowd at the back, sneered, and with a dance of sword blossoms in her hand, she likewise disappeared without a trace. The rest of the cultivators were not as dashing as Qin Lan. Their means came out in unison, carefully weaving in and out of the sword light and sword shadow, occasionally hardening themselves against the waves of sword chi, and many of the cultivators were flushed with redness and had already suffered internal injuries. Grandma, how come the power of this sword forest is so strong? Some sword chi? It doesn't look like a lower grade spirit weapon at all. Yeah. I'm afraid this is a bit of a hang-up for the Jindan stage to even try to get over there. I've only taken 100 steps and I'm already on the verge of serious injury. 2 more grazes from the sword chi and I'll give up on the test. Whoever has a defensive spirit weapon, I'll trade with you. The originally confident cultivators were all struggling at the moment, taking out all kinds of spiritual weapons to block the sword chi that was constantly sweeping around them. This lower-grade spiritual weapons in the sea mixed with a lot of middle-grade spiritual weapons. Good thing there is no upper-grade spiritual weapons and magic treasures, otherwise it really is not even a chance. Spell it out. Some cultivators swallowed a few berserk pills, wanting to forcefully charge a wave. The ground under his feet was suddenly trembling. At the same time, the sword chi and blade awnings stabbing in front of him violently paused for a moment, and then the direction turned, cutting through the sky and swept towards the back. The ground rumbled and the sound of engines rioting pierced the eardrums, interspersed with the rampant laughter of some creature. Woof! Lord Two Dogs is invincible. Cluck! This honored one has vaguely found the feeling of the old days when he was running the world. Vacuum it up for Lord Two Dogs. Chapter 95. Suck it all away. The crowd of cultivators were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before them. A flying sword came from the depths of the forest in the surroundings, all rushing towards the iron-armored chariot behind them. Outside the car window poked out a chicken and a dog with two heads, grasping a peculiarly shaped implement in their hands, which was emitting a strong suction, and the surrounding sword chi and flying swords were all attracted by this object at the moment. Woof! Don't grab it from Lord Two Dogs. It's Lord Two Dogs. Cluck! This honored one is going to sweep across the 8 wastelands today. So don't you dare stop my honored one's pleasure. Wazi is good. The big truck galloped all the way, swords and knives, sword shadow and blade light chopped on the truck. Sparks splattered, but the slightest mark was not left. The second dog and G emotionless completely let themselves go. Vacuum cleaner half of one person don't want to die. What lower grade spiritual weapons, middle grade spiritual weapons, all in the bag. This feeling of instant wealth makes them want to stop. The large troop of cultivators in the rear sure followed the large truck all the way to the trot. The sword chi was all sucked away by the vacuum cleaner, and the forest of swords turned into a plain small forest in passing. The cultivators were exceptionally excited. They had made the right choice. Following Brother Ruthless was absolutely right. Brother Tough Guy led the flyer all over the field. Take a look at the more than 10 cultivators who entered first, previously spirited. At this moment has completely turned into a look of a lost dog. Withered, there are still a few directly spitting blood from the mouth, was seriously injured, which is as calm and relaxed as they are. Brother Ruthless is so powerful. The more than 10 cultivators who came in first were completely stunned. What kind of operation was this? They were fighting for their lives here. But as a result, the others' large force passed through so easily. The contrast made them feel suffocated. Especially since these large groups of cultivators were also the low-end cultivators that they had previously despised so much. Brother, don't hold on for dear life. How to pass is not to pass with us, by the ruthless brother to bring flying, easy to pass, does not smell good? Yeah. It feels like you can't get through this on your own. Come together, we don't mind you. The cultivators said in a very friendly manner. They deeply experienced the harmony and warmth at this moment. Following behind Brother Vicious, there was no difference between high and low among them. No matter how powerful the background was before, at this moment, it was just a small chicken being carried away by a big brother. The 10 or so cultivators looked a little ashamed and ugly, and without saying a word, they followed at the very back of the group. They felt ashamed of themselves. If they had known this, they would have directly followed others. How good to be honestly taken flying, and save themselves from making a fool of themselves in front of the crowd. But these little thoughts could not be heard by Li Xiaobai. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was staring into the depths of the jungle. This forest hid too many spirit weapons. The opportunity was rare. He must get them all. With a turn of the steering wheel, the front of the car turned violently and traveled towards another road, and the cultivators behind him saw this and followed without hesitation. Big trucks go all the way, vacuum cleaners all the way. On the co-pilot's seat, Fish Three Whips had an odd face. He didn't expect that the cultivator who casually chatted with him for a few moments would be this kind of genius, easily putting the knife array in his pocket. This was not something that an ordinary cultivator would be able to do. This person's cultivation, at the very least, is a half-step yuaning. It is not allowed to say that he has already touched that threshold and stepped into a higher level, the Fish Three Whips speculated in his mind. But at the same time, he was also a bit puzzled. This person's strength was so strong. Why had he never heard of him before? Somewhere on a high mountain, a few old men who paid close attention to Li Xiaobai's movements had very astonished faces. This wave of Operation Old Me gives full marks, treating the test as an opportunity to get rich, very business-minded, a talent. Dare to think something. Being able to turn a perilous situation into a blessed land of opportunity anytime, anywhere is also a skill. It's just a little bit of a psychic. A couple of old men were drinking tea and chatting, unimpressed. This brat, to openly plunder the holy demon sect's belongings, latecomer will go and come. Fong Qingyang burst into a rage. His body shifted and instantly disappeared in place. In the forest, the big truck had driven through a third of the territory, and more than half of the jungle's spirit weapons had all been sucked out. Li Xiaobai had some mutterings in his heart. It didn't feel good to take away someone's spiritual weapon like that. But all this wealth is just a waste sitting in the woods, resources that are meant to be utilized efficiently. However, the two goods, Air Dogsy and Jiwui, didn't care about that much, and when they saw that the power of the vacuum cleaner had weakened, they were disgruntled. Kid, bring the best spirit stones over here. Today, Lord Air Dogsy is going to suck this forest dry. Cluck! My father is going to leave a horrible mark on the heart of the holy demon sect. This Huazi is really good. Fish 3 Whips said faintly. Li Xiaobai's face twitched. The creatures in this cockpit, other than himself, were all a bit off in the head. Asshole, don't stop! An angry shout came from the sky, and Fong Qingyang's figure descended from the sky and landed on the front of the truck, coming eye to eye with Li Xiaobai through the windshield. Boy, how come you're the one who gets it every time? Li Xiaobai shivered in fear. The brakes were applied furiously under his feet, and Fong Qingyang was directly thrown out. Aye! Fong Qingyang was dumbfounded. How could this car stop just like that? He was not prepared at all. The gong method was running. The haze enveloped his body. The crowd could not see what was happening inside. Fong Qingyang was slightly relieved. He was so hungover, he almost lost face in front of the disciple gate. Touching the mask on his face, Li Xiaobai said, "What's the matter with the Grand Elder? Liang Chun is rushing to conduct the test. Kid, my holy demon sect's spirit weapon, you also dare to swallow it privately. Some guts. Hurry up and hand it over before the old man gets mad." Fong Qingyang said with a sullen face. The rules don't say you can't take away spirit weapons. This is the disciple's way of breaking the barrier. Furthermore, it's just a mere inferior spirit weapon. The Grand Elder doesn't need to be so petty. Li Xiaobai waved his hand. Unimpressed. Angry, Fong Qingyang's face turned green. Kid, not only did you take away the holy demon sect's spirit weapons under Lao Fu's nose, but you also destroyed the testing environment in front of Lao Fu. Lao Fu has, well, a lot of opinions about you. Liang Chan is just going all out to break through the barrier. Going all out is the greatest respect for this sword forest. Destroying the testing environment is even more nonsense. If it wasn't for these cultivators choosing to believe in Liang Chan by virtue of their own efforts, they wouldn't be able to make it this far. Li Xiaobai said. What a load of crap. The kid is pissed off. Fong Qingyang was flushed and wowed, wanting to make a move but unable to. Come back. The test continues. An old voice came from the sky. It was the voice of the Supreme Elder. Fong Qingyang shuddered, angrily glanced at the many cultivators for a few moments, and disappeared into the sky as a flash of recluse light. The crowd of cultivators were shocked speechless by this series of operations. Not only did they take away hundreds of lower-grade spirit weapons in a bright manner, but they also dared to go head-to-head with the Grand Elder. Worthy of being Brother Ruthless. So ruthless. Boss Yi. Truly a man of God. Chapter 96. Don't talk. Smoke Huazi. Woof. The old man's gone. Kid drive. Let's get on with it. Li Xiaobai see good. Turn around and drive the truck out of the forest. Always have to leave some for people if all collected. I'm afraid that in the future will be worn shoes. Behind them, the crowd of cultivators were not slow to follow. And so far, not a single cultivator had been eliminated. Everyone was in a great mood. Following Brother Ruthless, perhaps they would make history and become the largest group of disciples ever to enter the sacred demon sect. Brother Yi. There's the scent of a meat mountain ahead. Fish 3 Whips inhaled a mouthful of wazoo and said faintly. Li Xiaobai examined it carefully and saw only a thick fog, so he couldn't help but ask, what's a mountain of flesh? On the immortal spirit continent, there are quite a few forbidden zones and forbidden places, and the flesh mountain is a product among the forbidden zones and mythological forbidden zones, in the shape of a lump of flesh, capable of contaminating a cultivator's divine soul, causing the cultivator to go berserk and become a killing machine that only knows how to cultivate. Many sects will capture 1 or 2 mountains of flesh to put in their sects as a tool to exercise their disciples' Yuan Shin. Fish 3 Whips briefly explained the situation of the meat mountain. Li Xiaobai was surprised in his heart. There was even this kind of creature in this world. It sounded dangerous. How did this thing come about? Is it a pack? The mountain of flesh possesses an independent consciousness and is not highly intelligent. Some say it was created by the evil thoughts of the ancient mighty who severed it. Others say it was created by the shells of the mighty after their deaths, and no one is clear about its true origins. This thing is only more dangerous when many pieces are clustered together. The smell of the mountain of flesh in front of us isn't that strong. A single wazoo will take care of it. It's not a big problem. Fish 3 whips takes a small sip and swallows. Li Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Flesh Mountain was able to influence a person's mind and defile the Yuan Shun, while Huazi was able to clear a person's spiritual platform, making it a natural nemesis of this thing. The test at this level should be a test of the cultivator's willpower, and as long as his mind was strong enough, he could walk out from the sphere of influence of the mountain of flesh. A few huge pieces of broken meat could be vaguely seen by the road ahead, shrouded in a layer of thick smoke. This piece of meat is almost a meter high, light scarlet red, a layer of mucus attached to the surface, on which you can vaguely see the blood vessels beating, quietly lying on the ground with regular writhing. Through the car window, Li Xiaobai smelled a rotten fishy odor in the thick fog, a sickening feeling. At the same time, the system panel values in front of him began to jump up. Attribute points +1. Attribute points +2. The attack power of this thing was not strong, just like what Fish 3 Whip said. It was estimated that it could only affect cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and those who were at the beginning of the Jindan stage. However, the strength of the cultivators behind themselves were basically all in this zone, so if they wanted to go over all of them, it would be impossible to rely on them on their own. Li Xiaobai pushed open the car door and rolled out of the car. Gentlemen, the mountain of flesh in front of us is blocking the road and is capable of messing with people's minds. If you and others walk straight into it, I'm afraid you'll turn into an emotionless killing machine. Liangqin here is a treasure that can help you pass through it smoothly. Only this treasure is expensive to build. Brother Ruthless, I understand. I'll give the spirit stones, you name your price. The cultivators immediately said, jokingly. They had all come this far. They would soon be able to pass. No one was a cutie. Spending a few spirit stones to pass the examination was very cost-effective. Hey, originally the cost price of this item was 100 lower-grade spirit stones. For the sake of everyone about to become fellow disciples, let's give you half price, just 50 lower-grade spirit stones per person. Li Xiaobai said cheerfully. This? The cultivators stirred. 50 lower-grade spirit stones was not a small amount, enough for a cultivator to spend for 2 or 3 months. Even the sons of the big families are also a little heartbroken. Think carefully, this level is a test of heart. Maybe by themselves they can also break through. Should I spend the spirit stone or not? We'll take it. Leah took the lead and said the cultivators who came out from the ancient moon city, had as much admiration for Li Xiaobai as a torrential river, and they were still able to take out 50 lower-grade spirit stones. Brother Vicious, we, with our Jindan stage cultivation, are confident in our own hearts, so we won't consume Brother Vicious' treasure. We went ahead and entered. The group of cultivators with deep cultivation who had been injured in the jungle before were not willing to spend money in vain, and those who were able to cultivate up to this point were all people with strong hearts. Many of the cultivators, many of whom were distressed by the spirit stones, refused Li Xiaobai's help and walked right into the thick fog and disappeared. The remaining cultivators chose to believe Li Xiaobai. After all the way there, it was all up to the other party to take them flying, so it was only right to give some spirit stones. Looking at the sharply reduced number of people, Li Xiaobai sighed in his heart, the world is going down before so 6 operations. In the end, only so many people are willing to pay. More than half of the cultivators chose to enter it on their own because they were heartbroken by the spirit stones. It seemed like a large number of cultivators were destined to be eliminated this time. Li Xiaobai exchanged out a large amount of huazi from the mall and began to distribute it to the many cultivators. Huazi's mall price is 10 pieces of lower-grade spirit stone a stick, sell 50 pieces of lower-grade spirit stone by yourself. A huazi net profit 40 pieces of lower-grade spirit stone. The number of people although sharply reduced, but there are hundreds of people scrambling to buy, it is still very profitable. After a collection of accounts, the small treasury had an extra nearly 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones, a blood profit not a loss. This object is called huazi. It is a one-time treasure. Just light it with a flame and hold it in the mouth of the cigarette to inhale it, and the aroma emitted from the inside can block the power of messing with people's minds. Li Xiaobai explained the usage of huazi, and the cultivators' expressions were astonished. This was the first time they had seen this type of foodstuff type of magic treasure, and this type was usually a heavenly treasure, or the first time they had seen someone mass produce it. Sure enough, Brother Ruthless is different. Woof boy! Give Lord 2 dogs a packet of wazoo too. LOL. So does this one. A chicken and a dog were hot for the packet of huazi in the hands of the Fish 3 Whips. The last one, if you want it in the future, take spirit stones for it yourself, 100 lower-grade spirit stones for 1. Li Xiaobai threw over 2 huazi and said indifferently. This kind of business also seemed to be a good means of enrichment, and could be developed within the Holy Devil sect in the future. Woof! What a little family! LOL. Feelings fade. Li Xiaobai. Launching the truck again, he rushed into the mist, opening the way in the middle of the mountainous pile of meat, with the rest of the cultivators following close behind, and after spending a huge amount of money, the crowd dared not slacken off even more. The foul stench of fishy air came over the cultivators, smothering them with dizziness, and vaguely, they saw in the thick fog the person each of them was most looking forward to seeing. Not good. This fishy aura is disturbing our sanity. I saw my dead father and mother. It is the child who is unfilial. This is my enemy, who abused and killed my parents and brothers that day, and has been practicing hard to this day in order to be able to kill this person with his hands. These are all hallucinations. Smoke Huazi. Don't say a word and smoke the wazoo. Chapter 97. This Huazi can enlighten the way. The cultivators were astonished, not expecting the mist to possess such a strong power. Only just stepping into it, his mind almost lost its grip. Shivering, he pulled out the wazoo, casually struck a flame to ignite it, and took 2 sharp puffs. A swallowing of clouds and fog. The crowd's expression gradually stretched out. That inner frenzy of restlessness melted away in a moment of ice and snow. This wazoo is so charged. At the same time, an unnameable feeling surged to the heart, and all of them only felt that their internal organs were permeable, their spiritual platforms were clear, their minds were pure, and the ancient sedimentary flavor echoed in their hearts. Many of the usual problems that plagued the crowd were solved, and the understanding of the gongfu moves became deeper, and vaguely there were signs of a breakthrough. What is this baby? This Huazi actually made me break through. What exactly is this Huazi? 1 stick down. I actually practiced the 9 changes of the heavenly devil to the 4th layer, away from the Jindan stage, only 1 step away. Brother Vicious is too strong, giving out genius earth treasures with his hands. This wave is not a loss. Not only is it not a loss, but it's a blood profit, 50 lower grade spirit stones in exchange for a breakthrough. If those cultivators who can't afford to part with their spirit stones knew about this, I'm afraid their intestines would be green with remorse. Hundreds of cultivators were overflowing with excitement. This wave not only solved the problem of passing the test, but also incidentally solved the problem of their low strength. With the help of this effect with Huazi, turn back and then properly enlightenment, properly be able to step into a more profound level. Brother Tough Guy, a man of God. Inside the carriage, more than 30 ancient Moon City cultivators were also in tears at this moment. Boss Yi honestly did not deceive them. On the surface, it looked like Boss Yi was amassing wealth, but in reality, he was thinking of them in every way, knowing that their strength was not good, and deliberately using the name of the past test to help them raise their cultivation, taking care of the group's self-esteem. What a great person compared to the previous Fairy Qin, as well as that Wang Ruoxian and Xia Jian all seemed a bit selfish and self-interested. However, the crowd's thoughts Li Xiaobai is not aware of. If he knew, I am afraid that he would cough up a mouthful of old blood. The people of this world, the brain hole is really big. The truck rumbled and drove all the way, and along the way, Li Xiaobai saw many struggling cultivators. These cultivators were originally very confident until they entered the thick fog and realized how treacherous this world was. The unknown chunk of meat itself wouldn't attack humans, but the rich, fishy odor it emitted was a bit maddening. Inhaling this breath, even those Jindan stage cultivators who thought they had profound power felt an unexplained irritation in their hearts, and could vaguely see the shadows of their enemies. All of them knew that it was the meat that was affecting their sanity. They didn't dare to be slow. Their eyes were closed tightly. They sat down on their knees and started to fight against this power that was disturbing their mind. They could still hold out for a short time, but soon enough, this stalemate balance was broken. Li Xiaobai rumbled in his big truck, and the thunderous sound of the engine instantly shattered the calm state of mind that the cultivators were struggling to maintain. The mind was in turmoil. The breath in the body nearly stormed out. Many cultivators coughed up blood on the spot, burst into a rage, and was about to open a curse, but he froze violently. They saw a small group of people following the large truck schlepping slowly along, from time to time taking a small sip of the item in their hands, a gulp of fog, and a look of extreme enjoyment. "Why aren't you guys affected?" a cultivator asked. "Naturally, it's because of Brother Vicious' treasure. I have to say, brothers, you guys are very short-sighted. The treasure given by Brother Vicious not only stabilizes the mind, but also improves cultivation enlightenment." The cultivators in the group laughed out loud, their hearts extremely happy as they proved with their actions that they had made the right choice. Looking at this small group of people slowly moving away, the many cultivators who were in the mist came to their senses. "Brother Ruthless, we are willing to pay spirit stones to buy your treasure. Yes, I can offer twice the price. Beg brother ruthless for a chance. I'll triple. Looking at the thirsty eyes of the surrounding cultivators, Li Xiaobai smiled faintly. Liang Chun is not a selfish person. After the sect settles down, he will open a store specifically to sell this kind of treasure. At that time, you are all welcome to come and hold it. After saying that, he stepped on the gas and took off, leaving behind a crowd full of confused people who had missed the opportunity to enter the holy demon sect. For the sake of a small advantage of a mere 50 lower-grade spirit stones, he cut short his future. With their minds lost and the scent of the mountain of flesh invading their sanity, the many cultivators went berserk and began to pounce on the cultivators beside them in a fit of tearing. In the sky, a few streaks of light crossed, and 6 figures descended into this area. Old man Fong really has nothing to worry about. He has to test his heart for a good reason. These days, who cares about heart cultivation for decent people? No, where are the decent people these days? The fat man with a plump figure said with dissatisfaction. 6 Senior Brother. This rescue mission is something that Senior Sister spent a great deal of effort begging for. In order to replace our people, 6 disciples were buried in a row, so don't slack off. The female cultivator in the lead said indifferently. This is naturally known. It's just that amongst this last batch of disciples, it seems that there's no sign of Junior Brother in sight. Fatty was a bit puzzled. The person on that steel mount to look at the back to have a few resemblances to the youngest Senior Brother. Do you guys think that little master will come in disguise just like US? We'll talk about Junior Brother's matter later. Doing the right thing first is important. The 6 of them appeared in front of the frenzied disciples in an instant with flickering figures, and with their hands pinched in seals, they carried the many cultivators out of the fog. And then the movement was very skillful and smooth on the bodies of the cultivators for a while, collecting the spatial rings of everyone present. Has Old Man Wind arrived? Almost there. The wind is tight, rip whoop. The 6 of them turned around and disappeared in an instant. A few breaths later, a flash of recluse light landed and Fong Qingyang's figure appeared in front of the many unconscious cultivators, his face changing several times. Grandma, it's these 6 people who are messing things up again. Nearly 1,000 spatial rings. This is not a pot for me to take. I have to hurry up and leave. With a turn of his body, he similarly disappeared. At the same time, deep within the mists, Qin Lan stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood. The servant girl beside him hurriedly took out the healing pills. Qin Lan was originally using the breath of the meat mountain to hammer his Yuan Shun, wanting to take that step as early as possible, so he didn't use the slightest bit of his cultivation, completely allowing the manic breath of the meat mountain to erode. I did not expect Li Xiaobai's seat in her body flashed past, rumbling thunder whistling. The ground is cracked array of trembling. Shocked her distraction. Hanging did not go off the deep end. The small group of cultivators in the back ran step by step, even Fairy Qin planted. It is better to follow the ruthless brother, this 50 lower grade spirit stones, it is worth spending. This person must be doing this on purpose, with the intention of disturbing Mrs. Cultivation. The servant girl was very angry. Keep this debt in mind. It will have to be repaid sooner or later. Chapter 98. The conditions are fair, but I refuse them all. The truck broke through the fog and there was a Real Mountain gate in front of us. This was the gate of the Sacred Demon Sect, and the stretch of road outside was both a test for the disciples and a natural barrier at the same time. At the moment there was a constant flow of disciples coming and going in front of the main gate, and Fong Qingyang was already waiting here. The appearance of the large truck attracted the eyes of many disciples in an instant. It was the first time they had seen such an overbearing appearance, especially when they saw the many cultivators trotting all the way behind the truck. Their faces became even more brilliant. This time, among the advanced disciples, it seems that an extraordinary character has come. Qin Lan's face was flushed, her chest club rose and fell, and she glared angrily at Li Xiaobai, who was uncertain. Very well, Yi Liangqin, you didn't bring all the others here after all. The current number of people is a little over, but it's within the acceptable range. Fong Qingyang counted the number of people and nodded. Finally he had come across something smooth. All right, being able to come over here is your chance. Test your cultivation and the rest of you, and then you can enter after receiving a token. Woof, old man. Lord's second doggy wants to test his cultivation as well. Erdogzi was excited. Cluck. This honored one's cultivation can't be detected by yours truly. Ji Wuxing angled his head and said indifferently. Fong Qingyang, his head full of black lines, ignored the 2 clamoring creatures and greeted the disciples on the side to start working on the record. The test of cultivation was very simple. The holy demon sect had a magic treasure that specialized in detecting the cultivation of disciples. As long as they put their hands on it, they would be able to display it. This magic treasure was in the shape of a compass, with yin and yang flowing faintly on it, and a bead in the center was used to detect the cultivator's specific cultivation level. Me first. He stepped forward and placed his hand on top of the compass. The beads in the center glowed brightly, and Fong Qingyang stroked his beard, smiling with great satisfaction. Not bad. Half-step Yuaning, on the verge of breaking through with just a few more epiphanies. The crowd of cultivators showed envy. Half-step Yuaning. This was the realm that most of them had pursued for their entire lives, and people had now reached it with ease. It was worthy of being immortal. Qin, this genius was just not the same. It's not worth it. His eyes flickered with complacency as he swept a glance at Li Xiaobai and received the token to leave. The maidservant behind her followed closely behind. She was a servant girl, not a disciple, and did not need to be tested. One after another, the crowd went up and began to test the cultivation. Li Xiaobai in the driver's seat thinking hard. He did not have half a point of cultivation. There is no item in the mall that can help him. I'm afraid that it is difficult to muddle through Na. Many thanks for Brother Yez Huazi. Fish Mao has tested it first. If Brother Yi opens a store, Fish Mao will definitely support it. Fish 3 whips, with half a Huazi in his mouth, rolled out of the car and walked towards Fong Qingyang. He was disdainful of Qinlan's high-profile performance, as true masters were all deep in hiding. The cultivation test of the Fish 3 whips was the first layer of the Jindan stage. Fong Qingyang looked at him twice more and did not say anything more. There were not a few disciples in the sect who hid their cultivation, disciples who wanted to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. The elders would not poke holes in them. As the number of disciples decreased, Fong Qingyang's face stiffened a bit as he felt that something was wrong with the situation. The group of disciples who came to test were almost all at the foundation establishment stage cultivation, with only a single digit at the Jindan stage. The quality of this disciple was a bit too substandard. Grandma, it's Yi Liangchen. Fong Qingyang was on fire, and nearly 1,000 disciples were eliminated from the mist of Meat Mountain, all of whom held themselves to be good cultivators and were not willing to spend money to follow Li Xiaobai. But these disciples in front of them were different. It was because of their weak strength that they decisively chose to follow Li Xiaobai's pace from to the end. In this way, those who succeeded in clearing the barrier were all unimpressive cultivators, and those who were eliminated were instead those disciples with good strength. Fong Qingyang felt like hitting someone. How did he mix in such an asshole thing? A finger pointed at Li Xiaobai. You! Come over here and let the old man take a look at your cultivation. Liang Chen's cultivation can't be detected by this district compass. Li Xiaobai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Woof, your family's Lord Two Dogs wants to test his cultivation as well. The second dog Z once again came up. Fong Qingyang did not want to talk nonsense, grabbed Li Xiaobai's hand and pressed it on top of the compass. Waited for a few moments. Nothing happened. Fong Qingyang frowned. This compass could be recognized even by an ordinary person. At least there would be a faint glow. It was absolutely impossible to have no reaction at all. Could it be that the other party was able to suppress their cultivation to the point where even the magic treasure could not detect it? A dog's paw reached over and the beads flashed with light, interrupting Fong Qingyang's thoughts. How is Lord Two Dogs' cultivation? A weak chicken, go away. Fong Qingyang was depressed and threw the second dog out. Listen up, you and others. 3 days later, there will be a competition for the advanced disciples. The first 100 disciples who win can be promoted to outer disciples. This is a chance, take advantage of it. Fong Qingyang said. In addition, given that the cultivation of your batch of disciples is too inferior, before the great competition, you will temporarily live in the activity area of the miscellaneous disciples. Is there a problem? There's a problem. Cultivation doesn't represent strength. Although Liang Chun has no cultivation at all, his strength is just as heaven-defying. Li Xiaobai said. Not bad. Lord Two Dogs casually overwrote the blade formation without using the slightest bit of his cultivation. Cluck. When my father crossed heaven and earth, there was no such thing as cultivation. A chicken and a dog chimed in. Fong Qingyang's veins rippled at the corners of his forehead. Then tell me, where do you want to live? Liangchen is not greedy. Just live with other advanced disciples. People should not be divided into 3, 6, 9 classes based on cultivation. Even small cultivators can have big dreams. Everyone is the protagonist of life. Li Xiaobai said he still has to search for his senior brothers and sisters. How can he be arranged without knowing? Numerous cultivators in the surrounding area wept at the words. Brother Ruthless was righteous and argued with the Grand Elder for their sake. It was too touching. Well, not bad. The conditions are pertinently stated. and it seems that the old man has no reason to refuse. Fong Qingyang seemed to have calmed down, stroking his beard and nodding slightly. Then, but the old man refuses them all. Fong Qingyang's eyes glared as the fluctuations of the yuaning stage swept across the room, interrupting Li Xiaobai's words without mercy. I'm going to tell you a truth today. The world of the strong doesn't ask about the process. It only looks at the result. And as far as the result is concerned, you're all weaklings. And since Lao Fu is the Grand Elder, Lao Fu just wants you and the others to temporarily reside in the area where the miscellaneous disciples are active. Is there a problem? Li Xiaobai was speechless. This Grand Elder was also a careful person. At this moment he was even playing a rogue like a child king, arching his hand. Then we can only accept it. Many thanks for the teachings of the Great Elder. Looking at Li Xiaobai's appearance, Fong Qingyang's heart was free. He didn't care about the rules. If he was pissed off, he would have to put small shoes on you. Very well. Go ahead. The old man is watching you, ha ha ha. Chapter 99. The handyman disciple was terrified. Within the holy demon sect, Li Xiaobai and the others were indeed assigned to the location where the handyman lived. Although it was a gathering place for miscellaneous disciples, the environment was still not a problem, and it was only for 3 days, so it was not a big problem. Scanning around the crowd, there was no sign of Fish Three Whips or Qinlan. It seems that this relation goes everywhere. It is a pity that this Fish Three Whips also did not say to get a good place for himself. When he smoked, Huazi did not see his hands soft. Brother Ruthless, you are truly righteous. These days, there aren't many cultivators who treat people as sincerely as you do. Yes, in the future, little brother is willing to saddle up and serve you. Say no more, this time to be able to enter the holy demon sect. All thanks to the help of Brother Vicious. Brother Vicious has a use for it. We will certainly go through fire and water. Boss Ye's great favor. We will never forget it. On a hilltop, there were a combined total of over 200 cultivators, all kneeling on one knee and roaring in unison. A wave of sound was higher than a wave. Shocking, the nearby handyman disciples were all silent and closed their doors. Even the original several pricks who were ready to pick a fight to give the newcomers a hard time. At this moment they also gulped and couldn't help but to stop. Where did these monks come from? I'm afraid it's not a whole organization coming here, right? Looking at these cultivators in front of them who looked like they were trying to take over the mountain, the handyman wanted to cry without tears. Who did they invite and who did they piss off, coming over a bunch of such pestilence? In the future there would still be good for them? Woof, and Lord Two Dogs. The second dog is extremely dissatisfied. How come this group of people are just worshipping Li Xiaobai? Cluck, and Lord Jiwui. Jiwu Air said as well, how could it be missing from this kind of large-scale fan meeting? Yes, 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 we will surely follow Lord Two Dogs and Lord Ji as well. Lord Two Dogs is mighty and extraordinary. The day of becoming a god is just around the corner. Lord Ji emotionless is so domineering that it's hard for us to look up to him. The cultivators turned their words around and very silently began to pat Air Dogzi and Ji Wui's asses. These two are the red man beside the ruthless brother, surely cannot be neglected, have to hold a good. Maybe this chicken and a dog are also two powerful people. Not bad boys. Lord Two Dogs will take you to pick out your rooms. Let's go. The second dog's vanity was greatly satisfied, and the man stood up, carrying his paws on his back, and faintly swept a glance at the dazed lead disciple on the side. This disciple was arranging the houses for the people, and according to the usual practice, the other party should first curry favor with him and give some benefits in order to be able to live more peacefully in the future. But I did not expect, his side of the dismay has not yet begun. People come up as loyal and righteousness almost did not worship in this kind of momentum, to the edge of the mouth, words hard to be forced to swallow back. Fellow Taoists, I, Yuan Fong, am in charge of managing the odd job disciples. I will arrange your accommodation. This way, please. Yuan Fong forced a smile and made a gesture of invitation. The crowd followed and came to a row of huts. The house was quite good, quite spacious, as a famous sect. Even the lot where the miscellaneous disciples lived was not comparable to that of the ordinary people in the outside world. The rest of the houses were all closed at the moment, and occasionally a few odd job disciples returned to their houses immediately after seeing Li Xiaobai and the others, with the doors and windows closed tightly. Li Xiaobai was a bit puzzled. How did he and the others feel that they were afraid of him instead when he came to someone else's territory? All right, each of you assign your houses, 2 people to a room. In the future, they are all fellow disciples. It's only right to be more close to each other. Li Xiaobai said. Yes, we are brothers in distress. We must be much closer. I will kill anyone who dares to touch my brother. The cultivators were enraged. and along the way, they had deeply experienced the feeling of suffering together. The strength of Brother Tough Guy made them feel at home. It's good that you guys are getting along. Li Xiaobai was speechless. This group of cultivators were a bit hot-blooded and didn't know how to pick up the conversation, turning around and entering an empty house on the edge. The room was simply furnished, with 2 beds on the left and right, cabinets and stools at the head of the beds, and a long table in the center which looked clean and neat. There weren't many things, but for people who cultivated, a bed was actually enough, and they wouldn't do anything else on weekdays other than cultivate. Woof! This bed. Lord Two Dogs wants it. The second dog lunged for a side of the bed. Then this honored one wants this bed. Ji Wuxing walked over to the other bed with his head held high and took a short stride with his short legs, but it was just a pity that the legs were too short to go up. Li Xiaobai peeled it aside and got himself into bed. The bed couch is quite comfortable. Cluck! Kid! This bed couch is reserved by my father. Don't annoy my father. Ji Wuxing was furious. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get on the bed couch. You a little grass chicken, what bed to sleep on? Just lie on the ground. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Cluck! This Pudong rooster, carrying the immortal phoenix bloodline. It's not impossible to become an immortal with a single thought. Although you're the one who got me out of there, it's best to be polite when treating me. Ji Wuxing combed his feathers and said with a mischievous expression. When you can jump up here, you short legs. I'll let you have this bed. Li Xiaobai yawned. Ji Wu'er was about to say something else when a knock came from the door, and Yuan Fong's voice rang out from outside the door. Fellow Taoist Yi, are you still satisfied with this house? Satisfied? Is there something wrong with senior brother Yuan? Li Xiaobai asked as he rolled over and got out of bed, pushing open the door. Senior brother Yi is flattering me. Just call me Xiao Yuan. Yuan Fong's posture was placed very low, enduring whoever saw that scene in the square was not one who dared to make a scene. The aura of this group of people, definitely the Jianghu people, definitely the master of the mountain. I heard that this kind of people, you hit one, the rest will come out in a swarm to find you to play with your life. Then let's call Master Yuan. But what's the matter? It's not really a big deal. I just want to ask senior brother Yi if he needs anything else, so that senior brother can go and add to it. There's no need to go to such trouble. We're only here for a small stay and we'll leave after a while. Li Xiaobai waved his hand and said. Yuan Fong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If this is a permanent residence, in the future, the head of the ground here should change hands. Senior brother Yuan, is there a place to buy, sell, and trade within this sacred demon sect? Li Xiaobai asked. The pile of loot in the space ring had to be sold in a hurry. Yes, there is a trading store at the bottom of the mountain. All cultivators, as long as they pay a fee of 2 lower-grade spirit stones, they can set up their stalls there. There are often high-ranked senior brothers and sisters out there. As long as they have enough spirit stones, they can find a lot of good stuff. Yuan Fong said. Thank you, Master Yuan. Please accept this small meaning for Master Yuan's hard work. Li Xiaobai casually took out a lower-grade spirit sword and handed it to Yuan Fong, which was a spirit weapon in the blade formation. This is too expensive. Many thanks to senior brother Yi. Chapter 100. Back to business. Buying and selling items was Li Xiaobai's favorite part of the process, especially when a potentially big player like a sect disciple sold something. Sometimes being able to make a hard buck on him for the sake of a district face is the perfect person to be the wrongdoer. Down the hill alone. This mountain is a special place for the handyman disciples to gather. There is no name at this moment. Where Li Xiaobai arrived, the doors and windows are tightly closed. All of them don't even dare to come out of the atmosphere. The miscellaneous disciples had a low status in the sect and were often bullied, so they were extremely cowardly. The scene of Li Xiaobai leading 200 or so people on the mountain to show their loyalty was something they all saw, both envious and in awe. To them, this was definitely an extraordinary character. You can't be offended, and the best thing you can do is not go out and cross paths with it. Li Xiaobai speechless. He has not done anything. This group of people on a look of fear. We seem to be quite handsome face. Touching the human skin mask on his face, Li Xiaobai knew that the possibility of pulling hatred from the miscellaneous disciples was almost zero. At the bottom of the mountain, there was an endless stream of disciples traveling to and from the mountain. The Holy Demon Sect, as a large sect, has several dangerous places around it, which have some treasures for the disciples to explore and discover. Going to these dangerous places every day to search for treasures, and then trading the materials obtained in the sect, has become the normal life of the disciples. According to the route described by Yuan Fong, Li Xiaobai found the trading store of the sect disciples. It was said to be a store, but it was actually a ground stall, the center of the clan, the busiest end of the ground, where people of all shapes and sizes set up stalls and yelled, "Come, take a look and see. Ah, freshly baked bear paw. 300 years of Jindan stage cultivation. Absolutely great tonic. 9 heavenly metaphysical spirit grass. Absolute fidelity. Fake 1 compensates 10. Heavenly wind sword. Top grade spirit weapon at a low price. If you want it, do it quickly." Along the way, the street is full of all kinds of goods to dazzle people. Cut the price of sound mixed with the sound of anger and cursing endlessly. Li Xiaobai had a number in mind, found the person in charge of the venue, paid 2 lower-grade spirit stones, and prepared to set up his stall. Being a newcomer and late to the party, all the good lots had been picked over, and there were only a few remaining empty lots on the edges to choose from. But the wine is not afraid of the deep alley. Their hands have good goods, not afraid of people do not buy. Walking to a stall in the corner, Li Xiaobai took out a few lower-grade spirit weapons. "Brother, you don't look familiar. First time here, right?" The stall holder beside him had nothing to do. It was not a very good location and his stall had almost no customers. "Yes. My name is Yi Liangchen. I don't know, brother. How do you call yourself?" Li Xiaobai cupped his fists and saluted, asking, Hey, just call me Fisty." It was a thin, withered man, pale, looking somewhat malnourished, with a smile that carried a hint of lewdness. Li Xiaobai speechless. This guy cannot see half a bit of Fist brother should have the appearance, that a hand thin and weak only a skin. So it's brother Fist. I say brother, you can't do this. These lower grade spirit weapons are of average quality. In this lot, basically nothing will buy them. Brother Fist glanced at the few swords and knives in front of Li Xiaobai and skimmed his lips. The stuff in this stall was even inferior to his. Yo soon sells things and likes to go for volume. With a shake of Li Xiaobai's hand, nearly 1,000 lower-grade spirit weapons instantly piled up all over the stall, with quite a few middle-grade spirit weapons mixed in, tumbling to the ground and clanking. "I go to. Brother Yi, did you rob some sect?" Looking at the wide array of spirit weapons, Brother Fist was dumbfounded and his eyes were watering. "It's just a mere 1,000 lower-grade spirit weapons. Not worth it." Li Xiaobai waved his hand and said indifferently. Brother Fist felt offended and stopped speaking. Li Xiaobai from the mall to exchange a huge plaque, engraved on the sacred sword auction. The highest bidder, etc. Placed aside, not yell, just quietly waiting for customers to gather over. As expected, almost just a moment, this mountain of spiritual weapons attracted a large number of customers to watch. A one-time out of nearly 1,000 spiritual weapons, this is definitely a large sum of money. This senior brother looks very strange. Does anyone recognize him? Don't recognize it is right. So many spiritual weapons absolutely robbed a certain sect. This kind of cultivation to get experts usually do not like to show their faces. That's true. Just how come I look so familiar with these spirit weapons? It seems to be a knife formation from the sectional knife grove. Hiss. Many of the disciples present recognized the origins of these spirit weapons. After all, they were all people who had broken through the blade array, and they still remembered this kind of test vividly. "Senior brother, how do you sell this spirit weapon?" A female cultivator with a pretty face asked. "Inferior grade spirit weapon, 100 inferior grade spirit stones for a handful, medium grade spirit weapon, 1 medium grade spirit stone for a handful," Li Xiaobai said. When this statement was made, all the people present were all brightened up. What Li Xiaobai gave was the cost price, which was more than 10% lower than the same type of businessman. Moreover, the quality of these spirit weapons was not bad, and they did not appear to be in an indiscriminate manner. "Senior brother conscience. Senior sister wants to buy away this light blue medium-grade spirit sword." The female cultivator threw out a medium-grade spirit stone and took the spirit sword. Seeing this, the rest of the cultivators immediately boiled over and started to pull out their pockets to buy spiritual weapons from Li Xiaobai, and there were even quite a few cultivators who quickly went back to their previous stalls and prepared to return them. Li Xiaobai smiled slightly. On his side, he had a good price and a surprisingly large quantity. Other merchants selling low-level spirit weapons simply couldn't compete with him. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of lower-grade spirit stones arrived, with quite a few medium-grade spirit stones mixed in. Brother Fist on the side looked at the hot eyes, eyeing Li Xiaobai. "Brother Yi, how about we synthesize a stall so that the stall area is larger, you will be able to place more things? Rest assured, or each sells its own, do not share the money." Li Xiaobai thought about it. Merging the stalls was not bad. He did have a large amount of supplies on hand that he needed to deal with. Okay. The 2 stalls merged into one, and Brother Fist hemmed and hawed with a strange smile as he came over to Li Xiaobai's side, placing his bottles and jars in front of the many cultivators as well. Compared to Li Xiaobai's inventory, this amount of his was not enough to stuff his teeth. But then someone recognized the items he was selling. This is the inner dan of a half-step Yuaning stage demonic beast. This is the skin of the blood crocodile. You killed that crocodile, brother. Dare I ask your name? I'll take this inner elixir. No one can snatch it from me. This elixir is actually specialized for Jindan stage cultivators. The cultivators went wild, not expecting to be able to pick up treasure in such nooks and crannies. Watching Brother Fist red-faced to talk to people about the price, Li Xiaobai felt that he was trapped. The other party is clearly borrowing his influence to sell things, and by the looks of it, the things sold are also good goods. No wonder he said each sells his own. He is afraid that he will split the bill with him. This man is also a treacherous man. Chapter 101. Selling a female cultivator's inner armor. Hey, 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 the highest bidder wins. Don't rob, don't make a scene. Fist Brother smiled broadly, after waiting for so long, finally opened. More people is good, more people, no more rich masters will be more. The things in his hand were indeed all good goods, just that the quantity was scarce. After some trading, Brother Fist was all at ease, and all the treasures were exchanged for spirit stones as much as possible. Thanks a lot, Brother Yi. Brother Fist said smilingly. Li Xiaobai's face darkened. This guy just now that wave of income started with medium-grade spirit stones, earning more than himself. Dabbling in popularity is a real handful. At that moment, he also stopped paying attention to Brother Fist. Li Xiaobai flipped his wrist. Once again a mountain of resources appeared in front of him. All of them were spiritual herbs and medicines. They were pitched in the Divine Beast's mountain range that day. After a big gap of half a month, there shouldn't be anyone who would recognize them. Brother Fist was dumbstruck. Brother Yi, you definitely robbed some sect. This is too rich. The rest of the cultivators also nodded their heads in unison. The variety of spiritual medicines was too rich. This senior brother in front of him had definitely moved other people's treasure troves into his own spatial ring without saying a word. He was a ruthless person. Brother, this kind of good goods can totally go to the treasure pavilion for auction. It can earn more. Brother Fist reminded, in his opinion, the small ground stalls in this sect were the ones that dealt with some special items. Such a large amount of resources could be found in a professional organization for auction. Fertilizer doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. Liang Chun only wants to do something for the clan's masters and brothers. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. In one speech, the dislike of Brother Fist was dumbfounded, and the surrounding cultivators instantly became more favorable. Indeed, such a large amount of resources, sold to them at cost price, it was too conscientious. It was simply a welfare link. No one would dislike such a boss. Without further ado, Boss Yi, give me 100 plants of spirit grass. I'll take 100 plants too. Wrapped up? In the future, if Boss Yi has something good, whether we can afford it or not, we will definitely be the first to support it. Not bad in the future. If there is a stall of Boss Yi, there will definitely be me. Cultivators nimbly pulled out the spirit stone, began to buy spiritual herbs and medicines. Spiritual medicine, this thing no one will be too much, no matter in grade types of herbs, are able to be made into a potion, then its value can be doubled 10 times more than. Thus, like spirit stones, resources like spirit pills were more than enough. After some trading, there was another big wave of spirit stone tension, and the income from medium-grade spirit stones broke 1,000. Fist Brother's mind is a little unbalanced, first to leave directly out of sight out of mind, but there are some eyes cannot leave. Such a deal is a big event. It is difficult to see on weekdays. Yi Senior Brother still has any good things, take it out piece by piece. Those who are here are not poor masters. As long as the things are good enough, how high the price can be afforded. The more cultivators in the crowd gathered, the road was surrounded. Many cultivators in the distance saw this scene and thought that there were heavy treasures appearing. They were all curious to come over. Li Xiaobai counted the items in the spatial ring. Of course he has his own measure. The really good goods can't be dealt with just at the ground stalls. He has to find an authoritative organization to conduct an auction. The ones that were being bought and sold now, though numerous, were only items of low grade. The spirit weapons and spirit medicines were pretty much sold out, but there was a special type of merchandise in the ring that I wondered if anyone would buy. Carefully massing the surrounding cultivators for a few moments, he flipped his wrist and took out a light blue soft armor with some sort of aroma vaguely lingering on it. This piece of soft armor is the personal clothing of a certain female cultivator of the Tianwu sect, even though it is worn inside, but the defensive power is no less than a top-grade spiritual artifact, and if there is anyone who cultivates a technique with a water attribute, the defensive power that erupts on it is comparable to that of a magic treasure. Li Xiaobai said. This statement, the surrounding cultivators, regardless of men and women, all were made a big red face. A lot of female cultivators secretly spit a mouth. The heart cursed Li Xiaobai shameless. However, they all wanted this personal soft armor. Not only did the female cultivators want it, but quite a few of the male cultivators were also a bit dissatisfied. The inner armor of the female cultivators of the Tianwomen sect is too much of a gimmick, both in terms of practicality and spectacle, as well as, in short, this is the one item the crowd wants. Brother, this inner armor is good. It balances hardness and defense. Even comfort is taken into account. I want to buy one for my old lady. A certain male cultivator who didn't want to disclose his name said righteously, eliciting blank stares from the crowd of cultivators. Obscenity is obscenity. What's the point of all this bull? We're all adults and we get it. Shameless. Nasty bastard. The female cultivators unanimously blanked out. Boss Yi, these stinky men obviously have bad intentions. You can't sell this inner armor to them. I still have quite a few sisters here. How much inner armor do you have? I'll cover it all. Oh, not much really. Li Xiaobai had a small, wrist flip, female inner armor spread all over the ground. Not only the female cultivators, there are also many male intimate apparel, also our spiritual weapons. The onlookers were watching in awe. Big brother, show your cards. Which sect did you bloodwash? One piece of female cultivators' inner armor is 10 middle-grade spirit stones, while male cultivators is 15 middle-grade spirit stones. Are you still wrapped? This one. I'll take 10 of the women's fix. The female cultivator who spoke before looked at the underwear and inner armor all over the ground, and her bashful little face turned red. The majority of male compatriots is wildly gulping. Grandmother, today is really considered to be here, which came out of the ruthless brothers. Buy and sell items actually have welfare links, really powerful. Boss Yi, give the next one to me. Not bad. Cultivators of my generation are never swayed by such mundane things. What we look at is its value. Well said, the cleaner the clearer. We by no means bought this because it was worn by a female cultivator. The inner armor itself is very well-made fabric, and there are inscriptions vaguely engraved on the inside. It's very good. Right, my generation of cultivators. Look at things to see its essence, to see its inner, to see the depths of the soul. Only in this way can feel the charm emanating from it. Give me 2 of those. The monks have eyes to see the nose to see the mouth, and mouth to care, and their faces are not red and their hearts are not jumping, as if they are a decent person. Li Xiaobai also does not poke one by one to collect the spirit stone to trade. Looking at the hands of more and more spirit stone, cannot help but sigh, this thing is better than the spirit weapon spirit medicine to sell, and wherever there is no lack of market. In the future, if you get the chance, you can get a little more celebrity inner armor. The spatial ring retained a pair of the inner armor of Yun Mengqing of the Lesser Multiplying Sect, as well as the inner armor of Xiang Tianyi of the Sacred Demon Sect, both of which had been pitted in the Divine Beast Mountain range earlier. In the future, you can find a good location to auction some celebrity effect, absolutely can sell a good price. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed, but it was at this moment that a cockney voice came over. The inner armor is good. I've wrapped it all up. Chapter 102. This is a déjà vu operation. The speaker is a big fat man. Li Xiaobai does not recognize each other, but look at this figure, and then listen to its voice, feel very familiar, always feel that it is where I have seen. Dead fatso. What do you need so many female cultivators' inner armor for? Yes, you dead fat man full of lewd looks. It seems to be the generation of ill-intentioned. Hurry up and get out of here. It is what it is. Fatty's words caused public outrage. This inner armor belonged to everyone. How could it be left to others to keep it all to themselves? Oh, you guys think Fatty I only want to desecrate these inner armor? How short-sighted. This inner armor is a plaything in the eyes of you and other mundanes. But in the eyes of Fatty, it's a way to make money. Think about it. Wouldn't it be nice to buy these inner armors, then find their original owners and sell them back at a high price? For the words of the crowd, Fatty scoffed, and upon hearing this, the crowd froze. Yes, if sold back to the original owner at a high price, it would definitely be a blood profit. To find the original owner is not difficult, as long as these inner armor will be hung in the treasure pavilion for bidding. The original owner of the clothing sooner or later is going to find out. When the bidding for the highest bidder, selling sky-high prices is not impossible. In just an instant, the many cultivators reacted, this Fatty is right. Hee, so that's why these inner armors. Fatty, I'm covered. Spirit stones are not a problem. Fatty, I'm willing to buy them at double the price, so don't grab them, gentlemen. Fatty said cheerfully and began to pull out spirit stones. Wait. I'll triple the price. Just give me 10 pieces. I'll triple my price too. I can quadruple my offer. Give me 20 pieces. You're being maliciously competitive, boss. I'll offer 5 times the price. Nothing else. I'll take that pink-colored belly band. Cultivators see the fat man without saying anything began to pull out the spirit stone. The heart is also panicked. Put in front of the wealth must not fall into the hands of others. This is their chance, see the share. Li Xiaobai looked at the scene in front of him and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Inadvertently raise the value of the item, and then start the bidding with a wrapped roundel, causing the surrounding crowd to clamor for the item and eventually sell it at a high price. That's a familiar routine. Looks like I've used it myself. Then look at the fat man, at this moment, a sad face. Looking at the crowd bidding looks very unhappy. This mother can't be his own sixth senior brother Lu Jinshui. Dare I ask senior brother your name? Li Xiaobai asked. Exempt from your surname Lu. Name Jinshui. The fat cultivator said cheerfully. Li Xiaobai's heart was greatly determined. Finally he had found the organization. He didn't expect that this sixth senior brother actually thought the same as he did. The same change of face appeared within the Holy Devil sect. But he himself changed it more completely, even changing his name. My name is Yi Liangchen. Since sixth senior brother wants it so much, Liangchen will give you one for free, Li Xiaobai said. Hey, also, or the highest bidder get it. Fat man, although the hand is not generous, but competition 1 or 2 get capital still have. Sixth senior brother's acting skills exploded. His face reddened. His hand pawed the spirit stone bag, making a gesture to increase the money. The rest of the cultivators became more and more frantic, directly forcing spirit stones several times higher into Li Xiaobai's hands before taking the inner armor. Li Xiaobai's heart is happy and crazy. These cultivators are really a talent. What the sixth elder brother says is what? But the elder brother's acting skills are really in place. If not, this setup is familiar to himself. He really can't recognize it at once. One by one. Don't panic. Don't rob. The highest bidder wins. Li Xiaobai yelled a voice, began to collect spirit stones, watched a large handful of medium-grade spirit stones into the account. The side of the fist brother's eyes are red, clenched fists, and forced to hold back the impulse to rob the heart. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was properly a moving humanoid treasure trove in his eyes. The amount of inner armor was rapidly decreasing, and the male and female cultivators, all of them were madly grabbing for it at the moment. Inventory quickly to the bottom. This thing by the sixth senior brother Lu Jinshui, so operation, the price doubled 5 or 6 times. Never thought before, the original bestseller, the bestseller, not the genius treasure, but this kind of life can be seen everywhere in the goods. This way of making money is really puzzling. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Li Xiaobai's 3 batches of inventory were sold out as much as possible, earning a massive amount of spirit stones. Boss Yi, when is the next stall? Yeah. Give me a confirmation. I'll be there. Hehehe. Well, I'll be opening a store within the sect in the near future, and you're all welcome to come over to support it then. Li Xiaobai nodded his head slightly and said. His returning customers seemed to be there. Shop. Murphy's buying and selling that kind of. The monks look like I know what I'm doing. Cough cough. The sky cannot be leaked. Li Xiaobai was speechless. These people did not have a proper form. The crowd left and the ground floor stall went cold. Brother Fist on the side said, Brother Yi, I live on the sacred demon peak. Come over and sit down sometime. Definitely, definitely. Liang Chen's store will open in the near future. So please ask Brother Fist to be able to come and support us then. Li Xiaobai said with a smirk, this Fist brother, although a muscle appearance, but look at the party out of the goods, should be some ability. After packing up his things, he retraced his steps back to the foot of the mountain where the handyman disciples lived. A man appeared silently behind him. Junior brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. Lu Jinshui laughed. Senior brother, you still haven't changed at all. Your acting skills are still as superb as ever. How did you get this face? Li Xiaobai was equally excited. This is the craftsmanship of the second senior sister. We walk in the Jianghu. We are talking about a falsehood. Never let people find out their details. Lu Jinshui said. Are the rest of the senior brothers and sisters still well? It's too good to be true. That day we teleported thousands of miles several times across thousands of miles of land. That demoiselle man couldn't find us at all. Lu Jinshui said. Yes. The events of that day are still fresh in senior brother's mind. Mentioning the battle in the Divine Beast Mountain range, Li Xiaobai's face darkened. That day he foolishly rushed up to try to help, not realizing that a few senior brothers and sisters instantly teleported and disappeared, which really pitched himself. It's all in the past, senior brother, we've all heard about you. I didn't expect that old bastard Fong Qingyang to be so careful, that he would let you live on the hill of the miscellaneous disciples. You should endure for a few moments. We'll stand our ground in the competition 3 days later. By then, No one will dare to oppress us within the holy demon sect again. Lu Jinshui said with a face full of fury. These days the advanced disciples have not been sidelined. But for the sake of the big picture, several people have endured. Senior brother needn't be like this. Senior brother is having a good time on the mountain, and has collected quite a few juniors on his way into the sect this time. Chapter 103 Trouble Comes to the Door. Li Xiaobai recounted his experience in Guyu City, and Lu Jinshui's heart was clear. Senior brother, for the advanced disciple competition in 3 days, make sure to become an official disciple of the Holy Demon Sect. This time, a certain secret realm in the northern domain will be opening soon, and the Holy Demon Sect will select elite disciples to go and explore it. This is a chance for us. We must not miss it. As far as I know, quite a few geniuses from the Central State have come to the Sacred Demon Sect to participate in the competition in order to obtain the quota this time, wanting to become Sacred Demon Sect disciples in order to obtain the quota from the Sacred Demon Sect. Lu Jinshui said with a straight face. The matter of the secret realm had been heard from Xia Jian before. Li Xiaobai thought of Qin Lan. This woman had heard that she was also from the Central State and couldn't help but ask, is there no quota to enter the secret realm in the Central State? Why do these geniuses have to come to the Sacred Demon Sect? Naturally, because there are too many geniuses in the Central State, it's not their turn, so naturally they have to think of another way, and this idea naturally hit the Sacred Demon Sect's head. I'm afraid that the competition this time will be very fierce. The geniuses of the Central State are completely different from the northern region. Even eldest sister feels some pressure. Junior brother, you must not be rash and careless. Lu Jinshui instructed. Senior brother knows that. In this competition, senior brother will definitely go all out. Li Xiaobai's heart was clear. I did not think that in this advanced training disciple there are so many curves, but he is not worried. The defense of the 9 revolutions indestructible golden body. As long as it has not encountered the demoiselle man, that kind of perverted level of powerhouse, it is not a problem. Saying goodbye to the 6th senior brother, Li Xiaobai retraced his steps back to the top of the mountain. A cacophonous clamor pierced through. Cut the crap. A mere advanced disciple. Not even as good as a handyman yet. What qualifications do you have to be tough? Hand over the spirit weapon honestly. Don't make things difficult for yourself. What's going on? Li Xiaobai frowned and quickly stepped forward. This place was already watertight for the odd job disciples, and in the center stood a few people with flashy costumes. They were the ones who were messing things up again. Among the several people, Li Xiaobai saw the previous Xia clan's son, Xia Jian, and the Wang clan's fairy, Wang Ruoxian, at a glance. It turned out that these two people's backer within the Holy Demon Sect was the disciple who was leading the trouble, and it didn't look good. These people wore gold and silver, and it was clear that they were addicted to mundane things and had forgotten their cultivation. Liya was prostrate on the ground at the moment, coughing up blood from his mouth, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Xia Jian, Wang Ruoxian, in vain we are still world friends. I didn't expect you guys to actually have such a face. I really should have recognized your true colors earlier. Mr. Li, the two of us have already advised you not to go against Senior Brother Su. You can't afford to be offended. Pay the spirit stones and Senior Brother Su will keep you safe. Wang Ruoxian said indifferently. Not bad. Senior Brother Su's move is also well-intentioned. I hope you guys can understand. Xia Jian also nodded his head and said indifferently. Eft. Leah was so angry that another mouthful of bruised blood spurted out. The other party's might was too strong. For a moment no one dared to go forward. The surrounding cultivators all dared to be angry. Air Dogzi and Ji Wuxing rushed out, frantically tearing into one of the youths at the head. Woof, pretender. Lord Two Dogs is here to sanction you. Cluck. Dare to hit my little brother. My father will teach you to be a man today. A chicken and a dog tore indiscriminately. A diamond set on the youth's shoe was bitten off, and a pout appeared on his face. Dead dog, you dare to bite me. Do you know who I am? The foot kicks in and sends 2 dogs flying. Li Xiaobai was furious. Granny, people only expressed loyalty to themselves to be a little brother in the front foot, and then they were injured in the back foot. If the spreads out, how can he still mix? At that moment, he let out a furious roar. What are you guys doing? Even Liang Chen's dog dares to beat up. If you don't give Liang Chen an explanation today, you several little yakuza will have to die here. The crowd was jolted by the sudden voice. Turning his head to look, a young man in rough linen clothes squeezed in angrily. In just an instant, Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian's faces changed. They didn't expect to actually be able to see each other here, and quietly retreated 2 steps back, preparing to escape at the opportune moment. Brother Vicious, you're here? This gang is bullying people too much. They actually forcefully collect protection fees and threaten us. Brother Vicious, you have to do it for us. Yes. A mouthful is 200 lower-grade spirit stones per person. The surrounding cultivators instantly found their backbone when they saw Li Xiaobai and complained to him. Li Xiaobai listened to a general, heart clear, this is a common operation in the large sects. The larger the sect, the disciples within it will be mixed. Higher-level disciples would oppress lower-level disciples, forcibly collecting spirit stones in the name of protecting each other's safety. The inner disciples collect protection fees from the outer disciples, and the outer disciples, in order to return their capital, collect protection fees from the miscellaneous disciples, and the miscellaneous disciples, as the lowest level, can only endure. And the higher-ups in the sect usually acquiesce to this phenomenon, because only in this way could these flowers in the greenhouse be made aware of the cruelty on the path of cultivation and stimulate the disciple's sense of struggle. Only by raising his cultivation level and getting rid of his identity as a low-ranked cultivator could he not be bullied. At this time, Yuan Fong was trembling and hiding aside. Not daring to breathe, he felt that he was too difficult. On one side, there was a prick among the outer disciples, and on the other side, there was the chief scooper who occupied the mountain, and neither side could be offended. Who are you that you dare to speak to me like that? Senior Brother Su asked with a frown. My name is Yi Liangchen, if you're sensible. Hand over the space ring as an indemnity, and this matter can be put to rest. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Are you with them? Senior Brother Su's eyes blazed. After so many years of hanging out in this area, it was the first time he had seen someone who spoke so arrogantly. Liang Chun doesn't like to talk nonsense. If you think you have the strength to play with Liang Chun doesn't mind playing with you guys. Li Xiaobai said indifferently with his hands behind his back. The field forced Qi to spread out. Senior Brother Su was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that the sect prohibited private fights, he would have already made his move. Do you know who I am? The servant disciple should have the appearance of a servant disciple. Honestly pay the spirit stones. Want to make things happen? Believe it or not, I can make you all roll your bunks and get out. Duke Su's voice was stern. Liangchen doesn't need to know who you are. You only need to know that my name is Yi Liangchen. From today onwards, miscellaneous disciples will no longer pay spirit stones. So you and the others will not need to come back in the future. I'm local. There are 100 ways to make you stay, and there's nothing you can do about it. Li Xiaobai looked indifferent. The look of empty eyes, coupled with the words that were so arrogant that they had no boundaries, caused the blood of the cultivators present to boil. Not bad for a ruthless brother. So relieved. Chapter 104 Inner Disciple Su Kuan. You seek death. Duke Su couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and violently erupted. When had he ever received such anger? His gongfu unconsciously operated and a strong pressure swept over him. The crowd was forced to take a breath. Attribute points +10. Li Xiaobai's face was disdainful, and with a finger pointing at the duo hiding behind Duke Su, he said, such a weakling, and still learning to come out and pretend to be a coward. You two, tell him loudly, who is looking for death. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian looked unsightly as they recalled the scene of Li Xiaobai crushing the Yuaning stage evil cultivator that day, and they could not help but feel a chill. Senior Brother Su. This person has a very powerful magic treasure that is incomparably powerful. We must beware. Oh, incomparably powerful magic treasure? Elder Brother Su's eyes lit up as soon as he heard this, looking towards Li Xiaobai. Break your own arm, hand over the treasure, and your life will be spared. Even though private fights are forbidden within the sect, but after the death of a mere advancement disciple, the sect thinks that it won't pursue the matter. Liang Chun doesn't like to talk nonsense. If you think you have the ability to play with Liang Chun doesn't mind playing with you. Li Xiaobai hooked his hand, and the hatred was instantly pulled full. Senior Brother Su automatically blocked out Xia Jian's and Wang Ruoxian's exhortations and slapped a palm in the air, aura fluctuations spreading, and a gale of wind rushing towards Li Xiaobai. Li Xiaobai still had his hands behind his back and did not have the slightest intention of resisting, allowing Senior Brother Su to strike his chest. Dust flew in the field as Senior Brother Su's hands transformed into huge black and purple handprints and printed on Li Xiaobai's chest with a face full of confidence. These days, really any cat or dog dares to be arrogant in front of me. Senior Brother Su withdrew his palm. His expression was blandly mocking. The other party did not have the slightest resistance to his attack. In his opinion, Li Xiaobai was just a pretender who would talk big. After receiving his palm, he was already dead through and through at this moment. Li Xiaobai had an odd expression on his face as he stared at the system panel in front of him. Attribute points +100. This was too weak, it felt even weaker than Xiaojian and Wang Ruoxian. Finished fighting? Li Xiaobai asked. You didn't die. Senior Brother Su's face changed drastically. Li Xiaobai stood in front of him intact. Not even a hint of injury. In response to Senior Brother Su's attack, not only did Liang Chan not die, he even wanted to laugh. Li Xiaobai said. The other party's cultivator was only an ordinary Jindan stage, and for this level of cultivator, he was already looking at himself. Great hand seal of transformation. Su's senior brother was shocked in his heart. His face was ruthless. His hands were once again powerful. The golden giant palm broke out of his body and violently struck Li Xiaobai. This time he used his full strength. The cultivators present felt the power of this palm. The great sect's technique, it was really horrible. Li Xiaobai slightly reached out and held the incoming golden giant palm. When the counter-injury was opened, there was a crunching sound, and the people present clearly saw that Senior Brother Su's hand twisted at an incredible angle, breaking every inch from his fingers to his wrist. Ah! Pig-killing howls came out as Senior Brother Su fell to the ground and rolled madly in pain. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian rushed forward to deliver pills to help stabilize his injuries. You're dead. How dare you hurt me? This sacred demon sect. There will be no place for you anymore. My elder brother is inner disciple Su Kuan. He won't let you go. Senior Brother Su's face twisted. Senior Brother Su, go and heal your wounds first. Senior Brother Su Kuan will decide on this matter. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian helped up Senior Brother Su. A flash of disdain flashed in their eyes. This Senior Brother Su's cultivation was average. The only reason why he would flatter him was simply because his elder brother Su Kuan was the best among the inner disciples, and it was said that he had the qualifications to be accepted as a true disciple. As for this Senior Brother Su, he was nothing more than a dog-fighting scum. The crowd separated a road and watched the three people leave. Their hearts are all happy. The Su senior brother is sucking their blood every month. Arrogant and domineering has become the norm, and today was taught a lesson by the ruthless brother. It is really a great pleasure. Thanks for the big man's help. Brother Ruthless is domineering. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that even if we entered the sacred demon sect, we'd still be at the mercy of others. Yes. I didn't expect a large sect like the Holy Demon Sect to have this kind of scum. The cultivators were talking, and Li Xiaobai handed Leah a bottle of healing elixir. Yi senior brother, I'm afraid that this move is not good. That Senior Brother Su's brother is a genuine inner disciple. His cultivation is half-step Yuaning realm, enough to compete with the true disciples. It's not something that we can mess with. Yuan Fong stepped forward and said with a bitter face, they were just the district's odd job disciples. Most of their cultivation was stuck in the Qi practicing stage and foundation establishment stage. How could they fight with others? If that Su Kuan wanted to avenge his own brother's death, those of them, they wouldn't be able to eat. You and others can rest assured. This matter of oppressing the miscellaneous disciples, Liang Chun will definitely help you and others to settle it. Li Xiaobai said, these miscellaneous disciples are all a sad face. Did not give the spirit stone to the outer disciples, but instead, it makes them even more fearful. These bottom disciples already have a slavish nature, and they can't listen to anything they say, so if they want to make them change, they can only rely on doing it. Not bad. You guys don't have to worry. Brother Vicious is very strong. One person took us all flying that day. He'll definitely be able to set things right. Yeah, Boss Ye's cultivation is very high. The Yuaning stage is no match. The surrounding cultivators were dissatisfied with the response of the handyman disciples, clearly helping them with their difficulties. But they still had a timid look. Wasn't it clear that they didn't look down on Li Xiaobai? Then I'll be grateful to Senior Brother Yi. With things having come to this point, Yuan Fong could only pin his hopes on Li Xiaobai, and Su Kuan's wrath was something that they were truly unable to withstand. At the same time, in a certain cave within the Holy Demon Peak, a man and a woman were talking happily and seemed to have reached some sort of consensus. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian carried Su Kuan in. Big brother, you have to do it for me. Duke Su howled. What's going on? Who dared to hurt you like this? Su Kuan's face changed violently, rushed forward to check, and when he saw that his own brother's hand had been twisted off raw, he was immediately furious. Brother Su, calm down. Qin Lan here has a bottle of black jade severing cream that is capable of flesh and white bones, so it won't be a problem to treat elder brother Su's injuries. The female cultivator took out a bottle of elixir and gave it to elder brother Su. The wailing in the cave lessened quite a bit, and Su Kuan let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks a lot, Fairy Qin. It's worthy of coming from the central state. Your methods are just extraordinary. Brother Su is flattered. Qin Lan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. You guys say, just who beat my brother to this state? Su Kuan asked. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian's hearts tightened as they immediately told what happened just now. Yi Liangchen. Su Kuan mused, having no impression of this person. The two of you are very good. Being able to send my brother back is a favor. I will help you in this competition. The two of them looked delighted. Many thanks to senior brother Su. Chapter 105 Meeting In Susu again. Tell me, how is that Yi Liangchen's strength? Su Kuan calmed down and asked. Unlike the stupid younger brother, he knew that for this advancement disciple test, there were quite a few talented youngsters as well as disciples of big powers mixed in order to join the Holy Demon sect through this competition, and then obtain the next quota to enter the secret realm. To put it bluntly, these heavenly prides who grew up with golden keys only wanted to obtain a quota to enter the secret realm before they would condescend to come to the Holy Demon sect. If this Yi Liangchen was one of them, then he would have to think long and hard. After all, there were some people in this world that could not be messed with. Strength is very strong, without any defense hard to catch my palm, unharmed, but he is certainly not the big brother has to rival, as long as the big brother out of the horse, immediately able to kill him. Big brother, you have to do it for me. As he spoke, this senior brother Su's tears once again flowed down. Then do you know what background this Yi Liangchen has? There's no background. He lives with the miscellaneous disciples, and he's mingling with the advanced disciples. He's a bumpkin at first glance. Qin Lan swept a glance at him, and a color of disdain surfaced in his eyes. The gap between these Su family brothers was too great. The older brother was a strong man, but the younger brother was a softy. Senior brother Su, the two of us know the origin of this Yi Liangchen. Wang Ruoxian decisively seized the opportunity and said, Speak. He came out from ancient Moon City, and it seems that he has incurred evil cultivators outside. My daughter saw with her own eyes that Yuaning stage evil cultivators were capturing this person, and that this person killed the other party with a strange kind of treasure. Qin Lan's heart stirred. That treasure is a strangely shaped mount? Exactly. Immortal Qin has also seen it? Su Kuan asked. Brother Su, this person Qin Lan has met him once. He was the one who participated in the entrance test together with Qin Lan, and as far as I know, he befriended Fish Three Whips, and he owns a powerful mount, and it was by relying on this mount that he was able to enter within the sacred demon sect all the way to the end without any problems. Then what does Fairy Qin think of this person's strength? If you don't rely on that mount, you can break it by lifting your hand. Qin Lan said. Mr. Su would like to ask Fairy Qin for a favor. Qin Lan knows. On the mountain peak, Li Xiaobai spent the night, checked the system panel, and prepared to go down the mountain again for a spin. Host, Li Xiaobai. Defense. 9 turns of indestructible golden body. 7th turn 6,000 70,000 can be advanced. Attribute points 0. Mall opened. Number of deaths of Pudong roosters 0. There was an extra line of information about G emotionless on the system. This was a mount produced by the system that could record the number of times it had died. The more times it died, the stronger it was. It's reasonable to think that anyone who knows they can be revived indefinitely and get stronger just by dying would normally not hesitate to die a little. But this Pudong rooster seems to be completely unaware of this. Li Xiaobai talked to it once, and this guy said that he was not willing to die, and even thought that it was carrying the immortal phoenix bloodline was enough to rival the world's great powers, possessing an enigmatic self-confidence. But Li Xiaobai hadn't expected to be able to rely on a chicken to dominate. After a brief check of the panels, the whole outfit was ready to go. If you want to quickly establish yourself in a region, cultivation alone is not enough. Just like yesterday, if you beat your brother will come out and trouble will keep coming to your door. Only if one could bring benefits and create value for many cultivators, make a name for oneself and have more advocates could one live a free life. This is an operation learned within the city of Ancient Moon. This time Li Xiaobai wanted to open a kiosk. The cost of the huazi in the mall was cheap, the cost of construction was not high, it was very suitable to take out for business, and after the previous wave he already had a lot of repeat customers. At the foot of the mountain, it is still as busy as ever, with a rush of passers-by. Cave for sale. Ground floor stall sublet. Shop transfer. The trading store was still as lively as ever. Li Xiaobai found a cultivator who was ready to offer his store, and at this glance, he was actually still an acquaintance. It was that day when he had encountered the true female disciple of the Holy Demon sect in the Divine Beast Mountain Range In Susu, with a half-step Yuaning cultivation, and that very weak-kneed little lowly, who was surrounded by several cultivators at the moment, seemingly arguing about something. Senior Sister In, there's no need for that. My senior brother Yu's willingness to buy your store is also out of good intentions. Yes, senior sister Ian, this store is nothing to senior brother Yu. You won't be able to sell it anyway, so you might as well accept senior brother Yu's goodwill. Sister Susu, how many people are lining up to try to please senior brother Yu? It's better for you to accept it. Not bad. With us here today, I'm afraid no one would dare to buy your store except for senior brother Yu. A few cultivators were persuading bitterly. A few of you please go back. I can't afford to consume senior brother Yu's kindness. I only want to cultivate. I have no desire for male and female affairs. In Susu said indifferently. Yes, you people are so annoying. You fan what is he? He also dares to covet my senior sister Susu. You guys hurry up and get out or I'll call someone. The little loli was also staggering, her face full of anger. A few people were at a standstill and Li Xiaobai drilled in smoothly. I'll take the store. How do I sell it? A few people were surprised, not expecting that there was really an ungrateful one who dared to stain senior brother Yu's store. In Susu's is also a bit surprised, the surrounding crowd is avoided, this person even directly drilled in, could not read the atmosphere. The little loli, however, didn't care about those, and directly quoted at that moment, 100 medium-grade spirit stones. A small one, I'll take it. Li Xiaobai nimbly threw out a bag of medium-grade spirit stones, took the store token in In Susu's hand in passing, and turned around to leave. He was afraid of being recognized by the other party. This little loli was quirky, so he couldn't help but find out what traces he was looking for. Wait, who are you? A few cultivators finally reacted and asked sternly with a tap on Li Xiaobai's shoulder. My name is Yi Liangchen. What can I teach you? Which hand touched the token? Cut yourself. The cultivator in the lead was arrogant. Both hands touched. Can't cut myself, Li Xiaobai said. Puffing. Little Lori did not hold back, directly laughed out loud. She felt that this person in front of her is somewhat interesting, and there is also a kind of inexplicable affinity, always feel where I have seen. In Susu is also some cannot help it, the other party has some humor. Do you think you're funny? Senior brother. There are some people that are not for you to flirt with. The eyes of the leading cultivator were fierce, and his 5 fingers formed a claw and violently grabbed at Li Xiaobai's wrist. The rest of the cultivators looked at Li Xiaobai with interest. It was the first time they had seen such a death-defying one. There was no way to say that today, they had to see blood. Chapter 106 The Good Store. Li Xiaobai was helpless in his heart. He seemed to possess some kind of temperament that attracted the hatred of cultivators. This was trouble after trouble. If it was in the past, it would definitely be full of joy, but these disciples that they encountered now were no longer enough to provide a high amount of attribute points. It's better to set up store early to earn spirit stones than to waste time in low-end games. Between thoughts, his wrist had already been grabbed by the lead cultivator. Attribute points plus 100. Counter injury opens, the leader of the cultivator, only to feel that he grasped on a section of steel pipe. The hands continue to force. The steel pipe did not have a little bit of damage, but on the contrary, his own tiger's mouth was cracked. The face was horrified. What kind of cultivation was this? Who the hell are you? The head cultivator asked. The rest of the few people also looked solemn. Things were not simple. This man in front of him was not normally strong. My name is Yi Liangchen. The only person in this world who can hurt Liangchen is Liangchen himself, Li Xiaobai said indifferently. I don't know which peak brother Yi is from. And have you ever thought about the consequences of going against brother Yu? Liangchen only wants to open a store, normal trading. What does it have to do with you and the others? Something is wrong. Let that laborious brother you come over to see me. Li Xiaobai didn't want to ignore a few people, turned around and left. Seek death. A few people's expressions changed drastically. The other party was so contemptuous of senior brother Yu, they were definitely deliberately coming to cause trouble. Once he drew the long sword at his waist. He did not care about the prohibition of the sect and violently stabbed at Li Xiaobai, the sword chi spreading in the void. Stop! In Susu broke off with a cry, her veiled hand slightly probing out, hardening her grip and breaking the long swords of several people. We are trading and buying normally, but you are making such a mess. Do you want me to invite elder son of the criminal law hall? That's right. You guys just flouted the sect's admonition. I'll turn around and let the law enforcement hall arrest you guys in. The little loli also said angrily. Very well, Yi Liangchen. We'll take note of today's matter. Prepare yourself for the wrath of senior brother Yu. A few cultivators dropped their harsh words and left with hatred. In Susu stepped forward and said somewhat apologetically, Sir Yi, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Senior brother Yi, your cultivation is not bad. I've wanted to teach those guys a lesson for a long time. The little lowly bounced around and said, There's no harm in it. I just don't know who this senior brother Yu is. Is he a big shot? Li Xiaobai asked. Yu Fan is one of the true disciples. And you don't even know that. You're new here, aren't you? The little lowly's eyes widened. No wonder the other party was undaunted. The feeling was that she didn't know senior brother Yu at all. At the same time, she was also a little puzzled looking up and down at Li Xiaobai. The more she looked, the more she felt that this person was very familiar. Definitely where she had seen, but how could she just not remember? Don't we know each other now? Ryakan is still in a hurry to open his store, so he'll go ahead. Li Xiaobai wanted to keep his distance from the two women, always feeling that he would be recognized if he continued to stay. After clasping his fists and saluting, he turned and quickly left. The little lowly Chu Xiaoxiao frowned and asked, Sister Susu, do you feel that this person is familiar? I always feel that I've seen him somewhere. Susu didn't see anything famous about it. I think you've seen it when you sneaked out. This person is afraid that he'll be targeted because we've messed with senior brother Yu. Let's go and find senior brother Xiang to help. Yes, my master said that if there's anything to be done, we should look for Xiang Tian enemy and have him step in to teach Yu Fan a hard lesson. The location of the store was near the practice field. This side had a lot of traffic. Every day when the disciples practiced or went to the ring, they would inevitably pass by this store. Li Xiaobai quickly walked into the store, which had already been cleaned up. Looking at the rows and rows of shelves of goods, originally this should have been a location to buy and sell spiritual medicines and feats, but there was no shortage of such low-end items in the sect, and one could also buy and sell better high-level goods at the trading store, so one could imagine the dismal business. Redeem a plaque from the mall, engraved with the 4 big words Liang Pin Shop, hung next to the store, considered officially open for business. Taking out a bunch of wazoo and stuffing all the shelves to the brim. For quite a long time to come, this stuff was the capital to make your own fortune. Wazi is low cost to do business, quick results, and more secure than Tunanipin. Redeemed a couple bags of air purifiers. Air purifier purifies the air, and when smelled, can increase enlightenment by a small amount for a short period of time. Lord, purify the mind, purify the filth, purify the air, purify yourself. This stuff has an uplifting effect on one's enlightenment and is a great tool for attracting customers in a short period of time. Tossing several bags of air purifier all over the place, the powder drifted as the breeze blew through, spreading quickly along the air. Soon, the nearby cultivators sensed a different feeling, and the few cultivators who were originally resting on the ground instantly stood up, with an excited gleam in their eyes. I've had an epiphany. I've had an epiphany. Me too. My ink-splashing blade technique has become a great success. A foot in the door. I'm one step closer to the Jindan stage Grand Circle realm. That's not right. How come several of us had an epiphany at the same time? Such a coincidence. A few cultivators were puzzled and looked around, only to see that more and more cultivators in the surrounding crowd were showing astonishment. A burst of strong breath fluctuations erupted, and many people directly broke through in place. Something wasn't right, it definitely wasn't a natural epiphany. What the hell was going on? It's that store. We smelled the powder wafting out of that store and it broke through. Isn't that senior sister Susu's store? There are only some basic herbs for sale on weekdays? How could it be so amazing? I heard that senior sister Susu has already transferred the store out. The one who is in there now should be the new owner. Look at that store name has been changed. The Good Book. The cultivators consciously approached the good store, and when they got closer, the boss had really changed. This boss was wearing a pair of ink-colored glasses, with some kind of unknown item in his mouth, and a burst of gulping, which was quite a novel look. The most crucial thing is that the boss gulped out the mist. They accidentally inhaled a few mouthfuls, and immediately felt that the spiritual platform was clear, and the 5 viscera and 6 bowels were refreshed, which was even more marvelous than the feeling of the party's epiphany. Hiss! What kind of treasure is this? Horrible as it is. The shelves behind it were lined with bags of items they didn't recognize. Could it be that this was the treasure that could enlighten people, and it was actually mass-produced? Boss, what's the boss's name? What does this newly opened store sell? A cultivator asked. My name is Yi Liangchen, and the item that is bought and sold here is called Huazi. What is a wazoo? This is the thing, smoke a mouthful, refreshing not to mention, but also able to briefly make a person enter the state of emptiness, help to improve the understanding of the gongfu moves. Want to try? How do I sell it? 1 stick of 10 middle-grade spirit stones. A pack can be discounted. Just charge 1 upper-grade spirit stone. Children and old men. Chapter 107 Brothers. Smoke Huazi. The monks frowned, this stuff was a bit expensive. Boss, one top-grade spirit stone is enough to cultivate for a month. Isn't it a bit expensive to buy this pack of yours? But the top-quality spirit stone doesn't allow you and others to enhance your enlightenment. This Huazi of mine, not only can it enhance enlightenment, when it comes to the power of corrupting one's mind like the flesh mountain, smoking one of them can also resist it for a while. Li Xiaobai said cheerfully. First one. A cultivator threw out 10 medium-grade spirit stones, wanting to get a taste first. Li Xiaobai took the spirit stone and handed out a Huazi. The surrounding cultivators looked at the cultivator with bated breath, wanting to see his reaction after he smoked Huazi. The monk took the Huazi and put it into his mouth at Li Xiaobai's command, while over a small flame sprang up on his finger, igniting the Huazi and inhaling it fiercely. Huazi was rapidly shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, the cultivator was trembling with comfort and gulped down a burst of clouds. The material inside the Huazi is a real material of enlightenment. One goes down, all the 5 viscera and 6 internal organs are cleansed, the sea of consciousness is empty, and the whole person's yuan shen is a lot purer. When the surrounding crowd saw how exaggerated this cultivator was, they couldn't hold back their curiosity at that moment and purchased a Huazi from Li Xiaobai and began to gulp it down in place. One went down, everyone's eyes lit up, the sea of consciousness was clear, the yuan shen was pure, the understanding of cultivation was deeper, and many of the. For a moment, at the entrance of the goods store, the rich and fragrant aroma of smoke drifting. Passing disciples see this scene cannot help but be attracted over, want to explore in the end. When he came close enough to inhale 2 puffs of smoke, he was shaken and looked ecstatic. What is it? How dare you make me break through? Senior brothers and sisters, what is that in your mouths? The later cultivators were anxious to scratch their ears. The effect of the second-hand Huazi was not ideal, and could only last for a very short period of time, and many people were close to a breakthrough, but the feeling that the spiritual platform was empty came to an abrupt end. However, the name didn't pay any attention to them. Huazi was a good thing, the less people knew about it, the more they could buy, and their strength would be able to be more ahead of the others. Boss, 30 packs of Huazi. Spirit stones collected. 50 packs of Huazi. Spirit stones are not a problem. Give me 100 pack of those. I'm going to break in place for a bit. The cultivators were very excited. This kind of treasure actually had someone who could sell it in bulk, a genius treasure that could enlighten people, not to mention a piece of top-grade spirit stone. Even if it was 100 top-grade spirit stones, they would be willing to buy it. The benefits were too great. Hee. Don't be in a hurry. There is something for everyone. I have a good supply here. Li Xiaobai laughed. The Huazi within the mall was inexhaustible. For these cultivators, it was a treasure. Looking at the joy as well as enjoyment that was spreading across the faces of the many cultivators, the later batches of cultivators could no longer hold back. What kind of treasure is this? To be able to increase enlightenment. No, I want to buy it too. Boss, give me a pack. No, give me 10 packs. I'll take 2. Spurred on by these people before, the later cultivators didn't try and just started acquiring them in large quantities. The goods store can be described as an open door. The opening is only 1 hour, the business is bursting. According to find this momentum, it does not take a few days. The whole sect will know the magic of Huazi. Brother Yi unexpectedly opened his store so quickly. Come 10 packs of Huazi. At some point, Fish 3 Whips came over from the crowd and threw out a bag of spirit stones. Yeah. Thanks for the shout out, Brother Fish. Li Xiaobai is speechless. When there are benefits, this guy immediately came over. When there are no benefits, turn around and leave. This person is really realistic. Go Brother Fish for the competition 2 days later. This level of competition, Mr. Fish has not put it in his eyes yet. Fish 3 Whips lit a Huazi and said indifferently, Brother Fish bully. Li Xiaobai didn't really want to pay attention to this pretender anymore. This person was more capable of pretending than himself, and he raised his hands and feet in a forceful manner. Boss Yi is an advanced disciple? The monks heard the duo's conversation and asked with interest. Yeah. Liangchen only arrived at the sect yesterday. Li Xiaobai laughed. Then the boss has to be careful. This time the advancement disciple is not quite the same as previous years. Many geniuses from other regions seized the advancement disciple's token to enter within the Holy Demon sect in order to seize the rankings in this competition and become a disciple of the Holy Demon sect. Yes, all of them are rushing towards that secret realm in the northern domain. These people are also disgusting, unable to be the phoenix's tail. They come to compete for the chicken's head. But I've heard that several geniuses have come from the central state, and I've heard that the little bully with the golden gun, who overwhelmed the crowd 3 years ago, has also come. The people from the western desert have also come over. My senior brother talked to them 2 days ago. Their cultivation is unfathomable. The crowd was talking, and they had a great sense of anticipation for this advancement disciple competition. After all, it was a grand occasion for talented youngsters from various regions to converge and compete together. To be able to see a battle between heavenly prides, this was a very rare opportunity, and one might even be able to realize something from it. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, Li Xiaobai's heart was clear. It was the same as what sixth senior brother said. There were quite a number of experts who came this time, and being able to make even the eldest senior sister feel the pressure, I am afraid that the Yuaning stage was not absent. However, one's own undying golden body was already at the 7th turn, and passing this test with flying colors was not much of a problem. At the same time, star-picking peak, this was the mountain peak where true disciple Yufan was located. Yufan was practicing calligraphy at the moment, his pen moving on the rice paper, seemingly without any distractions, and a few cultivators were recounting the events of today. Are you saying that the cultivator called Yi Liangchen ignored your warnings, bought Susu's store in front of you, and injured you? Yes, that Yi Liangchen's behavior and demeanor is exceptionally arrogant, and he doesn't put senior brother Yu in his eyes at all. The cultivator returned. What is this Yi Liangchen's background? It should be an advancement disciple, temporarily residing in the mountain of the miscellaneous disciples. Ka Ching. With a sound, the brush in Yufan's hand instantly turned into pieces, and the veins at the corners of his forehead rippled. Rubbish. A single advanced disciple drove you all back, flatly disgracing my star-picking peak. Senior brother, you calm your anger. At that time, senior sisterine stood up for him. We didn't want to cause any trouble, so we wanted to ask senior brother you for instructions first. Several cultivators looked terrified. Keep your eyes on this man and see how he performs in the ring. Also, when you go out, collect your own punishment, 100 sticks each. Yes. A few cultivators retreated. Yufan took a deep breath, once again took out a brush and slowly wrote the words Yi Liangchen on the paper. Yi Liangchen. Even Susu is protecting you. I'd like to see who you are. Chapter 108. The competition begins. In the evening, the goods store gradually cooled down. The cultivators of the first round hoarded the huazi for the following month, and for the time being, there was no more demand for this. But soon the news would spread and more people would come over to make purchases. It was not allowed to say that the clan elders would also come to make purchases in large quantities. Li Xiaobai was ready to close the door when a few silhouettes shifted and flashed in. At the head of the group was none other than 6th senior brother Lu Jinshui. Junior brother, we've come to see you. Junior senior brother's disguise is truly exquisite. Even I can't recognize it. Even his temperament has changed. But unfortunately, it's just that this face is too handsome. It's easy to attract attention. 2nd senior sister Yi Wushuang said. Yes, junior brother, we are walking in the Jianghu. The last thing we need is a face. Look at senior brother, in order to keep a low profile, he purposely made his handsome face mediocre. This is something that you still need to learn more about. 4th senior brother Yangchen also nodded in agreement. Several of us were able to make a breakthrough thanks to junior brother's dragon snake fruit. A single one went down and instantly saw results. Yes, my foundation is also much stronger, not the least bit inferior to the disciples of the great sects anymore. Talking about the dragon snake fruit, several people were all full of smiles, selectively ignoring the memory of the one that pitted Li Xiaobai. Junior brother, get a bath out to soak. The original water stinks. A female cultivator with an unfamiliar appearance said. Listening to her voice, she should be the eldest senior sister. The 6 people all carried out a disguise, completely changed their appearance, very low profile, belonged to the kind of still in the crowd cannot be recognized. Elder brother and sister. Smoke huazi. Li Xiaobai laughed, decisively handed a few people a couple of huazi. A burst of gulping in the house. A soothing look appeared on the faces of the 6 people. Junior brother, to have such a good thing. Yes, it should have been taken out a long time ago. This thing is more powerful than a bath, but it lasts too short. Elder brother and sister came over specially at night. Is there something to say? Li Xiaobai asked. Not bad, almost forgot about the main event. In 2 days it will be the competition. This ring is not like any other. There are not a few Yuaning stage cultivators. Junior senior brother must be in high spirits. Su Yunbing said. This 6th senior brother has already reminded me. Li Xiaobai said. Well, what we're going to say is another matter. I believe you also know that the news that the secret realm is about to open this time. Make sure to break into the top 100. After becoming a disciple of the holy demon sect, only then will you have the chance to fight for a spot to the secret realm. Senior brother understands. Li Xiaobai nodded seriously. Entering the secret realm was the key to improving one's defense. Without strange encounters, the speed of strength increase was too slow. This time, the secret realm is left by the Confucianism Great North Chun Fong. The treasures inside must be too many to count. All of us masters and brothers, ruthlessly pitting the rest of the cultivators in a wave of killing, so that those guys with high eyes will remember for a long time. Lu Jinchue's eyes were fierce and murderous, so he thought that he had suffered a lot of anger during this period of time. Not bad. That's all there is to say, junior brother. See you at the big competition. A few people didn't linger, and after instructing a few words, their figures turned slightly and instantly disappeared in the same place. The next morning, Li Xiaobai returned to the mountain peak. No one came to cause trouble again, and the miscellaneous disciples still looked scared. The two dogs and Gia motionless have been wandering around the mountain. These two ate the elixir of good and evil, a mountain full of people wanting to do good, a full of people thinking about how to make trouble. The chickens fly and the dogs jump has become the norm on the mountain. Yuan Fong came over to report some matters on the mountain, basically some trivial matters. The other party just liked to take himself as the leading boss on this mountain. Li Xiaobai was helpless. This day did not go down the mountain mutual peace. Taking out the remaining demonic beast materials in the spatial ring, there were still quite a few demonic beast inner dawn in the ring. Although all of them were only at the Jindan stage of cultivation, a large number of them were also able to increase quite a few attribute points. One by one, they were swallowed, and the attribute points began to climb rapidly. Attribute points plus 200. Attribute points plus 600. Attribute points plus 1,000. Attribute points 12,000. All point defense. Defense. 7th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 17,000 70,000 can be advanced. Is still relatively far from ascending. Time passed in a flash, and the day of the big competition arrived. Many cultivators gathered and rushed to the ring. No one dared to slack off in today's competition. Li Xiaobai led many cultivators down the mountain, and the group drove towards the ring at the center of the sect in a vast procession, creating a unique scenery. On top of the high platform, several sect elders with the Grand Elder gathered, waiting for the disciples to arrive. I don't know what the sect leader was thinking. More than a third of the cultivators within these advanced disciples have been replaced. Yes, this opening of the secret realm is a chance for my northern region. Yet these great powers' pride want to come and take part in it. They are simply unselfish. The sect master is probably also trying to sell those old guys a favor. He's good at what he does. Fong Qingyang, don't you know anything about the inside? Ahem, the mind of the sect leader, naturally I have no way of knowing. Perhaps the sect leader wants to use these sect disciples to sharpen the disciples of the Holy Demon sect, so that our disciples can see the true heavenly pride, and in the future they will be more motivated to cultivate. Fong Qingyang was a little embarrassed. He was naturally aware of the sect leader's purpose, but of course he would not say it here. After all, not all the elders were of one mind with the sect leader. Recently, in the outer sect, there were elders who seemed to have close dealings with a certain evil cultivator. Oh, it's all bull. Which disciple do you guys favor? Do you want to start a game? A top-grade magic treasure. I'm betting on Miss Qin to win. Oh, I'll bet on those bald guys in the west. Elder Fong, who do you favor? Well, I'm optimistic about a young genius called Yi Liangchen. Fong Qingyang recalled what he had talked to several of the supreme elders a few days ago, and a hint of anticipation could not help but rise in his heart. The ancient Qi practitioners of the effective side, who became saints with their fleshly bodies, really want to see how far this kid can go. Between thoughts, a team of about 200 men drove into the field in a murderous rage. The surrounding cultivators were shocked to make way, and their hearts were horrified. Where is this big brother from? That he came in a group or such a big group? The monks exchanged sideways glances. Which family's heavenly pride is this? Do you guys recognize it? I don't recognize it. It must number about 200. Yeah. 200 or so people. They don't all have to be geniuses, do they? That's horrible too. The cultivators behind Li Xiaobai raised their eyebrows. Following Brother Ruthless, they got their confidence back. Regardless of the outcome of the competition, at least at this moment they were feared. It's nice to have that feeling of having a backbone. On the high platform, Fong Qingyang rose and faintly scanned the crowd. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Chapter 109. Thousands of people. Fong Qingyang floated down and stood in the ring. Everyone, the importance of this test doesn't need me to say more. The top 100 will be able to become outer disciples, and the top 10 will be able to become inner disciples. What I'm about to say is that the rules of the competition have been changed a bit for this ring tournament because of the large number of people. There are a total of 3 large rings here. Each ring is large enough to hold 1,000 people. You and the others take a group of 1,000 people to mount the ring, and the last 100 people who can stay on each ring will automatically advance. Is that clear enough? Fong Qingyang announced the rules with a bland look. The field was in an uproar. I didn't expect this holy devil sect to be so chaotic, 1,000 people in a big mess. This was not something that could be advanced just because you had the strength to do so. Li Xiaobai frowned. The rules of the competition were so cruel. I'm afraid that there would be a lot of people who would be targeted in the opening round. Good thing that he came late. Most of these advanced disciples do not know themselves. With their own defense ability, only metal, successful advancement is not a big problem. Boss Yi, it looks like we'll have to split up. Leah said. The rules were cruel and their hopes of advancing were slim. Yes, Brother Vicious. You can definitely charge into the top 10. The cultivators cheered. Hehe. Lend you a hand. Li Xiaobai said cheerfully. Kid. All the ones in this ring are some scum. If Lord Two Dogs makes a move, they'll fly to ashes in the snap of a finger. The second Dogsy man stood up, carrying his claws on his back, and said indifferently. Not bad, kid. But don't disgrace my father. Ji Wuxing combed his feathers and said slowly. Li Xiaobai mounted the ring. His own group happened to be assigned with a few senior brothers and sisters, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that he didn't have to fight alone. The figures of Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian were also seen in the crowd, and the few people they recognized were all gathered in this one ring. Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian obviously saw Li Xiaobai as well and were a little frightened, unconsciously pulling back. Looking at Li Xiaobai's figure, the corner of Wang Ruoxian's mouth swept through a smile. Seems to have a plan in mind. Li Xiaobai's heart was shocked. This woman would not want to engage in targeting. As expected, just as he thought, just as Fong Qingyang announced the start of the competition, Wang Ruoxian violently floated up into the void. Fellow disciples, there's a teenage heavenly pride in our ring. He's a murderous devil. If we don't get rid of him, none of our lives are guaranteed. I suggest that we work together and take out this person first, and then we'll compete in a fair manner afterward. How about it? In the void, Wang Ruoxian pointed a finger at Li Xiaobai and said to the crowd. Yes, 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 yes. I once witnessed this person abusing a cultivator, snatching the other person's advancement disciple token and whipping his body. That person was tortured beyond recognition. Let's all join together and do away with him first. Xia Jian also echoed, fearing that the crowd would not believe, and explained what Li Xiaobai had done one by one at a detailed distance. The neighboring cultivators who heard this were furious, their eyes spewing fire. There was actually such a cruel person in the world. But also some fear of the other party. Listen to this meaning. This person is very strong. They may not be its opponent. For a moment, no one came out to voice. Li Xiaobai's face darkened. The other party is really unabashedly pouring dirty water on himself. This is only the beginning of the game to get targeted. Some tricky These two are in cahoots and have evil intentions. You should not listen to them. Cultivators of my generation don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors, and absolutely can't slander a good person, Li Xiaobai explained. But never let a bad guy off the hook either. Speaking is the 5th senior brother Ling Fong. This cool elegant guy is still the same as always tart talk. But this directly to the spearhead of their own. What is the operation? We are a gang. A bad premonition snapped up in Li Xiaobai's heart as he recalled the scene that happened within the Divine Beast mountain range. As far as the previous situation is concerned, the senior brothers and sisters pit themselves is completely free of psychological burden. The will not. I agree. My generation of cultivators are righteous. They can't see murderous devils the most. No matter what, this person must die today. That's right. The group battle can be lost. This person must die. I, Lu Jinshui, am the first to disobey. I, Su Yunbing, am willing to behead this person. Who else is willing to join me? In order to maintain the safety of the lives of the majority of cultivators, I, Yi Wushuang, am willing to do my part. I, Yang Chun, like to fight with experts the most. And between you and me today, only one of us can survive.
Lin Yin, dislike.
The most in my life. The rest of the cultivators hadn't made any big moves yet, when a few senior brothers and sisters violently erupted, their mouths constantly screaming, wanting to put Li Xiaobai in the right place. Someone took the lead to build up the momentum. The atmosphere was gradually incited, and the rest of the cultivators were also furious, wanting to get Li Xiaobai out of the game first. Damn. The more I really look at this person, the worse I feel. Brothers, him first. Get the hell out of him. I've long heard of a genius mixing in to compete with us. We must teach him a painful lesson today. There are so many of us. Are we still afraid of him alone? The crowd was getting more and more agitated, and there were vague signs that it was getting out of control. Li Xiaobai cursed in his heart and greeted his senior brother and sister's ancestors. I've never seen such a pitiful one, inciting 1,000 people to besiege their own youngest brother. What are these people's brain circuits thinking? And that Wang Ruoxian and Xia Jian. Find a chance and make sure to do away with them. Kid, 1 against 1,000. Just for today. Do them in. The second dog under the stage was unusually excited. It wasn't just him, the rest of the cultivators were also attracted to gather over. Compared to the chaotic battles in the rest of the rings, this ring high target was obviously more interesting. And it's still 1,000 against 1. It's exciting to think about. However, there were still quite a few cultivators who recognized Li Xiaobai, and many of them had seen Li Xiaobai before as the goods store had exploded in the sect in the past 2 days. This person on the stage seems to be Boss Yi of Liangpin Shop. Yeah, it looks so much like him, it should be him. I didn't expect Boss Yi to be targeted. I hope he doesn't get killed. Brother, what's this Boss Ye's origin? Is he famous? A cultivator asked in disbelief. Don't even recognize Boss Yi, bro? Do you smoke Huazi? What's a Wazoo? Looks like we can't be friends anymore. Goodbye? The small minds of the people under the stage. Li Xiaobai is destined to hear no more. In the face of 1,000 people's persecution, Li Xiaobai feels Alexander. The heart burst straight drums. It was also at this moment that several recluse lights shot up into the sky, and the 6 senior brothers and sisters were as powerful as rainbows, roaring fiercely, "Kill for me! Kill!" Nearly 1,000 cultivators instantly boiled, ignited by the aura of a few people in the void, each running their gong methods and rushing towards Li Xiaobai's direction, not noticing anything wrong in the slightest. In the void, the 6 men hemmed and hawed and sneered as their eyes turned to Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian, who were in a state of spectatorship on the side. Just for a moment, the 2 men's hairs stood on end. Chapter 110 being screwed over again. Several senior brothers and sisters. Let's make common cause and send that person out first. Wang Ruoxian smiled skinlessly. The aura of these people in front of her was far above her. They were definitely real teenage prides. She was already prepared to directly drill into the crowd if a fight started. As long as she could drag it out until the number of people was only 100, it would be considered a victory for her. Xia Jian, who was on the side, had the same thought and retreated backward without a trace. Naive, could it be that you really think that this ring will be able to leave 100 people behind in the end? Su Yunbing smiled skinlessly. The 2 of them had a bad feeling. Could it be that the other side was preparing to clear out? On the high platform, several elders stared at the ring below with odd expressions. This ring is a bit interesting. A big scene like nearly 1,000 people targeting one person is something I haven't seen in a long time. I don't know what kind of god this targeted disciple is. I hope he can hold out a little longer. To be able to be targeted, there must be something unique about it. Maybe this is still a dark horse. This kid is good. Before the fight even started, the elders were already discussing it in a feverish manner. Fong Qingyang stroked his beard and revealed a smile. This kid really didn't let him down. He was going to make things happen wherever he went. Just what none of the people had noticed was that an elder in a corner off to the side was looking down at the ring below with a ray of coldness flickering in his eyes. A few days ago, he had received news that the person who had killed the evil cultivator Willow Protector was among this group of disciples. This person had carried out a disguise, and it was highly likely that he was the cultivator who had robbed that great item that day. It's important to keep a good eye out and find this person out. In the ring, numerous cultivators instantly appeared in front of Li Xiaobai, and all kinds of moves came out, blasting at Li Xiaobai. Heavenly Spirit Blade Technique. Killing Fist. Blood Demon Hands. There was a violent fluctuation in the void, and the crowd swarmed up. The first wave of attack was less than dozens of people striking at the same time. The stance feet struck Li Xiaobai's body. His clothes tore apart inch by inch, and the ring was instantly cobwebbed and directly dented. Attribute points plus 200. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 50. Fortunately, most of the cultivation of this group of people stayed at the Jindan stage cultivation, and did not cause too much trouble for himself. After a little bit of adaptation, Li Xiaobai protected his head with both hands and let the cultivators beat him up in a group. Looking at the system panel in front of him, which was bouncing madly, an excited look flashed in his eyes. Great, a little more attack and you'll be able to add some upgrades. The many cultivators did not notice the difference, and when they saw Li Xiaobai slowly crouching down with his hands holding his head, they only thought that the other party was unable to resist and wanted to ask for self-preservation, and the momentum of their attacks became even more violent. Feats, spirit weapons, magic treasures, whatever was available, one after another. In fact, most of them weren't quite sure why they were targeting Li Xiaobai so much, and when a few people had set the tempo earlier, they had followed the crowd and rushed up. But fight for a long time, they found that no matter how to attack seems to be unable to hit the man in front of them. The heart cannot help but rise afire, began to more vigorous and crazy against the attack. Grandma, this guy's hard as a root. What did you grow up eating? How come your body is so resistant to beatings? Don't talk. Save your energy and chip him. No matter what, even if I'm eliminated today, I'll still have to beat this person down first. It's too damn infuriating. The cultivators attacked with a frantic onslaught, and Li Xiaobai held his head in place, silently enduring the attacks of the crowd. In fact, it was said that there were nearly 1,000 cultivators attacking, but those who could really attack around them were only about 100 or so, and the rest of the cultivators were at the back where they couldn't squeeze in, and occasionally they were able to have 1 or 2 long-range attacks hit them, but it still wasn't of any use. It wasn't as if the attribute points had skyrocketed all the way up as one might expect. Low end of the game, really not so powerful, some small disappointment in the heart. In the void, 6 figures surrounded Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian, and that appearance was determined to send the two out first. These two people look like they are not dealing with Li Xiaobai, opening the game to give their own little brother crazy hate. There is no way to say, disc him. The two of you won't be able to get out of the ring today without missing an arm or a leg. So get ready. Yang Chun said with a smirk. Elder sister, half disabled or fully disabled? Lu Jinshui narrowed his eyes, flashing a dangerous light. Total disability. Just leave your breath. Su Yunbing said indifferently. A few of you, leave a thread of everything for the future. I'm friends with Elder Yuan Fong of the outer sect, so please make it easier for a few of you. Xia Jian said. Yes, I'm close friends with the inner disciple, senior brother Su Kuan. So for his sake, can you let the two of us off the hook? Wang Ruoxian also hurriedly picked up the conversation. Yuan Fong. Su Kuan. What the hell? Unheard of. There's an ass face. Don't bother with more words. Remove their hands and feet. Su Yunbing was furious and waved his hand as several people swarmed up. Fine, fine. I'll remember you guys. You're still the first ones who dared to treat me like this. Today's revenge. Mr. Xia will keep it in mind for the time being. A talisman appeared in Xia Jian's hand, and with a pinch of his fingers, it transformed into a blazing flame. Shun Xing Talisman. The talisman burned out, turning into a puddle of ashes floating in the wind. But the two people's figures did not have the slightest change, still staying in place, full of dismay. What's going on? This Xuanxing talisman is capable of instantly traveling thousands of miles. Why is it not working at this moment? How dare a talismanic pathway show off its skills? Dharma, heaven and earth. Su Yunbing looked indifferent, and behind him, a red silhouette with a heavenly peak rose up from the ground. A shocking might swept across the entire field, and 2 huge eyes bloomed with a horrifying light. Even the cultivators on the 2 surrounding rings stopped their hand movements at this moment, staring blankly at the huge shadow in the sky. Yuan Shun out of body, you're a Yuaning stage powerhouse. Wang Ruoxian lost her voice and screamed, never expecting that she had actually been targeted by a true expert, fixing the void with her Yuan Shun. This was a routine operation to prevent low-level cultivators from escaping. The other party directly used their cultivation to crush them, and the two of them would never have the possibility of escaping with their lives. It must be that the two of them targeting Li Xiaobai before was discovered by several big brothers as well, and the big brothers wanted to get rid of the two of them in order not to be targeted. Xia Jian was also white, losing the ability of the talisman at this moment. They just want to get out of the ring, cannot do. I am afraid that they really want to be cut into human sticks. A few big brothers, it's me who has no eyes. I'm the disciple of Zhan Yuan Kingdom's blood droplet. If you guys let me off the hook, my master, his old man, will surely be thankful to you. I'm the disciple of Cloud Dream Zephyr of the Lesser Multiplying Sect. My master, her old man, loves me the most. You guys can open whatever conditions you want. As long as you can let me off the hook, whatever you want is fine. Wang Ruoxian was horrified. Anything you want? Lin Yin asked somewhat playfully. Yeah, whatever you want. The two seemed to have seen hope, nodding their heads continuously like chickens pecking at rice. But then the other party's words made them fall into an ice cave. Then I want your left hand. Chapter 111. Clearance. If senior brother wants the left hand, then senior brother wants the right hand, right? Yang Chen sneered. Fatty, I like feet. This woman's 2 feet unloaded for me. Lu Jinshui laughed. Then I have no choice but to accept this gentleman's hands and feet. Yi Wushuang covered her face and laughed lightly. A few people talked casually, assigning the 2 lambs to the slaughter in a clear manner. The 2 had long been bloodless. They understood that they were in for it today. Elder, I admit defeat. They tried to kill me, I concede. Elder, stop them. Heartbreaking wails spread throughout the ring as the 2 men screamed their heads off. But the expected manipulation of broken hands and feet did not occur. The crowd below stared at the performance of the 2 men above with odd faces. The 2 opened their eyes to see in front of the 6 people are looking at him with a smile. We just say it and did not say that the real action, well, it's okay, you do what you should do. After saying that, the 6 of them dodged and rejoined the corner of the ring. They originally just wanted to scare the other party. If you dare to bully your junior brother, how can it be so easy to get off the stage? You must be tortured well. Li Xiaobai's mood was complicated, not knowing whether to be touched or to continue cursing. You have this time to help us out. Then come over to save me, in the sky to pretend what pussy it. And it really boggles the mind to incite the masses to continue to mobilize themselves. In the void, Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian glanced at each other. Without saying a word, they immediately jumped down from the ring. Their faces were green and red. Their performance just now was too humiliating. They had no face and no courage to stay on. At this time, Li Xiaobai's attribute points had already accumulated to a considerable portion. Attribute points, 40,000. All-point defense. Defense. 7th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 57,000 70,000 can be advanced. The attacks of the many cultivators had stopped. The performance of a few people in the sky had shaken them, and Su Yunbing's huge Yuan Shun had captured their attention. Next, it's your turn for a one-time home run. Su Yunbing lit a huazi and said faintly. The cultivators below immediately had a bad feeling. What does she want? Didn't we say we were going to send this guy out first? Why does it feel like she's going to take a shot at us? Yeah, we didn't offend her. Seeing Su Yunbing's gaze gazing at them in the sky, the many cultivators were in some panic. The other party's Yuaning was still standing there. The red silhouette that topped the sky was so domineering that just by looking at it, one would have the sensation of his eyes stinging, which came from the pressure of this Yuan Shin. Li Xiaobai raised his eyes and looked at the huge red silhouette in the sky with its arms slightly lifted gently, and a huge golden hammer appeared in its hand. The giant hammer exuded golden light all over, and the mysterious totem brand was manifested on the head of the hammer that was too big to be true, and there was a beast sound hissing vaguely, which was terrifying to the extreme. The Yuan Shin has actually condensed an innate spirit treasure as well. This isn't the first entry into the Yuaning stage. This person's Yuan Shin power is exceptionally strong. I'm afraid he's able to surpass the outer sect elders. Where is this genius from? The central state or the western desert? These 6 look like a gang. Never seen them before. The many cultivators under the stage were talking, looking at the hammer that had manifested in the hands of the red Yuan Shun and shouting with unusual excitement. The remaining 2 rings on the pride of the sky is also for the side of the eyes. Such an age, such strength, dialect the entire immortal spirit continent, can be called a genius, only no one has recognized who these people are. The elders on the stage stood up in unison. The first round had surprisingly drawn out an expert. Look at the other side of this appearance, 100% is to want to directly clear the field, this hammer down. Below, the cultivators are afraid of non-death or injury. This girl child's Yuan Shun is actually visualizing herself. I'm afraid that this person's heart is so high that it's far above what we can imagine. Not bad. Ordinary Yuan Shins use gods and demons as their viewpoints. To use oneself as a Yuan Shin and still be able to erupt with such might, this girl child must necessarily possess an invincible heart, firmly believing that she will be able to match the gods and Buddhas in the future. This kind of big spirit is a real talent. But this hammer goes down. I'm afraid none of these cultivators below are good. So what? The competition has already begun. You still want to intervene, don't you? Wait for a while to save the people. Yuan Fong, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? This is the selection of talents for your outer sect. Why are you so unconcerned? Fong Qingyang looked at one of the elders in the corner and asked with a frown. This? Me wobbly, sorry. Yuan Fong hurriedly got up and watched the situation in the ring below, with another matter on his mind. It was said that that day that Lord was teased by 7 juniors at the same time, and one of the female cultivators at the head of the group was also using a giant hammer, and her cultivation was already at the Yuaning stage realm, which was highly similar to the one in the ring right now. If this woman is the same woman from that day, then these few people with her should be the group of people who made trouble. Yuan Fong felt like he was getting closer to the truth, and not only did he get a little excited. However, he did not notice that Fong Qingyang's eyes on the side scanned him indifferently. There was a mole within the clan. This was something that the sect master had told him, but did not go into detail about who it was, and Fong Qingyang's task was to find this person out. He had noticed that Yuan Fong was out of sorts early on. After returning from the Divine Beast Mountain range, the other party seemed to have been hiding something, and his movements were becoming more and more secretive. However, the time was not ripe yet, and after figuring out the other party's purpose, then they would take direct action. In the ring, the crowd watched in horror as the huge red shadow above them slowly raised its hammer. Until this moment, Li Xiaobai finally was able to understand why this group of senior brothers and sisters were trying to pull hate on themselves. Emotionally, they wanted to clear the ring in one step, but it was more troublesome for the crowd to stand too scattered, so they used themselves as bait to attract all the cultivators to a corner of the ring so that it would be convenient for them to make their move. How could there be such a person? You have this kind of strength, why don't you operate directly? Just because he didn't want to go to that much trouble, even his own little master pitched in. The trust between people in this world was about to be worn out. But there wasn't much time left to think for himself. In the void, the huge red shadow raised the head of his hammer high above his head. That action was clearly to clear the field with a single blow. A hammer blow! Su Yunbing's vermilion lips slightly opened, faintly spat out a few words. The totem branding manifested, golden light burst out. The huge hammer wrapped in supreme might toward the corner of the ring blasted down, unstoppable. Aye! Looking at the top of the head above the giant hammer constantly smashed down, Li Xiaobai want to cry without tears, hands holding his head crouched in place. Do not hit me, I have anti-injury passive. Chapter 112. There are only 7 left. Run for it. Get down there. This woman wants to take us all down in one pot. Mother why do these bigwigs always have trouble with us grassroots cultivators? The cultivators gathered in the corners of the ring did not hesitate to jump towards the bottom of the ring. And in an instant, the sky-covered silhouettes flickered and whooshed downwards like dumplings. The many melon eaters below the ring retreated like a tidal wave, fearing to avoid it. Most of them hadn't reached the Yuaning stage either, so if they were caught in the waves of this hammer, they were afraid that their little lives would not be saved. The golden giant hammer blasted down in the void, smashing solidly into the corner of the ring. The might of the flood swallowing giant beast spread. A strong mighty sub swept across the entire field. A wave of air surged. The nearby cultivators only felt the aura in their body was disordered. Their chi and blood were shaken and tossed. Their throats were sweet, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out. Pale golden spiritual power fluctuations spread, and the cultivators only felt a heavenly rotation and blackness before their eyes. The Yuaning stage Big Brother is as terrifying as it is. Below, Li Xiaobai stared at the system panel in front of him. Attribute points plus 5,000. Defense. 7th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 62,000 70,000 can be advanced. It was true that it was still the Yuaning stage cultivator's attack that was powerful. Casually several thousands of attribute points arrived. In the sky, Su Yunbing's face was astonished. After the hammer smashed down, there was a not weak force that recoiled back, causing her Yuan Shin to suffer a slight shock, although she was not injured. But this force was not to be underestimated. Looking at the empty ring below, Su Yunbing frowned. This young master brother of his own family was also not simple. Not only was his defense amazing. Stop! The competition in this ring has already ended. Don't strike again. Several elders joined hands and slapped several times in the void, counteracting the vast pressure emanating from the golden giant hammer one by one. Fong Qingyang landed on the ground in a flash, his face full of rage. Who told you guys to do this? Leaving 100 surviving disciples in each ring to continue with the next competition was a method thought up by the many elders who wanted to quickly screen talents. The strongest 100 out of 1,000 would be selected, and then they would compete one-on-one. In this way, the efficiency would be greatly increased, and they would be able to watch a bit more enjoyably. But now it's good, people directly pole clear the field. This bare ring in addition to the 7 people, there is no other cultivators. How can this be compared to the future? That's right, great elder. These big guys came up and engaged in targeting. We were brushed off without even utilizing our true strength. I'm not convinced. Yes. I'm not convinced either. We have no power at all against a Yuaning stage cultivator. She shouldn't use her cultivation to block our determination to serve the holy demon sect. I demand a rematch. The cultivators under the stage were also abuzz once again when they saw the Grand Elder step forward. They were forgetting that they were also besieging Li Xiaobai just now. Nonsense. Weren't you all besieging Liang Chun just now? Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Other people's hammers didn't purposely avoid Liang Chun. Why is Liang Chun standing in the ring with a good head on his shoulders? It was clearly you guys who jumped off the ring yourselves just now. The cultivators were dumbfounded. Just now it was indeed because they were too scared. That's why they jumped off the ring themselves. Anyone who saw a Yuaning stage Yuan deity holding up a sledgehammer and smashing themselves would piss themselves in fear. Well, rules are rules, even though they have 1,000 wrongs, but you are already below the ring at this moment, losing the qualification to continue the next competition. Be at ease as a spectator first, and in the future, if you have a significant performance, you will have the same chance to become a disciple of my sect. Fong Qingyang said. Many thanks to the Grand Elder. The cultivators had no choice but to do so. Their hearts were resentful, but they didn't dare to show it. It was too suffocating. After Fong Qingyang gave a few slight instructions, a thunderous sound came violently from the two surrounding rings. Supreme might erupted as several gigantic Yuanshan silhouettes rose up from the ground, similarly standing on top of the sky, facing off against the red Yuanshan behind Su Yunbing. Su Yunbing felt that he had been provoked, and the Yuanshan behind him danced a huge hammer, pointing at a few Yuanshan shadows from afar, looking down on the people with a domineering aura that was released, and the smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. Under the stage, many melon masses face big shock, have harnessed the recluse flying stance. Yuaning stage masters in the first round will have to use the full power of the fight. The aftermath of this battle is not their ability to block down. It was worthy of being a gathering of Heaven's Pride powerhouses from various regions, and at such a young age, they had grown to become Yuaning stage powerhouses. Why are people so good when they are also young? You guys! Fong Qingyang was shocked. He guessed what these guys were going to do. Their own side had just finished educating them, and their side started clearing out, simply not taking their words into account. Several elders. Stop them. We can't let them go on with this nonsense. Fong Qingyang rode a recluse and instantly appeared in front of a huge Yuanshan silhouette, lifting his hand and about to press it back into that heavenly pride's body. The Yuanshan void faded, and Fong Qingyang's hand went straight through it without the slightest touch. The Void Clan, the Eastern Sea or Kingdom. Your Eastern Sea is millions of miles away, and you've even come to muddy the waters. Fong Qingyang's face changed. He originally thought that it was only the disciples from the 2 blocks of Central State and Western Desert that were closer to the sect that would come to participate, but he didn't expect there to be big fish. Disciple is just traveling in all directions and happened to be in the northern domain, so I came. Tianjiao said indifferently, and the Yuanshan shifted for a while and re-entered the body, as a way to give face to Fong Qingyang. Did you guys ask us if you wanted to make a move against my senior sister? Yang Chun took the lead, the same Yuanshan shadow breaking out of his body, holding a square sky painting halberd, not hiding his hostility in the slightest. The remaining few followed suit, with several Yuanshan rising up from the ground at the same time, all of them using themselves as their visualization, holding weapons of various colors, their wild aura seeming to topple the entire training ground, angrily glaring at the several celestial pride in the remaining rings. The Yuanshan shadow in the field became more and more solid. The invisible aura collided in the void, and many of the cultivators present felt a tightness in their heart, and very consciously jumped out of the ring. It couldn't be helped. In a fight between big brothers, even a single glance was able to cause them to be seriously injured. Compared to that, it was still a small life that mattered. The many cultivators who had taken refuge in the distance within the hideout were dumbstruck and trembling. Grandma, it turns out that a few people on this stage are all Yuaning stage bigwigs, and they didn't lose unjustly. The clan to watch the eating crowd is even more excited. In the clan stayed for so long. Such a grand scene is the first time to see. The clan, even the true disciples, only one person stepped into the threshold of the Yuaning stage. The rest of the few people are half-step Yuaning stage cultivation. To be able to see more than 10 Yuaning stage cultivators at the same time, I'm afraid that this scene would be rare to see even once in decades. A big deal, spending money you can't even see. Chapter 113, A Trial Between Heaven's Pride. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet so many heavenly prides in the northern region. Even in the central state, there aren't many chances like this, and today is considered to be the day. The celestial pride carrying a golden spear in his hand said, his eyes brimming with battle intent. Not bad, indeed they are all experts. Not only is their cultivation able to rival ours, but their heritage is just as deep with a solid foundation. The young cultivator wearing a white Dao robe said indifferently. He came from the Ori kingdom in the East Sea, traveling in all directions, and came here by chance. Little monk has had an eye-opening experience today. The two monks folded their hands and said with a smile, "It's right to open your eyes. We are here today to crush the so-called junior heavenly sedan chair." Su Yunbing was as wild as ever. So what if it's the Yuaning stage? It's just an ordinary woman in the district. I, Golden Gun Little Bully, am the first to disobey. The person who spoke was a forehead genius of the central state, with a golden helmet and golden armor, earthy atmosphere, not to mention how strong he was. But this line of work alone was worth a lot of money. Looking at the 5 Yuanshan silhouettes that had once again emerged behind them, Fong Qinyang and the group of elders expressed a headache. Stop it all. Everything is according to the rules. Showing off your jinjutsu in front of us? Are you guys finding yourselves in a good humor? Fong Qinyang's eyes were on fire, and behind him, a huge Yuanshan broke out of his body, the god-demon statue towering like a cloud taller than all the Yuanshan present combined. In front of this divine and demonic Yuanshin, the Yuanshin of the celestial pride were as tender as infants. The crowd looked serious as they surveyed the Yuanshin behind Fong Qinyang. It was not a shadow, but had truly solidified, something that could be seen and touched. This was the Yuanshin of a god transformation stage expert. It was truly extraordinary. The crowd converged their Yuanshin, and it was rewarding to observe the Yuanshin of a powerful person. In the ring, the pressure violently loosened, and the tense feeling of swords being drawn was gone. But all the same, there were not many people left who could stay in the ring. The wave of qi from the party collided with each other, and cultivators with low cultivation levels directly leapt down from the ring. The cultivator who held himself to be of low strength simply didn't dare to stay in front of the many Yuaning stage bigwigs. It felt like these people were so scary that if they made a move they would surely be killed. Li Xiaobai looked at the huge Yuanshan in the sky in a daze. He himself also had a blood demon Yuanhua Tianzun skill, but it seemed that he was more than one level behind compared to these people. That skill of his own seemed to be the most elementary, and although the Yuanshin void was also large, it was still half a body short compared to these heavenly prides. Sure enough, no skill without upgrades is a good skill. Looking at the empty ring, the elders cried and laughed. The guts of this group of advanced disciples were too small. Before they even fought, one by one, they were all surrendering. There were now no more than 50 disciples in the 3 rings combined, completely disrupting the original plan. Let's continue with the competition, no matter what the result is. You and the others are already the outer disciples of my holy demon sect. The top 10 enter the inner sect. I'm true to my word. Fong Qinyang sighed and opened his mouth. The competition was always going to continue. As for the other eliminated disciples, they could only blame their bad luck. The elders returned to the high platform one after another, and the many melon eaters also gathered up once again. This wave was truly wonderful. And even though the big brothers didn't exchange blows, the 10 or so Yuanshin shadows alone were shocking enough. Not bad for a genius. What's there to compete with? I see that there are still quite a few weaklings mixed on this stage indiscriminately. It's really a disgrace, in my opinion. Those whose cultivation is less than the Yuaning stage don't deserve to stay in this ring. The Golden Gun Little Tyrant said faintly with his eyes wide open. There were also quite a few cultivators in the arena who were at the Jindan stage great perfection as well as half-step Yuaning stage cultivation. And when they heard this, their faces were all a bit ugly. But they couldn't refute anything. People were true geniuses and were qualified to say this. Qin Lan's face huffed. She is also only a half-step Yuaning cultivation, placed outside, is also a party of geniuses, coupled with good looks and body wherever is the object of people touting, even those geniuses in the central state, for the sake of her Tao mate, will be courteous. When have we ever been treated like this? Immediately he spoke. Your Excellency is a bit too overbearing. Who are you? Not even at the Yuaning stage, and you're worthy of talking to us? Golden Gun Little Tyrant asked. Qin Lan's breath stuttered and her face turned white with anger. My name is Qin Lan. I am the Tao couple of Xing Mohan of the Criminal Heaven sect in the central state. So it's a woman who relies on a man to get to the top, Xing Mohan. What kind of a thing is he, in front of my little bully with the golden gun? He can only kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The Golden Gun Little Tyrant did not put Qin Lan in his eyes at all, and waved his hand in a very disgusted manner, signaling that the other party could go down. Qin Lan's face was a shade of green and a shade of red, being poked at, ashamed and humiliated. as well as full of anger and resentment. What golden gun little bully, but just higher cultivation. What so arrogant? I Northwest fish 3 whips, the first to disobey. In the ring, the man with the scarred face closed his eyes, lit a wazoo and said faintly. Only then did Li Xiaobai realize that the pretender was even above the ring. A mere half-step yuaning. A snap of the fingers can destroy it. The golden gun little bully was wild to the extreme. The long spear in his hand shook and violently stabbed at the fish 3 whips. The rest of the people automatically retreated from the ring, leaving the stage to these two. Today teaches you to be human. Fish 3 whips took out the long whip at his waist and flung it out with a shake of his hand, transforming into a roiling shadow that swept towards golden gun little tyrant. The long spear was blocked. The golden gun little tyrant's face was astonished. The half-step Yuaning actually had a way to block his attack. The strength was extraordinary. Are you blind? Why don't you ever open your eyes? Hit you without opening your eyes. Fish 3 whips as arrogant as ever, the field force gas vertical and horizontal. The two people once again exchanged hands, entangled together. This is undoubtedly very humiliating for the golden gun little tyrant, the hall of Yuaning stage heavenly pride, but cannot take the half-step Yuaning cultivator. In his heart, he was anxious and angry. He could have crushed his opponent with his supreme great divine ability. But this in turn made him appear to have a weak heart. It is necessary to crush the other side by formal means, in a dignified manner. At the same time, Su Yunbing pointed at the Orai Kingdom's heavenly pride in the East Sea. I've long heard that the cultivators of the Orai Kingdom's flower and fruit mountain have dual cultivation in their lives, and that they move to bombard one another. So today, Su Yunbing finally has the chance to learn from them. My name is Jean Suzi, and I'd like to learn a few of the girls' skillful moves. Even the virtual son of a slight smile, a fluctuation in the void, the figure instantly appeared on top of a ring. Su Yunbing eyes flashing essence. Wrist flip, giant hammer change smash. On the other side, Lin Yin didn't know when he was also dating someone in the ring, and the back and forth between you and me was very intense. And for a while, the 3 rings once again set off a chaotic battle. Li Xiaobai is quite speechless in his heart. Senior brother and sister are too militant. Can't they go through a normal process? Yang Chun and Ling Yun on the side were filled with chagrin. Being preempted by senior brother. Li Xiaobai. Chapter 114 against Qin Lan. The elders had a headache they had just left in front of them, and before they could even say start, the celestial pride were doing it again on their own. Are all geniuses so unruly and disobedient these days? Thinking back to that year when he was young, he was also considered a talent in the northern region of the name that is also loud and clear. How come he was so obedient back then? But that's good. Let's let these pricks split the difference before we have a normal encounter. That fish 3 whips is not bad to be able to fight over the level, and the opponent is still a heavenly pride from the central state. It has the demeanor of the old man back then. An elder marveled. Old boy, less sticking gold on your face. Back then you didn't know how many heavenly treasures you used to pile up in order to advance to the Yuaning realm. How can you compare with others who are purely natural? That is, this fish 3 whips forcibly suppress cultivation, do not allow their own breakthrough, obviously entamping the foundation, and it is said that the old monk in the western region gave him a secret art. Wait until the time of the great success of the divine power, before you can open your eyes. At that time, his strength, I am afraid that it is going to skyrocket 3 or 4 layers. And the 6 disciples over there, they're actually all at the Yuaning stage of cultivation as well, and they're also experts from my northern domain. It's really a blessing for my sect. Yes, originally thought that these foreign geniuses would fully suppress my holy demon sect disciples. But at this moment it seems that this worry is superfluous. My northern region, as talented as ever, in the future in front of the gang of old guys in Central State, we can also raise our eyebrows a bit. Yeah! The elders were in a comfortable mood. This competition was not to see how well the incoming disciples performed, but to see how the gap between the disciples of the northern region and the other region's heavenly prides were. But as of now, the northern region of heavenly pride is not in the least false to the rest of the region to the heavenly pride. Not only the strength of extraordinary acting style, but also the same is very hardcore. Very well. It didn't disgrace the northern region cultivators in the slightest. The 3 groups in the ring fought hard, and the first to separate the winners were Golden Gun Little Bully and Fish 3 Whips. A long time cannot take the other party to make it lose patience. Finally is the outbreak of supreme great divine power to suppress the other party. Fish 3 Whip, although the strength of the strong, but ultimately ate the loss of cultivation, and the opponent, how to say, is also considered a genius. This battle, however, was not suffocating, and without opening a big move, the opponent had no chance of taking himself down. So this is the strength of a genius from the central state. Fish has learned. Fish Three Whips laughed lightly and turned around to leave, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. The angry golden gun little bully's head was smoking, but he could not let out any harsh words. All present are not little cute. The person with discerning eyes knew that he was the genius of the Yuaning stage was disgraced, and at that moment no more words, turned around and directly out of the ring. The same is the long way to go. To be able to become a disciple of the Holy Devil sect is enough. He can't afford to stay here any longer. Brother Yi, come with Huazi. Fish Three Whips shook the empty box in his hand and came over to Li Xiaobai's side. Brother Fish, 2 days ago you bought away 10 packs of... Li Xiaobai looked at Fish Three Whips suspiciously, seriously doubting that the other party wanted to whore out a wave of Huazi for nothing. Went out and forgot to bring it, Fish Three Whips said indifferently. For such a pretender, Li Xiaobai was helpless and had to take out a Huazi and light it for the Fish Three Whips. After a bout of gulping clouds, Li Xiaobai asked, Brother Fish, what is the strength of that golden pistol little bully, that you were able to stalemate with it for so long with your half-step, Yuaning cultivation? Golden gun little bully is not weak. It's not too much to say that he's a dragon and phoenix among men. It's just a pity that he's stumbled upon a true genius. Fish Three Whips a small sip of Huazi, spit out a smoke circle, said faintly. Li Xiaobai, well you bigot, you're right about everything. On the ring, Su Yunbing was similarly divided at the moment. His opponent was a genius from the East Sea, which had always had a very mysterious image. It is not that the people of the East China Sea prefer to hide their heads and tails, just that the East China Sea is located overseas on a piece of Penglai Immortal Island, born isolated from the world, and go out on weekdays to walk around less. And because it often fought with the demonic beasts in the sea, the path of the Gong method was very different from that of ordinary cultivators. However, even so, this very virtual son is not Su Yunbing's opponent. Su Yunbing walks the hegemony route to force to prove the way, no matter how this very virtual son of how to run the Gong method to disappear into the void, a hammer down are able to smash out. After an exchange of blows, he was traumatized and sent flying by a hammer blow. Understood. Su Yunbing arched his hand and turned around to get out of the ring. The very void son did not look annoyed. His face was peaceful, and he similarly clasped his fists and saluted. At the same time, the third senior brother Lin Yin was also divided with his opponent. Li Xiaobai has always felt that the third senior brother Lin Yin's technique is somewhat similar to the evil cultivator, striking viciously, and the technique is sinister. That kind of gray mist obviously has a strong corrosive effect. Although the opponent was also a bit of a heavenly pride, he was quickly defeated in the face of this pervasive attack. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, and his entire person appeared a little shriveled. The many disciples under the stage were wide-eyed. Today was a real spectacle. The whole process was high energy and urine-free. The geniuses clashed spontaneously, not caring whether they could advance to the top 10 or not. They only wanted to compete with their opponents at the same level. However, because of this, many of the cultivators in the arena had their minds revitalized again, eliminating 3 big men at once, and 1 big man left on his own because he was too ashamed to do so, and their hopes of entering the top 10 were much greater again. Could be said that as long as they didn't face those perverts, they still had some chance of winning. Qin Lan's eyes gradually sharpened. She wanted to become an inner disciple of the Holy Demon sect. It wasn't that the inner disciples were so good. She just wanted to fight for her breath, to enter the top 10, to be able to be courted by more disciples, and she enjoyed this feeling. Looking at the crowd in the ring in the absence of out of the head to make a fuss, Fong Qingyang opened his mouth and said, There is still no one to make trouble. If not, then abide by the order, honestly according to the order of finding 2 by 2 to have a match. Understood. An elder began to hand out number cards, and 2 people who drew the same number would be a group to fight against each other. Li Xiaobai looked at the number plate in his hand. Ring 3, group. Himself was the first one up. Yo, young junior brother, cheer up. Being able to resist big senior sister's attack. It's no problem to take a top 10. Yeah, relax. Brother Yi can smoke a Huazi first and relax. Li Xiaobai. Brother and sister are as unreliable as ever, and so are the 3 fish whips. Taking the number plate and slowly walking up to the 3rd ring, raising his eyes, Li Xiaobai froze, actually still a familiar person. On the opposite side was a female cultivator with a beautiful face, and it was clearly immortal Qinlan who had participated in the initiation test with himself. The day also launched an invitation to their own. Did not expect today to meet in arms. Really the world is not always the same, but a match is a match. You can't let go of the water, and when you're in the ring, the pussy must be loaded up. Chapter 115. I've never seen such an arrogant cultivator. My name is Yi Liangchen. Meet Fairy Qin. Li Xiaobai clasped his fists and arched his hands. His etiquette was spot on. Mr. Liang-chan, we meet again. I didn't expect that it would be in the ring when we meet again. It's kind of fate. Su Yunbing covered her face and laughed lightly. When I think of Liang-chan about to bloodily abuse Fairy Qin, there is always an inexplicable intolerance in my heart. So Fairy Qin should go down on her own. Li Xiaobai put his hands behind his back and made a sad and compassionate gesture. Qin Lan's face was a little twisted with anger. Mr. Liang-chan is not telling a joke. Although Qin Lan's cultivation does not reach the Yuaning stage, he is not a character to be fished in meat. This statement of the gentleman is too much of an overestimation. Believe it or not, Liang-chan has 100 ways to make you lose. And you, there's nothing you can do about it. Li Xiaobai said. Hiss. When these words came out, the entire audience of cultivators were in an uproar. I am afraid that this is one of the most arrogant heavenly pride from the beginning until now. Fong was surrounded by 1,000 cultivators but didn't dishevel. He did have a few skills, but looking at the other party's appearance, he didn't look like an expert who had cultivated into a Yuan Shan. You say, this boss Yi can really be a match for Immortal Qin, who has practiced in the Central State and is not a good match for the Master. Who says it isn't? When the Celestial Pride faced off, they didn't see him manifest his Yuan Shin. If you ask me, this boss Yi must be extraordinary. To be able to open that kind of amazing store, where would he be mediocre? So says. The cultivators under the stage were talking and discussing heatedly. The rest of the geniuses were also watching the situation in the arena. They could see more thoroughly than the crowd, because before, Li Xiaobai had hard received a hammer from Su Yunbing without any injuries. This was by no means something that an ordinary cultivator could do. Perhaps another genius of the same level. The northern region, when did it become so strong? Then Qin Lan will learn today. A cold aura flashed in Qin Lan's eyes as gusts of killing intent surged forth. 2 days ago, inner sect disciple Su Kuan had asked her for one thing, and that was to nullify Li Xiaobai's cultivation in the ring of the competition. Originally there was some headache how to make up a reason, but now it seems that the reason the other party has already prepared, so provoking himself even if he misses and kills the other party, he can also be excused as being in a rage and lost his temper. Yi Liangqin, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame me for you acting too openly and not knowing how to restrain yourself. There are some people that cannot be offended. A roll of damask emerged in her hands, transforming into a roiling curtain that trapped the ring in layers. She wanted to block the elder's line of sight and create the conditions for her to kill her opponent. Come. Today Liangqin instructs you. Li Xiaobai hooked his hand, unimpressed by the ayahuasca surroundings. Below the ring, Duke Su looked excited, knowing that Fairy Qin was about to avenge his death and waste Li Xiaobai's cultivation. As soon as he thought that Li Xiaobai was about to prostrate himself at his feet, his heart couldn't stop the excitement, and he really wanted to quickly see the other party's agonized and desperate expression. Above the high platform, several elders frowned slightly as they sensed killing intent from Qin Lan's body. Elder Fong, these two have a grudge? Not really sure. Looking at the mold, I think so. Then should we save someone? This Yi Liangqin is a good seedling of my northern domain. There is no need to do so. His strength is not much weaker than a heavenly pride. Fong Qingyang stroked his beard and looked mysterious, jokingly. The master who emulated the ancient sages who went to become a saint in the flesh would be the one who could be killed by the district's half-step Yuaning. However, this guy also loves to make things happen, have to pay more attention to prevent him from playing comfortably. A smooth hand to do away with Qin Lan. He had joined the forces of the Central State as a disciple and could not afford to have anything happen to him within the sacred demon sect. On the stage, the red silk had completely and utterly wrapped the entire ring, and the outside world couldn't see the scene happening inside. Qin Lan was full of confidence. Yi Liangqin, I didn't want to hurt you, but since you've messed with someone you shouldn't have, I can only get rid of you. Are you senior brother Su's man? Or senior brother Yu's man? Li Xiaobai was a bit surprised, not expecting retaliation to come so soon. You even offended senior brother Yu. I really underestimated you. You dared to offend even a true disciple. It seems that even if I don't make a move, you won't be able to live for long. Qin Lan said. Looks like Su Kuan sent you. Li Xiaobai nodded his head, mindful of the situation. Don't worry, Prince Liangqin. Qin Lan is only abolishing your cultivation today, and will not hurt your life. As for the days to come, whether you can get through them safely or not will depend on your own destiny. Qin Lan let out a light laugh, and with a pinch of the spell in his hand, the surrounding silk snapped into a loud red aura. A circle of mysterious patterns manifested and outlined on the floor of the ring, forming an illusory formation. Li Xiaobai only felt a tightness in his body. The system panel did not have a value jumping, it seemed that he was just bound. He conjured a long sword in his hand, and with a shake of his hand, he violently stabbed Li Xiaobai at the small abdomen of his dantian. Criminal heavenly sword technique. A ray of blood flashed from the tip of the sword, and a piercing coldness penetrated. Li Xiaobai tensed his abdominal muscles. This was the first time he had used this skill. Super abs? Super abs. When you seriously tense your abs, your defense doubles. Note: when I'm serious about tensing my abs, even the great Luo Jingxian can't beat me. The muscles bulged and solidified, as hard as granite. The long sword in Qin Lan's hand instantly crumbled, and once the counter-injury was opened, the gong method in his body was disorganized, and he stifled a grunt and sprayed out a mouthful of blood with a sweetness in his throat. Qin Lan's face was horrified. Just now she had used 80% of her strength. The other party was unresisting. The result was that she was the one who was injured instead. What kind of evil technique is this? What kind of move is this? You are by no means an ordinary advanced disciple. Where on earth did you emerge as an expert? My name is Yi Liangqin. Liangqin doesn't like to talk nonsense. At this moment, if you step down on your own, Liangqin will still let you off the hook. Li Xiaobai's expression was indifferent. The attribute points from that strike just now, the increase was not very desirable. Attribute points, 1200. All-point defense. Defense. 7th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 63,000, 270,000 can be advanced. Arrogant. I am the son of the Central State's criminal sky sect's patriarch, Xing Mohan's married Taoist. I have learned more secret arts than you have ever seen. Anyone who sees me has to give 3 points of respect. How could I be defeated by such an unheard-of guy like you? With a grimace on his face, he sat on the ground and pinched his hands together and made a sword point. Criminal heavenly sword intent. Yuan Shun projection. Behind it, an illusory Yuan Shun silhouette manifested, and from its appearance, it was only an old man. Only the size was still quite a bit worse compared to the real Yuan Shun, and it should have been forcibly conjured up by the other party with a secret method. Yi Liangqin, even if you are a genius, in front of my sword intent Yuan Shun, you must die. Qin Lan's victory was assured, and the other party had even given her time to cast her means, truly conceited to the point of stupidity. Elder Sword Demon. Kill this person for Qin Lan. The Yuan Shun shadow nodded slightly and tapped his finger in the void, and the long sword that had originally been shattered was instantly restored and returned to its hand. Dancing a sword flower, he casually stabbed out a sword, and the roiling sword chi turned into needles and thorns, rushing towards Li Xiaobai like a rainstorm. The shocking sword awnings instantly churned the red diamonds to smithereens, revealing the scene in the ring. Chapter 116. I have a Yuan Shun too. The storm of sword chi struck Li Xiaobai's body, and the costume was torn into strips. Attribute points plus 2,000. Attribute points plus 2,000. Defense. 7th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 67,000, 70,000 can be advanced. Still 3,000 short of advancing, this old man's Yuan Shun is good. The increased attribute points are almost catching up with a few elder brothers and sisters. Old man, good kung fu, but it still can't hurt me. The only one in this world who can hurt Liangqin is Liangqin himself. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Qin Lan's expression changed greatly. Even the Yuaning sword demon couldn't hurt him. Could it be that the other party was also at the Yuaning stage of cultivation? No way. That's absolutely impossible. Elder Sword Demon, Senior Sword Demon, I will help you. No need. The old voice rang out. Qin Lan's heart was startled. This was the first time she had heard the sword demon speak. In the past, when she summoned it out, the other party never spoke to her. The old man sword devil is a wisp of residual soul for the juniors in the Central State to drive. Since the old man was born, has not lost a single battle, originally thought to leave the residual soul in the clan, can keep a party safe, but did not expect to become a residual soul. It can be said that there is almost no victory. The ones who summoned the old man were all juniors, the carriers were too weak, and the old man's strength was not even 1/10,000th utilized. I'm honored to see real young talent today, so I should have some fun too. The old man's words shook the hearts of the cultivators present. The name of the sword devil immortal spirit continent no one does not know. A life obsessed with the sword, even if to give up the cultivation to practice the sword road to the peak. After killing countless enemies in his life, he was subsequently killed by an expert from the upper realm when he broke through the space barrier. I didn't expect that this sword demon would actually host his residual soul within the criminal sky sect. It was really unexpected. Rumor has it that the sword demon was once an expert of the immortal realm, piercing through the space barrier with a single sword. It's an amazing talent. Yes. It's a pity that it was still killed by the great powers of the upper realm. I didn't expect Fairy Qin to have this kind of great killing weapon with her. In the ring, Qin Lan's complexion changed violently as she sensed that the power in her body was draining away at a rapid pace, while at the same time, the body of the sword demon Yuan Shen became more and more solid, as if it had guessed something. Sword Demon Senior, have mercy. Qin Lan is the Dao couple of Xing Mohan, the son of the criminal heaven sect's master. Noisy! The sword demon nonchalantly interrupted Qin Lan. You're teaching the old man his job? Summoning the old man out, you should have expected this. This criminal sky sect's disciple is getting more and more incompetent. When I was 20 years old, I was already at the peak of the god of transformation, and you're not even at the Yuanying stage. What a complete waste. The sword demon looked indifferent. The sword aura in his hand was radiant. Qin Lan's face was as pale as paper. The spiritual energy in her body was drained clean by the sword demon Yuan Shen in just a few breaths of time. But that feeling of her power rapidly dissipating didn't go away. The sword demon, after draining her spiritual energy, directly extracted her original life essence, and in an instant, her foundation was damaged and her realm fell off wildly. Her heart was in a state of panic. If the origin life essence was drained, she would directly die. Didn't you say that this sword demon wouldn't do anything to harm the host? What's going on now? What's your name? Sword demon asked. My name is Yi Liangchen. Li Xiaobai replied. Not a bad name. Take it. Sword 23, sword explosion. The long sword in the sword demon's hand disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into dots of starlight, and its powerful aura pierced through the clouds as it fiercely chopped at Li Xiaobai. Excitement flashed in Li Xiaobai's eyes. Resisting this sword would enable him to break through to the next stage of defense. Although this sword demon was very strong, its strength was still stuck at the Yuanying stage. Even if Qin Lan's power was extracted, it would not be enough to break the shackle. It would not be a big problem. The sword qi cut through the void, leaving behind a trail of residual shadows, and pierced through Li Xiaobai's chest. This was sword intent, not a solid entity, specializing in cutting down people's Yuan Shen. Attribute points plus 5,000. Defense. 8th turn of the 9 turns of the Undying Golden Body 2,080,000 can be advanced. Drops. Detected that the host continuously suffers from sword intent attacks. Skill upgrade. The 5th turn of the 9 turns of Indestructible Sword Intent. Defense and sword intent skills were upgraded at the same time, thanks to this sword demon in front of him. In this side of the world, although there were many people who used swords, there were still too few true sword cultivators who were proficient in the way of the sword. Trying to upgrade your skills requires constantly finding masters of the same type to beat yourself up, which is somewhat difficult compared to upgrading your defense. Old Mi's attacks are unexpectedly ineffective against you. What exactly is your cultivation level? Could it be an ancient cultivation method? The sword demon's brows furrowed slightly. He couldn't see through Li Xiaobai. The other party's body didn't emanate a single trace of spatial fluctuation. It's Liang Chen's turn to make a move. Your name is Sword Demon, and Liang Chen has a blood demon here. Let's see which one of you is more powerful. Li Xiaobai ignored the old man's words and gently waved his hand to activate the skill. Blood Demon Yuan Hua Tian Zun. The smell of blood filled the entire ring in an instant, and the scarlet demon god silhouette manifested behind him, with dozens of blood demon tentacles twitching madly, as if it was a demon that had been starving and evil for a long time. The sword demon's eyes stared slightly. This is Blood Demon Yuan Hua Tian Zun. Are you an evil cultivator? The rest of the Guagua crowd also opened their mouths wide in surprise. Their impression of Li Xiaobai was still stuck on his strong resistance to punching. They didn't expect that people would similarly manifest a Yuanshen shadow in the blink of an eye. Only this Yuanshen is not something that ordinary people can manage. The blood demon Yuanshen, even in the evil cultivators, there are few people who dare to touch it. There was no other reason for this, as one could easily be assimilated by the evil aura of the blood demon while observing it, becoming a machine that only knew how to kill. The elders on the stage were also very surprised that these days, there was a cultivator who had chosen the blood demon Yuan Hua Tian Zun as his Yuan Shen and had managed to take control of it. These days, it's actually possible to see this evil Yuan Shen. I thought only evil cultivators practiced this stuff. Serious people who practice blood demon genesis, No, where are the decent people these days? This son is extraordinary. His future achievements are unlimited. It's just that this Yuan Shen is a bit small. I think it's just entering the Yuanying realm for the first time, and there's still some distance between it and the other few celestial pride. That's pretty good too. Blood demon Yuan Shun, it's hard to practice. In the ring, Li Xiaobai lit a wazi, took a small sip and exhaled a smoke ring. Waving his hand in the direction of the sword demon, he said faintly, "Do him, roar." The blood demon elemental god roared violently. His body was covered in red aura, and behind him, dozens of tentacles turned into lightning, and all of them stabbed towards the direction where the sword demon was. The sword demon had already exhausted his strength with that sword, and at this moment, he had no intention of blocking the blood demon's attack. Allowing the bloody tentacles to pierce his body, his form vaporized. "Kid, good strength. The old man will wait for you to fight another battle in the central state." Chapter 117 Blood Demon Yi Liangchen. Old me expects you to be a little stronger when we meet again. The sword demon's figure was illusory and eventually dissipated between heaven and earth. "This one, Yi Liangchen wins," Fong Qingyang announced. The crowd was in a trance, not expecting Li Xiaobai to be able to invoke a blood demon Yuanshin. But when you think about it, this is also natural. The good store sells treasures that can stabilize the mind, and it is naturally natural to be able to successfully cultivate the bleeding devil elemental spirit. If you run into Boss Yi in the future, you have to take a detour, it's too dangerous. A few senior brothers and sisters were also looking astonished. I didn't expect junior senior brother to actually cultivate to the Yuanying stage. The last time we met, he was just a little weakling who had just joined the division. Yes, the cultivation speed is far beyond ours. It seems like he has a big secret on him. And it's still an evil cultivator's blood demon Yuan Shun. I'm afraid it was inspired by the Demoiselle man in the Divine Beast mountain range last time. No matter what, this is a good thing. We can't slack off, turn around and conduct devil training as a whole. Li Xiaobai slowly went up to the ring. The previous 3 groups of heavenly prides were all fighting against each other at the same level. It was a pleasure to watch, but the rest of the people did not have a deep understanding of the gap between them and the geniuses. At this moment, Li Xiaobai's blood demon Yuan Shen against Qin Lan made them recognize themselves. In the ring, Qin Lan's eyes were dull. In a matter of minutes, she had fallen from a proud and untouchable little princess to a cultivator who was only at the great circle of the foundation establishment stage. She became what she used to despise. Root damage, cultivation realm retreat again and again. The future path can be said to be cut off. No cultivation can only be regarded as a waste of a person. The interpretation heavenly sect will not accept her again. Yi Liangchen, you're the one who ruined me. Qin Lan is like a maniac. The surrounding cultivators all shake their heads and sigh. Want this Qin fairy before is also a talent, the object of countless people's favor. But now it is all of a sudden from the sky was knocked down to the mortal world. However, this was also its own fault, being revolted by its own gongfu, which was nothing to complain about. Li Xiaobai looked indifferent. Liang Chun won't kill you. He's only abolishing your cultivation. Whether or not you'll be able to live peacefully in the days to come will depend on your luck. Qin Lan's expression was dumbfounded. This was what she had said to Li Xiaobai in the opening scene, and now the other party had returned it to her in its original form. Yi Liangchen and Su Kuan, sacred demon sect, I, Qin Lan, will remember you. Li Xiaobai got out of the ring. The crowd consciously made way. Senior brothers and sisters came to congratulate him, and once again rubbed a few huazi on the way. Woof, kid. Well done. Didn't disgrace Lord Two Dogs. Second doggy was unusually excited. LOL, it has a few moments of my father's style back then. Ji Wuqi also said, Junior brother, why did you bring meat all the way over here? This chicken is very fat. It's perfect for a small barbecue. It's a good dog too. Boiled should taste the best. Not to mention, the night small barbecue go up, this good ingredients, have to let the 6th senior brother to take care of some good cooking. Lu Jinshui cheerfully looked at the second dog. Woof! Second dog Z saw the opportunity and bit down hard towards Lu Jinshui's calf. Lord Second Dog Z feels that you're tastier. A district ingredient. Also dare to clamor with Lord Second Dog Z. Lu Jinshui shivered in pain. Dead dog, spread your mouth. LOL, the flavor of this fat man feels good. My father is going to take care of you now. Ji emotionless fluttered his wings and pecked towards Lu Jinshui for a while, and for a while there was another bout of chicken flying. A few minutes later, Lu Jinshui, full of wretchedness, fell to the ground, and a chicken and a dog held their heads high in triumph. I didn't expect the spirit beasts around junior senior brother to be so spiritual as well. This intelligence is no different from ours. Yeah. On the ring, many cultivators were methodically competing. The cultivators in the arena were still mostly of Jindan stage cultivation. Occasionally encountering geniuses of Yuaning stage were immediately admitting defeat, not wanting to follow in Qinlan's footsteps. The rounds of the competition passed, and the remaining cultivators became fewer and fewer. The elders on the stage kept nodding their heads. The disciples of this session had a bit of a look. Even if they were only at the Jindan stage, they were filled with confidence and didn't bring shame to the clan. Yuan Fong's eyes had been staring at Li Xiaobai's several people. Having seen the Yuanshin roar of several people, he was almost certain that these people were the 7 people who had hindered the adults that day. That Yi Liangqin should be the so-called Zhang Rui dressed as these days will disguise is not unusual. The corners of his mouth involuntarily rose. He knew that as long as he revealed this reliable intelligence news to that lord, he would surely be able to acquire a large amount of treasures and techniques, and at that time, even if he broke through the Yuaning realm, achieving the transformation spirit realm would be a breeze. Maybe that lord will even instruct him if he's pleased. He was unaware that this look had completely fallen into Fong Qingyang's eyes. In the ring, the contest still continued. Li Xiaobai once again on the field. This time unlucky. The opponent is a teenage pride. From head to toe is permeated with a rich and noble atmosphere. It is obvious. It is from the big power. Blood demon Yi Liangqin is on. Don't talk. Watch the blood demon operate. Stay away. Boss Ye's blood demon smells heavy and pungent. The disciples under the stage were talking. Li Xiaobai's face darkened. Blood demon Yi Liangqin. Who named this so low? Brother Yi, my name is Jin Lichuan of the 10,000 Beasts sect, a lineage of beast tamers, and all of my skills are in the beast pets, so don't say that I'm bullying the few with the many in a while. Jin Lichuan said smilingly. Li Xiaobai's heart was clear. Beast tamer was a special profession, able to tame strong demonic beasts for his own use. In the battlefield, the role of a tamer is worth thousands of troops and horses, and is an existence that cannot be ignored. After all, at the same level, the physical strength of demonic beasts was a whole lot higher than that of humans, making them difficult to deal with. Liangqin is fearless. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, signaling Jin Lichuan that he could begin. Jin Lichuan is familiar with Li Xiaobai's operation and does not get angry. A pinch of the law in his hand, a pat on the waist of the spirit animal pouch, a large mass of gray fog filled, spread to the whole field. Roar! A beast roar and growl pierced one's eardrums, and a strong pressure instantly swept across the ring, and the surrounding cultivators felt that their hearts were pressed with a 1,000-pound boulder, and they were somewhat breathless. The smoke receded, and a tall and sturdy demonic beast walked out. The cultivators on the stage screamed in shock. This is the golden-furred Lion King, Jindan stage Great Perfection Realm. There's also the 9 heavenly Shenhawk, carrying the bloodline of the golden-winged rock. You see that's a dragon turtle at Jin Lichuan's feet? Heavens! It is said that the dragon turtle carries dragon blood and Xuanwu bloodline, with infinite potential, an existence capable of becoming an immortal realm, and it was actually tamed by it as well. The 10,000 Beasts sect of the Central State is truly extraordinary. Cultivators are very excited, usually see these demonic beasts they are turning their heads and running away. I did not expect today to be able to observe up close and personal this session of advanced disciples, really their gospel. Chapter 118 Liang Chen's Ride. Li Xiaobai stroked his chin and looked a bit odd. Spell mount? I have this one too. Jin Lichuan looked surprised. Brother Yi also has a mount. Is it that chicken and dog down there? Woof, you're the dog. Your whole family is a dog. Cluck, you're the chicken. Your whole family is a chicken. Offstage, Air Dogzi and Ji Wuxing were furious. They hated it when someone treated them like pets. Lord Two Dogs is a supreme being. LOL. You weren't even born yet when my father was proud of the world. Jin Lichuan. Brother Ye's beast pet is really unique and has a lot of character. Woof, you're the beast pet. No, you're the human pet. Cluck. Come down quickly. My father will ride you today. Li Xiaobai was filled with black lines. Brother Jin need not pay any attention to these two weaklings. Liang Chen's mounts are even more powerful than these of Brother Jin. Wait and see. Jin Lichuan raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously not believing it, knowing that the dragon turtle he sat down on had a Yuaning stage cultivation, and the rest of the few demonic beasts were all carrying bloodline inheritance, and were able to challenge the existences over the levels. It could be said that at this stage, his demonic beasts were considered to be of top level. Li Xiaobai gently waved his hand, and the heavy-duty big truck silently appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was the first time most of the people in the room had seen the truck's shape. The hunt's shape is very impactful. more than 10 meters long, 3 meters wide and 3 meters high, with a large front end that looks ironic. The most noticeable thing was the ghastly-looking stains of blood on the wheels, and the several severed arms still hanging from the outer walls of the wagon. Worthy of being Blood Demon Yi Liangchen. His mount is actually so bloody as well. Girls shouldn't look, lest they have nightmares at night. Who are you looking down on? Senior Brother Ye's ride is much more racy than your flying swords. I really want to try it out with Senior Brother Yi. Not to mention, this mount is oddly shaped, but on the contrary, it is very overbearing. From a long distance I am trembling. Do any of you recognize this thing? I'm not sure. This should be Senior Brother Ye's strange encounter. Above the high platform, Fong Qingyang's face changed several times. He is the most clear about the power of the strange mount. That day this guy was riding such a rare and strange seat, crashed through the mountain gate and snatched the sword array, so it can be said that it is all the way rampant and arrogant. Now brightly shining this thing out, it's not going to mess things up again, is it? As long as it doesn't tear down the clan, everything is negotiable. In the ring, Jean Lichuan's face was grave. What is Brother Ye's mount for, and why can't I sense its life breath? It's called a big heavy-duty truck. I call it a Ferrari. Li Xiaobai said. Ferrari? Good name. Such a dominating ride. It really deserves the name. A golden light flashed in Jean Lichuan's eyes, and the golden-haired Lion King beside him roared up to the sky and rushed towards the heavy-duty truck with a pounce. Li Xiaobai did not panic in the slightest, lighting a huazi and gently exhaling a smoke ring, allowing the golden Lion King to crash on the head of the truck. Golden sharp claws ruthlessly stabbed at the big truck, issued a sharp and ear-piercing noise. Sparks splashed. The golden Lion King only dropped tears in pain. The truck froze a little thing. How is this possible? Jean Lichuan's face changed greatly, although the golden-furred Lion King was only a half-step Yuaning's existence, but its attacking power was one of the best. On the basis of this sudden stabbing ability alone, it was enough to compete with the Yuaning stage. Nothing's impossible. It's time for Ryakan to make his move. Li Xiaobai calmly pulled open the car door and got into the driver's seat. The gas gauge was sufficient, and the energy of the spirit stone was completely sufficient. 1 foot on the gas straight to the floor. Truck roars pierced the sky. The ground rumbled and trembled. Debris flew from the ring, and the nearby disciples surged backwards like a tidal wave. Li Xiaobai's mount was just too powerful. Not only was it huge, even this hissing sound was so majestic. Shui Tiger, stop them. Eagle, do the people inside. Facing the large truck that rushed head-on, Jean Lichuan quickly gave orders. Honestly, it was his first time to fight with such a mount. He had no experience at all, and was only able to rely on his instincts to choose what he believed to be the most correct route of attack. The role of a beast tamer was to command the demonic beasts in battle, the role of an army master. Roar! The roar was deafening, vaguely overpowering the roar of the truck engine's engine. The 3 ferocious beasts swooped down to meet the truck, the golden Lion King and an old turtle dove launching an attack on the windows left and right, while the remaining eagle launched itself toward the windshield directly in front of it. The ferocious beast's aura was exposed, and the field's pressure raged, but none of this was of any messy use. Jean Lichuan's tactics were indeed correct, and after realizing that the golden-furred Lion King couldn't hurt the front of the car in the slightest, he immediately changed his tactics and commanded the demonic beasts to attack the part of the transparent glass. But even the relatively fragile glass was not something that a few half-step Yuaning stage demonic beasts could destroy. The large truck was unstoppable, and the several demonic beasts were directly knocked out with almost no resistance. Defense plus 300. Defense plus 1000. Defense plus 500. Tiger, water, eagle. Jean Lichuan looked a little anxious. For a beast tamer, a demonic beast was a partner, an equal relationship. But apparently he didn't have much time to think about it, as the truck reached its face in a split second with a single dash. The old turtle underneath him awoke violently, his ancient and silent aura exploding, his eyes flashing with a disdainful eye. Slightly raising his head, he raised a claw and slapped it against the front of the car, a layer of faint ripples spreading and a fluctuation in the void. Heavy-duty truck was forced to a hard stop. The wheels were still turning madly, but the body seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. How to rush could not advance the slightest. Li Xiaobai couldn't help but look at the old turtle a few more times. This was the first time a creature was able to confront a large truck head-on. Even that Yuaning stage evil cultivator before was crushed into pieces in a single glance. This old turtle was able to stop the car with one hand, it was really something extraordinary. Listening to the cultivator below, this old turtle has 2 divine beast bloodlines in his body, dragon and xuanwu, with unlimited potential, and being able to have this kind of strength is to be expected. However, the performance of a big truck is that the more spirit stones invested and the higher the grade, the more horsepower it has. Now this old turtle was able to hold out, but it wouldn't be so sure in a while. Looking at the old turtle's eyes that defied all living beings, Li Xiaobai laughed softly, once again lit a huazi, and inhaled 2 deep breaths. He felt out a few top-grade spirit stones and threw them into the gas tank. This turtle is quite capable of pretending. Let you pretend for a while, a moment to see, you damned can continue to pretend out. Chapter 119 Contempt from a Big Truck. Attribute points plus 100. Attribute points plus 100. The dragon turtle just held the front of the car and didn't attack, and the attribute points it was able to get were very limited. However, this fellow was also condescending, and had no intention of striking out to attack at all, seemingly not placing any attacks in his eyes. This looks like himself half an hour ago. The dragon turtle carried 2 ancient divine beast bloodlines, the true dragon bloodline and the xuanwu bloodline, and was also naturally arrogant in nature. After all, carrying the bloodline of divine beasts, the moment of birth is the completion of the foundation establishment stage. A little cultivation is the Jindan stage demonic beast. The dragon turtle's movements were languid, his demeanor arrogant, and his eyes contemptuous, not putting anything in his eyes. The crowd on stage watched in disbelief. There are actually creatures that can shake the iron blood chariot, which is really an eye-opener for them. Just now those few ferocious-looking demonic beasts can't even break the front of the car. Worthy of being a dragon turtle. It is indeed formidable and extraordinary, actually stopping this steel beast with one hand. Yes, the dragon turtle carries a true dragon bloodline with unparalleled strength and attack power, and at the same time possesses the xuanwu's bloodline with equally amazing defense. And looking at the might emanating from its body, I'm afraid that it's a senior Yuaning stage demonic beast. I'm afraid that the previous Golden Gun little fighter would have no chance of winning if he were to face it. This beast tamer is actually so terrifying. In the future, if he tames a few more Yuaning stage demonic beasts, won't he be able to walk sideways? You think that Yuaning stage demonic beasts are big cabbages, ah? You can tame them if you want to. The cultivators under the stage were talking. The ring was staging a horny tussle between 2 giant beasts, and they were all curious to know, between the blood demon Yi Liangqin and the beast tamer, whose mount was more powerful. On the high platform, several elders looked serious. This is a dragon turtle. Elder brother Fong, do you still remember the words that were said by the master when he sailed away? An elder asked with a frown. Who's practicing Tai Chi and winding down? Ahem, senior brother master. His old man will be unhappy. Hee. Just kidding, master's words. We naturally don't dare to forget. The dragon turtle is a symbol of heaven's fortune. The world of peace and quiet does not come out. The world of chaos is rampant. It is rumored that the dragon turtle's emergence from the world is a sign that the world is about to be in great turmoil. Fong Qingyang looked solemn, both eyes staring straight at the dragon turtle Jin Lichuan was sitting on. Combined with what I've seen and heard today, it's hard not to think in that direction. After all, the northern domain, which has always been weak, has seen so many heavenly prides appear at once today, which is a large number that is a bit off. Being in a chaotic world, the chi will be divided among more heavenly prides, and the appearance of these heavenly prides also signals that the chaotic world is about to open. I'm afraid this matter must still be reported to the sect leader. After this matter is resolved, I will go back to the sect master to explain the situation, Fong Qingyang said. Right now the most important thing, or the 2 sides to hurry to distinguish between victory and defeat. If Li Xiaobai's mount is even able to defeat the dragon turtle, then this chaotic saying and add a few credibility. The crowd's thoughts were naturally unknown to Li Xiaobai. In the ring, Li Xiaobai was sitting comfortably in the driver's seat smoking huazi, exhaling smoke rings one after another, and throwing spirit stones into the gas tank one after another. The roar of the engine was a loud, blasting sound that pierced the sky, and the ring dented directly under the wheels, revealing 2 huge deep craters. Jin Lichuan's eyes changed. Even if he didn't have personal contact with the heavy-duty truck, he was able to feel the violently enhanced horsepower, as well as the tremendous pressure that came on his face. Basho, how's it going? Can you hold it? Easy, child's play. The dragon turtle's eyes were half closed, half open, not even putting the big truck in his eyes. Li Xiaobai felt surprised. This was still the first demonic beast he had ever seen that could talk besides Erdog and Jiwuchi. It was important to realize that Air Dogzi and Jiwoo Air were able to speak all because of the system's provision of the elixir. This dragon turtle was able to open its mouth by virtue of itself, which was truly extraordinary. Only this arrogant appearance is simply the same as the two dogs G ruthless generation. These demonic beasts that can speak are such a set of virtues? A deep-water old bastard actually despised himself. This will not be tolerated. Flipping his wrist, another 10 or so top-grade spirit stones were thrown in. He was now a big spender. Incarnating as a kryptonite player was no big deal at all. A dozen or so top-grade spirit stones went down, and the impact of the truck surged several times. The dragon turtle's eyes changed, and his claws suddenly twitched violently as his eyes stared in amazement at the steel behemoth in front of him. Overlord, how is it going? Jean Lichuan asked, a little anxious in his heart. The dragon turtle didn't like to take the initiative to attack, and he didn't have any other means to hold Li Xiaobai back. There's something about this guy. You go down and the old turtle walks him around. After saying that, without waiting for Jean Lichuan to speak, he directly stood up in person and shook it off. Jean Lichuan is very speechless. The girl can give some face knot. So many people watching it. Kid, a little bit of strength, to be able to take down one of the old turtle's claws. There are not many people in this world, you count as one. But wanting to hurt the old turtle is already unlikely. The only one in this world who can hurt the old turtle is the old turtle himself. You'd better save your strength and go down. The dragon turtle's attitude was extremely arrogant, its small eyes silky as it stared at the steel behemoth in front of it. But unfortunately, a big truck was just a big truck, and there was no way it could give it any kind of response. Inside the driver's seat, Li Xiaobai's face was odd. Why did this sound so familiar? This seems to be his own line, so he was so beaten up when he said it. High defense, unlimited hate pulling, talking very beaten, looking at the old turtle in front of him. It is a living copy of himself. No comment, continue to top. Today also with you Mao on this world, there can only be a pretender. With a shake of his hand, dozens more top-grade spirit stones were thrown into the fuel tank. The truck's engine had shifted directly from an engine roar to a loud blasting sound, and wisps of smoke rose from the ring, with occasional sparks flying. As the truck impacting so hard, it's rubbing against the ground. The dragon turtle's body stiffened for a split second, and unconsciously used its other claw, sliding back a short distance before stiffening and holding the truck up again. On the ground, the dragon turtle's two rear claws were deeply sunk into the grooves of the ground. Grandma, what kind of breed is this? Actually able to resist the old turtle's flood power. The dragon turtles was finally facing up to its opponent at this point. But it was also too late. At this time the heavy large truck with full horsepower, the dragon turtle just to resist the pressure will have to fight to the best of its ability. The best time to counterattack because of its condescension has been missed. Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Xiaobai once again let out a light laugh. Casually taking out a few top-grade spirit stones, he threw them into the fuel tank. Li Xiaobai, what, are you still mad?
Baja.
Chapter 120 100% empty-handed and white-knuckled. At this moment, Li Xiaobai was incomparably leisurely. This was the most leisurely fight he had ever had since he got into the ring, because there was no need to put in any effort at all. Just smash the spirit stones. As more and more spirit stones were put into the truck, the horsepower of the truck was also increasing, and the old turtle had already used all of his milk strength. Basha, if you can't hold out, withdraw. Don't fight it. Jean Lichuan reminded.
格劳兹的，给爷闭嘴，也要动用真本事了，法相天地。
The old turtle suffocated with a reddish color, and a huge dragon turtle silhouette appeared behind it, which was its Yuan Shun, visualized using itself as a template. The gigantic dragon turtle Yuan Shun void gently raised a claw and slapped the front of the truck. The old turtle felt that it was losing face. The opponent who was supposed to be killed in seconds by itself was the one who had repeatedly erupted with super strength, so much so that it was almost a bit unable to withstand the pressure. However, once the Yuan Shin comes out, the game should also end. It is not a little munchkin that has entered the Yuaning stage for the first time, but a real super expert of the 6th layer of the Yuaning stage. With the power of the elemental god, the black and strange mount in front of him would only be demolished. Inside the cockpit, Li Xiaobai remained leisurely, even humming a little song. He could see that this old turtle's brain wasn't very good. Obviously, he could have used the power of his genjutsu to flip the truck over or slam it to the side, but he had to harden himself against the impact. Are hundreds of cylinders of powertrain? Is it possible for you to stop a deep-water old bastard? With a flip of his wrist, another 10 or so top-grade spirit stones were thrown into the fuel tank. The roar was deafening. The ring completely cracked into several large pieces, and the truck with a hot flame forcefully broke through the Yuan Shun's block. The huge dragon turtle silhouette was smashed to pieces in an instant. Encountering the relentless crushing of the heavy-duty truck, the old turtle's chest tightened, the force on his claws cut down, and he was directly knocked out. Large swathes of golden blood spilled down, drenching the front of Li Xiaobai's car. Basha! Jean Lichuan howled miserably. The same large mouth of blood sprayed out. Demonic beasts and beast tamers are connected by blood. The speed of cultivation can be shared on weekdays, and breaking through bottlenecks is much faster, but in a crisis they will also suffer damage together. Can be said to be an honor and a loss. Drops. Detected that the host has obtained the achievement. Divine Beast Bloodline, rewarded skill. 100% being caught by an empty hand with a white blade. 100% are caught with empty hands. A sword cuts out, and 100% of the selected target falls to both knees and catches the sword with both hands raised high. Note: any item that can be chopped can trigger this effect. Hiss. This skill is a bit strong. Another 100% series of skills. The last 100% pull hate can be said to be a divine skill. As long as one pretends to be a bully, no matter who the other party is, they will be pulled hate. Now this 100% is given even more power by the empty hand, and it's almost a straight-up hard control. Imagine a sword chopping out and the other party 100% running over to kneel down to receive the sword. How domineering it was. With a turn of his eyes, Li Xiaobai looked towards Jean Lichuan, who was healing the dragon turtle on the side, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, Jean Lichuan's cold hair stood on end. He didn't know what Li Xiaobai wanted to do, but through the transparent windshield, he clearly saw that Li Xiaobai raised a small section of the wooden stick high in the air, and then swung it down violently. 100% of the time, he was caught empty-handed and unleashed. Almost at the same time, Jean Lichuan only felt his body slam forward uncontrollably. A jump hit the windshield head-on, dropping to both knees and raising both hands above his head as if performing some sort of ritual. Li Xiaobai looked at the man in front of him with an astonished expression, and with 4 eyes, Jean Lichuan's heart was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what was happening at all. Why the other party casually swung the wooden stick and he had a desperate urge to catch it. The bottom line is this. Now this position was so damn shameful. What was wrong with giving his opponent both knees when he was a Yuaning stage heavenly pride? Li Xiaobai was also a bit confused, not realizing that the effect of this skill was so good. Almost just the moment he swung his hand down, the opponent rushed over, and by the looks of it, as long as he didn't unlock his skills, the opponent would have to stay in this position. Well, that's good. That's good. The system produces a fine product. In the future, anyone who dares to pretend in front of himself again, directly brush a round of 100% being empty-handed to receive the white blade. That scene, think about it, is exciting. The crowd under the stage also looked strange. How could they somehow not understand this scene? The dragon turtle lost the tussle with the steel behemoth, and they could understand being hit and spitting blood from the mouth. But what is the meaning of this Tianjiao, a flash to fly to the front of Boss Yi kneeling down on both knees with his hands raised high? This they really didn't understand. Begging for forgiveness is not so begged. Could it be some kind of ceremony? This Jean Lichuan still means useless? Not to mention them, even the elders on the high platform were similarly unable to understand this maneuver. The action was too humiliating by any measure. What they don't know is that the person in question, Jean Lichuan, is even more ashamed at the moment. This action is too much for the inner torment, but also thanks to his kind of Buddhist player, lose a face and it's over. If he met a more rigid one, like a genius who swore to trample all living beings under his feet like the little king of golden guns, this kneeling would be able to directly kneel until his state of mind collapsed and his cultivation retreated. Inside the car, Li Xiaobai savored the moment and had confirmed that the control was indeed strong. One skill down, as long as he didn't remove the effect, the opponent would never have a chance to get away. The effect had been confirmed. Li Xiaobai casually disarmed the skill, waved away the large truck, and exhaled a smoke ring from his mouth. Convinced, 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 no more fighting. I admit defeat. Jean Lichuan hurriedly said, jokingly, not to mention being blood abused by others. Even he almost folded here, this blood devil Yi Liangchen, when it is really as horrible as this. In the middle of the northern region, there was still such a juvenile pride hidden. After returning to the central state, he would have to tell his family about it. The rest of the geniuses were also sizing up Li Xiaobai with narrowed eyes. The previous one against Qinlan wasn't enough to make them look at Li Xiaobai squarely, but the performance of the other party in this round was far beyond their imagination. They thought that even if they were in power, they would not be much better than Jean Lichuan. It's the same as being bloodied and abused. Such a genius must be reported to the family sect, and in the future, I'm afraid that it will be a formidable enemy for them. This round, Yi Liangchen wins. Fong Qingyang stood up. He was satisfied to the extreme with Li Xiaobai's performance. Such strength was enough to make the younger generation of the northern domain raise their eyebrows. This batch of geniuses can choose to join the Holy Devil sect. Their faces are bright. In time these geniuses grow up. Their own clan may also be able to compete for a place on that list. Chapter 121. Special Reward, Peak Master Yi. Li Xiaobai's performance amazed the crowd, and the happiest ones were the senior brothers and sisters. As fellow disciples, they had a different kind of feeling before, unlike ordinary cultivators, and the better Li Xiaobai's performance, the happier they would naturally be. The next bouts were rather meaningless, basically just vegetable chickens pecking at each other, or else being bloodily abused by the Heaven's Pride. Soon the top 10 were set. In addition to the 7 people from Misty Peak, there was also a Heavenly Pride, plus 1 lucky person. The first place winner of this competition should be able to get a good reward. A few senior brothers and sisters decisively gave up the next competition, and Lucky also had the self-awareness to know better and knowingly abstained from the competition decisively. One of the remaining Celestial Pride looked at Li Xiaobai with a bitter face and similarly declared his abstention. Li Xiaobai scratched his head. He was inexplicably first. These people so give himself face? Fong Qingyang was also filled with black lines. Today's competition could be said to be the most unreliable one he had encountered in his decades of practice. The opening all kinds of disobedience, fancy pretending to hit the face who cannot be persuaded as a result now entering the final round one by one cast faster than anyone now the young people not good to bring ah. His thoughts were too jumpy. He was completely unable to keep up with the thoughts of these heavenly prides. Fong Qingyang secretly sighed. It seemed that he was old and out of step with this era. Since all 9 of you chose to abstain, then for this competition, first place Yi Liangchen. You and the other 9 will become inner disciples of the Holy Demon sect, and from now on you can reside in the Holy Demon Peak. As for Yi Liangchen, he will receive a special reward. Fong Qingyang said. The many cultivators below opened their eyes wide, all wanting to know what this special reward was. In previous years, it was usually perfunctory to use spiritual weapons and magic treasures or feats. However, the caliber of this year's competition clearly far exceeded any previous competitions, and if the Grand Elder still used ordinary treasures to muddle through, he would instead appear to be petty. Li Xiaobai didn't think that this old man could give himself anything good. This old man didn't even want to give himself a few hundred lower-grade spirit weapons in the first place. What kind of tasteful things could he do? Fong Qingyang was still full of smiles. He didn't know Li Xiaobai's true thoughts. If he knew, I'm afraid that a mouthful of old blood would be spewed out directly. So says. Fong Qingyang was ready to continue to say a few words when a flash of recluse light from the sky slid down and landed on top of the high platform. He froze. What was this guy doing over here? The visitor is also an elder of the Holy Devil sect, surnamed Yu, is the grandfather of the inner disciple Yu Fan. Usually the other side of the large and small activities never attend. Today is what wind will this old man to come? Fong Qingyang frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Elder Yu, arching his hand and clasping his fist. Elder Fong, I came to take a look at this advancement disciple competition, but unfortunately it's already over. I wonder which one is the winner? Elder Yu said smilingly. It's this one. The pride of my northern region, Yi Liangchen. Fong Qingyang understood in an instant that the other party this was rushing towards the first place in the grand competition, although it was not yet clear why, but still deliberately emphasized that this was the genius of the northern region. Don't use a crooked mind. So that's how it is. It's really a talent. What kind of reward does Elder Fong intend to give? Elder Yu remained cheerful, as if he did not hear the warning intent in Fong Qingyang's words. Naturally, elixir. In fact, he had wanted to say that he was giving this gongfu, but this felt a little shabby. How could he not say it? Little friend Yi, do you think the gongfu is useful to you? Elder Yu asked. Li Xiaobai looked at the seemingly kind white-haired old man in front of him and said without hesitation, eggs are useless. Fong Qingyang face a black, you girl useless on useless, what do you call eggs? No, their own do not want to face. Li Xiaobai is telling the truth, he doesn't need to cultivate, what does he need the gongfa thing for? He might as well give him a few spirit stones. Then I wonder what kind of reward little friend Yi wants? Fong Qingyang asked through gritted teeth. Not too demanding, just give some spirit stones. Li Xiaobai said casually. Fong Qingyang was relieved in his heart. Luckily it wasn't a lion's mouth. Count on this kid to be a bit conscientious. Spirit stones aren't a problem. The last thing my sacred demon sect lacks is spirit stones. How much do you want? 1,800,000? Li Xiaobai tried. Inferior spirit stones? Top quality spirit stones. Are you dreaming? Fong Qingyang couldn't hold back. He always felt that the kid below was playing a trick on him. Isn't it said that the last thing the sect lacks is spirit stones? Li Xiaobai scratched his head, a little confused. This old man was so classless, flipping out when he said he would. Cough, cough. Can you listen to me for a moment? Elder Yu said. Elder Yu, please speak. Since this little friend Yu wants spirit stones, I have a method that will allow little friend to earn a large amount of spirit stones in a short period of time. Oh? Please guide Elder Yu. Li Xiaobai's spirit was invigorated. He is now, in addition to the attribute points, the most lack of spirit stones, a lot of high-level goods by the ring that deposit cannot afford to buy. When it comes to earning the most spirit stones within the sect, of course it's about having your own assets. Almost every one of us elders owns a mountain peak, a little bit of management, and the spirit stone earnings come rolling in, you can't even stop them. I suggest that we also give little friend Yi a mountain peak and become an honorary elder of the Holy Demon Sect. Not only will it allow little friend Yi to earn spirit stones, but he will also be able to make a contribution to the sect, and it is not impossible for him to even take a place on that list. Elder Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, the disciples below were in an uproar. Most of them were not yet in touch with this level. The list was only accessible to true geniuses. Ordinary people never had the chance to see it in their lives. But my sacred demon sect doesn't have any extra peaks left. I'm afraid this matter is not proper. Hasn't that mountain peak for the miscellaneous disciples been empty all this time? So it's just right to let little friend Yi run it. Fong Qingyang was shocked in his heart. So this old man was playing this game. What contribution to the clan, what list ranking were all excuses. The other party just wanted to stabilize Li Xiaobai in the mountain peak where the miscellaneous disciples were. As we all know, there is no human rights to speak of at the location of the miscellaneous disciples. Anyone can trample on it to their heart's content. As for the honorary elder's title, it is just a name, there is no real power, and it is completely a position that has been hollowed out. I'm afraid that this old man's move was to try to finish off Li Xiaobai on the mountain of miscellaneous disciples. Thank you, Elder Yu. Liang Chan is willing to take up the position of honorary elder and take charge of the mountain where the miscellaneous disciples are. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed in his heart. He was able to become the management just after he arrived, and he was also assigned mountain peaks. This condition was too tempting, it was simply tailor-made for him. Wait, I'm afraid that this move is not right. To be able to take charge of a mountain peak, all of them are the generation that shared the hardship with the clan. Although little friend Yi is a heavenly pride, but the seniority is still shallow, I don't agree. Chapter 123 Conspiracy and Intrigue. Fong Qingyang looked solemn and balked. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity or grudge these two people had. Within the sect, the genius of the northern domain absolutely couldn't have anything happen to him. Hee, Elder Fong. The sect leader has already agreed to this, so I won't bother you with it. Elder Yu took out a token and shook it, still smiling. Fong Qingyang's face changed several times. The other party had come prepared, and had fought for consent at the sect leaders in advance, and was just going through the motions in his case. Looked at the following Li Xiaobai full of joyful look, suddenly angry, grandmother, people want to pit you, you still help people count money, this brain is how to cultivate up. But the sect leader had given the word, so there was nothing he could do, and he could only nod his head in agreement. Alright, Yi Liangchen, honorary elder of the Holy Demon Sect, from this moment onwards, you're the head of a peak, the mountain of the miscellaneous disciples has no name, you can take a name on your own. Do a good job, the old man is optimistic about you. Elder Yu threw out a token. Then his body turned and disappeared. Li Xiaobai looked at this token in his hand. The front side was bare, and the reverse side was engraved with the words Yi Liangchen. So he thought that the name of the mountain peak had to be confirmed before it would be displayed. This elder Yu feels good is too enthusiastic, always feel that he is in a hurry on the whole, then the wind old man is too much better. The surrounding disciples were all looking at Li Xiaobai with envious eyes. The incoming disciple, who just came to the sect within 2 days, directly became an elder. The contrast was too hurtful. 1 second they were calling Brother Yi, and the next second they were going to change their names to Elder Yi. Both are equally advanced disciples. How is the difference so great? Fong Qingyang impatiently dismissed the surrounding disciples who were watching and landed beside Li Xiaobai. Could you tell the truth? Have you offended anyone lately? Li Xiaobai mouth high. Liangchen is offended every moment. Fong Qingyang was speechless. Who have you offended within the Holy Demon Sect? Are there any inner disciples or true disciples? To tell you the truth, just now that old man you had no good intentions. Giving you the mountain peak was just a matter of wanting to tie you up with the miscellaneous disciples so that he could take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of you. Li Xiaobai frowned. He had really offended true disciples and inner disciples. A senior brother Yu whom he had never met before, and an inner disciple Su Kuan. It seemed that that elder Yu had wanted to stand up for one of them just now. Disciple thought for a moment. Recent period of time performance is very good. Friends made a lot. And no enemies. Elder rest assured. Disciple will create the strongest mountain peak in the North Domain. Li Xiaobai said smilingly, jokingly, these enemies are their own valuable source of attribute points, although the number of points provided is poorly meant. But the ants are meat even if they are small. They cannot be spared. Fong Qingyang gazed at Li Xiaobai for a moment, sighed, and handed out a jade necklace. That's fine. If you want to solve this on your own, I won't stop you. If you encounter any danger, crush this item and I will immediately arrive. Li Xiaobai scrutinized it for a moment and put it on. Thank you, Elder Fong. Well, there goes the old man. Fong Qingyang turned around and disappeared in an instant. He had to go and ask the sect master about it. There were just too many things happening in the clan in the past 2 days. He was a bit unable to keep up with the sect master's thought process. Li Xiaobai casually fiddled with the jade pendant on his chest twice. Old man Fong is nice. Just that this thing is not very useful. In the Divine Beast Mountain range on that day, he was not even false to the other party. And if he really encountered an attack that he could not even carry, pulling this old man in would be a send-off. It would only be worthwhile if you could summon a being like the demoiselle. Senior brother. First in the big competition. Small barbecue go up. The lord of a peak now, senior brother is really envious. Not to mention, in the future, we senior brothers will occupy the mountain as the king. And together we will take down the list of laborers. That's right, together. We will surely become the most talented group of characters in the entire continent. Junior brother, remember to get a bath. Small barbecue is not suitable for smoking huazi, or soak and eat barbecue is more comfortable. Li Xiaobai. At the same time, somewhere in a cave, Qin Lan's face was frantic. Mr. Su, I've made a note of today's events, and when I return to the Criminal Heaven sect, I will definitely relay what happened today in its original form. Fairy Qin, now that your strength is 1 in 10, do you think that Mr. Su will still let you go back? With a strange smile on his face, Su Kuan picked up Qin Lan and walked towards the depths of the cave. You! A few hours later, Su Kuan was full of relief. Before this woman's eyes were high, looking at everyone with a lofty look. Today is finally a good time. No matter how much of a goddess one is, losing one's cultivation is nothing but a broken shoe to be thrown around. As for the Criminal Sky sect, it was true that it was a big sect, but so what? The Holy Demon sect was far away in the northern region, and with a dead woman, how to find it would not be able to trace his head. Casually, he recruited Wang Ruoxian and Xia Jian. Tell me again, is that Yi Liangchen really the cultivator who hindered that lord that day? 1,000 times true, we know that mount. That day Yi Liangchen was recognized by Protector Lu and then crushed the other party with his mount. This person must be Zhang Rui without a doubt. Wang Ruoxian was certain. Elder Yuanfang sent word just now that he also believes that this person is the same person from that day, and that the guy reported a false name before. Fake name? Could it be that his name isn't Zhang Rui? Xia Jian was surprised. Not bad. News came from the Tianwu sect side that Zhang Rui is a true disciple of the Tianwu sect, and that Zhang Rui from that day is not the same person at all. And by participating in the examination of the people in the Divine Beast Mountain range, this person should be called Li Xiaobai. Su Kuan laughed coldly. This guy was so bold that he even dared to offend that lord. But fortunately, this person was extremely high profile and was discovered by the Yuanfang elder of the outer sect, who had already reported the information. I'm sure it won't be long before someone from above is sent to deal with the matter. Li Xiaobai. The two mumbled the name. So what are we going to do now? Xia Jian, go and report this moment to senior brother Yu. Elder Yuanfang left in a hurry. Senior brother, you shouldn't know about this yet. Yes. Su Kuan heart sneer. Heard his brother this account. Will soon be settled. Offended the lord. This guy cannot escape death. Xia Jian turned around and left, leaving Wang Ruoxian alone. Wang Ruoxian suddenly felt her body go a little cold and her face turned white. As for you, I didn't enjoy myself enough just now, so you'll do what Qin Lan didn't finish. Su Kuan heatedly laughed strangely and pulled Wang Ruoxian towards the depths of the cave. The other side, above the peak of the Palm sect, Fong Qingyang was furiously lashing out at Sect Master Oyezi, with several old men sitting around him. Master Sect Leader, are you old and confused? Yi Liangchen is a genius of my northern region. How can you let that old man Yubuchu and get killed? Senior Wind Brother, I didn't expect that after so many years you're still so grumpy. It's because of that you can't be the sect leader. Oyezi said indifferently. What use do I have for this sect leader? Don't you dare change the subject. You must give me an explanation today, or else I won't leave. Chapter 124 Buying a sweet early is better than studying for 10 years. Little wind, don't clamor here. Oyezi's approach is something that several of us old guys agree with. A few old men on the sidelines spoke up. Fong Qingyang was instantly deflated. These were the Supreme Elders, the backbone of the clan. In front of the Supreme Elders, he didn't dare to act out. However, it was still filled with a puzzled look. In his opinion, these practices were completely detrimental to the interests of the clan. Senior Wind. Can you remember the words that Senior said before he sailed away to the west? Oyezi asked. Fong Qingyang pondered for a moment. Buying a sweet early is better than studying for 10 years? Oye. All the Supreme Elders. Senior brother. If these words are said in front of the Master's monument, I am afraid that the grave will explode. Oyezi was speechless. Ahem. That's the matter of the dragon turtle? Fong Qingyang was a bit embarrassed. The matter of the dragon turtle is finalized. The world is bound to set off cholera. A few people in the central state are seeking to peek into a corner of the future with their great aptitude, and what I'm talking about, the traitors within the clan. Oyezi said. This time, within my clan, there are quite a few traitors. All of them have defected to the evil cultivators, and Elder Yu seems to be similarly involved. I'm going to go through Yiliangqin, and in one breath I'm going to rip all of these people out and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Fong Qingyang was puzzled. I know about the matter of clan traitors. Yuan Fong is one of them. But what does this have to do with Yiliangqin? Don't you realize that he looks familiar? You were pitted so miserably in the Divine Beast Mountain range. And now the originator is strutting around in front of you and you didn't notice? Oyezi stared at him with a smirk. Fong Qingyang instantly exploded. It's that brat, pitting old me of countless resources. He actually dares to come to the sacred demon sect. Senior brother, in the future to be careful. A small cultivator will fool you. How to cross the tribulation in the future. Feng Qingyang. Also, how are the preparations for that matter going? Oyezi suddenly asked. Altogether, a total of 10 extraterrestrial pride, senior brother. Do we really have to do this? When he thought of Oyezi's plan, Fong Qingyang was a bit furious. Why don't you dare? Senior brother, do you remember the master's interpretation of the supreme sage of the Confucian way? A deviant is a demon? Fong Qingyang said. Not bad, the secret realm of the great Confucianist Bei Qianfeng is exceptionally treacherous. If it's really like what Master said, then it's highly likely that this Bei Qianfeng will become demonic in his later years, and even though those geniuses you mentioned are at the Yuaning stage, they are still lacking in experience, and it's hard to make a difference for the Confucianism that is tainted with demonic qualities. This is our chance. The treasure land that is tainted with devilishness is a natural barrier. As long as we kill all the heavenly prides here, we will be able to gather their fortune in me, and in one fell swoop, we will break through the transitional succession stage and achieve the Mahayana stage cultivation, and the clan will be able to rank amongst the first-class sects by that time. Hiss! Even though he had already known the plan of the sect master's elder brother, Fong Qingyang still sucked in a breath of cold air, killing 10 heavenly prides from different regions in one fell swoop, and using his great magical power to collect the chi from them to forcibly break through the realm. If this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid that the holy demon sect would face extinction, but by the looks of it, several of the supreme elders were very much in favor of it. Little Wind, why are you so surprised? This is something that they have not done much of in the central state, or the western desert. That is, a few decades ago, a living Buddha in the western desert wanted to shatter the void and ascend to the upper realm, transcending millions of living beings with a single thought, and forcing his way to the upper realm with great fortune. That sword demon of the central state was also a sword that leveled all the ages, using the power of the sword to channel the chi of all living beings and forcibly break through the spatial barriers. This kind of thing, which is commonplace, is much more peaceful in comparison to Oyezi's tactics. Everything is for the sake of the disciples of the clan. Feng Qingyang. Well, it's really hard to define this good guy and bad guy. It's so hard to be a human being. At the same time, somewhere on the summit, Yu Buchuan was discussing something with Yu Fan, while Xia Jian on the side was serving tea and pouring water. Now everything is clear. Yiliangqin is Li Xiaobai. Taking away that Lord's #1 target, it doesn't matter about the others. This person must be captured alive. He is hiding the Lord's items. Yu Buchuan said with a straight face. The disciple has it in his heart to reach out to this person in the next few days. Yu Fan was overjoyed in his heart. This person was arrogant and incomparable. Not only did he want to touch his woman, but he also offended that Lord. There was no need to say, he was absolutely bound to die. Yi Liangqin, Li Xiaobai, no matter who you are, if you dare to compete with me, you will only die. Be cautious. If we are able to give Li Xiaobai to that lord, the benefits will be too much to imagine. Yu Buchuan instructed. Disciple knows. Disciple will set up a well-thought-out plan to capture Li Xiaobai alive. At this time, Li Xiaobai didn't know that he was being watched by so many big shots, not to mention that he had been exposed. Right now, he was leisurely soaking and roasting meat with a few senior brothers and sisters on the mountain peak. The news that he had become the head of a peak was already spreading throughout the entire sect. These miscellaneous disciples were pleasantly surprised in their hearts when they heard that they had a peak master, and from the previous attitude, this was a good peak master who was protective of his shortcomings. Maybe, in the future, they really don't have to pay protection money, and they really don't need to grovel for a living. What the peak master means, Yuan Fong is the most clear among the miscellaneous disciples. The peak master has the highest control over a mountain peak. In other words, even if the sect leader comes here, the peak master will be the main one, unless he has done something that violates the rules of the sect. Not to mention the rest of those little yakuza who collect protection money, they really won't have to be bullied in the future. However, Li Xiaobai didn't care about this. Since he lived here, there was absolutely no shady business. At this moment, he was discussing that list with a few people. Third senior brother, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know what that list actually means? Lu Jinshui asked. The list is a certification of an individual's strength. Only if they are strong enough can they make it onto the list, which is divided into the human list, the earth list, and the heaven list, and the rankings on it are said to be ranked by a bigwig in the central state. To get on the list, you need to authenticate your identity, and after doing something big enough for that big guy to feel good enough to get on the list, you'll be placed on the list, and the same goes for ranking advancement. So as long as you can pull off a big event, getting on the rankings is easy. The easiest thing is to challenge the top-ranked people. Do them and we'll be on top. Lin Yin smoked a mouthful of huazi and said faintly, in just a few days, he already couldn't stay away from this thing. That big brother is able to know the movements of all the cultivators in the world? Li Xiaobai was a bit puzzled. That's right, this big shot who made the rankings is called Elder Tianji, a strong member of the heavenly ranking, best at deducing heavenly chances, able to know the world's major events, and making the rankings has a lot of credibility. The immortal spirit daily that cultivators read on weekdays is the property of Elder Tianji. Lin Yin replied. Li Xiaobai secretly smacked his lips in his heart. Big brother deserves to be a big brother. Synchronized tracking to know all the geniuses in the world. How powerful this cultivation must be. I see. Then we can be on this list too? Li Xiaobai asked. It's natural. Woof. Lord Two Dogs is also a genius. Lord Two Dogs is also going to rush the list. LOL. This G emotionless will surely be the #1 powerhouse in the heavenly ranking. Chapter 125 Strength Ranking. Li Xiaobai's heart was clear. The list was frankly a medium to fight for face. Geniuses with strong strength would be ranked higher. After all, those who could really do great things had a high level of cultivation underpinning them, and this strength was the most important thing. Then, does our holy demon sect have a ranking? Only the sacred demon sect's sectmaster is barely among those who have entered the earth ranking outside of 8,000, belonging to the kind that will be squeezed off the list at any time. Lin Yin said. The sect leader's strength is feared to be at the transition stage, right? But even he was only able to rank around 8,000? Li Xiaobai was horrified in his heart. Even the strength of the headmaster Oyezi could not climb up. I am afraid that it is a little difficult to get on the list. The strength of the transition stage is considered one of the best in the northern region, but when placed in other regions, it's just a hair's breadth. In the central region, just pulling out an elder is a cultivation of the Mahayana stage. Compared to them, the sacred demon sect is lacking in depth. Lin Yin explained. As for the ones on that heavenly list, apart from a few heavenly prides, the rest are all the top experts ranked by the major sects, so don't think about it for the time being. So it is. Li Xiaobai nodded. He still had a long way to go. His current defense was not bad on the surface, but if he stepped out of the northern domain, there were just as many people who could blast him into the ground. This time, that secret realm should also have a ranking monolith, so let's get a ranking then as well. Su Yunbing said. Having made contact with Heaven's Pride made her very excited. The next day, Li Xiaobai gave the peak a name, still called Misty Peak, which was his birth point, as a kind of memory. The token was outlined with traces of the Great Tao, and the 3 big words Piao Peak appeared in a very intelligent manner. The Goodwill hadn't been open for 2 days, and back down the hill, the front of the store was packed. The last 2 days Li Xiaobai didn't come out to do business, but this group of disciples still squatted every day, hoping to be able to buy huazi in the first place. At this moment, They were all a bit regretful that they should have bought away 100 packs of huazi in one breath. This huazi was just too useful for cultivation. They simply couldn't stop. Seeing Li Xiaobai coming over was like seeing a savior. All of them flashed a path in unison. Boss Yi, you're finally here. I'm going to starve to death if you don't come. Yes, Boss Yi. Right now I can't eat any heavenly herbs except for your huazi. The days without huazi are so tasteless that even cultivation has become boring. This time I'm going to buy 100 packs of huazi. And no one is going to stop me. Che, only 100 packs, the pattern is too small, but I have brought a small half of my family's capital here. Today 1,000 packs to start. After 2 days, instead of decreasing, these cultivators who came to buy huazi are getting more and more. Li Xiaobai feels amazing. Are these people smoking huazi so fast? There are a lot of people here who bought dozens of packs in one go and smoked them in 2 days, which is a bit scary. Li Xiaobai smiled faintly and lit a huazi. Don't worry, you all. Today's supply is very sufficient. As long as you bring enough spirit stones. How much do you want? The cultivators were overjoyed. Especially after seeing the huazi in Li Xiaobai's hand, they were even more excited and came forward to submit their spirit stones. Looking at the large amount of top-grade spirit stones coming into his account, Li Xiaobai smiled so much that he couldn't open his eyes. The huazi within the system only cost 1 lower-grade spirit stone apiece, and a pack was only 10 or so, costing a total of 10 or so lower-grade spirit stones. Now they turn around and sell a packet of 1 upper-grade spirit stone at a price of 1. The profit of this has doubled 1,000 times more, and now huazi's demand is very high. Almost everyone buys it by the packet. The incoming money is all upper-grade spirit stones. It's all high-class, developed. Don't grab and don't panic. There's something for everyone, one by one. Li Xiaobai smiled and beckoned, and the originally empty counter was once again stuffed with huazi. The crowd looked at the eyes are straight, good guy, this Yi boss exactly how much huazi. Casually is to take out a large pile, too rich. The monks took the huazi and left satisfied. Looking at the crowd gradually sparse store, Li Xiaobai instead more happy. These cultivators are their own leaks. As soon as they get the huazi, cannot wait to go home to cultivate. With the amount of this group of people to see, it will not be a few days, it will be door to door to buy again. The road to making your own fortune is about to begin. The store went on for a few days in a row, and although the number of cultivators who came to buy was nowhere near as many as on the first day, each time they themselves were able to harvest tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. In just a few short days, the wealth of top-grade spirit stones had already accumulated to as much as 130,000. This terrifying number could already unlock some of the premium items within the mall. Let's say the Maserati that was worth 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, but the big truck was enough for itself at the moment, and there wasn't much need for another sports car for the time being. The monster Godzilla mount was quite impressive, but it was a pity that it required 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones, which he could not afford with his current wealth. Better to save up first. There were also some top-tier equipment within the mall, all labeled with words such as divine grade, golden, and very different from the other items. See Fixing Needle. Chi Tian Set Series comes with the effect of breaking the heaven. A stick can scourge the heaven, indestructible. 10 million top-quality spirit stones can be used once. Cooldown time 24 hours. Fire Eyes Golden Eyes. Chi Tian Set Series comes with the effect of insight into the heavens, burning all the world's living beings with a single glance. 10 million top-grade spirit stones can be used once. Cooldown time 24 hours. There are a lot of similar god-level props, only with their current financial resources simply cannot afford to buy, even a fraction of a touch. And the divine props are billed according to the number of times, not permanently accessible, which is a light pain, who has nothing to do to burn money to play A man walked into the store. A white dress, sharp eyes, staring straight at Li Xiaobai. You are Master Li, right? The voice was familiar. Li Xiaobai was shocked in his heart. Looking up, it was really an old acquaintance. This was his former senior brother, Fong Wuxie. Nowadays, Fong Wuxie's eyes were astringent. His breath was hidden, and he was clearly not in the same class as back then. Elder brother Fong. Li Xiaobai was surprised. Senior Wind brother had treated him well in the past and was one of his own. There was no need for disguise. So it's really you, Senior brother Li? Senior brother had a hard time finding you. Fong Wuxie said with gritted teeth almost word for word, since the parting of the Divine Beast Mountain Range. He had been searching for Li Xiaobai's whereabouts in an attempt to do away with the other party. But unfortunately, no matter how much he searched, he could not see any trace of him. I had no choice but to return to the clan first, digesting the proceeds of several treasures, and after some cultivation, with the many resources is also stepped into the realm of the Jindan stage grand completion. At the time of the advanced disciple competition, he recognized the 7 people from Misty Peak at a glance. And just a few days ago, the Immortal Feather Sect's Grand Elder sent word that the sect had encountered an unprecedented crisis, and that a great man had descended on the Immortal Feather Sect, imprisoning everyone up and down the sect, suspected to be because of Li Xiaobai's relationship. This made Fong Wuxie, who already had murderous intentions towards Li Xiaobai, even angrier, and directly came to the door. Looking at Fong Wuxie, whose eyes were on fire, Li Xiaobai was a bit confused. Senior brother? Smoke a huazi first? Chapter 126 Goodbye Fong Wuxie. Li Xiaobai's uncertain appearance made Fong Wuxie's heart also become even more furious, and he directly showed his cards. Senior brother Li, senior brother, I have never thought of befriending you. Senior brother has always wanted to kill you, just didn't find the opportunity to do so. Originally killing you was just for your own selfish desires, seeking to seize the treasures on your body, but now the clan is in danger because of you. Only if you die, it's good for everyone. Li Xiaobai was stunned and did not understand what Fong Wuxie meant. His eldest senior brother actually wanted to kill himself. Eldest senior brother, what are you saying? How come senior brother can't understand a single word? Why is the clan in danger because of me? You caused trouble outside and took something from someone else's mighty seniors, and now they've come to the door, and all the top and bottom of the Immortal Feather Sect are under their control, so if you want to resolve this matter, the only way is to bring you back to the sect. Even if you are at the Yuaning stage, I still have a way to bring you to the sect. Prepare to be sanctioned. Fong Wuxie didn't give Li Xiaobai a chance to speak, and under the flip of his wrist, a golden brass mace appeared in his hand out of nowhere. With a push of the gong method, the 2 scaly dragons on the mace rushed towards Li Xiaobai in unison as if they were alive. Roar! The augur shadow was peerless in its might and powerfully wrapped around Li Xiaobai's body. At the same time, a chapter of talisman burned in Fong Wuxie's hand, and the 2 of them disappeared into the store in an instant. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and no cultivator saw this scene at all. Attribute points plus 1,000. Outside the mountain gate, Li Xiaobai reacted, the feelings are such a thing. His own impersonation of Zhang Rui was discovered by the demoiselle, and now people are directly looking for the door. However, thinking about it, that Zhang Rui had the blood spirit pearl in his hands, he obviously had some involvement with evil cultivators, and with a little bit of checking, he would be able to understand that he was bluffing. I just didn't expect the other party to find themselves so quickly. Their side hadn't fully developed yet, and they were still a bit overwhelmed by the attacks of a transitional succession stage cultivator. Listening to what Windless Evil said, the Immortal Feather Sect was only being controlled by evil cultivators. There shouldn't be any major problems in a short period of time. The sect must be saved, but this moment was not the best time. Muscle weakness unleashed. The 2 augurs that had entangled themselves instantly entered a state of weakness and fell limply to the ground. This move again. What kind of treasure are you hiding that even the golden Jiao is able to be struck? Fong Wuxie's pupils contracted and he became even more resentful. Why was it always not his turn to have such wondrous encounters? Senior brother Fong, the situation is clear to me. This matter is indeed because of me. I will definitely save the Immortal Feather Sect. Please can you give me some more time? I will definitely be able to kill those evil cultivators handily, Li Xiaobai said. Although Fong Wuxie wanted to kill him, it was also out of the safety and security of the clan, which was indeed his own problem, and it was only right to let someone beat him up. Big talk. Just with your cultivation at the beginning of the Yuaning stage, you also presume to kill those evil cultivators? The future head of the Immortal Feather Sect will definitely be me, and I'm going to take you back to the sect now to resolve this feud. Wind Wireless pinched his hand and the scaly dragon on the ground awakened once again, staring at Li Xiaobai in a vigilant and bloodthirsty manner. Senior brother Fong, let me go back and discuss countermeasures with a few senior brothers and sisters. After that, a few of us will accompany you to the Immortal Feather Sect. Can we give it a chance? Li Xiaobai said. Fong Wuxie was kind to the sect. He didn't want to use force. By the looks of it, you're very confident in that treasure you're carrying, that it can make you stronger in a short period of time? Fong Wuxie said as he stared at Li Xiaobai. Not bad. Li Xiaobai nodded. Yes. I'll give you 3 days. Don't play tricks. I'll follow you all the way. Fong Wuxie said grimly. Don't worry, senior brother. There's no hurdle you can't get through. Smoke a huazi first. On Misty Peak, Li Xiaobai re-entered the mountaintop. Fong Wuxie was really like what he said before. Wherever Li Xiaobai went, he followed him, not only because of the clan's matter, he wanted to figure out what kind of treasure Li Xiaobai had in his body. Along the way, the treasure named huazi was too amazing. A few huazi went down, and he vaguely touched the threshold of half-step Yuaning. Sneak attacked a few times on the way, but unfortunately, he still did not have the ability to fight against Li Xiaobai. No matter what kind of kung fu moves in front of that kind of bizarre means, they all seemed pale and powerless. This made him a little disillusioned. He originally thought that his progress had been fast, but it looked like the gap with Li Xiaobai was still widening. The atmosphere on Misty Peak was a bit odd. Yuan Fong seemed to have waited on the mountaintop early in the morning and rushed forward when he saw Li Xiaobai. "Peak Master, our Misty Peak has guests." Yuan Fong looked a bit rattled, and Li Xiaobai asked, "Who's coming?" "True disciple, senior brother Yu, and the brother of that protection fee collecting disciple you drove away last time, inner disciple Su Kuan, are also here." Li Xiaobai understood as soon as he heard it. This is his own offended a few people all about to come over to make things happen. It seems to be to see their own was successfully tied up in the miscellaneous disciple peak, want to come over to bully a wave first. Within the sect, one could use power to oppress others, and this senior brother Yu's status and position was higher than his own, so it was logical that he had to be provided for. "But today we are not in a good mood, just heard that the Immortal Feather Sect has had an accident, and now you are giving me something to do. There is no way to say that today, no matter what your purpose is, it is unlikely that you will want to walk down the mountain in one piece." A cold aura flashed in Li Xiaobai's eyes as he went straight to the parlor. Inside the parlor, several senior brothers and sisters had already arrived. Su Kuan was courteously serving tea and pouring water. Behind him stood Xia Jian and Wang Ruoxian, and senior brother Yu was sitting amongst them, leisurely sipping his tea. He was only here to look for Li Xiaobai and didn't care about the several elder brothers and sisters. Su Yunbing and the others also didn't know the purpose of his coming here and didn't want to hastily kick him out. "Senior brother Yu, senior brother is late. I don't know what senior brother is here for today?" "Hee, senior brother. I heard that your former sect was called the Immortal Feather Sect. I wonder if you have gone back recently?" Yufan faintly laughed. "What does senior brother mean by this?" Li Xiaobai frowned, a bad feeling in his heart. It shouldn't feel good to have the entire sect turned into hostages. Should it, senior brother Li Xiaobai? At these words, the atmosphere in the entire hall was violently suppressed, and the crowd was silent. Just based on the 3 words Li Xiaobai, it was already enough to explain everything. These people in front of him had some connection with the evil cultivators, and his own identity had been completely exposed. The elder brother and sister also changed their faces. Li Xiaobai's exposure meant that they were recognized as well. "What do you mean? What do you mean the Immortal Feather Sect has become a hostage?" Fong Wuxia's face was also chilly. Murderous aura flashed in both eyes. "Did you do it? Not bad. Your Immortal Feather Sect's disciples have offended that lord. So Mr. Yu naturally has to do his part." Chapter 127. No one can threaten me. Mr. Yu has already sent someone, with many cultivators, to the Immortal Feather Sect, and at this moment that little sect should be completely occupied, right? I have to say, that's really a small sect. The headmaster isn't even at the Yuaning stage, but the sisters there, they're all really watery. A wicked smile crossed the corner of Yu Fan's mouth. The crowd looked indifferent, and Fong Wuxia also calmed down, not expecting to actually be able to find the key figure of the incident here, and even more so, not expecting this key figure to actually throw himself into the net. You have to know that the 7 Piaomiao Peak brothers and sisters are 7 Yuaning stage experts, and cannot be viewed in a normal way. This Yu Fan actually took the initiative to send to the door. Instead, Fong Wuxia was in no hurry. There was nothing to be anxious about for a person who was about to die. "What do you want?" Li Xiaobai asked. "Break your own arm, kneel down, and hand over the treasure that originally belonged to that lord." Yu Fan was victorious and said lightly, even leisurely sipping a mouthful of tea. The surrounding people were all looking at him with a strange look. Was this person stupid? Not even at the Yuanying stage. How dare they come to provoke them? "Li Xiaobai, now that all of your identities have been exposed, don't ask for trouble, cooperate honestly, and perhaps you'll still have a chance to live." Su Kuan also said, "Are you guys in over your heads? How dare you provoke us with such a small cultivation?" Lu Jinshui finally couldn't help himself. "Yes. A mere half-step Yuaning stage waste. How dare he mess up in front of us?" Su Yunbing also spoke in a chilling tone. They had already heard and understood the beginning and end of the matter. This Yu Fan in front of them had leaked their little secret to the evil cultivators, and now that the Immortal Feather Sect was trapped, this guy had the bottom of the barrel before he came to flaunt his power. "Slaughter him!" A cold aura exploded in Fong Wuxia's eyes, and the golden auger mace in his hand emerged once more. "Don't forget that the Immortal Feather Sect is still in my hands. Only with my order, your sect will be able to be reduced to pieces in a matter of moments." Yu Fan was shocked in his heart and snapped. Li Xiaobai and the others looked at each other in dismay. So what? Aren't you in our hands now? And you will also instantly be reduced to pieces at our command. Yu Fan froze. It seems to be so reasonable. He ran to other people's territory. And the master is not around. This is not to give people a head. Don't forget, this is in the middle of the clan. If you dare to touch me, my master will be able to destroy you immediately. And I will also make your secret public. Yu Fan said. My secret is to deal with evil cultivators. This is an act of justice. You can make it public if you want to. It's you who is colluding with the evil cultivators to cause mischief to the living world. I'm going to the sect leader's place to report you right now, Li Xiaobai said. Tie me up. Su Yunbing didn't want to talk any more nonsense. These fools didn't even recognize their own identity. Yet they dared to come and find fault. They were really doing death. The golden mace in Fong Wuxie's hand erupted, transforming into several scaly dragons that wrapped the four people in a deadly coil. This wave of Operation Yu Fan completely confused, not only him, the rest of the three people are also confused. This opening is not quite right. The opposite of what these people say makes sense. Hiding his identity because he wanted to avoid evil cultivators was not something unseemly. On the contrary, to the extent that their side had defected to the evil cultivators and had betrayed the clan, their side was the real unseemly rat. How does this work, playing yourself to death? Senior brother you. In life, the most important thing is to recognize yourself. You a street rat that everyone shouts at still dares to come out and jump around. Isn't this a death wish? Li Xiaobai lit a huazi and said indifferently. Aren't you afraid of my master's wrath? Aren't you afraid that the immortal feather sect's entire family will be destroyed? Yu Fan face hideous. On the cultivation he really is not originally thought he had an absolute advantage, so he came over to hit Li Xiaobai in the face so that the other party knows the consequences of grabbing a woman with him. This move was completely arranged by himself, not at all discussed with Yu Buchuan in advance. I did not expect that this group of people would not follow the common sense. Now that he's lost his hand and been captured, I'm afraid things are going to go south. With the sect leader here, who is your master? As for the immortal feather sect, you'd better pray that nothing happens to it, otherwise the first one to die will definitely be you. Li Xiaobai said indifferently. Senior brother Fong, it's only been less than an hour, and we've made such a big gain. Now you should believe senior brother, right? A few minutes later, Li Xiaobai drove the four people who were tied up in 5 different ways down the mountain, yelling as he walked. True disciple Yu Fan, inner disciple Su Kuan, and 2 other disciples who are playing the sauce, have fornicated with evil cultivators and betrayed their masters. So we must find the sect leader today to seek justice. This was a method that was discussed together with the crowd. And on the way, Fong Wuxie had already recounted all that he knew. The several senior brothers and sisters were clear in their minds. As long as the sect was still fine, they still had a chance. Therefore, what we need to do now is to make a big fuss within the Holy Devil sect and try to pull that elder Yu down together. As long as we take this opportunity to level the traitors within the Holy Devil sect, and no one passes the news to the outside world, the Immortal Feather sect will still be safe for the time being. Only this shout, the disciples at the bottom of the mountain can be exploded. True disciple Yu Fan, what is this character everyone knows? Such a proud son of the sky actually fornicate with the evil cultivator, want to betray the master, but also be captured alive. This is also too shocking. For a moment, the disciples stopped to watch. Li Xiaobai did not have cultivation. The voice of shouting was not as good as the rest of the few people who could spread across the clan, and exchanged a small trumpet from the mall to start shouting. The wave of sound rose higher and higher, and almost the entire clan heard the shout. Yu Buchuan, who was somewhere on a mountain peak, changed his expression violently, and Elder Yuan Fong, who was sipping tea beside him, also sprayed out a mouthful of tea violently. What's going on here? They had just set up a trap on the front foot, and their own disciples were arrested on the back foot, and the matter of them defecting to the evil cultivators was shaken out. This rebel has spoiled His Excellency's greatness. Elder Yuan Fong, you quickly rush to the Immortal Feather sect and inform all the experts that you will directly exterminate the sect. I will stall the sect leader and buy you some time. Yu Buchuan made an immediate decision. Yes. Yuan Fong turned to leave, but then a painful chill surged through his heart, and his body instantly stiffened as a faint voice came through. Where do you want to go? Oh Yezi's figure silently appeared beside Yu Buchuan's body, pouring his own drink, and said faintly. The 2 men's cold hairs stood on end. They had no idea when the sect leader had arrived. Was this a super expert of the transitional succession stage? It was so horrible. I've known for a long time that there's a mole, and I haven't been moving you guys just because I haven't found the exact location of those evil cultivators yet. And today I have to thank you guys for giving me a chance to wipe them all out. Chapter 128 Peak Transitional Stage. Oyezi sipped his tea, his face flat. Only 2 people at the moment all feel like falling into an ice cave, want to escape, but not even cannot move. This was from a cultivation crush. The cultivation of the sect leader crushed them, and their body instincts did not allow them to make any movements, and they were directly confined. Within the clan, who else has defected to the evil cultivators? Oyezi asked. In fact, there is no problem with the evil cultivator itself, and it is not the object of everyone's shouting. It is only because of its more brutal style of action and preference for killing, so it will be given the name of evil cultivator. The reason why the anger, only because this evil cultivator infiltrated their own sect, even some to the evil cultivator defection. This cannot be tolerated. Dare to dig the foot of the wall, have to be prepared to be destroyed mentally. The highest cultivation level of the evil cultivators in the northern domain was only at the ferrying stage cultivation level, similar to him, and there was no need to be afraid. No more. Yuan Fong's heart and guts were cracking. Just by glancing at Oyezi, he felt that his divine soul was going to burn to pieces. This cultivation realm was enough to make him look up to him, and today, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape death. Lying. Oyezi put down his teacup, reached out and gently put his hand on Yuan Fong's head, and at that moment, his body jerked violently and rolled his eyes. The breath in his body became more and more chaotic, and his vital signs were gradually weakening. So that's how it is. There are so many people within the sect who have defected. What exactly is so good about this evil cultivator that it deserves to be served by you all so far? Oyezi carefully perceived it. His brows furrowed, and after a moment, he loosened his palm. Yuan Fong's face was pale, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Yu Buchuan, who was on the side, looked shocked. This is the art of soul-searching. As a sect leader, you even used this evil art? Are you not afraid of being known by your fellow disciples? Soul-searching, don't you guys use it all the time? Against you traitors with no principles and bottom line. A mere soul search is considered cheap. Oyezi tapped Yu Buchuan's shoulder, and the 2 of them instantly disappeared into thin air. At the bottom of the mountain, Li Xiaobai and the others led the 4 people forward slowly. The surrounding disciples gathered more and more. Yu Fan only felt ashamed. His hall of true disciples, the existence of 10,000 people respect, at this moment is actually being paraded in the street. Li Xiaobai, how dare you do this to me? Master will not let you go. Yu Fan hissed. Li Xiaobai raised his foot and kicked. Don't beep and beep and beep. Just go forward honestly. Woof. The 4 of you are now the human favorites of Lord Two Dogs. You have no qualifications to speak. Dogsy liked this kind of big scene the most and was unusually excited. LOL. This father is walking his dog, so idle people should leave quickly. Ji Wuxing was old and calm. Woof. Who are you calling a dog? LOL. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples were even more alarmed. This person is the newly promoted honorary elder, Peak Master Yi, right? Yeah, that's him. I didn't expect Boss Yi to actually mouthing off with a true disciple. What kind of hatred is this? If Brother Yu is released afterward, I'm afraid Boss Yi will suffer. Didn't Boss Yi say that it was Senior Brother Yu who betrayed the division? So he should already have evidence, right? Who knows? Let's just watch. At times like this, be careful what you say. The watermelon crowd whispered. Just becoming the Peak Master backhanded a true disciple. This is too fierce. I'm afraid that it will directly rise to the conflict between Misty Peak and Elder Yua. It is at this time, the sky a touch of recluse light appeared. The head of the door Oyezi lifted Yu Buchuan and stood in the void, shocked off a floor of the jaw. The cultivators rubbed their eyes. They couldn't be seeing things. This Elder Yu was actually lifted up directly by the sect leader like a chicken. Little friend Yi, I've brought Elder Yu. Tell me how these people betrayed the clan? Oyezi said with a smile on his face. Originally he just wanted to find out the mole through Li Xiaobai by following the vine. But he didn't expect this disciple to be so powerful and directly tied up the big head, which plainly saved a lot of effort. These 4 people are all the evil cultivator's henchmen. Disciple had offended the evil cultivator before coming to the holy demon sect. Now that these people have discovered Disciple, they have tipped off the evil cultivator, causing that evil cultivator to imprison Disciple's former clan. Please be clear about this, Elder. Li Xiaobai is not the slightest bit weak. The Elder Yu, who is most likely the boss, was directly captured by the sect leader, and in a short period of time, the evil cultivator's side shouldn't have received the news. Elder Yu, what do you say? Oyezi asked. Sect Master, I absolutely have no intention of betraying the sect. This person is not called Yi Liangchen at all. His original name is Li Xiaobai. He provoked the evil cultivators of the northern domain, and now he has come to the sacred demon sect. The old man was afraid that this person would aim the spearhead of the evil cultivators at the sacred demon sect, and that's why he wanted to expel him from the mountain. I am dedicated to the good of the clan. Please be clear about it, sect leader. Yu Buchuan was agitated and filled with righteous indignation, and if he didn't know the inside story, there was a possibility that he might have been fooled. Li Xiaobai heart cursed this old guy is not something really shameless, all this time actually can still force to pull for the good of the clan on thick skin no one can match. So I was wrong about you? Don't dare. Elder Yu, tell me, what is the cultivation level of the most powerful evil cultivator in this northern region? Dang, it's a transition stage, Lu Mang. Elder Yu said. Tell me again, what is the cultivation level of this sect master? The peak of the transitional stage. Then you say, would I fear the targeting of a mere evil cultivator? Are you questioning this sect leader's ability? Don't dare. Elder Yu's heart was crumbling. If he couldn't pass this hurdle today, I'm afraid that he would be separated from his yin and yang. Then tell me again, what's going on with that immortal feather sect? Why are there your people over there? Tell me the truth or I'll search my soul. Oh Yezi still had a flat tone. But in Yu Buchuan's ears that was 5 thunderbolts. What he had done, the sect master had already known, the people he had sent out were secretly arranged, even Yuan Fong was not clear about it. But the sect master was clear about it, which meant that he had long been targeted by others. Every move is in his hands, and it's ridiculous that he still thinks he can hide it from the world. Oyezi was now cross-examining like this. I'm afraid it was just to have an explanation in front of the many disciples. Sect leader. This son impersonated and entered my sacred demon sect. His name is not Yi Liangchan at all. Yu Buchuan replied, a little crazy, saying whatever he had to say, constantly pouring dirty water on Li Xiaobai. His name is Li Xiaobai that I know, the name is just a code name, is it important? The force on Oyezi's hand increased, and one of Yu Buchuan's arms directly exploded. Ah! Miserable howls resounded through the sect, deeply shocking in the hearts of the disciples. The sect leader who had never shown much actually had such a domineering side. Then in that case, Elder Yu, Senior Yu really betrayed the division? Chapter 129, The Overbearing Oyezi. I'll ask again. Why are there your people within the immortal feather sect? Oyezi still asked without haste. Yes. I sent him. I just wanted to use the immortal feather sect to capture Li Xiaobai and drive him out of the sect, so that the sect wouldn't get into trouble. Yu Buchuan was still sophomoric, desperately trying to set aside his relationship with the evil cultivators. Bang! This time, it was the other one that violently burst, turning into a streak of blood mist that exploded in the void. I don't like asking the same question 3 times. I say. Yu Buchuan was in cold sweat from the pain. He could make his arm recover instantly, but he didn't dare to in front of Oyezi. He didn't even dare to stop the bleeding, and one of the other party's hands was already gently resting on his head. What it meant he couldn't be clearer. Oyezi's patience was wearing thin and wanted to start soul-searching. I'm from the evil cultivator. Li Xiaobai snatched that lord's things. So I've been ordered to find Li Xiaobai and bring him before the evil cultivator. At this time, Yu Buchuan had something to say and told the whole story about himself and the evil cultivator. His eyes looking at his own disciple Yu Fan with indignation. It was all because of this stupid bastard. If it wasn't for this rebel's unauthorized action, how could he even miss being captured? Now everything is finished, he has been checked by the master of the water meter, not even the opportunity to escape, the other disciples in the sect who defected to the evil cultivator, not to mention the big head of his own gang has been taken down, those small minions must have already received the box meal. Sect leader, I was also confused for a moment and fell under the spell of the evil cultivators. For the sake of me saddling up for the holy demon sect for so many years, let me live. Yu Buchuan cried out in pain, his mouth constantly pleading. The disciples below were shocked to drop their jaws. Not only the disciples, but the numerous elders were also not expecting that this elder Yu was also an evil cultivator. Hiding too deep, this evil practitioner is really pervasive. Fortunately, the sect leader was clear-sighted and directly eliminated this group of traitors. I didn't realize that this elder Yu is really a traitor. Yes, defecting to an evil cultivator. It's a good thing that Peak Master Yi discovered it in time. But the sect leader is also formidable, to be so decisive and directly capture elder Yu. This is not a small matter if it makes a mess. Heh, the sect leader can't speculate with common sense. With your and my intelligence, it's hard to speculate what's in the sect leader's heart. Once again, the disciples whispered, what was supposed to be a mega revolt fiasco turned out to be so unexplainedly nipped in the bud. The crowd only felt that they had watched the beginning and the end of a good show, and all those bridges in the middle of the scourge of the party had been erased, which was really something else. Li Xiaobai was also astonished, not expecting his own sect master to be so domineering, saying that he would take action and arrest people without any ambiguity at all. Looking at this situation, it was obvious that he had already known about the traitor within the sect defecting to the evil cultivator. That's a good palm. You Fan and others at the moment face like ashes. The master has been captured. They, this kitten 2 or 3, cannot afford to turn any waves, can only obediently wait for death. Of course, you are an elder of this sect. You have made a lot of contributions to the sect. I don't want to kill you until I have no choice. Master Wind, first press all these people into the water prison and wait to be sentenced. Oyezi waved his hand and threw all 5 of them to Fong Qingyang. Gentlemen, as you can all see, the sect, unfortunately, has produced some traitors, but the number of traitors is far more than that. Within the sect, since 3 years ago, there have been people who have been bribed by evil cultivators. Today, the Japanese sect leader purges all the traitors and completely reorganizes the sect. After saying that, Oyezi's figure violently shook, and hundreds of Oyezi drilled out of his body, changed to normal size, and rushed in all directions. This is my East Sea's secret technique, body transforming into thousands. This sect master is far away from the northern domain, but he even knows this secret technique. In the distance, among the celestial pride who were observing this farce, someone exclaimed in shock. It was none other than Very Void Z. As a native of the Eastern Sea, he was naturally familiar with this secret art. It was rumored that the originator of the East Sea was a monkey king, and that a single monkey hair could change into millions of incarnations with incomparable power. Later generations summarized the secret art, named body transformed into thousands, although it cannot do the kind of the originator's point, but change out dozens of split body is still more than enough. But at this moment, Oyezi actually changed into hundreds of doppelgangers in an instant, and each of them had the ability to fight, which was terrifying. This person, was he really only at the cultivation level of the ferrying stage? After doing this, Oyezi walked towards Li Xiaobai and the others. Li Xiaobai, for the Immortal Feather Sect, this sect leader accompanies you. If that Lu Mang doesn't show up, it's just a matter of time. If he dares to make a move, I'll tenderize him to death. Hiss! This palm domineering is not a little Lu Mang should be the day that the demoiselle, right? The strength of the fairyjacking period is actually not put in the eyes of the palm. This degree of pretentiousness and their own have a spell. Woof, old man, who are you? Don't be there for the 8 ships. Your lord 2 dogs will level everything. The second dog bared his teeth. Cluck! This honored one hasn't even made a move yet. Where are you to speak? Ji Wuqian inhaled a mouthful of huazi and said indifferently. But in the next second, its eyes changed, and the packet of huazi hanging at its chest suddenly disappeared, along with a somewhat puzzled voice. What is this thing all the way here? I saw quite a few disciples inhaling this thing. Is it very popular these days? Oyezi, without a teacher, casually lit a huazi and took a big puff in the eyes of Ji Wui's despair, gulping down the clouds. Enlightenment of the composition of the tea leaves, maximized by burning, is a talent. The most valuable thing is that it is actually able to be mass-produced. No wonder the disciples in the sect have recently made breakthroughs in their cultivation one after another. It seems that they are riding on your love. Oyiko smoked one after the other. The stuff was useless to him, but it was still somewhat soothing to smoke. No, this is my father's wazu. Ji Wuxing was full of life and death, and fluttered on the ground for a while. But unfortunately, its legs were too short, and jumping up could only be enough to hit Oyezi's knees. So this thing is called huazi. It's really good. Oyezi deliberately in front of Ji Wuxing once again fierce inhale a big mouth. Ji Wuxing raw and unattractive. Huazi was given to smoke out. It will become tasteless in the future life. The second dog was very vigilant in guarding the huazi on his chest for fear that it would be stolen. Li Xiaobai was speechless. Sect master. Shouldn't we set off? Disciple's sect is still waiting for disciple to save it. Oyezi spat out a smoke ring. Not bad, sentimental and righteous. This is my holy demon sect disciple. Let's go. Ignoring Ji emotionless shocked eyes, he threw the half-drawn huazi violently towards the ground, and with a stranglehold of his hands, the crowd instantly disappeared into thin air. Chapter 130. Kneel in line. The disciples were filled with confusion. Today's matter, I'm afraid, is the biggest action of the sect in the last 10 years. In a single breath, he purged the traitors who had been hiding in the sect for many years, and as long as the disciples who had come into contact with the evil cultivators were killed by Oyezi's doppelganger almost in an instant. Hundreds of disciples disappeared from the sect in a single moment, which could be considered a big deal for the holy demon sect, which already had a small number of people. In the crowd, In Susu and little lowly Chu Xiao Xiao looked shocked. Xiao Xiao, your intuition was right. That person is really Li Xiaobai. Yeah, my senses are spot on, it's really a big brother, and he's also become the peak master of my sacred demon sect. When he comes back, I'm gonna go to Misty Peak to hug my thighs. Outside the immortal feather sect's mountain gate, Li Xiaobai's few faces were stunned in disbelief as they looked at the scene in front of them. Almost just in an instant, with a blur before their eyes, they were brought by Oyezi from the sacred demon sect to the mountain gate of the immortal feather sect, a speed that was, appallingly, quite a bit faster than if they had used the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. The gap between this ferrying stage cultivator and them was surprisingly so huge, like a chasm separating them. How do you guys plan to resolve this? Will you drive the evil cultivators away? Or do you want to kill them cleanly? Oyezi asked. Naturally, we'll kill them all. Dare to touch the immortal feather sect. These people will die. Su Yunbing was murderous. Let's go into the mountain gate first and see what's going on. Capture the thief first. Don't let the big fish get away. Yi Wushuang sensed the situation within the sect. His brows slightly knitted. There were indeed a lot more people within the sect, doing a number of wrongs. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and let the sect leader make a move to exterminate all of these unlucky things. Lu Jinshui said with a big grin, there is a big brother sitting in the town. Where do they use them to fight and kill? Let's go in then. It just so happens that there are still some clan traitors that need to be cleared out. Oyezi lifted his feet up and walked straight towards the mountain gate. It was rare that the evil cultivators were all gathered together. Today he was going to have a one-stop service, a wave that would take all of these people away. Let the evil cultivators of the northern region know how serious the consequences would be if they dared to dig into the holy demon sect's corner. Stop! Who are you people? A disciple-like person immediately stepped forward to stop them. This person was not a disciple of the immortal feather sect. Li Xiaobai stepped forward. I am Li Xiaobai. You're Li Xiaobai. Go inside. The adults are waiting for you. The disciple-like person's two eyes lit up. The other party had really come. It seemed like tying up the sect was the right thing to do. Inside the mountain gate, it looked a bit dull and depressing. Occasionally the miserable howls of the disciples as well as the cries of the female disciples could be heard. It was obvious that this group of evil cultivators were not restless. The clan had already had quite a few disciples scourged by them. The fields planted with elixir have also been turned over beyond recognition, and the streets that used to be bustling with activity are now empty and seemingly depressed. Fong Wuxie's face was hideous. In his opinion, this place was his future foundation. It was actually being spoiled. It was absolutely intolerable. Damn things, I'll kill them. With a bright golden mace in his hand, he was about to charge forward. Senior Wind Brother, rest easy. Senior Brother has a way to make the cultivators in the sect come out on their own. Li Xiaobai's eyes flashed with a cold aura as he raised his hand to stop Fong Wuxie's movements. Although Oyezi was following, this was ultimately his own clan, and only when he and the others did it themselves could they be relieved of their anger. Junior Brother. Leave some for Senior Brother and Sister. Don't lose them all at once. Yi Wushuang's eyes were shadowy. Don't worry. With a flip of his wrist, a plain long sword appeared in his hand. Li Xiaobai slowly drew out his long sword and raised it high above his head before slamming it down. 100% were caught empty-handed. Release range, the entire Xianyu sect. For just a moment, the ground trembled slightly in small increments, but nothing happened in front of him, and the imagined mountain opening and stone-splitting sword awnings didn't appear. The crowd was a bit puzzled. Junior Brother, what are you up to on such a serious occasion? There's no rush. Let the sword energy fly for a while. Li Xiaobai was old and calm, maintaining the downward chopping motion. Soon, the ground formation trembled more and more. Smoke and dust rolled in the distance. It seemed that a large number of cultivators were arriving. There were also countless figures darting around. Some were disciples of the immortal feather sect, while others were evil cultivators. Good coming. The essence in Su Yunbing's eyes exploded, and a Haotian giant hammer violently appeared in his hand, ready to sweep away these evil cultivators that had invaded the sect in one fell swoop. If you dare to violate my clan, none of you will live today. Do them. The rest of the few people also reacted in the same way, one after another to light up their own spiritual treasures, and when they were about to kill the four directions, the movements of their hands were violently lurched. Not only is the hand movement stopped, even the breath is violently stagnant because they clearly see this group of run to the cultivators in the proximity of Li Xiaobai 1 or 2 meters are all violently kneeling, a skidding just kneeling at its feet. And then with both hands raised high above his head, He clasped his hands together and steadily caught the body of Li Xiaobai's sword. The cultivators who flew toward the back were farther away, and after kneeling down, they directly raised their hands above their heads as if they were paying homage. What was even more strange was that some of these cultivators who flew over were even disheveled, especially the female cultivators of the Immortal Feather sect. Some of their faces were covered with tear marks and their clothes were torn into a single strip, and at this moment they were also kneeling down on their knees and bowing down to Li Xiaobai. Junior brother. There's something about this hand. Lu Jinshui was dumbfounded. What kind of tactic is this? The remaining few people also dropped their jaws in shock, their eyes wide open. One sword cuts out and 10,000 people come to the court. Li Xiaobai, truly a heavenly genius. Oyezi was equally shocked. Rumor has it that the ancient god of swords had chopped out a sword, splitting the mountains and segmenting the sea, and the later generations worshipped for hundreds of years to commemorate the god of swords' mighty name. And today, this young disciple, surprisingly, was also able to do this, which can be seen in his deep understanding of the way of the sword. It is a great example of what everyone can do. Not only were they shocked, the cultivators who were forced to kneel down on both knees were equally dumbfounded in their minds. What's going on? They were originally in the middle of their business, their pants were off, and the final step was just short of the final step. As a result, their bodies suddenly flew over uncontrollably, and there was a strong impulse in their hearts to kneel down and take that sword. And after kneeling down, his body was still confined and he couldn't move at all, which was embarrassing. What's going on? Why do I have a strong urge to catch that sword? Me too. Who was that guy? Grandma. I managed to get a little watery girl who was about to do her business, and I got over here without even pulling up my pants. Take a good look. It's not just us. Those adults are kneeling too. The crowds varied in distance, and those closest were naturally the first to be summoned, and knelt down directly. Cultivators with status lived in the peaks that were a bit deeper, and at this moment they all flew over one after another, landed on the ground and lined up in front of the crowd to kneel down, raising their hands high above their heads and began to pay homage. Chapter 131. The Demoiselle Man reappears. The evil cultivator bigwigs were confused. They were originally at the mountain peak where the sect leader was discussing the follow-up to the capture of Li Xiaobai. The people on the Holy Demon sect side hadn't sent word over yet, so they didn't act rashly, preparing to divide up the female disciples within the sect as well as the sect's resources first, and then come back to focus on preparing to deal with Li Xiaobai. Anyway, with that lord around, they didn't need to worry about anything at all. Even the Heaven's Pride were all defenseless in front of that lord, but never thought that just as they were arguing over a female cultivator, their bodies suddenly disobeyed and lost control, running outward like crazy. Something seemed to be calling to them. When he reached the near front, his knees softened and he directly knelt down. At first he wanted to curse his mother, but then he realized that everyone in this sect, whether it was the Immortal Feather sect's disciples or their evil cultivators, were all kneeling down on both knees, their faces full of horror. Immediately, he was also shocked in his heart. What kind of ability was this? What's going on? Why are you kneeling here? Who did this? The evil cultivator bigwigs asked questions. Other than the row of cultivators kneeling at the very front, almost no one was able to see Li Xiaobai because this kneeling position was with his head lowered. I don't know anymore, helmsman's son. Are you at the Yuaning stage of cultivation all fixed? The cultivator asked. The Yuaning stage is nothing. The god transformation stage's Hall Master Yang is kneeling to death behind him. The evil cultivator named Servant Sun had an old face that was red with shame and cursed. Lord Lu isn't here. This evil aptitude can't control your lordship. Stay calm for a few moments. Lord Lu will come over to eradicate the curmudgeon soon. Hall Master Yang's face was hideous. He had been trying to break free from his bonds, but unfortunately in vain. In front, Li Xiaobai was also surprised by this skill of his. Originally just wanted to group control a little bit, the specific can come how many cultivators' heart also has no bottom, but did not expect the skill effect is so good, a sword chopped down, the whole clan of cultivators actually came over. It's truly a divine skill, except that the group that this skill targets is not clearly stated, so you still need to figure it out yourself. Overall, this worked out very well for myself. Junior brother, what is this move called? It's too good to be true. Lu Jinshui's eyes were glowing. A large group of people kneeling in rows was simply not too good. This is called 100% being caught with an empty hand. Li Xiaobai said with a smile. The skill was very strong. Even the God realization stage cultivator could control it. The effect was very powerful. A few people are full of black lines. This name is a bit hasty. Willow Mang doesn't seem to be here. Oyezi frowned. He was here for the other party. Naturally, he wanted to be able to compete with this evil cultivator leader and teach him a lesson. Who are you? What demonic technique was used, and why did it trap us here? We are the subordinates of the evil cultivator Lord Lu Mang. Dare I ask your name? Is there some misunderstanding here? The cultivators in the front row were watching for real. It was this young man in front of them. A sword chopped down. 1,000 armies came to meet each other. This kind of magical ability can already be said to be a demonic art. This person was young and actually had such terrifying strength. He must be a genius of a great power. I am Li Xiaobai. There is no misunderstanding. Li Xiaobai said smilingly. This is to take the loudspeaker to say. The whole field of cultivators all heard. The eyes could not help but open wide, especially the disciples and elders of the Immortal Feather sect. At this moment, each one of them was excited, not expecting that after a period of time respectively, the former disciple had grown to this point. It looks like there's hope for rescuing the clan. Many of the female disciples were in tears. Senior brother Li Xiaobai had come too timely. If it had been a little later, they would have definitely been spoiled. Li Xiaobai, it's really you. Quickly let the old man get up. I want to kill all these people. Yes. I'm the sect leader. Quickly let my Immortal Feather sect disciples rise up and behead their enemies. Little white senior brother. Remember me? You used to pit my spirit stones. Quickly let me up. Some people in the crowd began to shout. Li Xiaobai saw a lot of familiar figures. There is the head of the door. There are the elders of the crowd, as well as their own masters, as well as once by their own pitched. However, this skill did not distinguish between friend and foe, and Li Xiaobai was unable to restore mobility to the designated person. Cough, cough. This disciple is not good at learning the art. I can't let you get up now. All the senior brothers and sisters endure for a moment. Until we kill all these evil cultivators, we will restore your freedom, Li Xiaobai said. Li Xiaobai, my evil sect elder Lu Mang is right here. If you surrender now, you're still in time. That's right, you took that lord's things. You are destined to never live. If you don't want to see the clan implicated by you, hand over the things quickly. Li Xiaobai, who had been searching for, was close at hand, and the evil cultivators were able to understand what was going on, and the people came directly to the door. And the speed is actually so fast, the holy demon sect side obviously has no news yet to come. Really a bunch of waste. No need to say more, today you will die. Su Yunbing lit a huazi, and the giant hammer smashed it. The golden giant hammer surged against the wind. The air waves in the field tossed and turned, and the evil cultivator was turned into a puddle of flesh and mud when the hammer went down. The rest of the few people had also long been unable to hold back. Their figures swayed and rushed into the crowd to kill madly. Now these cultivators have no resistance, one by one kneeling on the ground only to be slaughtered. Just a few breaths of time. The ground corpses everywhere, screams endless. Lord Ryu will not let you go. Li Xiaobai, I'll remember you. I was wrong. Let me off the hook. I'll never dare again. As the crowd killed, the evil cultivators changed from being tough talking to softening, turning on wailing mode, snot and tears dripping out in unison, instantly turning into a pitiful appearance. Li Xiaobai sighed in admiration in his heart. This acting skill, it really exploded. It was at this time that Yezi, who was beside him, had a cold flash in his eyes and violently struck out a palm towards an empty location. Where to go? In the void, a faint figure appeared, wearing a bucket hat and a straw raincoat, holding one hand towards the front remotely, blocking the palm. Good cultivation, the demoiselle marveled. Li Xiaobai instantly goosebumps fall all over the place. That day he was beaten by this guy into the blood demon erosion state. Those two and Yuan Shen related abilities are also thanks to the other party. Now although he has reached the 8th layer of the 9 revolutions of the indestructible golden body, but still do not have the certainty that he can block each other's attacks. The 9 revolutions indestructible golden body was only equivalent to the Yuaning stage, able to block the transformation of God stage that was 1 level higher than himself, but compared to the Demoiselle man it was across 2 large realms, so it was still a bit of a stretch to block it. And by the looks of it, one's own divine techniques couldn't control the other party at the moment. Lu Mang, dare to dig into my sacred demon sex corner. I've been looking for you for a long time. Chapter 132. The transitional stage and chi practicing stage are no different. It's not simple to be able to spot this seat. Your honor is the sacred demon sex sect master? Oh Yezi. The demoiselle man scanned Li Xiaobai for a few moments and said indifferently. Li Xiaobai knew that he had already been discovered by others, and at that moment, he also took off his human skin mask. It felt so good to show his true face. Not bad. Give an explanation. Oyezi said faintly. You should be the ones to give me an explanation. Li Xiaobai has taken away my master's things. It's a matter of great importance. Please ask your honor to make him hand it over. This statement, Li Xiaobai heart is another shock. This demoiselle people actually have boss behind. Demoiselle people is already so strong, its master's cultivation. I am afraid that it is even more not good. What exactly was this fragment that could actually involve so many big names? One size does not fit all, you show it first. How does it show? The demoiselle asked. Break your own arm and I'll spare your life. Oh Yezi said. Breath so big. Did you eat the celery? Behind the demoiselle man a blood-red demon god silhouette appeared out of thin air. This was the blood demon Yuanhua Tianzuan, a true power of the Yuan Shun. The devil god's face was hideous, dozens of tentacles behind him twitched madly, as if he was suppressing the bloodthirsty craving of his heart. Li Xiaobai compared it in his heart. His own blood demon Yuanhua Heavenly Father was as if it was a pirated version in front of others. No upgraded skills still can't compare. It's okay to scare the low-level cultivators, and it's better not to bring it out to shame people when you fight against the big guys. Dead to the world. You're still playing a stunt with me. Nice mind. Oh Yezi let out a light laugh, and behind him was the same huge demon god silhouette manifesting, covering the sky and the sun. Li Xiaobai stared at the Yuan Shun behind Oh Yezi. This wasn't a god or demon. Exactly, this wasn't some holy spirit. It was a building with mountains, halls, rings, and streets. Distinguishing it carefully, this was clearly the holy demon sect. Oh Yezi's Yuanshin turned out to be an entire clan, restoring the entire holy demon sect one-to-one. Whether it was the streets or the ring, or even the location of the trading stores, all were reproduced. Once this Yuanshin was manifested, all the people present felt their bodies sink. This was the might of Oh Yezi's Yuanshin. Pressure from a spiritual level. Good spirit, to view an entire clan as one's Yuan Shun, your excellency's sea of consciousness is extraordinary. The demoiselle man was obviously also a bit surprised. The cultivators who viewed dead things as their Yuan Shun were originally few, and those like this who directly used their clan's hometown as their Yuan Shun were even rarer. Comparatively, though, such weird genjutsu tend to give birth to some very special abilities. But your honor is also only at the cultivation level of the ferrying stage. I'm afraid it's not very realistic to want to kill this seat. Why don't each of us take a step back today? You let my people go, and I'll let Li Xiaobai go. How about it? The demoiselle man glanced at the many cultivators kneeling on the side, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This Li Xiaobai even had this kind of means. If he could get his hands on this kind of secret art in the future, I'm afraid that he would be able to walk horizontally completely in the northern domain. This sect leader doesn't like to talk nonsense, and when I say I'll let your whole family die, I'll make sure that your whole family dies. Oh Yezi slightly raised his hand, and behind him, the holy demon sect Yuan Shun smooth flowed, mapping out the 3 words of the huge holy demon sect. The barbaric aura surged, and the unbelievably strong pressure descended from the sky, straightly smashing down on Lu Mang's shoulders. The ground cracked and opened up in a flash, and the small half of Lu Mang's body directly disappeared into the ground. Eft! The bucket hat shattered and a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Lu Mang's expression was a little shriveled, and both of his eyes flickered with fear. That's impossible. I'm a cultivator of the ferrying stage. How could you seriously injure me so easily? Oh Yezi snorted. Is the transitional stage very strong? In the eyes of a true expert, the transitional stage is no different from the chi practicing stage. It seems that your mind is not entirely devoted to the path of cultivation. The huge sacred demon sect Yuanshin slowly rose up and slammed fiercely towards the scarlet god demon Yuanshin behind the demoiselle man. The demoiselle man's expression changed drastically. Blood demon metamorphosis, true solution. His body shuddered as the blood demon Yuanshin burst apart, turning into a roiling blood-colored mist that enveloped the sacred demon sect Yuanshin. The collision between Yuanshin was the deadliest of all. As long as one suffered even a hint of damage, it could cause one to shrivel up for months or even years at a time. Without heavenly materials, the damage to the Yuanshin recovered extremely slowly on its own. Therefore, normal cultivators would only use their Yuanshin to increase themselves and not use their Yuanshin as a means of attack. But today was obviously different. He had met a madman who dared to use his Yuanshin as a weapon. At that moment, his eyes were also scarlet, and the blood demon eroding power was unleashed, wanting to eat away at the other party's Yuanshin. The blood-colored mist is getting thicker and thicker. The sculpture. Oh Yezi was not in a hurry and beckoned once again, and a mellifluous bell chime came from the sacred demon sect's Yuanshin that was wrapped in blood mist. The aftermath reverberated around the ears, echoing in the hearts of the many cultivators. Eft! The demoiselle spat out blood from his mouth once more. The blood-colored mist was directly shaken apart and re-condensed into the blood demon Yuan Shun. Only this time, the blood demon Yuan Hua Heavenly Father had shrunk quite a bit. The demoiselle man's face was as white as paper, and in the void, the huge Saint Demon sect Yuan Shin violently suppressed it, pinning it to the ground in death. This is impossible. How can the gap be so big when you are at the same transition stage? Who on earth are you? The demoiselle man hissed. This sect leader O Yezi, you have infiltrated the sacred demon sect for 3 years. Could it be that you know nothing about this sect leader? It's ridiculous for a mere mortal to try to provoke a genius. You're a rookie. You've been bouncing around for so long. Now you can die. Oyezi lit a wazoo and said faintly, "You can't kill me, my master is a half-step human immortal. How about you let me off the hook? And in the future I will never set foot in the northern region again." Well, water does not offend river water? The demoiselle man's face was calm. He had always regarded himself as a strong man. But today he had actually stumbled upon a real expert. But his own master was the top expert of this heaven and earth. And in this world, he didn't think that anyone would dare to kill him. I don't know. Oyezi exhaled a smoke ring. His hand pinched the seal. And in the eyes of the demoiselle man's horror, the holy demon sect's Yuan Shun pressed down with a roar. As the Yuan Shin fell, the demoiselle man's body violently exploded into a puddle of blood and water, dead beyond repair. The blood demon Yuan Shin in the void slowly dissipated, and the hallowed generation of transitional succession stage powerhouses died so simply. What do you say? The eyes fell back to the remaining evil cultivators. At this time the cultivators all are scared to death, if not controlled by Li Xiaobai. I'm afraid that at this moment is already paralyzed. The sight of the party was too terrifying. Such a powerful force as Lu Mang couldn't even turn up a wave in front of this sacred demon sect leader. With such strength, I'm afraid that a single glance would be able to stare them to death. My lord, spare my life. I was only confused for a moment. Please be merciful, my lord. Yes. I'll do anything I want as long as I can keep my little one alive. Chapter 133. Work for me as a part-timer. Oyezi came for the evil cultivator Lu Mang and had no interest in these small cultivators. Giving the power to handle the situation to Li Xiaobai and the others, he turned around and left. Looking at the back of Oyezi disappeared. Li Xiaobai swallowed his saliva. Grandmother. This great god is 2-6, pretending to be like the wind, raising his hands and throwing his feet to force the air to spread. The most crucial thing is that this strength is a bit foul. The same is the stage of transition. Why are you so good? Looking at Lu Mang, who had already turned into blood, Li Xiaobai said, a pity, such a good expert. If he made good use of it, he might be able to provide himself with quite a few attribute points. It always felt like a bit of a waste to just get straight seconds now. Junior brother, what about these people? Lu Jinshui asked. That goes without saying, of course it's a direct kill. Just now that evil cultivator of the transitional succession stage said that he has a master. If we let these people go, what if they go to find that master to come over and take revenge? Killing intent flickered in fourth senior brother Yang Chen's eyes. Warrior, spare my life. I am willing to make a great oath with my heart, and will never betray a few warriors in this life. The cultivators became anxious upon hearing this and swore with their Tao hearts. The heart of the Taoist oath is the most secure means of swearing. As long as there is a little bit of violation, by the oath of the backlash is small, the most critical is the life after, the cultivation will not have a half progress. Therefore this swearing with the Tao heart is the easiest means to gain people's trust in the cultivation world. Senior brother Li, we can't let them go. If you hadn't arrived in time, several of my sisters would have been spoiled by these people. The disciples of the immortal feather sect naturally did not agree, even after taking a great oath of heart demons. These people were still unforgivable. Li Xiaobai pondered, people have already raised the white flag and surrendered. It is always bad to start killing again. Why don't we temporarily accept these people as hard labor, just to contribute to the clan? After discussing the thoughts in their hearts with the crowd, several senior brothers and sisters calmed down. Now that the sect is traumatized, it is the time to use people. If these Yuaning stage and Huanshan stage cultivators can serve the immortal feather sect as drudges, not only will the strength of the sect be stronger, but also for the development of the construction of the sect, it is also 100% beneficial. Li Xiaobai retracted his sword and forced the evil cultivators one by one to make a heart demonic oath to serve the immortal feather sect forever, not to defect in this life, and not to do anything unfavorable to the immortal feather sect. The cultivators had regained their free bodies, but at this moment, they didn't dare to make any more mistakes. Previously, Oyezi's might was too strong, and even now that the person was gone, they still couldn't bring themselves to resist in the slightest, and one by one, They honestly swore an oath of allegiance to the Immortal Feather sect. All right, stand aside for now. You'll be given your assignments afterward. Li Xiaobai waved his hand, and then came to the Immortal Feather sect sectmaster. He couldn't help but sigh a little. A month ago, he was still a little white guy who thought that the sectmaster was very powerful, and now in just 1 month, he had already become a big person who had the ability to save the sect. The headmaster and a group of elders were also sighing, and Fong Lingzi was even more emotional. Little White, I can't imagine that after only a month's absence, you've grown to this point. Old me didn't misread my eyes. You are truly a heavenly genius. Li Xiaobai was speechless. Obviously this cheap master always said before that he was a tired and lazy goods, and always hated and scolded. His face became really fast. Master, after many days of not seeing you, you still look the same, and now that my disciple has returned, there will be no more trouble in the sect. Half an hour later, the main peak. The Immortal Feather sect's headmaster and all the elders were all gathered in the main hall, and the Piaomiao Peak masters and brothers and Feng Wuxie were also here. Little White, I'm old, and this flying accident has proven that I'm no longer suitable to take charge of the clan. I wonder if you have any thoughts about this sect leader position? No, disciple's goal is the Starry Sea, won't stop because of the position of the headmaster. Not to mention, there are better candidates in the sect. Li Xiaobai said. Who is it? Naturally, it's senior brother Fong. Li Xiaobai pointed at the somewhat agitated Feng Wuxie beside him. Hearing this, Feng Wuxie froze. The position of the sect leader has always been what he wanted the most, and the fact that there was an extra Li Xiaobai for no reason made him very upset. The treasure was someone else's, and now the sect leader still wants to pass the sect leader's position on to someone else. This made Feng Wuxie very annoyed, and there was some hidden regret in his heart. If he had known this, he should have been more decisive in the Divine Beast Mountain range that day, and directly do away with Li Xiaobai. Now that he was not its opponent at all, wanting to kill and seize the treasure was already impossible. The two were supposed to be enemies, but now that Li Xiaobai had taken the initiative to speak for him, it made his heart a little strange, with a feeling that his fist was resting on cotton. Senior brother, you don't need to speak for me, Feng Wuxie said. Innocent? It's true that he's also a good seedling, and he's the favorite disciple of the Grand Elder, and his cultivation surpasses me, so he's a good candidate to be the sect leader. Effective immediately, I am the Supreme Elder, assisting sect leader Fong in managing the sect's affairs, both large and small. Any questions? The sect leader's eyes lit up and he immediately clapped his hands. Feng Wuxie couldn't be more suitable to be the sect leader. No! Feng Wuxie's heart is not good. Always feel like eating soft rice. Thanks to the blessing of others to become the head of the door, very bad taste. What should we do if the evil cultivators come back to us in the future? Yi Wushuang asked. This was the most worrying point in everyone's mind. It was impossible for the big brother to sit on this small sect all the time. If there was another evil cultivator like the Demoiselle Man, they would still have to repeat the same mistakes just the same. There's no need to worry about this. I have a set of teleportation formations here that can communicate between the two sects of the Holy Demon sect and the Immortal Feather sect, and in the future, if something happens to the Immortal Feather sect, they can enter the Holy Demon sect directly through the teleportation formations to seek refuge within the Holy Demon sect. This was something that had long been in Li Xiaobai's mind. There are many such similar items in the mall. Transportation array. Set up a transmission array in each of the two places, which can form a spatial channel to enter and exit at will. Each time you open the teleportation array, it costs 1 top-grade spirit stone. Price: 100 top-grade spirit stones. Note: maximum teleportation distance 100,000 miles. This was a two-way teleportation array, and it couldn't be more appropriate for use between the Sacred Demon sect and the Immortal Feather sect. The only trouble is that this formation is only the formation map, need people to build, but the hard labor has long been in place. I believe that there are so many evil cultivator experts to contribute, we'll soon be able to complete the work. The formation diagram is here, so I'll leave it to Senior Brother Fong to start making arrangements for the specific matters. Li Xiaobai handed the formation diagram to the somewhat dazed Feng Wuxie, who appeared to have been trying to kill himself all along, but he hadn't perceived it at all. Not to mention resentment, Li Xiaobai even had a kind of inexplicable admiration for this kind of person who was loyal to the clan. If Feng Wuxie knew what he was really thinking, he was afraid that he would be infuriated and spit out blood. In this world, no one will believe you if you want to be a bad guy,